The tone-deaf king of songs, with low emotional intelligence and poor character, finds himself in a predicament. How could Chen Yan possibly turn his fortunes around? Under the arrangements of the company, he has become a mere pawn in the script of an island variety show. Already buried in darkness, he fears not a deeper shade of obscurity. The show features 4 women and 6 men, initially intended as Chen Yan's retreat from the entertainment industry. Little did he expect that an unforeseen incident would transform the scripted variety show into a genuine island live broadcast. Not only does Chen Yan manage to clear his numerous black marks, but he also rises to become a national sensation. Chapter 1. I have transmigrated into a nobody. What? A penalty of 100 million? Chen Yan exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the contract presented by his manager, Lu Jie. Chen Yan, it's all in black and white, including your signature and thumbprint. Have you forgotten? Lu Jie flashed a cunning and triumphant smile, clearly relishing her advantage over Chen Yan. Gazing at the contract before him, Chen Yan's heart burned with resentment. Truly, he was the most unfortunate of transmigrators. An accidental journey into this alternate world, the Dragon Kingdom, had left him as a beleaguered artist whose debut had been marred by infamy. The original owner's series of foolish decisions had rendered him a target of ridicule across the internet, a veritable embodiment of public disdain. For instance, after debuting with his group and releasing their first album, he shamelessly sang off-key at the press conference, boldly declaring, "My high notes are like Lu Huan's," thereby earning the title of the tone-deaf king of songs. During his participation in the prestigious Venice Music Festival, he infamously remarked about the city's odor, causing the Italian journalists to collectively turn green with embarrassment. His low emotional quotient had garnered international attention for all the wrong reasons. He even created a singing and dancing piece in homage to the NBA Finals, sporting over-the-top basketball attire, which led to him being mocked online, likened to a clumsy figure from Shaanxi. Repeatedly, he found himself embroiled in petty disputes with fans on social media and stealing the spotlight from his fellow group members on variety shows. Ultimately, he was condemned by a rising star for visual harassment, inciting public outrage and firmly establishing him as the target of widespread scorn. In summary, the verdict was clear. Your career is over, your prospects extinguished. Not only did his engagements vanish, but he was also sued by numerous advertising sponsors demanding compensation, rendering the meager earnings he had painstakingly amassed insufficient to cover the damages incurred. In the end, with no hope in sight and countless court summons piling up, the original owner succumbed to despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. This unfortunate series of events granted Chen Yan the opportunity to transmigrate. Upon arriving in this world, Chen Yan quickly realized that it differed greatly from his previous existence, with most popular classic works being completely unfamiliar, while many from his original world had yet to surface. This ignited a resolute determination within him to turn his fortunes around. If they had not found success, then he would strive to shine. No longer wishing to remain a washed-up star, he contemplated embarking on his own path, confident that even the classic songs he had in mind could yield significant profits. Thus, Chen Yan approached his manager, seeking to terminate his contract with the company. His debut contract was akin to a bondage agreement to earn money and repay debts. He needed to extricate himself first. He assumed that given his notoriety, the company would willingly part ways, viewing their relationship as mutually unbeneficial. Little did he know, the company had no intention of letting him go. In this era of mass appeal, even a tarnished reputation could be monetized. Tongfei Entertainment believed that since Chen Yan had already become infamous, they might as well ride the wave of notoriety to the end. Coincidentally, Lemon Television, as a leading viewing channel, has crafted the program The Yearning for Paradise. Although the ratings continue to soar, it faces numerous critiques regarding glitches and scripted scenarios. Thus, in the latest episode of The Yearning for Paradise, Lemon Television has chosen a Caribbean island in the Americas, touted as a deserted island, emphasizing an unscripted survival experience. Of course, the island is indeed real, but the lack of script is certainly a fabrication. To enhance the program's appeal, among the 4 women and 6 men guests, there must be at least one fool to create unexpected troubles, drawing online discussions and highlighting the radiant image of the other main participants. Such a thankless task would be unbearable for any ordinary individual. Yet, Tongfei Company immediately set its sights on Chen Yan. The potential for utilizing a useless person was simply too enticing. Not only is there a breach of contract fee, but your past misdeeds have affected numerous brand collaborations, and the penalties alone could easily amount to millions. Otherwise, I could advocate on your behalf. Good brother, you are indeed in serious trouble, Sister Lu remarked, observing Chen Yan, who remained silent. This episode of Paradise on the Deserted Island holds significant importance for Tung Fei's management, not merely in financial gains, but also in deepening collaboration with Lemon Television. As for Chen Yan, Sister Lu had perused parts of the script. Once the show airs, there would be no chance for redemption. He would undoubtedly be the most despised. Sister Lu was well aware of Chen Yan's erratic mindset and hoped he wouldn't truly throw in the towel. Rest assured, dear brother, after filming this program, if you wish to terminate the contract, I will handle it for you, she assured, a smile gracing her charming face. Sister Lu, if I complete this collaboration, can I receive $1 million and the company can terminate the contract without further obligation? Chen Yan inquired earnestly. You can trust me, I will ensure it is done, Sister Lu replied, patting her chest. All right, I agree. In his previous life, he was an international travel broadcaster. A mere month of island survival was but a trifling task. Once the program concluded, he would secure $1 million and regain his freedom, focusing solely on behind-the-scenes creativity. 10 days later, Chen Yan accompanied the crew of Lemon Television's The Yearning for Paradise, Deserted Island Survival to the Caribbean, sailing towards the tourist haven of Helena Island. The designated small island, located deep in the ocean, is surrounded by reefs and frequented by sharks. Even before the broadcast, promotional activities had sparked a wave of discussions online. Surviving on a deserted island, Lemon TV truly understands me. It's genuinely a deserted island. The artists are investing heavily. Haha, it's just another script. The whole deserted island survival is merely an act. Oh dear, the sun is so intense my heart aches for my brother. What kind of backing does Chen Yan have? Despite his tarnished reputation, how could he land such a popular program? Chen Yan, get out of the entertainment industry. Online viewers focused their ire on Chen Yan. Unfortunately, his past notoriety was so infamous that even those indifferent to the entertainment world had heard of him. However, this did not affect Chen Yan in the slightest, as Director Nyo Ma of The Yearning for Paradise was finalizing the last arrangements. Director Nyo, all the bionic cameras on the island have been tested and are functioning perfectly. The necessary rescue equipment and supplies have also been prepared. Although it is purportedly a survival show on a deserted island, the producers dare not truly send the celebrities into the wilderness, for any mishap could lead to dire consequences. The production team arranged for 10 guests to initially land on the island, allowing them to film themselves with cameras, creating the illusion of an unmediated experience. Subsequently, professional cameramen would join to capture further footage. Considering that cinematography is an art requiring skill, relying solely on the guest self-filming would likely compromise the quality of the footage and its subsequent editing. To ensure the program's sensational appeal, the production team had devised a grand plan. The entire deserted island had been prepped by Director Nyo and his team with biomimetic cameras, ensuring comprehensive coverage without blind spots. The guests remained oblivious to these cameras, which would capture numerous explosive moments for the show. Of course, the existence of these cameras was kept secret during the initial stages to capture the guests' arrival shots for promotional purposes. Once the filming commenced, the guests would be informed, allowing them to feign ignorance and present moments of intrigue to the audience. Director Nyo, everything is ready, declared the director, taking up his walkie-talkie and gesturing grandly. 1, 2, 3, let the guests embark on the island. Chapter 2, The Truman Show on a Deserted Island. Director Nyo, what should we do? Director Nyo, we have just received a weather forecast. A torrential downpour is imminent. Should we contact the embassy and swiftly withdraw the guests? Given that our country has no diplomatic relations with SAR-2, it may not be that simple. The cacophony of voices only heightened Director Nyo's agitation. If the program were to be interrupted, his career would face a catastrophic downfall. Nyo glanced at the live broadcast. The commercial break was nearing its end. He had even mortgaged his house and car for this show. How could he abandon it over such trivial matters? Finally, gritting his teeth, Nyo resolutely declared, activate all biomimetic cameras and cut into the live feed. Everyone was taken aback. Director Nyo, the guests are unaware of the subsequent script. Indeed, if they act contrary to their personas, it could spell disaster. Yet Nyo shook his head, gritting his teeth as he replied, what does their downfall have to do with us? Without a script, let us present a true live broadcast. Our external promotion is of absolute authenticity in survival on a deserted island. Faced with the exorbitant penalty for a failed program, Director Nyo had cast aside all other concerns. Meanwhile, on the island, the guests began to sense something amiss. Why hasn't anyone from the production team arrived? Hua Chaotian complained while fiddling with his bangs, seated on the beach. Yes, it has been quite a while, Luo Yong added, licking his parched lips. Observing this, Wang Lei maintained his composure, offering a reassuring smile as he said, Everyone, do not be anxious. Life is but a series of waits. Worrying is fruitless. We should relish the process of anticipation. Wow, Teacher Wang, you are truly talented. Just that one statement has moved me immensely, Jiang Tao exaggeratedly responded. Teacher Wang, truly a paragon of talent, remarked the flower divaly me with a cheerful smile. Sister me, 8 measures are hardly sufficient at the very least. 100 measures would be warranted, Jiang Tao exclaimed loudly. Li Mi rolled her eyes. 8 measures of talent is an idiom. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Lei basked in his own brilliance, ever proud of the talent he exuded effortlessly. Amidst the flattery exchanged among the guests, the usually aloof Jiang Feishuan cast a displeased glance towards Chen Yan. This fellow had been lurking nearby from the outset, producing a cacophony by snapping branches incessantly. Chen Yan, could you possibly keep it down? Jiang Feishuan could no longer contain her annoyance. The barrage of comments erupted in glee. Even the usually composed goddess Jiang cannot tolerate Chen Yan. Everyone knows how irritating he is. Indeed. While other stars engage in conversation to elevate the atmosphere, another chimed in, he sits there fiddling with branches like a child. Chen Yan had not anticipated Jiang Feishuan would address him directly. With a sheepish smile, he replied, I apologize. I sensed rain was imminent and was attempting to fashion an umbrella. Ha ha ha. Young Chen truly enjoys jesting. When I departed, I checked the weather forecast, and it indicated no rain for at least a week, Wang Lei interjected, casting a glance at him. Luo Yong raised an eyebrow, stating, Chen Yan, cease your fidgeting with that junk. I can discern whether it will rain or not with my own eyes. Indeed, Wang Lei is the reliable one. He prepared a strategy before departing. Can this waste of space, Chen Yan, quiet down for a moment? He can't even tell the truth. The sky is clear. There is no sign of rain whatsoever. Whether inside or outside the program, Chen Yan endured a thorough round of ridicule. He shrugged indifferently, continuing to examine the wooden frame in his hands. At this moment, the other guests began to grow restless, finally expressing concern over the tardy production crew. Could it be that they're truly going to engage in an unscripted format? Wang Lei murmured, unable to contain his apprehension. That cannot be. Moreover, we have yet to receive any food. Han Lu Yong exclaimed incredulously. Speaking of food, I must admit I am rather hungry, Zhang Xiqin confessed shyly. Indeed, I too feel quite famished, Dila remarked, furrowing her brow softly. Sister Mi glanced at Dila, teasing, little chubby Dila, you truly are easily hungry. Sister Mi, oh dear, why must you mock me again? Dila pouted playfully. Hua Chaotian squinted his eyes, staring at Dla's bosom, chuckling, if the weight is in the right places, then it is not considered fat. With that, Hua Chaotian burst into unrestrained laughter. Wang Lei, Luo Yong, Jiang Tao, and the others joined in, their laughter mischievous, while only Zhang Xiqin lowered her head, feeling somewhat awkward. Chen Yan observed these prominent figures making lewd jokes and felt a wave of disdain wash over him. In a live streaming room, many viewers were stunned by the recent scene. Particularly the fervent fans of Hua Chaotian were taken aback, never expecting that the usually aloof and obsessive genius would resort to such innuendo with the female guests during the program. Hua Chaotian, what has gotten into you? This is utterly absurd. Is this part of the script arranged by the production team? Hidden cameras? Surely this cannot be scripted. I believe Hua Chaotian is genuinely like this when off camera. Teacher Hua is not usually like this. It must be that scoundrel Chen Yan who has led him astray. Far away, Chen Yan remained oblivious to the lascivious remarks made about him, as he found himself mercilessly bombarded by the audience in the live stream. At that moment, all he could think about was how he wished the production team would hasten their work, finish the show, and allow him to collect his pay and terminate his contract. Suddenly, a peculiar rumble echoed through the sky. Instinctively, everyone looked up, their eyes drawn to the dense black rain clouds gathering ominously, advancing toward the desolate island like a dark cavalry. It's really going to rain, Jiang Feishuan exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Chen Yan, astonished that this seemingly incompetent individual had actually spoken the truth. The barrage of comments fell into a momentary silence, and, after a considerable pause, someone remarked, it must be that garbage Chen Yan got lucky and guessed it would rain. What's so impressive about that? That waste Chen Yan must have checked the weather forecast before stepping out to make such a guess. How disgusting to craft a reliable persona in such a manner. Thankfully, the audience has seen through it. But didn't Teacher Wang say he also checked the weather forecast? We're criticizing Chen Yan. Why bring up Teacher Wang all of a sudden? Trying to change the subject? Isn't Wang a filial son? Can't I mention him? As the comments heatedly exchanged, the guests on the island encountered their first crisis after arriving. Torrential rain poured down, the heavens and earth roiling, while the ferocious sea winds carried the raindrops rushing towards them in a deluge. Taken by surprise, everyone was instantly drenched. "Quick, find a place to take shelter," Luo Yong shouted, leading the group toward the cover of several lush trees. However, turning around, they spotted Chen Yan holding an odd umbrella, stubbornly refusing to join them. Wang Lei frowned and reprimanded. "Chen Yan, I know everyone misjudged you earlier, but you mustn't disregard your health. Come over and take cover from the rain. That flimsy umbrella you crafted won't last long. We're on a deserted island now. If you fall ill, there will be no one to aid you." Yet, Chen Yan shook his head, casting a bewildered look at them as he questioned, "Didn't your teachers ever instruct you not to shelter under large trees during a rainstorm?" Chapter 3. The move before Wang Lei could respond. The barrage of comments had already erupted. This Chen Yan truly lacked appreciation for kindness. How dare he turn down the generous invitation from Teacher Wang Lei? Such foolishness is typical of a mindless simpleton. With the torrential rain pouring down, what use was his flimsy umbrella? Ignore this rubbish. When a wind destroys the umbrella, he will surely regret his decision. Wang Lei had merely been playing the role of the benevolent elder brother, extending a courteous gesture towards Chen Yan. Having been rebuffed, he chose not to pursue the matter further and turned back to seek refuge under the shade of the trees. They leaned against a colossal tree, its lush canopy rustling under the relentless storm. The dense foliage sheltered them from a significant portion of the rain. Luo Yong curled his lip and muttered, "No wonder people say Chen Yan has a few screws loose. Today I see it clearly. He'd rather endure the rain than come over for cover." Retired athlete Zhang Xiqin nodded in agreement, saying this guy really is too pretentious. Even someone like me, who exercises regularly, wouldn't dare to stay out in the rain for long. If he continues like this, he'll surely jeopardize his health. Jiang Feishuan bit her lip, unable to restrain herself from intervening. "You should show a bit of decency. If it weren't for Chen Yan warning us about the rain, we wouldn't have found the shelter so quickly." Wang Lei dismissively shook his head. "Whether he was here or not, I would have found a place to hide." He then licked his lips, gazing at Jiang Feishuan, whose rain-soaked figure was beginning to reveal its alluring curves, and said with a smirk, "Why don't you come a bit closer? You might catch a cold." At that moment, Jiang Feishuan felt a chill run down her spine. The barrage of comments exploded once more. "This is unbelievable. Wang Lei is utterly repulsive. Did you see the way he looked at Jiang Feishuan? It's as if he wants to devour her whole." Jiang Feishuan indeed had an enviable figure. "I would look too. Ugh, this is nauseating." Meanwhile, several female stars were becoming increasingly restless. The island's tropical climate had them dressed in light, airy clothing, and now, drenched by the rain, they felt almost as if they were wearing nothing at all. Yet, with the downpour so fierce outside, they dared not rush out in search of another shelter. Just then, a deafening crash echoed through the air. A silvery lightning bolt streaked across the sky, striking the very treetops above them. With a resounding boom, the canopy ignited, flames roaring defiantly against the relentless rain, cascading down towards the group. "No!" Witnessing such a perilous scene, Nyoma leaped from his seat in alarm. Had they truly encountered such danger right as they began streaming? He couldn't help but shout, "Quick! Send a plane to rescue them." Aside from Chen Yan, all the other stars were prized possessions. None could afford to come to harm. Director, with that storm raging outside, no plane could get through. Several assistants tightly restrained the agitated Nyoma. One of them pointed at the screen, excitedly exclaiming, "Director, don't panic. Chen Yan is making his move." In that instant, as the lightning struck, a group of guests, paralyzed by fear, dashed out into the chaos without a second thought. Amidst the tempest, as they dashed into the dense rainforest, even for a seasoned Special Forces soldier, the situation was undeniably perilous. This was the source of the director Nyoma's palpable anxiety. Yet at that moment, Chen Yan emerged, calling out to everyone and pointing toward the nearby cliff, declaring, "Let us seek refuge there. It is a rocky hill, and the risk of landslides is minimal." The previously defiant individuals fell silent, following Chen Yan's lead towards the designated cliff. The location was a granite slope, slightly elevated, providing some shelter from the relentless rain. However, the space beneath the cliff was limited, insufficient for all to take refuge. Wang Lei could not suppress his complaint. "Chun, couldn't you find a cave? This minuscule spot won't suffice for anyone to stay dry." Zhang Xiqin sighed in agreement, adding, "I reckon only about 8 can fit here at most. Surely, 2 will have to brave the rain." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Then let Chun stand outside in the rain. He has an umbrella. After all." Chen Yan, upon hearing this remark, felt a surge of indignation. How could Wang Lei be so shameless? He had kindly sought a refuge for them, and yet they were demanding more. The barrage of comments echoed similar sentiments. The roof has collapsed. Wang Lei's conduct is utterly repugnant. Not only does he harass women, but he also repays kindness with ingratitude. Chen Yan was not blameless either. He was well aware that trees were susceptible to lightning during thunderstorms. Why had he not alerted everyone sooner? Would any of the guests trust his word regarding these matters? Eventually, a few comments arose in Chen Yan's defense, but they were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming negativity. The remaining 8 guests wore expressions of distress. While they were not as shameless as Wang Lei, they too yearned for a secure place to escape the rain. Frustrated, Jiang Feishuan spoke up, unwilling to endure Wang Lei's repulsive gaze any longer. "You all stay here. I will share an umbrella with Chen Yan." The comment elicited an uproar in the chat. "Goddess, have you lost your mind? Why share an umbrella with that scoundrel? He might harass you." Just as the comments reached a fever pitch, Li Mi shyly stepped forward. "I also wish to share an umbrella with Chen Yan." The server nearly crashed under the weight of the responses. "Someone, please tell me, am I dreaming? Chen Yan must have threatened these 2 beauties. Have they lost their senses? Why on earth would they wish to share an umbrella with him?" Not only the audience, but the other guests were equally baffled. Luo Yong, who held a particular fondness for Li Mi, was visibly displeased to hear that his idol would be sharing an umbrella with another in the downpour. "Demimi, do you feel cramped here? If necessary, I can step out. There is no reason for you to endure discomfort." Li Mi merely shook her head, smiling. "It's fine. You all can take shelter here." Having said that, she swiftly grasped Jiang Feishuan's hand, and the 2 plunged into Chen Yan's umbrella. Chen Yan silently rolled his eyes, pondering why these individuals never sought his opinion. However, feeling the firm pressure of Li Mi's ample bosom against him, he dutifully chose to endure this ordeal. At that moment, Jiang Feishuan looked up at the handcrafted umbrella with curiosity and inquired, "Is this the umbrella you just made? How did you accomplish that?" Chen Yan smiled and explained, "I learned this technique from a survival show set on a desert island. It merely requires some branches to form a framework, then layering 2 or 3 tiers of leaves on top. Even in a storm, it can withstand for a while." Jiang Feishuan shook her full lips and said, "I apologize. Chen Yan, I shouldn't have doubted you from the outset. If I had heeded your advice sooner, we wouldn't be sheltering here from the rain." Li Mi Kaimding, her voice sweetly delicate, "We owe you our gratitude. Chen Yan, I certainly do not wish to be in the company of those men right now. You have no idea how ravenously they gaze at me, as if they could devour me whole." As she spoke, Li Mi couldn't help but pat her chest, causing it to sway heavily, which startled Chen Yan into hastily averting his gaze. He had not forgotten his notorious nickname as a harassment enthusiast and feared the 2 might misconstrue the situation. Chapter 4. Now that you wish to leave? It may not be so simple. The torrential rains of the tropical island arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. In no time, the dark clouds disperse, allowing the sunlight to cascade down once more. Those who had just been trembling in the storm hurried outside to bask in the sun, instantly drying their damp garments. After expressing their gratitude to Li Mi and Jiang Feishuan, they returned to the main group, deliberately distancing themselves from Chen Yan. Given the recent events, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance, especially considering Chen Yan's notorious reputation, which they could not afford to tarnish. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yan glanced at his tattered umbrella and muttered, "It appears we are alike, both discarded once our usefulness has been exhausted." In the barrage of comments, someone could not help but empathize. Poor Chen Yan, whether as an umbrella or a shelter from the rain, he has contributed so much. Unbelievable. How can anyone sympathize with a harasser? This is clearly scripted. The director aims to ruin the reputations of Xian Xian and Dami. At this moment, Wang Lei had gathered the many guests together, casting a penetrating look at Chen Yan. He understood that during the reign, Chen Yan had failed to set a proper example, resulting in a significant loss of authority. Therefore, he feigned confidence and declared, "What occurred was merely an accident. Our next objective is to locate some tools. There must be equipment for sheltering from the rain, ensuring we are prepared for any future downpours." However, Hua Chaotian retorted sharply, "What tools? Where's the camera crew? I just sheltered from the rain, and now I'm on the verge of starvation." Suddenly, Chen Yan heard a sound. "Listen," he exclaimed, raising his gaze skyward. Wang Lei, Daila, Sister Mi, Luo Yong, and the others followed the direction of his finger. In the azure sky, 2 aircraft suddenly appeared. "Wonderful! The crew has arrived." Luo Yong laughed heartily. "After such a long delay, I must give Nioma a stern talking to." Wang Lei adopted a displeased demeanor typical of a senior. The others echoed his grievances, having been scorched by the sun and soaked by the rain, their patience wearing thin. Observing the reactions of Wang Lei and the others, Chen Yan shook his head with a serious expression. "I do not believe those are the program's aircraft. Not the program's planes? Then whose could they be? Are you out of your mind?" Hua Chaotian scoffed. Since his debut in the entertainment industry, Hua Chaotian had prided himself on his idol-like prowess. However, upon encountering Chen Yan, whose looks and stature overwhelmingly surpassed his own, Hua Chaotian had developed a deep-seated resentment. Chen Yan chuckled derisively. He planned to retire from the industry once the show concluded, showing no tolerance for Hua Chaotian's foul temperament. He promptly countered, "I think it's you who lack sense. Those 2 planes are fixed-wing aircraft, not helicopters. There are no runways on the island. How could they possibly land? Such basic knowledge is even understood by elementary school students. Do you not grasp it?" "Huh?" Hua Chaotian was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly becoming awkward. The earlier scene had sparked considerable discussion in the live chat. It was common knowledge that fixed-wing aircraft require runways for landing. Wang Lei, as a mentor, must have been flustered with concern. Today, Hua Chaotian's manner of speaking is surprisingly lacking in decorum, even inferior to Chen Yan's. "You possess no grace. Your entire family lacks refinement," retorted an agitated voice. "You rabid fan, I cannot afford to provoke you. It is evident to me that the production team must have deceived the guests with a scripted narrative, only to reveal the unscripted reality upon their arrival on the island. Is this true? How thrilling! Observing their demeanor, it indeed appears authentic rather than contrived. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chen Yan, however, is not so foolish. He possesses a modicum of common sense. A blind cat may occasionally catch a rat, but the chaos is undeniable. The fervor of the live broadcast surged dramatically due to the intense interactions. At this juncture, the director, known as Nioma, established contact with the domestic headquarters. "What? The viewership of the live broadcast is consistently rising? Excellent. Rest assured, I shall adeptly manage the overall situation. With no script in place, might the guests become displeased afterward? With the higher-up's reassurance, I am at ease. I guarantee you will not be disappointed." At that moment, Director Nyoma appeared emboldened, as if fortified by a tranquilizer. Meanwhile, the agents of the guests, having received the news, hurriedly approached Director Nyoma for negotiations. As agents, they are acutely aware of the guests' true characters behind scenes. Now, orchestrating an unscripted live broadcast could lead to an enormous farce. Nevertheless, among these anxious agents, Chen Yan's manager, Sister Lu, remained remarkably composed. Chen Yan was originally a pawn, participating in the program to extract the last vestiges of value from his ineffectiveness. Whether he succeeded or failed bore little consequence. Moreover, Sister Lu noted that Chen Yan's performance during the live broadcast was commendable, markedly different from his previous erratic behavior. In the face of the agents clamoring, Director Nyo Ma maintained his composure. "Enough noise. We are indeed an unscripted live variety show. This was disclosed during our initial promotions. How can this be deemed a breach of contract?" he asserted calmly. "However, our supplementary contract does not stipulate this." One agent began to voice his concerns, but was swiftly interrupted by a colleague. Their so-called supplementary contract was riddled with tricks, even encompassing evasion of taxes or false advertising, which were matters far too unsavory for public discussion. Director Nyoma was well aware they would hesitate to voice such concerns, promptly issuing an expulsion order. No matter how prominent or celebrated, none held sway in Director Nyoma's realm. Should any mishap occur during the program, it would jeopardize his future prospects. After pacifying the agents, Director Nyoma seated himself before the screen wall and proclaimed, "Continue." On the deserted island, under Chen Yan's guidance, the group finally realized that the two aircraft were not part of the production team. If they are not from the production team, then from whence do they originate? Queried Mi Jia, arching her neck gracefully, capturing the attention of the men who could not help but gaze downward along the elegant curve. A delightful vision indeed. "Oh dear, why is the plane emitting smoke?" exclaimed Daila, the beauty from Shijiang. The guests observed in astonishment as the two planes belched forth plumes of white smoke. Suddenly, one of the aircraft erupted in a distant explosion in the sky, trailing smoke as it fled into the horizon, while another plane swiftly followed suit, soon vanishing from sight. Everyone was rendered speechless. What kind of spectacle is this? The tough guy, Luo Yong, stood in stunned silence. "It looks like a missile," Zhang Xiqin exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Yan furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. "South America is unstable. Something must have occurred. This is an aerial battle." He then proceeded to provide the guests with a brief overview of the two small nations near the deserted island, which frequently engage in armed conflicts over trivial matters. "Damn the production team. This is going to get me killed." Teacher Wang Lei shouted in panic. "No way. I'm not filming anymore. I want to return home." Hua Chaotian said, his face filled with terror. "Now, wanting to leave might not be so simple," Jiang Feishuan remarked with a serious expression. At this moment, if any other aircraft dared to enter the battlefield, they would likely be seen as a provocation by the opposing side. Chapter 5. The true sage is Chen Yan. The guests gathered around the sage Wang Lei, eagerly anticipating his revelation of the correct answer. Chen Yan cast a glance, nearly suppressing a laugh. What a sage! Nonsense! He couldn't even formulate an equation, merely scribbling aimlessly. Chen Yan, indifferent to him, began to calculate on the nearby beach. Although most of the knowledge had been relinquished to his teachers after graduation, such simple mathematical problems posed no challenge for Chen Yan. While Chen Yan was engrossed in his calculations, the pure and composed musical prodigy Jiang Feishuan approached with curiosity. "Chen Yan, can you truly solve such difficult problems?" she inquired, unable to contain her surprise. Since the program's initial gathering, due to the malicious rumors surrounding Chen Yan, Jiang Feishuan had kept her distance. "It's merely a high school math problem. How difficult can it be?" Chen Yan replied, glancing at Jiang Feishuan with intrigue. "You are a great talent. Surely, you can manage such an elementary question?" Jiang Feishuan blushed slightly, feeling a tad embarrassed as she responded, "I have been studying music abroad, and their math curriculum is not as challenging." Chen Yan nodded in understanding. Soon enough, he calculated the answers to 3 problems, realizing he only needed to locate the corresponding numbers on the map to retrieve the treasure. Meanwhile, the sage Wang Lei sighed deeply. "I cannot solve it either. The problem is too intricate." True to his nature, Master Wang spoke with an artistic flair, asserting that it was not his ineptitude nor the difficulty of the problem, but rather its complexity. "What shall we do? I am both hungry and exhausted," Hua Chaotian complained, visibly disgruntled. "If even Master Wang cannot solve it, then it is truly unsolvable," Luo Yong remarked, disappointment etched on his face. Wang Lei rolled his eyes, searching for an alternative solution. Just then, a jubilant shout from Jiang Feishuan pierced the air. "Wonderful! Chen Yan has solved the problem." The crowd gasped in astonishment, rushing to Chen Yan's side. "How is that possible? If even Master Wang cannot, how could Chen Yan?" questioned the sycophantic Jiang Tao skeptically. Hua Chaotian, ever the cynic, sneered, boasting is Chen Yan's forte. Since joining the program, Hua Chaotian had persistently sought Jiang Feishuan's favor, but her aloof demeanor offered little response. Now, witnessing her enthusiasm for Chen Yan ignited his jealousy. "Chen Yan, this problem is quite intricate. Even Master Wang could not solve it. You must not fabricate an answer for the sake of pride, leading everyone astray," the hard-nosed Luo Yong admonished. "Old Luo, you are being too harsh." Chen Yan did not mean to mislead. He is simply eager to prove himself. Wang Lei interjected with a tone of magnanimity. "We are all in the same boat. Who doesn't have their shortcomings? Why should you?" Chen Yan presumed to boast. "Chen Yan, did you truly solve it?" The innocent Yu Jia pressed, her curiosity piqued. Chen Yan disregarded Wang Lei and Luo Yang's mocking doubts, directly marking 3 coordinates on the map according to his answers. These coordinates indicated the locations of 3 treasure chests. Let us hasten to find them. The weather is likely to change abruptly soon, Chen Yan stated in a solemn tone. This scene left the viewers of the live broadcast utterly astonished. What was happening? How could Chen Yan possess such intelligence? If even teacher Wang Lei could not manage it, Chen Yan must be boasting. No, Chen Yan's answer is indeed correct. I noticed it just now. How could this be possible? Chen Yan has always been seen as incompetent. How could he surpass even the most astute? This is an unscripted scenario. It is entirely reasonable for the so-called sage not to be infallible. Chen Yan, get lost. He must have spent a fortune on this performance. Have we misjudged Chen Yan previously? Tone-deaf, embroiled in internal strife, lacking emotional intelligence, and accused of harassment, Chen Yan seems desperate to clear his name. The unscrupulous Lemon Satellite TV and TK Live have colluded to craft a grand narrative for his redemption. The chatroom erupted into heated debate. Some believed Chen Yan was attempting a rebranding, while others speculated that there were hidden truths surrounding him. Is the sage Wang Lei merely a scripted persona? With the persona collapsing, Chen Yan is the true sage the public as detectives. Chen Yan's numerous controversies under scrutiny, several trending topics swiftly ascended the charts across various platforms. Director Niu Ma, observing the live broadcast and feedback, was overwhelmed with excitement. The program's popularity and ratings had already surpassed those of the previous 2 seasons at the same time. The concerns he had regarding dismal viewership could now be set aside. Proceed. Ensure we capture more close-ups of Chen Yan. Director Niu believed that this once controversial figure would undoubtedly bring forth more explosive moments and higher ratings. On the deserted island, the guests, compelled by circumstance, had no choice but to follow the coordinates indicated by Chen Yan, braving the scorching sun to search for the 3 treasure chests. It must be said that the producers had been quite considerate of the guests. The locations of the treasure chests were relatively close to one another. When the guests, having split up, returned with the 3 heavy chests, cheers erupted among them. They were already famished and parched, eager to open the chests and indulge in a feast. However, upon opening the 3 chests, disappointment washed over them all. The first chest contained knives, ropes, and fire-starting tools to aid the guests in hunting and foraging for food. The second chest housed musical instruments. Although it was a survival show, it still had an entertainment aspect, allowing the celebrities to showcase their talents through song and play. The third chest contained food, but the quantity was woefully insufficient, merely a handful of canned goods and some utensils. How can we possibly eat with so little? Watch out, Eon exclaimed in frustration. With only a few cans, each person would receive less than 2. Wang Lei stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. I have a large appetite. 1 can is certainly not enough. I need at least 2. The tough guy Luo Yang swallowed hard and snatched 2 cans, clutching them tightly to his chest. Witnessing the usually tough and righteous Luo Yang exhibiting such behavior on screen, the 4 female guests, Li Mi, Di La, and others, could not help but display expressions of disdain. Zhang Xiqin and Jiang Tao, the 2 male guests, appeared contemplative and remained silent. Chen Yan, known for his unwillingness to overlook such individuals, took a step forward and proclaimed loudly, there are a total of 14 cans. Each male receives 1, while each female receives 2. However, even 2 cans will hardly suffice to satiate our hunger. I have noticed some scattered feathers on the island, suggesting the presence of wild chickens. Let's catch some wild chickens and return to stew them with the canned food. What do you all think? Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, the 9 guests pondered briefly before readily agreeing. The sky was already darkening, and rain was imminent. The production team was uncertain of their arrival, and relying solely on a couple of cans would not sustain them for long. The production team had previously disclosed that, to ensure a sufficient supply of game, they had released numerous local chickens onto the island. Subsequently, the 10 individuals divided into 3 groups and set off from the beach in 3 different directions to seek their quarry. Chen Yan's recent display had undoubtedly left the live audience in a state of eager anticipation. Is this truly the Chen Yan I know? Chapter 6. The controversy caused by a random song. Where on earth did the production team find someone who resembles Chen Yan? Nonsense. It must be that they handed Chen Yan a script, and he came on the show to redeem himself through popularity. Indeed, if Chen Yan possessed that level of intelligence, I would willingly eat excrement while standing on my head. If he had even a modicum of sense, he would not have committed so many outrageous acts, which could easily have been turned into a bizarre talk show. Why bother participating in any variety show when he could simply portray himself? Since entering the entertainment industry, every hot topic he has appeared in has inevitably led to collective ridicule from netizens. Whether it's his cringeworthy online comments or his tactless utterances, his numerous low IQ antics could only be outdone by his own imagination. Each time, he sets a new record for the lowest point in the entertainment realm. Initially, it was merely a video of him practicing basketball in overalls for 2.5 years. It continues to be repurposed as meme material across various platforms to this day. While others play with abstraction, Chen Yan is genuinely abstract. Thus, the viewers in the live stream could hardly believe it. On the very first day of survival on the deserted island, Chen Yan exhibited such remarkable composure and poise. At that moment, Chen Yan strolled leisurely at the front, hands behind his back, already contemplating methods to catch more wild chickens. Not far behind, Li Mi and Jiang Feishuan followed at a relaxed pace, while Wang Lei wore an expression of displeasure. During the grouping, Wang Lei had meticulously planned. With 10 individuals divided into 3 groups, he intended to eliminate the bothersome Chen Yan. He selected the 2 most beautiful women, Li Mi and Jiang Feishuan, for his team. In the wilderness of the deserted island, catching a wild chicken and perhaps engaging in some flirtation should be an effortless endeavor. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, these 2 insisted on dragging the surplus Chen Yan into their group. Even when Wang Lei contemplated taking a different path, Chen Yan opposed him and the 2 female guests, considering Chen Yan's earlier performance during the downpour, preferred to follow him. In the absence of romance, I await your return. Chen Yan hummed a tune by Jay Cho while rummaging through the bushes laden with wild fruits along the roadside. Whose song are you singing, Chen Yan? I've never heard it before, Li Mi inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity. Since Jay Cho does not exist in this world, and those songs remain unreleased, Chen Yan sheepishly admitted, I'm just singing something casually. I haven't thought of a title yet. Li Mi was astonished. Is it truly your composition? Wasn't Chen Yan supposed to be a tone-deaf king of singing? Even a layperson like her could sense the potential for a hit in the melody he just hummed. Don't be disheartened, Chen Yan. If the music path doesn't work out, you can pursue other avenues. I think you make a great comedian. No one is funnier than you, huh? Wang Lei chuckled confidently. He may lack understanding of music, but that did not prevent him from looking down on Chen Yan. Since he hadn't even named the song, it must be too disgraceful to release, right? So why put on airs? Similar to Wang Lei, Chen Yan's little tune reached the live stream, eliciting ridicule from the netizens. The song was indeed pleasant, but the persona was undeniably pretentious. I refuse to believe that this is Chen Yan's own song. He must have lifted it from somewhere to boast in front of the goddess. The audacity of Chen Yan to brazenly appropriate songs and post them on his own platform is indeed remarkable. He has not disappointed the online audience. With the presence of the esteemed Jiang, does he dare to showcase his musical prowess, unafraid of being publicly humiliated? One eagerly awaits Jiang to expose Chen's deceptive nature. It is astonishing that Chen Yan persists in his antics, seemingly oblivious to the backlash he faces online for merely humming a tune, enduring harsh criticism and being unjustly accused of heinous crimes. The magnitude of his detractors is evident, with even the most trivial passerby feeling compelled to denounce him. Chen, oblivious to the uproar from thousands of miles away, remains indifferent. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the influencer sphere in his past life, he has developed an unyielding demeanor. Even in the face of a nearby Wang Lei, he merely smiles, implying that misunderstanding is not his fault, as voicing it would be his own error. Wang's demeanor darkens. What do you mean by that? If you cannot comprehend my words, how can you possibly understand my songs? Chen, adopting an air of profound wisdom, waves his hand dismissively, continuing to forage through the underbrush. Wang Lei, pointing at Chen, is left speechless, unable to retort. Yet, Chen, disinterested, prioritizes his own agenda. On his first day on the island, his intentions extend beyond merely hunting game. He aspires to explore other locales as well. How dare this obscure celebrity question the esteemed Wang, a recipient of numerous accolades? What ground does he stand on? What award has Chen received, or even nominations? He has the audacity to act superior while disrespecting his elders. Witnessing Wang Lei's discomfort brings a sense of satisfaction. I have long been weary of his pretentious demeanor. Does he expect everyone to indulge him? On this very first day, has Chen Yan already garnered supporters? How disgraceful to idolize such a mediocre figure. Indeed, upon singing a song pilfered from elsewhere, they swoon over him as if they have never encountered true artistry. The online discourse grows increasingly contentious, while Wang Lei is thoroughly disregarded, seeming to rank lower than the wild grass in Chen Yan's eyes, inciting his fury. Since rising to fame, he has never faced such indignity from a junior, with no regard for his dignity. His fists clench audibly, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. Very well. I initially intended to offer you a word of caution due to your youth. But since you choose to disregard it, do not blame me for withholding my respect in the future. Li Mi did not anticipate that her casual inquiry would spark such a dispute. She hurriedly attempted to mediate. Teacher Wang, please do not take offense with Chen Yan. He may simply lack social grace. Chen Yan apologized to Teacher Wang at once. Li Mi shot a meaningful glance at Chen, who, regrettably, remained oblivious, rolling his eyes. Why should he apologize? After completing this variety show, he planned to take his earnings and leave, unwilling to endure such indignities. Not even the pleas of a beautiful woman could sway him. Seeing her efforts in vain, Li Mi anxiously turned to Jiang Feishuan. Sister Fei, please say something to persuade Chen Yan. Yet, she failed to notice the complexity in Jiang Feishuan's gaze. From the outset, Jiang had remained silent, her crystalline eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and astonishment. The bystanders were oblivious, as were Li Mi and Wang Lei. Yet as a prodigious talent in music, she undoubtedly recognized the exceptional quality of the melody that Chen Yan had just casually hummed. What a genius! It could easily ascend to the pinnacle of the music industry. In this age of rapid online dissemination, how could a song previously released by someone else fail to gain popularity? However, the reality was that she had never encountered this particular tune nor any closely related melodies. Thus, the composer of this song must indeed be Chen Yan. As this realization dawned upon her, Jiang Feishuan glanced at Chen Yan, who was still nonchalantly fiddling with wild berries, exuding an air of carefree indifference. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Just then, Chen Yan halted his actions, fixating his gaze on a specific spot, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Chapter 7. The disturbance of a single ear of rice. Have you found it? Wang Lei appeared indifferent, yet his gaze was fixed eagerly on Chen Yan, who seemed rather unsteady yet adept at searching. Li Mi, her cheeks flushed with excitement, edged closer. Did you really find it? Wang Feishuan's attention was also drawn in. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Yan took a bite of the fruit and remarked, "It's a bit sour, but it can fill you up. You all can pick a few to take back for later." Wang Lei had anticipated the discovery of a wild chicken, but instead, it was merely fruit plucked carelessly from the jungle. As Li Mi reached out, Wang Lei seized her hand, earnestly instructing Mimi, "You mustn't eat just any fruit on this deserted island. Survival in the wild is not akin to a farmyard. We cannot ascertain whether these are poisonous." His fingers brushed against her delicate hand, and with a smirk, he cast a glance at Chen Yan, who had just finished devouring a fruit, continuing his admonishment. "We are here to film a program, not to indulge his whims. Just because he claims it's edible doesn't mean it is. This reckless youth is rather naive." His scolding was unrelenting and dismissive of Chen Yan. Li Mi, taken aback by the grip on her hand, quickly withdrew, moving closer to Wang Feishuan. At that moment, comments flooded the screen. Teacher Wang is right. This Chen Yan, a mere inept in the entertainment industry, is letting everyone eat fruit from the island. If he gets sick, that's one thing, but we must ensure our goddess doesn't fall ill. Do you lack discernment? Chen Yan was clearly offering a kind reminder. If it were harmful, would he eat himself? How much does it cost to clear Chen Yan's name up there? Count me in. As he finished speaking, Chen Yan spat out the fruit pit, which landed squarely on Wang Lei. The latter's expression shifted instantly. Chen Yan shrugged and waved his hand. It was just a little accident, not intentional. Surely, Teacher Wang wouldn't hold a grudge against someone so naive as myself, he mused, subtly bringing up the earlier malicious remarks. Li Mi and Wang Feishuan caught on to the underlying meaning in Chen Yan's words and stifled their laughter. "Ha! I find Chen Yan to be quite articulate. That Wang Lei, always proclaiming himself an esteemed teacher, is full of foul language. Could he be dubbed the professor of profanity? I concur with the previous comment. He can't even solve a basic quadratic equation that any high school student would know. You're all just Chen Yan supporters, aren't you? He is blatantly attacking teacher Wang to capture the attention of the two goddesses. How can you not see through such trivial tricks? Indeed, the online community often seemed foolish, easily swayed. It was absurd how quickly they could be misled. As the sun began its descent, Chen Yan had no time to spare in banter with Wang Lei. He wandered nearby, picked up a shovel, and began to dig. Wang Feishuan approached with a small hoe to assist, inquiring, "What are we doing?" Chen Yan, with a blade of grass in his mouth, replied nonchalantly, digging a hole, while secretly yearning for the taste of tobacco. How delightful it would be to smoke a cigarette on such a monotonous day. Li Mi stood beside them, holding only a piece of rope, feeling somewhat helpless, looking up at Wang Lei, who stood beside him with a cold expression. He chose to address the two of them instead. "Chen Yan, Sister Fei Fei, are you digging pits to catch wild chickens?" Chen Yan nodded, kindly explaining, "It's difficult to catch wild chickens during the day. It suffices to know there's a nest nearby. If we dig some traps in advance, catching them will be a breeze." Li Mi, hearing his plan, excitedly inquired, "What can I do to help?" She glanced down at her hemp rope, feeling perplexed. At that moment, a chilling voice from behind interrupted. "What a ridiculous joke. If you don't understand, don't pretend to. Don't fool these two girls. Do you think I'm unaware? Wild chickens are not like ordinary farm chickens that can be easily caught. They can fly, and it won't be so easy to trap them. They've evolved beyond mere birds." Wang Lei sat down at the base of a large tree, speaking disdainfully. To him, Chen Yan was merely posturing in front of the two women. This was a familiar act for him. Were it not for the rain earlier that had given Chen Yan the upper hand, he would be the one boasting now. Chen Yan, without casting a glance in his direction, paused to think seriously and said, "Sister Mi, go find some grains." He then handed over the grass he had been chewing, which had a few rice ears, the green stalks tinged with a hint of yellow. Li Mi froze, hercheks furusink kurimson. He just took it from his mouth, didn't he? He has been chewing on it for a while, and now he is offering it to me? Should I take it or not? Oh my, the facade has fallen. Chen Yan, you old lecher, you can't hide it anymore. I knew this kid was no good. Offering me grass he pulled from his mouth? That's blatant sexual harassment. My goddess, stay away from Chen Yan. In a feeble attempt at fairness, one could argue that if Chen Yan hadn't offered it to Li Mi, she wouldn't have known what kind of grain to look for, would she? Are you part of Chen Yan's SPR team? You certainly have a knack for public relations, making even death sound alive. It's clear sexual harassment, yet you twist the narrative. By the tree, Wang Feishuan was still diligently digging, oblivious to the scene unfolding nearby. Li Mi's gaze was peculiar, hesitating to reach out. After all this time, the rice ears remained in Chen Yan's hand. If Chen Yan had been oblivious before, he understood now from Li Mi's expression and reaction that she regarded him as a harasser. With a resigned smirk, Chen Yan thought, "If you don't wish to take it, just be careful not to pick the wrong rice ears. When one's heart is tainted, everything appears tainted." Chen Yan chose not to comment on such matters. Li Mi let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave in search of grains. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, reflecting on how deeply ingrained prejudices are indeed an indelible mountain. Li Mi had not wandered far when she paused, unexpectedly repeating Chen Yan's words. Prejudice is an indelible mountain. This statement carried profound depth, reminiscent of the descriptions applicable to their work in the fishery circle. This towering wall obscured the view for those outside, while simultaneously trapping those inside. The process of gathering rice ears saw the otherwise listless Wang Lei join forces with Li Mi in their search. Li Mi began to harbor an entirely different perspective toward Wang Lei, who prided himself as a scholar and teacher, as well as the infamous Chen Yan. In stark contrast to the ease experienced by Chen Yan's group, the other two teams found themselves in a state of utter disarray and confusion. Hua Chaotian, accompanied by Jiang Tao and Daila, ventured forth, while Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong took Yujiaju with them. Each group, formed by a pairing of 2 men and 1 woman, embarked in different directions. Before their departure, everyone was equipped with tools. The men wielded either knives, shovels, or kitchen utensils. As dusk approached, Hua Chaotian ambled alongside Daila, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor. Daila, be cautious. The path is slippery after the rain. With that, he gently placed his hand on Daila's slender waist. Chapter 8. How can one eat such adorable chicks? Feeling the unwelcome hand on her waist, Daila smiled coyly, insisting, no, I can manage on my own. As she spoke, she attempted to distance herself from Hua Chaotian. Yet, no matter how much Daila tried to pull away, Hua Chaotian would soon find an excuse to draw near again. In desperation, she called out to another man in the group, smiling as she asked, has Jiang Tao found any wild chickens yet? I'm here to assist you. Oh, no need, Hua Chaotian interjected, once again grasping Daila's wrist, his expression beaming. This place is vast. Jiang Tao can search over there. A girl like you shouldn't be alone. I'll accompany you in the hunt for wild chickens. He cloaked his intentions in the guise of gentlemanly demeanor, polite yet intrusive, and anyone could discern the underlying meaning of his actions. Daila found herself unable to refuse, her hopes resting solely on Jiang Tao, the only one who could help her navigate this predicament. However, Jiang Tao was all too aware of the situation, choosing to feign ignorance. Internally, he grumbled, why must you keep looking at me? What can I do? Hua Chaotian is more formidable than I am. If I interfere today, I might not be here tomorrow. Of course, Hua Chaotian's influence might not be as significant as Jiang Tao imagined, but his apprehensions were not unfounded. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Hua Chaotian had a network that was not easily swayed. After some contemplation, Jiang Tao looked up with a smirk. Sister Daila, perhaps you should search with Brother Hua. I'm just a big guy. I can manage on my own. Upon hearing these words, Daila felt her hopes plummet heavily. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the entertainment industry, and the act of drinking with others was a frequent affair. Considering they were currently filming, Hua Chaotian would likely restrain himself. Daila could only muster a smile and endure the situation. Little did she realize, the online commentary was exploding. Wow, am I witnessing the dark underbelly of the entertainment industry? It's obvious Daila is being taken advantage of, and Jiang Tao is doing nothing? Is he even a man? Some voices chimed in with disdain. What advantage has Brother Hua gained? He is clearly a gentle gentleman. If it's as you say, which male artist would dare to interact with female artists in the future? Are you blind? Hua Chaotian's hand is on Daila's waist. Can't you see she is unwilling? Another retorted, you're the one who is blind. If it weren't for Brother Hua, Daila would have fallen flat on her face. I stand with Brother Hua. The focus shifted away from the hunt for wild chickens, resulting in no gains. Meanwhile, Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin were diligently searching for wild chickens. One a brawny man, the other a retired athlete. Their competitive spirits ignited. They matched each other step for step, running faster than the other at every turn. Yu Jejia could only anxiously trail behind, careful not to call out too loudly for fear of scaring the wild chickens away. After an arduous search, they finally stumbled upon a nest of wild chickens, charging in to catch them. As expected, the chickens erupted into a flurry and took flight. Exhausted and with empty hands, they returned to camp, only to find Chen Yan and the others had yet to return. All of them returned empty-handed, and Luo Yong felt a sense of balance restored as he grumbled. These wild chickens are truly elusive. The production team should have conducted a bit of research beforehand. Someone jested, and Zhang Xiqin began to grumble. Indeed, even if we genuinely wish to catch a wild chicken, we ought to be provided with reliable tools, rather than a piece of scrap metal. Jiang Tao curled his lip, recalling Chen Yan, and remarked, let us not speak too soon. Let us not forget there is a deity among us capable of summoning the winds and rain. With the topic shifted to Chen Yan, the others seemed to resonate with this sentiment. Hua Chaotian, perched upon a stone, sighed heavily. It was actually Xiao Chun who first suggested the idea of catching wild chickens. This child, young and inexperienced, has no notion of the challenges we face in this endeavor. Now here we are, having caught no wild chickens, and everyone is left with empty stomachs, unable to satiate their hunger with even 2 cans of food. The host's skill in speech is evident, effortlessly consolidating all the blame upon the one who proposed the idea, Chen Yan. At this moment, Chen Yan found himself in a precarious position. Should he manage to catch a wild chicken, it would reflect well on him. Yet, he has dragged others into this venture. Conversely, if he fails, he will have wasted a day's effort, incurring even greater reproach. Regardless of the outcome, their failure would not rest upon their own shoulders. Ai Zhongsan would gladly concede to such deftness in shifting responsibility. Truly, the host is a master of oratory. Chen Yan has certainly found himself in a predicament. I am not so sure. Our Chen Yan is known as Chicken Brother. Catching a wild chicken should not be too difficult for him, haha. The crowd, rather vulgar in their demeanor, is indeed disconcerting. As anticipation mounted, Chen Yan triumphantly returned, carrying a stick adorned with chirping wild chickens. Each chicken was bound with twine, secured to a wooden pole. Under the gaze of onlookers, Chen Yan, tall and somewhat slender, bore the weight of the chickens, exuding an air of strength with his steady stride. Could it be that this lad truly caught wild chickens? His ingenuity is remarkable. Luck, undoubtedly, it must be luck. If this fool Chen Yan can catch wild chickens, these birds must possess little intelligence. He has outdone himself. It is finished. He has managed to impress. The barrage of comments echoed, all affirming his success. Each person believed it was a result of Chen Yan's prowess, yet only Wang Feishuan knew the truth. Within the camp, as the others beheld Chen Yan returning with 6 wild chickens, they felt a surge of excitement. Along with the cans, there was enough to satisfy 10 people. Everyone rose, eagerly watching as Chen Yan began to prepare the chickens. Then, he deftly drew a shovel from his waist. With a swift motion, he struck the chicken's neck, and bright red blood oozed forth. Chen Yan's technique was commendable, quick, precise, and ruthless, leaving little blood to stain his clothes. However, a shriek pierced the stillness. The others fell silent, astonished by Chen Yan's adeptness in dispatching the chickens. Only Yu Jiejia, frightened, exclaimed, "How cruel! Chen Yan, you are truly heartless. These little chickens are so adorable. How can you be so cold-blooded and merciless as to slaughter them?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Yan reluctantly raised his head, filled with confusion. What nonsense was she uttering? Were chicks truly that adorable? Could she be the infamous Saint Mary? What experience this was. Rather than engaging in a dispute, Chen Yan merely smiled gently, stating, "Not only will I coldly eliminate them, but I shall also delight in consuming them afterward." "No, Chen Yan, you are utterly cruel. This is an act of taking life." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jiejia interjected, "If you can kill these chicks with a blank expression today, tomorrow you might take a human life. This is simply too terrifying. I implore you, heed my words. Chen Yan, please release the chicks." Chapter 9. An unreasonable, saintly woman on the deserted island. "What did you say?" Chen Yan gazed at her in bewilderment, as if he had just heard a jest. "The food I painstakingly gathered, and you suggest letting it go just like that? It is utterly preposterous." Had she not been a girl, Chen Yan would have argued his point with her vehemently. Since their arrival on the island, Chen Yan had maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. Yu Jiejia was taken aback by his reaction, tears welling in her eyes. "I was speaking the truth. How could you scold me?" Chen Yan pressed his lips together, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated such a response. Based on her earlier remarks, he was convinced she was an unreasonable, saintly woman. Indeed, he had not scolded her. He merely advised her to comprehend the situation better. With a deft twist of the blade in his hand, he effortlessly sliced open the chicken's abdomen, speaking as he worked. A true man does not squander time. However, the others could no longer endure the scene. In their circle, they prided themselves on being above others, regarding food as a matter of quality and taste. They had never encountered raw preparation and found it distasteful. Wang Lei sensed the tension, cleared his throat, and stepped forward to speak. "Little Chen, allow me to voice a fair opinion." Approaching the sobbing Yu Jiejia, he continued, "Miss Yu has done nothing wrong. Her kind heart does not wish to witness the act of killing. It can be said that a gentleman enjoys food, but must acquire it justly. Your previous words were indeed rather harsh. You owe Miss Yu an apology." With this initiation, others began to react to the sight of Chen Yan slaughtering the chicken. Hua Chaodian cheerfully approached, hinting, "Teacher Wang is correct. His eloquence is commendable. A gentleman enjoys food acquired in a righteous manner. Just look at the bloody scene in your hands. We may be indifferent, but how can the audience accept such a sight?" Jiang Tao nodded in agreement, grimacing indeed. "It frightens me. What more for Jiejia, a girl?" Luo Yong glanced around, sighed, "Chen Yan, be a man and apologize to you, Jiejia." The tide of sentiment turned overwhelmingly against him, as several men unconsciously united in opposition. The barrage of comments reflected the same discontent. Chen Yan had deliberately sought attention. The production team had even provided canned food, urging everyone to catch wild chickens. I was truly terrified by Chen Yan's cold-blooded demeanor while killing the chicken. Has he ever harmed anyone? It is quite frightening. I wish to go home. I feel afraid upon seeing Chen Yan. In an instant, the trending topics surrounding Chen Yan surged to the forefront. Chen Yan slaughters chickens. Has Chen Yan killed before? Chen Yan is so cold-blooded. Now, searches for Chen Yan were dominated by scenes of him killing chickens, overshadowing previous incidents. On the deserted island, the crowd was vocally condemning Chen Yan, demanding an apology. After listening for a long while, Wang Feishuan's expression remained icy. Just as Zhang Xiqin opened his mouth to speak, Wang Feishuan interjected. Do you not think your comments are somewhat excessive? Chen Yan did this for our dinner. A cold voice emerged like a refreshing stream amidst the murky filth. Chen Yan was taken aback, surprised that Wang Feishuan would speak on his behalf. Yu Jieji also turned her gaze towards Wang Feishuan, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister Fei, the program team has left us enough canned food for dinner. There is no need to slaughter the chicks. They are living beings. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly choked with grievance, and her eyes bore a hint of reproach. Although the chicks were inherently more fragile than humans, it did not justify the casual taking of their lives. Wang Feishuan furrowed her delicate brows, her heart swelling with confusion. Why did it seem as though she did not comprehend the conversation? The usually quiet Daira patted Yu Jieji's shoulder, saying, Jieji, please don't cry. We can resolve our differences. Amid their exchange, Chen Yan had completed the butchering, stuffing the insides with foraged scallions and seasonings. Zhang Xiqin observed Chen Yan's unceasing hands and, upon hearing Daira's words about resolving conflicts, could not help but scoff. Resolving conflicts depends on the person. It seems to me that Chen Yan never intended to address the issue with Jieji. Once again, all eyes turned to Chen Yan, and the comments flooded in rapidly. Zhang Xiqin finally spoke. I thought he was left speechless by the chicken slaughter. Indeed, as a national-level retired athlete, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. How admirable. It was true. Jieji was not one to hold grudges, yet Chen Yan had yet to engage her in a proper conversation, displaying a lack of courtesy. Not merely a lack of courtesy, but a complete absence of upbringing. Chen Yan initially did not wish to squander time on inconsequential matters, focusing instead on efficiently processing the 6 chickens. However, this group seemed intent on engaging him in trivial disputes. Let us resolve this, Chen Yan said, washing his hands in a small puddle before sitting on a stone. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Yu Jieji's tear-streaked face. You want me to spare the chicks? Yu Jieji, taken aback by Chen Yan's rapid change of demeanor, nodded in a daze. To her surprise, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan replied with a curt, no. His attention then shifted to the men clustered nearby, including Wang Lei. Chen Yan directly inquired, are you going to eat or not? Within mere minutes, Chen Yan had taken control of the situation, leaving everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. Wang Lei was the first to react, flashing a smile and adopting a big brother demeanor. Little Chen, we're all friends here. There is no need to be angry. He hastily classified Chen Yan's demeanor as anger. To be angry among friends typically indicates a brewing conflict. Were it another celebrity from the entertainment industry, donning such a label would prompt immediate reassurances of their calmness. However, Chen Yan was not just any artist. He retorted plainly, why shouldn't I be angry? Wang Lei was left bewildered. Why shouldn't he be angry? Did his words imply that Chen Yan was openly admitting to his anger? Chen Yan provided no opportunity for him to recover, stating with conviction, first and foremost, I caught these chickens through my own hard work. How I choose to handle them is my prerogative, and you have no say in matter. If you truly disapprove, you're free to look away. There's no need to engage in moral coercion with me. Is it so strange that you have never tasted chicken in your life? Though unspoken, your insinuations are evident to all. Yu Jieji's face flushed crimson as she buried herself in Daila's embrace. Weeping, Sister Daila, I simply find the little chicks pitiable. How could Chen Yan speak of me in such a manner? Once again, her words were nothing but unreasonable drivel. Chen Yan, having had his fill of such nonsense, stated bluntly, let's not discuss anything further. The sun is setting, and I need to finish my meal and set up the tent. I am quite preoccupied. Those who wish to eat chicken may stand behind me, while those who do not may position themselves wherever they please. His candor was striking, and it reminded everyone that they had yet to arrange accommodations for the night. Chapter 10. The little chick lay pitifully, covered in repugnant mud. The situation shifted from whether to place the chick atop to a more pressing question of whether to consume it. Wang Lei scrutinized the boy before him, realizing he was far more astute than the rumor suggested. Jiang Tao remained silent, his gaze wavering between the chicken on the ground and the nearby can. The can emitted a strange odor, undoubtedly less appetizing than the chicken meat. However, if he sided with Chen Yan at this moment, his future in the showbiz would be jeopardized. For the sake of his career, he chose to conform. Luo Yong and Zhang Siqin exchanged glances, remaining still until footsteps echoed behind them. They turned simultaneously to see Wang Feishuan and Li Mi approaching Chen Yan. Wang Feishuan, with her cold demeanor and proud countenance, stood resolutely beside Chen Yan. Li Mi, with her customary polite smile, waved to the others, cheerfully suggesting, "Let us not be so reserved. We should strive for harmony." Adopting a congenial stance, she positioned herself on Chen Yan's other side, leaving no room for criticism. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire within Hua Chaotian. What on earth did Chen Yan possess that compelled two goddesses to stand by him? Jiang Tao felt a mix of anger and urgency, wanting to approach, but retreated upon encountering Hua Chaotian's furious glare. Dila cast an envious glance at them. She too wished to join but was unable to move as Judger leaned against her, sobbing and clinging to her. With the support of the two goddesses, Chen Yan's spirits lifted considerably. "All right, we still have time," he mused, stroking his chin as inspiration struck him. "Let us make beggar's chicken." "Beggar's chicken?" Wang Feishuan pondered. "I've had lotus leaf chicken, but never heard of beggar's chicken." Chen Yan touched his nose and turned to Li Mi, inquiring, "Have you not tried beggar's chicken either?" Could it be that this world differs not only in songs and films, but also in culinary traditions? Li Mi shook her head. "I haven't had it either." "That's all right." Chen Yan waved dismissively, rolling up his sleeves. "You'll soon be able to taste beggar's chicken." With that, he set to work, processing the remaining 5 chicks, wringing their necks, gutting them, and plucking their feathers. In truth, these wild chickens were quite small, barely qualifying as young chickens. As Li Mi observed Chen Yan bustling about, even Wang Feishuan was gathering sticks. Uncertain of her role, she rolled up her sleeves and asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Chen Yan glanced at her, a few stray hairs framing his forehead, his voice low and resonant. "Sister Me, please help me find some larger leaves. Gather plenty. They should be big enough to wrap around the chicken." From Li Mi's perspective, Chen Yan's profile was striking, his sharp features and expressive eyes captivating. His slightly husky voice resonated in her ears, exuding an inexplicable charm. Momentarily entranced, she snapped back to reality and stepped back, forcing herself to suppress her racing heart as she set off to gather leaves, muttering to herself, "What was I just thinking? How could I find Chen Yan so handsome and his voice so pleasant?" Chen Yan moved swiftly. After Li Mi fetched the leaves, he meticulously wrapped the chickens and coated them with mud. The cave was not spacious. Chen Yan, Wang Feishuan, and Li Mi sat around the campfire a few meters away, while Wang Lei and the others formed a circle at the cave's entrance. Sensing a somewhat somber atmosphere, Wang Lei chuckled lightly to alleviate the mood. "Dila and Judge have been busy all day. They must be famished. Xiao Jiang, let us bring out the canned food to share. It's time to eat." With the elder brother taking charge, Luo Yong chimed in. "Indeed, Teacher Wang is right. We still need to set up the tent." Hua Chaotian nodded at Wang Lei and casually instructed, "Xiao Tao, we have 14 cans in total, with 10 of us. Everyone gets one. We should take extra care of the girls. Let us give the remaining 4 to them." "What do you think, Teacher Wang?" Wang Lei agreed. "Let us proceed as Hua Xiao suggested." The group stood up to distribute the cans, and after Jiang Tao allocated them, he intended to take some to Li Mi and the others. Seeing this, Hua Chaotian got up and accompanied him. "Xiao Tao, I'll go with you to save you the trouble of running back and forth." Jiang Tao chuckled. "Thank you, Hua Xiao." Internally, he scoffed, thinking it was obvious Hua intended to flirt with Sister Mi and Sister Fei, masking his intentions with polite words. Hua Chaotian approached with several cans and first handed them to Li Mi and Wang Feishuan. "Mimi, Xiao Fei, these are the cans left by the production team. Each of us men gets 1, and you ladies get 2. Wang Feishuan and Li Mi accepted the cans, expressing their gratitude, but offering no further conversation. With both goddesses receiving their cans, Jiang Tao naturally handed his to Chen Yan, who did not decline. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Tao remarked, "You, Chen Yan, are quite impressive. I thought you wouldn't accept the production team's cans." Chen Yan did not lift his gaze, merely poking at the fire with a stick. Life on the deserted island was challenging. Why refuse something freely given? Stung by the retort, Jiang Tao forced a smile. "Yes, you're right." He attempted to make a few more jabs at Chen Yan, but found himself at a loss for words. Holding back his frustration, Jiang Tao turned to walk away. After taking a few steps, a sudden waft of delicious meat aroma invaded his nostrils. He was reluctant to admit it, but the enticing scent was undeniably emanating from Chen Yan. Li Mi and Wang Feishuan, gathered around the fire, were equally incredulous. Chen Yan carefully extracted a mud clump, cracking it open with a stone before gently unveiling the leaves. The moment the leaves were removed, the fragrant aroma of roasted chicken enveloped the air. Chen Yan presented the first beggar's chicken to Wang Feishuan, smiling. "Here, the beggar's chicken for you." Instinctively swallowing, Wang Feishuan gazed at the chicken with wide, sparkling eyes. "It truly smells divine," she exclaimed, not forgetting Chen Yan and Li Mi, resolutely declaring, "Let us eat together." Before she could portion the chicken, Chen Yan interrupted her and retrieved 2 more mud clumps from the fire. "There's plenty." With a few deft motions, he cracked open the wrapped mud clumps, and as the leaves were peeled back, the aroma of roasted chicken intensified even further. Starved as they were, the aroma wafting through the air tantalized their senses. Li Mi and Wang Feishuan gazed at Chen Yan, their beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. "Chen Yan, you truly are remarkable. In this barren place, you have managed to conjure such a delectable roast chicken, or rather, beggar's chicken." With the preparation of this dish, Chen Yan had won over 2 devoted admirers. He merely smiled, presenting the freshly opened beggar's chicken before Li Mi. "These chickens are rather small. One may not suffice, so I roasted 6 in total. Should you find yourselves still hungry, do not hesitate to let me know." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, dim glow across the ground, Chen Yan raised his chin with a carefree smile, declaring, "In our household, we are affluent. We can indulge in as much as we desire." Upon hearing this, Li Mi and Wang Feishuan burst into genuine laughter, their joyous giggles a delightful reaction to Chen Yan's playful words. Chapter 11. Setting up the tent. Do you all not know how? The barrage of comments underwent a subtle transformation, shifting from a bombardment to a more nuanced discourse. Why do I feel that Chen Yan's beggar's chicken is so incredibly fragrant? I too crave roasted chicken. As a vegetarian, I wholeheartedly resonate with Jia's sentiment. The little chicks are inherently delicate, and as the dominant species, we should not only refrain from harming them, but actively protect them. It is indeed true that we, as the powerful human race, ought to safeguard the vulnerable. You vegetarians are rather absurd. According to your reasoning, animals are lives that require protection. Does that not extend to plants as well? You deliberately eliminate defenseless plants. How dreadfully alarming. The comments were rapidly scrolling, swiftly shifting focus from Chen Yan's act of slaughtering chickens to a fierce debate against vegetarians. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, a delightful dinner commenced for Chen Yan, Li Mi, and Wang Feishuan. Chen Yan suddenly noticed someone lingering beside him. "Why haven't you left?" Chen Yan inquired of Hua Chaotian. Wang Feishuan's attention also diverted from the beggar's chicken to Hua Chaotian, observing that his gaze was fixated on the chicken leg in her hand. With an inward smirk, Wang Feishuan feigned curiosity and asked, "Didn't you come to deliver canned goods, Hua Xiao? Why haven't you returned?" Upon hearing his name mentioned, Hua Chaotian snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "I was merely watching your roasted chicken as it just came out. It looks splendid." Despite his words of approval, he showed no inclination to depart. Li Mi, her face aglow with delight, remained silent and delicately plucked a chicken leg, bringing it to her mouth for a bite. The rich aroma of the succulent meat enveloped her senses. Good heavens, Chen Yan's beggar's chicken is both fragrant and tender. It is the finest I have ever tasted. Li Mi praised without reservation. Wang Feishuan also seized a chicken leg, and the moment she tasted it, her eyes sparkled, nodding repeatedly. "Chen Yan, how on earth did you prepare this?" It surpasses even the chicken I've had from five-star chefs. Their high praises, coupled with the visually and aromatically appealing beggar-esque chicken before them, caused Hua Chaotian to lick his lips, his eyes brimming with desire. This beggar-esque chicken is far too aromatic. It is incomparable to the additive-laden canned goods in his pocket. Jiang Tao not far off. Overheard Li Mi and Wang Feishuan's remarks clearly. Better than five-star chefs? Jiang Tao swallowed hard, uncontrollably glancing towards Chen Yan. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Jiang Tao felt a sense of mockery directed at him. With determined strides, he made his way toward the cave, only to realize that the enticing aroma of the roasted chicken had already wafted into the cave. The individuals seated at the entrance were eagerly gazing in the direction of the chicken. Wang Lei, withdrawing his gaze, noted their disheartened expressions, his tone growing somber. "Hurry and eat. We have serious matters to attend to." After saying this, he called out to Jiang Tao, "Xiao Jiang, bring Hua Xiao back. We need to discuss the tent matter." Wang Lei's tone was less than cordial when addressing Jiang Tao. The mention of the tent was merely a pretext. His true intent was to avoid witnessing Hua Chaotian's elevation of Chen Yan's spirits. When Jiang Tao called out to Hua Chaotian, the latter was still attempting to engage with Li Mi, hoping to procure a delectable beggar's chicken, or even half of one would suffice. At that moment, Jiang Tao arrived with a message. "Hua Xiao, Teacher Wang requests your return to discuss the tent arrangements." Hua Chaotian cast an impatient glare in his direction, reluctantly acquiescing to return. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they were greeted by the sight of Chen Yan and his companions savoring succulent roasted chicken, while they themselves were left to consume bland canned food, devoid of any flavor. How could individuals accustomed to a life of luxury possibly find satisfaction in such fare? Yu Jiejia, in particular, took a couple of bites before casting the can aside, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having been on a diet to maintain her figure, she had only indulged in a few pieces of fruit and vegetables before their arduous day had left her ravenously hungry. Leaning against Dila, her gaze was filled with yearning as she watched Chen Yan's group feast. It was not just Yu Jiejia who felt unsated. Even Dila, who had finished her can, along with Jiang Tao and the others, remained hungry. Each can was minuscule, and two would barely suffice. "Hurry up and set up the tent. Darkness is approaching," Wang Lei urged. Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin also sprang into action, retrieving several poles from the boxes provided by the production team, fumbling with them back and forth. After much effort, they finally picked up the largest tent, attempting to raise it directly. Wang Lei, observing their clumsiness, inquired, "Xiao Luo, Xiao Zhang, do either of you know how to set up a tent?" After watching them struggle for some time, without even raising the tent's fabric, he shook his head. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mi, having satiated her appetite, remarked with a smile, "I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. During filming, it's rare to enjoy a hearty meal. Usually just nutrient-dense or low-fat options." Wang Feishuan chuckled. "Indeed, we are quite fortunate today." Although she had recently graduated and had not yet acted, she understood the importance of maintaining an actor's image. Noticing their attention, Chen Yan tilted his head and shrugged. "There are still 3 beggar's chickens left. Perfect for our breakfast tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Wang Feishuan lazily stretched her arms, feeling blissful at the thought of not going hungry the next day and enjoying such a delicious meal. Chen Yan, noticing their excitement, called out, "Wait for me to store the beggar-esque chickens, and then I'll teach you how to set up the tent. It's quite simple." In fact, the tents provided by the production team were all basic and relatively easy to assemble. Luo Yong and the others, unsure of what to do, looked around and found that everyone else was equally clueless, merely standing idly. They had no choice but to wait for Chen Yan to finish preserving the chickens, as he had mentioned. Fortunately, Chen Yan did not keep them waiting long. "There are 10 tents, one for each of you. Come along with me, and let us take out the living tent." Chen Yan began setting up his tent, while simultaneously instructing the others. To ensure everyone was on the same page, he assisted them as he worked on his own. "Since we are on a deserted island, we must be vigilant against wild beasts at night," he cautioned. Hearing this, Luo Yong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have experienced wilderness survival before. To guard against wild animal attacks, we men should take turns keeping watch." Initially, Li Mi and her companions were somewhat apprehensive in the presence of the beasts. Thus, upon hearing Luo Yong's suggestion to take watch during the night. They all cast grateful glances in his direction. This instantaneously boosted Luo Yong's confidence, as it was the first time since arriving on the island that he had garnered such attention. Chapter 12. Set up the tent and take turns keeping watch under Chen Yan's guidance. Everyone gradually succeeded in erecting the main tent. The slowest among them were still Daila and Yujia. Chen Yan, not considering himself a saint, found it difficult to extend kindness and forgiveness after conflict arose. He decisively chose to assist Daila with her tent. Yujia, petite and lacking strength, nearly trapped herself inside the tent while attempting to set it up. Standing helplessly in place, she clutched the fabric of the tent. When she noticed Chen Yan approaching, a sense of discomfort washed over her. "I don't," Yujia stubbornly attempted to refuse. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yan walked past her, heading toward Daila. "Sister Daila, you hold up the left side, and I'll take care of the right." Daila, equally perplexed, smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Chen Yan." With her slender arms straining to support the tent, beads of sweat trickled down Daila's fair cheeks. Their cooperation was surprisingly harmonious, and soon the main frame was set up, leaving only the securing to be completed. Not far off, Luo Yong had already constructed his tent. After surveying his surroundings, he approached Li Mi's sister Mi. "Let me help you." Li Mi waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I'll finish this in just a moment," following Chen Yan's instructions. As she spoke, Li Mi glanced at the other sisters. Wang Feishuan was focused, her movements swift and precise. With Chen Yan assisting Daila, only Yujia remained struggling. "Luo Yong, why don't you go help Jia? I see her tent is still a mess," Li Mi suggested. Luo Yong hesitated, casting a glance at the eagerly expectant Yujia, feeling reluctant. Earlier that afternoon, he had missed out on roasted chicken because of her, settling instead for a meager can of food. He harbored a slight grievance toward her. However, knowing that refusing Li Mi's request would likely land him in hot water, he forced a smile and went to assist Yujia. Before night fell, everyone had managed to set up their tents. After Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin kindled a fire, Wang Lei unfolded a folding chair and settled beside the flames. "Brothers, gather around. Let us arrange the night watch." What Luo Yong said was indeed true. After all, they were on a deserted island, where many creatures remained untamed. For safety's sake, they agreed to take turns every 2 hours. "I'm older than you all, so I'll go first. You can line up afterward." After hearing Wang Lei's words, each person had their own thoughts. Was Luo Yong the one who proposed this? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, recalling that it was he who mentioned the potential dangers posed by wild beasts on the island. Nevertheless, it was a trivial matter, and he saw no need to dwell on it. Chen Yan understood Wang Lei's intentions. Regardless of age, Wang Lei's seemingly flawless reasoning concealed a clever mind. No wonder he was dubbed the calculating sage. First watch, the new generation had developed a habit of staying up late, making the night less daunting. The challenge lay in waking up early. No one voiced any objections, and Chen Yan felt it unnecessary to stir trouble. "I have no objections. Assign me any time slot," he said, reaching for a guitar from a nearby box. As his fingertips grazed the strings, a rhythm emerged, as if they were long-lost friends reconnecting in perfect harmony. The melodious sound of a wooden guitar instantly captivated everyone's attention. Jiang Tao discerned Chen Yan's intentions and smirked, thinking to himself, "Here we go again." If it weren't for the presence of cameras, he would have unleashed a torrent of expletives. Was Chen Yan really about to start showing off again? While others were discussing the vigil, he had picked up a guitar. Noticing the sudden silence around him, Chen Yan raised his head and said, "You all carry on. These strings are rusty, so I'll just tune it." As he spoke, he made a ruckus on the other side. Who could possibly ignore him? Hua Chaodian, unable to tolerate it, directly criticized, "Young Chen, this is where you are mistaken. We are discussing something important, and you're fiddling with your guitar. Is that not a tad disrespectful to everyone?" Jiang Tao agreed, chiming in, "Hua Xiao is right." The comments on the barrage echoed the same sentiment. Hua Xiao was correct. Chen Yan exhibited no manners or upbringing. While everyone was engaged in serious conversation, he was off playing as if he were a 7-year-old child. Well, Chen Yan was foolish as it was. Merely existing was a feat for him, yet people expected so much. Was I the only one who found the previous tune quite pleasant? Ignoring the remarks, Chen Yan continued tuning, with Teacher Wang here. "Do I really need to oversee the vigil?" He signaled to Wang Lei, affirming Wang Lei's authority. This greatly pleased Wang Lei, who, sitting close, patted Chen Yan on the shoulder, saying, "Young Chen, you're at an age where it's natural to be playful. Besides, the production team left this box of instruments for us to amuse ourselves." Chen Yan nodded towards Wang Lei, who smiled and returned the gesture. Having been slighted, Hua Chaotian's expression soured. At that moment, Chen Yan's fingertips glided across the guitar strings as he softly hummed, "Unrelated to the affairs of love, I await your return." The raw clay outlines the vibrant strokes of blue flowers, transitioning from dark to light. Upon hearing the initial notes, Wang Feishuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she softly remarked this. This is the line he casually sang during the day. She had found it inexplicably enchanting, the lyrics profound and the melody delightful. Li Mi also gazed at Chen Yan with starry eyes. After improvising a couple of lines, Chen Yan set the guitar down. Li Mi, a bit anxious, asked, "Aren't you going to sing anymore? This song is beautiful, but I've never heard it before. Did you write it?" Expecting some reaction, Chen Yan had not anticipated that just 2 lines would generate such excitement, deepening his admiration for Jay Cho. However, he also reflected on the absence of such luminaries in this world and his future musical journey. He replied, "Yes, I wrote it. Not only on the deserted island, but also in the live broadcast room." The rhythm began to rise again. The song was truly lovely. Yet Chen Yan's sudden singing seemed to suggest an intention to show off. This musical simpleton, what kind of song could he possibly write? Surely, he wanted to flaunt before the goddess. Alas, Chen Yan had been caught borrowing songs before. He had even been taken to court by the original author and had some experience with that. At this moment, Jiang Feishuan pondered for a moment before earnestly asking, "The melody is enchanting, and the words are exquisite. Chen Yan, could you say it once more?" Hua Chaotian cast a discontented glance at Jiang Feishuan and, adopting a tone reminiscent of a senior, remarked, "Xiao Fei, you are putting Chen Yan in jeopardy. He is undoubtedly trying to capture your and Mimi's attention by stealthily sharing the new song from the company. A snippet may be inconsequential, but should he reveal the entirety, the company would certainly pursue legal action against him." Chen Yan, however, merely waved his hand and cast an enigmatic look at Hua Chaotian. "This is a blatant slander against me. This song of mine is making its debut across the internet." He then took a deep breath, his expression transforming into one of subtle sophistication as his melodious voice unfurled, accompanied by the lyrics that seemed to paint a magnificent ink wash landscape before the audience. "The sky is a cerulean hue awaiting the rain, while I await you. The moonlight has been retrieved, gently revealing the conclusion." As Chen Yan gradually finished his song. Chapter 13. The beast did not appear, yet the pheasant disappeared. The entire forest was enveloped in a profound silence. Even the usually clamorous bullet comments had quieted down, as though no one inhabited the live stream at all. However, the soaring heat of the broadcast was astonishingly vibrant. "My goodness, is this truly a song that a human can sing? Mother, my ears are overwhelmed. Am I deaf, or is it truly Chen Yan singing?" As the final note lingered in the air, it rendered Hua Chaotian speechless. Chen Yan set aside his guitar, rose, and made his way towards the tent, feeling fatigued. "Everyone, I shall retire for the night. I trust Teacher Wang has arranged the night watch, and the previous shift will surely awaken me." He expressed his gratitude in advance. Meanwhile, Wang Feishuan and the others remained entranced by the song, oblivious to Chen Yan's nonchalance as he prepared for slumber. He seemed entirely unconcerned about the astonishment his remarkable song had elicited in others. Recognizing this, Wang Feishuan struggled to conceal her inner astonishment. This was undoubtedly not the talentless music plagiarist rumored about. Simultaneously, in Kyoto, within a traditional courtyard, a man reclining in a chair, clad in casual attire, was engrossed in his tablet. "The sky is azure awaiting the rain, while I await you." Upon hearing this melody, the man abruptly straightened, repeating, "The sky is azure, awaiting the rain, while I await you." His joy erupted into laughter. What a splendid phrase, "The sky is azure awaiting the rain, while I await you." A clever play on words, profound in meaning. Lu Zhu, come here at once. Gather all the information on the singer. I want every detail of his life from birth to the present. At 2 in the morning, the slumbering Chen Yan was roused by Zhang Xiqin. "Zhang, who could no longer endure the fatigue, yawned. "It's your turn, Chen Yan. The bonfire outside is nearly extinguished. Take care of it, as I'm about to fall asleep." At these words, Chen Yan's drowsiness dissipated. Upon opening his eyes, clarity replaced fatigue. As anticipated, they had assigned him the most arduous watch. The previous night, they had dallied outside until nearly midnight. Estimating the time, it must have been close to 12. Had Chen Yan not returned early to rest, he would have slept for barely 2 hours before being called to keep watch. At 2 o'clock, enduring another 2 or 3 hours of vigilance would be nearly time to rise. The timing was simply impractical for proper rest. Fortunately, Chen Yan had foreseen this and had chosen to retire early. Outside the tent, Zhang Xiqin had not exaggerated. The bonfire flickered weakly, its embers barely alive. The early morning chill was palpable, compounded by the island's surrounding seas, which sent gusts of cool air that chilled one to the bone. Chen Yan rubbed his hands together, donned his clothing, and resolved to take a jog to warm himself up. Before departing, he made sure to rekindle the fire. After running for a while, Chen Yan realized the island was quite expansive. He estimated he had covered 2 or 3 kilometers, reaching a dense thicket where he spotted some reptiles slithering by. If those young ladies were to witness this, they would surely be frightened. After wandering around, Chen Yan felt his body warm up and decided to head back. Upon returning to the campsite, he sat beside the fire, basking in its warmth. Life on the island wasn't so bad after all. It was merely a return to pastoral living. This serene and unblemished sensation was quite intoxicating. The sky remained dim, imbued with a deep blue hue. As time passed, a glimmer of light began to emerge. Chen Yan retrieved a pocket watch from his pocket. Its wear indicated its history. This was a relic of his original self's grandmother, a cherished possession. Now, it served its purpose well, allowing Chen Yan to tell time without relying on the sun. Around 8 o'clock, he took a guitar from the box and began to play a morning song. "The sun shines bright, flowers smile at me." The cheerful melody, unexpectedly soothing amidst the usual morning irritation, evoked a sense of joy. Wang Feishuan, known for her severe morning grumpiness, had even purchased special patches to suppress her urge to lash out before coming here. Yet, upon hearing the morning tune, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Though her familiar voice was slightly hoarse from sleep, it did not detract from the song's beauty. In the background, the director, lying in a chair, was jolted awake by the lyrics, muttering, "Is Chen Yan singing again? Is he a lark?" As Chen Yan's morning song continued, other staff members began to stir. The comments in the chat shifted from their usual frenzy to a leisurely pace. "Wait, I actually fell asleep while streaming yesterday. Who rang the wake-up bell? I'm still not awake. Hold on. Chen Yan, was that him singing just now? I must admit, it's quite pleasant, for the first time. I don't mind the wake-up call." The tents on the island gradually opened. Limi zipped up her sports jacket and emerged from her tent. "Good morning, Chen Yan," she greeted, her smile radiant as the morning sun. Chen Yan nodded, inquiring, "Has Fei Jia woken up?" Limi glanced back and noticed a delicate, fair hand extending from Wang Feishuan's tent, indicating that someone inside was indeed awake. The deep blue tent swayed slightly with the movement of the pale hand. Chen Yan paused, reflecting on the fact that the person inside was the cool and proud music goddess, Wang Feishuan, exhibiting such an adorably charming gesture. A wave of contrast struck a chord within him. No wonder daughters were so beloved. If he, Chen Yan, had a daughter with such delightful contrasts, he would cherish her as if she were a precious gem. Li Mi, amused by Wang Feishuan's action, squatted in front of her tent, smiling as she said, "Little Fei Fei, how did I not notice your cuteness before? Hurry up and get up, everyone else is awake." Hearing Li Mi teasing her, Wang Feishuan swiftly withdrew her hand. "Goo, how could that word ever be applied to her?" Wang Feishuan stretched languidly, still ensconced in the warmth of her blankets. Yet she could already feel the chill emanating from outside. "Sister Me, do keep an eye on the fire," Chen Yan said, as he made his way to the tree where the beggar's chicken had been stored yesterday. "I shall retrieve the beggar's chicken we prepared for breakfast." Upon the mention of the delectable dish, Wang Feishuan's drowsy eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she swiftly extricated herself from the bedding, beginning to don her attire. Meanwhile, Chen Yan arrived at the base of the tree and halted, his gaze fixated on the earth marked with clear signs of excavation. He circled the tree and, indeed, spotted a chicken bone. With a nudge of his foot, several more bones, previously concealed, came to light. The shallow burial suggested an intent to obliterate evidence. Bones hastily buried in a moment of urgency. Chen Yan, wielding a shovel, promptly began to excavate further, and to his dismay, only 2 beggars' chickens remained. Yesterday, no beasts ventured forth, yet my chickens have vanished. Who has pilfered my beggars' chickens? Chapter 14. The Chicken Thief? The internet collapses. At 8:30 in the morning, a few trending topics suddenly appeared on a certain microblog. Who stole Chen Yan's beggar's chicken? A chicken thief suddenly appears on the deserted island show. Chen Yan's chicken has been stolen. The news of Chen Yan's stolen chicken spread like wildfire. In every corner of the city, from early morning workers to late risers, the gossip was inescapable. In no time, conversations filled the subways and buses. Have you heard? Chen Yan's chicken has been stolen. Wasn't he participating in a survival show on a deserted island? How could there possibly be a chicken thief? A weasel, perhaps? Amidst the discussions of netizens, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Have they found the person who stole Chen Yan's chicken? Is the thief human or animal? As a champion of justice, I must advocate for Chen Yan. How could Chicken Brother be without his chicken? Let us check the surveillance. Did anyone record last night's events? I implore the recording masters. Oh, there seems to be a replay button in the live stream. This revelation was akin to unlocking Pandora's box. The initial request by the director and production team for this feature stemmed from concerns over potential signal issues on the deserted island. They wanted to have a backup, just in case. Little did they know that this feature would be utilized in such a scenario. Netizens, channeling their inner Sherlock Holmes, eagerly began reviewing the footage. The director, upon seeing the commotion, quickly summoned the assistant director. Where's the technical team? Hurry and bring them here. If everyone starts clicking on the replay, will our live stream crash? The technical team arrived promptly. Upon hearing the director's concerns, one of them confidently assured, "Director, rest assured. As this is our first time recording on the deserted island, we were fully prepared. Even if billions of viewers click on the replay simultaneously, the backend can handle it. There will be absolutely no issues." As he spoke with conviction, the viewers had already sped through the footage to find the culprit devouring the beggar's chicken. On the screen, a slight figure stealthily emerged from the tent, purposefully making its way to the tree where Chen Yan stored his chicken, using a shovel to unearth the chicken and devour it greedily. After finishing, the figure muttered, "So delicious, so delicious." It was a woman's voice. However, due to the figure's heavy disguise, her face remained obscured. Viewers could only speculate among 4 girls. Just then, as the chicken thief hurriedly buried the bones behind the tree, her familiar face was revealed. It was Yu Jia, the individual who had protested the loudest just yesterday. Oh my goodness, did you all see that? The chicken thief is actually Yu Jia. They had called her a pure beauty, but this was utterly hypocritical. She had just claimed how adorable the chickens were and urged Chen Yan to set them free, only to sneak out in the middle of the night to feast on one herself. Ugh, I feel nauseated. Her sneaky demeanor resembles that of a weasel. Unfollowing. Yu Jia is truly this kind of person, one facade in public and another in private. You all are reacting too strongly. Perhaps Goddess Jia was merely hungry and had nothing to eat. How much is Yu Jia's team paying you to forsake your conscience and defend her? The barrage of comments flooded the screen, and Yu Jia was directly inscribed onto the dishonor roll, earning her the moniker of Chicken Thief. Some even created parody videos juxtaposing the tearful Yu Jia from yesterday, pleading with Chen Yan to spare her chicken, with the sneaky and gluttonous Yu Jia devouring chicken. Due to the early hour, Yu Jia's manager had not yet awakened. It was the public relations team that noticed the news and urgently intervened, bombarding Yu Jia's manager with calls. What do you mean Jia has become a chicken thief? How is that possible? In a state of panic, Yu Jia's manager hastily checked the trending topics, where the news of Yu Jia's alleged thievery overshadowed Chen Yan's presence. Upon watching the replay of the live stream from the deserted island, Yu Jia's manager was utterly enraged and frantically dialed Director Nyoma. However, Director Nyoma was well prepared. His phone was switched off. Unable to reach him, Yu Jia's manager swiftly booked the earliest flight to confront Director Nyoma. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the deserted island grew tense. Chen Yan threw 2 roasted chickens beside the fire, casting a chilling glance over everyone present, and solemnly stated, We are all part of this circle. There is no need for such petty antics. Who, indeed, has stolen my roasted chicken? Each word underscored the gravity of the lost chicken incident. Even Hua Chaotian was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard a joke. Stealing chicken? Your chicken? He exclaimed incredulously. Come on, do you think I would resort to stealing? Observing his reaction, Chen Yan dismissed him, moving on to the next. His accusing gaze fell upon Luo Yong. There is no need for this, brother. Truly, there is no need. Luo Yong hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, I haven't even brushed my teeth. Do I smell like chicken? Come, take a whiff. In a desperate attempt to prove his innocence, he leaned in to check his breath. Chen Yan, visibly disgusted, pushed him away, declaring, Not you next. In truth, as Chen Yan began his interrogation, he had already noted the instinctive reactions of those present. Those burdened by guilt would struggle to maintain their composure. Yet, it was clear that the individuals before him lacked such fortitude. Hua Chaotian found the situation amusing. Luo Yong was anxious for validation. Wang Lei appeared merely a spectator. Zhang Xiqin stood dumbfounded. And Li Mi, much like him, was scrutinizing others for inconsistencies. While Wang Feishuan saw no necessity for such a display. Only one person, with a downcast gaze and pressed lips, remained silent. Chen Yan had a hunch and had been directing his focus towards her. If only Yujia had mustered the courage to notice that Chen Yan's words were aimed at her. Yet, Yujia kept her head down, too timid to meet Chen Yan's gaze. Lacking evidence, he could not directly accuse her. A thought flashed through his mind, and with a cold smirk, he remarked, in truth, I do not care about a mere chicken. As his words resonated, everyone turned their attention toward him. Chen Yan continued, Yesterday, in order to preserve the beggar's chicken from spoiling, I added salt and herbs to it. It must be roasted before consumption. Otherwise, one might suffer from diarrhea, and in severe cases, food poisoning. We currently lack a medical team, so if anything goes awry, we must inform the director's team in advance. Upon hearing Chen Yan mention adding ingredients, the expressions of everyone grew grave. Wang Lei inquired earnestly, Shout Chen, this is no jest. Upon hearing the mention of poisoning, Yujia abruptly stood up, her eyes filled with terror. Pea poisoned. Chen Yan, how could you add such dangerous substances? Are you trying to kill me? Chen Yan chuckled, a smug grin spreading across his face. Isn't my beggar's chicken delicious? Realizing his implication, Yujia's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. Chapter 15. Chen Yan, do you understand the sentiment of cherishing beauty? There is no need to seek evidence. The thief has incriminated herself. Yujia stood frozen in place. Motionless. One could easily infer the reactions of those around her. Jia, how could you possibly do such a thing? Luo Yang's expression was one of complexity. Originally, due to the incident she caused yesterday, everyone missed out on the wild chicken feast. Yet she sneaked off in the middle of the night to indulge herself. What a farce! Hua Chaotian remained silent, his disdain unmistakable. A superficial ornament, indeed. Daila awkwardly positioned herself next to Li Mi. The collective response of the group spoke volumes regarding their attitude towards Yujia. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, her face flushed, she crouched down and began to weep. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. My stomach is sensitive. After eating the canned food yesterday, I felt unwell and vomited. I was simply too famished, so I had to eat your roasted chicken. As her grievances spilled forth, Yujia sobbed, I'm sorry, Chen Yan. I didn't wish to burden everyone because of my health. With that, she wiped her tears. I'll catch some wild chickens to compensate you. Please don't hold this against me. I'm genuinely terrified. Observing Yujia's outpouring, Chen Yan had yet to utter a word, as if he were the one tormenting her. The barrage of comments began to shift. I say, Chen Yan, as a man, don't be too harsh. Jia merely ate one of his chickens, as if she committed a grave sin. Indeed, Chen Yan is notorious for exaggerating matters, always picking on girls. He shows no compassion, only seeks to sensationalize for fame. Nayu has always behaved this way, stirring up drama for publicity. Meanwhile, Yujia's manager, just off the plane, received a call from public relations. You say the situation has been managed? The topic has shifted to Chen Yan? Fine, let us proceed. The manager's tense expression finally softened into a smile. She knew that even a tarnished reputation could be polished clean on a show. She clicked in the live stream to review the replay, praising, this Yujia has some quick thinking. I'll give her that. I want to speak ill of her upon her return. Simultaneously, Sister Lu also received news from the company SPR team. You ask if we should manage Chen Yan's situation? With a wave of her hand, Sister Lu laughed triumphantly. No need for your concern. Chen Yan is currently a hot topic, and there are plenty of companies eager to elevate his profile. The higher his popularity, the better. Whether he is in the shadows or in the limelight, a scandal is still a form of fame. The island remained oblivious to the tumultuous events outside, unaware that just one Chen Yan could dominate trending topic for days on end. Amidst Yu Jiajia's contrite apologies, Chen Yan leaned against a tree, arms crossed. Enough. I have no interest in making this difficult for you. Acknowledging your mistake is all that matters. The owner of the stolen chicken spoke in such a manner, prompting others to relax their tense demeanor. Wang Lei smiled as he offered some reassuring words. Indeed, young ones, it's sufficient to recognize and amend one's errors. Rise. Jiajia. Li Mi stepped forward to assist Yu Jiajia to her feet. Regardless of the circumstances, she remains a girl, destined to navigate within the same circles in the future. They cannot simply stand by and watch Yu Jiajia weep. Fortunately, Chen Yan harbored no intentions of making things difficult for her. His remarks were brief and to the point. Let's tidy up, for a new day of tasks awaits us. Wang Lei retrieved a task card from a nearby box, reviewed it, and passed it to Hua Chaotian. Hua Chaotian, however, remained still, casting a glance at Chen Yan before addressing Wang Lei. Teacher Wang, shouldn't we have a hearty meal before embarking on our tasks? We finished the canned food yesterday. Shall we go catch a few chickens first? The mention of breakfast elicited nods of agreement from everyone. At that moment, with a toothbrush in his mouth, Chen Yan mumbled, we should wash up. I'll have me Jet prepare the remaining chicken for soup. Though his words were somewhat garbled, the meaning was clear to all. Dyla smiled gratefully at him, exclaiming, Chen Yan, you are truly generous. Li Mi, who was retrieving cooking utensils from the box, added, indeed. Chen Yan had me prepare the pots earlier this morning, intending to make chicken soup for everyone. It was just unforeseen that such a minor incident would occur along the way. Yu Jiajia kept her head down, silent. Wang Feishuan stretched her arms and legs, giving Chen Yan a thumbs up in the process. Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong exchanged glances, surprised by Chen Yan's generosity in sharing the chicken. After breakfast was resolved, they all reclined contentedly against their folding chairs. Chen Yan held the slightly damp task card, reciting, understand the verses, find the clues, and receive the rewards. Besides these 3 prompts, the card bore a 7-character poem. Chen Yan glanced at it and found it devoid of difficulty. It was merely a simple acrostic poem. When pieced together, it hinted at rewards in 2 locations, the cave and the jungle. Yet, the surrounding quietude suggested to Chen Yan that this seemingly simple poem might be quite challenging for them. Jiang Tao was the first to voice his frustration. I can't even comprehend the verses. Each person held a task card, diligently examining it. Jiang Tao's comment opened the floodgates for conversation. Luo Yong sighed. I truly have no interest in the humanities. Poetry makes me want to sleep. You're not alone, replied Zhang Xiqin, a retired athlete. As a sports student, I haven't engaged with classical poetry in years. Did the production team not consider incorporating physical challenges? Hua Chaotian sensed an underlying issue but could not pinpoint it, so he shifted the responsibility to Wang Lei. Such a mental challenge is best left to Teacher Wang. When called upon, Wang Lei pondered deeply, holding the task card for some time. I believe the production team intends to present us with a formidable academic challenge. Obtaining the clues this time will not be easy. It requires teamwork rather than individual effort. With that, Wang Lei earnestly summoned everyone around, and they gathered closely to brainstorm. Everyone was quite willing to heed Wang Lei's thoughts, gravitating towards him, except for one individual, who remained motionless. Sitting there leisurely gazing at the sky, Wang Lei felt a twinge of discontent. Just yesterday, he believed that Chen Yan had shown a hint of perceptiveness. Yet today he seemed to revert to his troublesome ways, eager to steal the spotlight. I should be the one to shine, he thought. Oh, little Chen, you appear to be brimming with confidence. Have you already deciphered the suspense that the production team has crafted? Chen Yan tilted his head, shrugged, and replied, isn't it rather straightforward? No need for contemplation. I could deduce it with my toes. Of course, the latter comment was merely a silent musing. As voicing, it would surely invite a torrent of criticism from netizens. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's expression faltered slightly, his smile becoming strained as he remarked, I see that you, young Chen, are indeed exceptionally talented. Perhaps we should. Chapter 16. Task Completion and Poetic Traps? Why not have Xiao Chun recite an ancient poem to clear our obstructed thoughts? Wang Lei wore a composed smile, his gaze deliberately bright. Wang Feishuan noticed his intent. Wang Lei set another trap for Chen Yan. After spending the last few days together, Wang Feishuan's impression of Chen Yan had greatly altered. She no longer believed he was the kind of person portrayed by the gossip media. Observing the situation, Wang Feishuan interjected, Teacher Wang, our time is limited. Let us allow Chen Yan to share his thoughts directly. Completing the task is of utmost importance. Li Mi, with a gentle smile, added, Indeed, we must hasten to fulfill our task. Time is of the essence. Turning to Chen Yan, she asked, You mentioned earlier that you already know the answer. What is it? Please tell us. Both goddesses came to Chen Yan's rescue. Hua Chaotian, however, was displeased. He exhaled deeply and scoffed. Chen Yan, I suggest you refrain from boasting next time. You can't even recite a poem. It's rather embarrassing that Mi and Feishuan have to speak for you. The conversation once again targeted Chen Yan. The smiles of Li Mi and Wang Feishuan dimmed. It seemed that Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian were conspicuously intent on embarrassing Chen Yan. The two women felt helpless to intervene, and more importantly, Chen Yan displayed no reaction to their predicament. They resembled anxious courtiers, while the emperor remained unfazed. Unbeknownst to Chen Yan, he was oblivious to the thoughts of the two goddesses. Once the others fell silent, he cupped his ears and inquired, Have you all finished speaking? Wang Lei and the others looked puzzled. Chen Yan then stretched and said, All right, since you're done, it's my turn now. The task card provided by the production team was evidently straightforward. It was a classic acrostic poem. At this point, Chen Yan hesitated as he scrutinized Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian. Surely, Teacher Wang and Hua Xiao wouldn't be ignorant of what an acrostic poem is, would they? Hua Chaotian was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Lei smiled faintly and replied, How could that be? I merely wish to test you. The barrage of comments on the screen ignited fervently. Is there no threshold for entry? Just moments ago, Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin clearly did not grasp the concept of an acrostic poem. Ancient poetry is among our most cherished cultural treasures. They are akin to illiterates. Can't you be less targeted upstairs? Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin are athletes, and Zhang Xiqin has even won medals for the nation. They are not to be belittled. What is going on with Wang Lei? Why do I sense he truly doesn't know? Much like how he couldn't solve a quadratic equation yesterday. Spare me the nonsense. How much did Chen Yan pay you to say that? Teacher Wang couldn't possibly be unaware of such a simple poem. He already stated he wanted to test Chen Yan on the deserted island. Wang Lei's explanation was passable. Chen Yan had no intention of lingering on the matter. He promptly revealed the riddle's answer from the task card. Cave, jungle. It was that simple. During my morning run, I circled the area and found the jungle somewhat perilous. We should first seek the cave. His words were solemn, and before long, everyone found themselves following his train of thought. Even Wang Lei instinctively nodded. When he regained his senses, Wang Lei felt a surge of frustration. How had this insufferable kid managed to lead the conversation again? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Chen Yan is indeed astute. These tasks are mere trifles for him. Effortlessly accomplished, Wang Lei suddenly altered his demeanor, applauding and praising him. Beside him, Hua Chaotian was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display, until Wang Lei continued. Before coming to the island, I heard director Niu Ma mention that Chen Yan had been fervently studying ancient poetry. Today, it is evident. I too reminisce about my school days, when I lacked an understanding of the subtleties of classical poetry, but as I aged, I began to appreciate and comprehend it. As he shared his reflections, Wang Lei once again brought up Chen Yan, saying, Chen, I have forgotten most of the ancient poems from my youth. Why don't you recite one for me, so I can indulge in nostalgia? Li Mi furrowed her brows, a hint of prejudice rising within her. Wang Lei, with his experience, had been overshadowing Chen Yan in every regard since arriving on the island. Very well, Chen Yan readily agreed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Coincidentally, I spent yesterday on this deserted island, and during the night, I had some thoughts. So now, allow me to recite a poem. He gazed toward the sky, his eyes reflecting a distant contemplation, and softly began, The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. The verses flowed gently, imbued with profound meaning. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown. At times, he looked up at the vast heavens, and, at others, he bowed his head, consumed by melancholy. The moment the poem resonated, it was as if thunder had erupted in the skies, reverberating all around them. Wang Feishuan slightly parted her lips, her astonishment unmasked. Limitu, in disbelief, lifted her gaze. Wang Lei and the others were utterly astonished. Not only them, but the live stream audience was also in a frenzy. Did I just hear that? The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. Thank you to the one who recorded that. This poem is so evocative. I feel as if I am there in the scene. The bed could easily transform into a tent, with the moonlight cascading down, resembling frost upon the ground. Looking up reveals the lofty moon, while looking down evokes a deep longing for my distant homeland. What a splendid poem, concise yet brimming with an ineffable depth. I find myself at a loss for words. Why do I have the feeling that this fellow is homesick? To the one above, do you yearn for home while away? Can you compose such verses? As Chen Yan concluded his recitation, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. After a considerable pause, Wang Feishuan was the first to break the quiet with applause, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Yan, that poem was simply magnificent. Who is the author? Coming from a family steeped in literary tradition, she had encountered many verses, yet had never heard this one. Upon hearing her inquire about the author, Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had spoken from inspiration, reciting verses from a past life. Now reflecting, he realized that the renowned poet he had invoked did not exist in this world. After a moment's thought, he calmly replied, "I." Everyone present was astonished. Wang Lei's expression turned complex as he furrowed his brow and questioned, "Are you claiming that this poem is your own creation?" Hua Chaodian forced a dry laugh. "How could that possibly be? Chen Yan, we are still on the program. Do not jest." The production team, led by the audacious director, observed the bustling live stream and the trending survival show. It seemed I had inadvertently invited a top-tier celebrity to participate. Even Sister Lu, the company's agent, was taken aback. Goodness, has Chen Yan's mind been struck by the lightning of this deserted island? What sort of character does he possess that others might not know? What audacity he displays, daring to utter any words and pose as any figure. Sister Lu nearly toppled from her chair. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Indeed, Chen Yan remains unchanged, the shameless plagiarist he has always been. I retract my earlier praise for his recitation of poetry. This rascal cannot handle flattery. For as soon as he receives it, he goes awry. Chen Yan has truly lost his senses. Having memorized a single poem, and now deluding himself into believing he is a master. Chapter 17, The Poetic Verses of Eternal Dust. Were they truly penned by Chen Yan? The livestream room erupted once more with a barrage against him, labeling him a plagiarist and a pretentious phony. There was nary a kind word to be found, until a comment emerged like a refreshing stream, awakening the collective consciousness. However, I scoured the online poetry repository for an extended period, only to find that the poem Chen Yan had just recited had never appeared, not even with similar phrasing. Only Chen Yan had mentioned it. I too searched, and that poem had never surfaced. Could it indeed be an original composition by Chen Yan? Surely not. Could it be so melodramatic? How is that possible? Chen Yan, who barely could read, had never attended university. How could he craft poetry? The doubts expressed in the live stream echoed the thoughts of many. No one believed Chen Yan possessed such literary talent. Wang Lei maintained a skeptical demeanor, kindly advising, "Chen Yan, you are still young. You cannot grasp the complexities of this. It's best not to meddle. Honestly admitting to reciting someone else's work would not earn you any ire." Chen Yan mused. "Even if I were to utter the name of the poetic immortal, you would remain oblivious. It is better to spare myself the burdensome explanations." Scanning the faces around him, Chen Yan rose and spoke once more. "A golden cup of fine wine worth 10,000, a jade plate of exquisite delicacies worth a fortune. Leisurely fishing by the azure stream, suddenly I dream of sailing by the sun's edge." Standing amidst the crowd, tall and slender, he paced slowly. How difficult the journey! How difficult the journey! So many divergent paths. Where's one now? Yet, There will be times when the winds and waves are favorable, sailing high with billowing clouds across the vast sea. As the full poem unfolded, everyone was enveloped in its grand and sweeping atmosphere. Before they could fully process, Chen Yan shifted his tone. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river flowing from the heavens? One must seize joy in life's triumphs, lest the golden cup be left empty, facing the moon. I am destined to be of use. A fortune spent shall return again. The conclusion resonated with a commanding presence, leaving the audience astounded. A professor from a certain academy immediately seized a graduate student's phone, exclaiming in delight, "What a magnificent poem! What a splendid line! One must seize joy in life's triumphs. What an extraordinary assertion! I am destined to be of use." Having dedicated a lifetime to the study of classical culture, I have only just begun to grasp its essence. Yet here, in mere lines of poetry, someone has encapsulated all the hardships, dispelling numerous tribulations, and embodying the grandeur of life. The professor, originally intending to review his student's research, had unexpectedly discovered the student engrossed in a video on their phone. He had planned to confiscate the device and offer some words of admonition, but upon hearing the verses, he was completely taken aback, unable to utter anything but praise. Lil Chun, quickly, find this person. Who on earth is he? Witnessing the professor's ecstatic and somewhat frenzied demeanor, the student swallowed hard. How could he explain? Who is Chen Yan? A figure shrouded in controversy. A plagiarist? A harasser? A despised, low-emotion, 18-tier idol reviled online? After much deliberation, the student managed to utter two words, an actor. Yes, teacher, his name is Chen Yan. He is an actor. Upon hearing the mention of an actor, the professor furrowed his brow and adjusted his spectacles. An actor? What a pity. Someone as gifted as him ought to be authoring books. Yet through his verses, I can sense his arrogance and confidence, along with his ideals and aspirations. Despite encountering minor setbacks, he remains undaunted, pressing forward with unwavering resolve. In response to the professor's critique of Chen Yan, the student felt an inexplicable resonance. Contemplating with his chin in hand, the student suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, considering Chen Yan's experiences, he has faced numerous challenges, navigating through adversities. The professor's eyes sparkled with understanding, didn't they? If only I could meet this poet of timeless brilliance. The student mused earnestly. Reflecting on Chen Yan's current situation, he candidly remarked, "That might be quite difficult. I understand that such a remarkable individual is not easily encountered by someone like me." The professor clearly misinterpreted his words. The student paused, intending to clarify, only to find that the professor had already departed. "Professor, I meant that the difficulty is not of that nature. It is that Chen Yan is currently recording a program on a deserted island." Thus began the indelible impression of the name Chen Yan etched in the heart of a professor at a certain academy. On the island, a series of astonishing and extraordinary verses flowed from his lips, leaving all present utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Chen Yan, seemingly unfazed, held up his task card and urged them, "The poetry is complete. Shall we proceed? Are you not planning to undertake the task?" Observing their bewildered expressions, Chen Yan felt perplexed. Was it merely reciting a few poems? They appeared like novices unacquainted with the world. If he were to recite a few more, would he not come to dominate this realm? A few individuals were roused from their stupor by Chen Yan's presence. Their gazes towards him transformed from disdain and mockery to a blend of complexity and intrigue. Everyone, familiar with the intricacies of the inner circle, understood the existence of aids and pretenses. No one had anticipated that Chen Yan genuinely possessed such talent, feigning a foolish demeanor. This was simply unfathomable. However, if Chen Yan was not merely pretending, judging by the poetry he recited today, then the strength of the individuals behind him must be formidable indeed. Several followed Chen Yan as he sought out a cave. Among them, Wang Lei's emotions were the most tumultuous. Initially, he intended to set a trap for Chen Yan, hoping to undermine him and elevate his own image. Now, however, he had inadvertently played into Chen Yan's hands, allowing him to shine brightly. According to the reminders provided by the production team, this was the only cave near the jungle. Leading the way, Chen Yan located the site, halted, and proposed, "Let us divide into groups. If we search the cave and the jungle simultaneously, we can expedite the process. What do you think?" No sooner had he spoken than Wang Feishuan swiftly approached Chen Yan, declaring, "I shall be in your group." Ah, Chen Yan posed momentarily, realizing they had not yet divided into groups. He had merely asked for their agreement, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Very well. He then turned to the others. Do we all agree to form groups? At that moment, Chen Yan had fully assumed the role of a leader. Wang Lei felt a sense of frustration, and Hua Chaotian was equally discontented. After decades of dedication in the realm of fishing, it was disheartening for Luo Yong to witness a mere novice ascend to prominence. He observed as Wang Feishuan was the first to stand beside Chen Yan, a sight that stirred profound discomfort within him. It is important to note that his participation in this program was motivated solely by his admiration for Wang Feishuan, who hailed from a respectable family, possessed striking beauty, and was a talented musician returning from abroad. Yet, here she was, eagerly trailing behind a fool. Very well, I shall venture into the cave. Who will join me? Luo Yong inquired directly. Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Chaotian replied, I will accompany you, Xiaoyong. He had no desire to see Chen Yan at that moment. The others soon aligned themselves, with Luo Yong leading the charge, followed by Hua Chaotian, Zhang Xiqin, Yu Jiejia, and Daila. In contrast, the group led by Chen Yan comprised Wang Feishuan, Lin Mi, Jiang Tao, and Wang Lei. The last to join Chen Yan's side, Wang Lei, did so with great reluctance. Having been thoroughly overshadowed by Chen Yan during their last encounter with the wild chickens, and this time he felt even less inclined to follow suit. Chapter 18. Was Lin Mi bitten? Did Jiang Tao flee? The group was organized, and Chen Yan retrieved a dagger from the box, fastening it to his waist. The others, upon witnessing this, began rummaging through the box as well. Regardless of what they found, everyone felt compelled to arm themselves. Shortly thereafter, the jungle expedition team, led by Chen Yan, set off. Wang Feishuan and Lin Mi followed closely behind him, flanked by Wang Lei and Jiang Tao. Exploring the jungle may sound simple, yet it is fraught with peril. Jiang Tao incessantly chattered, while Wang Lei's gaze drifted between Lin Mi and Wang Feishuan. Jiang, there's no point in all that talk. Keep up and don't fall behind, he advised, inching closer to Wang Feishuan. Ahead lies the jungle. Everyone be cautious. There may be snakes. Before Chen Yan could finish his warning, a piercing scream interrupted him. Recognizing Lin Mi's voice, he turned back and asked, What happened? Did you twist your ankle or get bitten? Before even entering the jungle, she was already injured? Chen Yan's movements were swift, but another individual was even quicker, Jiang Tao. Lin Mi's complexion had turned pale, her lips trembling as she uttered, Snake. There's a snake. The mere mention of the serpent sent Jiang Tao leaping 2 meters away, showing no inclination to assist Lin Mi. After a few frantic steps, he ensured he was a safe distance from her, gasping for breath as he realized how narrowly he had escaped being bitten himself. Meanwhile, the production team was equally alarmed. The director, Nyoma, sat up in shock. What? A snake? How could there possibly be a snake in the jungle? Didn't we have someone check before we started? Where's the logistics team? Hurry and send someone over. In stark contrast to Jiang Tao's reaction, Chen Yan immediately helped Lin Mi into a seated position upon learning of her snake bite. He focused intently on her injured ankle and wasted no time leaning closer. Lin Mi instinctively let out a soft moan, feeling a tingling sensation at her ankle, as if being sucked upon. In that moment, Chen Yan spat out a mouthful of crimson blood and leaned down again. Wang Feishuan, momentarily stunned, soon regained her composure and exclaimed urgently, Mr. Wang, we must contact the production team. We lack a proper medical team. We cannot continue filming like this. Wang Lei's gaze shifted from Chen Yan and Lin Mi, and he sighed heavily. Indeed, this is no trivial matter. She has been bitten by a snake. But without communication devices, how can we reach the production team? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Lei scanned the surroundings. Production team? Director? Are there cameras here? There should be, right? Lin Mi has been bitten by a snake. Send someone quickly. The comments echoed the urgency, calling for the director and the production team. Where's the head of Lemon TV? Where's the director, Nyoma? Hurry out. Lin Mi has been bitten by a snake. This is utterly irresponsible. Filming a show is not a life or death game. Are they really letting snakes terrorize us? Did anyone else see Jiang Tao's reaction? He ran faster than a dog. Goodness, why is Chen Yan licking my goddess's foot? I just walked in. What on earth is happening? Sexual harassment. The barrage of comments was a chaotic mix of reactions. At this moment, the production team was in a state of frantic disarray. Director Nyoma felt as though his directing career was nearing its end. Members of the logistics preparation team hurried over to explain it's impossible for snakes to appear. We conducted a thorough survey, and there were no traces of snakes in the jungle, only some birds and small animals. After he finished speaking, the professional island research team approached with solemnity, providing Director Nyoma with a sense of reassurance. Indeed, no snakes were present during our survey. They must have been brought out by the sudden thunderstorm a couple of days ago. However, we have just meticulously reviewed the playback, and the snake that bit me is non-venomous. Currently, Chen Yan's medical measures are both standard and effective, and there is no danger to her life. Hearing this, Director Nyoma sighed in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. With a voice trembling with anxiety, he instructed, "Find someone in the live stream to explain to the viewers. Otherwise, I might face complaints." Following the production team's urgent clarifications, the chaos in the live stream was stabilized. Yet, the atmosphere on the island remained taut. Wang Lei supported Wang Feishuan, anxiously watching me. They were unable to comprehend Chen Yan's actions and could only wait on the sidelines. Since Li Mi arrived on the island, she had consistently fostered a lively atmosphere with her seniority, ensuring that the lesser-known participants were not overlooked or bullied. This time, however, she revealed a rare semblance of weakness and vulnerability, tears streaming down her cheeks. Without a bandage, Chen Yan hastily wrapped a strip of cloth around her delicate ankle, his movements appearing simple yet meticulous and gentle. Once he had tended to her wound, he quickly contemplated and turned to the others, stating, "I will take Sister Mi back to the camp to rest. You may either head into the jungle first or wait for my return. Together, we'll wait for you," exclaimed Jiang Tao, who had returned after having been the quickest to hide earlier. Chen Yan nodded at Wang Feishuan, and Wang lay before bending down to lift Li Mi in his arms, steadily making his way toward the camp. By the time Li Mi regained her composure from the snake bite, she found herself cradled in Chen Yan's embrace. The young man's profile was handsome, his chest firm and reliable, making Li Mi unable to resist the urge to linger in his arms a little longer. "Thank you, Chen Yan." Feeling the softness of the woman leaning against him, Chen Yan continued to walk, softly reassuring her, "It's all right. It was a non-venomous snake. Just rest for a bit." Li Mi felt uplifted by the resonance of his voice, accompanied by a sense of comfort. "Am I heavy?" "Not all, Sister Mi. You're a bit on the lean side." "You don't know. This is the ideal weight for the camera." "Now I know. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Mi." Their conversation was light, devoid of any serious topics, a simple exchange imbued with an unusual warmth. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Yan gently set Li Mi down. Before rising, he unexpectedly reached out, his finger brushing away the tears from the corner of her eye. Li Mi was taken aback. "Rest well, Sister Mi. I will bring you something delicious when I return from the hunt." With that, Chen Yan departed towards the jungle. The bullet comments resonate deeply, with a variety of opinions expressed. Why has there suddenly been such a delightful stir? The seasoned goddess versus the poised young man. Be quiet, you above. How could Chen Yan possibly be worthy of Sister Mi? Surely, he is better than Jiang Tao? It is the first time I have witnessed someone leap so far in a single bound. Astonishing. Do not focus on Chen Yan any longer. There has been an incident in the cave. Yu Jejia and Hua Xiao have fallen into the cave. An incident in the cave, as well. On both sides, one encounters danger, one bitten by a snake, the other fallen into a cavern. Director Nyoma, having just reclined, sprang up again upon hearing this news. "What? Hua Xiao and Yu Jejia have fallen into the cave?" Chapter 19. The Cave Rescue. Chen Yan completes the task alone. What on earth is happening? Just as one wave subsides, another rises. Director Nyoma, already slender, now resembles a leaping monkey. The scene shifts to the interior of the cave, where Hua Chaotian and Yu Jejia have fallen into a chasm, with Hua Chaotian serving as a cushion. The two are incessantly exclaiming in dismay. Dyla, anxious, leans over the cave entrance, frantically calling out, "Don't panic. I will find help immediately." Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong are each searching for ropes and sticks, devising a plan. As Dyla rushes back to seek assistance, she collides with Chen Yan. In her frantic scanning of her surroundings, she failed to notice what lay directly ahead. Chen Yan, eyes wide, instinctively catches Dyla to prevent her from falling. "What happened?" Are you in trouble? Upon seeing Chen Yan, Dila's eyes light up as if he were her pillar of strength. Yes, they have fallen into a cave. Who? Chen Yan presses. Please clarify the situation. Impatient for Dila to elaborate, Chen Yan leads her towards the cave. Dila, breathless, her chest heaving, explains the events that transpired. After entering the cave, Hua Chaotian had spotted a ginseng plant precariously perched on a steep cliff. He mentioned it casually before attempting to climb up. Unexpectedly, he slipped, dragging Yu Jia down with him into the abyss. Fool, were the only words Chen Yan could muster upon hearing this. Dila, taken aback by Chen Yan's unabashed reprimand of his senior, quickly glanced around. She tugged at Chen Yan's sleeve and whispered while he, may indeed be a bit foolish. We are filming a show, and you should be mindful of your image. Dila's intentions were well-meaning, and Chen Yan acknowledged her with a nod as they hastened into the cave. Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong had already secured a rope and stick, ready to lower them down. Hold on tight. We will pull you both up. Just then, Chen Yan appeared, halting their actions. This won't work. Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong turned simultaneously to face him. Seeing Chen Yan, Luo Yong scoffed. Why won't it work? Aside from professional rescue equipment, ropes and sticks are all we have to pull them up. Surely you don't have some outlandish notion? In just a few words, Luo Yong dismissed Chen Yan's idea as absurd. Chen Yan ignored him, instead picking up the rope and testing its strength. It was too thin, the kind typically used for bundling vegetables, incapable of bearing the weight of a girl, let alone two. Dila, concerned, asked, what should we do? Chen Yan removed his jacket, tying it to the rope, his calm gaze sweeping over Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong. You two should remove yours as well. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiqin agreed with Chen Yan's plan. As for Luo Yong, despite the disdain etched on his face, he reluctantly complied and removed his jacket. 3 coats were tied to a rope, and Chen Yan lowered one end of the wooden stick. You two take off your coats and tie them to the stick. He instructed, then, Hua Chaotian, grip it tightly. We'll pull you up first. Chen Yan raised his voice to ensure they could hear him below. Hua Chaotian immediately agreed, all right. Meanwhile, Yu Jia wore a forlorn expression and indignantly exclaimed, why not pull me up first? Isn't it ladies first? Or is it because of the roasted chicken incident that Chen Yan holds a grudge against me? Her voice grew increasingly pitiful, on the verge of tears. The comments flooded in once more. Indeed, in times of peril, one should pay more attention to the vulnerable young ladies, right? Chen Yan is being rather petty, isn't he? Why target the girl over such a trivial matter? Jia, don't cry. That insufferable Chen Yan has gone too far. Some ardent fans expressed their opinions, while others felt that Chen Yan had done nothing wrong. He was merely prioritizing Hua Chaotian's rescue. Yet, how does Chen Yan know everything? He handled the snakebite incident with me, Jia, and now he knows about ropes as well. Could there be some hidden agenda? Yu Jia's remarks drew an irritated glare from Hua Chaotian, who retorted, what is wrong with wanting to be pulled up first? Are you harboring a grudge against me now? Indeed, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. On this island, it was Hua Chaotian who stood up for Chen Yan for the first time. Chen Yan, disinterested in explanations, first helped Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong pull Hua Chaotian up. Once Hua Chaotian was on solid ground, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Chen Yan brushed off the dirt from his hands and calmly stated, all right, you can pull her up now. Dila, who had been observing him intently, approached and asked, are you leaving? Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yan had become the cornerstone of support for Dila. It seemed that following Chen Yan meant that all hardships would be overcome effortlessly. Chen Yan shrugged. Fei Jie and Teacher Wang are still waiting for me in the jungle. This was his only explanation, and without looking back, he headed toward the forest. The others were left in a state of realization, and the comments reflected their newfound understanding. They had never anticipated that Chen Yan's intention was to reach the jungle sooner, hence pulling Hua Chaotian up first so he could take his place. Had Yu Jia ascended, she would undoubtedly have been exhausted and ineffective. Oh, how they needed to think critically. Why did it feel as though this show was increasingly dependent on Chen Yan? The same thought crossed director Nyoma's mind. He gazed at Chen Yan on the screen, tears welling in his eyes, feeling an urge to kneel before him. Earlier, the rescue team had reported that foreign military aircraft had been spotted above the deserted island, and now no helicopters or planes could appear. If anything were to happen in the cave or jungle, he would spend the rest of his life in prison sewing. Oh, Chen Yan, you are my savior. On the jungle side, they had waited quite some time without any sign of Chen Yan. Wang Lei, growing impatient, took a deep breath, mindful of Wang Feishuan beside him, and sighed, "This little Chen, he needn't linger so long after saving me, right? A few comforting words would suffice. We still have serious matters to attend to." Youthful impulsiveness, indeed. Wang Feishuan furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed on the camp in the distance. Jiang Tao shared the same sentiment as Wang Lei, letting out a long sigh and lamenting, "It's truly bewildering. We are here to participate in a show, not to engage in flirtation." Flirtation with whom? Your mother? At that moment, Chen Yan suddenly appeared from behind, startling Jiang Tao, who quickly stepped back and clutched his chest, exclaiming, "You made no sound at all. You nearly gave me a fright. Be mindful. We're on a show. It's inappropriate to speak so carelessly." Chen Yan coolly teased him before turning his attention to Wang Feishuan and Wang Lei, stating earnestly, "We need to adjust our plans. Hua Xiao and Yu Jejia have just emerged from the cave after falling in. Regardless of injuries, they will need a rest, and the two teams must be restructured." Hearing about the cave incident, Wang Lei's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 20. Wang Feishuan's secret affection for Chen Yan. Initially, the incident involving Li Mi being bitten by a snake was already unsettling enough, and now there was another mishap with someone falling into a cave. Who would dare to participate in such a perilous program? Wang Lei's expression darkened as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Let us return and discuss this further," he suggested. The mission had not even commenced, yet both sides had sustained injuries. This was exceedingly dangerous. What was the production team thinking? Having consistently reprimanded others due to his credentials as a teacher, he now directed his ire towards the production team. The audience was stirred into a frenzy. Wang's assertion was indeed valid. If the production team had organized a deserted island program, they ought to have taken precautions to ensure safety. This was no trivial matter. I had only witnessed Chen Yan's crisis management skills, yet the production team had not provided any assistance. Could it be that the deserted island program was merely a platform to redeem Chen Yan? Were all these illustrious guests merely there to support him? Surely not. In an instant, Chen Yan's name surged back to the trending list, and the deserted island program followed closely behind. Director Niu Ma was caught in a limbo, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Upon returning to the campsite, Dailo was tending to Yu Jejia's wounds with a first aid kit, while Hua Chaotian waited nearby. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong attended to their own abrasions. Wang Lei, with a serious demeanor, stated, "It appears our outing has not gone smoothly. I believe the production team would not place the tasks in such dangerous jungles and caves. There must have been a misunderstanding during Xiao Chen's poetry guessing." His words disrupted everyone's train of thought. The production team remained silent, and Director Niu Ma turned to the others, genuinely inquiring, "Are there other locations on the island suitable for tasks?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. The island was not particularly large, and the emergence of snakes and ginseng had indeed caught us off guard. As for their speculations, Chen Yan maintained a stoic expression, gazing quietly at the sky. So this was the world of geniuses, surrounded by a throng of clumsy fools, creating a ruckus. Oh heavens, please refrain from diminishing the intellect of this world. It is utterly foolish. Luo Yong voiced his dissent, complaining, "I believe so as well." After reaching the island, we all followed Chen Yan, and now half of us are injured. I see that grievances have been festering among you, so let it be. Chen Yan could not contain himself and interjected, "How about we have a free task with free grouping? No more cliques. What do you say?" This was the most equitable decision. However, Zhang Xiqin and Hua Chaotian hesitated. Their reluctance was not solely theirs, but also Wang Lei's. Since arriving on the island, numerous events had unfolded. Chen Yan appeared capable. Yet would separating lead to another incident like the wild chicken affair? After much contemplation, Wang Lei stood up and declared, "Let me speak fairly. Xiao Yong and Xiao Chun, do not act impulsively. We are still a collective. The injured require care, so let two of us stay behind to look after them, while the rest can follow Xiao Chen's suggestion and split into groups to undertake the tasks." Chen Yan grasped the underlying message. This stems from their fear of failing to complete the task and obtaining nothing in return. They wished to bind themselves together. Chen Yan smiled. "All right." After Chen Yan stood up, Wang Feishuan followed suit, declaring, "I'll team up with Chen Yan." The others halted. Jiang Tao extended his hand. I choose to stay with Dyla to care for the injured. His words elicited disdain from Luo Yong and the others. Luo Yong rolled up his sleeves. I will complete the task. Sichin, are you joining me? Zhang Siqi nodded. Thus, it was decided that Wang Lei would continue to analyze the task card, while Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan ventured into the jungle. And Luo Yong and Zhang Siqin headed towards the sea. They retraced their steps, and aside from packing some essentials, Wang Feishuan also carried a stick in hand. As he walked beside Chen Yan, he couldn't help but ask, Chen Yan, who is the author of the poem you recited this morning? Noticing the curious stir beside him, Chen Yan chuckled helplessly. You've been holding that in all this time, haven't you? Wang Feishuan paused for 2 seconds, his gaze slightly evasive. He hadn't expected Chen Yan to notice. As they passed the spot where Li Mi had been injured and truly entered the jungle, Chen Yan glanced around, and his eyes landed on a tree bearing marks from a knife. Following his gaze, Wang Feishuan circled the tree and joyfully picked up a box from its base. There is something. Chen Yan extended his hand, tracing the carved marks with his fingertip, deducing it must be food. As he spoke, Wang Feishuan had already opened the box, revealing an array of colorful instant noodles. Wow, the production team finally did something right. They provided us with something edible. How wonderful. My goddess, 1T go hungry, and 1T have to worry about food anymore. How did Chen Yan know it was food? There must be some hidden truth. Sanpao. If you look closely, you can see the word noodle written on it. Wang Feishuan stuffed the packets of instant noodles into Chen Yan's backpack, all the while reminding him, you still haven't told me who the author is. Chen Yan cast her a glance filled with exasperation. Wasn't she supposed to be the aloof music goddess? Just one question had tied him up for ages. He pondered how to divert her attention. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he winked at Wang Feishuan. Phage, yeah. I've realized you're not as cold and indifferent as you appear. In fact, you possess a delicate and gentle heart, not to mention an endearing charm. Taken aback by the sudden compliment, Wang Feishuan remained unmoved, instead puzzled. Why are you suddenly praising me? With a twinkle in his eyes, Chen Yan spoke with subtlety. A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match. After speaking, Wang Feishuan was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, she grasped the meaning of his words. Her cheeks flushed bright red. The comments exploded. What the heck? How dare you flirt with my goddess, you audacious Chen Yan? Someone, drag him away. This is not right. Why is my goddess blushing? Could it be? The aloof goddess has feelings for the worthless Chen Yan? Good heavens. I can't even fathom it. Even a dog is better than Chen Yan. As she stood before him, the woman's fair cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson hue, her beautiful eyes narrowing in feigned anger. Chen Yan sheepishly shrugged. It was merely a jest. Come now, the instant noodles should serve as a mere appetizer. Continuing deeper into the space, Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan soon discovered a compact refrigerator. This solar-powered appliance contained an assortment of pork and beef. Transporting the solar-powered refrigerator back required considerable effort from both Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan. Meanwhile, Luo Yong and Zhang Siqin had traversed a considerable distance along the coastline. Apart from extracting a few small crabs from the mud, they had found nothing of significance. As dusk approached, they returned to the campsite, where a backpack brimming with instant noodles and the meat from the refrigerator awaited them. Luo Yong's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. What luck! Why does all the good fortune fall upon me? Frustrated, he glared resentfully at the tent at the entrance. Chapter 21. The storm destroys the tent? Instant nude. Meat? Under Wang Feishuan's arrangement, Dyla had just returned from washing the pot. Upon seeing the food laid out on the wooden table, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a reward for completing the task? My goodness, we have real food to eat? Having navigated the entertainment industry, she had encountered countless delicacies. Yet seeing instant noodles and unprocessed meat for the first time filled her with childlike joy. Chen Yan, fiddling with the solar-powered refrigerator, responded in a deep voice reminiscent of a cello's gentle hum. Indeed, with the food we have, we can enjoy a leisurely island life for at least 2 days without needing to venture out for tasks. His words painted a serene picture. Dyla rested her chin on her hand, a smile spreading across her face. Chen Yan, you are truly impressive. Aren't you going to flatter me? Wang Feishuan approached with a cutting board and knife, tilting her head slightly. I also contributed to the task, you know, detecting the teasing tone in Wang Feishuan's voice. Dyla chuckled. her smile warm and inviting. Fei-jia, you are quite remarkable. I must say, you bully children, yet you seek their praise. Li Mi leaned against the tent, her smile languid. The comments were unusually peaceful, reflecting the joy of girls bonding together. Who would have thought that the aloof goddess would joke around and tease the adorable Daila? However, Jia remained silent, sitting distance from them. Don't provoke her, everyone. Jia is merely resting in the tent due to her injury. A group of girls laughed together, yet one remained out of place. Jia sat in front of her tent, watching them joke with each other, her heart filled with frustration towards Chen Yan. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have blended into this group long ago. She clenched her fists tightly, glaring at Chen Yan, when her peripheral vision caught a moving figure. Jia furrowed her brow in confusion. What is he doing over there? Wow, the water is boiling quickly. Soon we can enjoy the fragrant instant noodles. Daila lifted the pot lid, savoring the aroma. Before long, a pot of meat-flavored instant noodles was ready. Adhering to the age-old tradition of eating silently, the atmosphere within the group was rarely harmonious. After finishing and clearing the dishes, Chen Yan gazed thoughtfully at the starry sky. Musing, tomorrow should bring good weather. We should attempt to contact the production team. Having stayed for a few days, it felt as if the production team had vanished. It was unusual for a regular show to operate this way. Chen Yan suspected some error had occurred, preventing the production team from reaching them. He had merely joined the program before leaving and had no intention of risking his life. Wang Lei, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. He glanced at Chen Yan and pondered, "Are you suggesting that the production team has abandoned us?" Chen Yan nodded solemnly from his folding chair, stating, "Exactly. We are here to record a show. However, it is improbable that no information would be disclosed to us, aside from the wireless camera devices we bear." Li Mi expressed her agreement, stating, "I believe Chen Yan's perspective holds merit." Luo Yong quietly rolled his eyes and coldly retorted, "What merit is there? The Peach Blossom Island program is designed for self-sufficiency. If the production team assists at every turn, wouldn't that be a conspiracy?" His mention of conspiracy ignited a flurry of comments on the screen. Indeed, Luo Yong had a point. How could the production team allow them to survive on the island without any measures? Chen Yan, it seems you are exposed. I suspect this show is a deliberate scheme between you and the director. Otherwise, how could you consistently earn rewards while others struggle to complete their tasks? The argument grew increasingly convincing, and my curiosity about the powerful backing of Chen Yan intensified. The director, Nioma, glanced at the assistant director on his left and then at the writer on his right. Should we respond with yes or no? Nioma hesitated. If they answered affirmatively, the incidents occurring on the island and the helicopter's absence would all be deemed unfortunate accidents. Yet, if they replied negatively, it would imply a flaw in the program's planning. Regardless, it would reflect poorly on the production team. Thus, Nioma opted for silence. On the island, Luo Yong became increasingly animated. Moreover, Chen Yan, you act like a weather station. When you say it's sunny, it is, and when you declare rain, it pours. It has clearly been rainy lately, and tomorrow will likely see more downpours. Sensing Luo Yong's eagerness for debate, Chen Yan dismissed him with indifference, stating, "Let the night watch shift be called directly to me." He had no time to waste arguing with foolishness. With no response, Luo Yong felt as though his words had met with cotton. Just past midnight, the skies suddenly erupted with rumbling thunder. Flashes of lightning split the sky, illuminating the peninsula with stark brilliance. Following this, torrential rain fell mercilessly, accompanied by howling winds. Everyone was jolted awake by the thunder. Wang Lei promptly shouted outside, "Everyone, stay in your tents and do not come out. Our tents are sturdy and equipped with lightning protection." Under Wang Lei's reassurance, the others managed to calm down. At that moment, the sturdiest deep blue tent was suddenly ripped open. Chen Yan's tent could not withstand the tempest, and, as it was blown away, it took the solar refrigerator with it. Both swept into the sea. Their food was lost. The incident transpired abruptly, prompting Chen Yan to hastily dress, only to find scattered remnants of the tent on the ground. It was evident that tampering had occurred. Some stakes had been removed, rendering it incapable of withstanding the storm. Has the food been swept away? Wang Feishuan faintly heard this question and, disregarding the fierce wind, pulled aside the tent flap. Upon her exit, the tent was instantly torn apart by the gusts. How could it come to this? Wang Feishuan gazed at Chen Yan in the downpour, Where is your tent? It was blown away, along with the refrigerator, Chen Yan replied, his gaze fixed on the remaining tents. Hearing their exchange, Limi anxiously rushed out. The ground lay in disarray, with fierce winds rendering one unsteady, and the torrential rain accompanied by thunder beats sent a tremor through the heart. You two take refuge in the tent. I shall handle the matters outside, Chen Yan urged, ushering them into the shelter. Methodically, she began to gather the scattered instant noodles and the remaining chairs and tables, placing them into the cave. Li Mi and Wang Feishuan could not remain still. They braved the storm once more. Upon witnessing the last 3 packets of instant noodles and the dilapidated furniture, Li Mi was nearly overwhelmed with despair. How could it have come to this? Wang Feishuan also struggled to comprehend. After all their efforts to secure these resources, was it all to be undone by a single storm? Chen Yan, what on earth is happening? Chapter 22. A vast sky, the company in ecstasy. The barrage of comments from the audience was as chaotic as that of Li Mi and Wang Feishuan. How could a torrential downpour strike so suddenly? Oh heavens! If it were me, I would certainly be overwhelmed. But didn't Chen Yan say tomorrow would be sunny? Why this unexpected deluge? Could it be that there was a lack of prior consultation with the production team? A shadowy conspiracy at play? Behind the scenes, the production crew was already in disarray. Director Nyo Ma slammed his fist on the table, demanding, quickly, dispatch a helicopter for rescue. In such a storm, they must be in danger. Yet the response remained the same. Director, air traffic management over the deserted island does not permit our aircraft to enter. They claim there are military exercises underway. Nyo Ma slumped into his chair, defeated, thinking this is truly the end. On the deserted island, after Wang Feishuan and Li Mi emerged, Daila and Zhang Xiqin also attempted to assist, but were halted by Chen Yan. Your tents are sturdy. There's no need for you to come out. Even if you do, there's south no place for you in the cave. Faced with this, they had no choice but to remain in their tents. Luo Yong seized the moment to mock, sneering. Last night, you claimed it was a rare sunny day, yet you didn't even check the tents before sleeping. How does it feel now? I see you've brought this upon yourself. Hua Chaotian interjected, adding fuel to the fire. So focused on completing tasks alone, where's the time to mind such trifles? Wang Lei, observing the situation, stepped in to mediate. All right, Xiao Yong, Hua, this isn't something Chen Yan could control. Last time's prediction of rain was merely coincidental. It's normal for the young to be a bit impetuous. Xiao Chun, I have extra space. Why not share it with me? Just as the soothing words left his lips, a sudden sound of guitar tuning echoed from the direction of the cave. Jiang Tao, upon hearing it, couldn't help but scoff. What are you doing, indulging in poetic sentiments at a time like this? Yet when the deep voice sang the first line, everyone fell silent. Today, I watched the snow drift in the cold night, with a heart grown cold drifting far away, in the midst of wind and rain, chasing silhouettes through the mist. The Cantonese melody emanated from Chen Yan, accompanied by the strumming of the guitar. Initially, the singing seemed like a soft whisper, recounting the confessions amidst the storm. But as the verses continued, the emotions began to swell. How many times, facing cold glances and ridicule, I have never given up on my ideals. All of Wang Feishuan's emotions were swept away. As she gazed at Chen Yan, her eyes gradually filled with anticipation. She pondered the lyrics just sung. How many times, facing cold eyes and ridicule, never giving up on the ideals within my heart. So dignified, unyielding in the face of adversity, refusing to relent. In love, who understands me? At that moment, an impulse surged within Wang Feishuan. She longed to embrace the man before her, wanting to convey, I understand you, but the next line left her utterly stunned. Forgive me for this unruly life, for my love of freedom. Those words struck deeply at the core of Wang Feishuan's being. She stood in awe, gazing at Chen Yan with the fervor of a teenage girl adoring a star. Yet, a lingering fear crept in, the concern that one day she might falter. The melody ebbed and flowed, his magnetic voice gradually ascending to powerful heights. As the guitar's sound faded, the electronic piano emerged unexpectedly. Wang Feishuan was pleasantly surprised to find the guitar set aside in a case. The piano stood before Chen Yan, his slender, knuckled fingers dancing gracefully across the keys, akin to an angel in the night or a sprite in motion. A segment of pure piano music induced a tranquil calm within. As the piece concluded, the torrential rain had ceased without notice. Surrounding them was a profound silence, punctuated by incredulous gazes. There were expressions of confusion, shock, surprise, and enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Feishuan leapt into Chen Yan's embrace, holding him tightly. I understand you. I believe in you. Chen Yan, you are not alone. The words spilled out unbidden, even surprising Wang Feishuan herself. This song had moved her deeply. Chen Yan, let me approached cautiously, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Whose song is this? Given the events preceding this moment, she already had an inkling of the answer. Yet at this instant, she could scarcely believe it. Chen Yan exhaled softly, smiling as he replied, It's mine. An original, a song titled Boundless Skies, dedicated to us amidst the storm. His tone was calm as he unveiled this astonishing revelation. The comment section erupted. The live stream went into a frenzy. The production team was left in disbelief. Director Nyoma, though unwell, sat up in shock. The trending topics surged rapidly, and within 5 minutes, the app crashed. Everyone was ablaze with messages in the Peach Blossom Island livestream. Everyone, we can breathe again. I swear, I didn't dare to inhale a breath. This is absolutely breathtaking. Celestial, who is singing? Chen Yan, how is that possible? Is the world ending? Is the universe exploding? Can Chen Yan truly redeem himself? Boundless Skies, what an exquisite original piece. From this moment on, I, Chen Yan, have turned from a critic to a fan. Forgive me for my wild and untamed love for freedom. How profound the cultural depth must be to craft such poignant lyrics. The CEO of Tongfei Corporation, fresh from signing a significant deal abroad, intended to find a hotel to adjust to the time difference. While waiting for his driver, he casually noticed a young girl watching a live stream. To his surprise, it was the Peach Blossom Island program they had collaborated on with Lemon TV, and he watched with curiosity. Coincidentally, he witnessed Chen Yan's tent being blown away, leaving him standing awkwardly in disarray. Amused, he thought, I knew this show would be of no use. It truly is invaluable. Watching this segment, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The CEO immediately pulled out his phone and called Sister Lu. It was past 1 a.m, and Sister Lu was asleep. But who would dare ignore the CEO's call? Little Lu, when Chen Yan returns from the island, make sure he leaves immediately. A source of embarrassment, indeed. Today, I find myself observing the snowflakes drifting in the cold night. Just as I was lost in thought, a melody wafted through the air, drawing my attention. It was close enough for the boss to hear, clearly as well. Instinctively, I commented, the singing is rather impressive, evoking a sense of Cantonese rock. Nearby, Sister Lu received a vehement reprimand over the phone. I initially presumed that Chen Yan had stirred up yet another trouble and hurriedly donned a headphone to tune into the live broadcast. Forgive me for my unrestrained spirit, my love for freedom. Yet, I fear the day I might stumble. Oh no, the boss was utterly captivated by the performance. The voice resonated with a poignant depth, narrating a tale of hardship, gradually rising to soar through the skies. It bore the weight of years spent battling through storms, finally witnessing the dawn after enduring the fog. Following the sound, the boss was taken aback. Chen Yan, Chapter 23, Leave a Legacy. Contact the production team? Was that song just now sung by Chen Yan? The CEO was so astonished that his phone slipped from his grasp unnoticed as he snatched the young girl's phone away. The girl, upon hearing the song, was equally taken aback, rendered speechless and oblivious to her phone being seized. It is worth noting that her ID was even Chen Yan's diehard hater. The CEO gazed at the live stream, where messages flooded in, all echoing Chen Yan's recent song, The Vast Sky. The Vast Sky. Xiao Lu, we absolutely cannot allow Chen Yan to leave. Suddenly recalling his earlier decision, the usually composed CEO found himself flustered as he picked up the phone from the floor. Xiao Lu, can you hear me? We must not let Chen Yan depart from our company. Anyone capable of penning such a song is undoubtedly a rare gem. What on earth had he been doing at the company before this? As the CEO, aside from a few prominent stars, the other lesser-known talents were hardly recognized. Yet, Chen Yan, a mere 18-line celebrity, had made such an impression that even the higher-ups of the company had come to know him through scandal. Sister Lu at home was also captivated by the song. Lost in its melodies, She was abruptly brought back to reality by the CEO's urgent voice. Upon hearing his words, her expression soured as if she had tasted something foul, conflicted, but the premise of Chen Yan participating in the deserted island program was to leave the company. After the program, he intends to depart. She had never anticipated Chen Yan possessed such immense potential. Prior to the program, the company would have gladly seen him go. Upon hearing this, the CEO grew furious. Who authorized you to make such a decision so hastily? Sister Lu, not wanting to shoulder the blame, replied honestly, "It was you who had your sights set on the Lemon Channel S program, even hoping to use the deserted island as a means to rid ourselves of Chen Yan enough." The CEO did not wish to hear any further explanations. Narrowing his eyes, regardless of what transpired before, now, with this song, Chen Yan has the potential for greatness. You must find a way to keep him here. With that, the CEO's tone darkened. If we cannot retain Chen Yan, at the very least, we must secure the vast sky. The CEO had issued a resolute command. Sister Lu now realized Chen Yan's significance. After hanging up, she found herself unable to sleep. She racked her brain, desperately pondering how to keep Chen Yan with them. Little did she know, in the hours to come, she would receive even more calls from higher-ups. Chen Yan, the vast sky, forgive me for my unfettered life. Original Chen Yan, musical genius embraced machines, the twisting of human nature or the decline of morality. Nearly every trending topic across all platforms was dominated by Chen Yan's The Vast Sky. The first to hear it were the Night Owls. And within an hour, the show Peach Blossom Island surged to the top of the ratings across various video platforms, leaving the second place far behind. Director Niel. The deserted island task has a signal on the phone. An excited employee from the communications team rushed over, joyfully reporting the news. Director Nioma sprang to his feet, joyfully seizing the young man's shoulders. Quickly, get in touch with the deserted island. At last, we have found our place to shine. The communications team has tirelessly worked day and night to breach the communications blockade between the two nations, and their efforts have finally borne fruit, lifting the spirits of the entire group. Just a few days prior, with communications entirely severed, only the preset wireless devices ensured the smooth recording of our program. The communications team faced relentless criticism. Now, they have finally stood tall. On the deserted island, a sudden ringing sound emanated from a box containing musical instruments, causing a mixture of surprise and joy among the group. Chen Yan had unearthed the musical instruments and, nestled deep within, discovered an ancient Nokia phone. It appeared that only such a device could function on this isolated isle. Truly remarkable. He couldn't help but express his admiration for its durability. Luo Yong instinctively accused him, saying, "You've been fiddling with these instruments every day. How could you not have found this phone sooner? Have you been secretly contacting the production team behind our backs?" His unexpected accusation immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Chen Yan cast a glance at him, but before he could respond, Wang Feishuan shot him an annoyed look and retorted coldly, "What right do you have to criticize others? Just because Chen Yan possesses a sharper mind and greater intelligence than you, must he bear your slander?" Li Mi also cast a disapproving glance at Luo Yong, adding, "This is precisely your fault. We have all been together these past few days, yet you unjustly accuse him without any evidence. Do you not find that exceedingly rude?" In an instant, Luo Yong became the target of collective ire, his face reddening with embarrassment. Wang Lei patted Luo Yong on the shoulder and approached Chen Yan, saying, "The production team is reaching out to us now. It must be for something significant. Answer the call." As Chen Yan pressed the button, the voice of director Niu Ma crackled through the line. "Hello, I am Niu Ma, the director of Desolate Island of Peach Blossom. I apologize for contacting you only now due to various reasons. According to the pre-established broadcasting equipment, the program is currently recording normally." Suddenly, static interrupted the call. Jiang Tao rushed over, questioning urgently, "What is going on? Did you accidentally press a button or something? Why is there no sound?" Chen Yan shot him a withering glance, his tone grave. "This is not due to a button malfunction, but rather a communications jammer causing interference." "A communications jammer?" Li Mi asked, puzzled. Chen Yan nodded solemnly, explaining, "It is an electronic device that disrupts communication technology, typically employed in combat scenarios. In our country, aside from military use, it is also utilized during examinations. But we are merely recording a program on a deserted island. Why would a communications jammer be in play?" Dila remained confused. At this point, Chen Yan began to piece things together. He lifted his gaze and met Wang Feishuan's eyes, both understanding the implications without words. Wang Feishuan continued his thought, elucidating, "It is quite possible that nearby, other nations are engaged in conflict, employing jammers that inadvertently affect us. Of course, this is merely one possibility. It could also be that the production team is deliberately creating obstacles for us." As he spoke, the atmosphere around them grew palpably tense for a moment. Sensing the potential impact on everyone's morale, Wang Feishuan added a reassuring comment. Dila's tension eased somewhat, which I believe was intentional on the part of the production team. Otherwise, how could they have coincidentally called us at the moment the food went missing? Gradually, the others also began to accept this explanation. In the midst of it all, Wang Lei realized he had been overlooked and felt compelled to assert his presence. Just now, Director Nyoma mentioned that our show has been continuously recording. This statement struck a chord of alarm in everyone's minds. Continuous recording? Yujia's face turned pale. Did that mean everything that had transpired before had been broadcasted? Limi noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed at the microphone clipped to her collar. Let us not forget, we have been carrying live cameras and audio equipment every day. The show must have been recorded through this means. Chapter 24. Internal Strife. Contact Director Nyo. As the group regained their composure, Dila gently patted her chest and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she murmured. If everything had been exposed, it would have undoubtedly incited a storm of chaos. Li Mi's explanation effectively diverted everyone's attention. Her intention was to calm their frayed nerves. Little did she anticipate that it would trigger a cascade of reactions. The barrage of comments, filled with question marks, flooded the screen. What was happening? It seemed they were unaware that the production team was broadcasting from a third-party perspective. Could this really be an unintentional error? Surely, such a blunder could not occur by chance. It had to be a deliberate ploy by Lemon TV. I think so too. Lemon TV always enjoys these novel antics, someone remarked. It's rather intriguing. I must admit their acting is quite exquisite. My mother always said, actors perform for fools. You're the real fools, another retorted, constantly sensing something amiss. Their performances are too genuine to be mere acts. Occasionally, a voice of calm analysis would emerge, but it was quickly overshadowed by the rising tide of comments. On the deserted island, after a relentless storm had passed, the campsite before the cave was in disarray. Limi picked up the last 3 packets of instant noodles and sighed. 10 people, how will this suffice? Luo Yong frowned, his irritation palpable as he approached. 3 packets? Each person would barely get a taste. It would be better not to eat it all. With that, he shot a glare at Chen Yan. Though he did not explicitly accuse, his implication was unmistakable. Had it been the original Chen Yan, he might have endured this. But this was no longer the original. It was he. Chen Yan was not one to be trifled with. Stop with the sarcasm. If you have something to say it plainly, he retorted, lifting his gaze from his folding chair, nails clenched in his hand. Upon noticing the nails, Luo Yong's face briefly registered panic before he quickly regained his composure. You need not provoke me. This predicament is entirely your fault, Chen Yan. If it weren't for you, our refrigerator wouldn't have been swept away by the sea, and we wouldn't be left with just 3 packets of noodles. Seeing Luo Yong's boldness, Chen Yan tightened his grip on the nails and coldly countered. The storm took the refrigerator and the noodles. What does that have to do with me? Am I your father or your mother? When a storm came, was I supposed to risk my life to protect your food? Luo Yong was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never expected Chen Yan to launch such an attack. Chen Yan maintained his calm demeanor, continuing his tirade, pretending to be so dignified, yet unable to complete a single task. Meanwhile, you reap all the rewards without fail. Eating meat while cursing the pot. How shameless can you be? Chen Yan's words flowed effortlessly, filled with eloquence and expressions they had never heard before. The astonishment among the gathered crowd was palpable. The production crew, equally alarmed, hastily notified Director Nyo. Upon receiving the message, Director Nyo abandoned his meal and rushed to the workstation. Damn it, just when I thought I could have a meal, another crisis erupts. Upon my arrival, I overheard the remark about the task being utterly unachievable. The assistant director, standing nearby, played the segment for Director Nyoma to witness. While taken aback, Director Nyo Ma's professional integrity compelled him to seize the walkie-talkie without delay, exclaiming, "Live broadcast interrupted. Cease all activities immediately." Typically, minor conflicts serve to heighten tension. Yet outright insults escalate the matter to a moral dilemma. Director Nyo Ma found himself in a tumultuous state of emotions. Setting aside other considerations, the audacity of Chen Yan to curse rendered the broadcast unfeasible. However, Nyo Ma was a step behind. The live transmission had already commenced. My heavens! What celestial sound reached my ears? Had Chen Yan unleashed another tirade? I mused that this young man could hardly contain himself. It brought to mind our trip to Italy, where he infamously remarked to a journalist that the water city reeked of urine, and I nearly laughed myself to tears. Though jesting has its place, Chen Yan's words were excessively outrageous. He was never a paragon of virtue, and moral upbringing is not sustenance. Those who support such individuals are indeed foolish. How can we safeguard impressionable children from emulating negative role models? Who will bear the responsibility? Chen Yan speaks, harshly resist immoral artists. Artists should set an example in less than 10 minutes. The trending topic dominated the charts. Director, the signal is restored. Shall we contact the deserted island now? The communications department made a timely appearance, alleviating the immediate crisis. Connect. Do it now. Director Nyo Ma hastily grabbed the program's dedicated phone. A moment's delay could have resulted in a physical confrontation between the two men. Nyo Ma's intuition proved accurate. Luo Yong was visibly embarrassed, and each of Chen Yan's insults struck deep, resonating with undeniable truth. Clenching his fists, Luo Yong gasped in frustration. "Chen Yan, don't push your luck." Chen Yan retorted with a cold smile. "Am I excessive? What about you dismantling the stakes of my tent?" At this declaration, all eyes turned toward Luo Yong. Wang Feishuan regarded the nail in Chen Yan's hand thoughtfully before glancing at Luo Yong. The tents were uniformly constructed. It was unreasonable for us to withstand the torrential rain while Chen Yan could not. The truth began to surface. In a fit of rage, Luo Yong rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge. Enough with the talk. If you're a man, let us settle this. Unable to articulate a rebuttal, all he desired was to physically confront Chen Yan. Wang Feishuan was the first to rush forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Yan, her gaze icy. "Luo Yong, mind your boundaries." Even Zhang Xiqin, the closest to the altercation, remained motionless. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, charged with potential conflict. At that moment, an antiquated ringtone echoed through the air. Li Mi, realizing the situation, stepped forward to answer the phone. "It's the director. Everyone, gather around." As the call connected, Director Nyo Ma emphasized, "Everyone, stand down. The program has been officially interrupted. It is with great honor that I announce the successful recording of the first phase of the program Desolate Island of Peach Blossom, which has achieved soaring viewership, frequently topping the ratings chart." Upon hearing this, however, the response from the group was rather muted. Yu Jiajia, with a hint of melancholy, pouted and remarked, "What does viewership matter? We have endured untold hardships on this deserted island. Even if we are ranked first every day, it cannot compensate for." Hua Chaotian also voiced his grievances. "Your show is truly something. You provide no prior notice and prepare nothing, luring us onto the island only to vanish for several days." Wang Lei sighed deeply and shook his head, acknowledging their sentiments. They have a point. Live broadcasts from a deserted island are indeed quite novel. Luo Yong, still simmering with anger from earlier, reflected on the experiences of the past few days and shouted at Director Nyo Ma, "I refuse to continue with this recording. Arrange for a helicopter to fetch me immediately. This wretched program. Let those who wish to record do so." Chapter 25. Deceit and Poor Signals. Luo Yong, in a fit of frustration, abruptly abandoned his responsibilities and turned to leave, hastily packing his belongings upon returning to the tent. "Luo Yong, do not act impulsively." Wang Lei attempted to intervene, albeit without genuine intent to restrain him. He too had lost interest in this futile program. Plagued daily by tumultuous weather and devoid of any preparations, living like a savage while having to coexist with others was utterly exasperating. Director Nyo Ma observed the discontent of the actors displayed on the main screen, each visibly perturbed. With a facade of cordiality, he addressed them. "Please remain calm. Some unforeseen events were indeed too sudden and did not manifest during our preliminary reconnaissance. However, As you can see, everyone has managed to adapt. Besides, you are all prominent stars gathered for this island program, which inherently boosts our popularity. The current surge in viewership benefits us all. When the topic of popularity was broached, silence enveloped the room. Director Nyo Ma chuckled softly, attempting to coax them. Rest assured, the recording of the second phase will certainly not encounter the same issues as before. I have arranged for additional supplies to ensure your comfort during this process. The second phase will demand a readiness for long-term survival. At the mention of supplies, the expressions of the others visibly softened. However, when the notion of long-term survival was introduced, Judea exploded. What? Long-term preparations? We can't even return home after one episode? Have I been sold to your island program by my agency? Limi gently supported her, trying to soothe her agitation. Judea, please calm down. Yet Judea, gripping her hair in distress, retorted, no, I absolutely cannot stay here. I had planned to finish the first episode and leave immediately. Reality struck her hard, revealing the impossibility of their escape. Limi's tone grew somber. Director Nyoma, your arrangements are indeed excessive. During the recording of a variety show, we must have our rest periods. It cannot be an unbroken stretch on this island. Suddenly, Hua Chaotian, who had remained silent until now, seized a phone, gripping it tightly. Nyoma, they may be pushovers, but I am not. If I was a host, you were still molding clay. Now, send a helicopter to retrieve me. Otherwise, do not expect me to refrain from retaliating. My experience in this industry far surpasses yours. Upon hearing Hua Chaotian's threat, Director Nyoma's countenance darkened. Speak up. Nyoma. In a moment of panic, Director Nyoma stammered, the signal is poor. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Listening to the disconnection tone, Hua Chaotian felt a surge of fury. That wretched Nyoma must have done this deliberately. When had there ever been a signal issue? It was precisely when he needed to arrange for their retrieval. He was intent on trapping them on this island. Jeda sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I want to go home. I do not wish to stay here. Jiang Tao, feeling displeased, returned to the tent and sat sulking, having had no opportunity to speak for quite a while. Zhang Siqin observed the situation, glancing from one person to another, noting the complaints of a few. For him, it made little difference whether they left or stayed, as he had recently transitioned from sports to the inner workings of the show and had just heard the director mention that the program's viewership ratings were soaring. This should, in turn, benefit his future career. In stark contrast to the lamentations on one side, the tranquility on the other was striking. Chen Yan had anticipated this outcome long ago. It was easy to arrive on this deserted island, but leaving would not be so simple. Had they been on a deserted island within their homeland, they could have departed at any moment. Unfortunately, the production team had chosen a remote island abroad for the show. Liminotichid Chen Yan, who was calmly washing the pots, and her curiosity about his demeanor grew. You don't want to leave? In truth, since the recording began on the island, Chen Yan had been gradually revealed as a treasure. Limi's first thought was that he truly did not wish to abandon the show. Perhaps he could genuinely redeem himself through this island program. Chen Yan, deftly finishing his task of washing the pot, began to boil water. Only after stopping did he reply, "Do you think it's possible to leave?" His words left Limi perplexed, wondering why it was not feasible. Chen Yan remained silent, turning his gaze towards the distant cliffs. It was not that the production team did not want to let them go. Rather, they were unable to retrieve them. Wang Feishuan approached, carrying 3 packets of instant noodles, placing them beside Chen Yan. He was quite surprised to see the noodles and thought, she has no intention of leaving, yet still noticed that I was about to cook. Hearing her words, Limi fell into deep contemplation. However, Chen Yan did not allow her time to ponder and promptly revealed the answer. On the first day we arrived on the island, nearby countries must have already initiated certain conflicts. This is also why the production team cannot dispatch helicopters to retrieve us. The island's signals had been completely jammed. Limi was left speechless, a silence enveloping them. Perhaps the decades of stability in Longhua had rendered her incapable of imagining that other nations were still grappling with the chaos of war. After a short while, the noodles were ready. Chen Yan opened the remaining 4 cans and divided them into 10 portions. This would suffice for their needs. His gaze swept over Wang Feishuan and Li Mi as he calmly stated, "Let us deliver meals to our precious stars. We wouldn't want to anger them. We still have to coexist with the decaying corpses." Li Mi reflected, Why did I never notice Chen Yan's sharp tongue before? Dila, noticing their actions, came over to assist in delivering food to Yu, Jejia, and Jiangtao, while Imi took meals to Wang Lei and Zhang Xiqin. As Wang Feishuan stood up with meals for Hua, Chaodian, and Luo Yong, another portion was taken by Chen Yan. I'll deliver it to the fool. Wang Feishuan's eyes widened slightly before she couldn't help but chuckle. He clearly intended to smooth over relations, yet his words were far from gentle. Nevertheless, as she watched Chen Yan approach Luo Yong, her impression of him gained newfound depth. Previously, she had regarded him as merely a talented individual. At present, it seems that his thoughts and ideas transcend those of others, exuding an innate aura of leadership. Chen Yan approached the tent, only to find that Luo Yong had not packed his belongings, but was instead seated, gazing towards the sea. Kicking aside some pebbles, Chen Yan settled beside Luo Yong and offered him some food. Eat up, you fool. Who are you calling a fool? Luo Yong snapped, turning his head sharply to glare at him. Chen Yan cast a sidelong glance and scoffed, failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice. Yet you still feel embarrassed? The mention of past events caused Luo Yong's gaze to falter, and he averted his eyes. His peripheral vision inadvertently swept over the plate of food, which contained not only instant noodles, but also canned provisions. Where did the canned food come from? Luo Yong suddenly recalled the events of a couple of days ago. The first batch of canned supplies. Chapter 26. The conflict between two nations. The helicopter appears. In the control room, Director Niu Ma fixated on the screen after hanging up the phone. He needed to observe the reactions of the participants closely. As he witnessed their rising tempers, he felt a surge of anger himself. However, the next moment, he spotted the pragmatic Chen Yan preparing a meal, and a wave of relief washed over him. He chuckled. Fortunately, we still have Chen Yan to manage the situation. The assistant director, perplexed, inquired, Director Niu, why does Chen Yan's presence make you so cheerful? This question left Niu Ma momentarily bewildered. Indeed, why did Chen Yan's appearance alleviate his concerns? Just as he pondered this, the assistant director pointed at the screen and exclaimed, Director Niu, Chen Yan has gone to find Luo Yong. Oh, he is carrying something. Following his gaze, Niu Ma instinctively grabbed the walkie-talkie and commanded, everyone listen up. The show must go on. The live broadcast continues. His intuition told him that Chen Yan could resolve everything. On the deserted island, the two stood with their backs to the camera. Director Niu Ma promptly directed, zoom in. With a sense of vulnerability, Luo Yong averted his gaze from the plate of food. The rumbling of his stomach echoed around them, permeating the air with an awkward tension. Suddenly, Chen Yan couldn't hold back his laughter. Luo Yong shot him a resentful glare and snatched the plate of food away. After delivering the meal, Chen Yan returned to the makeshift camp. Sitting beside Wang Feishuan, he noticed disposable chopsticks neatly placed on his plate. Naturally, he picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. Have you pacified him? Wang Feishuan inquired between bites. Chen Yan quickly downed the instant noodles and licked his lips. In matters among men, there's no need for pacifying. Wang Feishuan glanced at him and broke into a gentle smile, her expression flowing like a serene river. Chen Yan paused, captivated by her beautiful eyes that sparkled like stars and her exquisitely soft features. Accustomed to her usual calm demeanor, this warm smile felt like a breath of spring, rendering him unable to look away. Noticing his gaze, Wang Feishuan's cheeks flushed. She averted her eyes and resumed eating. In a moment of spontaneity, Chen Yan leaned closer and teased, Sister Feifei, would you like me to comfort you? A flicker of panic flashed in Wang Feishuan's eyes. Surrounded by the faint scent of Chen Yan's oceanic soap, she realized how close they were at that moment. Overwhelmed, she dared not turn back, softly murmuring, Chen Yan. Her tone held a hint of playful reproach, her brows and eyes adorned with a charming allure. Chen Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. The sight of the woman blushing before him was irresistibly adorable. He felt an urge to kiss her. A sudden scene change, accompanied by a soft sound of contact. Director Niu Ma's scream pierced through the air. Chen Yan, you audacious fool. How dare you touch the aloof goddess? What kind of backing does she have? What are you thinking? Wang Feishuan, feeling the fleeting touch from moments before, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she looked at Chen Yan. You. Flustered, Wang Feishuan covered her face, unable to articulate her thoughts. Chen Yan regained his senses and immediately raised his hands above his head. I apologize, Sister Fei. My emotions overwhelmed me, and I acted carelessly. I am truly sorry. His words flowed smoothly, as if he were accustomed to such apologies. Each phrase struck Wang Feishuan's heart like a series of collisions. Overwhelmed by emotions. Carelessly. When did he? Wang Feishuan could only recall her mind spiraling into chaos as she hurriedly fled from Chen Yan's side, fearful that lingering any longer might lead to unforeseen complications. Observing her swift departure, Chen Yan quietly murmured to himself, "Was I too hasty? Wasn't she the one who lingered around me, even initiating embraces?" He reminisced about the passionate hug in the rain, and the softness he had felt at his lips moments ago. Chen Yan touched his lips, a smile gracing his face. How sweet. He wanted more of that. This scene did not escape the watchful eye of Li Mi, who had been observing Chen Yan from a distance. Li Mi was taken aback by Chen Yan's boldness. In recent days, she had discerned that Wang Feishuan harbored feelings for Chen Yan that were anything but ordinary. Yet, Chen Yan had not displayed any notable change in demeanor. The kiss that had just transpired shocked Li Mi amidst her astonishment. She pouted slightly, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart, an unpleasant sensation indeed. In the backstage area, the program crew was in a state of panic. Many had witnessed the earlier incident. Although Director Nyo had swiftly cut the footage, most members of the crew were already aware of what had transpired. Such occurrences certainly could not be made public. It was akin to a bolt from the blue. Director Nyo, we must expedite the supply delivery. I've just received a notification that 2 nations are on the brink of war in 2 hours. Another wave of shock hit Director Nyo, leaving him restless. Clarify this. Does the conflict between the 2 nations involve the deserted island? It is not. But communications will be disrupted. Arrange for a helicopter immediately. Supply them for a month. Who knows how long this war might last? The continuation of the program now depended on sheer luck. Director Nyo was filled with trepidation, as his fate was intertwined with the deserted island show. Should anything go awry, he would be destined to rely on public service for the rest of his life. The logistics team began preparing various supplies, loading everything onto the helicopter. In addition to the pre-prepared goods, they also added a new batch of daily necessities. On the deserted island, the others were still dining. Zhang Xiqin's sharp eyes caught sight of a helicopter emerging from the east. It's the program's helicopter. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Jia stood up in excitement. Is it here to pick me up? Chen Yan did not lift his head, engrossed in tinkering with his tools. As the helicopter drew closer, the crowd watched eagerly, but before it could hover above them, it circled twice and then flew away. Director Nyo, the helicopter has been warned by another country. They want to allow us to stay. Just as Director Nyo had settled into his seat, he sprang up again, flinging his hat to the ground. Bring out the drones. We must ensure the supplies reach the deserted island. We will issue a warning to the other nation. Do not allow the Dragon Kingdom's drones to land. I shall petition the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom for aerial military assistance. The audacity is exhausting. In uttering such words, one fails to consider whether they possess the authority to make such grandiose claims. Nevertheless, the boast has been made. Director Nyo, they have consented to the drone supply of resources. These spineless individuals, Niuma exclaimed in fury. Within half an hour, waves of drones appeared in the skies above the deserted island. A cascade of supplies materialized, descending gently from the heavens. Zhang Xiqin recognized the drones and remarked thoughtfully, "This time it is provisions. I wonder what the last helicopter was laden with." The expressions of the others were far from favorable. Chen Yan meticulously counted 10 in total. Was this according to the head count? Upon grasping the magnitude of the aerial supplies, Chen Yan fell silent. There were 10 large crates, each towering to a person's height. What in the world does this production team intend for them to endure on this forsaken island? Chapter 27, Abundant Supplies. Task issued 10 supply drops descended upon the deserted island, the majority landing deep within the jungle, while a few scattered along the coastline. Seemingly aware of the implications, we pondered how to transport the supplies to a more secure location. We should move the supplies. It feels unsafe to leave them elsewhere, suggested Li Mi. Wang Lane nodded in agreement, acknowledging her insight. Indeed, let us men handle the transportation. Hearing this, Luo Yong emerged from the tent, and as Zhang Xiqin and Jiang Tao prepared to join, Chen Yan interjected thoughtfully. Perhaps we ought to first consider the location of our camp. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the towering cliffs at their back, which, while formidable, rendered the rocky slope unsuitable for a stable encampment. Wang Feishuan understood his implication and inquired, "Are you suggesting we relocate?" Chen Yan remained silent, his gaze drifting to the disarray of tents and scattered furniture. The cave was too cramped, and the tents too fragile. For long-term survival, this place was clearly not viable. If Chen Yan's intuition was correct, the production team had intentionally deployed large supply crates in the direction of the jungle for a reason. Wang Lei glanced at Chen Yan, a knowing look in his eyes. "Your idea has merit, but the jungle is perilous. Do you not recall how Mimi sustained her injuries?" Hua Chaotian rose and approached with a hint of irritation. "Indeed, finding a safe spot on this island is already a challenge. Relocating the camp is no trivial matter." Jiang Tao, growing increasingly anxious, urged, "Let us retrieve the supplies first to avoid any mishaps." "Wait, look!" Zhang Xiqin exclaimed, pointing skyward. An unmanned drone had appeared overhead, and shortly after, a small supply drop began to descend. The group stepped aside as the package landed before them, a card affixed to it, a task card. Wang Lei stepped forward, tearing off the task card and reading its contents aloud. Task 2, based on the supplies and resources of the deserted island, construct a shelter. Construct a shelter? Now? Here? Hua Chaotian exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yong furrowed his brow, voicing skepticism. How can we possibly build a shelter on a deserted island? Just look at the rubble and the remnants of furniture. Even if we managed to construct something, it would be a death trap. As discussions unfolded, a collective realization began to form in their minds. Wang Lei and Li Mi simultaneously turned their gaze towards Chen Yan. Though they spoke not a word, they both recognized that Chen Yan had aligned his thoughts with those of the production team. To survive long-term, relying solely on tents would not suffice against the unpredictable weather of the island. They must construct a proper shelter. What shall we do? Where can we build such a structure? This area certainly won't do. Jiang Tao's voice dwindled, his eyes shifting nervously between Wang Lei and Chen Yan. Even he, with his limited insight, could discern that Chen Yan's earlier suggestion to relocate was indeed valid. Then, as Chen Yan proposed, "Let us find a more suitable location for our camp, one conducive to building a shelter," Wang Lei conceded, albeit reluctantly. Even if he wished to resist, it was now futile. After several days of interaction, it seems that Chen Yan has established a considerable influence. Despite being a mere youth, his words have reached an undeniable authority. Wang Lei, though reluctant, finds himself unable to oppose this reality. The outcome was anticipated by Chen Yan, who stated that even a fool could foresee it. This group of dimwits is fully aware, yet deliberately chooses to act in defiance. Alas, one cannot be too exceptional in life, or jealousy will inevitably arise. With a calm demeanor, Chen Yan strides towards the jungle, reasoning that the production team has disposed of a significant portion of their supplies there, ensuring they would discover a suitable location for building shelter. Wang Feishuan and Li Mi flanked him, while behind them trailed a few unwilling companions who occasionally muttered complaints but ultimately followed obediently. "Chen Yan, do you think it's better to build a house in the jungle or by the seaside?" Li Mi inquired with a bright smile, stepping over a small mound of earth. Chen Yan pondered for a moment before replying, "The jungle, I believe. The abundance of resources nearby would facilitate our daily lives." After walking for a while, they stumbled upon their first supply drop. Upon untying the securing ropes, they unveiled a spacious area filled with various electrical appliances, including a rudimentary generator powered by pedaling a bicycle. These items were cumbersome and challenging to transport. Luo Yong wore a complex expression, unsure of how to proceed. "I believe Chen Yan is correct. For long-term survival, the production team must have surveyed the terrain in advance to select the most suitable location for dropping essential supplies." Li Mi mused, resting her hand on her arm while thoughtfully pinching her chin, her slender arm unintentionally accentuating her curves. Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian couldn't help but steal glances at her figure. "What Mimi said makes sense, but aren't you afraid, Mimi? You were bitten by a snake in the jungle before," Wang Lei inquired, feigning concern as he inched closer to Li Mi. Luo Yong, unwilling to be outdone, approached her from the other side, also expressing worry. "Indeed, the jungle harbors many dangerous animals. It's not exactly safe." observing their sycophantic behavior. Chen Yan felt an urge to retch, yet he restrained himself. There was no need to stir trouble when survival was at stake. I think this area is quite suitable, Chen Yan remarked, surveying his surroundings. The terrain is flat, and the trees are sparse, situated at a safe distance from the dense jungle. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Chaotian was the first to retort, disbelief evident in his tone. Here? It's surrounded by trees. How can we build a house? Are we going to construct a tree house? Ha ha! Jiang Tao chimed in, laughter rife with mockery. I've never lived in a tree house before. If Chen Yan can manage to build one, I'd be keen to experience it. Their banter continued in a mocking duet. Chen Yan couldn't help but feel disheartened. All the food consumed earlier had gone to waste. Though he chose silence, others reacted. What was wrong with Hua Chaotian and Jiang Tao? Chen Yan's reasoning was sound, yet they offered no constructive feedback and merely sought to belittle him. It seemed they were indeed lacking in the capacity for constructive criticism. Alas, my friends, my perception of Chen Yan has undergone a profound transformation. I find myself increasingly convinced that he possesses an extraordinary intellect, rather than indulging in the foolish rumors surrounding him. Allow me to announce that I am an admirer of Chen Yan, and from this point forward, anyone who disparages him shall incur my disdain. Wang Feishuan, unable to tolerate the situation, cast a frosty gaze upon Hua Chaotian and Jiang Tao. So what? What are your thoughts? Is it truly a mark of your upbringing to dismiss other suggestions with mockery and scorn? Wang Feishuan spoke candidly, regarding them with an air of dignified composure. Hua Chaotian narrowed his eyes and scoffed. Little Fei, your unwavering support for Chen Yan. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to him? The 28th palm, women favoring Chen Yan? Hua Xiao, leaning against a tree, arms crossed. Chen Yan fixed his gaze upon him and retorted, if that is the case, then Jiang Tao's support for you must mean he harbors feelings for you as well. His tone was casual, yet his words left Hua Chaotian seething with rage. You. The live stream's comments began flooding in. Was Hua Chaotian intentionally trying to insult and tarnish my goddess's reputation? Am I the only one who finds Hua Chaotian utterly repugnant? Sister Fei is right. Why does he constantly target Chen Yan? I think Chen Yan is quite admirable. The atmosphere on the island grew somewhat awkward, until Wang Lei stepped in to alleviate the tension. All right, you two have been bickering since we arrived on the island. Hua Xiao, you're not a child anymore. Why stoop to Chen Yan's level? Wang Lei adopted a senior-s authoritative stance, seemingly addressing Hua Chaotian while subtly belittling Chen Yan. Hua Chaotian responded with a cold snort. Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin chose not to engage, opting instead to whisper amongst themselves. They then transported 2 large boxes of empty supplies from the shore into the jungle, quietly adhering to Chen Yan's wishes. Subsequently, Chen Yan approached Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin, instructing, let us gather the supplies scattered in other locations and consolidate them. Luo Yong nodded in agreement, and Zhang Xiqin followed suit. As they passed by Hua Chaotian, neither spoke a word. However, Chen Yan came to a halt. Sensing his movement, Luo Yong reached out to grasp Chen Yan's arm, attempting to deter him from escalating the conflict. Alas, it was too late. Casting a glance at Hua Chaotian, Chen Yan said nonchalantly, you shouldn't be idle either. Go help Wang Laosher and Jiang Tao with the airdrop supplies. Having delivered this remark, Chen Yan finally departed. Hua Chaotian stood there bewildered. After a moment of furious pacing, he seethed. Who does he think he is to command me? He had no desire to comply. Yet, upon looking up, he noticed the girls diligently clearing away branches and stones from the ground, leaving him isolated in an exceedingly awkward position. Each supply box was quite sizable. While 2 people could manage the lighter ones, the heavier ones required at least 3. It took 2 to 3 hours to return with all 10 boxes. Once everyone had gathered, Chen Yan produced the task card from the production team. Wang Laosher had also read the contents of the task card, though he had not reached the subsequent requirements. Upon hearing that there were additional stipulations, everyone turned their attention toward him. The task involved constructing 2 houses in designated groups. Chen Yan spoke clearly and earnestly, declaring his intention to form one group, while leaving the choice of the other group to the rest. His words resonated with certainty. Wang Lei's expression shifted slightly. How did he become the leader with just a few words? Hua Chaotian shot him a sidelong glance, his tone flat. You're still young. Yet you wield authority like a seasoned official, always eager to command others. Do you think you're the class monitor of an elementary school? Sensing the brewing tension, Jiang Tao flatteringly recommended, I believe Teacher Wang is the most suitable choice for captain, considering both his experience and capabilities. Hence, it was decided that Wang would lead. Hua Chaotian moved to stand beside Wang Lei, asserting, as commoners, we surely have a right to freely choose our leader, right? Class monitor, Chen? Chen Yan found the nickname rather juvenile and smiled faintly. Hua, the commoner is correct. Everyone is free to choose their teams. Instead of gaining an advantage, he had inadvertently earned a new moniker. Hua Chaotian gritted his teeth in frustration. Wang Feishuan and Li Mi, without a second thought, aligned themselves with Chen Yan. This time, without Yu Jiejia's influence, Daila cheerfully followed Li Mi to Chen Yan's side. The three prominent beauties stood with Chen, leaving the isolated Wang Lei with only Hua Chaotian. Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin hesitated momentarily, but under Wang Lei's hopeful gaze, they walked towards him. Wang Lei forced a smile, anxiously glancing at Li Mi and the others. What? Our team has no girls? He feigned cheerfulness while feeling a surge of irritation. All the appealing and capable individuals had gravitated towards Chen Yan. Curse Chen Yan. What merit did he possess? Wang Lei was seething. It was all Chen Yan's fault for stealing the spotlight, leaving him with only Jiang Tao and Yu Jejia. Jiang Tao wished to align with the goddess, but it was evident that doing so would bring no benefits and might even provoke Wang Lei's side. As his thoughts wandered, he noticed Yu Jejia taking action. Chen Yan was undeniably impressive. This fact had become indisputable since their arrival on the island. Yu Jejia wished to avoid further suffering. Although the incident with the roasted chicken had created some awkwardness, she mustered the courage to smile and approach Chen Yan. Chen. Her words were cut short. There are no girls on Teacher Wang's side. Chen Yan's sudden dismissal left no room for doubt. He had clearly rejected her. The message was unmistakable. Kindly keep your distance. Yu Jejia felt her face flush with displeasure. She had even lowered herself to seek reconciliation. How dare Chen Yan refuse her? It was merely a matter of forming groups. Was it necessary for Chen Yan to target Yu Jejia so directly? Chen Yan indeed appeared rather petty, openly bullying the young girl. Was this not a form of bullying? How ungrateful. It would be an honor for him to be in the same group as her. Did he even want such an honor? Was everyone forgetting Yu Jiejia's grievances over the roasted chicken incident? I, as a supporter of Chen Yan, stand by his actions. Don't force yourself into a circle where you don't belong. Chen Yan directly voiced his refusal, while Wang Lei remained silent. He now holds no regard for Yu Jejia. Initially, he perceived her as merely a sweet girl due to their limited interactions. However, as they spent more time together, he found her to be utterly unremarkable, far inferior to Li Mi, and even less impressive than Daila. The more Wang Lei pondered this, the more vexed he became, exuding an air of melancholy. Yu Jejia, feeling quite embarrassed, lowered her head and walked over to Wang Lei. It appears that Teacher Wang has a female companion now, Chen Yan remarked in timely wonder. A classic case of someone reaping benefits while still acting coy. Wang Lei's gaze grew even more sorrowful as he chuckled dryly. Xiao Chen, your group is entirely composed of girls. Don't you find that inconvenient? Chen Yan feigned surprise, replying, how could that be? He then turned to smile broadly at the three stunning beauties, beaming, it's my privilege. Wang Lei's expression darkened. He had even contemplated trading Jiang Tao or Yu Jejia for Li Mi and Daila, yet that insufferable Chen Yan remained oblivious. Luo Yong, eyeing Li Mi with anticipation, mustered the courage to advocate for a swap. After all, Mi Jie and Chen Yan had been in the same group for the past few days. Why not exchange? Jiang Tao had just expressed a desire to team up with Chen Yan. The proposition was laid bare. Zhang Xiqin and Hua Chaotian also looked on with hopeful expressions, eager to facilitate the exchange of Jiang Tao for Li Mi. What a bargain. It was too good to pass up. Only Jiang Tao offered a dry chuckle, muttering, I would like to be in a group with Chen Yan. The focus shifted squarely onto Li Mi. Chen Yan smirked, glancing at Li Mi, his eyes conveying the message. If you are unwilling, leave it to him. In an instant, Li Mi grasped Chen Yan's intent. Chapter 29, A Bet? Encounter with a wild boar? Teacher Wang, I am bound to Fei Fei. We have vowed not to abandon one another. Li Mi chuckled. leaning against Wang Feishuan's shoulder while playfully declining once more. This time, Luo Yang's expression darkened. With one plan thwarted, another had also failed. Hua Chaotian, exasperated, remarked curtly, "In that case, to bolster our motivation, let us establish a wager." "What sort of wager?" Chen Yan inquired. Hua Chaotian's gaze turned mischievous as it swept over Li Mi, Wang Feishuan, and Daila. "Let us compete to see who can complete their house first. The losing side must unconditionally fulfill a request from the winner." Wang Feishuan furrowed her brows, indignantly protesting, "That is unfair. Our team consists of only one man, while yours has a full 5. Constructing houses is labor-intensive. This wager is entirely imbalanced." Li Mi articulated her thoughts with clarity. Unfazed, Hua Chaotian shrugged dismissively, mocking, "I care not." "Who told Chen Yan to surround himself with alluring companions? Your team consists solely of female members." Wang Lei interjected lightly, "Indeed. I suggested we swap a few members to achieve a more balanced male-to-female ratio. But Chen Yan stubbornly refused. Hence, we are left with no options." Wang Feishuan regarded them with a cold stare, retorting, "Your eloquent words are truly exhausting." To Wang Feishuan's sarcasm, Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian merely laughed, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. Chen Yan, dismissing their jests, replied coolly, "No problem." Wang Feishuan turned in astonishment, exclaiming, "Chen Yan, how can you so readily agree?" This is clearly a trap set by Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian. Chen Yan offered her a reassuring smile, even winking. "Do you trust me?" "Of course I trust you." "But—" Wang Feishuan hesitated, her words trailing off. Chen Yan patted her shoulder, his expression softening. "Just trust me." Thus, the wager was established. Following their meticulous assessment of the 10 airdrop supplies, 2 boxes contained materials for constructing simple shelters, innovative hot-dip galvanized modules, essentially ready for assembly. Chen Yan had dabbled in such projects at home out of curiosity, never anticipating their practical application now. 2 additional boxes housed essential household appliances, while the remaining 6 included 5 boxes of food, with the last containing agricultural seeds and small pots of vegetables, surprisingly accompanied by a few flower pots. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yan's expression turned complex, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Why did it seem as though they might be stranded on this desolate island for years to come? "What are you thinking?" Wang Feishuan approached him, noticing his momentary distraction. Chen Yan snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. "It's nothing. Have you all organized the food?" In response, Wang Feishuan's eyes gleamed with determination as she clenched her fists before her, declaring, "We women do not require special treatment. Anyone can organize the food. The 3 of us have just conferred, and we shall build the house together." Her radiant smile and resolute spirit were captivating, her uplifted chin revealing a delicate, fair neck, with her collarbone gently curving inward. Chen Yan felt a tightening in his throat, a sudden urge to savor her beauty. Yet, he swiftly quelled that impulse before it could fully blossom. Last time, a mere kiss on the cheek sent someone fleeing in fright. He certainly did not wish to be evaded by Wang Feishuan again. "What whispers are you sharing? Might we be privy to them?" Laughter from Li Mi floated in from behind. Chen Yan turned to look. Li Mi, arms crossed, her ample bosom swaying gently with her laughter. Further back, Daila trotted over, her figure becoming more pronounced with each movement, exclaiming, "Me too. Me too." Chen Yan swallowed hard. What merit had he amassed to deserve this? Was it possible that a lifetime of solitude had culminated in this moment? "Very well, then you shall follow my lead." Chen Yan felt a surge of excitement. Grasping a wooden stick, he pointed with authority. "I shall first construct the framework, then lay the flooring, assemble the surrounding walls, and finally, raise the roof. You may all heed my commands. How does that sound?" Wang Feishuan smiled sweetly. "No problem." Li Mi responded with a gentle smile. "Sounds good." Daila nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. In stark contrast to the camaraderie on Chen Yan's side, things were evidently less smooth for Wang Lei. Eviliona. Let me share my thoughts. I have some experience with housing, though this is my first time building. Azwangi Lei Spocky. Luo Yong and Jiang Tao drifted into reverie, their attention captivated by the laughter nearby. Particularly, the enchanting scene of Daila running towards Chen Yan, her swaying figure mesmerizing. Jiang Tao swallowed hard, pondering, how did I not notice how alluring Daila was before? Her figure rivals that of Li Mi. Meanwhile, Luo Yong's gaze fixated on Li Mi and Wang Feishuan. In his view, a man ought to conquer mature women. Li Mi was his target. Wang Feishuan always maintained an aloof demeanor, igniting a desire to conquer, to witness the high and mighty goddess bowing down in submission. Xiao Yong, Xiao Jiang, are you two listening to me? Wang Lei, noticing their distraction, called them out discontentedly. Luo Yong and Jiang Tao snapped back to attention, responding with vague affirmatives. Consequently, Mi Jia, pass me that iron rod over there. Fei Jia, hold that board. Daila, steady yourself and don't move. While Wang Lei continued with the instructions for building a simple structure, Chen Yan had already begun. This sent Wang Lei into a panic. Xi Zhang. Let us get started as well. Zhang Xiqin hesitated, standing up. I don't know how. Wang Lei frowned, glancing at Chen Yan, urging, it's easy to construct. Just use your hands. Under Wang Lei's pressing supervision, Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin sprang into action, with Jiang Tao assisting nearby. While Hua Chaotian wandered back and forth, occasionally lending a hand, and Yu Jia did not need to lift a finger, merely picking up litter from the ground. What appeared to be a harmonious scene was interrupted by Hua Chaotian's bored remark. Being a girl is nice. You can just pick up trash. This implied a critique. Yu Jia shot him an annoyed glare. What? Is Hua Chaotian out of his mind? What has he done all this time to say that Jia is just picking up trash? This reveals the true nature of Hua Chaotian. When your elder brother offers you a smile, do you truly believe he is a benevolent soul? Hua Xiao is not mistaken in his assertions. What skills does Jia possess aside from scavenging? She pales in comparison to Li Mi and her companions. To the ardent fans above, allow me to speak fairly. This should not be blamed on you Jia, but rather on Teacher Wang's inadequate management. Observe how Chen Yan adeptly organizes tasks, assigning lighter duties to Mi Jia and her team, fostering a sense of involvement. When one is diligently engaged in their work, time invariably flies. As dusk approaches and the sun prepares to set, Li Mi wipes the beads of sweat from her brow, intending to fetch a few bottles of water. While rummaging through the supply box, her peripheral vision catches a movement in a nearby thicket. She instinctively halts her actions, just as she was about to prod with a stick to investigate. Suddenly, a large creature bursts forth. Chapter 30, Building the Foundation, Discovering the Chicken Flock. What is that? Li Mi exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. Hearing her shout, Chen Yan immediately set aside what he was doing and rushed towards her. Upon seeing the creature that had emerged, he realized it was a wild boar. The production team behind the scenes gasped, with director Niu Ma pointing at the screen in disbelief. What on earth is that? The assistant director's eyes widened, and after scrutinizing the scene, he stammered. It appears to be a wild boar. How can there be wild boars on our deserted island? Director Niu Ma was utterly distraught. Where are the crew members who surveyed the island before the recording? Get them here immediately. This is no joke. Wild boars are incredibly difficult to control. They are ferocious and accustomed to the wild. On the deserted island, Wang Lei and the others also spotted the wild boar, frozen in place. This is too dangerous. Wang Feishuan felt a surge of anxiety, her gaze fixated on Chen Yan's resolute figure. Suppressing her inner panic, she resolved not to let Chen Yan face this alone. She began rummaging through the toolbox. The barrage of comments exploded. My goodness, what is that massive creature? A wild boar. It is far more formidable than a domestic pig. What should we do? It is right in front of Li Mi. I hope my Li Mi is not harmed. Is this for show? Chen Yan was uncertain. His brow furrowed as he retrieved a chainsaw from the toolbox. Li Mi, come over here, he commanded calmly. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mi hurried towards him. As she moved, the wild boar suddenly bellowed and charged at her. Startled by the sound, Li Mi stumbled and fell to the ground. Turning around, she was confronted by the fierce visage of the wild boar. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for pain. Instead, she heard a pained roar. Opening her eyes, she beheld a tall, muscular figure standing protectively in front of her, like a deity in the face of danger. Chen Yan revved the chainsaw, gripping it tightly, and thrust it toward the boar's abdomen. The creature cried out in agony, thrashing its head wildly, its eyes wide in terror as it neared death. Its massive, powerful body collided with Chen Yan, sending him flying several meters away. Ugh! Chen Yan grunted, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. Meanwhile, the wild boar staggered for a moment before collapsing. As it fell, Wang Feishuan emerged from behind, tightly gripping a stun baton. She had found the baton and charged forward without hesitation, delivering the final blow just as Chen Yan plunged the chainsaw into the boar. Li Mi stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining her senses and scrambling to her feet. Chen Yan! Chen Yan! She rushed to his side, her heart racing as she beheld him covered in blood, panic overtaking her. "We need first aid." Looking at her tear-streaked face, unable to touch him in fear, Chen Yan grasped her hand reassuringly. "It's all right. This is all the boar's blood. Move aside, Mijia." Daila hurriedly ran over with a first aid kit, exclaiming, "I know first aid." Upon hearing this, Li Mi swiftly stepped aside. Chen Yan cooperatively removed his blood-stained shirt, revealing a lean physique. It could be said that he appeared slender in clothes, but well-defined without them. As Li Mi regained her composure, she nervously averted her gaze. Just then, Wang Feishuan, who had dropped her electrobaton to rush over, caught sight of Chen Yan disrobing. Her eyes fell upon his clearly visible abdominal muscles, causing her cheeks to flush. Among the three, only Daila remained entirely focused on Chen Yan's injuries, carefully applying iodine-soaked cotton to the wound on his arm. Daila's expression was earnest as she murmured, "Disinfect. Disinfect." In truth, Chen Yan was not severely injured. The blood on his shirt was primarily from the wild boar. Only his right arm bore a gash from the collision with the creature. As the situation stabilized, Wang Lei and the others soon arrived. "Are you hurt?" Wang Lei inquired anxiously, his gaze flitting over Chen Yan. Hua Chaotan, however, was captivated by the wild boar lying on the ground, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've seen a wild boar. They truly exist." Luo Yong also expressed curiosity, circling the boar a couple of times. Zhang Xiqin approached to inspect Chen Yan's injury and concluded, "It's nothing serious." He then returned to work on his house. Noticing Zhang Xiqin's dismissal, Chen Yan felt reassured. Wang Lei pretended to casually rest his hand on Li Mi's shoulder, softening his tone. "Mimi, were you scared just now?" The appearance of that wild boar was quite sudden. Being touched on the shoulder and hearing his greasy voice made Li Mi suppress her urge to pull away. Forcing a smile as she replied, "I'm fine, thanks to Chen Yan." Remembering the earlier danger brought tears to her eyes again, and she tenderly stroked Chen Yan's injured arm. "Thank you, Chen Yan. I don't know how to repay you. If it weren't for you, I might have been knocked down by the wild boar, my life hanging by a thread." Daila secured the bandage with a bow. Chen Yan moved his arm and smiled at her. "It's nothing, Sister Mi, just a small wound." Saying this, he stood up and stretched his arm to demonstrate that he was indeed fine. Yet, despite this, Li Mi remained worried. After returning, she followed closely behind Chen Yan, promptly handing him any tools he needed. "Mid-dia Mimi. Surely you don't intend to express your gratitude in such a manner?" As for upstairs, one could dismiss such notions, as this was undoubtedly a ploy by the production team. How could something so dangerous occur? They were intentionally stirring up drama to create buzz. That makes sense, but Chen Yan was incredibly brave just now. He suddenly seemed so handsome. I agree. Look at how Li Mi was in peril. Everyone else remained indifferent. Yet Chen Yan rushed in immediately. If it were all an act, his performance was truly remarkable. It felt so genuine. Chen Yan lacked such acting skills. The comments gradually shifted, with an increasing number of netizens defending Chen Yan since the two songs had been released. Throughout this, Li Mi remained oblivious to Wang Feishuan. From the moment Chen Yan rescued her, Wang Feishuan could distinctly perceive the shift in Li Mi's demeanor towards Chen Yan. If her prior interest was merely superficial, it had now blossomed into genuine affection. Reflecting on this, Wang Feishuan pursed her lips, a wave of bitterness washing over her heart. After all, how could one remain indifferent towards the person who risked their life to save them? Unbeknownst to herself, a hint of jealousy began to stir within Wang Feishuan, as she inadvertently deepened her own feelings. This minor episode only delayed their progress momentarily. Chen Yan resumed his task of constructing the dwelling. With a framework established, he proceeded to lay the flooring. Observing Chen Yan's methodical approach, Daila, Li Mi, and Wang Feishuan donned gloves and eagerly joined the effort. The process was indeed straightforward. It merely required a bit of manual labor. "Let us take a break. We shall continue tomorrow," Wang Feishuan suggested. approaching Chen Yan with a voice so unexpectedly gentle that even she was taken aback. Dila and I have begun preparing dinner. Chapter 31, Building a House. Celebratory dinner. Chen Yan retrieved his pocket watch, noting that it was already past 8 in the evening. It was indeed late, and he needed to retire early for the night watch. Yielding to Wang Fei Xian's suggestion, Chen Yan lowered the partition and looked up to see that the dining table had been set, evoking a delightful picnic atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Lei and Luo Yong were still laying the foundation of the floor, as the surrounding framework remained unassembled. He was merely a roof away from completing his task. Brushing off the dust from his hands, Chen Yan sat thoughtfully at the table. Teacher Wang, let your group take a break for a while. Luo Yong looks utterly exhausted. Let us not treat him like a beast of burden. He elongated his tone deliberately, ensuring that his sarcasm was unmistakable. Luo Yong shot a glare at Chen Yan upon being likened to a donkey. Mind your words. Who's the donkey here? Chen Yan shrugged lightly, responding with a nonchalant. My apologies, just a metaphor to highlight your fatigue. Luo Yong fell silent, as he indeed felt on the verge of collapse. Haha, Chen Yan certainly knows how to articulate. I see Luo Yong hasn't stopped working. Everything requires his assistance. It's hilarious. Luo the donkey, not a bad nickname. Isn't the upstairs filled with Chen Yan's fans? Truly, they mirror their idol, lacking any decorum or civility. You preach so much wisdom. You must be a fan of Wang Lei, right? He asked the one who merely sits and critiques while doing nothing. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted, turning into a lively spectacle, even more entertaining than a television skit. However, the reality was indeed as described. After Wang Lei assumed the role of team leader, he often expressed difficulty in assigned tasks to Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin, even calling upon Jiang Tao for assistance. Only Hua Chaotian was clever enough to sneak off occasionally to chat with Li Mi. Everyone was aware of these dynamics, yet no one dared to address them openly. After all, Wang Lei was the most experienced and influential figure in the program. Chen Yan's remarks inevitably darkened Wang Lei's expression. Before he could respond, Li Mi called out to them, "Dinner is ready, everyone come and eat." Waving her hand with a cheerful smile, she looked particularly vibrant in her sports attire, which she had donned for the house-building occasion. Wang Lei's anger dissipated somewhat as he passed Chen Yan, offering a low warning, "Kid, watch your words. Even if we're to spend a long time on this program, I want to indulge this insolent brat." Chen Yan merely shrugged with indifference. The dinner was a rare feast. While it did not surpass their previous meals, it was indeed the most sumptuous spread they had enjoyed since arriving on the deserted island. The long table was adorned with roast chicken, roasted duck, instant hot pot, for self-heating meat dishes, 6 self-heating vegetable dishes, and freshly steamed rice. As everyone took their seats and beheld the bountiful array of food, they felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Oh my, it's been ages since I've seen so much delicious food. Dilame's eyes widened, sparkling with delight. Li Mi, tilting her head with a gentle smile, added, "Yes, let us celebrate our arrival on the island. I'm honored to continue this journey with all of you." Wang Lei sat beside Li Mi, his arm unconsciously inching closer to her arm resting on the table. Upon hearing her finish speaking, he assumed a senior-esque demeanor. Raising his glass, "Mimi is right. Allow me to share a few words." Jiang Tao clapped in admiration. "Teacher Wang, please enlighten us." Wang Lei smiled and, with a leisurely tone, began, "When we arrived on the island, everyone was in a rush, and we hardly got to know each other before being caught in a torrential downpour. Later, due to the urgency of tasks related to food, perhaps we all forgot one crucial aspect." Jiang Tao eagerly inquired, "What aspect, Teacher Wang?" Wang Lei solemnly replied, "The program Desolate Island of Peach Blossom requires us to experience pastoral life, not seek adventure." Well said. Jiang Tao promptly stood to applaud. The two were like performers in a comedic duet, and the thought of their banter caused Chen Yan to chuckle unexpectedly. This laughter, once out in the open, drew all eyes upon her. Wang Lei's smile dimmed slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Fortunately, Chen Yan quickly added her agreement. "Teacher Wang speaks wisely." At that moment, it was prudent not to disrupt the atmosphere, as there would be future interactions to consider. Mastering human relations was something he excelled at. As anticipated, Wang Lei nodded in satisfaction at Chen Yan's words. While the three conversed, the others gazed longingly at the food on the table. Yu Jiejiao was growing increasingly impatient, harboring no fondness for anyone on the island. Her tolerance wearing thin. Chen Yan refrained from provoking her, but Yu Jia did not hesitate. Teacher Wang, can we eat now? The food is getting cold. Her abrupt remark shattered the previously serene ambience. Wang Lei's smile turned somewhat forced as he touched his molar and replied with a strained grin. Of course. Jia must be starving. Just as Yu Jia was about to pick up her chopsticks, Wang Lei picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in her bowl. Beaming, Jia, I remember you love roast chicken. Do enjoy. The implication darkened Yu Jia's expression instantly. Wang Lei then returned to his seat, pleased with himself. How amusing. He thought, she thinks she's someone special, worthy of attention. In such a setting, Chen Yan dared not speak, while Yu Jia exhibited boldness. Dila, sitting beside Yu Jia, felt conflicted. She didn't want her friend to feel embarrassed, so she placed some vegetables on Yu Jia's plate, cheerfully saying, Jia, a balanced diet aids digestion. Unnecessary. Yu Jia suddenly snapped, discarding the vegetables from her bowl onto the table. The outburst caught everyone off guard. Their actions froze. Dila leaned back in fright, inadvertently falling against Zhang Xiqin beside her. Li Mi, sitting across, wore a calm expression and attempted to ease the tension. Let us continue eating. Jia must be tired after a long day. If you don't feel like eating, you can head back to rest. Despite the polite expressions, the underlying meaning was unmistakable. Yu Jia tightened her grip on the chopsticks, meeting Li Mi's cold gaze, and forcefully suppressed her anger. While it was one thing for Di La to vent his frustration, Li Mi's influence far surpassed her own. With a frustrated huff, Yu Jia retreated to the tent. Strangely, with one person gone, dinner turned out to be more harmonious. Although Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian were at odds with Chen Yan, they still maintained a facade of civility. Only a fool would openly display contempt. The next morning, as everyone gathered for breakfast, Chen Yan suddenly beamed with a broad smile and declared, I have an announcement to make. All eyes turned toward him. My house is complete. Chapter 32. The bet? I must unite. Wang Lei gazed in astonishment at him, then turned his attention towards the house behind. Indeed, he beheld the completed structure. Beyond it, he could vaguely discern the house that remained unfinished. Hua Chaotian was equally taken aback, furrowing his brow and inquiring, last night before bed, everyone's progress was the same. Did you stay awake through the night? Not quite. I started my watch around 3. Anyway, my house only lacks a roof, which is quite simple, Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, shrugging as if he had merely consumed a boiled egg. No way. I must go take a look. Luo Yong could no longer contain himself and rose, striding towards the house. He refused to believe the absurdity of it all. They were all working on the same plot of land, and their team was composed entirely of men. How could they possibly be outdone by Chen Yan alone? Chen Yan paid little mind to their actions and followed them instead. Sometimes it was necessary to demonstrate the disparity. Competition could be quite demoralizing. Wang Feishuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she carefully observed the flat-roofed house before her. The wooden structure was a 2-bedroom dwelling, adorned with colorful wildflowers in the windows and vines draping from the eaves, resembling a quaint French villa. Chen Yan chuckled at the pale-faced Luo Yong. So what do you think? Are you convinced now? Luo Yong could only respond with silence. Chen Yan smiled slightly. It's quite simple, really. You merely lack the necessary skills. Although your team is larger, your efforts were aimless. He generously offered guidance, which left Luo Yong feeling both convinced and humbled as he plopped down on the threshold of the finished house. You've won. Now, speak of your demands. Prompted by Luo Yong's reminder, Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian also recalled the wager from the previous day. Ha! That rascal Chen Yan has won again. With his devious mind, I wonder how he will torment Wang Lei and the others this time. I agree. Chen Yan is indeed a peculiar character and will surely employ some trickery. Curiosity piqued, they speculated on how he might retaliate, considering the grievances he had previously endured. The audience was rife with speculation regarding Chen Yan's potential antics, leaving Wang Lei and the others feeling anxious. In the midst of their collective gaze, Chen Yan crossed his arms, calm and composed, declaring, I want everyone to unite moving forward. At this proclamation, all fell silent. We currently coexist on a deserted island. Apart from helping one another, any internal discord will significantly impact us all. His words suddenly ascended to a moral high ground. instigating a rare sense of harmony among the audience. Upon reflection, it became apparent that Chen Yan was not, in fact, a bad person. The previous commenter is right. Chen Yan is simply straightforward and lacks any significant flaws. Indeed, when considering those low emotional intelligence remarks, they merely stem from Chen Yan's bluntness, not from any moral failing. I've also encountered accusations against Chen Yan for harassment, which turned out to be a misunderstanding due to his poor eyesight and the opportunism of an obscure actress seeking attention. Ultimately, the truth emerged, but few believed it. In that moment, the past truths began to surface gradually, achieving Chen Yan's intended purpose. For him, arriving on the island was not merely a means of escaping the company, but rather a pivotal moment for redemption. Since his arrival in this realm, Chen Yan had harbored a singular ambition: to leverage all the knowledge and insights he possessed to propel himself toward success and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Beside him, Wang Feishuan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight and a hint of tender affection. It was unclear when exactly she began to anticipate Chen Yan's every action and utterance. When he spoke of unity, the man standing before Wang Feishuan resembled a valiant soldier scaling the heights of a mountain, instilling in her a sense of reverence and admiration. At that moment, Wang Feishuan solidified her feelings. She liked Chen Yan. Unbeknownst to her, Li Mi was observing the two of them. Having spent years immersed in a world of complexities, Li Mi had long surpassed the phase of naive infatuation. Yet, witnessing the brilliance of this young man, radiating with an alluring glow, ignited within her an impulsive yearning akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Reminiscent of the reckless abandon of youth, a desire to take a bold leap. With Chen Yan's words, the atmosphere on the deserted island began to shift. "We haven't finished building your houses yet, but I have an idea I'd like to discuss with everyone," Chen Yan suggested, prompting Wang Lei to nod in encouragement for him to continue. "The house I am constructing will be for the women, while you all can occupy the other one." Chen Yan meticulously laid out his thoughts. "Additionally, I plan to build 2 more rooms, one to serve as a storage area and another as a lounge, where we can keep household appliances and furniture. This should suffice for our needs." His well-reasoned proposal garnered unanimous agreement, with Wang Lei and the others readily expressing their support. Unbeknownst to them, the group had tacitly acknowledged Chen Yan's leadership. As Chen Yan surveyed the surroundings and glanced at the sky, he thoughtfully remarked, "It may rain tomorrow. Let's organize our supplies today. With so much to manage, relying solely on the women would take ages." The fact that Chen Yan considered their well-being elicited subtle expressions from several of the girls. Taking the initiative, Chen Yan led the way, sparing them from unnecessary delays. "Chen Yan, I'll help you," Wang Feishuan offered as she approached, placing her hand near his. Their proximity allowed for inadvertent touches. The task of organizing the supplies was quite laborious, yet with Chen Yan spearheading the effort, the others worked efficiently. Together, they accomplished the task much faster than anticipated. After a while, Dila grew exhausted and slumped to the ground. Observing this, Chen Yan fetched several bottles of water and distributed them to the girls, saying, "You've worked hard." He had not intended for the girls to participate, considering the presence of the men, but both Li Mi and Wang Feishuan insisted on contributing. Chen Yan felt that denying their involvement would imply a lack of respect for their capabilities. Thus, they all worked together. Once they finished, Chen Yan planned to head to the hot spring for a refreshing wash. As he passed by the wild boar, his steps involuntarily halted, his gaze fixating on the lifeless creature that had long succumbed to death. The nutritional value of wild boar is indeed quite significant. Perhaps its demise could be rendered more meaningful. With this thought in mind, Chen Yan grasped a defensive bone-scraping knife and approached the wild boar. Chapter 33. Dismantling the wild boar and restoring the homestead without delay, Chen Yan took the initiative to organize the tasks at hand. The storage room and the lounge needed to be more spacious, designed to accommodate a minimum of 10 individuals. Thus, their combined size required careful planning and would inevitably demand a considerable amount of time. Teacher Wang, Hua Xiao, and I would oversee the construction of the storage room, which needed to be the size of a single room. Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, and Zhang Tao were assigned to build the lounge. One would lay the flooring, another would construct the walls, and the third would handle the roof. Mijia, Feijia, and Dila would serve as their assistants, helping with the delivery of materials. Once the storage room was completed, Teacher Wang, Hua Xiao, and I would join to assist them. Chen Yan's arrangements were astute, ensuring that each individual had a clearly defined role, and his impartiality was commendable. Upon hearing these assignments, Luo Yong instinctively exhaled in relief. The previous day's events were still vivid in his memory. Within Wang Lei's group, he was the only one truly capable of contributing, while Zhang Xiqin required step-by-step guidance. And the others were notably idle, led by the likes of Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian. Now, with Chen Yan directly removing the two most indolent members, Luo Yong regarded him with newfound admiration. Noticing the unusual gaze directed at him, Chen Yan shot a glance back and quipped, "What this? Have you fallen for me?" Luo Yong's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to retort, Chen Yan cut him off, stating, "Enough with the chatter." He then clapped his hands together and encouraged, "Let us get to work. If we maintain our pace, we should complete this before nightfall." In perfect harmony, the team, now aware of their assignments, began their labor. At that moment, Yu Jia shuffled closer to Chen Yan and, somewhat begrudgingly, asked, "What am I supposed to do?" Yu Haven T mentioned. Feeling sidelined, she was filled with complaints but had no means to voice them. Hearing the commotion, Chen Yan suddenly remembered, "Ah, you're still here." Those words nearly infuriated Yu Jia. However, what followed further exacerbated her ire. "You're not needed right now. Just assist Teacher Wang and Hua Xiao with the cleanup." Though he could have said she should accompany him, he instead framed it as her merely picking up trash with the other two. Yu Jia quickly discerned Chen Yan's true nature. He was a petty and vindictive man. One cannot deny that Chen Yan possessed a certain talent for leadership. His presence ignited a competitive spirit within both Wang Lei and Hua Xiao, who were determined not to fall short of Chen Yan's efforts. Motivated by their masculine pride, the two habitual slackers became increasingly industrious, almost competing to complete their tasks more swiftly than Chen Yan. As a result, their storage room was completed in less than half a day. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Yan joined them in catching his breath, then raised his thumb in commendation. "Teacher Wang, Hua Xiao, you two are remarkable. I can barely handle a short stint, yet you managed to finish it all in one go. Impressive, truly impressive." They were accustomed to such praise. Wang Lei, seemingly composed, felt an immense sense of pride within. "You see, Xiao Chun, when I was out making my way in the world, you were still in elementary school." Hua Chaotian, savoring the moment, sighed contentedly. "Take a lesson, Chen Yan. This is what it means to be a man." Chen Yan smiled, but as he turned, his expression became more subdued. His face remained unflushed and his breath steady. Meanwhile, progress on the other side was swift. Yesterday, the laborious Luo Yong toiled tirelessly, yet today he was invigorated, thanks in part to Chen Yan's arrangements. L'amistad beside Luo Yong, and even handing him a wooden board sent waves of excitement through him. A few exchanged words of praise sent him into a state of uncontainable joy. He barely sipped any water, fully engrossed in his task. Zhang Xiqin observed quietly, showing little reaction. However, when Daila flashed a sweet smile and offered him a board, his hands trembled, a stark contrast to his usual reticence. He found himself engaging in light banter, asking Daila about her interests and hobbies, even inquiring if she could build houses. Lastly, Jiang Tao and Wang Feishuan exhibited perfect synergy. Wang Feishuan's speed in handing over boards was impressive. Jiang Tao, with his small stature, could not sustain his efforts for long, yet Wang Feishuan quickly stacked up the boards. Whenever the pile grew larger, she would stand still, her expression devoid of emotion. Staring at Jiang Tao, it was well known that her lack of expression was as cold as an ancient glacier, exuding a chilling aura without the need for air conditioning. This was an undeniable motivation for Jiang Tao. Her gaze was akin to a whip, stop working, and it would strike. Laughter erupted as Jiang Tao struggled to contain his mirth, glancing furtively at the music goddess. The chemistry between Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong was reminiscent of a laborious production team, both relentlessly engaged in their work. While attention was directed at the trio, I had already shifted my focus to Chen Yan, a figure not to be underestimated. Indeed, Chen Yan's organizational skills were remarkable. His meticulous division of labor was akin to a master of his craft. Unbeknownst to him, the online community might have varied opinions about him, but the results before him were undeniably gratifying. As everyone busied themselves, Chen Yan rummaged through the toolbox and retrieved a dagger, making his way towards the nearby thicket. If memory served him right, he was not mistaken. Close to the forest lay a large wild boar, robust and well-fed. Chen Yan licked his lips thoughtfully, recalling that wild boar meat was quite delectable. Thus, while others constructed houses, Chen Yan set about skinning and butchering the boar. As the dagger sliced through the boar's abdomen, the scene turned gruesome. Broadcast this. Broadcast this. The cameras swiftly shifted focus to the others. The production team, having finally found a moment's peace, was startled when the director leapt up in shock at the sight on screen. What mischief was this rascal up to now? Dissecting a wild boar? The directors, both bewildered, found solace in the rapid pace of the broadcast, as viewers were preoccupied with sending barrage comments, oblivious to the scene unfolding in the corner. Before long, the wild boar was dissected by Chen Yan into two portions, one for the east and one for the west. Covered in blood, Chen Yan stood upon the ground, letting out a soft sigh. What a pity that the blood of the swine scattered across the ground could have been transformed into delicious blood sausage stew. After toiling for several hours, Master Chen felt a strong aversion to the odor clinging to him. He initially intended to change his attire, yet the scent was too pungent to endure. Thus, Chen Yan resolved to wash himself by the seaside before donning fresh garments. As he ventured through the thicket, he intended to teleport directly, but unexpectedly found himself at an inland river, where upon closer inspection, he noticed vapor rising from its surface. A hot spring? Chen Yan was taken aback. A delightful surprise? Chapter 34. Enthralled by the soothing warmth of the hot spring, Chen Yan, without a moment's hesitation, disrobed and plunged into the crystalline waters. Instantly, he was enveloped by a gentle current, the water gliding through the crevices, while a delicate mist ascended gracefully. As the lingering scent of blood washed away, he swam to the edge, resting his hands against the rocky wall. Comfort enveloped him. It had been ages since he had indulged in such bliss. Life on the deserted island had rendered his existence more pitiable than that of a vagabond. After soaking for a while, Chen Yan squinted, savoring the droplets of water that kissed his lips. How delightful it would be to have a beautiful companion by his side at that moment. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a voice echoed behind him, tinged with curiosity. Chen Yan, is it you? Following the scent of blood, Wang Feishuan's eyes reflected lingering concern. Initially, she had only discerned a figure in the spring, but upon noticing the blood-stained garments on the ground, she called out his name. Fei Ye, what brings you here? Chen Yan inquired, swimming towards the source of the voice. Upon recognizing Wang Feishuan standing there, he playfully leaned over the edge, teasingly remarking, You truly possess an uncanny ability to find me in such a secluded spot, Fei Jie. Though his tone was laced with a hint of admiration, his gaze bore an intensity that suggested deeper intentions. The phrase uncanny ability could have caused any other to shy away, yet the one standing before him was Wang Feishuan, who had already come to terms with her feelings. With a smile dancing in her eyes, she crouched down to meet him. Indeed, it seems we share a connection, a certain understanding. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a glimmer that seemed to radiate effortlessly. Chen Yan's heart raced. If he failed to grasp her meaning now, he would no longer be a man. With that thought, he acted decisively, seizing Wang Feishuan's arm and yanking her down into the water. With no time to brace herself, she was pulled beneath the surface, her clothes instantly soaked. As she surfaced, the loose fabric clung to her form, accentuating her curves. Chen Yan held her waist with one hand, applying gentle pressure to draw her closer. The proximity between them intensified, a palpable warmth blossoming in the air. Amidst his reflections, a question arose. When had she begun to harbor feelings for him? Chen Yan, Wang Feishuan placed her hands on his shoulders, playfully striking him with a hint of mock annoyance. This is moving too fast. Though she bravely confronted her emotions, it did not imply that she was a woman of loose morals. Let go of me. A mysterious smile graced Chen Yan's lips. Not only did he refuse to release her, but he also inched closer, emboldened. A kiss, surely, would be permissible, with no prior experience in romance. Wang Feishuan was uncertain of the appropriate pace. A kiss, that should be acceptable, right? She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Yan's eyes, her mind racing. Unconsciously, she bit her lip in anxiety. Before she could voice her thoughts, he cupped her chin, lifting it gently, and then sealed her lips with his own. Chen Yan savored her tender response, wrapping his other arm around her slender waist, holding her firmly to prevent her from faltering. Suddenly, the air was filled with the startled exclamation of Wang Feishuan. Chen Yan. Her fragmented pleas for mercy were met with the deep, resonant laughter of the man. As he released her from his grasp, Wang Feishuan swiftly retreated several paces, her hand pressed against her slightly swollen lips, which bore the mark of his kiss. "You've gone too far. Our clothes are soaked. How can we return to the camp like this?" Chen Yan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, taken aback by her first protest regarding their drenched attire. His gaze drifted toward a thicket, a glimmer of inscrutable meaning flickering in his eyes. "Perhaps someone could assist us in retrieving dry clothes." Wang Feishuan looked at him with confusion. Chen Yan tilted his head and called out, "Sister Me, could you bring us some clean clothes? We might be in a bit of a predicament." At the sound of his voice, the foliage rustled. "Sister Me?" Wang Feishuan gasped, almost losing her balance and falling back into the water. Had Sister Me been nearby all along? Did she witness what transpired between her and Chen Yan? Wang Feishuan was engulfed in a storm of thoughts, barely noticing as Chen Yan drew closer. By the time she realized it, he was almost upon her. Suddenly, he embraced her, grinning widely. "Got you." Wang Feishuan frantically tried to break free. Yet, aside from her clothes becoming increasingly disheveled with her struggles, nothing changed. She remained swaying in Chen Yan's embrace. Finally, he could no longer suppress his voice, whispering, "Fei Jia, please don't move. I don't wish to embrace you here." Understanding the underlying meaning, Wang Feishuan froze. Her face flushed, too shy to make a move. Observing her adorable demeanor, Chen Yan leaned in and planted a playful kiss on her cheek. "Huh, you." Wang Feishuan's eyes began to glisten with tears, genuine anger bubbling within her. Unfortunately, Chen Yan remained oblivious, leaning closer to her ear and murmuring, "Fei Jia, you are truly adorable, so much so that I find myself wanting to indulge in mischief with you." Slap. Chen Yan received a playful smack in return. Before long, Li Mi approached, a teasing smile on her face, placing 2 sets of clean clothes on the shore. Without uttering a word or glancing at the two in the hot spring, she turned and walked away. Despite her calm demeanor, Wang Feishuan felt overwhelmed, her cheeks burning. The thought that someone had witnessed the earlier scene made her too embarrassed to lift her head. Meanwhile, Chen Yan watched Li Mi's retreating figure, deep in thought. If he wasn't mistaken, there had been movement in the thicket since he had pulled Wang Feishuan into the water. As Li Mi stepped out from the bushes, she unconsciously pouted, feeling a mix of emotions. When she paused, the image of what she had just witnessed replayed in her mind. Chen Yan, bare-chested with a strong, reliable back, reminiscent of when he had shielded her from a wild boar. At that moment, she realized, to her dismay, that her heart was uncontrollably stirred by Chen Yan. Yet, she had discovered this feeling far too late. Even after Chen Yan had embraced another woman and shared an intimate kiss, she longed to be in Wang Feishuan's position. Once she regained her composure, Li Mi's spirits sank once more. Deep down, she recognized that Fei was a wonderful girl and a dear friend. She could not betray her friend's trust. Upon returning to the campsite, Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, and Jiang Tao were finalizing their work in the lounge. Chen Yan joined Luo Yong and the others, while Wang Feishuan retreated to her tent. The group had been so engrossed in their tasks that they failed to notice, but Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian, taking a break, were keenly observing. After Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan returned, especially after the two had changed outfits, Wang Lei's gaze lingered on Wang Feishuan, inwardly scoffing. What a so-called aloof goddess. A mere Chen Yan is now so eager to get close. Hua Chaotian mirrored this disdain, thinking, it seems Chen Yan has made his move. How unfortunate that such a stunning beauty fell for a spineless fool first. The two shared a knowing glance. Their thoughts aligned. Meanwhile, a flurry of questions filled the comment section. What just happened? Or Chen Yan, Wang Feishuan, and Li Mi doing? Wait, did Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan change clothes? Perhaps one should inquire what Chen Yan and the aloof goddess were up to, as they appear to have vanished together for over 2 hours. Surely, the upstairs crew is pulling a prank? I was watching the screen intently. Chen Yan disappeared from the livestream first, followed by the aloof goddess, and finally, Demi. There was no noticeable gap in their departures. Chapter 35. Did Li Mi sneak a glance out of jealousy? Chen Yan's subtle probe? Backstage of the program, ever since Chen Yan personally began the butchering process, director Niu Ma kept a vigilant eye on the screen, anxious to avoid any gruesome scenes. As he observed, he noticed Chen Yan had vanished from the surveillance range. Subsequently, Li Mi also went missing from the broadcast. After a while, Wang Feishuan disappeared as well. Suddenly, 3 prominent individuals had vanished. Director Niu Ma watched helplessly as the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly unruly. Meanwhile, the 3 of them returned to the camp with an air of nonchalance. Although Chen Yan had changed his clothes, his demeanor remained composed as he assisted in tidying up. The events that had transpired earlier lingered in his mind. Before nightfall, the rest area was finally completed. While Li Mi and the others prepared dinner, Chen Yan took it upon himself to move electrical appliances into the lounge. Along with various miscellaneous items, the seemingly spacious area gradually transformed into a well-equipped haven. In the end, Chen Yan collaborated with Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin to assemble the long wooden benches, adorned with soft blankets for comfort. The lounge was now fully furnished. Li Mi approached with a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude. "You all have worked hard. The meal is ready. Let us dine." Upon their arrival, they found Wang Lei and the others already seated. Surprisingly, Wang Feishuan had positioned herself between Di La and Hua Chaotian, without leaving a seat for him. Was she still upset? Chen Yan pondered, deciding not to delve deeper into the matter. He sat down beside Li Mi, with Luo Yong conveniently taking a seat next to him. Before they began their meal, Chen Yan deliberately cleared his throat to address the group. "I would like to share something." All eyes turned to him in unison. "Earlier today, I brought some tools to properly butcher the wild boar we caught the day before yesterday. The meat is quite fragrant. Let us bring it back together tomorrow and store in the fridge." The crowd was astonished, and the barrage of comments reflected their disbelief. No one had anticipated that during his absence, Chen Yan had engaged in such an endeavor. It was utterly remarkable, so much so that they struggled to fathom him disassembling a wild boar. At the dining table, Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian were left speechless. "You killed a pig? You actually went to butcher it this afternoon?" they exclaimed in unison. Chen Yan nonchalantly nodded. "Well, had you accompanied me, you wouldn't have managed either. By the way, the scene was quite gruesome. Both Fei Jie and Mi Jie were nauseated, so I didn't invite anyone else." Upon hearing this, DLA's lips quivered slightly as she timidly inquired, "What does the wild boar look like now? Should we bring our cameras tomorrow?" Her question was delicately phrased, as she was subtly probing whether it could be broadcasted. Chen Yan understood her intent and found her endearing. Naturally, he would not bring a camera to such a bloody affair. He had undertaken the task alone. After 2 shocking revelations, the barrage of comments surged wildly. No wonder Chen Yan had changed his clothes before returning. He must have been covered in the blood of the wild boar. My heavens, how terrifying! If Chen Yan dared to butcher a pig today, would he be capable of taking a life tomorrow? Who among the viewers was from a mental institution? Just because you can eat meat today doesn't mean you can consume human flesh tomorrow. The myriad of perplexities that vanished for 2 hours were effortlessly unveiled during a grand pig slaughtering ceremony. Wang Feishuan cast a glance at Chen Yan, imbued with a hint of admiration. As expected from him, at the dining table, the day's menu was once again a delightful amalgamation of meat and vegetables, with dish after dish arriving, splendid in quantity, though not particularly pleasing to the eye. Thanks to the provisions supplied by the production team, they had an abundance of self-heating dishes, self-heating hot pots, as well as frozen meats and vegetables. Considering the perishability of fresh vegetables, we decided to prepare those first, saving the self-heating meals for later, Li Mi explained, having noticed the hesitant expressions around her. It was then that Chen Yan understood. "So you all cooked yourselves? I must savor this." With that, he promptly took a chopstick full of water spinach. Not very palatable. Yet, Chen Yan swallowed it with nonchalance. Noticing the eager gazes beside him, he smiled slightly. There is still room for improvement. With his words, the subsequent dish was indeed met with fewer hesitant chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Li Mi resolved quietly within herself. Having lacked opportunities before, she vowed to refine her culinary skills in the future. After a long day of busyness, hunger gnawed at everyone's stomachs. A rare tranquility enveloped the dining table, broken only by the clinking of spoons, bowls, and chopsticks. As Li Mi and Chen Yan served dishes, they found themselves sitting close together, their arms brushing against each other frequently. Under ordinary circumstances, this might have gone unnoticed. However, since witnessing the scene in the hot spring, Li Mi found it impossible to disregard Chen Yan's every move, especially the warmth radiating from his arm, now inadvertently pressed against hers. It felt as exhilarating as a late-night rendezvous. A warm current coursed through her body, stirring a flicker of desire. Yet, still on camera, she had to suppress any signs of her turmoil, forcing herself to maintain a facade of normalcy. Years of acting experience allowed her to uphold this pretense, but it didn't mean that no one noticed. Chen Yan was ever watchful of the person beside him. In truth, the occasional brushes of their arms and legs were intentional on his part. He sought to test whether Li Mi had been observing the entire scene. As the meal progressed, their accidental touches grew more frequent. Beneath the table, Li Mi unconsciously crossed her legs, and soon after, propped one leg over the other. Chen Yan, satisfied, distanced himself slightly and remarked casually, "I've finished eating. I'll take care of some minor issues in the lounge. Just place the bowls and chopsticks in a basin. I'll wash them when I return." He offered a simple explanation. Upon hearing this, Dyla hurriedly set down her chopsticks and waved her hand, saying, "No need. I'll take care of the washing." Her smile was sweet, exuding a playful charm. Seeing this, Chen Yan had no choice but to acquiesce. As he went to address the corners of the lounge, Luo Yong followed suit. "Do you need any help?" he inquired. Chen Yan, unreserved, replied, "I could indeed use an extra hand." He gestured toward the somewhat unstable ceiling, clearly inadequately constructed. If left unchecked, a heavy rain could easily tear the roof away, and we would bear the consequences. Chen Yan maintained a serene demeanor, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Thus, having embarked on this endeavor, we must strive for excellence. Perceiving the underlying implications in Chen Yan's words, Luo Yong could not help but smirk. "You cannot hold us to such lofty expectations. After all, this is our first attempt. Everyone has a first time. Does one not exert effort simply because it is their initial endeavor?" Chen Yan's insinuations made Luo Yong's face flush with agitation. "You speak quite bluntly." With a sharp retort, Luo Yong ascended the ladder to work on the roof. Having spent nearly a week on the island, this was the first time the group found themselves residing in a proper house. Though it was a communal sleeping arrangement, it provided shelter from the elements, and all were content. That evening, unlike before, Chen Yan did not rush to sleep. Instead, he volunteered to take the first watch. The others raised no objections, continuing in turn. While the participants had no qualms, the director backstage had significant concerns. Observing Chen Yan over the past days, Nyoma had gained some insight into the young man. He was the quintessential wolf in sheep's clothing. Previously, he had raced about, thinking to rest a bit longer before rising to keep watch, undeterred in spirit. Now, he unexpectedly wished to alter the watch schedule. Such irregularity surely hinted at something amiss. Consequently, before leaving for the night, Director Nyoma specifically instructed the deputy director on duty, "Remember, keep a close watch on Chen Yan. Do not allow your focus to waver." Sensing trouble, he hastily shut down the live broadcast, deeming it preferable to forego the 2 hours of his watch. The deputy director, puzzled yet compliant, nodded in agreement, allowing Nyoma to leave with a sense of relief. At midnight, Chen Yan sat by the fire pit in front of the house, his gaze gradually drifting into the distance. His mind involuntarily conjured vivid recollections of the warm, exhilarating moments in the hot spring, enough to sustain him through the long hours of his watch. After a while, the door of the nearby house creaked open, the sound of the wooden door unmistakable in the tranquil night. Li Mi emerged, wrapped in a blanket. Chapter 36. The foundation takes shape. Chen Yan cultivates vegetables to envy. Chen Yan was still savoring delightful memories when the sound of the door opening jolted him awake. Turning around, he beheld a pair of slender, straight legs. Under the night's bonfire, they were long and fair, leaving him to wonder if a mere touch would leave an imprint. This time, with a resolute mind, Chen Yan refrained from acting. Some things are best admired from a distance. As the old saying goes, and Chen Yan cherished the wisdom of the elders. "Are you tired?" Li Mi approached and settled beside him, dressed only in a cream nightgown. As she sat down, the garment shifted slightly, revealing even more of her alluring legs. Adhering to the principle of propriety, Chen Yan maintained his gaze, calmly suggesting, "Sister me, it's chilly outside at night. You should return indoors." However, this well-meaning advice was misinterpreted by Li Mi. Having just begun a promising relationship with Wang Feishuan, was it necessary to distance herself from others? He was indeed a rare gentleman, though aware that Chen Yan's intentions were noble, polite, and indicative of good upbringing. Li Mi felt an uncomfortable twist in her heart. "Can't I stay by your side for a while?" In a moment of vulnerability, her unfiltered words slipped out. This left Chen Yan stunned, and the assistant director of the backstage crew equally astonished. With reflexes honed over time, the assistant director promptly shut off the main power. He stood frozen in disbelief, murmuring, "What did I just hear? Li Mi wishes to remain near Chen Yan? Was that a plea?" Oh my, this was a shocking revelation. The 85th generation star secretly pining for the under-the-radar newcomer? The assistant director, well-versed in the gossip of various artists, resolved not to let this matter slip out. Yet, he could not help but be overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, especially since he was the sole witness. Oh heavens, this was stifling. Damn it, I wish I could share this with someone. On the deserted island, Li Mi's words left Chen Yan momentarily speechless. Realizing her slip, she quickly clarified. "What I meant was, I can't sleep and want to stay outside for a bit." Don't misunderstand, Chen Yan. How could Chen Yan not misunderstand? What had once been mere speculation was now coupled with Li Mi's subtle gestures beneath the dining table, and the outcome was abundantly clear. Here he was, flirting with one woman while another watched closely. Now, Chen Yan had every reason to gaze unabashedly. The firelight cast a soft glow on Li Mi's exquisite features, her eyes shimmering with urgency as she attempted to explain. Her hands waved animatedly, causing the blanket draped over her shoulders to slip, revealing her smooth, fair skin. Chen Yan took a deep breath, realizing that Li Mi wore a cream spaghetti-strapped nightgown, undeniably alluring, with the fabric barely covering her front. Aware of the blanket's descent, her delicate, pale arms clutched it, hinting at the tantalizing sight before him, making it exceedingly difficult to resist temptation. Fortunately, he had managed to quell his desires earlier that afternoon. Now, even with such a captivating enchantress beside him, he could maintain his composure. As Chen Yan withdrew his gaze, he felt a shift in his demeanor. His previous conjectures had indeed missed the mark. It appears that Wang Feishuan can only be compared to Li Mi in terms of attire. In a genuine contest, Li Mi would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Chen Yan sighed deeply, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he had yet to experience such dimensions. He yearned to test the sensation. The atmosphere became awkward as Chen Yan succumbed to his reverie. Li Mi, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, rose abruptly and nearly fled the scene. The following morning, after breakfast, as everyone organized the supply boxes, they discovered a task card left by the production team. Daira held up the card and read aloud, "Establish a garden, plant flowers." Upon hearing such a straightforward task, Jiang Tao shrugged with pride, declaring, "This is far too easy. I could do it myself." Without hesitation, Chen Yan assigned the task to him. "All right, this task is yours. You shall be responsible for its completion." Expecting a compliment, Jiang Tao was taken aback, stammering, "Huh? Me? Do it alone?" Before Chen Yan could respond, Luo Yong, standing by another supply box, exclaimed joyfully, "There's another task card here. Raise livestock," it read, "chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, pigs." Shortly thereafter, Wang Feishuan retrieved another task card from a supply box. "Cultivate wasteland, plant vegetables and fruits." Li Mi also discovered one. "Reading here. Host events, poetry contests, singing competitions." Soon, it became evident that the production team had not merely left them a single task card, but a series of them, 8 in total, seemingly arranged with a long-term plan in mind. The group gathered all the task cards together. Chen Yan, inspired by a sudden thought, smiled and suggested, "In that case, let us choose. Whichever task you wish to undertake, you may do so." The barrage of comments quickly followed suit. Though the tasks provided by the production team seemed rather mundane, Chen Yan made it entertaining. It was the first time he had witnessed participants selecting their own tasks for completion in such a program. Indeed, the island is not just a live broadcast. The freedom offered is quite remarkable. It seems Chen Yan is the intriguing one here. One must admit that Nyoma has struck gold this time. "I choose to plant flowers." After all, it represents our floral heritage. Within just a few minutes, the show Peach Blossom Island surged to the top of all platforms, achieving unprecedented viewership ratings that utterly eclipsed the second place. After work, Nyoma, still preoccupied with the show, arrived early. When he received the daily report data from the staff, his smile was nearly split wide open. What a tremendous stroke of luck. A task that was initially thrown together has allowed Chen Yan to shine. From that moment onward, Nyoma's affection for Chen Yan deepened, even considering bringing him along for future recordings. On the deserted island, following the votes of the group, the task of cultivating and farming emerged as the favorite. Chen Yan distributed the farming tools and, with a hoe slung over his shoulder, sought out suitable land for cultivation behind the house. Once he identified a promising spot, he began clearing it by chopping down trees, leaving a vast expanse of open ground. After toiling for a while, Chen Yan suddenly felt inspired, leaning on his hoe as he recited, "In my youth, I lacked the grace of the world. My nature has always cherished the autumn mountains. The captive bird yearns for the old forest, and the fish submerged longs for its familiar depths. I shall reclaim the wilds at the southern edge and humbly return to the fields." As he completed his verses, he noticed everyone around him had paused, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wang Lei, uninterested in Chen Yan's moment of glory, chose silence yet wished to quell his exuberance. He sat down on the ground, setting down his hoe, and inquired, "Can you compose anything else besides this?" Initially intending to embarrass Chen Yan, he was taken aback when Chen Yan's eyes sparkled. Of course. Wang Lei thought to himself, "Oh no, he is going to surprise us again." Without hesitation, Chen Yan opened his mouth once more. "I build my cottage amidst the human realm, yet there is no clamor of carriages and horses. I gather chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at the southern mountains." His sentiments ran deep, resonating with profound reflections on life. Wang Lei fell silent. The online audience erupted with excitement. Why does it feel as though this fellow's life on the deserted island is more fulfilling than in the city? Chapter 37. Cultivating the garden, unveiling the hot spring upstairs. I too share this sentiment. Chen Yan possesses the ability to command both wind and rain on this deserted island. I find myself envious, as if I were living a pastoral life. Am I the only one entranced by Chen Yan's verses? Breaking new ground at the edge of the southern wilds, returning to the simplicity of the rural fields. I still believe that plucking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence. I leisurely behold the southern mountain resonates more deeply. It envelopes me in a sense of immersion. Chen Yan's talent is extraordinary. It seems that even the giants of contemporary literature pale in comparison. This admiration is not confined to the netizens. Others on the island share this sentiment as well. Perhaps after so many days of astonishment, they have grown somewhat indifferent to such remarkable creations. There exists a sense of course it should be like this. Chen Yan ought to produce such poetry. Truly, he is deserving of his reputation. Wang Feishuan gazed up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In response, Chen Yan offered a gentle smile. When their gazes met, an unusual tension enveloped the surrounding crowd, especially Di-La, who felt Wang Feishuan's fluttering heart acutely. "Ahem, Fei-Fei, is this a shovel? It seems rather unwieldy," Di-La interjected playfully, breaking their moment. "Is it broken?" Hearing this, Wang Feishuan turned to assist Di-La with the shovel. Tilling the soil requires effort and labor. Initially, everyone was quite enthusiastic. Each person was armed with a tool, but as time passed, the number of those laboring in the fields dwindled. Wang Lei took a break under a tree to drink water, while Hua Chaotian soon joined him. Not long after, Jiang Tao slipped away for a bathroom break. Yu Jiejia had been wandering with her small shovel since the beginning. By afternoon, only Chen Yan, Luo Yong, and Zhang Xiqin remained in the fields. Di-La and Li Mi were exhausted and had to rest. Wang Feishuan wished to continue aiding Chen Yan, but was pulled by Di-La Fei-Fei. "Your clothes are all dirty. Let us change into something fresh." Wang Feishuan wanted to persist, but met Di-La's gaze, which indicated there were other matters at hand, and thus she followed along. Backstage, the production team was unusually relaxed, with director Nyoma lazily watching the screen until a staff member brought over the daily report. "Director, today's viewership has dropped a notch. We have fallen to second place." "What?" Director Nyoma furrowed his brow, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How is that possible?" Just yesterday, we soared to second place. The assistant opened the comment section on the screen. Messages from viewers streamed in one after another. It's becoming increasingly dull. These celebrities can't even farm properly. Indeed, we hardworking folks are exhausted enough as it is. Why should we watch others toil in the fields? I heard there's an escape room shown next door that sounds entertaining. I'm leaving now. Although some comments were positive, the majority expressed boredom. This was indeed the reason for the decline in viewership. The director, Nyoma, suddenly changed his expression. Since the show's premiere, it had consistently dominated the ratings, maintaining a significant lead over the second place. This gave Nyoma a sense of being at an unparalleled peak. The sudden drop felt overwhelming, and he muttered to himself, I must improve the viewership ratings. On the deserted island, the vegetable garden's fence was completed, just awaiting the planting of crops. Chen Yan paused his tasks and surveyed the surroundings, saying, let's call it day. I can see everyone is tired. Luo Yong straightened up and stretched his back, replying, indeed, we are exhausted. Just as he was about to take a break, Chen Yan continued, I discovered a hot spring yesterday. Let's go in groups later. Upon hearing the mention of a hot spring, the previously weary group perked up. Wang Lei could hardly contain his excitement and asked, you mean there's a hot spring on the island? Hua Chaodian hurried over, inquiring, is that true? Absolutely, Chen Yan affirmed, though there is currently only one. I'll explore the island a bit more. Perhaps I can find another. For now, let's split into two groups and relax. Jiang Tao, who had been discreetly excusing himself, suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, this is fantastic news. Instantly, everyone's spirits were lifted, following the principle of ladies first. Li Mi and the others took their change of clothes and headed over, while Wang Lei and his group waited at the campsite for the next batch. As news of the hot spring spread, the frequency of comments surged. A hot spring? Such a delightful surprise on a deserted island? I have an idea, haha. Surely the production team wouldn't be so cruel as to place cameras in a hot spring? You must be joking. That's utterly immoral. Yet I must admit, I'm curious, haha. Wang Lei and Hua Chaodian were seated in the lounge. Due to the weather, it was even hotter inside than outside. Wing Lai sighed. How I wish the air conditioning could be used. He then deliberately mentioned, hey, Xiao Yong, Xiao Zhang, can our generator be operational? Wang Lei's words were unmistakably pointed, nearly to the extent of naming names. On the island, there were only a few of them, and to generate power for the air conditioning, someone had to pedal the generator. Among them, there were only a handful capable of doing so. Chen Yan hesitated to assign tasks and turned his attention to Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin. The room fell into a profound silence, with Hua Chaotian fanning himself with a newspaper, saying nothing. Jiang Tao shrunk into himself like a quail, fearful of being called upon. All right, I'll go and pedal the generator, Luo Yong said reluctantly as he stepped outside. Ah, it has to be Xiao Yong, sacrificing for the greater good, Wang Lei praised with a smile. Indeed, indeed, Luo Yong is a true brother, loyal to the end, Hua Chaotian chimed in, also showering compliments. Compared to doing physical labor himself, Hua Chaodian found it amusing that he could simply chat and enjoy the air conditioning. Zhang Xiqin looked around, finding himself at an impasse, unable to decide whether to sit or leave. In his moment of indecision, he noticed Chen Yan sitting on the steps at the entrance of the lounge. As if finding a confidant, Zhang Xiqin approached Chen Yan. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Chen Yan asked in a calm tone. It was akin to inquiring whether he had eaten, without the slightest consideration of whether such a statement might induce discomfort. Zhang Xiqin felt an awkwardness in his heart. He was also mindful of the ongoing recording of the show. Do you not think your words are somewhat excessive? Chen Yan shot him a glance, retorting, ISNT at the truth. If it is the truth, should it be spoken? In a sudden surge of emotion, Zhang Xiqin sprang to his feet. The abruptness of his action left him visibly agitated. The few individuals in the lounge turned their attention towards him. At the entrance, Luo Yong, who was operating the foot pedal generator, looked up, puzzled about the unfolding situation. Chen Yan and Luo Yong? How could they be embroiled in an argument? Simultaneously, the director of the backstage segment, Nyoma, also rose abruptly. There was no need to search for the footage of Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan in the hot spring jungle segment any longer. The excitement had already arrived. Chapter 38. A melody of radiant years, I implore you. Do you not find those words excessive? Zhang Xiqin struggled to suppress his discontent. Yet the pent-up emotions had festered for far too long. Since his arrival on the island, he had endured the comparisons made by Chen Yan, as well as the directives from various senior figures like Wang Lei. Even when an intriguing girl was taken advantage of, he felt constrained by his identity and social obligations. Unable to intervene, Chen Yan remained silent, but suddenly let out a derisive laugh. This laughter proved to be the spark that ignited the powder keg. Zhang Xiqin seized Chen Yan by the collar, raising his fist to strike. In the lounge, Wang Lei, Hua Chaotian, and Jiang Tao finally realized the gravity of the situation. Exchanging glances, they stepped out of the room. Outside, Luo Yong, who had overheard the commotion, hurriedly approached, albeit a moment too late. Zhang Xiqin had already swung his fist. The barrage of comments erupted in fervor. My goodness, Zhang Xiqin is a retired athlete. Does he lack self-control? How could he resort to violence? It was merely a matter of words. One statement could resolve everything. Another could ruin it. It seemed Zhang Xiqin was simply too timid, allowing Wang Lei to command him alongside Luo Yong. Given their camaraderie, he remained silent, only to engage in a brawl with Chen Yan. Who could argue otherwise? Chen Yan's words held truth. Was Zhang Xiqin not a victim of bullying? What a disaster. A retired athlete versus a frail idol. The outcome appeared predetermined. Yet, no one anticipated that Chen Yan would grasp Zhang Xiqin's fist, unwavering, as he continued. Now you recognize your anger? It appears you're not a pushover after all. The mention of a sensitive subject turned Zhang Xiqin's eyes bloodshot. Shut your mouth, he shouted. Chen Yan retaliated with a punch to Zhang Xiqin's face, delivering enough force to send him sprawling to the ground. Luo Yong rushed forward to intervene, urging, hey, we're all brothers here. It's not a big deal. Must you resort to violence? Chen Yan shook his wrist, standing defiantly before Zhang Xiqin. What is this? Wang Lei can bully you. Hua Chaotian can bully you. But I cannot. You need to shed this habit of cowering before authority. Just then, Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian arrived, their expressions darkening as they overheard the exchange. Such matters were commonplace in their circle. No one would dare to bring them to light. Yet, Chen Yan, heedless of the unspoken rules, had revealed it all. Wang Lei sneered. Chen Yan, I find your words quite displeasing. When have I ever bullied young Zhang? Hua Chaotian, equally unyielding, added, indeed. Why must you involve us in your quarrel? Are we to bear the brunt for you two? Both were seasoned veterans, adept at disentangling themselves from any entanglements. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiqin lay on the ground, unable to rise. Having struggled in the national team, he had contemplated a transition into the entertainment industry, only to encounter such a tumultuous program and these individuals. What is happening here? A perplexed voice resonated nearby. Limi, Wing Fixuan, Dila. And Yujejia returned from their soak in the hot springs, bewildered by the chaotic scene at the entrance. Luo Yong chuckled lightly. Ha, it's nothing. Just a friendly competition between men. Saying this, he pulled Zhang Xiqin up from the ground. Chen Yan did not glance at him and turned toward the hot spring. As he passed by Wang Feishuan, she followed him with a worried gaze, her concern evident, and after a moment of hesitation, she decided to accompany him. Watching Chen Yan leave, Zhang Xiqin sat beneath the large tree in the vegetable garden, burying his head in his knees. Limi approached Luo Yong to inquire about the situation. Dila's gaze lingered in the direction Chen Yan had departed, her expression somewhat unfocused. After a moment's contemplation, she walked toward Zhang Xiqin. Are you all right? Dila asked gently. Zhang Xiqin lifted his head, awkwardly apologizing. I'm fine. It was my impulsiveness. At this moment, Dila caught sight of the injury on Zhang Xiqin's face. She sighed in relief, realizing it was he who was hurt, not Chen Yan. How kind of Dila, showing concern for her friend and exhibiting such patience. There was no need to overtly emphasize their friendship, having watched several episodes. It was clear that Dila and Zhang Xiqin shared an unusual bond, likely already developing feelings for one another. Right? I feel the same. They're always in the same group and often sit together at meals. Did no one notice Chen Yan and the aloof goddess? Their chemistry seemed even more pronounced. In the backstage area, director Nyoma wasted no time and instructed, shift the camera to Li Mi and Luo Yong, and to Dila and Zhang Xiqin. Disable the external live streaming permissions near Chen Yan, allowing only internal viewing. Understood, director. Others might be oblivious, but as the director, Nioma was acutely aware of the situation. He had long sensed something was amiss between Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan. Moreover, today the assistant director had discreetly informed him about the events involving Li Mi and Chen Yan from last night. While the program's ratings were important, his career held even greater significance. He decided to leak a few tidbits to boost viewership. If something substantial were to air, it could spell disaster. "Oh my!" the assistant director exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth. He pulled the director to the screen. What they saw was startling. The backdrop displayed a jungle, captured from above. Just as Chen Yan pressed Wang Feishuan against a tree, kissing her passionately, an image almost too intense to behold. Were they truly involved? The assistant director was taken aback. Director Nioma remained unfazed, relieved that he had the foresight to disable the external live streaming permissions near Chen Yan in advance. After a while, Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan returned to the campsite. At the entrance, only Zhang Xiqin and Daila remained. Wang Lei and the others were either resting in the lounge or sleeping indoors. Upon seeing Chen Yan, Daila thoughtfully led Wang Feishuan away, granting the two some privacy. Zhang Xiqin cast a glance at Chen Yan and abruptly said, "I'm sorry." This apology was anticipated. Chen Yan, unimpressed, scoffed, "An unwilling apology? I have no need for that." Having lowered his stance, Zhang Xiqin bristled at Chen Yan's response, retorting, "What more do you want from me? Should I kneel and bow to you?" Chen Yan cracked a slight smile. "Go ahead, bow if you wish." Zhang Xiqin was momentarily speechless. For half a day, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately succumbing to frustration and sitting down in silence. Not long after, Chen Yan also took a seat directly across from him. "Act like a man. Cease this perpetual state of dejection," he admonished. Zhang Xiqin suddenly lifted his head, his face flushed with indignation, struck at the core of his thoughts. His initial reaction was one of vexation. However, this time, Zhang Xiqin resisted the impulse to react rashly. Chen Yan made his way to the storeroom and retrieved an electric guitar. "Here's a song for you, you worthless egg," he said. Zhang Xiqin bristled at being called a worthless egg. Even if there was a song, he wasn't inclined to listen. Typically, he engaged in physical exercise and had little appreciation for refined music. Undeterred by Zhang Xiqin's apparent disinterest, Chen Yan boldly announced the title of the song, "Glorious Years." A rich melody from the electric guitar resonated as it was strummed, the gradual and soothing prelude gradually calming the reluctant Zhang Xiqin. Chapter 39, Sister Me. "Would you care to do my laundry?" Is Chen Yan about to sing again? My goodness, I am filled with anticipation. The prelude is unlike any of the previous songs. Glorious Years? What is this song related to? The mere prelude has already entranced me. How can it be so absurd? Those upstairs must be fans that Chen Yan has paid for, right? From the moment Chen Yan commenced his first song, the esteemed director Nioma and others were left in awe, reflecting on the significance and necessity of reserving instrumental resources. Today, only a lingering shell remains. To embrace the glorious years, holding tightly to freedom amidst the storm, a lifetime of wandering struggles, credible enough to alter the future. The previously tumultuous prelude is captivating solely through its melody. When mentioning skin color and reform, it seems no one comprehends this world. Yet, when the line about the lingering shell welcoming the glorious years and a lifetime of wandering struggles was sung, Zhang Xiqin was utterly captivated, his gaze upon Chen Yan gleaming with admiration. It felt as if the lyrics were speaking directly to him. The national team, having endured multiple trials and tribulations, has become that lingering shell. Yet, he still has the capacity to embrace the glorious years. A lifetime of wandering struggles can still be transformed into a confident future. Do you recall that song Boundless Sea and Sky? The previous glorious years speaks of freedom. And from these two songs, I sense that Chen Yan possesses a free-spirited soul. He is indeed a rare talent of the century. The reactions from upstairs are rather exaggerated, aren't they? It's merely two songs performed, yet they treat him as if he were divine. This year, they ought to have him participate as a singer directly. It's certainly feasible. With just a guitar, he sings so beautifully, and with a better platform, he would surely shine even brighter. Alas, you have all been ensnared by Chen Yan's public relations. He is merely a low emotional intelligence individual, a pathetic figure, to be honest. Within mere minutes, The once tranquil, deserted island program surged to the top of trending searches again. Retired athlete Zhang Xiqin beats up Chen Yan. Chen Yan weeps. Creates glorious years for Zhang Xiqin desolate island of Taoyuan, unscripted, achieving unprecedented viewership. Director Niu Ma jubilantly boasted to the staff. Meanwhile, on the other side, an old singer, having retired for decades, was watering flowers at home when a student named Lu came knocking. Teacher, the student wishes to invite you out of retirement. This individual is a rare musical genius. What do you think? The old singer is a prominent figure in the industry and has invested in several blockbuster television productions. Residing in a courtyard, he spends his later years in peace. Having listened to the music played by Lu, the old singer initially dismissed it. However, upon hearing the line, "Forgive me for this life of unrestrained love for freedom," he was utterly astonished. Is this his original work? Lu enthusiastically nodded. Yes. He has composed many songs. The old singer decisively declared. Contact him. We must bring him to see me. As a resplendent melody of glorious years concluded, Zhang Xiqin was left utterly captivated. In the lounge, Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Dida, Limi, and Wang Feishuan even emerged from the room, waving the fresh flowers in their hands for Chen Yan. Once the performance ended, Chen Yan set aside his electric guitar and dusted off his trousers, declaring, "I must go take a shower." Upon hearing this, Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin promptly followed suit. In the room, however, Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian wore rather displeased expressions. Aside from them, only Jiang Tao remained, outwardly appearing nonchalant but inwardly brimming with grievances. He had initially hoped to witness some excitement, even if it meant watching Zhang Xiqin and Chen Yan quarrel. Yet, to his surprise, the two had sung a song and inexplicably reconciled. With them departing alongside Chen Yan, Jiang Tao found himself left with only Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian. What joy could he possibly find in their company? Teacher Wang, Hua Xiao, shall we go take a shower too? We've worked all day, Jiang Tao suggested, his tone ingratiating. Wang Lei, taking the hint, cheerfully beckoned Hua Chaotian, then let us go. They almost walked in tandem. Eventually, Wang Lei and his companion returned first, while Chen Yan and the others took their time, causing a flurry of speculation in the comment section. This time, the excitement escalated. Chen Yan, with his personal charm, seemed to be rallying a faction against Wang Lei. How cunning Chen Yan was, so young yet aspiring to be a leader. He certainly knew how to play the game. After a stellar performance on a deserted island program, he had managed to redeem himself. Who could argue? A couple of songs, and he had garnered a legion of fervent admirers. The artist's redemption was remarkably facile. Unbeknownst to Chen Yan, nestled in a hot spring, he had merely dozed off while outside. A cacophony of adversarial news erupted, thrusting him into the trending topics for all the wrong reasons. Chen Yan, grasping his soiled garments, resolved to find a basin to wash them himself. When he had first arrived, he had discarded entire outfits, but recently, he found himself lacking in spare clothes. If he continued to throw them away, he would soon be left with nothing to wear. Thus, he decided to accumulate them for a few days before washing. This reluctance to wash clothes was one of Chen Yan's few faults. Meanwhile, Li Mi, who was preparing dinner with Wang Feishuan, noticed Chen Yan carrying a plastic basin. Sensing something amiss, she glanced at Wang Feishuan before silently exiting the kitchen. After scanning the surroundings and failing to locate Chen Yan, she recalled the large basin he had taken and deduced his whereabouts. As she rounded the back of the lounge and the buildings, she indeed spotted Chen Yan by the water bucket. He placed his clothes into the basin, added some laundry detergent, and poured in water, removing his shoes to stomp on the clothes. "Hey, you?" Li Mi approached in astonishment, observing his actions. "Chen Yan, are you washing clothes?" Startled by her call, Chen Yan shrugged and replied, "Isn't it obvious? It's just that my method differs from others." With his nonchalant demeanor, Li Mi couldn't help but chuckle. "How can you wash clothes with your feet? We'll even get them clean?" "Of course, this is the primitive way of washing clothes. I merely substituted my feet for the usual wooden paddle," Chen Yan patiently explained. Regarding what he said, Li Mi had not delved into it. However, she could not bear to see Chen Yan washing clothes with his feet and was just about to offer her assistance. Suddenly, Li Mi's arm was grasped, and her body uncontrollably leaned towards him. "I apologize, Li Mi. I lost my balance for a moment," Chen Yan explained calmly. At that moment, The proximity between them was striking. Limi felt as though she could merely tilt her head to brush against Chen Yan's lips. This realization rendered her motionless. In the next instant, a soft chuckle echoed above her. She pondered what could possibly amuse him. Was he laughing at me? Such thoughts began to proliferate in her mind. Realizing that she was being teased by a young man, Limi felt a flicker of discomfort and attempted to pull away. Just then, Chen Yan leaned in closer, whispering near her ear, "Sister me, would you like to wash my clothes?" Chapter 40. Chen Yan, please don't leave. I wish to. Due to the obstruction of half the camera's view by the building, only two figures could be vaguely discerned before the water supply. As the two figures suddenly drew closer, the barrage of comments exploded. What the heck? A man and a woman? Who are they? Kissing openly on the show? There's evidence. I witnessed Chen Yan approach, and then Limi emerged. Good heavens, Limi is truly a goddess-level figure, akin to an icon of the 85 generation. How could someone like Chen Yan dare? Why is everyone talking about Chen Yan? Am I the only one who thinks Chen Yan is quite decent? Limi is a seasoned one feasting on tender grass. I don't spread rumors, but being close? Sister Me would undoubtedly not fancy Chen Yan. In no time, the news of Limi and Chen Yan's supposed romance surged to the trending topics. Various internet celebrities and influencers hastily edited videos, stirring a commotion. Meanwhile, the two protagonists of this romantic gossip remained blissfully unaware. Limi's agent, upon seeing the news, nearly lost her mind, directly calling Director Nyoma. "Director, what on earth is happening on the show? Blurry footage is one thing, but you're not controlling the situation at all. This is immensely detrimental to our Mimi's career." After being berated, Director Nyoma, who was enjoying his meal, finally received the news. Slowly swallowing his bite of takeout, he replied, well, the innocent need not worry. It's all rather vague and unclear. That is unacceptable. This could severely impact Mimi's future development. I demand you cut that segment and ensure such incidents do not recur. Limi's agentested confidently. This statement sent a surge of defiance through Nyoma, who retorted with a cold smile. Do I need to reiterate the terms of our contract? Do you understand what live broadcasting entails? As an artist, if you cannot maintain propriety, don't blame our production team. How dare you speak to me like that? You used the same threat before. Do you think I want to go directly to your program as investors? Limi's agentretant. Go ahead. Do as you please. I have my own leverage on Limi. If it comes to it, we'll both perish together. Director Niu ma responded defiantly. The assistant director nearby hurriedly helped Nyoma sit down and took the phone, speaking in a calm and conciliatory tone. Hey, let us not get worked up. Everyone is just a bit heated. We certainly cannot act rashly. As for Mimi's agent, regarding romantic entanglements on the show, we truly cannot exert control. We are vigilant day and night, and should we detect any signs, we immediately cut the camera. However, if we were to edit out the replay, wouldn't that indirectly confirm that Chen Yan and Limi indeed have something going on? I watched the live broadcast. They merely drew close, nothing more. We all know our show's ratings. Even a dog could rise to fame after one episode. Ha. The assistant director adopted a submissive demeanor, offering advice with a hint of suggestion. While appearing to lower his stance, every word was laced with implication. Your artist has long been indiscreet. We've been covering for you, and the soaring ratings benefit you as well. If you insist on tearing things apart, no one will emerge unscathed. Upon hearing this, Limi's agent indeed calmed down and promptly hung up the phone. On the deserted island, ever since she heard Chen Yan's ambiguous remark, Limi, without a moment's hesitation, fled in disarray. This reaction took Chen Yan completely by surprise. He had anticipated that Limi would come over, perhaps even to assist with the laundry, but the outcome was far from what he envisioned. Upon returning, Chen Yan cast a cursory glance around. Wang Feishuan, Daila, and Yu Jiejia were busy preparing a meal, while Limi had seemingly vanished. Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin were still occupied in the vegetable garden, unable to rest. Only Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian lay languidly on the benches in the lounge, snoring peacefully. Chen Yan approached Wang Feishuan, inquiring if the three of them could manage without his assistance. However, Wang Feishuan was engrossed in her cooking and did not hear him. It was Daila, with a shifty gaze, who abruptly stood up and positioned herself in front of Chen Yan, insisting that they were perfectly capable and suggesting he wait outside for dinner. Perplexed by Dila's actions, Chen Yan halted momentarily but complied, turning to leave. Once he was out of sight, Dila exhaled a sigh of relief and murmured to herself, wondering if Sister Me had found her necklace. Li Mi was searching for a necklace? Could it have been lost during the afternoon's visit to the hot springs? Contemplating this, the action-oriented Chen Yan made his way toward the hot springs. As he approached, the mist thickened. Unsurprisingly, he spotted a figure crouched down, searching intently. Her alluring silhouette accentuated by rolled-up sleeves that revealed her delicate arms swaying back and forth. Sister Me, what are you looking for? I can help, Chen Yan called out as he drew nearer. Li Mi, startled, nearly toppled into the hot spring. Fortunately, Chen Yan was close enough to swiftly catch her by the waist, pulling her into his embrace to prevent her fall. Phew, that was close, Li Mi exclaimed, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Turning her head, she found herself nestled against Chen Yan's firm chest, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from him, seeping through their close contact. Thank you, Chen Yan, she said, suppressing the flutter of her heart. After expressing her gratitude, she made a gesture to push him away. Yet, the man who held her fast did not budge, not even uttering a word. Confused, Li Mi looked up, only to meet Chen Yan's profound and inscrutable gaze. For a moment, she was captivated, as if drawn into an ocean's depths. In the next instant, Chen Yan leaned down slowly, closing the distance between them until their breaths mingled. Li Mi's heart raced, paralyzing her with anxiety. Did he intend to kiss me? Daring not to meet his eyes, her gaze fell upon his thin lips. They say men with thin lips are indifferent. Could he be one of them? Suddenly, the hand gripping her waist tightened, pulling her closer to Chen Yan. Li Mi, in a flurry of panic, shut her eyes. A soft chuckle echoed around her. Li Mi could feel the heat of his gaze upon her. Then, a warm breath brushed her ear. Sister Me, would you like to wash my clothes? The afternoon's inquiry reverberated in her mind once more. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and Li Mi found herself utterly flustered, uncertain if she comprehended the situation correctly. Why are you not answering? Chen Yan's voice, low and compelling, broke through her thoughts once again. Li Mi's eyelashes fluttered, revealing her bewildered eyes as she grappled with how to respond. Noticing her silence and her tense demeanor, Chen Yan assumed he had gone too far with his teasing. He instinctively released his grip and clarified, I apologize, Mi Jia. It was merely a jest. His explanation alleviated some of the charged atmosphere. I heard from Dila that you lost your necklace, so I came to help you look for it. With that, Chen Yan turned to begin his search on the ground. In the next moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind, and he felt a soft impact against his back. Li Mi had embraced him from behind, her slender arms wrapping around his waist. Chen Yan, please don't go. I want Chapter 41, Evening Barbecue. A song for Sister Me. Li Mi, brimming with excitement, embraced Chen Yan, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, quickly releasing him and stepping back in haste. I apologize. I got carried away, she exclaimed to herself, disregarding Chen Yan's reaction as she turned and dashed towards the camp. Her arrival and departure were equally swift. Chen Yan, taken aback, had yet to process the moment when she vanished from sight. How intriguing, he mused, a smile creeping across his face. Upon his return, he discovered that dinner was already prepared. To his surprise, there was no set menu for the evening. Instead, a long table was laid out, adorned with several dishes. But the highlight was undoubtedly the charcoal-grilled meats and skewers. Surprised? Wang Feishuan appeared from behind Chen Yan, grinning. He beamed back, generously praising, "What a delightful surprise. At last, I have the opportunity to take charge in the kitchen. Indeed, it's our turn to grill while you ladies have been cooking all along," said Luo Yong. Understanding Chen Yan's sentiment, Zhang Xiqin nodded in agreement, chuckling, "Though I may not possess the skills, I have seen enough to lend a hand." "Wonderful. I look forward to our 3 chefs," Dila added playfully, winking. The sun descended swiftly, casting a fleeting twilight that soon surrendered to the night. A bonfire flickered in the center of the camp, and 2 folding tables were joined together, perfectly accommodating 10 individuals side by side. Chen Yan donned a pair of gloves, earnestly igniting the charcoal and preparing for the barbecue. The art of grilling, much like cooking a steak, necessitated a precise control of heat to ensure the meat remained tender and succulent. As he skewered the meat, Wang Lei, who had previously been absent, sauntered over. "Wang Laoshi, your timing is impeccable," Wang Feishuan remarked coolly, continuing to arrange the skewers on the iron platter. Oblivious to the underlying tone, Wang Lei eagerly approached and declared, "Ah, Fei must be looking forward to my culinary skills. You should know I seldom cook at home, so today you are in for a treat." In the midst of his banter, he leaned closer to Chen Yan and said, "Little Chen, take a break for a while." Wang Lei's loud movements drew the attention of the others. Sensing their gazes upon him, he stole a glance at Chen Yan, feeling increasingly elated. At last, this is my moment to shine. Just wait. I shall become the culinary master of this deserted island. Relieved to avoid the labor, Chen Yan was happier than anyone else. After all, his life philosophy revolved around indulging while minimizing effort, preferably doing nothing at all. Had it not been for the girl's hard work in the kitchen, he wouldn't have felt compelled to step in. With a cheerful demeanor, he settled beside Wang Feishuan, casting a curious glance at the jubilant Wang Lei and wondering, what is he so pleased about? Luo Yong, wielding tongs, was grilling meat on the other side, where the slices were already prepared, alongside vegetables. Zhang Xiqin assisted him nearby. Chen Yan rose to fetch a bottle of beverage. Just as he was about to settle down, Wang Lei's anxious voice reached him. "Oh dear, Xiao Luo, you cannot grill the meat this way. Large cuts should not be brushed with oil. Just turn them over." Chen Yan was taken aback. The concept of a barbecue grill and a meat grill were as distinct as the east and west ends of the village. When did he wander over to that side? Moreover, as a mere barbecue chef, what business did he have dictating how meat should be grilled? Luo Yong pouted, watching as the tongs in his hand were taken away. Sitting nearby, Li Mi wore a beaming smile and curiously inquired, "Teacher Wang not only knows how to barbecue, but also how to grill meat? That's truly impressive." Hearing Li Mi's flattery, especially since she was seated beside him, Wang Lei's internal flame blazed even brighter. "Of course, I am a master chef at home. Not just barbecuing and grilling meat, but I can whip up dishes from various cuisines with ease." Wow, if that's the case, then Teacher Wang should be in charge of cooking from now on. "I'm so looking forward to it," Li Mi exclaimed, nudging the dilawit elbow. "Dila." Catching on, Hurley praised, Yes. I have never tasted a meal cooked by Teacher Wang. It smells delightful, even more so than any barbecue I've ever had." In that moment, Wang Lei's vanity soared to unprecedented heights. What's that burnt smell?" Yujia furrowed her brow, sniffing around. "Oh no, my barbecue." Suddenly remembering, Wang Lei dashed back to the grill in haste. Dila popped a piece of braised pork in her mouth, savoring it before taking another bite of rice. "Sister Me, this is the first time I've seen Teacher Wang so flustered since we arrived on the island. Indeed, Teacher Wang is giving his all to ensure we enjoy delicious meals." Li Mi continued to heap praise upon Wang Lei. Thus, the scene unfolded with Wang Lei darting here and there, busily attending to the grill, while the others sat idly, waiting for their turn to eat. Chen Yan could no longer contain himself and asked, "Teacher Wang, let me help you. If I don't, we won't get to eat today." To his surprise, Wang Lei quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and firmly declined. "No need. I can manage on my own. You all just sit back and wait to eat." He felt a sense of pride swell within him. "I will finish this myself. Do you think it will be easy for you to swoop in and take a share?" Chen Yan returned to his seat, speechless. The thoughts he could not voice were echoed by the barrage of comments around him. What is wrong with Wang Lei? We are all here for a barbecue. Yet he is putting on a show. Indeed, after all this time, nothing has been grilled properly. Some are burnt, some discarded. Is he doing this on purpose? Does he not want us to enjoy our meal? I suspect he merely wishes to show off. After all, he calls himself a chef, Wang the chef. While Wang Lei continued to attend to his culinary duties, Chen Yan had lost patience with waiting. He retrieved a guitar from the instrument box in the room. Upon seeing Chen Yan emerge with the guitar, both Li Mi and Wang Feishuan's eyes lit up. "Is Chen Yan going to sing again?" Wang Feishuan asked curiously. "Oh, this is going to be interesting." Ever since the last time he sang Glorious Years, Luo Yong has also developed an appreciation for music. Dila set down her chopsticks and applauded enthusiastically, her little hands turning red from clapping, sufficient to attest to her anticipation. At this moment, Chen Yan took a seat, and his words astonished everyone present. "In the afternoon, I expressed my gratitude to Sister Me for her assistance with my laundry. In the course of casual conversation, I composed a song for Sister Me, titled Time Stews Rain. A song penned for Li Mi." This utterance instantly halted all actions among those present. Such a statement carried a hint of ambiguity. Wang Feishuan's smile faltered, her tone becoming rather dry. It's for Sister Me, is it? Indeed. Would you like one as well? I could compose a song for you too, Chen Yan replied dismissively while adjusting the strings of his instrument. His seemingly nonchalant response inexplicably reassured Wang Feishuan to some extent. Luo Yong, sensing the tension, interjected, "Your musical talent is quite extraordinary. The song Glorious Years you gifted me yesterday has even captivated this rough fellow." "Oh," Chen Yan responded with a faint smile. "I hope Sister Me enjoys my song as well." Chapter 42. Sister Me's affection and the food poisoning incident. Li Mi instinctively glanced at Wang Feishuan. By a stroke of coincidence, Wang Feishuan was also looking at her, his gaze imbued with a hint of complexity. Earlier in the afternoon, she had observed Sister Me trailing behind Chen Yan as he exited the kitchen. Chen Yan had gone to do laundry, but what about Sister Me? Sister Me, do you also harbor feelings for Chen Yan? The burgeoning thought dissipated with the sound of guitar strings. The wind transformed rain into blossoms. Time cannot catch up with a white horse. Do you still firmly grasp the dreams of your youth? A low, husky voice softly sang an elegant melody. The familiar allure of the music drew everyone in, captivating their senses. As the song's tempo ascended, a sudden surge of high notes rose and fell with intensity. We promised never to part, to always remain together, even if we must stand against time, even if we must defy the world. These lyrics, imbued with profound emotion, struck every listener deeply. Li Mi felt a stirring in her heart, her eyes glistening with tears. Only Wang Feishuan wore a complex expression. As the song concluded, the crowd remained entranced, lingering in the afterglow of the performance, until Dila fervently applauded, exclaiming, "That was incredible! Chen Yan, you are a musical genius. You possess the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, and the lyrics are simply masterful." Dila's excited voice roused everyone, awakening the live audience as well. Oh my goodness, he truly deserves the title of musical genius. To this day, I cannot find anyone in the singing world who can rival Chen Yan. The lyrics resonated like a solemn vow. As a devoted fan of Chen Yan, I wholeheartedly support this union. Regardless of age or status, love must prevail. Wait. Don't drag us Mimi fans into this. I object. A song should not be a mere ploy to steal our beloved Mimi away. On the deserted island, applause erupted. Wang Lei noticed that attention had once again shifted to Chen Yan and hastily shouted, "The barbecue and grilled meat are ready. Everyone come and get it." The sumptuous feast was finally prepared. Dila was the first to dash over, beaming with excitement as she took 2 plates. "Oh my, it looks absolutely delectable." Upon hearing her, Chen Yan set down his guitar and followed to see. Before him lay several plates adorned with skewers, grilled meat, and vegetables. Perhaps running back and forth was too cumbersome, for Wang Lei had directly moved the grill closer to the barbecue area. The two were combined for convenience, albeit resulting in a double dose of smoke that left Wang Lei looking disheveled. Moreover, the arrangement of meat and vegetables appeared, well, somewhat difficult to describe. Chen Yan suppressed his urge to critique, considering the joy radiating from the others. Heavens, it looks so appetizing. I could definitely devour an entire plate. Jiang Tao smiled obsequiously. Teacher Wang is truly a culinary master. The aroma is simply divine. Hua Chaodian carried away a plate, declaring, this is quite exceptional. Teacher Wang is impressive." Li Mi approached with a smile, taking a plate as she observed everyone earnestly singing praises. Chen Yan could not restrain himself and inquired, "Teacher Wang, other vegetables are inconsequential, but the green beans must be thoroughly cooked, right? Undercooked ones can be toxic." Wang Lei, basking in the flattery directed at him, was momentarily disrupted by this comment. He could not help but adopt a serious tone to educate Chen Yan, saying, Xiao Chun, I am well aware that raw green beans are poisonous. However, I assure you that my green beans are fully cooked. Moreover, they have been infused with a specially crafted sauce that guarantees an exquisite flavor." He then called out, "Hey, Mimi, Hua Zhao Dila, you should all give it a try." Upon hearing Chen Yan's warning about the toxicity of undercooked green beans, the group's action slowed considerably. Who could have anticipated that Wang Lei would urge them to partake? Li Mi, feeling somewhat awkward, picked up a green bean and took a bite. The taste was that of natural green beans, devoid of any discernible special sauce. Nonetheless, she was able to chew through it and remarked, "It should be cooked, I guess. Though I'm not entirely sure." She smiled sheepishly, indicating her uncertainty. Before Chen Yan could voice his thoughts, Wang Lei's demeanor shifted. "Xiao Chun, I can see what you're doing. While I toil away in the kitchen, you deliberately seek to poke holes in my efforts. Do you think I cannot discern whether the green beans are cooked? I am the one who prepares the meals in my household." With that, Wang Lei dramatically scooped up a generous portion of green beans and stuffed them into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious! They are definitely cooked." Observing Wang Lei eat heartily eased the tension among the others. After all, there was no reason for Wang Lei to harm them, and he certainly was the one indulging the most. The others, out of politeness, also consumed the green beans, albeit just a token gesture. Chen Yan, indifferent to their actions, took advantage of the moment and discreetly tossed his portion into the trash. This detestable fare was for anyone who wished to eat it. He certainly would not. As he disposed of the beans, the online commentary erupted. "Goodness, Chen Yan is incredibly rude. Regardless of the circumstances, Teacher Wang is his senior and personally cooked for him. Yet he turns around and discards it? Let us not even discuss respect. This is a gross waste of food." Someone commented, "Indeed, for such wastefulness alone, I shall forever oppose him." It was evident that the previous fade was merely an act. His character was questionable, and no amount of reformation could disguise that. Children in impoverished regions cannot even afford green beans, and Chen Yan has truly gone too far. The media should promptly blacklist him. In no time, Chen Yan once again surged to the trending topics. Chen Yan wastes food, Chen Yan two-faced, boycott the controversial singer Chen Yan. Within a few short days, he was even categorized among singers. The evening barbecue concluded with the last bits of grilling and meat. After the meal, everyone leaned back in their chairs, savoring a sense of fulfillment. The joy derived from food is always the most immediate and uncomplicated. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, Chen Yan sighed. What seemed like a simple statement lingered in the minds of those present, prompting them to ponder its deeper significance. Wang Feishuan turned her head to look at Chen Yan, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. It appeared she wished to have a private conversation with him. "All right, everyone, it's time to return and rest. I shall take the first watch." Chen Yan stretched lazily and let out a long sigh. "The items on the table can be tidied up tomorrow." After this remark, feeling somewhat drowsy after their meal, the others promptly retired to their slumber. Chen Yan, having eaten sparingly, did not succumb to overwhelming fatigue. Once they departed, he could not resist tidying up the table himself. He had no desire to do so, but the odor was too overpowering. As he stood watch, he could hardly escape the pungent scents. He spent a little over an hour cleaning up. Suddenly, Wang Lei rushed out of the room, making a beeline for the restroom. His movements hurried and somewhat frantic. Chen Yan, still holding a trash bag and a beer bottle, was taken aback. A thought crossed his mind. Could this urgency be due to an upset stomach? Before long, Wang Lei emerged from the restroom, clutching his abdomen. "What seems to be the matter, Teacher Wang?" Chen Yan inquired deliberately. Chapter 43. All poisoned. Dr. Chen online. I'm Fine. It's just that my stomach hurts a bit. Wang Lei forced a smile, his face pale, an unappealing sight. Chen Yan set down the garbage bag and kindly inquired, "Teacher Wang, you seem quite unwell. Do you need assistance?" "I have worked in the pharmaceutical industry for 2 years." "Really?" Wang Lei's eyes brightened, though he was still slightly puzzled. "Did you work as a doctor before that? Surely not as a nurse?" With utmost seriousness, Chen Yan replied, "A veterinarian." Wing Lei. The live stream in the program erupted in laughter. Was Chen Yan truly that humorous? Was he deliberately making such a statement? A veterinarian? It was remarkable that he could even say that. No, something must be wrong with Chen Yan. Teacher Wang was clearly unwell, yet he was still making jokes, displaying a complete lack of propriety. A private message from a fan explained, for clarification, Chen Yan indeed worked as a veterinarian for a year prior to joining the industry, totaling 2 years of experience. It was quite absurd. No wonder Chen Yan spoke as if he were conversing with animals. Wang Lei's complexion grew even more sallow, but the grumbling in his stomach compelled him to ignore Chen Yan and rush back to the restroom. At that moment, Hua Chaotian also emerged from the room, hunched over and looking unwell. After just a few steps, he doubled over and began to vomit. Soon after, Jiang Tao knelt at the door, retching. Eventually, even the girls emerged, their faces etched with discomfort. Witnessing their plight, Chen Yan quickly deduced the situation and headed straight for the lounge, retrieving a medical kit. Fei Mijia, Dila, you consumed fewer green beans, so your reactions aren't severe. Just drink some diluted salt water and you'll feel better. He handed them the salt water. As for Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin, despite their bravado, they absorbed Chen Yan's advice and had not overindulged. However, the most severe cases were Wang Lei and Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, hurry up. I can't hold it any longer. Wang Lei clutched his stomach, anxiously waiting at the restroom door. I can't. I'm stuck here. Jiang Tao's voice was hoarse. Noticing the commotion, Li Mi, with a pale face, suggested, Teacher Wang, we aren't experiencing diarrhea. The ladies' restroom is vacant. You should go there. Wang Lei's face darkened. He knew that if this matter were to be scrutinized, it would ultimately be his fault. Now, he was being asked to use the ladies' restroom? Wasn't that a blatant humiliation? As he hesitated, the boisterous Luo Yong slammed his thigh, lamenting, what on earth is happening? Do we all collectively suffer from food poisoning? Are we going to be all right? Should we call the production team for assistance? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Lei cast aside his reservations and rushed into the ladies' restroom. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, the director, Nyoma, was still dozing off. The assistant director, bleary-eyed, noticed the rapid stream of messages flashing across the screen. Something had gone awry. They had indeed all suffered from food poisoning. With the island's pristine environment, there shouldn't be any bacterial infections, right? It was possible. These unspoiled islands harbored a plethora of bacteria, but why was Chen Yan unaffected? Could he have poisoned them all? Chen Yan is truly terrifying. Why would he poison everyone? I can hardly fathom it. No, I'm a medical student. They are suffering from food poisoning. I noticed yesterday that the green beans they consumed were likely undercooked. You claim your status as a medical student? I might as well declare myself a deity. The assistant director hastily roused the director, exclaiming, Director, we have a situation on the island. They're suffering from food poisoning. Food poisoning? Huh? What kind of poisoning? The director, still in a slumber, was abruptly awakened by the mention of food poisoning, instantly alert. However, after assessing the situation on the show, he yawned and replied, It's fine. Chen Yan is unharmed, isn't he? He can handle it. Oh, we are relying on Chen Yan? The assistant director, still trembling with apprehension, questioned, Shouldn't we dispatch a medical team? The director waved dismissively, No need. Once the show concludes, I will certainly express my gratitude to Chen Yan. That lad has been quite helpful. Just keep an eye on things. With that, he reclined and fell back asleep. Indeed, Chen Yan did not disappoint his expectations. He administered saline to Wang Feishuan, Dila, and Li Mi to induce vomiting, while Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin expelled their stomach contents for a while and took some medication. Surprisingly, it was Hua Chaodian who caught Chen Yan off guard. This fellow flattered Wang Lei during mealtime, yet his condition turned out to be milder than that of the girls. It seems his silver tongue was merely for show, as he hardly ingested much. After a couple of heaves, he was nearly fine. Wang Feishuan, struggling to maintain her composure, glanced at Chen Yan with concern and asked, Chen Yan, are you all right? You're taking care of us, all alone. I'm fine. I didn't eat any of those green beans. Chen Yan smiled at her, gently tugging the blanket that had slipped from her shoulders. It was chilly outside, and if she felt well, she should return to get some proper rest. With that, he turned to the others. If you're all feeling better, take your medicine and head back to sleep. I'll look after Teacher Wang and Jiang Tao. Li Mi, clutching her chest and suppressing the urge to retch, said, Are you sure you can manage alone? I feel I can still help. Let us care for Teacher Wang and Jiang Tao together. No need, Mijia. You've eaten quite a bit too. It's fortunate you're not experiencing diarrhea. Once you've taken your medicine, you should head back. Chen Yan remembered how Li Mi had taken several bites to spare Wang Lei's feelings. Embarrassed by her previous actions being exposed, Li Mi retreated to her room. Such is the nature of human relations, the most basic of decencies. She would have done the same for anyone else. As the few girls returned, Luo Yong remained, frowning. I'll stay out here for a bit. Lying down makes me feel nauseous. Observing his face, which looked as though he had swallowed a dead rat, Chen Yan chuckled. Are the green beans still tasty? The memory of Luo Yong enthusiastically declaring them delicious in the afternoon made him laugh. Is that amusing? You're quite the trickster. Luo Yong feigned anger, raising his fist as if to strike him. Chen Yan, grinning, dodged and poked at the fire. I thought her Luo Yong was naturally robust, When you compliment someone, you really go all out. Enough. You're making me angry. Luo Yong turned his head away, refusing to look at him. The more he did, the more he wanted to hit him. How easily he lets pride go to his head. Give him a little praise, and he shines like the sun. The voices of the two individuals were quite loud, and Jiang Tao and Wang Lei in the restroom could hear them distinctly. Initially, they were both feeling utterly drained and wished to exit, yet felt too embarrassed to do so. One was an ardent sycophant, having devoured several strings of beans. The other, the instigator, had confidently asserted that the beans posed no risk, resulting in a midnight bout of food poisoning for everyone. It must be said that Chen Yan truly possesses a degree of foresight. Since arriving on the island, he has frequently guided everyone through perilous situations. I propose that Chen Yan be appointed as the island's sovereign. After a brief pause, Chen Yan called out to the restroom, "Gentlemen, have you perhaps fallen into the toilet? Do you require my assistance to retrieve you?" Chapter 44. Wang Lei's evasive arguments, a tribute to a notorious friend outside. Chen Yan was clearly awaiting a spectacle. Gritting his teeth, Wang Lei emerged from the restroom. He could hardly take a few steps without clutching his abdomen. Discomfort was relentless. Observing Wang Lei's predicament, Chen Yan offered a slight smile. "Teacher Wang, this is an anti-diarrheal medication. Please take it. Later you should sip some saline and then take more medicine, and you'll be just fine." As he spoke with utmost seriousness, Wang Lei recalled Chen Yan's claim of having been a veterinarian for 2 years. Doubt began to creep in, prompting Wang Lei to question, "Say, Xiao Chen, can I really trust your advice? I am human, not one of the animals you treated." Understanding Wang Lei's skepticism, Chen Yan patiently explained, "Teacher Wang, this field may be unfamiliar to you. During my time as a veterinarian, I primarily treated pigs, and their anatomy is quite similar to that of humans. So it should certainly be effective." "What? You treated pigs?" Wang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief, causing him to hesitate further about taking the medicine. Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. "What is wrong with that, Teacher Wang? Do you look down on pigs?" "Not at all. It's not about respect or disrespect. Could humans and pigs really be compared?" Wang Lei quickly pushed the medication back, trembling as he sat at the door. Chen Yan chuckled, patting his shoulder. "You see, Teacher Wang, you and pigs are quite alike. I assure you it will work. If you don't take it, food poisoning can be fatal." As the situation grew increasingly dire, Wang Lei, who had been resolute in his refusal, began to waver. The comparison of himself to a pig loomed large in his mind. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he decided to follow Chen Yan's advice and took the medicine as instructed. Luo Yong, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. He had lingered not far away to witness how Chen Yan would handle Wang Lei and Jiang Tao. Everyone knew the source of their food poisoning was nothing more than the little green beans Wang Lei had prepared, yet the aftermath was causing great discomfort. Luo Yong's irritation grew as he contemplated how to address Wang Lei's oversight. As Wang Lei seemed to be recovering, Jiang Tao staggered out of the restroom, looking even worse for wear. In fact, he had consumed even more than Wang Lei, his steps unsteady. Spotting Chen Yan was like seeing a beacon of hope. "Brother Chen, do you have any medicine left?" "I can't take it anymore," Jiang Tao pleaded desperately. Chen Yan shrugged, feigning innocence. "The medicine has all gone to Teacher Wang." "What? There's no more medicine?" Jiang Tao's composure shattered. Had he known, he would have emerged sooner. Would he truly have to endure this all night? 10 people would surely perish from this ordeal. As Jiang Tao sank into despair, Chen Yan casually remarked, "There might still be some left. I need to check the medical kit. I gave out most of it earlier, but I'm not sure if there's anything remaining." At this, Jiang Tao felt rejuvenated, as if infused with new energy. "Brother Chen, please hurry and look. I can't bear it any longer. From now on, you shall be my dear elder brother, and I, your devoted younger sibling." Chen Yan stepped back in disdain, exclaiming that he had no brother like him. He then turned to rummage through the medicine cabinet in the lounge. In truth, there were still medications available. He simply wished to tease the foolish one. Following Wang Lei around like a tail, this fellow was akin to a toad crawling on one's foot, harmless yet irksome. A midnight bout of food poisoning rendered everyone wide awake, with groans of alas and "oh dear" echoing from both rooms. None were comfortable. Wang Lei and Jiang Tao, who had taken their medicine, found sleep elusive, and thus kept Chen Yan company as they stood watch together. Since none could find rest, Chen Yan decided to play a lullaby. With a spark of enthusiasm, he asked, "What shall I play? What song would you like to hear?" His kindness was evident as he engaged them. However, Wang Lei and Jiang Tao, clutching their stomachs, shifted aside like quails, showing no inclination to converse. Wang Lei remained silent, cursing Chen Yan internally. "I can't lie down. I just want to sit by the fire, not chat with you." Jiang Tao, too timid to remain silent, offered a forced smile. "Brother Chen, anything you sing will sound wonderful. Just sing something." His lack of constructive input was clear. Chen Yan merely curled his lip in response. Instead of playing, he rose to fetch more wood for the fire, circling around them twice. Unable to contain himself, Wang Lei questioned, "What s with all the fidgeting? Why not sit still?" Chen Yan stretched his arms and cheerfully replied, "I overindulged at dinner, just trying to burn off some calories." Wang Lei felt insulted once more. Jiang Tao lowered his head, hesitant to speak. Yet Chen Yan displayed remarkable courage, unafraid to voice his thoughts. After another round of circling, sensing Wang Lei's restraint was wearing thin, Chen Yan suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, firmly pushing him back down. With an authoritative tone, he insisted, "Sit down." Wang Lei was taken aback. Who was he to issue commands? Unfazed, Chen Yan continued, "Mr. Wang, I composed a song just for you." With a skeptical glance, Wang Lei remained silent, his expression clearly questioning Chen Yan's sincerity. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. The title, Best Frenemy. Upon hearing the title, Wang Lei lost all interest. Frenemy, was he mocking him? Yet, as Chen Yan began to sing, Wang Lei's urge to rise faltered, and he slowly settled back down. "Friend, I considered you a friend for a fleeting moment. Strange, the past is hard to revisit. Friend, you have tried to save me. Friend, you have subjected me to scorn." Chen Yan's smooth voice narrated the tale of a former adversary, the magnetic tone drawing one into a trance. At first, Wang Lei assumed that Chen Yan merely sought to mock him. Yet as the performance progressed, the atmosphere shifted. When asked if he had any feelings, the truth was that he did not. He had long relied on excuses to evade the matter, which was not born of any profound enmity. Indeed, the two harbored no deep-seated hatred. It was simply that Chen Yan reveled in the spotlight, as did he. However, is this not the nature of men? The longer the song unfolded, the more Wang Lei felt a stirring within his heart. Having lingered too long in a world rife with deceit, the camaraderie of youthful brotherhood had long since faded. What remained was a web of intrigue. And the very person he had consistently regarded as an adversary had crafted a song for him. As the final notes faded, Chen Yan emerged from his reverie, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In comparison to the exceptional Jay Cho, he found himself more drawn to the steadiness of Yi-sun. It was that gradual, heartfelt expression that resonated most deeply. In the next moment, the individual across from him could no longer contain himself. Howling! Chen Yan was taken aback. Jiang Tao was also stunned. No one could have anticipated that the astute teacher Wang would shed tears without reservation. Chapter 45. Chen Yan's rough masculine literature? The surge of girlfriend fans? This scene left Chen Yan utterly astounded. It was akin to witnessing a sow climbing a tree, a boar crashing into a wall, a monkey pilfering peaches, or a fox feasting on grapes. Although seemingly unrelated to the current events, each instance underscored Chen Yan's astonishment. In his moment of daze, Wang Lei had already regained his composure and solemnly approached Chen Yan, enveloping him in an embrace. "Brother, from now on, we are brothers. Today, your actions saved my life from food poisoning. I owe you one." After earnestly expressing his gratitude, he hurried back into the house, displaying a hint of bashfulness. Chen Yan remained momentarily stunned, while the barrage of comments began to react. Had Chen Yan truly captivated Teacher Wang? It dawned on me that this program resembled Chen Yan's Adventure Chronicles. Let me tally the individuals Chen Yan has won over: Wang Feishuan, Li Mi, Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, and now adding Wang Lei and Jiang Tao. If Chen Yan manages to conquer the remaining individuals, would the deserted island program not reach its conclusion? My goodness. The comments above have me in stitches. Chen Yan's Adventure Chronicles indeed hold some merit. It is quite reasonable, as Chen Yan has gradually endeavored with his own skills and talents to win each person over. Presently, he casually composes songs for others. Previously, Luo Yong, Li Mi, and now Wang Lei have all received songs from Chen Yan. Truth be told, Chen Yan's songwriting and singing are extraordinary. I too wish to receive a song from him. The evening was sparsely populated, but the following day, numerous online influencers compiled highlights of Chen Yan's first episode to the present. Thus, Chen Yan's journey on Peach Blossom Island trended once more. In the company, Sister Lu had just begun her workday when she received several urgent calls from the boss. Xiao Lu, you must handle this matter well. All the songs Chen Yan performs on the show must belong to our company. We cannot allow them to be given away for free. If they insist on obtaining them, they must pay for it. This is our company's asset. By the way, you must expedite matters concerning Chen Yan. We need to keep him. He is a talent. After a barrage of directives, the boss abruptly hung up. Faced with a challenging situation, Sister Lu felt her head spinning. Who would have thought that a figure mired in controversy like Chen Yan could stage such a comeback? Previously, it had been agreed that he would be released after the show's conclusion. If she were to retract that promise now, would it not reflect poorly? After a moment's contemplation, Sister Lu resolved firmly, I'll have a talk with that young man Chen Yan. After all, he is currently a hot potato, and no other companies dare to take him in. If I can keep him, I will. If he insists on leaving, then he cannot blame me for being ungracious. Chen Yan, forgive me. I'm just a working woman on the deserted island. Due to the sudden illness that struck everyone late at night, none had rested well. The following morning, no one stirred from their slumber. Consequently, the live stream aired an empty house for the entire morning, devoid of any sighting. Director Nyoma was prepared, promptly displaying a banner in the live stream. Understanding the audience's concern regarding the artist's food poisoning, it appears that today's broadcast may not proceed as usual. However, in light of some viewers' fervent desire to witness the artists recuperate, we shall continue with the airing. I kindly ask everyone to exercise compassion towards the ailing performers. They too will act within their limits to bring joy to all. Upon receiving this news, netizens swiftly responded. The director need not worry. Watching them rest is entertaining in itself. Surely, there remains a good-hearted person on the show. I can still engage with the program, even if one individual records it. It seems some upstairs do not regard Chen Yan as human. While other artists rest due to illness, he still must make an appearance. Surprisingly, Chen Yan alone is rather amusing. One wonders if there exists a tacit understanding between him and the viewers. After a night of vigil, Chen Yan awoke at noon and, as per his routine, ventured out for a 2-kilometer run. The cameras in the forest captured him entirely by himself. The day's recording chronicled Chen Yan's activities. Rising to exercise for half an hour, he prepared light meals to deliver to others' rooms. After indulging in a roasted chicken, he changed and headed to the garden to tend to the vegetables. Feeling warm after a while, Chen Yan removed his shirt, revealing a lean yet toned upper body. A flurry of enthusiastic comments flooded in from netizens. Wow, I had no idea Chen Yan had such an impressive physique. Is this what they mean by looking slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed? Unbelievable. Chen Yan's vigorous hoeing revealed defined muscle lines. So striking. Is this what they call rugged masculinity? I am enamored. In an instant, Chen Yan's social media account surged by over 500,000 followers, all predominantly female admirers. Unbeknownst to him, he reveled in his own joy, completely unbothered by any disruptions, immersed in a sea of excitement. After tending to the vegetables, he planted flowers around the garden. More than 2 hours passed, and the sun began to set. Wang Feishuan emerged from the house, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. Her cheeks still somewhat pale. After a brief stroll, she found Chen Yan cooking in the kitchen. You've worked all day. Let me handle the cooking, she offered, reaching for the spatula. However, Chen Yan gently restrained her wrist, insisting, no, your body is still weak. You need to rest more. He firmly guided Wang Feishuan out of the kitchen, stating earnestly, be obedient. I will bring the food to your room once I am finished. Wang Feishuan lifted her gaze to meet his, her lips slightly parted as if to say something more. All right, overexerting yourself, while ill will only worsen your condition. Help me once you have recovered, all right? Chen Yan's tone unconsciously took on a coaxing lilt, akin to that used with a child, causing a faint blush to rise on Wang Feishuan's cheeks. After seeing her off, Jiang Tao cheerfully emerged from the house, asking Brother Chen, is there anything I can assist you with? Although my stomach is still a bit unsettled. Without even glancing at him, Chen Yan replied directly, yes, come help with the cooking. Clearly, none of them possessed any perceptiveness. he was least inclined to prepare meals. The lunch was prepared with great reluctance, and none of these individuals offered to lend hand. Jiang Tao was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he distinctly heard Chen Yan state that working while ill would exacerbate one's condition. Why was it that Wang Feishuan was exempt from labor, yet he was summoned to assist? It seemed utterly unjust. Chen Yan displayed a clear bias towards women over men. Noticing his inaction, Chen Yan urged him, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Come over and make some porridge." "All right, I'm on my way." With that command, Jiang Tao instinctively sprang into action, scurrying over to help. He wore a cheerful smile, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. Alas, he was destined to be a sycophant. The most significant shift being his transformation from Wang Lei's lackey to Chen Yan's devoted subordinate. Chapter 46. As you admire the dog, I present you with a tribute to the guardian of blossoms. It must be said that Jiang Tao's servility is quite professional. As Chen Yan ladled out the porridge, without further ado, Jiang Tao, with keen insight, took it upon himself to distribute it to the others. He dashed about with remarkable agility, and in no time, everything was served. "Brother Chen, everyone has begun to eat. Let us partake in our meal as well." Jiang Tao busily filled 2 bowls and carried them to the outdoor table. Due to health reasons, the others were dining indoors, leaving only Chen Yan and Jiang Tao at the long table outside. As the sun descended, the twilight cast a gentle glow upon the nearby mountains and trees, with flocks of birds occasionally taking flight. Jiang Tao's gaze curiously followed the birds. At that moment, the door to the girls' room opened, and Wang Feishuan emerged slowly, holding a bowl. Jiang Tao's attention immediately shifted to her, and he approached her with a charming demeanor. "Fei Ye, allow me to help you. You should return and rest well." Wang Feishuan looked at him with a hint of confusion as he effortlessly accepted the bowl and spoon. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. During Qiuya's wedding, he had been exuberant. Did he not possess any awareness? As Jiang Tao merrily returned the bowl and plate, he found himself meeting Chen Yan's enigmatic gaze, which sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. At that moment, Luo Yong approached after washing his face, wrapping an arm around Jiang Tao's neck. "Tao Tao, why are you so oblivious? Come, let us return and get some sleep." With Luo Yong's words, the comment section erupted in chaos. Did I hear that correctly? What does Luo Yong mean by that? Just now, it was Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan together. No way. I can't believe they have any connection. How could my aloof goddess possibly fancy someone like Chen Yan, a mere nobody? Sighing, the chat was filled with speculation, and soon after, most of the messages were buried under the noise. The night had fully descended. Reflecting on the scattered memories of last night, Chen Yan, unwilling to continue being the unsuspecting fool, directly returned to the boys' room. Observing the sprawled figures on the floor, he declared, "Everyone has rested enough for the day. Let's organize the night watch." Mentioning the night watch, Luo Yong, who was lifting weights on the floor, gasped, "I could take any slot. I've nearly recovered." Zhang Xiqin was equally agreeable. "I can do it too." Jiang Tao, ever cheerful, raised his hand, "Me too. Count me in." The remaining 2 seasoned characters were Wang Lei and Hua Chaotian. Following the incident of food poisoning, Wang Lei, the reluctant, conceded, "I'm fine. Just assign me a shift. Keeping watch is straightforward." Hua Chaotian, noticing that everyone but him had agreed, thought, "Goodness, are they placing me on the spot?" Chen Yan replied calmly, "Hua Xiao, your remark is rather presumptuous. The safety of the camp is a collective responsibility, not an individual burden. It is only right that we share it among us. Are you implying that if I don't keep watch tonight, we will face danger tomorrow?" Hua Chaotian retorted, unwilling to relent. Chen Yan cast a glance at him, and then remarked, "Who knows, perhaps this deserted island is entirely natural, not to mention the wild beasts and animals that inhabit it. What if some nefarious individuals were to appear? You certainly do not seem like a virtuous person, guarding the night without incident. Today, I shall not keep watch." "What of it?" Hua Chaotian glared at him, his eyes aflame. The two were at an impasse, on the verge of confrontation. Luo Yong hastily set down his weights and approached to mediate. "Oh, what a trivial matter, Hua Xiao. Chen Yan is merely concerned for our safety. It's better to be safe than sorry. If we neglect our vigil tonight, and something unfortunate occurs, we shall bear the consequences in this desolate wilderness." After much persuasion, Hua Chaotian's expression softened somewhat, and he redirected the conversation towards Wang Lei. "Teacher Wang, You possess the highest credentials. Please provide your perspective. Unexpectedly, Hua Chaotian pushed himself forward, leaving Wang Lei no choice but to withstand the pressure and respond. Hua Xiao. I believe Chen Yan has a valid point. Very well. If that is the case, you may arrange the shifts. And simply call for me when it is my turn to keep watch. Hua Chaotian suddenly acquiesced, lying down and closing his eyes as if to sleep. Observing his demeanor, Chen Yan surmised he was up to something. Without a hint of courtesy, he addressed the others. All right, Teacher Wang will take the first shift. I shall take the second at midnight, Hua Xiao the third, and Jiang Tao the fourth. He continued to delineate the schedule, deliberately placing Hua Chaotian directly after him. It was clear he was at odds with Hua Chaotian. Internally, Hua Chaotian cursed, "Damn, Chen Yan, deliberately making things difficult for me. I had intended to let it slide today, thinking that when my turn came, I could feign sleep and they would feel too awkward to keep calling me. Now, it seems I have no choice but to rise." After arranging the shifts, Chen Yan decided to treat himself to a meal of roasted chicken. The process was familiar to him, and before long, he had captured 2 wild chickens. Upon returning to the camp, he found Luo Yong and Jiang Tao seated by the campfire. "I'll help you," Luo Yong offered, taking the chickens from Chen Yan and preparing to butcher them in the manner Chen Yan had previously shown him. Jiang Tao, feeling guilty for merely sitting idly, rolled up his sleeves and joined in. "Is this your first time making beggar-esque chicken? I can help with the mud and lotus leaves." With their assistance, Chen Yan soon had the beggar-esque chicken roasting. Suddenly, he glanced over at Jiang Tao, who was hunching his shoulders, and an idea struck him. "Jiang Tao, let me give you a song I just composed. It suits you perfectly. Its title, The Protector of Flowers." The unexpected words left Jiang Tao both astonished and elated. "Is there one for me? Brother Chen, you are so kind." It was the first time someone had written a song for him, and Jiang Tao was overjoyed, merrily fetching his guitar. The melody was lively and cheerful, inviting listeners to sway their heads and tap their feet in delight. That night, in the street, I unexpectedly encountered the one who occupies my thoughts. My feet decided to follow her home against my will. The cold wind of midnight must not blow her away. His profound gaze seemed to speak to me. Jiang Tao beamed with delight as the joyful tune continued, and at the conclusion, he erupted into applause, his hands reddened from clapping. "Brother Chen, that was simply marvelous. I am intrigued, Brother Chen, given your remarkable talent. Why have you not sung the songs you have penned earlier?" "I was merely awaiting your inquiry." Chen Yan chuckled inwardly, sighing deeply. "Alas, I too yearn to sing my own songs, but alas, the company lacks faith in me." Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. The online community erupted in fervor. "What? He has been writing songs all along? How deeply has the company concealed this? Not a hint was revealed. Is there some internal matter at play? Why delay the emergence of a singing prodigy? Chen Yan's company, step forth and speak. We demand an explanation. Why do you not allow Chen Yan to release his music?" Chapter 47. Outbreak of gunfire. Unexpected armed forces from other nations. The audience, having vented their frustration at the production team, stormed onto Chen Yan's company's social media account, inundating it with their outrage. The company was compelled to provide an explanation. What could be the ulterior motive behind delaying Chen Gu's career? Could it be espionage from enemy nations, attempting to pilfer the illustrious musical culture of Longhua and sell it to foreign lands? Such incidents have not been unprecedented in our country. Faced with a barrage of criticism, the company convened an emergency meeting. The CEO, in a fit of rage, lashed out at Lu Jie. "What on earth is going on, Lu? Clarify this situation immediately." Chen Yan had previously mentioned writing songs and desired to release them, yet the company denied him. How could our higher-ups be oblivious to this? After a tirade of accusations, Lu Jie hurriedly attempted to explain, "This is not my fault. Chen Yan's earlier compositions are archived by the company and are utterly unremarkable, of such poor quality. Who could have anticipated that once he arrived on the deserted island, he would experience a creative awakening, producing such remarkable songs?" Despite Lu Jie's explanation, the CEO's expression remained grim. "For now, let the PR team handle this narrative to quell the public's anger. We must analyze Chen Yan's situation closely. How many episodes of the deserted island program remain?" Lu Jie, with an expression of exasperation, responded, "I'm not certain. Currently, the island is caught in the crossfire between 2 nations, with communication devices rendered useless. It's entirely in a live broadcast mode. When it will conclude depends on when the two nations cease hostilities. The complexity of the situation left the CEO in contemplative silence. At midnight, with merely an hour left in his night watch, Chen Yan habitually strolled around the camp. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped him that evening. After a circuit with nothing amiss, he returned to his quarters. Estimating the time was nearly up, he glanced at his pocket watch and entered the room without hesitation, rudely shoving Hua Xiao's head. Startled from his slumber, Hua Qiaotian was about to shout, but was silenced by a large hand covering his mouth, nearly gasping for air. Shocked, Hua sat upright as Chen Yan, with an impassive demeanor, whispered, "Get up quietly. Do not disturb the others." It's impolite and uncouth. With Chen Yan's words hanging in the air, Hua Qiaotian felt a twinge of resentment but was reluctant to argue, especially as he watched Chen Yan retreat into his blankets. An overwhelming sense of unfairness gripped him. Dressed and heading outside for the watch, Hua Qiaotian's mind brimmed with ill thoughts. How dare he give orders to me? Doesn't he realize his standing? Such sentiments echoed in the program, drawing the attention of night owl viewers. What trouble was Hua Qiaotian seeking? What nonsensical remarks was he making? It was evident he intended mischief, as he had always been at odds with Chen Yan. Now, as part of a collective, all aboard the same vessel, what more could he desire? Recording in advance. Hua Qiaotian, filled with indignation, slumped into a chair. Without engaging in any activity, his head tilted, and within moments, the sound of snoring filled the air, completely oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him. Meanwhile, a conflict erupted once again between the nations of South America and the Basque Country. This time, there was no direct artillery assault. With the backing of the American imperialists, the South American nation displayed extreme arrogance. Its forces shifted their usual offensive tactics to a more targeted approach aimed at annihilating crucial bases and smaller contingents of the national leadership. One such location was an isolated island between the two countries. Half an hour later, a helicopter hovered above the dense jungle of the island. Soldiers clad in military uniforms began to descend one by one, their parachutes drifting towards the foliage below. Clearly well prepared, these soldiers swiftly erased any trace of their landing. They stealthily infiltrated the nearby jungle, while the commanding officer at the center retrieved binoculars to survey the area. According to our intelligence, there had been signs of activity here, and higher-ups suspected the presence of enemy forces in hiding. After thorough reconnaissance, the scouts quickly pinpointed the direction of a campfire and the precise location of the encampment on the island. Report: there are signs of habitation on the island. Proceed towards the target. Exercise caution in encounters. Capture is the priority. Upon receiving the command, the squad advanced rapidly towards the camp. Before long, the entire unit surrounded the encampment. Hua Qiaotian, still lost in slumber, was caught off guard when a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. The sensation of suffocation flooding his mind once more. He initially thought it was Chen Yan playing tricks on him, his eyes widening in anger as he thought, "Chen Yan, you bastard." But before he could voice his thoughts, the cold, dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Hua Qiaotian was utterly stunned, his mind racing in confusion. What on earth is happening? Who are these fully equipped soldiers? With a gun aimed at his head, Hua Qiaotian dared not utter a sound as he obediently allowed them to bind his hands and feet. He knelt on the ground, feeling utterly humiliated, akin to a turtle surrendering. The soldiers then approached the officer with quiet footsteps, reporting, "Sir, we have captured a guard. According to our search, there are 2 rooms, one occupied by men and the other by women, approximately 5 individuals in each." Upon hearing about the women, the officer's eyes grew clouded with a glimmer of satisfaction. "Bring them all in, regardless of gender," he commanded. "Yes, sir." Several soldiers infiltrated the 2 houses, and as one of them pushed open the door to the women's quarters and stepped inside, a cacophony ensued, pots and pans clattering to the ground, the sound sharp and jarring. This was a precautionary measure taken by Chen Yan, who had prepared a contingency plan for the girls, ensuring that while they were recording a show, their personal safety was not compromised. With only a handheld camera, there was no guarantee that everyone nearby harbored good intentions. Therefore, Chen Yan had set up a warning system at the entrance. They had secured it before sleep, remaining vigilant as a precaution. "Who is there?" Wang Feishuan, sleeping near the door, immediately awoke and shouted while hastily attempting to lock it. Li Mi, too, jolted awake and rushed to secure the windows. The two acted swiftly, having been specifically instructed by Chen Yan beforehand. At that time, Li Mi hadn't fully grasped the significance of the instructions, but now, in this critical moment, they proved invaluable. The two exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing with apprehension. Dila also became somewhat dazed. Since her arrival on the island, Yujia had remained on high alert. In her eyes, there were no good people on the island. Upon realizing that someone had entered, she swiftly retreated to the wall and seized a knife. The sounds emanating from the girls' quarters abruptly roused Chen Yan, Luo Yong, and Zhang Xiqin. Has someone sneaked into the girls' room? Chen Yan remarked sharply as he rose. Luo Yong furrowed his brow and inquired, who would venture over in the middle of the night? I have no idea. I was asleep, Zhang Xiqin replied. Chen Yan promptly made his way to the light switch within the room, while also calling out, Teacher Wang. Jiang Tao, are you both here? Yes, Jiang Tao replied as he scrambled up. Just as Wang Lei was about to speak, he was inadvertently stepped on by the unseen Chen Yan in the darkness, who scolded, Watch where you're going. You almost trampled me. Chapter 48. Chen Yan stands alone. We are citizens of the Dragon Nation. As everyone shared their thoughts, Chen Yan was initially inclined to believe it was Hua Chaotian. However, the unfamiliar sense and the tense atmosphere alerted him that something was amiss. Were there outsiders present? In an instant, soldiers wielding firearms burst into the room. Don't move, they commanded in a foreign tongue, unmistakably the soldiers of a warring nation. At that moment, the dark muzzles of their guns were aimed squarely at them. Wang Lei was so frightened that he froze in place, unable to move. Jiang Tao was equally bewildered. What was happening? How could there be so many soldiers? Luo Yong, a military enthusiast, and Zhang Xiqin, a retired athlete, were the first to recognize the gravity of the situation. They understood that these were soldiers from another country. Chen Yan quickly raised his hands above his head and, in a clear voice, proclaimed in their language, We are not your enemies. We are citizens of the Dragon Nation. We are filming a survival show on this island. Please do not fire. As his words echoed, the soldiers inside hurried outside to report to their superiors. Seizing the moment, Chen Yan advised the others, Do not confront them. Remain calm. Everything will be all right. In the dead of night, only a handful of viewers were watching the live broadcast, but a few were scattered throughout. What was happening on the deserted island? Were there armed men standing in the camp? It seemed there were soldiers at the door. This didn't feel right. I should find someone to inquire. The barrage of comments trickled in slowly, while the deputy director of the program, who was supposed to be keeping watch, had dozed off and missed the unfolding scene. On the deserted island, after one soldier went to report, Chen Yan, sensing the precariousness of their situation, reiterated, Please allow us to dress properly. I request to speak with your superior. The soldier before him did not respond until the one who had just left returned, at which point they acquiesced to their request. Soon, Chen Yan and Luo Yong began to put on their clothes, while several soldiers remained to oversee their movements. Luo Yong took the opportunity to lean closer to Chen Yan and whispered, I recognize them. They are soldiers from a certain nation, and they are not known for their benevolence. Zhang Xiqin, without needing to ponder, understood their conversation and, while dressing, chimed in, Yes, right. Soldiers from that nation are infamous for their brutality, capturing their enemies without mercy, and even civilians suffer indignities. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xiqin felt a heavy dread. They were isolated and helpless. Would they be able to endure? Chen Yan looked at them reassuringly and said, If others cannot, we, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, surely can. Once dressed, the group made their way to the center of the camp, where a bonfire blazed, surrounded by a ring of soldiers from that nation. Meanwhile, the women, Wang Feishuan and Li Mi, remained locked inside their room. On the ground nearby, Hua Chaotian was bound and kneeling in a most disgraceful state. Simultaneously, the live stream began to buzz with activity. A few night owls who had gathered to chat suddenly noticed the increase in viewers. What's going on? A cosplay? Is the production team being so extravagant? This doesn't seem right. This isn't arranged by the production team. Look at their uniforms and insignias. They are real soldiers. I had previously heard that the deserted island show was set on a small island in South America, where two nations were engaged in warfare. I never imagined it to be true. This situation is perilous. It's utterly terrifying. The production team must clarify the veracity of this situation. Most of the night owls watching the show are incredulous. After all, having lived too long in a secure country, they are ill-prepared for danger and do not panic. Today, the assistant director, who had been somewhat drowsy, was startled awake as a staff member rushed in, exclaiming, "This is bad. Assistant director, you must see the program. A military unit has landed on the deserted island, and they are currently aiming their weapons at the artists." Hearing this, the assistant director was utterly bewildered. Glancing at the screen, it indeed mirrored what she had been told. Just previously, the director had assured everyone that there would be no issues. How could such a calamity arise? Frantically, the assistant director dialed the director, who was still asleep, believing he was dreaming as he listened to the alarming news on the other end of the line. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his hand trembled with the phone. What on earth is happening? We had issued announcements and documents to both nations, emphasizing the situation regarding this island. How could this occur? The director hastily donned his clothing and rushed to the production team, all the while contacting the National Embassy, Police Department, and National Security Agency. He reached out to anyone who could assist, nearly pleading for help. "Oh, my dear mother, please save your child, for the foreigners are about to feed bullets to your children." On the deserted island, since Chen Yan and his companions had been brought out, the air was filled with the sounds of intense gunfire from beyond the island's shores. It seemed that the other country had successfully received assistance. Chen Yan pondered this matter. While he had limited knowledge of the conflict between the two nations, he was aware that two small countries could not instigate significant trouble, and it was likely larger powers were manipulating events from behind the scenes. Assessing the current situation, Chen Yan deduced that an actual conflict was underway, with this military unit acting as a small team on a special mission, inadvertently landing in the midst of their small island. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Yan approached the highest-ranking officer and articulated, "Greetings, I am aware that you are engaged in combat with another nation, but this matter concerns neither the Dragon Kingdom nor its citizens. This island does not belong to either party, and we have international agreements allowing us to vacation here, which should not interfere with your conflict." Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, the commanding officer glanced at him and inquired, "Do you speak any foreign languages?" "I know a few," Chen Yan replied calmly. The officer pointed to the camp with a derisive smile, declaring, "Regardless of your nationality, your presence on this island during our conflict places you under our jurisdiction, as our investigation has revealed military activities tied to the BAS nation here. Thus, you are all my captives." At this, Chen Yan narrowed his eyes, pondering whether the officer was attempting to provoke him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan spoke with unwavering composure. "Commander, allow me to clarify one point. This island does not belong to Ilya, nor to BIS. You possess no jurisdiction over it. Our presence here is sanctioned by relevant application protocols and adheres to international law, which affords us protection. I urge you, Commander, to refrain from acting impulsively." Upon hearing this, the commander erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Today, I shall act on impulse. Our troops have already landed on this island. It rightfully belongs to Ilya. And what if you are from the Dragon Nation? Can they come to your rescue now? You would be better off kneeling in surrender, depending on my mood. I might spare your life." Ha ha ha. His arrogant demeanor incited the other soldiers to join in his laughter. Chapter 49. The Arrogant Brigade. Do they wish to annihilate a nation? Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin struggled with foreign languages, yet Wang Lei possessed a remarkable proficiency, understanding every word with a growing sense of dread. The barrage of comments surged wildly, incensed. How dare such a minor faction insult our Dragon Nation? Indeed, what is a mere brigade? They presume to stand against us. They hold our Dragon Nation in contempt. We could simply bombard your nation into oblivion. Has the production team arranged any protective measures on the island? Why are the artists confined, with no one coming to their aid? The live stream was inundated with furious comments, and the assistant director's heart raced with anxiety. Other staff members, equally terrified, approached him. "Assistant Director, what shall we do?" "Yes, we are broadcasting live. It has already been aired. If anything happens to the artists, we are finished. I've heard that this brigade is notoriously brutal, sparing neither the civilians of BAS, nor women, nor children." As chaos escalated, the assistant director, inexperienced in such tumultuous situations, could only hope that Director Nyoma would return swiftly. Meanwhile, Director Nyoma sat in a taxi, clutching the live stream tightly. He missed not a single message, yet felt utterly powerless. He had exhausted all his connections, and now all he could do was wait. Alas, why is this taxi moving so slowly? On the deserted island, the officer's remarks plunged Wang Lei and his companions into despair. They were well aware of the depravity of these individuals. The most unfortunate was Hua Chao Tian, kneeling on the ground. As a renowned supporter and idol, fluency in foreign languages was essential for him, allowing him to comprehend every word uttered. It was over. A mere recording could cost him his life. Silenced, Hua Chao Tian seethed with anger. The walls were not soundproof, and several young women overheard the conversation outside. Dyla trembled, seeking refuge beside Li Mi's sister Mi. What shall we do? Will they spare us? Dyla, I recall that the contact number for the production team is in our room. Li Mi suddenly remembered. Dyla nodded fervently and rushed to search. Yes, I remember it's in the cabinet. She found a phone and began dialing Director Nyoma. But after 2 unsuccessful attempts, despair set in. The signal remained jammed. Wang Feishuan's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yan, the man who stood defiantly before the enemy commander, shielding the others behind him. She could not succumb to fear. As Chen Yan's woman, she must remain composed. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feishuan steeled herself. Listen closely. These soldiers will undoubtedly disregard international law and the rules of war, as we have just heard. The structure around us cannot withstand their firepower. It is only a matter of time before it collapses. Prepare yourselves mentally. With that, Wang Feishuan withdrew a dagger from beneath the mat. This was the dagger that Chen Yan had previously advised her to keep for self-defense. If they were to attack us, I would seize the opportunity to plunge this blade into their flesh. Otherwise, it would find its way into my own body. Each word was delivered with a chilling solemnity, her aura suddenly elevating. Li Mi met her resolute gaze, her heart shaken. She spoke with sincerity. In just a few exchanged glances, they had prepared themselves for a desperate struggle. It was not only them. Outside, Chen Yan was diverting attention, while Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin were quietly plotting. In the darkness, their lips moved subtly, barely discernible. Amidst the raucous laughter of other soldiers, their whispers were further muted. If a squad of soldiers truly turned against us and attempted to seize a firearm, would you shoot? Luo Yong inquired. Zhang Xiqin hesitated. I've fired an air gun before. It's similar. At worst, after you snatch the gun, you can hide. Our elders taught us that when outnumbered, guerrilla warfare is the way to go. Luo Yong felt a growing excitement. Jiang Tao was close enough to overhear them, but pretended not to. Wang Lei did the same. Chen Yan, having caught every nuance of their hushed conspiracy, found his impression of Luo Yong considerably deepened. Initially, he thought of him as a mere brute. Now he appeared to be a true warrior. The ability to contemplate a counterattack in the face of peril was commendable. However, for them, the issue of counterattacks was still premature. Retaliation meant casualties. Amidst the laughter surrounding them, Chen Yan unexpectedly burst into laughter himself, a stark contrast to the atmosphere. The commander's expression darkened as he drew his weapon, aiming it at Chen Yan. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Chen Yan shook his head and replied, I am merely delighted for the peace between the Dragon Kingdom and the One-Line Nation. It is well known that the two have maintained a relatively amicable, non-interfering relationship. Hence, in this conflict, the Dragon Kingdom has refrained from taking sides. The deliberate mention of national stance caused the commander to furrow his brow. At that moment, a soldier pointed toward the girls' quarters and remarked meaningfully, Commander, we suspect that boss soldiers are hiding inside. Let us storm in. Upon hearing this, the commander wore a peculiar smile and gestured towards the building. How dare base soldiers hide in there? Men, go in and search. The expressions of Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, Jiang Tao, and Wang Lei shifted dramatically. Their grasp of foreign language was limited, yet they understood enough basic vocabulary, coupled with the glances exchanged among them. It was clear they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Inside, Wang Feishuan, Li Mi, Dyla, and Yu Jiejia, who had been vigilantly watching the exterior, wore anxious expressions. These men are armed. Chen Yan won't be in danger, will he? Li Mi comfortingly grasped her hand. It's all right. Trust Chen Yan, he will find a solution. Indeed, we are not their enemies. They will surely not harm us. Dyla, somewhat frightened, hid behind Li Mi. Exactly. This involves political stances. We are backed by our nation, and they dare not act against us. Wang Feishuan gradually regained her composure. They remained calm, yet the viewers in the live stream were anything but serene. I discerned that they were not merely acquainted with the soldiers from base. Rather, they were intentionally seeking to invade the women's sanctuary, harboring nefarious intentions. What shall we do, my goddesses? Are we truly to be victimized by these wretched soldiers? Chen Yan, quickly devise a plan. Hurry and rescue the goddesses. It was not just the online audience who were anxious. Others on the deserted island were equally distressed. These soldiers were certainly not to be trifled with. They were capable of committing such deeds. Outside the camp, as the officer concluded his remarks, Chen Yan's gaze turned frigid, his chilling stare aimed directly at the commander. Chapter 50. Relying on the great dragon nation, this is my assurance. With resolute determination, I strode forward, obstructing the officer's line of sight, and declared in a grave tone, "If you wish to harm the people of the dragon nation, you must first consult our country. Should you take action now, I shall interpret it as an act of war against the dragon nation." I spoke without reservation, delivering a stern reprimand. This was Chen Yan's ultimate trump card, his nation. They might not fear a few unarmed individuals, they could act with arrogance. Yet, even when dealing with a dog, one must consider its master. Bearing the pressure, Chen Yan positioned himself in the most precarious of places. The officer and his soldiers were the ones to change their demeanor. "Are you threatening me?" The officer glared. Filled with fury, calmly, Chen Yan shook his head and stated plainly, "I am not threatening you. I am merely informing you of the value the Dragon Nation places on its citizens. Even if just one is abroad, they will be retrieved by special aircraft. Should you lay a hand on a person from Dragon Nation, it would be tantamount to provoking the Dragon Nation." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Hua Chaotian collapsed in fear on the ground. Wang Lei's eyes widened in terror, nearly losing consciousness. The others were no better. Wang Feishuan almost cried out Chen Yan's name, but was swiftly silenced by Li Mi beside her. "Feishuan, do not act rashly. Remain calm. Look, he is not firing at Chen Yan. He dares not. Damn it, no one dares to threaten me." The officer, enraged, raised his gun, aiming it directly at Chen Yan. "I could send you straight to hell this very moment." Noticing his flustered demeanor, Chen Yan pulled out a recording device from his collar and raised it above his head. Each of us is equipped with surveillance footage, featuring the most advanced live streaming capabilities. This means that everything occurring now is known to all citizens of the Dragon Nation. They're observing it clearly. With a cold expression, Chen Yan articulated every word. "Thus, your every action reflects upon your country. If you wish to declare war on the Dragon Nation now, then you may strike us." The situation escalated to a national level, and the officer's countenance darkened. Chen Yan continued to argue his case, escalating his threat. "Perhaps you do not care about your country's survival, but surely you and the soldiers behind you have families. Your loved ones remain within your homeland." Every word was spoken in a foreign tongue, ensuring that all present could comprehend. Chen Yan was confident they would not dare to provoke the Dragon Nation. The formidable national backing was the greatest support for its citizens abroad. In the face of the soldiers' silence, Chen Yan's smile grew more assured, his gaze locking onto the officer's fierce eyes as he calmly stated, "Sir, I stand backed by the great Dragon Nation. This is my assurance. The greatest security for my life while abroad." As expected, the soldiers present began to waver, and even those beside the officer leaned in to counsel him. "General, the Dragon Nation's strength is formidable, comparable to that of the United States, the Eagle Nation, and the Mao Nation. Given our country's precarious situation, we cannot provoke another dispute." After much deliberation, the officer, filled with indignation, suddenly kicked towards Chen Yan. This kick was one he could have evaded. Yet, Chen Yan did not flinch. He has spoken excessively, and his words have already been uttered. Should he provoke the armed officer before him, Chen Yan cannot guarantee that he will not be impulsively shot. The officer exerted all his strength, and only after rolling on the ground could Chen Yan stabilize himself, though blood still oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Consider yourself fortunate this time." The officer commanded that the weapons be lowered and swiftly retreated from the deserted island. Following the departure of this contingent, the live stream room reached full capacity, nearly overwhelming the server. Goodness, what an extraordinary declaration. Chen Yan truly shone, faced with the peril of death. He did not retreat in the slightest. He even stood in front of the girls, using his own body as a shield. Did you all hear that statement? If you take action now, I will perceive it as a declaration of war against the Dragon Kingdom. My heavens! I could never have conceived of such a phrase. Previously, I only thought that Chen Yan could compose poetry, write lyrics, and sing. But I never anticipated that in the face of a grave crisis, he would possess such magnanimity. We must hasten to assist him. The nation must still be unaware of this matter. We absolutely cannot allow Chen Yan to come to harm. The trending topics surged overnight. Heroic Chinese illustrious speech, island battle, peach blossom island news spread rapidly, reaching both the government and grassroots citizens. It turned out that netizens, upon confirming the soldiers' national identity in the live stream, collectively exerted their efforts, calling various public departments and notifying groups. Some were stranded on the island, threatened by other nations, and the message spread exponentially, waking even those who were asleep. The number of calls received by public departments increased dramatically, gathering evidence at the fastest pace to report to the relevant authorities. The progress of the situation was astonishingly swift. Before Nioma could reach the film crew, he was informed with tears of joy by the assistant director. Director, it has been resolved. Chen Yan has triumphed. The soldiers have retreated. What? Nioma burst into tears, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Let me see." He rushed over, drenched in sweat, his legs trembling. Upon viewing that segment of video, he was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, this is how it should be. We stand behind our formidable nation. Were they to dare raise their weapons against us? Curse it, they have been issuing warnings every few days, and they wouldn't allow me to dispatch a helicopter. This infuriates me. While he was venting his frustration, the phone rang. Nioma answered it instinctively, placing it to his ear, and in the next moment, his posture became rigid, listening attentively. Ah, yes, this is Nioma, the director of the Peach Blossom Island program. Excitement flashed in his eyes, his voice trembling. You mean the nation is now dispatching helicopters to retrieve the artist from the deserted island? Splendid, splendid. I am grateful to the nation. To be honest, we have been terribly bullied by those people. We had wanted to bring them back earlier, but they insisted on saying they were at war, forbidding us from sending helicopters. Yes, exactly. It's not that we didn't want to reach out to the nation. We simply didn't wish to trouble it. After a lengthy conversation, Nioma, upon hanging up the phone for the first time with an important government department, felt utterly transformed. Quickly, think of every possible way to contact the deserted island. Inform them that the government has dispatched a helicopter for their retrieval. The excited director exclaimed to the assistant director. The assistant director, equally elated, pondered which program could boast such privilege. Only their deserted island show could. Thus, they hurried off to seek the communications department, exhausting all means to establish contact. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, after driving away the soldiers, Chen Yan exhaled in relief, waving to the girls with a smile, assuring them that all was well. This smile was nothing short of exhilarating for Wang Feishuan and Li Mi. Subsequently, Chen Yan cast a glance at Hua Chaotian lying on the ground and instructed, "Please untie him. After being bound for so long, he must be quite uncomfortable, don't you think?" Chapter 51. Welcoming guests, commendations in the midst of the chaos. Hua Chaotian, the most disheveled among them, was released from his bindings by Jiang Tao, his face a portrait of discomfort as he hurried into the house. Meanwhile, the door to the girls' quarters swung open, and Wang Feishuan rushed towards Chen Yan, anxiously inspecting him for injuries. "Are you hurt anywhere? There's blood at the corner of your mouth." Observing her fretful demeanor, Chen Yan chuckled softly, gently caressing Wang Feishuan's cheek as he reassured her, "I'm fine. I merely received a kick." He turned to address the group with a serious expression. "Fortunately, we are all safe." The declaration of safety lifted the spirits of everyone present, including the viewers in the live stream. "Oh my goodness, that was terrifying," one commented. "But Chen Yan was so brave. He stood for our country." Another noted, "I've noticed that Chen Yan is becoming increasingly charismatic. He speaks with such conviction about our nation's affairs." Am I the only one who noticed the chemistry between Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan? Their earlier interaction was rather intimate. Someone else mused. "I noticed it too. Could they possibly be developing feelings for each other?" At that moment, the excitement in the live stream reached unprecedented heights, as the unexpected appearance of the military had inadvertently propelled the program to a new climax. Backstage, Director Nyo Ma watched with tears streaming down his face as everyone emerged unscathed. As long as nothing happened, this program can conclude successfully, he sighed. The assistant director, equally exhilarated, chimed in, Indeed, director. Since our program can no longer be recorded, this moment serves as a grand finale. Reflecting on this bittersweet reality, Director Nyo Ma felt a pang of reluctance. Yes, our show is finally coming to an end. Just then, the phone connected to the deserted island rang unexpectedly. Director Nyo Ma jumped in surprise. Has the signal been restored? A staff member quickly brought in the phone, exclaiming, Director, it's the call from the island. He hurriedly placed it to his ear. Can you hear me, Director Nyo Ma? Is this Chen Yan? Listening to the familiar, deep voice, Director Nyo Ma inquired. In the program, Chen Yan responded earnestly, Yes, did you see what transpired just now? Absolutely. You all performed remarkably well, especially you, Chen Yan. It was quite a surprise. Director Nyo Ma exclaimed, recalling how Chen Yan had repeatedly assisted in resolving the program's crises, leading him to feel a sense of camaraderie. Noticing the director's excitement, Chen Yan paused momentarily before continuing. Thank you for your kind words, Director, but I am still concerned about potential retaliation. Could you dispatch a helicopter to rescue us from the island? Without hesitation, Director Nyo Ma replied, Of course. However, it seems my help is no longer needed. The nation has already sent a special aircraft to Huang Island to retrieve you. I will be at the airport to welcome you back. Upon learning that the state would send a private plane, Chen Yan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such swift action from the government. It had only been a short while since they spoke, and already the news had reached them. Having spent nearly a month on the deserted island, Chen Yan was unaware of the unprecedented popularity the program had garnered, one that could mobilize half the nation to watch. After hanging up, he conveyed the news to the others. Director Nyo Ma informed me that the state is sending a special aircraft to rescue us. Let us gather our belongings. Luo Yong, unable to believe his ears, inquired, Chen Yan, surely you must be mistaken? The country? Has it truly dispatched a private jet to retrieve us? Upon uttering these words, he realized his tone was somewhat inappropriate and quickly added, I do not mean to belittle our worth. But can we genuinely claim to deserve such a gesture from our nation? Li Mi, with a resigned smile, replied, What you imply is that we are unworthy. But you must understand that whether it be us or anyone else stranded abroad, our country will always send aid. It is not us who are exceptional, but rather our nationality. Zhang Xiqi nodded in agreement, continuing, Sister Mi is absolutely right. What we treasure is our nationality. As long as we are citizens of Longhua, no matter the circumstances abroad, Longhua will never abandon us. This statement struck everyone like a heated iron, infusing warmth into their hearts. A wave of emotion washed over them. Whether celebrities or ordinary folk, as long as they were citizens of Longhua, the nation would not forsake them. Oh, how fortunate it is to be born in Longhua. Indeed, one might feel devoid of luck, yet merely being born in Longhua signifies the greatest fortune. Reflecting on the earlier scene, where those from other nations were utterly disregarded, let alone the hostile BAS countrymen, who committed heinous acts against the frail and vulnerable, such cruelty was truly chilling. The barrage of comments surged rapidly. Despite it being the dead of night, the number of online viewers continued to rise. At that moment, 2 helicopters appeared above the deserted island. The first adorned with a red flag. Upon seeing the red flag, Chen Yan's heart surged with excitement. Instinctively, he embraced Wang Feishuan and murmured, We are saved. Indeed, Wang Feishuan smiled gently and nodded, We are saved. The helicopters descended slowly, followed by a contingent of well-equipped soldiers, each possessing piercing gazes, starkly contrasting the muddled eyes of the previous soldiers from a different nation. Leading them was a general, donning a beret, who approached Chen Yan with a slight smile, saying, Greetings, I am from the Army Border Defense Forces, tasked with your retrieval. Upon hearing these words, and recalling the military-themed stories he had encountered in his past life, Chen Yan could surmise their identities. They exuded a distinct aura compared to ordinary soldiers, each one a paragon of excellence. They were likely a special task force within the army, specially assigned for border operations, sent here on short notice for their rescue. Extending his hand, Chen Yan solemnly expressed, I am profoundly grateful for the nation's rescue. It is an honor to be born in Longhua, and I am fortunate to be a citizen of Longhua. His earnest words echoed like an oath. The general, with a kind smile, shook his hand and remarked, I have watched your videos on the way here. You articulated your thoughts well and performed admirably. Thank you, General. Chen Yan felt a surge of joy. Deep within, he harbored a soldier's spirit, albeit engaged in a different profession. Life on the island had been abrupt and fleeting, apart from the houses and fields that could not be taken. All other supplies had been swiftly removed. With the aid of the national military, Chen Yan and his companions swiftly embarked on their journey back home. The desolate Island Paradise program neared its conclusion, capturing the final moments of Chen Yan and his group as they registered one by one. Behind the scenes, Director Nyoma fought back tears. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted the poignant atmosphere. What? You wish to produce a live singing program and invite international artists as contestants? Nyoma's voice escalated in excitement. Excellent. I happen to have a promising candidate. Chapter 52. Upon disembarking from the plane, Director Nyoma personally escorted them home. All right, then it's settled, he affirmed promptly over the phone, immediately arranging for personnel to head to the airport. Today marked an important occasion as these artists returned from the island. He was determined to make a grand entrance. On the aircraft, Chen Yan and his companions sat together, with a general occupying the foremost seat, accompanied by a soldier who bore no insignia, likely due to a special mission preventing the display of rank. The atmosphere was serene, yet not awkward. Everyone was elated to have emerged from the island. Had it not been for the soldier in the vehicle, they would have been animatedly conversing by now. Wang Lei glanced around, unable to restrain himself from engaging the general. Commander, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in rescuing us. Without you, we would still be in peril. By broaching the subject of their rescue, he positioned himself as the responsible party. The general surveyed the group and, estimating the speaker to be the eldest, replied, "This is our duty as soldiers. Given your seniority, you must be the leader here." How did you discern that, General? Wang Lei feigned surprise, secretly pleased. Indeed, his experience and status were quite apparent. However, the general, with a polite smile, remarked, "You appear to be the oldest among them. You must be their elder." Wang Lei was at a loss for words. What kind of perception was this? Had military service dulled his wits? Even conversing seemed beyond him. Li Mi and Wang Feishuan exchanged amused glances, while Luo Yong and Jiang Tao stifled their laughter. Chen Yan, observing the scene, felt exasperation. Wang Lei had an affinity for creating unnecessary drama, truly believing that military personnel were akin to his peers, free to engage in conversation as he pleased. To alleviate the tension, Chen Yan interjected, "The general is correct. Teacher Wang is indeed the eldest among us and our leader. We all refer to him as Teacher Wang." Upon hearing this, the general nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Wang Lei fell silent, his frustration only intensifying. Hua Chaotian occasionally glanced outside, brimming with excitement. Soon, the plane touched down at the airport. As they disembarked, they were greeted by a grand spectacle. A red carpet adorned the path ahead, flanked by an abundance of flowers and throngs of media reporters, all flashing their cameras. "Welcome home, our heroes and stars." Director Nyoma beamed as he approached with a group of flower bearers, distributing bouquets one by one. The expressions of Hua Chaotian, Wang Lei, and Yu Jiejia, initially sour, especially for Yu Jiejia and Hua Chaotian, shifted as they suppressed their tempers upon realizing that filming continued even after disembarkation. They quickly masked their emotions with forced smiles. Each person accepted the flowers offered by Director Nyoma. When Chen Yan approached, the director could no longer contain his enthusiasm and warmly embraced him. "Chen Yan, I have finally met you. We never had the chance to connect before the show." Feeling the director's fervor, Chen Yan was puzzled. "Director Nyoma, what connection do we share?" Of course, the subsequent words should remain unspoken, yet the sentiment is rather similar. Director Nyoma erupted in laughter, repeatedly patting him on the shoulder. "You have no idea. I am now your fan. Do you have time later? Let me treat you to a meal." His enthusiastic camaraderie left Chen Yan somewhat bewildered. Following the conclusion of the program, The Deserted Island of Peach Blossom, netizens scoured various avenues to continue watching them. And now they had directly entered the realm of social media and the live streams of prominent influencers, witnessing this very moment of disembarkation. Goodness, who would have thought that Director Nyoma was also among our legion of Chen Yan admirers? Our ranks have swelled. Finally, he is back. Finally, he has returned safely. We're Hua Chao Tian, and you judge ya, not looking rather grim, just now. They only revealed smiles upon seeing the camera. What had transpired between them? Oh, what could possibly have happened? One shamed himself, while the other was left embarrassed. Throughout the program, their reputations had already been tarnished. Who would have anticipated that Chen Yan could redeem himself? I too have become a fan of Chen Yan's music. In the face of director Nyo Ma's fervor, Chen Yan pressed him gently, responding calmly. Director Nyo Ma, I certainly would like to dine with you, but I have just disembarked. Allow me to return home and rest for a while. Director Nyo Ma suddenly recalled. Right, you must rest first. He then leaned closer to Chen Yan, whispering, wait for me at the entrance. I shall personally escort you home. Chen Yan. The director's enthusiasm was indeed overwhelming. Could it be that the impact of a few songs on the program had catapulted him to the status of a superstar? Although it seemed improbable, there lingered a hint of possibility. The group, adorned with flowers and radiant smiles, traversed the red carpet, where at its end awaited various agents. Some were visibly excited. Others wore grim expressions, and a few appeared as dark as soot. Upon spotting her brother, who had come to fetch her, Wang Feishuan sidestepped the media and spoke to Chen Yan. Chen Yan, once we are all settled, shall we go out for a meal? Even before returning home, Wang Feishuan was already contemplating their next meeting. Observing her youthful demeanor, Chen Yan chuckled and nodded, gently caressing her cheek. Go on, you head home first. Having said this, Chen Yan intended to exit, but did not plan to traverse the path designated for agents. Instead, he donned his sunglasses and opted for an alternative route. Others had agents to guide them through special passages. He, however, had nothing. His agent had been released from their contract prior to their arrival on the island. With this thought, Chen Yan carried his bag and approached the designated passage. Meanwhile, Sister Lu searched among the throng of agents, glancing around, yet failing to locate Chen Yan. Just as she pondered this, Chen Yan was already waiting at the airport entrance for Director Nyo Ma. Fortunately, Director Nyo Ma did not keep Chen Yan waiting long, emerging almost in tandem with him. Brother, get in the car. Director Nyo Ma personally drove a jeep, rolling down the window to wave him over. Chen Yan nodded and climbed in, his gaze sweeping around the vehicle. His first priority upon returning home, aside from earning money, would be to upgrade his equipment. Once inside the car, the director's chatter was unceasing. The dialogue is filled with unrestrained praise and admiration for Chen Yan. Through their conversation, Chen Yan comes to a startling realization. The show was not filmed with their personal cameras, but rather with concealed surveillance devices. Goodness, how exhilarating. Everything that transpired on the island has been broadcasted. As they continued their chat, Nyo Ma noticed Chen Yan's sudden silence. What's wrong, brother? What are you pondering? He inquired. Chen Yan, struggling to articulate his thoughts, replied, where exactly are those hidden cameras placed on the island? Upon hearing this, Nyo Ma, the director, momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure and replied meaningfully, brother, rest assured, I've been monitoring everything from the back end. What shouldn't be revealed has remained private. With that, Nyo Ma added, you've done well, my friend. You are thriving in both love and career. Chapter 53. Just settled in, and the company calls for a meeting? Chen Yan discerned the director's off-screen commentary. While the viewers may be oblivious to the intricacies of the production team, the staff surely had insight into the inner workings. He felt a sense of relief, as at least Wang Feishuan's reputation remained untarnished. Brother, to be honest, I hold you in high regard, Nyo Ma remarked as the car journeyed onward. Chen Yan retrieved an untouched cigarette from his pocket, intending to indulge, but Nyo Ma snatched it away, offering him a superior brand instead. Smoke this. Chen Yan accepted the cigarette, expressing his gratitude with a simple thanks. Since arriving on the island for the show, and in an effort to maintain a favorable public image, he had abstained from smoking. Brother Nyo, what was it you just said? Chen Yan inquired, cigarette in mouth, a smile gracing his lips. A humble commoner like me, and I've earned the admiration of a renowned director? Nyo Ma regarded him with a profound gaze, his tone laden with sincerity. Indeed, I hold you in high esteem. Before the show, you were aware of your reputation. Truth be told, you could have been seen as a stepping stone for other artists. Yet, after several episodes, you have carved out your own path, writing poetry, composing songs, guiding fellow artists through precarious moments. Each endeavor is fraught with difficulty, yet you navigated them all with remarkable ease. Listening to his words, Chen Yan sensed a blend of admiration and perhaps a touch of exaggeration, but the sincerity was unmistakable. He smiled in response, realizing that the impact of this program far exceeded his expectations. As they conversed, they arrived at Chen Yan's residence. Neoma cast a glance at the dilapidated community and suddenly proposed, "Brother, are you interested in collaborating further with me on a project?" Chen Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, casually asking, "Sure, what kind of work are we discussing?" "A singing competition, broadcast entirely live," Neoma stated plainly. Chen Yan paused for a moment, taken aback. "You mean to say that singing competition from a previous life? This blue star has adopted it as well?" This revelation was indeed a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Chen Yan agreed. He began to contemplate his plans for the upcoming days, unaware that fate had served him an opportunity on a silver platter. Neoma, elated by Chen Yan's acceptance, erupted into laughter. "Great! Await my news." With a stylish reverse maneuver, the Jeep exited the community. Carrying his bag, Chen Yan retraced his steps to the modest dwelling he had rented, which was the most affordable one-bedroom in an aging complex, reflecting a life of hardship. Upon reaching his doorstep, he suddenly realized a critical fact. He had no keys. He had long forgotten where he had misplaced them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yan picked up a piece of wire from the steps and deftly jimmied the lock, and the door swung open. Instantly, he was greeted by a cloud of dust, a testament to the long absence of occupancy, accompanied by a musty scent. Just then, his phone rang, the sound piercing through the stillness. Holding his nose, Chen Yan raised the phone to his ear. "Hello, is this Chen Yan?" A familiar voice, yet the gentle tone felt somewhat off. Recognizing the voice, he inquired, "Sister Lu?" "It is I. I never anticipated that you would remain on the island for so many days and yet be able to recognize my voice." Lulu's laughter is even more exuberant now, her tone remarkably pleasant. This is a stark contrast to the once imperious demeanor she exhibited before arriving on the island. This transformation must have occurred following the airing of the program. Chen Yan is certainly aware of the influence of those few songs. "Where are you now, Chen Yan?" "I will come to fetch you, and we shall make a trip to the company, shall we?" Lulu suddenly suggested. Chen Yan furrowed his brow. "Why must we go to the company at this very moment? I have only just returned home, and the place is still in disarray." "Oh, it's nothing. I will arrange for you to move into a different residence tomorrow," Lulu asserted with determination, speaking in a gentle tone. "This is due to an important arrangement at the company. The higher-ups wish to speak with you. If the timing is convenient, I can come and pick you up." From her words, it was evident that it pertained to the contract termination. "Very well, come and fetch me then," Chen Yan acquiesced, reasoning that it was better to address the termination matter sooner rather than later. The elated Lulu hurried towards him. Chen Yan tossed his bag onto the floor, briefly surveyed the room, and without further thought, turned and exited. The current state of his home, if not for the cleaning staff, would be utterly uninhabitable. Thus, Chen Yan descended to the ground floor and sat by the entrance, awaiting her arrival. Before long, a vehicle came to a halt before him. Lulu alighted, removing her sunglasses, her face radiant with a flattering smile. "Chen Yan, it has been so long since we last met. You have truly become more handsome." Out of courtesy, Chen Yan managed a smile. "You too, Lulu." Once inside the car, Lulu made several attempts to initiate conversation, seemingly unwilling to allow silence to pervade the atmosphere. After a long day of exertion, Chen Yan was already feeling weary, and the prospect of further annoyance upon arriving at the company loomed ahead. Upon reaching the company, his irritation intensified. Following Lulu into the general manager's office, Chen Yan found himself face to face with a smiling and courteous stranger, the general manager, of whom he had no prior recollection. The original owner of this identity had never been in a position to meet the general manager. The general manager rose to greet him, extending his hand. "Hello, Chen Yan," Lulu interjected, introducing him. "Chen Yan, this is General Manager Gao Cheng." "Hello, General Manager Gao," Chen Yan replied, shaking his hand briefly before releasing it. Gao Cheng's eyes sparkled with admiration as he turned to Lulu. "Ah, Chen Yan, previously, little Lu spoke highly of your exceptional talents and good looks. I have been away on business, and it is only now that I finally meet you." Yet another round of formal pleasantries ensued, which Chen Yan found tedious. He interjected directly. "General Manager, I have just returned, and I have barely settled in before being summoned by Lulu. Shall we skip the formalities? Upon hearing this, Gao Cheng paused momentarily, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Very well, well said. He turned to Lulu with a reproachful glance. Little Lu, you really should have allowed Chen Yan a moment to rest before dragging him here. The three of them settled onto the sofa. Gao Cheng wasted no time, diving straight into the matter at hand with a smile. Since you have suggested we keep it brief, let us indeed get to the point. The company intends to renew your contract. However, we will be making significant adjustments to the benefits and remuneration. Previously, the division was 3-7 in your favor, but now the company proposes a 4-6 agreement. Chen Yan smiled faintly, responding, I shall receive 6, and the company 4? Gao Cheng's smile faltered momentarily, quickly realizing that Chen was primarily concerned with the financial aspect, which made the matter easier to resolve. After this exchange, Gao Cheng fell into deep contemplation, seemingly conflicted. At that moment, Sister Lu interjected to mediate, saying, Mr. Gao, I believe we should consider Chen's perspective. After all, during our initial collaboration, there was mutual distrust. Now that we are entering into a formal partnership, adjustments to the profit sharing are undoubtedly necessary. Observing this, Gao Cheng decisively declared, very well. Let us agree on a 4-6 split. He then retrieved a contract from his drawer and slid it across the table to Chen Yan. Chen raised an eyebrow, letting out a light scoff. The company has even prepared a contract for a 4-6 split. It seems today truly resembles a meeting of fate. Chapter 54. Announcing the live debut in 5 days. Gao Cheng's seemingly calm gaze belied a subtle excitement. Chen Yan did not take the contract, instead offering a faint smile. Mr. Gao, Sister Lu, I merely inquired. I did not declare my intention to renew the contract. Did they think they could ensnare him so easily? It was not that simple. He wouldn't accept a mere 37%. Signing him now would yield a substantial profit, a guaranteed gain with no loss. Thus, the choice lay firmly in Chen Yan's hands. He could opt to sign or choose to refrain. After all, should he decide against signing, he could establish his own company and retain all profits for himself. Upon hearing his words, Mr. Gao's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning serious. Chen Yan, are you attempting to exploit a loophole in my words? Chen Yan remained unfazed by the pressure in his tone, retorting, Mr. Gao, is that truly what you believe? Did I agree just now? Or do you think that as long as the company prepares a contract, I should forfeit my right to inquire and simply sign? The conversation escalated, prompting Gao Cheng to withdraw his friendly smile, leaning back in a chair and scrutinizing Chen Yan with a discerning gaze. Previously, he had only heard of Chen Yan as a fool, a simpleton, through Xiao Lu's words. Now, however, the reality appeared to be quite the opposite. This young man was adept at concealing his true self, possessing considerable depth. Li Lu also sensed the shifting dynamics, forcing a smile as she interjected, Xiao Chun, Mr. Gao is merely discussing future matters that could greatly benefit your development. Chen Yan chose not to address her directly, but instead remarked, Sister Lu, if memory serves, prior to the island program, you assured me that upon completion, I would be permitted to terminate my contract with the company. The mention of contract termination brought a noticeable tension to the room. Gao Cheng's expression darkened, and Li Lu's demeanor soured as well. I recall that matter, she said, casting a glance at Gao Cheng. There is still an opportunity for reconciliation. You have collaborated with the company for a considerable time, and they recognize your talent and wish to continue the partnership. By the way, did you not express a desire to acquire musical resources and release an album independently? That can be arranged, and we can discuss other material demands as well, even regarding compensation. Immediately after speaking, Li Lu regretted her words. In the previously tense atmosphere, she had been so focused on Mr. Gao's feelings that she neglected the nuances of negotiation, inadvertently revealing all the benefits at once. Chen Yan, upon hearing her, raised an eyebrow. Since Sister Lu is so sincere, renewing the contract may not be out of the question. This statement sparked intrigue in both Li Lu and Gao Cheng, who turned their attention to him. 80-20, I take 80, and the company takes 20. Gao Cheng leapt his feet. A mix of indignation and frustration etched across his face. Chen Yan, this is utterly excessive. The company has never agreed to an 80-20 split. At best, we can negotiate a 70-30 arrangement. Reflecting on the songs Chen Yan had released during his time on the island, Gao Chang felt he was risking everything. Then there's nothing more to discuss, Chen Yan declared, showing no signs of concession as he stood to leave. This reaction left both Gao Cheng and Li Lu utterly bewildered. Was he truly unwilling to concede even the slightest ground? As the individual reached the entrance, they grasped the doorknob when suddenly a voice called out, "Chen Yan, has General Gao made a decision?" Chen Yan inquired. Gao Cheng, still reluctant to concede, altered his tone. "This matter requires discussion with the company's upper management. Our company has never engaged in an 80-20 split. I cannot agree to your terms at this moment." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's plan was already taking shape. He continued, "I would appreciate it if General Gao could have a thorough discussion with the executives. I have 2 other company presidents to meet, so I shall take my leave." Unreservedly, he mentioned 2 rival entertainment companies, namely Xingtu, where Li Mi was, and Gao Deng, where Wang Feishuan was based. Xingtu primarily focused on the performing arts, while Gao Deng was centered on music. This left Gao Cheng and Li Lu no opportunity to respond. In truth, Chen Yan had not desired such an approach. He had intended to gradually release news to resolve the matter. However, Li Lu and the company, unable to contain themselves, had summoned him as soon as he disembarked from the plane. Chen Yan had already opened the door to depart when a low growl echoed from behind. "I will prepare the contract now." Chen Yan decisively turned back, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is indeed more convenient to collaborate with the old company. He elegantly settled onto the sofa. The ensuing atmosphere was laden with an awkward silence, devoid of any sound, until the prepared contract was presented before him. Chen Yan scrutinized it line by line, his focus akin to that of an impending college entrance examination. Gao Cheng could not help but sneer. "Chen Yan, our company is not a small workshop. There is no need to engage in trivial contractual disputes." The implication was clear. He was ridiculing Chen Yan's perceived pettiness. Ignoring him, Chen Yan continued to read, but his expression darkened halfway through. This contract, which appeared to offer significant concessions from the company, adjusting the profit share to 80-20 without any coercive demands, concealed numerous pitfalls. Chen Yan was no longer the naive fool he had once been. This seemingly lenient contract was riddled with traps, particularly regarding the release of songs. It explicitly stated that the copyright of the songs belonged to the company. Upon signing, all past and future works would automatically be owned by the company. Furthermore, there was a stipulation for a fixed number of songs to be released each month. Failure to meet this requirement would necessitate participation in variety shows or programs as a substitute, with profits distributed according to the split. This was a blatant setup for Chen Yan. He slammed the contract down on the table with a resounding thud. General Gao, sipping tea, was taken aback, his brows furrowing in surprise. "Chen Yan, what do you intend to do? The company has already made significant concessions. What do I intend to do?" Chen Yan pointed at 2 clauses in the contract, coldly stating, "These need to be amended. The rights to my published poetry, songs, and creative works belong to me. If the company wishes to acquire them, a separate contract must be negotiated." Gao Cheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such subtly concealed provisions could be uncovered. He could not help but admire Chen Yan's astuteness. Clearing his throat, Gao Cheng boldly replied, "Chen Yan, while we can negotiate on profit matters, this point is non-negotiable. Such requirements are standard across companies. Even if you were to join another firm, you would encounter the same stipulations. Oh well, feel free to sign this contract with whomever you wish." This time, no one will hinder Chen Yan's departure. Upon exiting the company, Chen Yan promptly called the internet celebrity he had previously contacted. "Hello, as I instructed you, begin promoting the internet CF." The voice on the other end gasped, "Really? Brother Chen? This is monumental news. It will surely set the internet ablaze." Within a mere 10 minutes, the news erupted online. Chen Yan termination, Chen Yan live debut in 5 days, in no time. The entire internet was abuzz with discussions about Chen Yan's live debut in 5 days, instantly becoming an unprecedented sensation. Chapter 55. Numerous companies show interest. Becoming the talk of the town in the elegant Wang family residence, the living room was furnished with exquisite mahogany tables and chairs, where Wang Feishuan's grandparents and parents were seated. The day Feishuan returned from the deserted island, I was utterly startled. He had lost so much weight. Wang Feishuan's grandmother sighed, recalling the distressing episode. "I watched that program as well. Feishuan indeed appears to have lost considerable weight, she remarked. Wang Feishuan's grandfather's comment drew the attention of everyone present. Wang's father and mother exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that the old man had kept up with contemporary trends and taken an interest in variety shows. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Feishuan was the sole child in the family. It was only natural for the grandfather to be concerned and to watch the show. To their surprise, he spoke of the matter with great enthusiasm. I initially tuned in for my granddaughter's sake, but as I continued watching, I became captivated by a remarkably talented poet. His verses resonate like lofty mountains and flowing waters, making this old man, who is halfway in the grave, feel a kinship with a kindred spirit. I recognized the individual he referred to. His name was Chen Yan, a truly gifted young man. Wang's mother felt a surge of emotion. Meanwhile, Wang's father, who had not seen the program, remained perplexed, unaware of the conversation's context. At that moment, Wang Feishuan descended the stairs, tightly clutching her phone, and dialed. Hello? Is this Chen Yan? I just saw the news online. Is it all true? Yes, I am currently negotiating my contract termination, and the live broadcast is indeed genuine. Wang Feishuan felt a surge of anticipation and replied, Wait a moment, I will contact my agent immediately to see if we can sign you to our company. Someone as remarkable as you is sure to be in high demand. On the other end, Chen Yan merely chuckled, realizing she was unaware of her own exaggeration regarding her company. However, following the events of yesterday, Chen Yan found himself reluctant to join another company. Li Lu and Gao Cheng were right. Companies seek profit and desire to hold onto a cash cow, yet they would never allow it to slip from their grasp. While he could compromise on profits, the matter of rights would invariably lead to contention. Feishuan, I have other matters to attend to. I must hang up now, Chen Yan stated, glancing at the text message that had popped up on his screen. Wang Feishuan felt a tinge of reluctance and asked, Do you have any plans this afternoon? I would like to invite you to dinner. Sure, just let me know the time. Send me the details directly. After Chen Yan ended the call, he opened the message. It was from an unfamiliar number, but upon reading the content, he recognized the sender. Need any assistance? Guess who I am, and I will help you. The tone was unmistakable. Limi Chen Yan couldn't help but smile and promptly dialed her number. Is Sister Me always this entertaining? Of course. Did it pique your interest? After the program, Li Mi, who had previously kept her distance, now boldly spoke flirtatiously. However, the timing was not right. Chen Yan had no other thoughts on his mind. Does Sister Me need something from me? I am quite busy at the moment. Chen Yan redirected the conversation. Li Mi curiously inquired, What are you busy with? Preparing for your live debut? No, I'm sitting on the steps outside my house, waiting for the cleaning lady to tidy up my room. Chen Yan candidly fixed his gaze upon the two busy ladies. Unexpectedly, Li Mi chuckled softly and remarked, You say my words are amusing, but I find you even more fascinating. With that, she swiftly transitioned to the main topic. The reason I called today is quite serious. Our company wishes to invite you as a guest to discuss potential collaboration. Are you interested? Perceiving her direct approach, Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, Of course, I am intrigued. However, I am currently in negotiations with my previous company, and the stakes might be quite high. Li Mi teased, If you were truly negotiating well, those rumors wouldn't have surfaced. Let me ponder what terms the company might offer you. I trust you Haven T settled for a mere 30-70 split? Hearing the probing undertone in her words, Chen Yan understood her intentions. Having been in the industry for quite some time, Li Mi's simple role as an actress no longer sufficed. If he was not mistaken, she was nearing the point of establishing her own path. Thus, her inquiry regarding the company carried both genuine curiosity and a hint of self-exploration. Chen Yan, with no intention to conceal, responded straightforwardly, Sister Me, you have misjudged. The company has agreed to a 20-80 split. Our discord stems from some copyright issues, which rendered our discussions less than pleasant. Upon hearing this, Li Mi grasped the situation, acknowledging, I see. I have conveyed the company's invitation. Whether you choose to attend is entirely up to you. All right. Thank you. Chen Yan concluded the call, realizing that the room remained untidy. He intended to go out for a meal when his phone rang again. Hello, brother, it's Luo Yong. Finding your number was quite the challenge. Luo Yong began with a complaint. Chen Yan chuckled, relieved to have company for dinner. Are you free? I've been hungry all day. After handling matters at the company yesterday, Chen Yan had spent the night in a hotel and awoke early to attend to household chores. Nothing, he thought, could compare to the comfort of one Yan's own abode. All right, I'll head your way now, Luo Yong readily agreed without hesitation. Soon, they found themselves at a barbecue restaurant, which had just opened and was devoid of patrons. I heard from my agent that you had a falling out with your company. What happened? Luo Yong inquired as he poured a glass of beer and handed it to Chen Yan. Accepting the drink, Chen Yan took a couple of sips and stated, "It's just a minor issue. With fame comes controversy." This sentiment resonated with Chen Yan. Prior to their island trip, everything seemed amicable, yet they had relentlessly pursued his departure. Upon returning from the island, the dynamics had shifted entirely, with convoluted maneuvers at play. If only Chen Yan had been aware of the hidden cameras during the program, he would have moderated his behavior and not crafted such a persona. Indeed, it's true that with fame comes scrutiny. Since participating in this show, my popularity has surged and, oh, yes, I've also attracted quite a few detractors, he added, as Luo Yong devoured a skewer of meat. Ah, I nearly forgot to address the main issue. Our company wishes to reach out to you through me. What are your thoughts on that? Chen Yan raised his glass and took a drink, responding calmly, "To be candid, I received several invitations from various companies today, just the second day after leaving the island." Ha ha ha, splendid. You have truly become a sensation, a top-tier celebrity. Luo Yong could not contain his laughter. Chen Yan kicked him under the table and exclaimed, "Get lost. I have become a top influencer, and you're here to be my bodyguard. Are you in or not?" "Of course I'm in. Regardless, it's all about making money. Isn't it?" Luo Yong chuckled. Chen Yan couldn't help but curse him a couple of times. "You seem quite open-minded, huh?" Luo Yong raised his glass and sincerely remarked, "If you ask me, you ought to be a bit more pragmatic. Some things cannot be at all at once. You must make choices. Otherwise, dragging it out can lead to complications." Sensing Luo Yong's good intentions, Chen Yan paused momentarily. The notion of wanting it all, yet needing to make sacrifices. But now, he was faced with merely two options: to stay with the company or to forge his own path. In this era, can one truly go far relying solely on oneself without the support of a company? Chapter 56. The live debut of a lawsuit upon ending? Well, my brother, you're truly generous. The show may have concluded, but our brotherhood remains unbroken. Burp, if you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Luo Yong, having consumed a few bottles, began to ramble in a haze. Chen Yan responded casually, contemplating his live debut scheduled in 4 days. After announcing the news yesterday, he established an account on the country's largest video platform, Heido, and on the very first day, he gained 1 million followers without posting any substantial content, save for a video announcing his debut in 5 days. This left Chen Yan himself in awe of his newfound influence, which had exceeded his wildest expectations. Upon bidding farewell to Luo Yong, news from home arrived. Everything was tidied up. A bit inebriated, Chen Yan returned home and collapsed on his bed, completely forgetting about his date with Wang Feishuan. He awoke to the sound of knocking that evening. Opening the door, he was met with Wang Feishuan's concerned gaze. "Are you all right? What on earth have you been doing?" "Yu Haven T replied to my messages." She anxiously examined him, searching for any signs of injury. Her eyes then swept across the modest apartment, and she hesitated before asking, "You live here?" Chen Yan yawned and replied, "Of course, the company provides such accommodations. With my current status, I can't afford a grand villa. Yet you are no longer the same as before. How can your company treat you like this? No wonder you wish to leave home." Wang Feishuan exclaimed, visibly upset. There was something inexplicably captivating about her worried demeanor. Chen Yan chuckled and pulled Wang Feishuan into his embrace, leaning against her as he softly murmured, "Thank you, Feishuan." "For what?" Wang Feishuan, taken aback by the sudden intimacy, felt a flush of shyness. Chen Yan nuzzled closer, holding her tightly. "Thank you for caring about me so much," as she basked in Chen Yan's tenderness. A smile crept onto Wang Feishuan's lips as she nestled into his embrace. Before long, Chen Yan led her inside the apartment. Having seen each other daily on the island, the unexpected 2-day separation had left him yearning for her presence. After a moment of intimacy, Chen Yan settled on the sofa while Wang Feishuan leaned against him. "How are you handling things at the company?" "I can help you," she offered. "It's fine. I can manage," he reassured, gently kissing her delicate hand. "In a couple of days, I'll have my live debut. Will you be watching?" Upon hearing this, Wang Feishuan inquired curiously, "What will you do for your live debut?" "I've seen many social media influencers. but I've never encountered someone announcing their debut like this. I must say, you have quite the vision." Chen Yan playfully nibbled on her hand and replied with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment. I will continue to strive for excellence." "But you still haven't revealed what you'll do for your live debut?" Wang Feishuan pressed. Chen Yan did not provide a direct answer, but instead gazed at her enigmatically. "You will find out in due time." 4 days later, the eagerly anticipated live debut arrived. Chen Yan's account had already garnered significant attention. It seemed everyone was aware that Chen Yan's live debut was about to commence. "This is the first time I've encountered such a format. What will he do? Sing? Dance? I am unsure, and I share your curiosity. I have heard that Chen Yan intends to terminate his contract with the company. Could it be that he plans to establish himself as an internet celebrity?" The news has driven netizens into a frenzy. Chen Yan had scheduled his live stream for 8 o'clock, and to avoid any delays, he had even informed the staff at Heido in advance. "You should adjust the platform's capacity. The server may crash." However, after he sent the message, it vanished into silence. In truth, the backend staff at Heido did see the message, but since Chen Yan had not yet completed the real name verification process at the time of posting, no one recognized it as his. They assumed it was just a bored netizen stirring trouble. As 8 o'clock approached, Chen Yan opened the live stream page punctually, offering a slight smile. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Yan." The moment this sentence was uttered, the screen went black. While Chen Yan's image was obscured, the comments section was still visible. "Where's he? Didn't Chen Yan say he would live stream at 8? Is he playing us? This can't be true. How absurd." "No, I entered early and distinctly heard him speak. Could the backend have crashed?" The number of viewers in the live stream continued to climb. Soon, netizens found themselves unable to send comments, effectively rendered immobile. The backend staff and technical department at Heido were in a state of chaos. "Goodness, Chen Yan has amassed such significant traffic. Over 5 million have surged in at once. Enough already. We need to expedite repairs. The backend has completely collapsed, and other influencers' live streams are also affected. Hurry. We can't even access the software normally." The livestream's chief began and concluded. Chen Yan gazed at the darkened screen, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. After half an hour of frantic repairs, the livestream room finally reopened. Dressed simply in a white shirt and black casual pants, he greeted his audience with poise. "Hello everyone, long time no see. I am your old friend, Chen Yan. Ha! I didn't expect the first day of my live stream would come with such a comedic mishap. I want to thank you all for your support." The comments began pouring in. I finally made it in. Just now, I couldn't even see a shadow. Chen Yan, I am your devoted fan. The legend of the music god lives on. What is happening in this live stream? I just came to witness the excitement." The comments varied widely, with spectators making up a significant portion of the audience. Beside him lay only a guitar. There was not even a proper microphone. Observing the viewer count swell to 8 million, he couldn't help but reflect. "It seems I have truly become popular. I believe most of you have joined by now. Due to the software issues earlier, we could not start on time. Now, let's officially begin. I have prepared a few small performances to share with you. Let us warm up with a song, a sea of vastness, dedicated to everyone." With that, Chen Yan picked up the guitar and began to play. The melodious tune seemed to transport everyone back to a fortnight ago, to that sudden storm that swept away the efforts of many artists. Through adversity and hardship, Chen Yan led everyone out of the gloom. Oh my goodness, since the moment this song aired, I have listened to it dozens of times. Today, hearing it in the live broadcast, it felt even more enchanting. Perhaps the absence of the rain sounds from the program allowed for a greater focus on the vocalist's voice and technique. I must say, Chen Yan is an exceptionally rare and talented singer. Chen Yan, we adore you. It is simply magnificent. Initially, upon seeing the notification, I intended to join in the excitement, but I did not anticipate encountering such a delightful melody. What is the title of this song? In an instant, the internet was once again swept up in a wave of fervor for a sea of stars. After performing this piece, Chen Yan intended to sing another. However, unexpectedly, he received a text message interrupting him. "Mr. Chen Yan, the song you performed, A Sea of Stars, is alleged to have infringed upon company works. The company will pursue corresponding responsibilities as well as subsequent compensation matters." Chapter 57, A Sudden Decline in Followers. When help comes from unlikely places as Chen Yan received the news, a notification surged to the top of the trending list. Chen Yan suspected of criminal activity. Chen Yan stole company work Wide Sky. Published privately, Chen Yan Wide Sky, the moment the news broke, it swiftly climbed to the forefront of public interest. Upon delving into the details, one found the content released by the company's official account, conveying that Chen Yan's rendition of Wide Sky was not his own creation, but rather an appropriation of an unreleased song from the company. Naturally, Chen Yan was aware of the unfolding events and was on the verge of clarifying the situation to his viewers in the live stream when, unexpectedly, the screen went black. A notification appeared, indicating that the live stream had been shut down due to numerous reports. Truly, a tall tree attracts the wind. This development inadvertently made things easier for Chen Yan, who continued to scroll through the trending news, soon encountering a video from Li Lu. Hello, I am Chen Yan's manager, Li Lu. He is a diligent individual. However, this song was indeed created by the company, intended for another artist's performance. During the Island program, Chen Yan, without consulting the company, took it upon himself to perform and release this song. This act constitutes theft of company property and raises issues of copyright and compensation. Further developments will continue to emerge, allowing the public to monitor the situation. Li Lu's brazen and transparent lies, along with the manipulation of facts, caught Chen Yan completely off guard. The ensuing comments were overwhelmingly negative, filled with vitriol directed at him. I said it all along. How could someone with a reputation as tarnished as Chen Yan suddenly be gifted? It's all a facade. How audacious can he be to sing a song that the company hasn't released? It's utterly shameless of him to claim originality. I truly wonder where he finds the audacity. Chen Yan should just exit the entertainment industry. We do not need artists with checkered pasts. He ought to quietly address his criminal issues. The internet was rife with condemnation, although a few loyal fans remained supportive. The overwhelming tide of new followers had turned against him. Chen Yan's social media accounts were inundated with criticism. The derogatory comments were so varied that even he could scarcely fathom their breadth. In a whirlwind, his phone buzzed incessantly with calls from Wang Feishuan, Li Mi, Luo Yong, and even Wang Lei. Yet, engrossed in the news online, Chen Yan failed to notice the incoming calls. Just as he intended to return the calls one by one, he received a call from director Nyoma. Hello, is this Chen Yan? He inquired. Chen Yan acknowledged him, still preoccupied with replying to others. It's me, what's up? Brother Nyo, I've seen the news circulating online. How are you holding up? Not losing your composure, I hope? Director Nyoma chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the situation. His nonchalant demeanor piqued Chen Yan's curiosity, prompting him to ask, Do you believe in me, Brother Nyo? Of course, Nyoma replied emphatically. Those brainless trolls and netizens may not understand the circumstances, but I surely do. Hearing his unwavering confidence stirred something within Chen Yan, making it impossible to remain unaffected. Chen Yan moved swiftly, replying to messages before earnestly stating, Thank you, Brother Nyo. It seems I have my hands full lately. The company has truly shown its true colors, attempting to tarnish my reputation and ensure I find no refuge in any organization. It is truly a case of mutual destruction. In light of this, I shall not hold back any longer. Brother Nyo, do you happen to know any formidable lawyers? This time, Nyoma was taken aback. You intend to countersue the company? Indeed, Chen Yan casually responded. Since they wish to target me, they must be prepared for the consequences. His words, seemingly simple and nonchalant, exuded an undeniable assertiveness. Nyoma felt a surge of excitement in his heart. No wonder you are my esteemed brother. I will seek out the finest lawyers for you. As this thought crossed his mind, Nyoma remembered the pressing matter that had prompted his call. By the way, brother, I have something else to discuss with you regarding the singing competition. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's mood darkened slightly. Given my current situation, will affect your program? Understanding the implication behind Chen Yan's words, Nyoma quickly replied, You misunderstand. What I meant to ask is whether you still have time to participate. Others may see you as a hot potato, but your unprecedented popularity is like a coveted treasure in my eyes. I am practically begging you to come on the show. Nyoma's lighthearted and humorous tone brought a smile to Chen Yan's face. Brother Nyo, while I appreciate your enthusiasm, I am currently entangled in a lawsuit. Surely, that would have some impact on your program, wouldn't it? Leave this matter to me, as long as you are willing to join. If your company dares to confront me on my show, I will ensure they are thoroughly dealt with. All these years of my experience in the industry have not been in vain. Niuma declared confidently. The reason they could not act directly was due to the numerous conflicting interests involved. However, if Chen Yan's interests aligned with Nyoma's, then Nyoma had the right to defend that interest. Understanding Nyoma's intent, Chen Yan agreed. All right, Brother Nyo, you can arrange it. Just let me know in advance when I am to appear on the program. Deal. Once the call ended, Chen Yan redirected his focus to the company. This company, with its ample resources, would not be easy to contend with. Even with top-notch lawyers, I must have sufficient financial backing, he pondered. Contemplating this critical issue, Chen Yan checked his bank account balance. 56,845. It was a tidy sum, yet perhaps not enough to secure a lawyer's services. Before he could resolve this new dilemma, another challenge emerged. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yan began to contemplate ways to earn some quick money. While aimlessly scrolling through his phone, he discovered that his detractors had become utterly unhinged, dredging up embarrassing childhood stories. No way. Seriously, brother? Is stealing someone's lollipop as a child considered dirt? That's just ridiculous. 30 years of ups and downs. Do not underestimate a young man's potential. With this thought, an idea sparked in Chen Yan's mind. Do not underestimate a young man's potential. Casting aside all distractions, Chen Yan opened his computer and began to unleash his knowledge, pouring forth everything that resided within his mind. This world was vastly different from the one he had known in his previous life. Aside from poetry and songs, there was a complete absence of novels. This indicated that he could flourish in numerous areas, embarking on a multifaceted development. A mere sum of money was easily within his grasp. Suddenly, his phone buzzed incessantly. Lost in a fervor of typing, Chen Yan barely noticed, simply bringing the device to his ear. Chen Yan, how are you? Have you thought about having a serious discussion? It was Li Lu. Chen Yan paused momentarily, then scoffed. Discuss what? What was merely a mocking inquiry to him sounded to Li Lu like a sign of Chen Yan's capitulation. She could not help but adopt an air of superiority, reminiscent of her haughty demeanor before the island incident. Naturally, it pertains to the contract renewal. Considering your talent and capabilities, I do not wish to see you directly blacklisted by the company. If you desire, I can assist in negotiating with them. For you must remember how you previously angered General Manager Gao. Chapter 58. Chen Yan's gracious refusal and direct publication. I truly owe my gratitude to Sister Lu. Chen Yan wore a half-smile, his heart brimming with disdain. That old fool, constantly seeking to exploit the youth. Does he really think he holds any significance? On the other end of the line, Li Lu's vanity had inflated. She no longer regarded Chen Yan with seriousness, adopting the demeanor of an elder sister as she launched into a lecture. Little Chen, it's not that Sister Lu is criticizing you. At your age, you still need to gain more experience. Look, your recent enlightenment was only possible because of the company's arrangement for the Deserted Island program. These are opportunities provided by the company. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. The more she spoke, the more amused Chen Yan became. He found himself unwilling to endure any further, deliberately inquiring, what does Sister Lu suggest? Li Lu's heart leapt with joy as she continued in accordance with his words. According to my idea, I will invite General Gao tonight. You should sincerely apologize to him, sign a contract, and this matter will be settled. She elaborated her plan with great detail, having already outlined the entire process. Very well. Then, Sister Lu, please choose the venue. Chen Yan replied with alacrity. Li Lu, auxilarata, sprang to her feet, declaring, this matter is settled. After hanging up, Li Lu was positively elated, rushing straight to General Gao's office. Brimming with enthusiasm, she announced, General Gao, Chen Yan's matter has been resolved. The contract will remain at the original 40-60 split. He has agreed to everything and even mentioned that he would personally apologize to you tonight. At that moment, Gao Cheng was reclining in his executive chair, his legs draped over the desk. Upon hearing her words, he chuckled with satisfaction. A mere unknown artist dares to confront me. Gao Cheng? Just because he penned 2 songs. He thinks he is something remarkable? Foolishness. Li Lu flattered him with a smile. Indeed, he is just youthful and impetuous. After we put him in his place, he has become quite compliant. The mention of suppression only made Gao Cheng smirk even more. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, saying, initially, he rejected our kindness and chose to trample on his own pride. I think a 50-50 split is more appropriate. Our company's foundation and background make it a privilege for him to sign with us. Upon hearing this, Li Lu's smile faltered, and her tone became somewhat dry as she replied, General Gao, perhaps we should reconsider this matter. After all, Chen Yan has already acquiesced. If we push him too hard, it could lead to desperate actions, which wouldn't be beneficial. At her words, Gao Cheng paused, then burst into laughter. Ah, it seems your experience, little Lu, has taught you well how to handle such individuals. We shall proceed with the 4060 contract. Once Chen Yan is signed, I will secure my promotion, and your position as general manager will be assured. They exchanged glances and laughed in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side, after ending the call, Chen Yan hurled his phone to the ground. His long fingers danced furiously over the keyboard, the ingrained habits and memories enabling him to type with remarkable speed. He concluded with a final sentence, do not underestimate the youth in their struggles, and swiftly completed 2 chapters. He then sought out the largest online novel platform and clicked to publish. After concluding his business, Chen Yan recalled Li Lu's earlier remarks and let out a cold chuckle. Li Lu, do you truly believe I am someone you can manipulate? An apology, is it? An act of contrition? Just wait in your private room for me to extend my apologies. Closing his laptop, Chen Yan rose from his chair and surveyed his surroundings. His cramped abode measured merely 1 acre and a third, containing only a desk, a bed, a sofa, and a bathroom. Even the kitchen was a rudimentary, open concept. Consequently, now that hunger struck, he found himself at a loss for sustenance. Perhaps it would be best to venture out for a meal. With no cameras in sight, did they expect him to cook for himself? Ridiculous. Chen Yan held no high expectations regarding his meal. He casually strolled downstairs, selecting a restaurant at random to take a seat. The establishment was devoid of patrons, save for the proprietor, who was engrossed in his phone. Noticing someone enter, he called out, Brother, just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll whip it up right away. Chen Yan glanced at the menu on the wall and replied, mincemeat with eggplant, braised pork, and a bowl of rice. Got it, the owner responded, setting down his phone and retreating to the kitchen. Chen Yan retrieved a bottle of beer from the fridge, took a sip, and felt a wave of comfort wash over him. As he settled in, a few scattered customers began to trickle into the restaurant. Hey boss, can you make that sweet and sour pork? One man inquired, but no one responded, lost in thought about his novel. Chen Yan did not realize the man was addressing him. It was only when the man plopped down in front of him and impatiently asked, Boss, are you going to answer me? That Chen Yan snapped to attention, realizing the conversation was directed at him. You're talking to me? I'm not the boss. He replied. The man suddenly recognized his mistake and quickly apologized. My bad, brother. You're the only one here, so I assumed you were the owner. Seeing the man's courteous demeanor, Chen Yan softened his tone and kindly explained, the owner is in the kitchen cooking. If you want something, just go back and speak with him. All right. Thanks, brother, the man replied as he staggered toward the kitchen. At that moment, Chen Yan noticed the man's impressive physique. He clearly exuded the strength of a northern gentleman, albeit one with a polite demeanor. After a short while, the man emerged from the kitchen, grinning broadly as he returned to his seat across from Chen Yan. He scrutinized Chen Yan closely, a look of recognition dawning on his face. Brother, why do you seem so familiar? Chen Yan reciprocated the scrutiny, asking, What line of work are you in? I'm a bricklayer, the man replied straightforwardly. Before a sudden realization struck him, he pulled up a video on his phone and exclaimed, Hey, are you that Chen Yan from the live stream? The one who sings? Chen Yan glanced at the cracked screen of the man's phone and chuckled. Yes, that's me, the singer. Oh man, my wife and daughter adore you. That song Sea of Clouds is one of my favorites. The man lavished praise upon him, then lowered his voice conspiratorially and asked, Is that song really yours? Their conversation took on the tone of a skit, and Chen Yan found himself amused. Brother, how would you like to switch careers and become my bodyguard? I'll pay you 8,000 a month. Chen Yan's response was entirely off topic, veering into another matter altogether. In truth, when discussing with Luo Yong, it was merely a preliminary suggestion. However, the events of today made Chen Yan realize that certain matters must be set on the right course in advance. In the next moment, the man asked incredulously, How much did you say? Chen Yan smiled and replied, 8,000, what's the matter? Do you find it insufficient? Without a moment's hesitation, the man grasped Chen Yan's hands firmly and declared, Brother, my name is Yang Biao. From this moment forth, you are my employer. If you direct me east, I shall not venture west. If you instruct me to climb a tree, I will not indulge in revelry. His words were delivered with remarkable finesse. While Chen Yan found amusement in the exchange, he was simultaneously devising a commendable plan. Those who lack compassion should not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Chapter 59. The singer competition continues. Gratitude for support after finishing dinner at the restaurant. Chen Yan unexpectedly acquired a devoted bodyguard. With a cheerful demeanor, he returned home. Thoughts of strategies from his past life had already begun to crystallize in his mind. Given Chen Yan's current speed of writing, he believed he could produce 10 chapters in a single night. If all went well, he might even secure a publishing contract directly. Contemplating this, Chen Yan made his way home. A notification pinged on his phone. Upon checking, he saw it was from Li Lu. Chen Yan, at 8 o'clock tonight. In room 302 of the Shengshi Housing. Think carefully about what you wish to say before arriving. He had nearly forgotten about this meeting, and a smile crept across his face. Indeed, he needed to ponder his words carefully. Meanwhile, at 7 o'clock, Li Lu had already arrived at Shengshi Housing, ordered the dishes, and was waiting at the entrance. However, as the clock struck 8, no one had shown up. Li Lu felt bewildered. After several attempts to call, she was met with silence. A sense of foreboding began to swell within her. Just then, the phone connected. Hello? Chen Yan's voice came lazily through the line. Li Lu let out a sigh of relief, but her irritation quickly surfaced. I thought you might stand me up. It's already 8 o'clock. Where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? Chen Yan nonchalantly replied, Oh, there's a bit of traffic. I estimate I'll be there in about half an hour. What a significant occasion today. Why didn't you leave earlier? Li Lu exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into securing this opportunity for you? Smoothing over relationships and making arrangements? Li Lu's anger flared, and she began to berate him. Chen Yan, however, set his phone aside, continuing to type. Li Lu raged on, only to realize after a while that he was not responding, which only fueled her ire further. Are you even listening to me? Where are you, Chen Yan? Her furious shouts did catch Chen Yan's attention. My signal is poor. I'll hang up now. With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving Li Lu seething as she listened to the dial tone. After waiting another hour without any sign of Chen Yan, she was instead greeted by Gao Cheng. He strode in with an air of confidence, his head held high. Li Lu felt a chill in her heart and cautiously approached. Mr. Gao, why have you arrived so late? There was a bit of traffic. Where's Chen Yan? Gao Cheng scanned the room. Displeasure etched on his face as he failed to spot Chen Yan. With no other option, Li Lu hastily concocted a series of excuses to usher Gao Cheng inside. By 9 o'clock, Gao Cheng's expression had soured considerably. Li Lu felt as though she might crush her phone with her grip. The situation was abundantly clear. That insufferable Chen Yan had played them for fools. Gao Cheng, simmering with pent-up frustration, was about to slam his hand on the table when a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Li Lu's eyes lit up as she sprang to her feet. He's here. This Chen Yan, coming to apologize so late. Just wait until. Before she could finish her thought, the door swung open, revealing Yang Biao, a portly figure clad in a suit. Li Lu stood frozen in place. Whom are you looking for? Upon hearing this, Yang Biao deliberately glanced at the door number to confirm, and then handed over the file bag he held. This is for my boss, Chen Yan. Boss, Chen Yan? The two terms nearly bewildered Li Lu. In confusion, she accepted the file bag. Having completed his task, Yang Biao decisively turned to leave. Li Lu, gazing at the file bag in her hands, did not open it. Instead, she approached Gao Cheng respectfully, presenting it to him. General Gao, this is something sent over by Chen Yan. Would you kindly open it and take a look? Gao Cheng, with an air of displeasure, unwrapped the file bag before him, and upon discerning its contents, he was utterly astonished. A lawyer's letter? What on earth does Chen Yan intend to do? Li Lu, curious, leaned in closer, and upon seeing the contents, she too was left speechless. Why on earth is Chen Yan sending us a lawyer's letter? Both of them simultaneously examined the letter, which clearly stated that Chen Yan was countersuing the company for defamation and for plagiarizing his songs. The letter was drafted with utmost professionalism, complete with a stamp. Li Lu, infuriated, frantically dialed Chen Yan's number. However, after several attempts, no one answered. Meanwhile, the elusive protagonist was engrossed in writing, completely oblivious to the incessant ringing of his phone. It wasn't until midnight, having nearly completed his work, That Chen Yan decided to contact the website editor regarding his signing. Casually picking up the phone from the ground, he was taken aback to find over 50 missed calls. Removing his headphones, Chen Yan, intrigued, returned Li Lu's call. She answered immediately, her voice filled with barely contained fury. Chen Yan, are you doing this on purpose? Are you deliberately making me look foolish in front of General Gao? Listening to Li Lu's nearly frantic tone, Chen Yan couldn't help but envision the scene at the dinner table that evening, and he chuckled softly. How dare you laugh? Li Lu skulda. Chen Yan smiled nonchalantly. Dear Sister Lu, was my lawyer's letter not clear enough? I hope our 2 lawsuits can reach a satisfactory conclusion. With that, he hung up. What a joke. Who has time to engage in trivial conversations on the phone? Every moment was precious to him now. As he scrolled through his phone, Chen Yan noticed 2 missed calls from Nyoma. Considering the time, he sent a quick message. Are you asleep? The message was barely sent when the phone rang again. Brother, what are you enjoying at home? I've been trying to reach you. Nyoma teased, the background noise quite raucous. Chen Yan sighed deeply. Of course. I'm busy with my grand endeavors. What is up, brother Nyo? The singer competition has been confirmed. The official website's announcement has caused quite a stir. You might want to respond to it, Nyoma mentioned, shifting to serious matters. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan switched to the trending news page. Sure enough, his name was once again at the top of the list. Plagiarist Chen Yan enters the singer competition. Dark secrets of the singer competition. Chen Yan has a strong background. All right, brother Nyo, I understand, Chen Yan replied, preparing to draft a public statement. The cattle and horses also let out a few murmurs. Indeed, the competition is set to commence in just a few days. I have sent you the specifics via email. The 2 of them were nearly in sync with each other's steps. As soon as the phone call ended, Chen Yan's social media account released an announcement. Gratitude was extended to all for their attention and support, as I shall be participating in the live broadcast of the singing competition as a contestant. Regarding the matters with my former company, I would like to provide an update. I have filed a counterclaim against them for defamation and for plagiarizing my songs. This seemingly simple message ignited a tremendous uproar. Yet, the overwhelming majority of comments were from detractors. Can you believe it? A plagiarist dares to show their face? Is there truly no accountability for artists with a tarnished reputation? It seems that Chen Yan's backing is genuinely formidable. Can't you all exercise a bit of rationality? If Chen Yan lacked evidence, how could he possibly dare to counterclaim a company? I believe in Chen Yan. However, this solitary message of support for Chen Yan was once again drowned out by the trolls. Chapter 60. The Pact of Combat Spirits. The singer competition is about to begin recording. Regarding the myriad disturbances online, Chen Yan remains indifferent. His mind is wholly consumed by the combat spirit novel. According to his plan, he will pursue fame through the singer competition while simultaneously reaping financial rewards from a novel, an exquisite dual harvest of glory and wealth. What a pinnacle of life. The phone rang again, breaking the brief silence. Just as things had calmed down, he found himself busy once more. Chen Yan glanced at his phone and discovered it was Li Mi's sister Mi. Your news travels fast, he remarked thoughtfully with a smile. He had just posted on his social media, and her call followed almost immediately. On the other end, Li Mi's laughter floated through, laced with an alluring undertone. It's not just because of you. Had it been someone else, I wouldn't have paid such close attention, she teased. Chen Yan candidly responded, Sister Mi, your kindness is truly an honor. Have you already thought of a solution? A counterclaim against the company? You really are quite daring. Chen Yan sighed, reclining on his bed and stretching languidly. What choice do I have? The company has pushed me to this point. If I retaliate, wouldn't I just be a fool for everyone to manipulate? A sudden, peculiar noise caused Li Mi to startle. What are you doing? Is it something I've interrupted? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. As a professional actress, Li Mi's imagination was vivid. At that moment, her mind conjured a striking scene. A man lying on his bed. Chen Yan chuckled heartily. Sister Mi, you're overthinking it. I merely stretched. His straightforward explanation only deepened Li Mi's embarrassment. She attempted to clarify her thoughts, but before she could, Chen Yan interjected, Sister Mi, Fei Xian needs to speak with me. I must hang up now. If you need anything, just leave me a message. He ended the call without waiting for her response. Li Mi sat frozen on her bed, clutching her phone, her face gradually betraying a sense of grievance. Was he really in such a hurry? Didn't he even offer her a proper farewell? Not even a simple good night. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. feeling an undeniable discomfort in her heart. Chen Yan was not lying. Wang Feixian indeed had matters to discuss. In fact, she was already standing at his doorstep. As he answered the phone, he heard a knock, and upon opening the door, he found Wang Feixian dressed casually, carrying 2 bags of snacks. "Is that Sister Me on the line?" Wang Feixian asked nonchalantly, before proceeding to unpack her purchases: snacks, prepared food, beverages, and in another bag, fruits, vegetables, and raw meat. "I just saw your message, and since I was nearby, I thought I would drop by to see you," she explained. Chen Yan observed as Wang Feixian placed her assortment of goodies into the cupboard, refrigerator, and other storage areas. Feeling a surge of affection, he stepped forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. "How long have you been waiting downstairs?" Chen Yan whispered. "These snacks are easily obtainable from the supermarket. But as for the remaining fruits, vegetables, and prepared foods, they must have been sourced from a fresh produce market, which closes promptly at 9 in the evening." This indicates that Wang Feixian had been waiting from 9 o'clock until well past midnight near her home. A chill enveloped her, yet she persisted, whispering, "I'm cold. I don't want to freeze you." Chen Yan tightened his embrace around her, saying, "I am not afraid of the cold. I fear for your health." He then inquired, "How long exactly have you been waiting downstairs?" To his surprise, Chen Yan had not forgotten this detail. Wang Feixian, unable to evade the question, could only respond honestly. "It was just a few hours, not long." Feeling the warmth radiating from Wang Feixian, Chen Yan gently cupped her face, his heart aching. "Why are you being so foolish? Why didn't you call me?" "I did call, but you didn't answer," Wang Feixian replied, her tone tinged with grievance. Chen Yan recalled his state while writing and felt a wave of remorse. "It is my fault. I had my headphones on and didn't hear it. I'm sorry." Fair. He cautiously placed 2 kisses on her lips, intending to keep it simple, but the soft and cool sensation compelled him to deepen the kiss. They lingered in their embrace for a while before he finally released Wang Feixian. Gasping for breath, she nestled into Chen Yan's arms. With a hoarse voice, he suggested, "It's already quite late. You should sleep here. I promise not to disturb you." Leaning against his chest, Wang Feixian felt the rhythmic rise and fall of his heartbeat and softly acquiesced. After a while, once Wang Feixian had organized her purchases, she headed off to take a shower, while Chen Yan settled onto the bed with his computer. The refreshed page revealed a flurry of attention and comments, far exceeding his expectations. This world lacked novels of the type dopa, making this book a pioneering work that ignited fervent discussions. Even 10 chapters seemed insufficient. The comments escalated from hundreds to thousands, and then to tens of thousands, all within a mere half hour. Chen Yan chose not to dwell on it. Some things merely require time to build anticipation. In the dead of night, he held Wang Feixian close as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, Chen Yan was roused by the sound of a phone ringing. "Hello, am I speaking with the author, Mo Gao, Zhangbu Fan Mao Bing? I am an editor from the website. We have been unable to reach you, which is why I found your contact number." As he listened to the excited voice on the other end, Chen Yan regained his composure. "Hello, I am Mo Gao, Zhangbu Fan Mao Bing. Yes, 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 that is Montak Gao. Your contract proposal. It's accepted." Good news arrived early in the morning, and the editor on the line was evidently even more elated. After all, he had never encountered a book that had only released 10 chapters, yet stirred such a fervor, with both its prose and content being remarkably innovative. To sum it up, it was exceedingly captivating. Chen Yan wasted no time and began preparing for the signing process, having already established the terms in advance. The editor simply stated, "You can set any conditions you wish." Thus, Chen Yan's golden opportunity presented itself. Just after signing the contract for Dopa, a sum of money was credited to his bank account. Just then, Nioma called, "Hey, little brother, the singer competition premieres this Sunday. If you're free, why not come over a day early? I'll help you get acquainted." This time, they're not only domestic singers, but also international ones. "Absolutely, New Ye. I'll come over tomorrow," Chen Yan replied with a yawn. At that moment, Wang Feixian, still groggy from a late night, murmured, "Chen Yan, what time is it?" Upon hearing her stir, Nioma fell silent. Chen Yan, unfazed, turned back and said, "It's still early. You can sleep a bit longer." "Wow, little brother. You're quite the lucky one," Nioma teased, before becoming serious again. "But take it easy. Your popularity is soaring, and there is no need to stir up more controversy." Chapter 61. A pre-rehearsal encounter with Hua Chaoyan's pretentiousness understanding the situation, Nyogo, Chen Yan acknowledged with a nod, ensuring that he tucked Wang Feishuan under the covers properly. Just send me the address directly. I will come over tomorrow to take a look. It's prudent to scout the location in advance to facilitate everything. After hanging up, Nyoma promptly sent over the specific details. Chen Yan stretched his arms and glanced at the foggy weather outside. It was still early. Thanks to the website editor's fervent enthusiasm and Nyoma's thoughtful reminder, Chen Yan felt no trace of sleepiness. Emerging from the restroom, he headed straight to the kitchen, preparing to whip up a simple breakfast of congee and side dishes. When it was just him, he would make do, but now that Wang Feishuan was in the picture, he had no intention of settling for less. Chen Yan? A moment later, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, rousing Wang Feishuan from bed, who sleepily searched for Chen Yan's presence. Breakfast is ready. Does the sleeping beauty need a kiss to awaken her? Just as Chen Yan intended to approach, to his surprise, Wang Feishuan had already leapt out of bed and dashed into his embrace, affectionately nuzzling against him. Yes, let the prince awaken the sleeping beauty. Listening to the darling's playful banter, Chen Yan's heart softened, and he leaned down to plant a couple of kisses. Come on, wake up, my little sleeping beauty. All right, I'll go freshen up first. Before long, they were seated at the dining table enjoying breakfast. Chen Yan casually lifted his gaze and noticed Wang Feishuan's delicate face, slender figure, and graceful demeanor. Chen Yan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After being cast away to a deserted island, he never imagined he would be blessed with such fortune. Chen Yan, I would like to invite you to meet my grandfather. After their meal, as they tidied up together, Wang Feishuan's sudden statement caught Chen Yan off guard. Isn't that a bit too soon for us? We've only been dating for a short while, and now you're suggesting meeting the parents? Noticing his reaction, Wang Feishuan quickly clarified. What are you thinking? My grandfather appreciates your poetry, which is why he wishes to meet you. That's all. Besides, I haven't even mentioned our relationship to my family yet. Wang Feishuan's flustered and slightly annoyed demeanor brought Chen Yan immense joy. You're truly adorable. Wang Feishuan, blushing, turned away shyly. They spent the morning playfully teasing each other. But in the afternoon, Chen Yan returned to his pressing tasks. After all, with the contract for Do finalized, he needed to prepare the updated chapters before participating in the Singer event. As a result, Wang Feishuan observed Chen Yan's busyness and refrained from interrupting him. During a moment of boredom, he tidied up the room and prepared lunch for Chen Yan. Subsequently, due to family matters, Wang Feishuan had to leave. The room was dim, with the curtains drawn, leaving only Chen Yan at the desk, engrossed in his work with headphones on. In the afternoon, amidst the music playing in his ears, he was suddenly jolted by a loud banging at the door. It was unmistakable, not a knock, but a forceful assault on the door. Chen Yan set down his headphones and walked over, finding Li Lu standing at the entrance with a disdainful expression. Chen Yan, think you can hide away? It's futile. Even if you burrow into a mouse hole, I'll find you. Lu Jia, what does this mean? I don't quite understand. Chen Yan pointed at the group behind her. Li Lu crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do you think the company will show you mercy now that you are embroiled in a lawsuit? This is the dormitory provided for the artists under the company's banner. I have already sent you a message urging you to vacate promptly. Yet you stubbornly cling to the idea of taking advantage of the company. Do not blame me for being rude. With that, Li Lu waved her hand. Throw everything in this room out. Chen Yan's expression shifted slightly. He quickly rushed over to tidy up his computer and pack it into his bag. His swift actions left the others momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, without a word, Chen Yan packed the items from the refrigerator and the things Wang Feishuan had bought yesterday into bags. The hasty sequence of actions made him appear quite disheveled as he exited through the door. Li Lu found it amusing. You're making a fuss just to collect this junk. It's truly beneath you to cling to such trivial possessions. Chen Yan ignored her, resolutely dragging his suitcase and carrying his bags as he departed. Li Lu, see you again. I want to make you beg on your knees, but you certainly want to have it easy. With a slight scoff, Chen Yan moved out of the dilapidated old neighborhood. Oh no, he had been kicked out. On the first day of being ousted, Chen Yan spent a night at a hotel in discomfort. He painstakingly wrote 15 chapters and uploaded them to the website, scheduling 2 updates per day. This way, even with his participation in the singing competition, he wouldn't fall behind on his work. The next day, Chen Yan woke up bright and early. He found the address on his phone and made his way there. The singing competition was held in the suburbs. The venue was already set up, and it looked quite splendid from the outside, indicating a substantial investment. Chen Yan munched on a steamed bun as he entered. Inside, people rushed about, each evidently anxious. It appeared that the live broadcast was not only a challenge for the contestants, but also for the staff. Chen Yan planned to wander around and look for Brother Niu. Unexpectedly, he came across a familiar face around the corner. Chen Yan, you really dare to participate? Hua Chaotian approached, clad in a sleek black suit, his head held high with pride. Chen Yan chuckled, surprised to encounter a familiar person here. Hua Xiao seemed to be in a good mood today. I was in a rather foul mood, but seeing you has brightened my spirits, Hua Chaotian said, his words laced with a hint of meaning, intentionally raising his voice. The other staff members nearby caught wind of Chen Yan's arrival and turned to look, successfully garnering attention. Hua Chaotian became audacious once more. You've been quite popular lately. I hear the song you sang on the island was a copy from the company. I thought you lacked such talent. Although his tone seemed playful, it hinted at recent misunderstandings circulating. Chen Yan smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, Hua Xiao, it seems you're also thriving. I've heard there are numerous edited videos of you online. Some say they could even be made into a series. I wonder if after leaving the deserted island, your courage has increased. It would be good if you got weak-kneed again. How about I contact Luo Yong and have him train with you? Upon the mention of the deserted island, Hua Chaotian reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. Do not speak of the island, he exclaimed. Prior to the journey, it was clearly stated that it would enhance his popularity. However, after the show was recorded, his standing plummeted instead. The cursed director, Nioma, was driving Hua Chaotian to the brink of exasperation, as if the cumbersome live streaming equipment was not enough. Hidden cameras were also set up. This resulted in all manner of disgraceful antics on the island being broadcasted for the entire world to witness. Indeed, the hype had increased, but it was entirely negative. His fan base had plummeted by hundreds of thousands. Observing his frantic demeanor, Chen Yan, having achieved his aim, suppressed a smile and sighed deeply. Hua Xiao, we've shared a bond of life and death. Do not provoke me unnecessarily. Chen Yan chuckled and sauntered past Hua Chaotian, making his way towards the backstage. Chapter 62. The sorcerer Hua Tianyu provokes? Sister Ying's gallant defense, as Sister Ying departed with an air of nonchalance. She left Hua Chaotian in a foul mood. When Chen Yan stepped into the backstage area, he discovered that he was not the only artist present. Other singers had also arrived to rehearse in advance, familiarize themselves with the proceedings, and address any potential contingencies regarding the sound equipment. Hua Chaotian, as the host, took a brief respite before returning to the stage to outline the schedule. In the backstage lounge, a diverse array of individuals sat together. Chen Yan did not recognize anyone. He observed a spectrum of skin tones, yellow, black, white, essentially every hue one could expect. This singing competition appeared to be quite extravagant. Isn't it the infamous plagiarist Chen Yan? A voice suddenly boomed, capturing the attention of everyone in the lounge. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where Chen Yan stood, met with curiosity, skepticism, and disdain. Following their gaze, Chen Yan recognized a somewhat familiar figure. Who are you? He inquired, prompting the individual to spring to his feet in outrage. You don't even know who I am? I am a champion of the versatile singer competition. Hua Tianyu. Hua Tianyu. Chen Yan contemplated for a moment, recalling that in his previous life, there was indeed a sorcerer by that name. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance was striking. Realizing this, Chen Yan pondered. Could it be that while literature, music, and film had dissipated, these characters still existed? Perhaps akin to a multiverse, where there are disparities, yet also connections? Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you daydreaming about? Hua Tianyu was taken aback that someone dared to disregard him. He swaggered over to Chen Yan, mockingly stating, Chen Yan, you can put on a show on television, but do you really think you can fool anyone at a professional singing competition? Dream on. Let me make it clear. This is not a place for you to act like a clown. His tirade was filled with derision. And soon others began to turn their attention, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Yan regarded Hua Tianyu, questioning his lack of civility and his abrupt aggression. Hua Tianyu's eyes widened in surprise when Chen Yan retorted. At that moment, someone approached from the crowd, delivering a resounding slap on Hua Tianyu's shoulder. What do you have to say for yourself? You haven't been in the industry long, yet you've picked up a plethora of bad habits without learning the ropes. Who taught you to bully newcomers? With a straightforward northern accent, the newcomer then pulled Chen Yan closer, speaking with an unreserved tone that stirred quite a commotion. Hua Tianyu, who had been so arrogant just moments before, could only muster a forced smile. Sister Ying, you're here? Upon hearing Sister Ying's name, Chen Yan turned to look. His heart raced as he recognized the figure before him. Good heavens! Wasn't she a superstar, Yingzi? He couldn't believe she existed on this planet. Sister Ying, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chen Yan, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him, for she was someone he greatly admired. In her previous life, Yingzi relied solely on her eloquence to navigate the entertainment industry. It is said that her fame was built upon her voice, which echoed through half the world, while her controversies stemmed from the same source, offending the other half. All of Yingjia's scandals were earned through her own prowess. Haha, I appreciate sensible children, Do Ying remarked, patting Chen Yan on the shoulder. The two shared a laugh, while Hua Tianyu, feeling disgruntled, interjected, Yingjia, you ought to be cautious around Chen Yan. He is not an ordinary character. He has a penchant for plagiarizing songs. Keep your distance, lest he appropriates the songs you've written. This revelation struck Do Ying with sudden clarity. Turning to Chen Yan, she asked earnestly, those songs A Vast Sky and Glorious Years you wrote for the program, are they truly yours? Chen Yan, slightly sheepish, nodded. Yes, Yingjia, they're my songs. Yingjia, you mustn't take his word for it. All his songs are lifted. The most popular one, A Vast Sky, is a copy from the company, and there's an ongoing lawsuit. Hua Tianyu dismissed Chen Yan with disdain. Do Ying shot him an irritated glance, questioning, why must you always be around? Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims of plagiarism? Caught off guard, Hua Tianyu stammered, how would I know? His company has already confirmed it. Do Ying, exasperated, swatted him away. Please, spare us your commentary. Listening to you is tiresome. As she brusquely pushed Hua Tianyu aside with a decisive motion, Chen Yan felt a wave of relief. Since the incident, many of the so-called fans online had turned into antagonists. A cursory glance at social media revealed no supportive comments. Now, with many looking down upon him, Yingjia had taken the initiative to lend her support. Chen Yan admired her fortitude. Once Hua Tianyu left, the atmosphere lightened considerably, with the remaining individuals being mostly foreigners who required translation to engage in the conversation. The only fellow countrymen left in the lounge were Do Ying and Chen Yan. Thank you, Yingjia, he expressed sincerely. Do Ying chuckled nonchalantly. No need for thanks. It's all trivial. Come, let us discuss your two songs. They entered a private lounge, scarcely settling in when Nyoma arrived. Chen Yan, I've been searching for you everywhere. Why have you been hiding? Chen Yan chuckled softly. I hit it off with Yingjia and sought a quiet place to chat. Do Ying nodded in agreement, addressing Nyoma. Yes, Nyo, come join us. Upon seeing Do Ying, Nyoma appeared somewhat intimidated, offering a resigned smile. Yingjia, please take a seat. Chen Yan hasn't prepared anything. No songs, no rehearsals, nothing is set. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Do Ying exclaimed, rising hurriedly. Chen, you must hurry over with Nyo. All right, Chen Yan replied, bidding farewell to Yingjia. Nyoma led him straight to the backstage crew, conversing along the way. Brother, you're in a tough spot now. With the company's lawsuit, you can't perform those songs on stage. Have you decided what you will sing? Yes, I am mentally prepared for this situation, Chen Yan responded. The company, with its questionable integrity, undoubtedly knew of his participation in the singing competition and deliberately chose this moment to create obstacles, seeking to manipulate him from various angles. Chen Yan scoffed. The melodies flow endlessly within my mind. Can they truly hinder one song, let alone 2, 3, or 4? Upon hearing this, Nyoma burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, excellent. That's the spirit we need. I believe in you. With that, Nyoma escorted Chen Yan to register for the song he would perform the following day. Before the registration, Nyoma made a special point to remind him, brother, in order to give you ample time, I've arranged for you to be the final act tomorrow. Prepare well. Chapter 63, Sister Ying. Your brother does not want you to feel isolated and helpless. The live broadcast of the singer competition commenced promptly at 7 in the evening, having already entered its preparatory phase in the morning. Headlines and trending searches across various media outlets were dominated by the singer competition. Live Broadcast Singer Competition. International singers join. Chen Yan participates in the singer competition amidst a flurry of trending topics. Netizens engaged in fervent discussions. Medina. No way. She is a legendary figure from abroad. If she is participating, who from our dragon country can possibly withstand the pressure? Have you seen the list of contestants? It's simply astounding. But what about our nation's participants? Hua Tianyu, the one who sings in a cacophony of alien languages? Or Chen Yan, the one known solely for plagiarizing and buying trending topics? I'm truly at a loss. What load of nonsense. Only Do Ing is worth mentioning. ISNT it? ISNT this akin to being beaten down? How did the production team arrange this? Are they simply pandering to foreign influences? The criticisms were incessant. Meanwhile, Niu Ma and the co-director Yuan Zhong, having made all necessary preparations, were enjoying a lavish meal before officially commencing work. Upon noticing a notification pop up on his phone, Yuan Zhong felt a pang of anxiety. Niu, have you seen the netizens' comments? Niu Ma glanced at him, setting down his chopsticks. I don't even need to look. I anticipated this outcome long ago. At this point, I still want to ask you, among these singers aside from Chen Yan, whom I invited after joining, the rest were all selected by you. Why did you focus solely on inviting them without conducting any research? All the international artists are of an incredibly high caliber, capable of serving as judges. Yet you've invited them as contestants? Niu Ma sighed, feeling frustrated. At least you could have balanced it out domestically. Just look at the people you invited. I don't even want to comment on you. Out of 5 domestic participants, Do Ing is acceptable, though she is quite aged. Hua Tianyu, with his peculiar style, and Gao Lin, who has only performed 2 sweet ballads and held just 1 concert. Niu Ma enumerated each participant, his eyes widening as he mentioned the last. What else with that final group, San Yang Kai Tai? Aren't they a folk art troupe? Listening to Niu Ma's ceaseless complaints, the usually hot-tempered Yuan Zhong fell silent, refraining from rebuttal. As Niu Ma continued, he began to sense something amiss. Downing a gulp of beer, he sighed, "Brother, let us be honest. What is really going on?" Yuan Zhong glanced at him, also exhaling deeply. "What you can see, I am well aware of too. Yet, I find myself a loss. A year before the show began, I finalized the lineup, featuring renowned domestic singers, all prominent figures. However, upon learning it would be a live broadcast format, several dropped out due to your deserted island live show. Moreover, in the months leading up to the competition, as they discovered the foreign contestants, a few more scattered away, leaving only Do Ing from the original lineup. Yuan Zhong grew increasingly aggrieved and frustrated as he spoke. What a splendid program it was, with an initial concept that was truly innovative. Although the unexpected Island Live broadcast stirred a sense of anticipation among the viewers, it ultimately heightened their eagerness for the show. Quite intriguing. While the Island Live broadcast may not have been particularly kind to the artists involved, it certainly proved to be a delight for the audience, offering them a source of amusement. Who could have foreseen that it would come to this? Upon learning the truth, Niu Ma felt a myriad of emotions. Raising his glass in a toast, he reassured his brother. Indeed, those individuals acted inappropriately, but fret not, with my involvement in the program, everything shall be well. Niu, my dear brother, do you possess such confidence? Hope flickered in Yuan Zhong's eyes. In his view, Niu Ma was indeed a seasoned individual accustomed to grand spectacles. With an enigmatic smile, Niu Ma replied, "Of course, I have a trump card." As the clock swiftly approached 6:30 in the evening, the atmosphere in the waiting room for the impending singer competition was charged with tension. The only 2 individuals remaining calm were Do Ing and Chen Yan. If it weren't for their upcoming performance, they would have certainly indulged in merriment over drinks. "Ah, Chen, I truly adore your personality," Do Ing exclaimed, playfully slapping her thigh and laughing heartily. Chen Yan joined in the joviality until a thought struck him. "By the way, Ing Jia, are you going to sing tonight?" "Spring awakens," Do Ing replied candidly. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, "What did you just say, Ing Jia?" Do Ing, assuming he had not heard correctly, reiterated, "Spring awakens." "What song is that? What is this? Ing Jia is singing such an obscure tune?" Suddenly, Chen Yan realized that despite Ing Jia's presence in the Blue Star, her songs were not known here. In this world, she had carved out her niche solely through her splendid voice, not through chart-topping hits. In that instant, Chen Yan, known as the Little Music Library, was struck with inspiration. Alas, it was a moment too late. The stage ahead was alive with the commotion of Hua Chaotian, the host. "Dear audience and esteemed guests, good evening," Chen Yan remarked. What an opening reminiscent of the 1980s. The much-anticipated singer competition had officially commenced. Apologies, as we are broadcasting live, there may be instances of authenticity, such as my recent cough, which cannot be edited out. Haha. One must commend Hua Chaotian's quick thinking. Now, let us eagerly await the commencement of the singer competition. First, we invite our initial contestant from the United States, Medina. Upon this declaration, uproarious applause erupted from the audience. Clearly, Medina had a multitude of fans across the globe, and the prospect of witnessing her perform in their homeland thrilled many. As Medina took the stage, she briefly introduced herself in a foreign tongue before launching into her song. Do-ing, listening backstage, scoffed and remarked to Chen Yan, coming a long way to sing and not even bothering to learn a few phrases in the local language. They're truly spoiled. Chen Yan concurred. Isn't that the truth? Even the most prominent figures should learn to show respect. As the melodious voice gradually emerged, it compelled the audience to admire the singer's remarkable vocal prowess. The subsequent crescendo, soaring to heights that seemed to breach the heavens, showcased an impressive display of vocal agility. Do-ing was momentarily taken aback, saying, "Xiao Chun, I must admit, this woman sings exceptionally well." Not only was Do-ing astonished, but also Hua Tianyu found himself dumbfounded. Was she truly starting off with such a powerful performance? It seemed rather daunting. How could he possibly follow that? Indeed, Hua Tianyu was the next to take the stage. He had initially prepared a new song, intending to leverage the fervor of the inaugural live broadcast to promote his latest work. However, now he found himself in a precarious position. To sing? His new song had little recognition. How could he withstand the formidable presence of such an opening act? To refrain from singing? What kind of retreat would that signify? Chapter 64. A voice horse and a startling performance soon. Madonna's foreign song came to a close, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience, as if they were already celebrating her victory. The online streaming room was abuzz with fervent reactions. "Oh my! She truly lives up to her reputation. Once again, she delivered an extraordinary performance. We adore you, Madonna, our goddess. Who would have imagined witnessing you on a domestic stage? How can the next performer possibly follow this? The bar has been set so high. Nonsense. No one here can match her caliber." Netizens buzzed with discussion, and the backstage chatter mirrored their sentiments. Gao Linlin couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible! She truly deserves her fame as an international artist." The lead singer of the band, Senyang Kai Tai, nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite impressive. Hua Tianyu struggled to maintain a forced smile, his thoughts unspoken. Is this person's popularity really so immense? It felt as though the entire venue was in a frenzy. Do-ing voiced the words Chen Yan wished to express. Chen Yan kindly reassured, "Sister Ing, you too shall receive the same applause." "Of course. Ha ha ha. Who am I?" Do-ing replied without reservation, though her laughter carried a hint of insecurity. While the two were conversing backstage, the host Hua Chaotian ascended the stage. "Thank you to contestant Madonna for her heartfelt performance. It's evident that everyone is moved by her song. Now, let us welcome the next singer, Hua Tianyu, a shining new star in the domestic music scene. He has won numerous accolades. Let us welcome Hua Tianyu with his Peace Curse." As Hua Chaotian made the introduction, Hua Tianyu backstage could no longer muster a smile. He reluctantly stepped onto the stage. Chen Yan and Do-ing curiously watched the broadcast screen. After such a splendid opening performance, the stakes were raised for the subsequent performers, making Hua Tianyu's level of skill crucial in determining how the rest would fare. Under the gaze of all, Hua Tianyu approached the center of the stage. The lights dimmed, leaving a solitary beam illuminating him. Dressed in a white feathered coat, with hair to match, he stood out strikingly. Chen Yan couldn't contain her laughter. "Sister Ing, doesn't he resemble a great white goose?" "Ha ha." Do-ing, who had been suppressing her amusement, burst into laughter as well. Other singers glanced over, and recalling the live broadcast, Do-ing had to stifle her mirth. He began with a series of tremulous notes, sending a shiver through the audience. "What melody is this?" Chen Yan pondered. She glanced around at the others. Clearly everyone was equally intrigued. Just as curiosity piqued regarding his performance, the stage lights exploded into a riot of colors, reminiscent of a nightclub atmosphere. Hua Tianyu unleashed a powerful roar. It seemed he intended to kick off with a high note to dominate the scene. Yet, unexpectedly, the high note failed to materialize. It was merely a shout from his throat. The other contestants backstage were taken aback. The audience was astonished. Viewers across the country watching the live stream were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is he attempting to mimic the high notes of a certain popular singer? What on earth? Just moments ago, while I was washing my face, my phone vibrated and fell into the sink. What did I just hear? Is someone slaughtering a pig? Can we please show some respect for the artist? The singer is earnestly performing their new song. Are there fans of Hua Tianyu upstairs? Could they possibly use a modicum of intelligence? What on earth is he screaming about? In the backstage lounge, Chen Yan exchanged a meaningful glance with Ying Jie, who returned his gaze with equal significance. Their eyes conveyed a singular thought. Steady now. Someone at the bottom of the rankings has managed to stabilize. This is amusing. Two individuals have emerged at the forefront, one from the top and one from the bottom. A female singer from the Bear Country giggled, covering her mouth, and remarked in her native tongue, "What is he singing? Is this a Mandarin song?" The others present were oblivious to her language, but Chen Yan, having spent 2 years in Bear Country in a previous life, addressed her solemnly. "Hello, given your youth, I would like to remind you that he represents only himself and cannot speak for the Dragon Nation. Thank you. Some things we can laugh about ourselves. Should people from other countries wish to mock, they would need to submit a request." The female singer, surprised that someone understood her language, expressed her apologies. "I'm sorry. I misspoke. It's all right. The Dragon Nation values etiquette and will not hold grudges." Chen Yan offered a slight smile. Their exchange was harmonious, and this moment was captured on camera. Finally, netizens had something else to discuss. Why are there still those who wish to mock our nation through the performance of a mage? Little sister, that's rather arrogant. Isn't it? Indeed, even if relations with Bear Country are amicable, such rudeness is unwarranted. Can we all remain calm? She is merely a child just turned 18, an age where emotions can be overwhelming. What does she truly understand? Let us first examine the glaring flaws within our own ranks. Who can argue against that? However, Chen Yan's efforts to uphold the national image are commendable. He is indeed reliable. In truth, Chen Yan has always been quite patriotic, as evidenced during the Deserted Island program. On stage, the sound of tearing and explosions had yet to cease, and Hua Tianyu appeared to be in a state of passion. Kneeling on the stage, seemingly entranced, as if he might swallow the microphone whole, Chen Yan leaned closer to Do Ying and whispered, "His mouth is quite large. No wonder he can project so powerfully." Do Ying furrowed her brow and cautioned, "Enough already. This is quite embarrassing." The two ceased their conversation, enduring through the song. Those present seemed to collectively exhale. It appears that the realm of music transcends language and nationality, possessing a commonality. As the song concluded, Hua Tianyu, the host, took a while to gather his thoughts. It was only after prompting from the staff that he finally realized and quickly stepped onto the stage. "Thank you, Hua Tianyu, for that remarkable performance. Indeed, it has left the audience in awe, as they seem to have been completely absorbed." Without further ado, let's welcome the next performer from Bear Country, Doria, who will present a song in her native tongue. Hua Tianyu dared not linger for long, hastily introducing the next song before exiting the stage. After all, the audience below consisted of real people, and the silence that followed Hua Tianyu's performance was almost deafening, an exceedingly awkward moment. As he brushed past Doria on his way off stage, Hua Tianyu managed to smile, only to be met with indifference as Doria ascended the stage without acknowledging him. The embarrassment deepened as Hua Tianyu quietly retreated to the waiting room, where he was met with a barrage of curious gazes fixed upon him until he settled back into his seat. Feeling the weight of the awkwardness, he leaned closer to Gao Linlin and, with a sheepish grin, inquired, "Linlin, what do you think of my singing?" Chapter 65. The heat intensifies as the atmosphere escalated. The artist from the land of the morning calm brazenly mocked, prompting an awkward response from Gao Linlin, who could only manage a strained smile. "It's quite good, isn't it? This is your new song?" "Indeed. Did you catch on?" Gao Linlin replied. "I also find it rather impressive." Hua Tianyu, unperturbed by the surrounding discomfort, continued with ease. Chen Yan turned to Do Ying and inquired, "Sister Ying, why isn't he asking you?" With a disdainful glance at Hua Tianyu, Do Ying scoffed, Do you think he dares? Indeed, he did not. Chen Yan remarked honestly. He only targets the softest fruit. Do-ing cast an appreciative glance at Chen Yan. Exactly. While they engaged in casual banter, Doria had already taken to the stage. To everyone's astonishment, she too delivered a live performance with exceptional flair. She launched into a high-pitched melody that seemed to challenge the earlier, raucous cries of Hua Tianyu. However, the outcome was entirely contrary. Doria's effortless high notes soared to astonishing heights, and her transitions were remarkably smooth. The subsequent performance displayed impressive consistency. It could be described as a flawless showcase of vocal prowess, perhaps lacking in emotional depth, yet exceedingly delightful to the ears. Chen Yan couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "The young lady possesses exceptional talent." Do-ing joined in the applause. "Indeed, she rivals my youthful days." Were these words spoken by anyone else, Chen Yan might have chuckled. Yet, coming from Sister Ing, they represented unequivocal praise for Doria. In her youth, Sister Ing was a reigning champion, unmatched in her prowess. As Doria continued to sing, she resembled a machine dedicated to the art of music, showcasing astonishing skills during the climactic segments that captivated the audience completely. The spectators were genuinely awestruck, not out of fear, but from admiration and respect. My goodness, what am I hearing? This is truly celestial music. Though there was an element of showmanship, her display felt natural and utterly exhilarating, far surpassing that of the previous performer. Upstairs, this young girl was beyond any comparison to the previous artist. Even my pet chicken sings better than that. It's over now. The domestic music scene has met its match. The trending topic surged. Singer competition. My Dong Dong's stunning opening sorcerer's performance was a dreadful. How Bear Country's young singer is exceptionally gifted. Any mention of the singer competition was met with a chorus of similar comments. As Doria concluded her performance with a radiant smile and a gracious bow, the audience erupted in applause, a testament to their profound respect for the foreign guest. With a triumphant smile, Doria returned to the green room. Glancing at my Dang Dang with a smirk, "I will surpass you." My Dang Dang merely smiled in response. Among singers, sometimes the mere act of vocalizing can distinguish the elite from the ordinary. Now, Hua Chaotian strolled onto the stage with ease, flashing a charming smile. Our foreign friends are truly remarkable. This song resonated deeply with many, and I see everyone is enchanted. Having savored the exquisite melodies of high notes, it is now time to indulge in a romantic ballad. Let us extend a warm welcome to the enchanting diva, Gao Linlin, as she presents this heartfelt song. This time, she bears the weight of expectation on her shoulders. A fleeting thought crosses Gao Linlin's mind before she steps onto the stage. Could it be that sitting next to Hua Tianyu has brought her some ill fortune? How else could she find herself amidst such formidable talents? Even Chen Yan would suffice. Competing against those monstrous international acts is far from ideal. Yet, contemplating such matters proves futile. The moment has arrived. With a forced smile, Gao Linlin takes the microphone and steps forward, clad in a charming pink princess dress. Her entrance elicits applause from the audience. The nostalgic echoes of her childhood tapes linger. Soon, the stage falls silent, and as the accompaniment begins, her gentle voice gracefully fills the air. Though her mellifluous tones may not rival the stunning prowess of my Dang Dang and Doria, they do not plunge into the terrifying depths of some performers either. The audience remains largely unperturbed, and the online reactions are tepid. Is this the caliber of a diva? The domestic music scene seems to be faltering. Even an 18-year-old girl surpasses her. What has gone awry? Personally, I find her performance quite pleasant, though she did falter a bit towards the end. My dear, a singer's inability to stay in tune is a grave matter, you know? As the song concludes, opinions are mixed. In the backstage area, Chen Yan ponders aloud. Perhaps she did not fully embody the essence of this song. Her pitch was slightly off, and her tone appeared to have been adjusted. Do-ing nods in agreement and adds, "Indeed, if our conjectures are correct, Gao Linlin likely lowered her key in pursuit of stability, hence the subsequent pitch issues. Why resort to such measures when she could have performed at her true potential?" Chen Yan laments the lost opportunity. If it were up to him, he would have arranged for Gao Linlin to sing As You Wish Your Left Hand Pointing at the Moon, both of which would have been splendid choices. Alas, such regrets are moot. The reality of being overshadowed is undeniable. There is no room for debate. Nonetheless, for Gao Linlin, Achieving this level of performance is commendable enough. She breathes a sigh of relief as she returns to the green room. With her performance concluded, Hwa Chao-tian takes the stage. Let us welcome the Korean artist Park Ji-sin. Park Ji-sin's music, also in Korean, features relatively few high notes, yet the emotional ebb and flow is palpable. Coupled with a rap segment, the entire song resonates remarkably well. Within mere minutes of his appearance, he incites cheers from the audience below. He embodies a performer with significant stage presence. As his song concludes, the crowd erupts into exuberant applause, shouting, "Appa is amazing." Surprisingly, Park Ji-sin does not exit the stage immediately. Instead, he expresses gratitude in Korean, saying, "Thank you to the stage and to the artist for bringing us together." However, he candidly remarks that the preceding singer from Longwa was quite disappointing, urging the production team to exercise greater discretion in their selections in the future. If the music scene of the Dragon Kingdom is devoid of singers, then let us broaden the opportunities for artists from other nations. As my country harbors many talented vocalists who deserve this stage, the atmosphere was electrified as a performance unfolded that astonished all present. While it is widely acknowledged that the initial two singers from the Dragon Kingdom did not deliver commendable performances, they are, after all, the hosts. To openly mock and insult them is exceedingly impolite. Furthermore, Park Ji-sin, upon concluding his remarks, displayed an air of arrogant disdain, which incited a frenzy across the internet. What audacity does he possess? Does he truly believe himself formidable for merely singing a few lines? Indeed, the renowned artists MacDonald and Doria have yet to finish their performances. Who does he think he is? The nation of the Sticks is truly beneath consideration. It would be best for them to swiftly exit the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 66. Is the Sanyang Kai Tai group performing a mourning song? The audience is stunned despite the barrage of criticism that ensued throughout the evening. There were still fervent fans fervently defending Park Ji-sin, offering a multitude of justifications while conveniently ignoring his indirect insult towards the singers of the Dragon Kingdom. The audience's reactions were mixed, with the shouts of dissent nearly balanced by the voices of his supporters. In an effort to regain control of the situation, the production team dispatched personnel to intervene. Yuan Zhong let out a deep sigh, lighting a cigarette in frustration. What a predicament! The formidable figures have yet to speak. Yet this South Korean upstart is already making a scene. In truth, he was merely the tallest among the short, as upon closer inspection, he hardly qualified as a top-tier vocalist. Nyoma, offering an honest critique, likely had heard better performances and could easily discern the lack of talent among those who were subpar. Yuan Zhong was somewhat taken aback by this remark and could not help but inquire, "Brother, are you prepared for this?" While Park Ji-sin may not have excelled in high notes, his stage presence and melody were commendable. "Ah, you simply haven't encountered true artistry." Neil retorted, reclining against the back of his chair with confidence. Observing his demeanor, Yuan Zhong surmised much and leaned closer. "You still have your eye on that fellow named Chen Yan, don't you? I've heard his songs. Weren't they merely the few performed on your show?" Nyoma glanced back at him, but remained silent. Yuan Zhong shook his head and stated earnestly, "I'm not trying to discourage you, but those songs, while well sung, cannot be showcased at present." He is embroiled in a lawsuit with his company, and the most popular one has led to a direct legal battle. "I know," Nyoma responded curtly, revealing no further details. Sensing his disinterest, Yuan Zhong abandoned his inquiries and returned to worrying about his own show. The current popularity was indeed commendable, yet the reviews were uniformly dismal. It might lead others to believe that he, Yuan Zhong, was deliberately tarnishing the image of Dragon Kingdom singers by inviting a slew of foreign vocalists to sabotage the event. He resolved to be more cautious in the future, lest he attract unwarranted criticism. The scene shifted to the stage, where Hwa Chao-tian was visibly infuriated by Park Ji-sin's antics. After taking a moment to compose himself, he ascended the stage. The audience had witnessed the earlier incident clearly and shared in his frustration. As public figures, we ought to maintain a certain decorum, Hwa Chao-tian remarked with a polite smile, subtly addressing the issue. Though not severe, his comments resonated with many in the audience, helping to stabilize the atmosphere. In the background, Chen Yan couldn't help but reflect on Hwa Chao-tian's character. Despite his seemingly superficial demeanor, he stood firm on matters of national significance, proving to be a man of integrity. As he announced the next act, the Sanyang Kai Tai group entered the stage with a relaxed confidence. Chen Yan realized he knew remarkably little about this group. Sister Ing, what genre does this group perform? Can they withstand the pressure from before? It was crucial for the Sanyang Kai-Tai group to make their mark, especially after the previous South Korean singer's blatant disrespect towards the Dragon Kingdom's artists. This performance was their opportunity for redemption. Unexpectedly, Do Ing wore a puzzled expression and honestly replied, Sanyang Kai-Tai? I have never even heard of this combination. I had no idea the director had invited them before coming here. Ah, I see. Chen Yan seemed to comprehend. No wonder when he inquired about the contestants participating, Ing Jie appeared to have a vague understanding. It turned out that apart from 2 foreign participants, the others were all added later. The initial batch of contestants, although their absence from the official program remains a mystery, is undoubtedly linked to the allure of live broadcasts and foreign celebrities. Such rubbish. Utterly worthless. Chen Yan cast an admiring glance at Do Ing, who was intently watching the stage. Indeed, Ing Jie is remarkable, ascending to the peak, unflinching. Soon, Sanyang Kai-Tai took the stage. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, with 4 or 5 musicians occupying half the stage. Anticipation filled the air for their performance. A resounding suona pierced through the cacophony, dominating the atmosphere with an overwhelming presence. The chatter ceased entirely, silenced by the divine power of the instrument. This segment of suona resonated deeply within Chen Yan's heart. Indeed, regardless of the instrument, the suona reigns supreme. In the next moment, a raspy voice erupted with a shout. Chen Yan was taken aback. Others backstage were equally astonished. Everyone was in shock. While the audience was still reeling, the stage had erupted into chaos. It was beyond singing technique, resembling a nonsensical outpouring of sound. The voice was so powerful that it overshadowed the band's performance, drawing everyone's attention solely to the lead singer. Clad in a striking red shirt, he was far more eye-catching than the song he sang. Backstage, the director Yuan Zhong was left dumbfounded. Nioma beside him wore an expression that was utterly indescribable. Brother Yuan, is this truly the person you selected? Yuan Zhong remained silent. Silence was the only response in tonight's conchiao. The water beneath the bridge was likely not rushing too swiftly, and perhaps the furious outcries of netizens were inaudible. What on earth is this cacophony? I apologize for my coarse language. May God forgive me. Perhaps you should beseech God to take this person away, for he must be a devotee of your deity, not a citizen of Longhua. It is no longer adequate to describe this as unpleasant. What on earth is this? Does the program team dare to invite anyone? In the vernacular of our folk culture, they were previously engaged in menial tasks. If you ask me what menial tasks are, I can only say they are the tasks of the deceased. The remarks from above were far too reckless. Please refer to these as funerary matters. The viewers watching the program's live broadcast on various platforms were driven to madness. Meanwhile, the audience at the singer competition sat as if suppressed, motionless in their seats. It was unclear whether they were frightened or simply stunned. The camera operator, trembling, inadvertently swept across the audience. Laughter erupted in the live stream. I can't believe this. These people have rendered the paying audience speechless. I saw it too. They all looked bewildered. Who could have anticipated that such a plethora of bizarre talents would emerge from the singer competition? If they can participate, I can't help but feel that I, too, could take the stage. You ought to calm down. The mere thought of you performing is laughable. The waiting room tomorrow will resemble the eerie silence following an atomic explosion. Chen Yan observed that the South Korean singers couldn't even muster a whisper. Understandably so, given the intimidating nature of their presence. One might think it was an exorcism of sorts. This thought piqued Chen Yan's curiosity. Could it be that Sanyang Kai-Tai purposefully selected this song to suppress the foreign contestants? While pondering this, he suddenly turned to finding Jia wearing a troubled expression. Just moments ago, she had been composed and indifferent to these competitors. Could it be that she, too, was afraid? What is the matter, Ing Jia? Are you feeling anxious as well? Chapter 67. The Performance of the White Event. Ing Jia takes the stage. Do Ing forced a smile, attempting to appear nonchalant as she waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's just a song, nothing to worry about, she said lightly, though her gaze grew increasingly distracted. Clearly, she was feeling quite flustered. This simply would not do. My dear Ing Jia, you are my pillar of strength. Thus, Chen Yan leaned closer to Do Ing, offering words of comfort. Jia, you need not fret about them. Just showcase your true abilities, and all will be well. Do-ing assumed that this young one was equally intimidated, and in comforting her, she found solace for herself as well. Determined to set an example for her younger brother who was new to the industry, Do-ing straightened her posture and declared earnestly, "Listen, little brother. Those people up there may have a few screws loose. However, it is precisely because of this that our excellence will shine through. Do you understand?" Chen Yan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Jia, you are absolutely right. This way, we won't need to spend on marketing. The program's popularity is bound to soar." Their conversation was caught in the recording of the break room, broadcast live to all the viewers online. From the moment the program began, the two had exchanged numerous whispered words, and this was the first time anyone could clearly hear what they were saying. It must be said, the two were rather entertaining, providing mutual encouragement. "Someone please comfort my ears. I yearn for a pair that has never heard the songs of our craft." Next up was Jia. Surely she would not falter again, for she was a seasoned mentor of numerous singing competitions. There was no doubt she would excel. After all, she was a celebrated diva, having won multiple prestigious awards. Rather than worry about her, one should be concerned for Chen Yan, who was the last to perform and must not embarrass himself. Upstairs, was there anyone left to embarrass themselves but Chen Yan? Our dignity had long been lost. Thank you very much. Unbeknownst to Do-ing and Chen Yan, the online audience was abuzz with discussions about them, while the two continued to bolster each other's spirits. Then, abruptly, the performance came to a halt. "Thank you, everyone." The rendition of Three Sheep opening Good Fortune concluded. Do-ing's hand trembled unexpectedly. "Damn it, it's my turn." These troublesome spirits left behind nothing but a mess. Host Hua Chaotian had endured for quite some time, uttering not a word beyond the essentials. Within half a minute of taking the stage, he simply stated, "Thank you for the performance of Three Sheep opening Good Fortune. Now, let us welcome Jia." Do-ing, having just stepped off the stage from Three Sheep opening Good Fortune, heard the announcement from the host mid-journey. She inwardly cursed these irresponsible beings. "At least wait until I reach the side of the stage before announcing me. I still have quite a way to go." Fortunately, Jia's song began in darkness, allowing the stage lights and backstage crew to take note of the situation and hold off until she was ready. In that moment, the audience below and the viewers in the live stream held their breath, filled with anticipation, yet hoping for a performance free of fright. However, it was evident that the eerie silence before the impending performance was far more unsettling. Like a roller coaster, the descent from the pinnacle does not invoke immediate fear. Rather, is the agonizing pause at the apex, where one is left to gaze down from great heights, that truly terrifies. Suddenly, the lights illuminate the center of the stage, casting a radiant glow upon Jia. A collective breath is held. As life rekindles, she begins to sing softly, her voice slightly husky yet brimming with emotion. This is the familiar opening of Jia, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the audience. "Wonderful, wonderful," they exclaim. "Jia, we ask for nothing but your steady performance." The audience's expectations are modest. They simply desire a performance devoid of chaos. What is the matter with those other singers? Are they truly so affected that they cannot take the stage? I harbor serious doubts about their composure. It is indeed challenging to assess. This differs from the typical experience of listening to Jia sing. I too have noticed the tremor in her voice. She must be quite anxious. Who wouldn't he be? The preceding performers seemed bewitched, so it would be entirely understandable if Jia faltered slightly. On stage, Do-ing clutches the microphone tightly, striving to immerse herself in the moment. In the green room, Chen Yan appears quite anxious. Jia's opening is commendable, yet why does her breath seem increasingly erratic? Could it be that the unsettling presence of those earlier performers has genuinely frightened her? The initial few lines were undeniably shaky and slightly off-key. Yet, it is certain that her performance surpasses those who came before her. However, this is not reflective of her true capabilities. Despite his anxiety, Chen Yan maintains an outwardly calm demeanor, listening to the performance with a composed facade. Unexpectedly, whispers of discontent arise. It seems Jia is merely adequate. Live broadcasts truly test a singer's prowess. Without the safety of a recording studio and vocal tuning, everyone is on equal footing. Recognizing the source of the whispers, Chen Yan turns to see Hua Tianyu leaning toward Gao Linlin. What gives you the right to critique Ying Jie? Do you truly believe yourself worthy? Chen Yan shows no leniency, immediately rebuking him, leaving Hua Tianyu momentarily speechless. Having been chastised by Do Ying previously, he is taken aback that Chen Yan would dare to scold him. Just as he prepares to retort, Gao Linlin tugs at him, gesturing toward the glaring camera positioned in the upper corner. An idea strikes Hua Tianyu, and he feigns a wounded demeanor, saying, Chen Yan, I realize my performance was not up to par, but you need not berate me so harshly. Chen Yan scoffs and dismisses him. Everyone is aware of his little schemes. He may feign humility before the camera, but his true self is unmasked outside its view. Seeing Chen Yan's silence, Hua Tianyu grows dissatisfied. If Chen Yan does not continue, how will this scene unfold? He wishes to shift the blame for his performance mishap onto Chen Yan. Chen Yan, why are you glaring at me? You owe me an apology for this situation, Hua Tianyu insists earnestly. Noticing the tension escalating, Gao Linlin quietly interjects, Please, let us not argue. Our program is live, and besides, Ying Jie is still performing. Let us continue to watch. Despite Gao Linlin's attempts to dissuade him, Hua Tianyu persisted, expressing his thoughts with unwavering resolve. I am aware that you constantly gravitate towards Sister Ying, seeking her guidance. However, you must acknowledge the limits of your actions. Just a few days ago, you incessantly bothered me, hindering my practice sessions, and now you have impacted Sister Ying in such a manner. Do you not realize the extent of your overreach? Upon utterance of these words, a tempest erupted among netizens. What is the situation? Could it be that Hua Tianyu's subpar performance is attributable to Chen Yan? Has Chen Yan caused disruption? It must be so. I maintain that my brother delivers exceptional performances at concerts. How could he commit such grave errors on a show? And as for Sister Ying, Hua Tianyu has just mentioned that Chen Yan has adversely affected her preparations. Chapter 68. The temporary song change as Chen Yan took to the stage. Half of the audience had already departed. This delay was no trivial matter. The show featured foreign artists, and Chen Yan's disruptive antics raised suspicions. Could he be a spy from another country? I shared this sentiment. After all, during the Deserted Island program, Chen Yan inexplicably gained a clean slate and amassed a plethora of fans. Just days ago, the viral hit that swept the internet was produced by his company. Once again, we faced the specter of plagiarism. Should Chen Yan indeed be a foreign agent, it would be utterly repugnant. Faced with the blatant slander from Hua Tianyu, Chen Yan could no longer remain silent. Hua Tianyu, he retorted, could you perhaps exercise a modicum of intelligence in your speech? We met only yesterday during rehearsal. Who was practicing their song on site? All the artists present can attest to that. You're spouting nonsense and attempting to shift the blame for your own singing errors onto me? Do you presume the audience is devoid of discernment? He pointed to the camera above, sneering, just because you're performing for the lens, do you think everyone's intellect is as malleable as yours? Hua Tianyu's face paled as he glanced back, noticing the peculiar expressions of those around him. The previously lively comment section of the live stream fell into an uncomfortable silence. Was someone indeed led astray moments ago? Undoubtedly, these individuals do not think critically. Whatever a star claims, they simply accept. With so many staff present during yesterday's rehearsal, the events were well known, yet it was disheartening to discover Hua Tianyu's true nature. One may know a person's visage, but not their heart. However, Chen Yan was not blameless either. His former company possessed ample evidence, yet he stubbornly insisted that the song was his own. While Ying Jie continued to sing on stage, Chen Yan seized the opportunity to excuse himself from the waiting room after confronting Hua Tianyu. Hua Tianyu, already simmering with frustration, instinctively followed him out. Within 5 minutes, both returned to the waiting room in tandem. Just as Chen Yan settled into his seat, Hua Tianyu sarcastically remarked, who would have thought that someone would go so far as to meddle in a live broadcast, openly requesting a song change from the production team? Unbelievable. This show indeed has its secrets, and being the finale has its advantages. His words elicited astonishment from all the artists in the waiting room. Hua Tianyu scoffed and returned to his seat. Don't look at me. I've already performed. It couldn't possibly be me who changed songs midway. Throughout the entire episode, only Chen Yan had yet to sing. Although Hua Tianyu did not name him directly, his implication was unmistakable. The audience erupted with speculation. What did Hua Tianyu mean? Was he implying that Chen Yan had requested a song change? Was his earlier departure a ploy to alter the song? Absurd. What a colossal scandal, to think even a live broadcast could be fabricated. But what could changing a song prove? Was Chen Yan planning to lip-sync? Surely, it was an attempt to save face. After all, this was not the first time rumors of foul play surrounded Chen Yan's live performances. In response to the scrutinizing gazes, Chen Yan merely stated with indifference, "Are there regulations against changing songs midway through the program? If you wish to change the song midway, feel free to contact the production team at any time." With a knowing glance toward Hua Tianyu, Chen Yan slowly remarked, "After all, the ability to change songs on a whim reflects a certain confidence in one's own capabilities. Not everyone possesses the talent to sing well." "What do you mean by that?" Hua Tianyu abruptly stood up. Chen Yan smiled slightly, unperturbed, and replied, "What's the matter? Did I inadvertently touch a nerve? Why the sudden urgency?" Sister Ying's song Spring Awakening truly evokes a sense of rejuvenation and the beauty of spring. Hua Tianyu had already taken the stage to host. In contrast to the hurried announcements earlier, his current demeanor resembled that of an award acceptance speech. This indirectly afforded Chen Yan a bit more time, as he cast a pointed glance at Hua Tianyu and leisurely made his way to the stage. What Chen Yan did not anticipate was that as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he noticed that some audience members had already begun to leave, heading towards the exits. The production team had evidently noticed this situation as well, and whether by design or accident, the camera panned across the audience, making it clear to viewers of the live broadcast. Backstage, the directing team was bewildered. What is happening? The show isn't over yet, and people are leaving? Yuan Zhong raised his head in astonishment, feeling that this was the gravest insult to their program. Niuma's expression was equally grim, primarily due to Chen Yan's presence on stage without having sung yet. What was the meaning of this uproar? While the directing team was puzzled, some backstage staff understood the reason. One person handed Yuan Zhong a phone displaying trending topics. Upon seeing the content, Yuan Zhong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Tell me, Niuma, why did you agree to let Chen Yan change songs midway? Is that even within the rules?" Mentioned by name, Niuma slammed the table in frustration. "Yuan Zhong, are you also being swayed by the comments of those netizens? While it's true that changing songs midway has never occurred before, is there a rule explicitly forbidding it? Forget that. Now, it's all over the internet, claiming Chen Yan has some inside information and is lip-syncing." As the two argued, they failed to notice what was unfolding on stage. Chen Yan, observing the exodus of audience members, seized the microphone and declared, "Security, lock the doors. Do not allow anyone to leave." His voice echoed through the venue, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. The room fell silent, and some audience members, regaining their composure, shouted back, "Why can't we leave? You must have colluded with the production team to deceive us in this live format." "Exactly. We refuse to grant you this opportunity. So what if there are hidden agendas? We will not accept it. Open the doors and let us go. We want to listen to someone with a hidden agenda." The audience's emotions escalated, likely a result of the numerous provocations they had faced earlier, and now they directed their frustration at Chen Yan. Sometimes, one cannot help but admire the unfortunate fate of the original character. Listening to the impassioned outcry from the audience, Chen Yan tightened his grip on a microphone and spoke emphatically. "I understand that many of you harbor doubts about my decision to change songs. However, I must do this. I ask you, who among those involved in any underhanded dealings could survive in the public like I have? I'm already on the brink of stepping back from this industry. I am unable to sing my own songs or share them. I am deliberately targeted by my company. I, Chen Yan, have been ensnared by unfounded rumors due to my integrity, affecting me for years. Finally, I had the chance to perform my self-composed song on a deserted island program, only to be intentionally sued by my company over contract renewal issues, with the aim of sabotaging my career. In this society, individuals cannot compete against capital. I, Chen Yan, come from humble beginnings, yet I aspire to defy fate. I sincerely hope everyone grants me this opportunity to complete my song, an original piece. May I borrow another 500 years from the heavens." Chapter 69, The Grand Entrance. Shocking all, a singular, original note echoed through the venue, reverberating like a thunderclap, plunging the audience into a profound silence. Every spectator halted their actions, until someone ventured a remark. Well, it's just this last song left. What harm is there in listening? Indeed, after enduring so much, one more song was hardly a burden. Today, I shall witness what Chen Yan has to offer, even if it be a mere imitation. I am curious to see its form. The audience buzzed with speculation, while the backstage lounge was rife with chatter. Hua Tianyu did not veil his disdain for Chen Yan, lacing his words with sarcasm. Human nature demands a degree of sincerity. When one faces the public with falsehoods, the public shall reciprocate with deceit. Are you simply seeking trouble? Chen Yan hasn't even taken the stage yet, and you've already so much to say. Do Ying, unwilling to indulge Hua Tianyu, retorted sharply. Her scolding left Hua Tianyu wide-eyed, yet under Do Ying's piercing gaze his bravado waned. Sister Ying, why must you speak of me this way? I merely seek the truth. I care not for your truths. The man is on stage singing, so you ought to listen in silence. Do Ying was unwavering in her support for Chen Yan. Despite the audience's less-than-flattering remarks, a significant portion returned to their seats. Some remained frozen at the entrance, unable to move. Why, you ask? Because the security, loyal to Chen Yan's command, had locked the doors, trapping those who wished to leave in a state of indecision. Yet, these trivialities mattered little. Chen Yan surveyed the nearly full audience, extending a hand to greet the band. The accompaniment surged forth, bursting with fervor, a dynamic ebb and flow reminiscent of majestic landscapes. With a voice that was both magnetic and powerful, he captured everyone's attention from the very first note. Even those lingering at the door turned their gazes toward him. Standing at the center of the stage, microphone in his left hand, his right hand ascended gracefully. In the face of adversity and tumultuous trials, his tone remained serene, yet the finale soared high. To live with unwavering courage. What fear is there in facing peril? Passion remains unchanged through the years. Life offers both sweetness and bitterness. With good and evil on opposite sides, his emotions were rich and vibrant, surging forth with fervor. Every individual present was spellbound. The backstage directing team, upon hearing the line "to live with unwavering courage," erupted into applause, rising to their feet. Obri, well sung. To live with unwavering courage. What fear is there in facing peril? No wonder I, Nyoma, have such faith in him. Magnificent. On the side, Yuan Zhong felt a profound impact. The grandeur of the performance ignited a fervor within him. This was an entirely different individual from the one portrayed online. After years in the music industry, he had encountered countless personalities and heard innumerable melodies. Yet he could assert with certainty that this song was unlike any he had ever experienced. It was grand, truly grand. Yuan Zhong could not help but express his admiration. On stage, Chen Yan wore a serious expression, his voice soaring as he proclaimed the resolute march of iron hooves across vast landscapes. I stand at the pinnacle of the winds, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon, my high notes continuously ascending. I soared past the likes of my dawn, even surpassing it, throughout the entire performance. Only Chen Yan's resonant voice ebbed and flowed. In this very moment, the live stream's comments were trickling in slowly, as if everyone was struck dumb, completely immersed in this magnificent piece of music. Could it be that this is sung by Chen Yan? It bears no resemblance to the style of Sea and Sky at all. As a Music Academy student, I am certain this is a live performance. The sound of iron hooves resounded, traversing thousands of miles, exuding an immense presence that left me in awe. Even more striking were the lyrics. I stand at the pinnacle of the winds, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon, undoubtedly an original creation by Chen Yan, reflecting his personal journey. If this is true, I am beginning to believe his words. Sea and Sky may indeed be his own song. The sentiments of the online audience began to shift, and the atmosphere in the backstage lounge transformed entirely. Those who had mocked the Dragon Kingdom singer, the unremarkable Bach GXN from the Stick Nation, now sat frozen in their seats, their eyes fixed on the singer on screen. For reasons unknown, the haunting melody sent chills down his spine. The American Maidan, initially indifferent towards Dragon Kingdom singers, now wore a serious expression, his eyes filled with respect as he listened intently. Likewise, the female bear singer who had once ridiculed Hua Tianyu was now humbly attentive. Only Hua Tianyu gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding on stage, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can Chen Yan sing such a song? I cannot believe it." At that moment, no one contradicted him. Foraging, too, was awestruck by Chen Yan's performance. Standing at the pinnacle of the winds, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon, what exquisite words, seamlessly woven together, accompanied by such grand instrumentation. Who exactly is Chen Yan, capable of delivering such a divine song? Do Ying stared intently at Chen Yan on the screen, not daring to blink, fearing he would miss a single beat. The performance continued on stage. As the high notes descended, Chen Yan gradually became more lyrical and tranquil, expressing, "May the world of mortals find peace and fulfillment. I truly wish to live for another 500 years. A long 500 years, endlessly flowing." Meanwhile, at the Wang household, Wang Feishuan, who was supposed to attend the live performance, was unable to do so due to her grandmother's situation. Her parents had gone to accompany her grandmother to the hospital, leaving Wang Feishuan to care for her grandfather at home, opting for a lesser alternative. She chose to watch the live stream online. Upon witnessing the audience leaving, Wang Feishuan was nearly incensed, ready to make calls to rally others. Fortunately, it was at that moment that Chen Yan began to speak. Otherwise, she might have acted impulsively. It was also thanks to Chen Yan's words that her grandfather, who was receiving therapy on the first floor, came out to see what was happening and learned from his granddaughter about the remarkably talented young man. Mr. Wang then joined Wang Feishuan in watching the program. As the song drew to a close, Mr. Wang, usually a picture of tranquility, exhibited a rare surge of emotion. "This child, you must invite him back for us to meet," he exclaimed. "What a beautiful line. May the world be filled with fireworks, and may peace and happiness prevail." Such a splendid rendition. Wang Feishuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she promptly consented. The climactic song had finally reached its conclusion. Chen Yan, having completed his performance, exhaled deeply, relieved. Initially apprehensive about his ability to deliver, he found himself swept away by an uncontrollable fervor, almost akin to rage, as he unleashed a torrent of emotions. "Thank you all for staying with me for these 5 minutes. My performance is concluded." "Thank you," he said with a bow of gratitude, his back resolute and his steps steady as he descended the stage. Chapter 70. I stand at the pinnacle of controversy. After a moment of near silence lasting almost half a minute, a single pair of hands erupted into applause, swiftly followed by a resounding wave of cheers that enveloped the entire venue, all in honor of Chen Yan. Soon, it was not just the audience present at the scene, but also the singers in the backstage lounge who joined in the fervent clapping. The live broadcast of the singing competition erupted into a frenzy. Once again, through his song, Chen Yan spoke of the injustices he had faced. He had endured far too much unfairness. As he had expressed before performing, he hailed from humble beginnings, yearning to break free. Why must it be so arduous? Having traversed the industry myself, I understand the formidable challenge of emerging solely through one's own abilities. One misstep could easily offend others, and facing suppression or being sidelined is all too commonplace. His previous song, The Vast Sky, and this one, Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven, were both channels for Chen Yan's emotional outpouring. He merely sought a semblance of fairness. He held no faith in destiny and aspired to triumph over fate. I stand in solidarity with Chen Yan. Isn't the company preparing to pursue legal action? Regardless, Chen Yan has already initiated a lawsuit against the company, and this matter must reach a resolution. Support Chen Yan. Support Chen Yan. Support Chen Yan. A crucial message indeed, repeated thrice for emphasis. Not only was the live broadcast caught in a whirlwind of excitement, but trending topics surged as if they were free of charge. Singing competition, Chen Yan faces injustice. Chen Yan at the pinnacle defy destiny and triumph over fate. Nearly every platform, every social media outlet, was inundated with news pertaining to Chen Yan. Once again, it served as a stark reminder of Chen Yan's formidable influence. Within the span of a single song, he garnered nearly tens of millions of views, propelling himself to the forefront of a program. This was merely the beginning. As netizens flooded various platforms, they also inundated the original company with their fervor. The previously released legal documents were met with a torrent of scathing remarks from the online community. How dare this unscrupulous company bully an individual an attempt to suppress a musical genius. Such audacity is simply a delusion. Chen Yan is a blessing to your company, and yet you seek to ruin him? Absurd. A mere small company cannot possibly stifle him. Present the evidence. Do not make baseless accusations. You claim Chen Yan has plagiarized. Do not attempt to tarnish his reputation with slander. The power of the online community is formidable, capable of crashing platforms entirely. Li Lu, who had been watching the program, was in disarray. She hastily contacted Gao Cheng and other executives of the company. Mr. Gao, what shall we do now? After merely participating in one episode, Chen Yan's negative press has nearly vanished. Yet our company has been besieged repeatedly. If this continues, we will be unable to suppress Chen Yan. It may even backfire on us. Listening to Li Lu's anxious tone on the other end of the line, Gao Cheng remained silent for a long time, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen. The song Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven was still echoing in his ears. It is worth noting that the vast sky had already left Gao Cheng in awe at the airport, and now another performance was poised to sway him completely. Yet, recalling the day he was thoroughly outmaneuvered by Chen Yan filled Gao Cheng with frustration. At the recording site of the singing competition, seated in the front row, Li Mi and Di La were among the first to applaud. Once again, they found themselves astonished by Chen Yan's talent. On the desolate island, the songs penned by Chen Yan repeatedly astonished them. This time, they intended to surprise Chen Yan, yet he managed to astonish them once more. Sister Me, Chen Yan is simply extraordinary. How can he create such melodious songs? It's almost unbelievable, Di La exclaimed, her hands clenched in excitement. Li Mi equate has sentiments. Overwhelmed with emotion, striving to contain herself. Indeed, he is remarkable. These songs seemed tailor-made for him. After the performance, it took the host, Hua Chaotian, a couple of minutes to compose himself before stepping on stage. I apologize, dear audience, but our final song has concluded. I trust, like me, you have been profoundly moved by Chen Yan, he proclaimed, devoid of his previous sarcasm, now filled with anticipation. The audience below erupted in enthusiastic applause in response. Accompanied by the applause, Chen Yan returned to the green room. As the doors swung open, nearly everyone stood up simultaneously, except for Hua Tianyu, who rose at a leisurely pace. Do Ying was the first to approach Chen Yan, enveloping him in a warm embrace, showering him with praise. Well done, young man. You sang magnificently. Following him, the members of the Sanyang Kai Tai band each raised their thumbs in approval. Gao Linlin also applauded with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Chen Yan, you truly sang beautifully. Seeing those around her giving a thumbs up, my Dang Dang followed suit, nodding enthusiastically at Chen Yan. The female singer, Mao Xiong, solemnly nodded at Chen Yan and slightly bowed, expressing her apologies for the previous incident. Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback by these changes. It appeared that these individuals had never experienced true excellence. A single song had left them utterly captivated. What would happen when he sang more songs? Would he not then become a global musical deity? Thank you all for your support. I shall continue to strive for excellence, Chen Yan said, embracing Ying Jia and politely addressing the others. Aside from Ying Jia, he was genuinely indifferent to their reactions. Do Ying pulled Chen Yan down to sit and began inquisitively chatting. Brother, this song you wrote is simply splendid, especially that line I stand at the forefront. Grasping the rotation of the sun and moon, it is simply divine. What were you thinking? Share it with me. Within the green room, not only was Do Ying curious, but others also turned their attention to listen, with several foreigners even summoning a translator to understand Chen Yan's words. To this, Chen Yan merely smiled faintly and explained, in truth, most of my songs are born from genuine feelings, perhaps influenced by experiences which breathe life into my creations. They emerge from fleeting thoughts, yet once performed, they acquire their own essence and evolution. The Vast Sky is a song I crafted over many years, born from numerous experiences. Although I am uncertain why the company chose this path for me, I stand firm in my beliefs. I do not trust that the law will favor any side. Thus, I resolutely entered the singing competition, solely to allow more people to see me and hear my music. The eloquence displayed in those words is truly commendable, akin to the level of a classroom discourse, particularly evident in the attentiveness of the foreign audience. Hua Tianyu, filled with a sense of discontent, could hardly bear to witness Chen Yan's triumph. Now at a loss for words, he could only suppress his simmering frustration. Just wait for now. You may revel in your moment of glory, but I assure you, your arrogance shall not last long. Meanwhile, the voice of Hua Chaotian resonates from the stage. Today marks the conclusion of the first round of our singing competition, and I hold in my hands the results of the voting rankings. Are you not all curious? Chapter 71. Announcement of rankings. The time has finally arrived for the crucial moment, the announcement of the rankings. The backstage lounge fell into a hushed silence. In stark contrast to the calm of the lounge, the live broadcast room buzzed with fervent discussions. Are the rankings about to be revealed? Surely, my dang must be in first place, right? That is beyond doubt, isn't it? I'm not so sure. Chen Yan, who performed last, sang exceptionally well too. His rendition of Borrowing 500 Years from the Heavens was nothing short of divine. Nonetheless, can it truly surpass my dang? I believe my dang deserves first place, with Chen Yan in second. But how will the voting work? Can we participate in the voting? No. The voting for the first episode is conducted by the live audience. Otherwise, the tickets sold at the venue would be exorbitantly priced. And that is the crux of the matter. The crowd began to engage in discussions about the voting process. As Hua Chaotian raised a sign and spoke meaningfully, he said, "You are correct. Our singing competition employs a voting mechanism based on audience participation. However, to ensure the integrity of the voting, the method will be announced before the conclusion of each episode. For example, in the first episode, we will utilize on-site audience voting, where each individual will possess a remote control. To cast your vote for a contestant, simply press their corresponding number." As his words echoed, all present began to grasp the voting devices beside their seats. The exhilarating moment had finally arrived. Backstage, data was being compiled, and viewers in the live broadcast room could also partake in the excitement. Our program will present a fun mini-game, allowing you to vote for your favorite contestant, with special benefits awaiting you. I must say, Hua Chaotian's hosting skills are commendable. Upon hearing his statement, the director was taken aback. After all, this scenario was not scripted, but the newly introduced element had garnered significant support from many viewers, as the chat room was flooded with messages for their favorite contestants. The most frequently mentioned names were Chen Yan, my dang, and Park Ji-shin. Each represented a symbol of status and popularity, with Chen Yan's unexpected rise to prominence creating quite a stir. As the voting entered its final minute, everyone was urged to cast their votes quickly to support their chosen contestants. In the backstage lounge, Do-ing wore a broad smile and nudged Chen Yan. "Little brother, what place do you think you'll secure this time?" "What do you think, Ingjia?" Chen Yan chuckled along. When it came to discussing his rank, Do-ing's enthusiasm waned, and he remarked, "I'd rather not say anything. As long as I'm not in second to last, I'll be content." Of course, in their minds, the last place had already been predetermined. Noticing Ingjia's slightly off mood, Chen Yan recalled another matter. "By the way, Ingjia, which song do you plan to sing next?" Do-ing pondered for a moment and replied, "I initially intended to sing Storm and Rain, but after this round, I feel uncertain. It's another song I've never heard, presumably suited to Ingjia's vocal range, though it can't be classified as particularly good or bad." After some contemplation, Chen Yan chose to sit closer to Ingjia and whispered, "Ingjia, I'd like to write a song for you. Do you believe in me?" Chen Yan was acutely aware of his current status and reputation. Thus, while he wished to assist Do-ing, he was reluctant to impose, fearing that should the performance falter, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. However, to his surprise, Do-ing, without a moment's hesitation, eagerly assented, "Absolutely. That sounds splendid. I have complete faith in your abilities. When can you compose it? The next episode airs next week. Will that be feasible?" As she spoke, anticipation began to blossom within Do-ing. Chen Yan steadied himself internally and divulged a hint. "Grant me a day's time, and I shall have it ready. In due course, Sister Ing can practice adequately before her performance, and she will undoubtedly shine." Do-ing, brimming with excitement like a child, exclaimed, "Oh dear brother, how can I ever repay you? I never truly enjoyed singing the songs originally assigned to me." The two engaged in hushed conversation, sharing whispers as if they were conspirators. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, lacking voting rights, meandered about with the camera crew, eventually catching sight of the two in the lounge deep in conversation, which sparked a flurry of speculation. What could Ingjia and Chen Yan be discussing? Their whispers throughout the event rivaled that of trained chatter. Could it be that Ing Jie is offering Chen Yan suggestions? Otherwise, how could he possibly craft such captivating melodies? Honestly, does Ing Jie have any renowned songs? Of course. We acknowledge Ing Jie's prowess. She is undeniably talented, yet she lacks a signature piece. This sentiment held some truth. While Ing Jie possessed a plethora of attributes, she had yet to produce a particularly standout song. In contrast, Chen Yan, though not widely recognized, had the potential to create masterpieces with every composition. On stage, Hua Chaotian approached with a card in hand amidst the thrumming anticipation of the audience. At last, the results of our voting have been revealed. First and foremost, I hope to receive a round of applause. The resounding applause echoed throughout the venue as everyone awaited the outcome. It was merely a matter of suspense. Having witnessed the entire event, the audience yearned for a resolution. Before I announce the results, allow me to remind everyone that the singing competition employs an elimination system, with the last place contestant facing elimination after each round. Therefore, we shall momentarily withhold the announcement of the 8th place and first reveal the 7th. The crowd's anticipation surged once more, all eyes fixed upon Hua Chaotian. The 7th place goes to the San Yang Kai Tai duo. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. The announcement of the 7th place indeed stirred considerable commotion. What? Who voted for San Yang Kai Tai? They actually made it through? Oh my goodness. Is there truly such a niche audience? Pray tell, is my idol facing elimination? No. Grant Hua another chance. Fans and netizens alike voiced their opinions fervently. Meanwhile, Hua Chaotian commenced the announcement of the 6th place, heightening the tension in the room. The 6th place is Hua Tianyu. Let us congratulate him. In the backstage lounge, Chen Yan furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with disbelief. Is it possible that approach of Hua Tianyu's could still secure 6th place? Who, then, has been eliminated? Chen Yan found himself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom who would ultimately be in last place. Subsequently, Hua Chaotian refrained from introducing excessive suspense, as the inferior positions had already been determined, leaving only the esteemed rankings. The 5th place went to Park Ji-sin, while the 4th was awarded to Do-ing. The announcement of these 2 positions was swift, leaving only the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 8th places yet to be revealed. However, based on the remaining contestants, the rankings appeared quite evident. The intrigue surrounding the top 2 positions lay among Chen Yan, My Dang Dang, and the female singer Mao Xiong, Dilisai. Meanwhile, the last place seemed indisputable. In the lounge, Gao Linlin struggled to maintain her composure, feeling as though she could not even measure up to Hua Tianyu. Chapter 72. The ranking of Chen Yan sparks heated discussion across the internet. Gao Linlin struggled to maintain her composure, yet found it increasingly difficult to suppress her feelings of bewilderment. How could this be? She had consistently delivered stable performances, even if there had been a few off-key notes. That was merely a normal occurrence in live singing, was it not? After all, it was far superior to the cacophony produced by Hua Tianyu. Gao Linlin simply could not fathom it, glancing sideways at Hua Tianyu's triumphant grin. It seemed he had played some trickery. As she pondered this on stage, Hua Chaotian had already announced the 3rd place winner. Let us congratulate Dilisai for securing 3rd place. And who, you may ask, is the 2nd place winner? Haha, without further ado, the 2nd place goes to Chen Yan, who performed borrowing 500 years from Sky. Next, let us extend our congratulations to My Dang Dang for claiming 1st place in the inaugural episode of the singing competition. With these words, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. It appeared that the ranking was met with general satisfaction. In the backstage lounge, Do-ing approached Chen Yan with a playful smile. So how do you feel? Not securing 1st place. Are you disappointed? Chen Yan responded with a mild smile. Sister Ing, you are well aware of my Dongdong's prowess, not only in technical skill, but also in her fan base, which far surpasses mine. Achieving this position is already quite an accomplishment for me. Do-ing chuckled at this, recognizing his feigned modesty. It was clear he was implying that my Dongdong's superior fan base accounted for her higher vote count. After sharing a laugh, she patted Chen Yan on the shoulder. You rascal, let us go out for dinner tonight. All right, it's settled then, Chen Yan replied enthusiastically. While the two discussed their dinner plans, they remained blissfully unaware of the uproar that Chen Yan's ranking had ignited online. No way, Chen Yan is 2nd? Am I seeing this incorrectly? What does this mean? Wasn't Chen Yan's song compelling? Who do you believe should be second? I think Chen Yan deserves a higher rank. The first-place foreigner relies solely on showmanship, while Chen Yan's high notes are equally impressive. Moreover, in terms of momentum and emotion, he excels. I truly believe you all have lost your minds, wanting a plagiarist to take first place. Do you think the judges and others are fools? Calling someone a plagiarist without evidence is a baseless accusation. Are you a Chen Yan fan? All you do is defend him. The original company has confirmed it. Chen Yan had never studied Cantonese songs prior to the Deserted Island program, let alone sung one. Indeed, it's been confirmed. Chen Yan's plagiarism is indisputable and utterly shameless. As the live stream buzzed with fervent discussions, trending topics continued to dominate the charts. Chen Yan original company confirmed Chen Yan does not sing Cantonese songs. Plagiarists take second place. There's a conspiracy in the singing competition. These online messages swiftly reached the backstage team of the singing competition. Niu Ma and Yuan Zhong were apprised of the news. This is low. Although I too find it surprising. Chen Yan's performance was simply extraordinary, Yuan Zhong remarked, gazing at the news relayed by his assistant. The cattle and horses, rather indifferent, set aside their phones, deeming such trivial matters unworthy of attention. In my opinion, Chen Yan possesses an innate charisma that ensures his presence ignites fervor. Regardless of the program he graces. Yuan Zhong found himself somewhat convinced by this assertion. Starting 2 days prior to the recording, he noted a meteoric rise in the buzz surrounding the singing competition, all of which was undeniably linked to one individual, Chen Yan. Moreover, it was not merely an ordinary surge. It was an explosive increase that even struck Yuan Zhong with a sense of trepidation. Having successfully completed the first episode of the singing competition, Chen Yan changed his attire and hurried towards Dou Ying's dressing room, as they had arranged to dine together shortly. Yet before he could reach the room, he collided with a woman around the corner. The familiar scent of her perfume enveloped him, prompting Chen Yan to instinctively wrap his arm around her waist, softly cautioning, "Be careful, don't fall." Chen Yan? The woman in his embrace looked up in surprise. Recognizing her, he exclaimed, "Mi Jia, what brings you here?" The encounter with an acquaintance eased the atmosphere considerably. Upon learning that Li Mi had come expressly to watch him perform live, Chen Yan felt elated. "Thank you so much for your support, Mi Jia. I wonder if you've cast your votes for me today?" he inquired with a smile. Li Mi tilted her head and smiled back, her expression playful. "Of course, I could refrain from voting for anyone else, but I absolutely must vote for Chen Yan," she teased, deliberately elongating her words to build suspense. As Chen Yan turned to look at her, she continued, "Because I came here specifically for you." Hearing Li Mi's somewhat flirtatious remarks stirred something within Chen Yan. After all, how could one resist the advances of a goddess-like beauty openly expressing her affections? Before he could respond, they arrived at the entrance of Dou Ying's dressing room, just as Dou Ying emerged, joyfully exclaiming, "Mimi has arrived." Perfect timing, as Chen Yan and I, along with 2 directors, are heading out for a meal. Would you join us? Surprised by this unexpected delight, Li Mi readily agreed. However, as contestants, they had to clock out first, while the directors remained to address some follow-up matters before joining them. Li Mi, Dou Ying, and Chen Yan arrived early at the restaurant's private room. "I recall, Mi, you participated in a program with Chen Yan not long ago, right?" Dou Ying, having just poured herself a cup of hot water, suddenly remembered. Li Mi, clutching a napkin to dry her damp hands, replied, "Yes, it was that fiery-tongued deserted island show. We were stranded there for nearly a month." "Indeed, that was the case. When we emerged, we felt like wildlings," Chen Yan quipped, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Dou Ying couldn't help but laugh at their descriptions, remarking how that audacious fellow delighted in such peculiar endeavors. From live broadcast to venturing to uninhabited islands, he was fortunate this time to have escaped any mishaps. Had anything gone awry, he would have faced the consequences. Chen Yan and Li Mi exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Only they truly comprehend the perils of the deserted island. There were instances where we narrowly escaped death. Speaking of which, I recall an incident that prompted Li Mi to reflect, after which she personally poured a cup of hot tea for Chen Yan. "I must express my heartfelt gratitude to Chen Yan. On that desolate island, without his assistance, my life would have been in grave jeopardy, and I might have been unable to find my way off the island." The situation suddenly escalated to one of life-threatening danger, startling Dou Ying, who anxiously inquired, "What is the situation? Is Mimi safe?" Chen Yan recalled that occasion of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress and simply nodded, deeming it a trivial matter. A wild boar had unexpectedly appeared, and I happened to be nearby. Chapter 73. A Song for You, Sister Ing. I am well aware of this matter. Ing suddenly recalled, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Oh my, the segment from the Deserted Island show have all been aired. I must say, that segment was indeed quite thrilling. You truly are remarkable. You single-handedly took down such a massive wild boar. I was in awe of you at that moment." Listening to Sister Ying's continuous accolades, Chen Yan merely smiled with an air of nonchalance. "Sister Ing, it was but a trifling matter. When it comes to matters of life and death, anyone would act in a similar manner." No sooner had he spoken, the door to the private room swung open, and the voices of Niu Ma could be heard. Indeed, Li Mi, Ing, and Chen Yan turned their gazes towards the entrance. There, Niu Ma and Yuan Zhong strolled in, their smiles betraying their joy. Chen Yan was indeed a man of both courage and intellect. Throughout the entirety of the recording, he had encountered numerous perils, while the others typically sought to evade danger. He alone surged forward, always striving to lead the charge. After Niu Ma finished speaking, Yuan Zhong promptly pulled up a chair beside Chen Yan. "Brother, had Niu Lao Di said this previously, I would certainly have found it hard to believe, but today, you have truly surprised me. That song, borrowing another 500 years from heaven, has made me your devoted fan." Among the few present, every mouth was filled with praise for him. Beside them, Li Mi wore an increasingly proud smile, her heart brimming with joy. Such a figure, she had been the first to recognize and befriend. Truly, she possessed an eye for talent. In the face of everyone's commendations, Chen Yan chuckled and shook his head. "Brother Niu, Brother Yuan, you are overly kind to me." The atmosphere in the private room was lively with laughter, gradually calming as the waiter began to serve the dishes. "Chen Lao Di, Niu Ma Said." After some contemplation with Lao Niu, "You are now the darling of the spotlight." Yuan Zhong remarked, "Whatever you are involved in will surely gain immense popularity." Niu Ma nodded in agreement, asserting, "He speaks the truth. Thus, whatever you undertake will come with great advantages." Bringing up a different topic, Niu Ma inquired, "How are the affairs of your company progressing?" Chen Yan poured 2 glasses of wine, placing them on the rotating table, and slowly replied, "They possess no tricks. The reason it has surfaced now is merely to disrupt me through the singer competition." Upon hearing them discuss Chen Yan's company, Ing, who was somewhat informed, interjected, "Chen Yan is correct. He is currently in the limelight, and while the company desires to harness that, they are incapable of doing so and seek to ruin him instead." Chen Yan chuckled. "That will depend on whether they possess the capability." This statement momentarily left everyone speechless, though they soon erupted in laughter. "Indeed, it must be my brother Chen," Yuan Zhong remarked admiringly. Niu Ma raised his glass to Chen Yan, declaring, "Brother, let it be known, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I'm not one to indulge in empty words. I'm steadfast. You have made my deserted island experience a success, and should you find yourself in need, I will certainly assist as best I can." Unexpectedly, the straightforward nature of Niu Ma was matched by Chen Yan, who candidly declared, "With Brother Niu's words, I'm all in. I am committed." Both Niu Ma and Yuan Zhong raised their glasses in unison. This meal had wholly transformed into a celebration for Chen Yan. While Yuan Zhong initially maintained a semblance of composure, he soon succumbed to the intoxication, wrapping his arm around Chen Yan's shoulder and exclaiming, "Brother, I truly admire you. How about we pledge brotherhood? No, let us make it 3. You cannot forget me." Niu Ma slapped the table emphatically. Only Chen Yan managed to keep his wits about him. Observing the two, their faces flushed, insisting on forming a brotherhood. With a resigned smile, he glanced at Ing and Li Mi across the table. Li Mi shrugged nonchalantly, while Ing, unable to contain herself, remarked, "These two can't hold their liquor. Anyone who drinks with them in the future will be in for a rough time. It's up to you, Chen Yan. We can certainly drink together." Yuan Zhong and Niu Ma, thoroughly intoxicated, sought to pour more drinks, but Chen Yan ultimately intervened. It seemed that Chen Yan had quite a few matters to attend to today. Li Mi noted with a knowing look towards Ing. Ing took a mouthful of food, scoffing softly. She had hoped to engage Chen Yan in discussions about music during the meal, but now, with the two drunks causing chaos, that opportunity was lost. Do-ing felt a twinge of annoyance, wishing she could kick both of them out. Meanwhile, Li-mi rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Chen Yan with an increasingly dreamy expression. One could not deny that Chen Yan was indeed a captivating man, exuding an unparalleled charm in every gesture. As she observed him, Chen Yan unexpectedly turned and caught her entranced gaze. The moment their eyes met, an indescribable emotion flowed between them. Chen Yan pushed the inebriated Niu Ma aside, positioning him next to Yuan Zhong, before approaching Li Mi and Do-ing with a glass in hand. Sister Ing, Sister Mi, I am grateful for your unwavering support. To be candid, you are among the rare true friends I have encountered in this industry. Honesty is always the most pleasing, and Do-ying's eyes crinkled into a smile. How wonderful. I am delighted to have met such a remarkable younger brother like you. Li Mi smiled without uttering a word. Their occasional glances at each other created a palpable shift in the atmosphere, unbeknownst to Do-ing, who was still lost in her own thoughts. She clinked glasses with Chen Yan. By the way, there are 6 days left until the next episode. How is your preparation coming along? You're not thinking of pulling off 2 songs again, are you? Speaking of those 2 songs, you truly astonished me with your boldness. No one has ever attempted to switch songs right before going on stage. Remembering Chen Yan's rationale, Do-ying's concern resurfaced, and about what you mentioned, that someone is trying to sabotage you. How will you handle that? If this time you manage to evade it, who has to say it won't happen again? In response to Sister Ying's apprehension, Chen Yan smiled mysteriously. Sister Ing, those words were merely my excuses. The notion of someone plotting against me is unfounded. The program's confidentiality is so stringent that even if someone wished to intervene, they would find no opportunity. Upon hearing this, Do-ing was perplexed. Then why go through all this trouble? Indeed, Chen Yan deliberately heightened the suspense, slowly articulating, it is due to the exceptional performances of the singers ahead of us. Were there anyone from our Dragon Nation to take the stage, I would not have had to change my song at the last minute. Sister Ing, tell me, apart from yourself, which of the singers from our Dragon Nation can truly compete? Even the least talented from the land of the morning calm surpasses us. If I do not devise a strategy soon, our music industry within this program will be utterly overshadowed by other nations. It is not merely others who look down upon us. Even our own compatriots harbor disdain. This revelation resonated deeply with Do-ing. She had initially believed Chen Yan's concerns were self-serving, but it turned out to be for the entire Dragon Nation. By the way, Sister Ing, speaking of the next episode's song, I have a gift for you, entitled Conquer. Chapter 74. Sister Me, I find myself homeless and only able to stay in a hotel. Conquer? Is this yet another original song of yours? Do-ing felt a surge of curiosity. She had explored a vast array of songs both domestically and internationally, yet had never encountered this particular piece. Of course, if it were someone else's song, I wouldn't dare to share it with you. Sister Ing, Chen Yan replied with a smile, retrieving Do-ying's contact information from his phone and sending her the 2 characters for Conquer. With earnestness, he added, give me a day, and I will send you the score. Do-ing held no doubts about Chen Yan. After all, anyone capable of singing Borrowing Another 500 Years from Heaven was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. What astonished her further was Chen Yan's generosity and openness. While others might remain oblivious, she was acutely aware. The talents and gifts of a singer are rare. Some possess a beautiful voice, but lack the intellect to compose, while others may have a sharp mind, yet lack vocal prowess. This distinction often leads to the separation between performers and songwriters. To find someone endowed with both a brilliant mind and a magnificent voice is indeed a rarity. Years ago, Do-ing might have encountered one such individual, but that person had long since retired from the scene, her teacher. Over the years, Chen Yan was the second to embody such qualities. Establishing a connection with him would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. Chen Yan, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity, and rest assured, Sister Ing will not let you suffer any loss in terms of the rightful recognition and compensation for this song, Do-ing asserted with conviction. Chen Yan immediately attempted to decline, stating, Sister Ing, you know I am indifferent to such matters. My friend, I understand your indifference, yet I cannot allow you to be at a disadvantage. Do-ing insisted resolutely. After observing the exchange for a while, Li Mi finally spoke up. Chen Yan, since Sister Ing is so determined, you should acquiesce to her wishes. Everyone has their own principles. After a brief standoff, Chen Yan sighed. Very well. If that is the case. Having concluded this discussion, they noticed that time had grown late. Doing did not leave Nioma and Yuan Zhong in Chen Yan's care. Instead, she accompanied Li Mi and her assistant to escort the two intoxicated individuals to a nearby hotel. After laboriously ushering the two drunks into their room, they found themselves utterly exhausted. Nioma, being of slender build, was relatively easy to manage, while Yuan Zhong, with his rotund physique, proved to be quite a challenge for Chen Yan alone. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in getting Yuan Zhong settled into the hotel room. Once they had managed the two, Do-ing felt utterly spent and collapsed on her assistant, waving her hand at Chen Yan. I can't go on. I am utterly exhausted. I must return home to sleep. In response, Chen Yan smiled as he saw them off at the hotel entrance. Until we meet again, sistering. Farewell, farewell. Do-ing replied, closing the car window. Li Mi and Chen Yan waved as they watched the vehicle depart, exchanging a glance. How will you get home? Li Mi inquired, noting that it was now the dead of night and difficult to hail a cab. Allow me to have my assistant take you. Chen Yan, however, declined, merely smiling lightly. No need, sister me. You need not concern yourself with me. I have become quite homeless. Feigning nonchalance, Chen Yan stretched languidly. Upon hearing these words, Li Mi felt somewhat taken aback and curiously inquired, what does this mean? How could the superstar Chen Yan be homeless? It must be said that her thoughts began to wander astray. The more she pondered, the more her mind drifted into troubling territory in such darkness. Only the two of them remained. Could it be that Chen Yan wished to return home with her? Chen Yan did not allow Li Mi to dwell on such notions for long, promptly revealing the truth as he spoke slowly. The apartment I previously resided in was arranged by the company. A few days ago, when I had a falling out with them, they reclaimed the property. Thus, I have already begun to take up residence in a hotel. Leaning against the doorway, Chen Yan gently closed his eyes. He had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol that day, and recently, he had been indulging more than usual, perhaps as a means to drown his sorrows. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What is it? Li Mi asked, noticing the change in his demeanor, her concern evident. In the past few days, she had been preoccupied with the developments regarding Chen Yan's company, even going so far as to pull some strings. Yet she was unaware that his situation was worse than she had imagined. Chen Yan, regaining his composure, shook his head and replied, It's nothing. I merely recalled something. By the way, it's getting late. You should head home. Mijia. If anyone sees us out this late, it could lead to trouble. Chen Yan offered this kind reminder, unknowingly uttering a prophetic statement. That very night, after the two parted ways at the hotel, they found themselves trending on the news the following day. Singer competition Chen Yan meets Goddess Li Mi, late night Chen Yan Li Mi hotel departure, feelings born on deserted island. Goddess is from her boyfriend. A series of headlines related to Chen Yan surged into the limelight once more, igniting a frenzy among netizens. I said it during the show. Chen Yan and Li Mi must be involved. You all didn't believe me. One user exclaimed. My instincts were spot on. I sensed something was off between them, especially in the way Li Mi looked at him, her gaze almost dripping with affection. Another user confessed. After hearing this, I rewatched the Peach Blossom Island episode, and it truly is like that. Li Mi's intentions are glaringly obvious, aren't they? It's all just hype, surely. How could my beloved me possibly be interested in someone like Chen Yan? Another chimed in. The disputes among netizens were rife. Yet the rumors surrounding Li Mi and Chen Yan only intensified. Influencers began to selectively edit footage of the two, intentionally applying filters to mislead viewers into misunderstanding their relationship. In no time, the entire internet buzzed with tales of Li Mi and Chen Yan. In the morning, a hungover Chen Yan remained asleep in the hotel, nestled comfortably in bed. His phone on the bedside table rang incessantly. Initially, he had no intention of answering it, but the relentless ringing eventually roused him from his slumber. I must see who persists in calling me at this hour, Chen Yan thought, irritation surging within him as he sat up and glanced at the screen. His annoyance subsided slightly, replaced by confusion as he muttered, Wang Fei Xian? Why is she calling me so early? With that thought in mind, he answered the call. On the other end, the caller had probably not anticipated that after multiple attempts, someone would finally pick up. After a moment of silence, no one spoke. Hello, Fei Xuan? Chen Yan inquired softly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Upon hearing Chen Yan's voice, Wang Fei Xuan suppressed her grievances and, striving to maintain her composure, asked Chen Yan. What transpired between you and Li Mi yesterday? The internet is rife with news about the two of you outside the hotel. I do not wish to misunderstand you without cause, so I would like to hear it from you directly. Her words left Chen Yan momentarily speechless. What happened between Li Mi and me last night? We didn't do anything at all. While there may have been certain thoughts, we truly did nothing. Chapter 75. Stripping away the foundation. Targeting the company's gossips. Why did you and Li Mi appear at the hotel entrance in the dead of night? And why did you both look so peculiar? Wang Feishuan had been holding back her curiosity for quite some time before finally posing the question. Ever since she had seen the news that morning, her mind had been in disarray. It felt as though something had slipped from her grasp, especially when she was unable to reach Chen Yan, which exacerbated her turmoil. In truth, she had sensed that Sister Mi might harbor similar feelings for Chen Yan since their time on the deserted island program. A woman's intuition can be quite formidable, particularly after the incident where Chen Yan had bravely shielded Sister Mi from a wild boar, an act of life-saving camaraderie that was not easily forgotten. Aware of this, she felt even more resolute. Following that event, Wang Feishuan broke through her own psychological barriers, becoming more proactive in expressing her feelings toward Chen Yan. She found herself contemplating that if she did not take the initiative, Li Mi would surely step forward to vie for Chen Yan's affection. Lost in her own reverie, Wang Feishuan overlooked the silence from the other end of the line. Chen Yan maintained the call, retrieving trending news from the background, and indeed found several headlines prominently featuring him. These journalists truly disregard my humanity, treating me merely as a source of traffic, he mused. It seemed that one need not spend a dime to generate buzz. Merely invoking his name sufficed. As he opened the first article, he saw a clear photograph of himself laughing with Li Mi at the hotel entrance. The two appeared slightly flushed from drinks, resembling a couple who had just shared an intimate moment. The skillful capture of that image was undeniable, had he not known the context. He might have applauded the reporter's craft. Returning his focus to the phone, Chen Yan earnestly explained to Wang Feishuan, Feishuan, I must clarify this matter. First, after I finished filming the first episode of the singing competition yesterday, Ying Jie, director Niu Ma, and director Yuan Zhong invited me to dinner, coincidentally bumping into Sister Mi, who came to watch my performance. We all ended up dining together. The photo circulating online depicts me, Ying Jie, and Sister Mi escorting a drunken director Niu Ma and director Yuan Zhong to the hotel. Afterward, when Ying Jie departed, I bid farewell to Sister Mi. I believe my explanation is quite clear. There is no truth to the absurd rumors being spread by the gossip columnists. Chen Yan's explanation was thorough, yet on the other end, Wang Feishuan absorbed only fragments. One phrase resonated in her ears. Sister Mi came to watch my performance yesterday. She had not attended the event. Yet Sister Mi had. If I had gone to the performance yesterday, would you have taken me to dinner with Ying Jie and the others? Wang Feishuan, unable to restrain herself, impulsively posed the question. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan realized that she was still feeling jealous and misinterpreting the situation. However, such emotions are normal for a girl. With a gentle chuckle, Chen Yan reassured her, of course, you're my girlfriend. If it weren't for my numerous legal troubles and the various matters concerning our careers, I would undoubtedly make our relationship public. Under the comforting words of Chen Yan, Wang Feishuan gradually calmed down. All right, I understand. I will assist you in resolving this matter. You focus on preparing for the company's lawsuit and the upcoming singer competition recording. If time permits, I hope you could spend more time with me. Wang Feishuan's request was perfectly reasonable. So much so that it stirred an uncomfortable feeling in Chen Yan's heart. My dear, it pains me to see you like this. Allow me to handle some company matters today, and I shall visit you in the evening. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wang Feishuan felt considerably better. However, Chen Yan was not as at ease. His phone was inundated with calls and messages, all pertaining to these troublesome issues. So this is how it is it? Do they truly think I am a fool? Who do they think they are trying to deceive? Chen Yan's frustration mounted as he had not slept well that morning. He recognized that the masterminds behind this plot were undoubtedly Li Lu and her associates. It seemed that the wretched company thrived on such tactics to elevate the popularity of their artists. Now this farce was being directed at him, clearly aimed at disrupting his preparations for the singer competition and complicating the company lawsuit. Upon checking the company's official account, Chen Yan found that it had indeed been updated. The post claimed that Chen Yan, who had never composed a Cantonese song, had stolen a piece created by the company. The remainder of the content lacked any substantive creativity, merely constituting fabrications and accusations directed at Chen Yan, attempting to sway public opinion. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan reached out to the hotel staff to obtain the surveillance footage from the previous night, promptly uploading the complete video to his account. I hope everyone can remain rational and not be misled by the mindless editor. The truth is right here. The video clearly depicted Chen Yan supporting Yuan Zhong, while Li Mi and Do Ying assisted Niu Ma, with an aide attending to business matters. There was no need for further elaboration. This would unequivocally clarify the situation. Having dealt with this issue, Chen Yan rummaged through his luggage to retrieve his old companion, a guitar. He quickly scoured his mind for Cantonese songs. If he was to retaliate, he would do so decisively. After all, he had become the darling of the moment. Seizing this opportunity, he thought to not only counter the accusations, but also elevate his own popularity. An idea for a song emerged in his mind, complete with a musical notation. After a refreshing shower, he emerged to initiate a live stream on his phone, which drew in a flood of viewers, nearly reaching hundreds of thousands. What on earth am I witnessing? A living person from the entertainment circle? Just this morning, revelations surfaced, and the principal party has awakened to provide evidence for clarification. And now he's going live? Is this brother for real? Not at all indulgent toward these entertainment editors. The audience was abuzz with curiosity about Chen Yan's intentions, especially since many had yet to wake up. Chen Yan, we believe in you. We are your loyal fans. The influx of viewers had contributed a myriad of comments. Chen Yan paid little heed to the chatter and simply greeted, "Good morning, everyone. I am Chen Yan. The singer competition concluded yesterday, and I went out to celebrate with friends over dinner and drinks, not intending to occupy public resources. However, since some have already done so, I shall not hold back. Regarding the clarification on my account, as everyone has seen, I now wish to refute the allegations made by my former company about my inability to create works in Cantonese. Some individuals should refrain from making baseless accusations and misleading statements. In the face of absolute talent, such claims hold no weight. Taking advantage of the morning, I present to you an original song of mine, Midnight Serenade. I hope you all enjoy it." As I concluded my words, Chen Yan began to strum the strings, tuning the instrument. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Lu was in a meeting when her assistant hurriedly knocked on the door. Chapter 76. Midnight Serenade slaps the company Lu Jie. You must see what Chen Yan is doing. He has taken to live streaming to clarify our public relations content. The assistant rushed in, visibly anxious. Upon hearing this, Li Lu immediately opened the live stream. By a stroke of coincidence, she caught Chen Yan just as he was about to strum the strings and sing. Actually, this song is meant to be accompanied by a violin, but my equipment is somewhat lacking, so I hope everyone can bear with me. Chen Yan briefly explained before his fingers began to move. His husky voice resonated through the live stream, rich with the charm of Cantonese lyrics. Still leaning on sleepless nights, gazing at the stars in the sky. Still hearing the violin, lamenting and enticing. The pace of comments slowed in the live stream, as if only the singer could soothe the restless crowd. Under the camera's gaze, Chen Yan squinted slightly, lost in his performance, completely undistracted by anything else, simply reveling in the tranquility of the moment. My longing, my desire, until later, as the final notes of the guitar faded away. A frenzy of comments erupted from the viewers, with hundreds of thousands flooding into the live stream. Confirmed. Chen Yan has proved his innocence through action. He can sing Cantonese songs. I'm a witness. Such a delightful experience. I have only enjoyed such melodious singing from Chen Yan. It is truly exquisite. I can hardly believe it. The enchanting melody is entirely different from the previous passionate outbursts. I see Chen Yan as a creative genius, a self-composed and self-singing prodigy. There surely is no one like him in the industry. Absolutely none. Our local talents have long exhausted their skills. Arranging a singing competition with strange and chaotic acts is truly frightening. With Chen Yan's Midnight Serenade, the viewers in the live stream seem to have been galvanized, countering the announcement issued by the original company with fervor, tearing it apart with their comments. After finishing his song and glancing at the comments below the stream, Chen Yan felt a surge of relief and smiled, stating, "I see that everyone here could discern right from wrong. It brings me comfort. Sometimes I hope that everyone does not easily get swayed by deliberately guided narratives." While he maintained a polite smile on the surface, internally he felt a surge of frustration. These viewers seemed to lack common sense, blindly following whatever they heard. If it weren't for their current lack of means, not even owning a house, let alone a company or public relations firm, he wouldn't have to exert himself so much. After this ordeal, Chen Yan's aspirations for the company seemed to soar to new heights. That will conclude today's live stream. Please look forward to my next recording session. As the stream ended, Chen Yan opened his computer to check the website status. According to his previous estimates, the manuscript for his novel should be nearly complete. However, he was taken aback to discover that the realm of online novels was even more barren than he had anticipated. There weren't even any notable bestsellers, let alone decent novels. His work, Doubting Spirits, had almost blazed a trail, rocketing to the top of the rankings in just a few days. Upon the release of his work, the sales figures and donations surpassed even those garnered by Chen Yan's participation in programs by several-fold. Observing the balance above, Chen Yan was astonished. No wonder it is said that working for someone else offers no future. One must become their own boss. This statement resonates profoundly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan immersed himself in the world of manuscript preparation, for there was much to be done, and he needed to be well prepared in advance. He toiled from dawn until dusk, exhibiting a diligence he had never known in his past life. After a week of relentless writing, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Unintentionally glancing at the incessantly refreshing reviews, he marveled, "Heavens, what an astonishing tome. It is written so beautifully." He had heard that this was a book favored by men. Yet what should he do if he, as a girl, also cherished it? If you like it, read it. There are no gender restrictions on enjoyment. More updates, please. Author. Unleash a torrent of new content. In just a few days, the fan count surged to over 1 million at an astonishing rate. Observing the continuous rise in followers and comments, Chen Yan mused, "It seems that an unintentional effort has borne fruit. In that case, I shall utilize my public relations to the fullest." With that thought, he promptly pinned a comment under his pseudonym. "I cannot provide frequent updates at this time, as my favorite singer is embroiled in legal troubles, and I support Chen Yan in defending his rightful interests against the exploitation of the company." This message, upon being posted, received an abundance of likes and responses. Wow, I didn't expect to share the same interests as the author. I too adore Chen Yan's songs. The author is right. One must uphold their legitimate rights and resist the oppression of capitalism. Curiosity piqued within me. Chen Yan was merely an obscure figure, and the author had only recently begun publishing. Surely, there could not be a connection in reality? Suddenly, I found the notion upstairs to be plausible. Perhaps there were indeed overlapping traits between the two. Let me guess, could the author be Chen Yan? Haha, my apologies, I was merely indulging in a joke. How amusing. You may insult Chen Yan, but you cannot belittle our prowess. As comments continued to refresh, Chen Yan was taken aback by how swiftly someone had speculated about their connection. To capitalize on this momentum, Chen Yan replied, "Chen Yan and I are good friends. I hope my readers will support him." The message was sent successfully, and within mere seconds, enthusiastic responses flooded in. It even trended on social media. Chen Yan and the author of Are Good Friends. Readers support Chen Yan Nocturne throughout the day. Chen Yan oscillated on the trending topics. Early in the morning, the gossip regarding his affair with Li Mi lasted less than an hour before being overshadowed by Chen Yan's Nocturne and subsequent clarifications, only to be further eclipsed by the fervent fans of Dopa. Meanwhile, within the confines of the company, an emergency high-level meeting was convened. Gao Cheng sat at the forefront, while Li Lu dared not even lift her head. "You have handled this situation to its current disgraceful state. It has rendered us a laughingstock within the industry. Since we cannot control an artist, let's simply blacklist them. They're trending daily. The company's stock has plummeted beyond measure. From this moment on, if the company incurs even a single point of loss, you all will be dismissed." The CEO is furious, and the usually arrogant Gao Cheng remains silent, obediently accepting the reprimand. As for Li Lu, a mere novice, she shrinks her presence as much as possible, fearing that the CEO's wrath might engulf her. Minor characters may evade blame, but Gao Cheng, being a quasi-executive, has no such luxury. He is swiftly met with harsh criticism. "Gao Cheng, oh Gao Cheng, your sudden appointment in the company already sparked considerable controversy. Now you've caused this debacle. Do you still wish to carry on with your career?" Gao Cheng musters a forced smile and explains, "Boss, this matter is beyond my control." It is. It is what? All your words are mere excuses. Chapter 77. A steady stream of royalties, turning around to purchase a new home. The domineering boss showed no leniency towards Gao Cheng, leaving him visibly shaken. Upon exiting the conference room, Gao Cheng returned with a pallid expression, and as soon as he stepped into his office, he swept everything off his desk in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Now it's all my fault. When I was generating profits for you, how well did you treat me?" Li Lu entered cautiously, offering a nervous smile. "President Gao, please calm down." "Silence. This mess is entirely your fault." Gao Cheng sees her as a target for his outburst, his finger jabbing in her direction. "I've always said Chen Yan is a promising talent, capable of shining on the show, and you managed to ruin it completely. Now it's spiraled out of control, and reconciliation is utterly impossible. What are we going to do? Tell me, what should we do?" After enduring nearly 2 rounds of scolding, Li Lu felt incensed. Yet she knew all too well the hierarchy of power. She was hesitant to confront Gao Cheng, given that he was her direct superior. "Speak. Have you lost your voice?" His anger intensified at her silence. Suppressing her own frustration, Li Lu forced a smile. "President Gao, there are ways to resolve this matter. Perhaps our initial goals were set too high. Chen Yan is currently riding a wave of popularity. It seems impossible to silence him outright. However, we are not to be trifled with. Since we cannot eliminate him, we must explore alternative avenues to restrain him." Upon hearing this, Gao Cheng's fury subsided slightly, and he inquired with skepticism, "If you can't even suppress him, how do you intend to restrain him?" Li Lu nearly had a heart attack from the confrontation, but for the sake of her career, she leaned closer to Gao Cheng and whispered her thoughts. The visible displeasure on his face began to fade, ultimately transforming into a more agreeable demeanor. "Ah, truly, you are a seasoned veteran," he remarked. "Let us proceed as you suggested. Even if we cannot silence him, I will ensure he feels the repercussions." Observing Gao Cheng's newfound confidence, Li Lu breathed a sigh of relief, silently praying for Chen Yan's well-being. "You may be a once-in-a-century genius, but against the seasoned corporation and me, you will only find yourself on the receiving end of blows." Meanwhile, Chen Yan, having prepared his manuscript in advance, withdrew a sum of money from his account. After worrying about finances, he was now ready to address each issue at hand. With this in mind, he pulled out his phone and made a call. The other end was answered promptly, as if they had been waiting for his call. "Chen Yan? What's wrong?" Wang Feishuan's tone was laced with delight. It was the first time in a long while that he had taken the initiative to reach out to her. Wang Feishuan understood that Chen Yan had a lot on his plate, and even if she didn't hear from him, it was of no consequence. "I've been thinking. Staying in a hotel indefinitely is not a feasible solution, so I am planning to purchase a house. Would you like to join me, Miss Wang?" Chen Yan's tone was light and inviting. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Feishuan replied, "Of course, I'll drive over to pick you up. It is worth noting that my current popularity is quite overwhelming, and I prefer not to involve you in this situation." Chen Yan kindly cautioned me. "After much effort to suppress the matter concerning me, it would be unfortunate to draw Wang Feishuan into this now. That would truly complicate things." "I understand. Please wait for me at the hotel." Wang Feishuan hung up the phone and hurried into the dressing room to meticulously select an outfit for her outing. In an effort to maintain a low profile, she ultimately chose a loose, casual white ensemble. With sunglasses adorning her face, her identity would be nearly unrecognizable. As she descended the stairs, she spotted her grandfather engrossed in his phone, listening to Chen Yan's playlist with a serious demeanor, resembling someone engaged in a meeting. Wang Feishuan chuckled inwardly, feeling a sense of joy. Given her family's current circumstances, it seemed they were quite satisfied with Chen Yan, and she would not have to worry about putting him in a difficult position. Upon leaving her home, Wang Feishuan drove a modest black car that appeared quite ordinary. When she arrived in the hotel basement, Chen Yan almost failed to recognize her and chuckled. "You've disguised yourself so thoroughly that I nearly mistook you for someone else." Wang Feishuan smiled at him, tilting her head playfully. Once he entered the car, she remarked, "This is the daily life of a star. With your current level of fame, it will only become more intense for you." Chen Yan shrugged, fully aware of the fervor of fans. "You are right. The extent of fandom in our country is indeed quite extreme. By the way, I meant to ask if you plan to buy a house. Is it truly safe to go out right now?" Wang Feishuan inquired while starting the vehicle. The car was designed with strong privacy features, making it impossible for anyone outside to see inside. However, Wang Feishuan was concerned about the house hunting process ahead. Despite their disguises, they were still prominent figures, and it was only a matter of time before someone recognized them. I have considered this matter, but since a house is such an important aspect of one's living environment, I would prefer to choose it myself, Chen Yan responded earnestly, then turned to Wang Feishuan, adding, after all, it will be with my future mistress. At his words, Wang Feishuan paused, momentarily stunned by his directness, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. In truth, when she heard Chen Yan mention buying a house at home, she had already contemplated this possibility, but she had been hesitant to believe it, given the brevity of their relationship. Noticing her bashful demeanor as she avoided his gaze, Chen Yan felt a surge of affection. Seizing the moment at a red light, he leaned over and kissed her cheek. The affectionate gesture left Wang Feishuan wide-eyed with surprise. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. I'm driving, she stammered. I am aware, Chen Yan replied lightly, settling back into his seat. Thus, I haven't done anything too excessive. His casual tone, however, prompted Wang Feishuan to detect an underlying implication, exclaiming, "You mean you wish to do something even more outrageous?" Her reaction was quite pronounced, resembling a startled little rabbit, which made it hard for Chen Yan to resist teasing her. For some inexplicable reason, a fleeting image of Li Mi crossed Chen Yan's mind at that moment. If at this moment, Chen Yan were to tease Li Mi in the same manner, how would she respond? With a wealth of emotional experience far surpassing that of Wang Feishuan, Li Mi exudes a sense of maturity. She would likely retaliate proactively, wouldn't she? This notion blossomed into reality, causing an involuntary smile to grace Chen Yan's lips. Perhaps his thoughts were not too far from the truth. From the subtle hints Li Mi had conveyed while on the deserted island to the overt gestures following their return, all were signals directed at Chen Yan. She was employing various means to radiate her allure, that intangible temptation, in an attempt to ensnare him. Were it not for Wang Feishuan anchoring his thoughts, Chen Yan might indeed have succumbed to the bait. Chen Yan, what are you pondering? Your phone has been incessantly ringing. Chapter 78. Inviting Wang Feishuan as the hostess, Chen Yan, regaining his composure, glanced at his phone and realized it was Director Nyoma. Hello, Brother Nyo, what is up? Nothing much. Just want to check if you resolved that matter from this morning. I just woke up. Chen Yan replied cheerfully, it's already sorted. Such a trivial issue hardly requires your assistance. That would be overkill. Nyoma chuckled in response. All right, since you're fine, I'll go back to sleep. I feel absolutely dreadful after last night's drinking. My tolerance is already low, and I overindulged yesterday. It was a mix of joy and discomfort, Chen Yan acknowledged. Okay then, sleep well. Upon hanging up, Nyoma's voice, though not loud, resonated in the quiet interior of the car, providing some solace to Wang Feishuan in the driver's seat. In truth, she had reluctantly accepted Chen Yan's explanation from earlier that morning. The nagging intuition lingered, refusing to dissipate. Hearing Director Nyoma mention their drinking escapade helped Wang Feishuan genuinely believe that they had all been together yesterday, and that Chen Yan and Li Mi had not spent time alone. The pair drove to a villa in the suburbs, following the real estate agent inside one of the units. The homeowner had relocated abroad 2 years prior and did not intend to return. Thus, the property was up for sale. Nonetheless, it was regularly maintained, allowing for immediate occupancy. After the agent's introduction, Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan explored the premises. I truly appreciate the environment, and the interior looks quite pleasant, Chen Yan remarked. He then shifted the topic. How is the security here? I presume there won't be any unsavory characters wandering about? Upon hearing this, the agent elaborated, you need not worry. This place is often referred to as the home of the entertainment industry. Most of the neighboring residents require a high level of confidentiality. Hence, privacy is absolutely assured. However, regarding the price, the owner specifically requested full payment up front. Nodding thoughtfully, Chen Yan replied, that is acceptable. He turned to Wang Feishuan and inquired, what do you think? Wang Feishuan glanced around and smiled. I have no particular demands for the house. It just needs to be livable. Chen Yan smiled back. What a coincidence. I feel the same. They exchanged a knowing look, finally discovering a shared interest beyond music. Let us finalize the house then, Chen Yan said to the agent. With a beaming smile, The agent replied, "Certainly, sir. The house is ready for immediate occupancy, and should you require anything, the property manager can assist." Apart from the house, Chen Yan had no further thoughts on such matters. As for butlers and the like, he would consider them once he achieved success. After finalizing the house, Chen Yan brought over all his belongings, which fit into a single suitcase. He had initially informed Wang Feishuan that he would reserve a separate room for her, inviting her to stay together. However, she firmly declined, citing the reason of not cohabitating before marriage. In the course of 2 lifetimes, Chen Yan found himself encountering such a traditionally inclined girl for the first time, leading him to cherish Wang Feishuan even more. The spacious 2-story house felt empty. Chen Yan sat alone on the sofa in the living room, idly watching television. Suddenly feeling stifled, he decided to take a stroll outside. This simple walk unexpectedly yielded delightful results. While wandering along a small path, Chen Yan hoped to find a nearby restaurant or dining establishment. As he passed by a garden, a familiar voice called out to him. "Is it you, Chen Yan?" Confused, Chen Yan turned to see a girl in a pink spaghetti-strap dress running towards him. Her figure undeniably alluring, the dress resting above her knees, revealing her straight, fair legs. "Dyla? I can't believe I would encounter you here. It's been such a long time," Dyla exclaimed with excitement and warmth upon seeing Chen Yan. He was equally surprised and greeted her with a beaming smile. "Indeed. It has been a while. Ever since we left the island, everyone has been busy, and we Haven Tea had the chance to meet." At this mention, Dyla's smile was untainted, and she shook her head. "Oh, indeed. Just yesterday, I was at the singer competition with me Jia, cheering for you. Your performance of Borrow Another 500 Years was absolutely captivating. I truly loved it." With her hands clasped behind her back, her cheeks flushed from the exertion of running, she possessed an angelic visage and a devilish figure, complemented by her pure and endearing personality. "Huh, I didn't see you there yesterday," Chen Yan remarked with a hint of nostalgia, surprised that Dyla had come to support him. Dyla chuckled shyly. "I slipped away from the backstage after watching to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. I initially intended to leave with me Jia, but she mentioned she would meet you for dinner, so I went ahead." "Good thing you did," Chen Yan replied with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that it would have indeed led to misunderstandings otherwise. Both recalled the events of that morning. Despite having shared a meal together, only Li Mi and Chen Yan were captured in the photographs. Thinking about it made Dyla fume. These ridiculous gossip columnists, they do it solely for the sake of sensationalism. As they chatted and laughed, the sky gradually darkened. Chen Yan then realized how much time had passed and asked, "Have you eaten yet? Would you like to join me for a meal?" He remembered that he had initially ventured out for that very purpose, and now his hunger had intensified. Dyla suddenly exclaimed, raising her finger in excitement. "There is nothing much to eat nearby. I usually cook for myself. I bought a lot of groceries yesterday, and I was just about to prepare dinner. Let us eat together." Dyla's enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming for Chen Yan. Although he contemplated declining her invitation, she had already taken hold of his arm, leading him toward the garden. To his surprise, their residences were remarkably close, only a 7 or 8 minute walk away. Upon arriving at Dyla's home, Chen Yan noticed not only the proximity, but also the similarity in the layout of their houses. "Chen Yan, please take a seat for a moment. I'm going to prepare dinner." With that, Dyla hurried into the open kitchen, donned an apron, and began gathering ingredients with an air of intent, completely disregarding Chen Yan as a guest. Meanwhile, Chen Yan found himself somewhat at a loss, seated in the living room, glancing around at Dyla's home. The minimalist decor was exquisitely arranged, bearing the unmistakable mark of personal touch. As he pondered, his phone chimed. "Are you at Dyla's place?" Chen Yan retrieved his phone to find a message from Li Mi. He couldn't help but edit his reply, remarking on her remarkable ability to know these things. Shortly after sending the message, to Chen Yan's surprise, Li Mi appeared at Dyla's doorstep, a bottle of red wine in hand. "Am I interrupting you two?" Chapter 79. A small gathering. Upon observing her reaction, Chen Yan realized there had been a misunderstanding. He spoke up, saying, "It's not really a disturbance. But I must say, Mi Jia arrived quite early. Luo Yong and the others have yet to arrive. Did you not invite anyone else besides me? Who else did you call?" This time, it was Li Mi who appeared surprised. Chen Yan offered a slight smile and candidly replied, "Of course. I happened to run into Dyla today and thought it would be nice for everyone to gather. We haven't had a chance to meet since the show ended. At that moment, Dila was blissfully unaware, busy in the kitchen. Seeing this, Li Mi's smile widened. I almost thought you had intentionally moved in with Dila. She was expressing her true feelings, albeit indirectly. Chen Yan understood her intentions. Her sudden appearance and peculiar words hinted at her thoughts. It seemed that Li Mi's visit was not a result of Dila's invitation, but rather a spontaneous inquiry. Mi Jie, you're here. The wine needs to breathe, right? I'll take care of that. You know how things are arranged in Dila's home? Li Mi remarked. Chen Yan stepped aside to let her in, then took out his phone to message Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin. Subsequently, he ventured to the courtyard to call Wang Feishuan. Hello, Feishuan. I ran into Dila just as I was coming out, and I discovered she lives here as well. What a coincidence. It's been such a long time. Wang Feishuan replied, as she organized her musical instruments on the other end of the line. Chen Yan chuckled and said, Indeed, we thought it would be lovely for everyone to gather at Dila's place. Do you have time to join us? Upon hearing this, Wang Feishuan instinctively considered declining, as she was currently busy preparing for an upcoming competition. However, the thought of Li Mi attending made her reconsider. If she didn't go, Li Mi and Chen Yan would certainly have the opportunity for private conversation. A surge of inexplicable emotions washed over her, prompting Wang Feishuan to agree to attend. After arranging matters for the others, Chen Yan made his way to the living room. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the roses planted within the courtyard, beautifully encircling the area. The girls, including Feishuan, must surely enjoy fresh flowers, he mused, feeling a desire to tidy up his home and decorate it in a manner that would please the woman he cherished. What are you pondering? Came a curious inquiry from distance. Chen Yan looked up to find Li Mi leaning against the courtyard gate, her arms crossed, her posture alluring and captivating. Mature women possess an enchanting charm that is often imperceptible, while the youthful exuberance of younger girls is equally unmatched. One could only conclude that both have their unique allure, each splendid in their own right. I find Dila's garden to be beautifully adorned. I'd love to cultivate some flowers and plants in my own home. Upon hearing this, Li Mi swayed her hips and approached him slowly. Is this for Feishuan? She questioned, her tone suggesting certainty rather than doubt. It seemed she was already aware of the firm bond between the two. Chen Yan did not deny it, but simply smiled faintly. Do you think Feishuan would like that? Me? His evasive response served as an implicit affirmation. A glimmer of desolation flashed in Li Mi's eyes, mirroring the sentiments within her heart. She had indeed arrived a moment too late. Had she acted sooner, perhaps everything would have unfolded differently. Suppressing her inner thoughts, Li Mi raised the corners of her mouth in a smile and remarked, Of course, girls are inherently drawn to beauty. Feishuan appears cool and aloof, yet her heart burns with fervor. Her description was heartfelt, and Chen Yan concurred, for Wang Feishuan truly embodied such characteristics, exuding a rare innocence and naivety. She was like an untainted sanctuary, untouched by the world's corruption, captivating the seasoned Chen Yan, who had lived 2 lifetimes. When will Feishuan and Luo Yong arrive? Li Mi inquired. Chen Yan glanced at his watch and replied earnestly, Given their distance, they should be here in at least half an hour. After all, that lad Luo Yong tends to dawdle. His teasing made Li Mi realize that the man before her seemed to possess a deeper understanding of social dynamics than she had initially assumed. He had arrived on the island alone, yet had managed to win over even the director upon disembarking. What remarkable ability and charm must he possess? Let us enter first. We can discuss things with Dila. She is still preparing the Western cuisine, Li Mi said with a hint of exasperation in her smile. Chen Yan followed her inside, curious. It seems you and Dila have always had a good relationship. From the moment they arrived on the island, he had noticed Dila's exceptional closeness to Li Mi. Li Mi turned to him and replied, Did you not know? Dila and I are from the same company. Oh, now I understand, Chen Yan admitted, having previously been unaware. The mention of their company prompted him to ask, Sister Mi, your career is flourishing. Do you ever consider changing paths? Realizing his intention behind bringing up company matters, Li Mi did not divert the conversation, but responded directly, Are you suggesting I should start my own company? To her surprise, Chen Yan smiled, acknowledging her keen perception. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, Sister Mi. I do harbor such ambitions, though I have yet to solidify any plans. The prospect of being one's own boss rather than working for someone else is undeniably appealing. As they entered the room, their conversation turned serious. and they settled onto the sofa. Your idea is indeed commendable, yet starting a company is no trivial matter. Without careful planning, one's entire savings could be depleted. It is not a decision to be made lightly, Li Mi advised thoughtfully. She had long contemplated the notion of terminating her contract to establish her own company. Chen Yan was aware of her concerns. After all, investing all one's assets into a business venture carries a risk far greater than that of success, especially when precious time must also be sacrificed. Hence, without absolute confidence and eagerness, few would take the plunge. Leaning against the sofa, Chen Yan picked up a plate of sliced fruit from the table and took a couple of pieces, pondering. How did you know I hadn't made preparations? He continued. I assure you, I have made thorough preparations and am merely awaiting the conclusion of this busy period to commence. The conversation did not explicitly mention any specific projects. It merely touched upon the passage of time. The implication was quite clear. There was no intention to involve others directly. The desire was to proceed independently. Li Mi discerned his meaning, pondered for a moment, and replied, I understand. If you ever require my assistance, I will do my utmost to support you. Sister Mi's words could easily be misinterpreted, Chen Yan remarked with a knowing smile. Just moments ago, she sought to distance herself, and now she seemed eager to draw closer. At times, Chen Yan found it challenging to comprehend the complexities of a woman's thoughts. Her moods shifted unpredictably, making her difficult to navigate. Chapter 80. Embracing nonchalance upon hearing his words, Li Mi leaned against the sofa, her gaze drifting over Chen Yan, her tone elongated. Perhaps, at times, choices lie within a mere thought. Her words took on an air of subtlety. This enchanting creature certainly exuded her figure in such a reclining posture. Chen Yan steadied his mind, adjusted his expression, and replied, Sister Mi, please don't tease me. I merely wish to earn a modest living and lead an ordinary life. Other matters are left to fate. His words hung ambiguously in the air. Li Mi raised an eyebrow, a myriad of emotions swirling in her eyes. At that moment, Dila, clad in a delicate spaghetti-strap dress, lounged on the sofa, a smile gracing her face as she queried, So, that means Chen Yan is somewhat of a passive individual? It seems that anyone who fancies you must take the initiative. The unexpected arrival of Dila lightened the peculiar atmosphere. Her presence infused with a faint aroma of steak that lingered around Chen Yan. Chen Yan smiled back at Dila and candidly admitted, Indeed, my romantic experiences are rather limited, and I have always maintained a passive stance. I suppose I'm simply not one to take the initiative. Haha, then we are completely opposite. Dila chuckled, playfully circumventing the sofa to recline beside him. She continued, I am quite the proactive person. I simply cannot endure being passive. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they remained oblivious to Li Mi's distinct emotions. After a while, Chen Yan suddenly detected a peculiar scent and furrowed his brow. Did you leave something cooking on the stove? Dila abruptly sprang to her feet and dashed toward the kitchen, exclaiming, Oh no, my steak. I completely forgot. Caught up in their lively conversation, she had neglected her grand meal. Observing Dila's flurry, Chen Yan couldn't help but smile, bemused by her scatterbrained nature. Fortunately, she realized it in time, otherwise, a fire incident could have ensued. Li Mi, too, wore an expression of exasperation, tilting her head back. It wasn't the first time this had happened, as her character often veered towards the oblivious. Listening to Li Mi's teasing of Dila, Chen Yan merely smiled, choosing silence. Yet, internally, he felt a pang of sincerity. Many women envied Dila, who epitomized the essence of natural beauty. Indeed, such stunning beauty was rarely encountered. While they were engaged in conversation, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Chen Yan announced as he rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, and Wang Fei Xuan, all standing at the threshold. You all came together? Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that the three of them lived in different directions. To this, Luo Yong, exuding a brotherly demeanor, replied with a hint of complaint, Of course. I thought, why come alone when we could all arrive together? So, I picked up Xiqin and Fei Xuan along the way. He continued to ramble. Driving all this way has truly worn me out. Listening to his incessant complaints, Chen Yan playfully kicked at him. Enough already. We're here to gather, not to listen to your driving tales. Luo Yong, realizing he had perhaps spoken too much, chuckled softly. I suppose it's just a habit of mine. Haha, What shall we dine on today? It's been quite a while, me, Jia. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Li Mi lounging on the sofa, her presence eliciting a radiant smile from him. Li Mi reciprocated with a wave, greeting him warmly. Hey Xiaoyong, Si Qin, Fei Xian. When the name Wang Fei Xian was mentioned, Li Mi's smile seemed to blossom further, a nuance unnoticed by others. Yet Wang Fei Xian, with her keen intuition, sensed the subtle shift and glanced towards Chen Yan, who was conversing with Luo Yong and Zhang Siqin. What's on your mind, Fei Xian? Have you not heard me speaking? As Wang Fei Xian momentarily lost her train of thought, Li Mi had quietly approached her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder as they made their way toward the sofa. It's nothing, I'm just a bit tired from a busy day. Wang Fei Xian replied with a faint smile. Li Mi, noting her reaction, chose not to probe further, instead continuing. I've heard that the cello competition you are participating in is about to commence. Is that correct? When is it? I will definitely be there to support you. Upon hearing about the cello competition, Luo Yong's enthusiasm was palpable as he exclaimed, Yes. I've heard about it too. Fei Xian is truly remarkable. It's an international competition. Chen Yan, momentarily taken aback by the familiarity with which they spoke, finally interjected. Indeed, Fei Xian, there is no need to feel anxious about the competition. We will all be there cheering for you. Speaking of competitions, shouldn't you be the one feeling the pressure? Luo Yong suddenly remarked with an odd grin, patting Chen Yan's shoulder. I missed the event yesterday, but I certainly caught all the highlights. Well done, my friend. The next episode is bound to bring you considerable pressure. The commotion surrounding the singer competition had escalated to proportions akin to international news, becoming a topic of widespread recognition. Chen Yan sighed in resignation as he settled back onto the sofa. I truly do not understand how it has come to this. You jest. But how could I not feel the pressure? The online community has elevated my status to dizzying heights. Indeed, the higher the expectations, the greater the pressure. It is a chilling place at the top. Chen Yan lamented, a poetic lament that caught Wang Fei Xian's attention. She pondered, savoring the phrase, the higher you soar, the colder it becomes, finding it remarkably insightful. Everyone was aware that occupying such a lofty position came with its own set of challenges, under the watchful gaze of all. It was inevitable that one would encounter unexpected trials. Yet Chen Yan had managed to encapsulate these sentiments with a single verse. Indeed, our talented scholar, Luo Yong, praised sincerely. At that moment, Zhang Siqin and Daila emerged from the kitchen. Daila's adorable face marked by a frown. It seems we will have to order takeout today. Upon hearing this, Li Mi appeared to catch on to something, teasingly remarking, Daila, did you perhaps burn the steak? Daila, with a woeful expression, slumped beside Wang Fei Xian. I just wanted to finish quickly. I used both frying pans simultaneously, and who knew they would all end up charred? The sight of Daila's dismay elicited laughter from the group. Chen Yan seized the moment, settling beside Wang Fei Xian, and chuckled lightly. What is this all about? Haste makes waste. Thus, we must approach our endeavors with patience. Why not order some takeout and host a barbecue in the yard? It would surely be quite enjoyable for everyone involved. Upon hearing the suggestion, Zhang Siqin, who had been silently standing behind Daila, nodded in agreement. I believe that is a splendid idea. The last barbecue was rather disappointing. Allow me to take charge of the grilling this time, as I possess a certain expertise in that area. As the memory of the previous barbecue surfaced, everyone exchanged knowing glances, evidently recalling Teacher Wang. Chapter 81. Singer Season 2. Did you not invite Teacher Wang, Hua Xiao, and Jia Jia this time? Li Mi suddenly realized that 3 individuals were absent from their gathering. Chen Yan chuckled, his laughter enigmatic. If all 3 had been invited, our gathering might have been quite impossible. His candor resonated with everyone present. Who could truly fathom the nature of the trio? Wang Lei, while not unkind, had grown fond of posturing with his age, indulging in a bit of lecturing. Conversing with him felt akin to attending a class, as he always had to impart some wisdom. Then there was Hua Chaotian, perpetually aloof, expecting everyone to cater to him. As for Yu Jiajia, her reputation preceded her. Unbeknownst to them, they had overlooked the presence of Jiang Tao. You make a valid point. Avoiding their company might enhance our enjoyment, Li Mi remarked, stretching her limbs and rummaging through her bag for her phone. Allow me to order some barbecue supplies. We can revel in the yard. Wang Fei Xuan also produced her phone, declaring her intention to order beverages. Before they could finalize their orders, Zhang Xiqin unexpectedly interjected, stating that she had already placed a comprehensive order. Everyone should prepare for the other arrangements. To their surprise, Zhang Xiqin had been exceptionally proactive. Once everything arrived, they set up in the garden. With Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong manning the grill, Dila assisting, and Li Mi arranging the live streaming equipment, intending to create a little buzz online. Chen Yan retrieved his guitar from home, while Wang Feishuan connected the microphone. Each individual diligently fulfilled their role, leaving no one idle. "All right, I'm starting the live stream now," Li Mi exclaimed, and upon receiving everyone's approval, she pressed the button to go live. In less than half a minute, the stream attracted tens of thousands of viewers. The audience was bewildered. "My goodness, Demimi has never streamed before. What is happening? Is this to clarify the rumors with Chen Yan from this morning? This clarification seems rather belated. Wait, who is that in the corner of the frame? Chen Yan? Why does he resemble him so much? No way. Are they planning to publicly acknowledge their relationship?" The viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy. Li Mi noticed the flurry of comments and felt an inexplicable joy, though she suppressed it. "Hello everyone, I'm Li Mi. Today, we have finally gathered together and wish to share some joy with you, as our friendship is undeniably supported by all of you." As Li Mi elaborated, the camera panned to each person. Chen Yan, tuning his guitar, flashed a smile at the camera. Wang Feishuan, microphone in hand, greeted them with a cheerful, "Hello." Dila, handing out utensils, sweetly chimed in, "Hello, I am Dila." The two grilling masters revealed their masculine and composed smiles. Luo Yong exuding confidence, while Zhang Xiqin, recently transitioned from the sports industry to entertainment, displayed a hint of shyness, unable to fully relax in front of the camera. Seeing everyone gathered together sent the viewers into a further frenzy. "Oh my, they have gathered together, truly. One who is upright fears not the shadows cast upon them. Are they not concerned about the influence of Chen Yan? Goodness, could it be that Chen Yan is deliberately attempting to divert the public's attention in such a manner? If that is indeed the case, it is utterly absurd, insidiously malicious, and quite unscrupulous." As Chen Yan adjusted the sound, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the comments in the live stream, pressing his lips together in silence. These netizens truly seem to lack reason. A simple meal has spiraled into a conspiracy theory in their minds. It is important to note that while he may not be the top trending star, his popularity rivals that of the leading figures. Anyone who stands beside him invariably garners increased attention. Choosing to disregard them, Chen Yan continued with his sound adjustments. Beside him, Wang Feishuan noticed Chen Yan's sudden drop in mood and, concerned, asked, "Are you feeling unwell? You don't look too good." Hearing her caring voice, Chen Yan lifted his head to glance at her, replying softly, "I'm fine." With his usual feigned smile, he felt an inner turmoil, cursing under his breath. These netizens truly lack integrity, playing with people's emotions. Thankfully, his resilience is strong. He could easily shrug off their negativity. Delicious meat skewers were nearly ready to be grilled. "You must not be prepared at all," Luo Yong said in a strange tone reminiscent of an adult coaxing a child. Chen Yan felt a strong urge to kick him, but in front of the camera, he had to maintain his composure. "All right, Luo Yong, keep an eye on your tough guy image. We are still live." Li Mi reminded him with a helpless smile. Luo Yong suddenly realized, "Oh no, I forgot we were live. This is a disaster. My persona is crumbling." Watching Luo Yong's dramatic reaction, everyone burst into laughter. "Hey, Chen Yan, that song Nocturne you sang today was delightful. Could you sing it again?" Dila looked up with eager eyes, her expression full of anticipation. Chen Yan shrugged and readily replied, "I brought my guitar to serve everyone, so of course I'm open to whatever you wish to hear." Upon hearing this, Luo Yong was the first to exclaim, "Then I want to hear Glorious Years." Li Mi raised her hand as well, saying, "I want to hear Time Boils Rain." Everything is fine, as long as the food is up to par. He would sing anything. Chen Yan assured them all, as these songs were already second nature to him. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he wandered beneath bridges and in bars with a worn guitar, performing wherever he could. However, the market had become oversaturated with beautiful songs and breathtaking hits, leaving no room for him to establish himself. To make a living, Chen Yan had no choice but to sing those popular tunes for mere pennies. Little did he expect that fortune would unexpectedly grace him in this land of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, where he could truly shine. With that, his fingers began to strum the strings, and the prelude to nocturne slowly filled the air. The atmosphere in the garden gradually quieted down. Everyone resumed their tasks, creating a serene space to transition into a tranquil musical celebration. As his rendition of Nocturne came to a close, the crowd, enraptured in their revelry, was not alone. The tumult within the live stream also settled into a calm. Chen Yan, cradling his guitar, stepped before the camera and abruptly declared with earnestness, "By the way, in just a few days, we will record the second episode of the singer competition. I intend to depart from my previous musical style and introduce an element of innovation this time. Of course, it will still be an original composition, albeit with a sound quite distinct from my earlier works. So, do look forward to it." The moment these words escaped his lips, a tempest of excitement erupted within the live stream. From everyone's perspective, Chen Yan's proclamation undoubtedly hinted at one singular implication. He was struggling to produce commendable music and was beginning to falter. Chapter 82. Recording Phase 2, if I understand correctly. Chen Yan's words imply that he is reaching his limits, does it not? Up above, you are indeed correct. His statement signifies that he can no longer compose remarkable songs. Could it be that no one is urging him to replicate songs, and outside the company, he finds himself unable to create? This is a plausible scenario. Otherwise, why would a large corporation engage in conflict with a struggling artist? It is evident that Chen Yan must have committed acts that infringe upon the company's interests, compelling them to escalate the situation. Alas, the truth unfolds. Could this truly be the case? In an instant, the live stream erupted with fervent discussions among the viewers. Subsequently, Chen Yan's remarks were edited and soared to the trending topics. Chen Yan confesses downward spiral. Chen Yan cannot compose good songs. Chen Yan indirectly admits plagiarism. Li Chen Yan live stream within half an hour. Chen Yan ascended to the trending topics for the third time today. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the situation, clutching his guitar, prepared to perform his second song. It was Dila who noticed the notifications popping up on her phone and hurriedly dashed over, signaling to Li to end the broadcast. "Well, let us conclude our live stream here. We wish to relish our little gathering." Li smiled at the camera and, amidst the viewers' frenzied barrage of messages, clicked the end stream button. Li, puzzled, turned to Dila and inquired, "What is happening?" "Honey, take a look." Dila presented her phone. What appeared on the screen was a clip from Chen Yan's recent live stream. Yet the title bore no resemblance to the content of Chen Yan's words. Li comprehended the situation. Once again, the marketing accounts had exploited the moment. These marketing accounts shown no regard, using Chen Yan as a free promotional tool. Furrowing her brows, Li handed the phone back to Dila and approached Chen Yan. Chen Yan remained absorbed in his music, his deep voice earnestly singing. Upon finishing the song, he opened his eyes to find Li seated before him. "Honey? Is something amiss?" Li leaned her head against the shoulder of Wang Feishuan and sighed wearily. "Let Feishuan explain this to you. I am quite vexed by the trending topics today. I merely intended to use our gathering to divert some of Chen Yan's heat, yet it has inadvertently escalated to this extent." Chen Yan looked toward Wang Feishuan. The matter regarding the singer competition songs has spurred widespread discussion among the viewers, and the discourse is rather unfavorable. Wang Feishuan opened her phone screen, revealing the messages concerning Chen Yan. Upon learning the details, Chen Yan laughed heartily, his joy radiating brightly, leaving both Li and Wang Feishuan momentarily bewildered. Noticing their reactions, Chen Yan stifled his laughter and clarified, "You need not concern yourselves with this. Those netizens are like modern-day Sherlock Holmes, conjuring these tales that I find amusing. I merely intended to create a little suspense to pique their anticipation. Goodness, they have even prepared for my retirement." Hearing Chen Yan's words, Li and Wang Feishuan exchanged confused glances before turning back to Chen Yan, simultaneously asking, "What is Sherlock Holmes?" In a single statement, Chen Yan was rendered speechless once more. Astonishingly, it struck him like a bolt of enlightenment. Indeed, at this hour, the realms of literature and song were barren, let alone cinematic works. In that instant, Chen Yan felt as though he had discovered a new continent, brimming with renewed confidence. Setting aside domestic film and television productions, he realized that foreign sci-fi blockbusters were all within his grasp. Iron Man, Spider-Man, and The Flash. Each of these could undoubtedly become a sensational project. After grappling with the direction of his future company, Clarity regarding his developmental trajectory emerged in an instant. Thank you all. I'm truly grateful. Chen Yan grasped the delicate hand of Wang Feishuan tightly, even feeling an urge to plant a kiss on her cheek. Naturally, in such a public setting, such an act was out of the question. After releasing Wang Feishuan's hand, he did not forget to take hold of Li Mi's as well. The two women stood momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin, engaged in barbecuing, were oblivious to the unfolding events. The intimate gathering under the night sky exuded a romantic atmosphere, as everyone savored delectable dishes while sharing amusing anecdotes from their island adventures, singing and dancing with even greater joy than they had on the island itself. The following afternoon, Chen Yan awoke in his new home, his first instinct leading him to the study. With the recording of the second round of the singer competition scheduled for tomorrow, he was anxious to document the business direction he had finally conceived the day before, fearing that it might slip from his memory. He became engrossed in his work until the doorbell rang. So absorbed was he in his tasks that he failed to hear chimes. After several unanswered rings, the door finally swung open. Wang Feishuan entered, carrying groceries, and surveyed the empty living room with a sigh before making her way to the kitchen. This man was always so engrossed in his work that he neglected himself. Although their time together had been brief, Wang Feishuan felt an uncanny familiarity with Chen Yan. Moments later, the enticing aroma of food wafted into the study, drawing Chen Yan's attention. Without a doubt, he knew who was responsible. He saved his documents and, with satisfaction, exited the study, heading straight for the ground floor. There he encountered Wang Feishuan approaching the dining table with a platter, her hair elegantly tied back, her demeanor graceful, and her expression serene. Upon noticing Chen Yan, her countenance transformed like glaciers melting in spring, her lips curving into a smile. Finally, you've come down, she remarked, laced with a hint of playful reproach. Chen Yan chuckled as he walked over and enveloped Wang Feishuan in his embrace, feeling immensely fortunate to have such a woman by his side. How blessed I am to have you, he whispered. I'm glad you understand. Wang Feishuan murmured softly against him. By the way, she suddenly recalled, standing upright from Chen Yan's embrace, tomorrow is the recording for the second round of the singer competition. How is your preparation coming along? Her concern was palpable, especially after her conversation with her grandfather that morning. For musicians, talent is paramount, yet inspiration is fleeting, and perfection cannot always be guaranteed. Thus, Wang Feishuan harbored worries about Chen Yan's current state. Aware of her sentiments, Chen Yan gently tapped her nose, grinning. Are you that worried about me? Wang Feishuan gazed earnestly at him, clasping his fingers in her hand. I am not jesting with you. I understand your concerns. Chen Yan tightened his embrace, resting his chin upon Wang Feishuan's shoulder, and spoke slowly. However, you are aware of your man's capabilities. A mere singing competition, a trivial affair, can be effortlessly conquered. His casual demeanor only heightened Wang Feishuan's apprehension. Perhaps you should choose your words more carefully. I've always believed in Murphy's Law. Chen Yan playfully pinched her slender waist, feigning irritation. You ought to have faith in me. Chapter 83. The first appearance. Wang Feishuan felt a firm grip around her waist. Her body stiffened. As that large hand attempted to slide lower, she hurriedly grasped it, exclaiming, Please don't be mischievous. Very well, I shall refrain, Chen Yan replied. Yet his hands continued their relentless pursuit. In no time, Wang Feishuan's face was flushed, her body rendered limp in Chen Yan's embrace. Chen Yan, impeccably dressed and composed, lifted Wang Feishuan and seated her on the sofa, even positioning her atop his lap, declaring with utmost seriousness, This is your punishment for doubting me. With her eyes glistening and her lips gently bitten, Wang Feishuan remained silent, fully aware of the perils of excessive speech. The embarrassment of the earlier incident lingered in her mind, and she was reluctant to endure such a humiliation again. After a moment, as her emotions stabilized, she playfully pushed against Chen Yan, urging, Let go of me. We ought to dine. Unwilling to part just yet, Chen Yan shook his head, insisting, just a little longer. Wang Feishuan sighed in resignation. If we delay any further, the food will grow cold. Hearing her words, Chen Yan reluctantly released her. After their dinner, Chen Yan tidied the table and inquired, Feishuan, will you be returning home tonight? While slicing fruit, Wang Feishuan appearing somewhat drowsy, replied, "Do you wish for me to go?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan responded, "I respect your wishes." He then approached her from behind, enveloping her in his arms, whispering softly, "But rest assured, I shall not act without your consent." Understanding that Wang Feishuan was a rarity among traditional girls, Chen Yan was determined to cherish this exquisite bond with utmost care. The gentle timbre of his voice sent a shiver down Wang Feishuan's spine. In this open-minded 21st century, she understood the nuances of relationships. Yet she had not anticipated Chen Yan's profound respect for her. Conversely, did she extend him the respect he deserved? This thought lingered in her mind, solidifying her resolve. After seeing Wang Feishuan off, Chen Yan returned to his study to complete the unfinished project proposal at the recording venue for the suburban singer competition. With merely half an hour until the event commenced, a taxi pulled up at the entrance. Chen Yan languidly emerged from the vehicle, yawning as he made his way inside. A staff member, anxious from receiving orders and awaiting Chen Yan's arrival, paced back and forth. "Oh heavens, my esteemed ancestor, why have you arrived so late?" The staff member hurried over, shadowing Chen Yan closely. Unfazed, Chen Yan yawned again. "Isn't there still half an hour?" After a night of work that nearly stretched into dawn, and needing to arrive by 7 in the morning, he had mustered all his courage to rise from bed and take the taxi. Upon hearing his words, the staff member grew increasingly anxious indeed. "But you only have a mere half hour left." Chen Yan, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" "Due to adjustments. You have been scheduled to be the first to perform." The staff member nearly shouted. This revelation jolted Chen Yan into full alertness. This time, he was not the last to take the stage. Chen Yan quickly regained his composure and hastened his steps inside. Goodness, could it be that he truly fell victim to what Wang Feishuan referred to as Murphy's Law? On the way to the waiting area, the staff summoned the makeup artist, who began to apply a simple makeup while walking. Although it wasn't necessary, Chen Yan insisted on maintaining a polished appearance. After all, he was to be on camera. Thus, half an hour later, Chen Yan, clutching his guitar, unsteadily ascended the stage. Fortunately, prior to the performance, the stage was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illuminating lights. In accordance with his request, a chair was placed at the center of the stage. Chen Yan strode forward, assumed his position, and strummed the strings. The backstage crew, upon receiving the signal, promptly initiated the band's accompaniment. A harmonica softly emerged, its sound distinct from conventional instruments, imbued with a muted resonance that gently introduced the melody. As you step into this joyous realm, burdened with all your dreams and aspirations, faces adorned in diverse makeup, no one remembers your likeness. His voice flowed slowly, seemingly imbued with deep emotion, soothing the listeners' hearts into a tranquil silence. Persistently, he sang a bittersweet song, drowned amidst the clamor. The melody gradually ascended, evidently approaching a climactic crescendo. The hearts of all present involuntarily quickened. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight. The song continued to rise, the melody elevating ever higher. Thus, one could soar against the wind without glancing back, unafraid of the rain in one's heart, or the frost in one's eyes. During this climactic phase, the pitch soared to heights that surpassed even the first episode. Once again, he astounded everyone. In the backstage lounge, Do Ying had long been captivated, having thought that the song Conquer Chen Yan wrote for her was remarkable. Little did she know, the song he prepared for himself was even more extraordinary. The prelude, so gentle, seamlessly transitioned into a high note that was anything but jarring. It was as if it delineated the boundary between the divine and the mortal, distinct yet harmonious. The high notes peaked at a certain point before gently descending, followed by the band's dynamic sound, softening the intense impact between the two, once again evoking a passionate response. The audience below held their breath, not daring to utter a word, fearing to disrupt the serenity of the moment. However, the live stream was evidently a different realm altogether, where silence could not prove that the viewers were indeed real people. Who claimed that Chen Yan would falter in this performance? Who said he would descend from grace? Goodness, this song was simply magnificent. Does joyous realm imply a burden of dreams? Oh my, those lyrics were astonishing. The most remarkable line was indeed a toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, wasn't it? Though time passed and rotations occurred, he remained unwavering. soaring against the wind without looking back. How fitting it was for Chen Yan's journey. He was truly a representation of relentless striving. At this moment, the protagonist remained unaware that netizens were once again coming to his defense. As the band accompanied him, he incorporated his own vocal techniques, then closed his eyes, continuing to immerse himself in the performance. Life is fleeting. Why linger on the past? A toast to freedom. A toast to death. Forgive my ordinariness. It dispels the confusion. After dawn, one always departs hastily. The most lucid souls often engage in the most absurd antics. Conclusions arrive unexpectedly, while the audience has yet to quench their thirst for more. This song has reached its finale. The final strum of the strings gently brings closure. Thank you all for your attentive listening. The title of this song is Drowning Sorrows. As the song concludes, Chen Yan cradles his guitar, bowing gracefully under the spotlight, a personal farewell. In the next moment, a resounding and fervent applause erupts from the audience. If the previous applause stemmed from a place of emotional resonance, this time it is a sincere expression of appreciation. Chapter 84. The arrival of a newcomer. Chen Yan concluded his performance with astonishing swiftness, as though the enchanting song had ended in the blink of an eye. Melodious tunes often dissipate quickly, much like the fleeting nature of joyous moments. Oh my, Chen Yan is truly remarkable. The artistry of his lyrics and melodies is exquisite. How has he achieved such brilliance? It is hard to believe that this is an original composition by Chen Yan. Where is his former company to clarify this matter? Has he plagiarized this song? In the comment section of the live broadcast, amidst the accolades for Chen Yan, some voices began to stir discord, launching critiques against the company. Meanwhile, in a different location, Li Lu sat in her office, her computer screen displaying Chen Yan's recent performance. She had listened intently to the song he just sang and murmured to herself. The most absurd are those who are lucid. Indeed, Chen Yan, if I had known you were such a rare gem, I would never have let go so easily. Yet now that circumstances have escalated to this point, even if you are a precious gem, you must be shattered. When personal interests are at stake, no one cares how rare you truly are. In the backstage director's room, Niu Ma and Yuan Zhong sat side by side, their expressions heavy with concern. Niu Ma was so moved he could hardly move, fearing that even the slightest motion would bring forth tears. Yuan Zhong, however, was less stoic. He removed his glasses to wipe away his tears, exclaiming, "Heavens! Chen Yan is simply extraordinary. He has vocalized all my inner turmoil. I have walked this path for nearly 20 years, each step fraught with difficulty, leaving an indelible mark." At this point, Yuan Zhong paused, pondering aloud how Chen Yan, being in his early 20s, could possibly harbor such profound sorrow. In response to Yuan Zhong's bewilderment, Niu Ma cast him a knowing glance and sighed deeply. "You have no idea how poor his popularity was when he first appeared on my show. I have never seen so much scandal surrounding an artist. Clearly, he was not embraced by the public at his debut and was subsequently abandoned by the company, enduring considerable hardships in pursuit of fame. A man enters this industry with dreams, only to face slander, suppression, and being hidden away by his company. For Chen Yan to have transformed into what he is today is nothing short of remarkable." Listening to Niu Ma's heartfelt reflections, Yuan Zhong curiously conducted a search. The results revealed an array of derogatory terms, low emotional intelligence, hidden rules, harassment, and a litany of disparaging remarks about his singing and dancing. Yuan Zhong could scarcely keep up. The pages were filled with disparaging allegations against Chen Yan. It was as if he had become the embodiment of global scandal. In all his time within the industry, he had never encountered an artist with such an overwhelming amount of negative press. Yet, reflecting on Chen Yan's character and integrity, it was evident that he did not align with such a description. The only plausible explanation was that, as Niu Ma suggested, the company had deliberately crafted a narrative of scandalous rumors, causing those who encountered Chen Yan to develop an aversion towards him. The so-called evidence was merely a patchwork of half-truths, devoid of any substantial accusations. At this moment, Yuan Zhong felt an even deeper sympathy for the young man in his early 20s. Having been the first to finish, Chen Yan had set the bar remarkably high, even surpassing the initial performance of the first episode. His song was not only imbued with emotion, but also showcased impressive vocal prowess, rendering it nearly a flawless masterpiece. Desiring to transcend, unless it's a divine melody, Chen Yan, with a light-hearted gait, approached the staff member who had greeted him earlier and earnestly inquired, "Brother, is there breakfast? I left in such a hurry that I haven't eaten yet." The staff member, who had been mesmerized by Chen Yan's performance just moments ago, was momentarily taken aback, still lost in the lingering echoes of the song. Once he regained his composure and realized he was face to face with the star, he became both excited and animated, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes, please wait in the lounge. I'll fetch it for you right away." On the way to the lounge, the staff member nearly carried Chen Yan in his exuberance. Chen Yan was utterly astonished by the attention. As he stepped into the lounge, Do-ing rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Oh my dear brother, your singing was simply magnificent. I'm truly in awe of you. You know, when I heard your rendition of Conquer, I was utterly captivated. But now, having heard Eliminate Sorrow, I am completely and irrevocably impressed." Showering him with compliments, Do-ing held on tightly, leaving Chen Yan momentarily speechless. It was essential to note that this was the esteemed Do-ing he revered. After a while, Chen Yan noticed that Do-ing had no intention of releasing him, so he gently suggested, "Sister-ing, perhaps we should let go for now." Upon hearing this, Do-ing abruptly released him, slightly embarrassed as she ran her fingers through her hair. "Look at me. In my haste, I overlooked that. Please take a seat. Let us sit and chat." At that moment, the voice of the host, Hua Chaotian, resonated from the stage. "Let us express our gratitude to Chen Yan for his performance of Eliminate Sorrow, which has completely dispelled my morning traffic woes. Now, let us welcome Park Ji-shin to Present Bingbong." As the curtain was drawn, an enthusiastic cheer erupted from the audience, evidently comprised of Park Ji-shin's devoted fans. Chen Yan observed the screen as the camera panned over the fervent supporters, sighing, "It seems that star power garners more fans. I certainly didn't enjoy such treatment when I performed. Envious, are we?" Do-ing teased with a grin. "You will undoubtedly surpass him in fame, with an even greater legion of fans. Who knows what kind of troubles that might bring?" Do-ying's words struck a chord. One day in the future, Chen Yan would find himself grappling with how to manage his millions of enthusiastic fans, to the extent that even stepping outside would be affected. Soon, vibrant music filled the stage, reminiscent of the previous session. Park Ji-shin did not rely on vocal technique or complexity, but rather on the energy of the crowd, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights that danced across the stage, leaving spectators in a daze. As the performance continued, the lounge door was gently pushed open, and a staff member handed Chen Yan a small bag. "Thanks, brother," Chen Yan said as he accepted the bag, only to be dismayed upon opening it. Inside were 2 sandwiches, a small roll, and a cup of coffee, a quintessentially bland breakfast fare. Chen Yan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of aversion towards the food. Growing up in the Dragon Kingdom had cultivated a palate attuned to its flavors. Such fare was indigestible to him, especially that bitter coffee, which tasted like punishment on his tongue. He pondered the oddity of why foreigners had concocted such a brew. Perhaps every bitterness requires someone to endure it, he mused. He placed the coffee at his feet and picked up the unappetizing chili sandwich, hastily stuffing a few bites into his mouth. "Did you not have breakfast this morning?" Do-ing inquired from beside him. Before Chen Yan could respond, a voice from behind suddenly chastised him. "How utterly impolite of you. The performers are on stage. And as an audience member, do you not understand the meaning of respect?" The woman's voice was clear, yet her words were sharp. Chen Yan turned to glance in her direction, only to find a woman clad in an angelic costume, glaring at him with evident displeasure. "And who might you be?" Chapter 85. Worshipping foreigners. To her astonishment, not only did she show a lack of respect towards foreign friends, but she also exhibited a complete disregard for her fellow countrymen. The woman disdainfully gazed at Chen Yan, adopting a posture that seemed to exude an air of superiority. Chen Yan took a sip of water and inquired of Do-ing, "Sister-ing, who is she?" It seems she has been speaking for ages without making any sense, as if she resides in her own world. Upon hearing this, Do-ing cast a glance at her and responded irritably, "Oh, she is just someone who returned from studying in that country, called AI Do or something." Do-ing had only heard snippets about her while preoccupied with her singing practice and hadn't bothered to delve deeper. When the topic of studying abroad arose, the woman proudly lifted her head and haughtily declared, "It's good that you know. I, Anna, am here to personally expose your secrets." How dare a mere second-rate singer utilize underhanded tactics to place Park Appa beneath you? How dare you? Anna's face was filled with disdain. Yet when she turned to look at the screen, admiration washed over her features. At this moment, it became abundantly clear to Chen Yan. This person was leveraging the show as a pretext to chase after stars. Absurd. It was truly a tremendous joke. Park Appa, unable to contain herself, Chen Yan burst into laughter. Are you mocking me? Anna's expression darkened, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal her irritation. Instantly, the atmosphere in the lounge grew tense. The backstage director team promptly noticed the situation and hurriedly instructed, send someone to calm them down. Aren't they all part of the entertainment industry? Don't they know when to act appropriately? The staff, upon receiving the message, entered the lounge to mediate. However, the camera crew, having received the news a bit late, aired the scene from the lounge directly. This immediately sparked widespread discussion online. What does Anna mean by this? Are we unaware of whether Chen Yan has any backing? Does she have the right to criticize? Furthermore, her casual mention of Park Appa and her dismissal of second-rate singers made it clear that she believed the singers from her country were superior to Chen Yan. Clearly, Chen Yan's abilities far exceeded those of that singer from the other country. It must be noted that recently, many young girls around me have been infatuated with male stars from that country, despite them looking rather feeble. Why this infatuation with such individuals? The online discourse was rife with differing opinions, creating quite a commotion. Upon learning of the situation, Anna's manager swiftly orchestrated a public relations effort to suppress the news. Meanwhile, a particular message surged to the top of the trending searches. Critique of worshipping foreigners' dragon flow is the best Anna's actions. The trending topic escalated rapidly. As if propelled by financial influence, Anna's manager, overwhelmed by the situation, stormed into the PR team, raising his voice. Didn't we instruct you to manage the reviews? How could such unfavorable news about Anna still trend? Are the salaries we provide you merely a joke? When it's time to utilize your services, you're nowhere to be found. After reprimanding them, the PR team fell into a profound silence. The manager furrowed her brows, activating the large screen, and proclaimed, "It is not that we are unable to control the situation, but rather that the individuals who have initiated these trending topics wield an extraordinary influence. Who are they? How can anyone dare to stir trouble above me?" Anna's manager rolled her eyes, as she was backed by the capital of two nations. There were not just one, but numerous conglomerates involved, let alone the prominent figures within the country. Listening to the audacious words of Anna's manager, the PR head, at a loss for words, opened the homepage, revealing an author known as Magic Height, who had recently published a wildly popular novel. Consequently, his statements garnered significant attention, particularly his public support for Chen Yan. A mere novelist? Anna's manager expressed disbelief, glancing at the trending topic. As a vast and resource-rich nation, Long Country is endowed with boundless possibilities, and its artistic realm boasts a rich cultural heritage. As a citizen of Long Country, I believe we should not idolize foreign cultures, but instead uphold our patriotic spirit. In a single sentence, without mentioning Anna, he had effectively criticized her protector, Park Ji-sin. Anna's manager's expression soured, her fists clenched tightly as she furiously demanded, "How can a novelist possess such power? Don't think you can brush me off with excuses just because you can't control the news." She was utterly unconvinced. Witnessing her demeanor, the PR head simply shrugged, stating, "If you believe my capabilities are lacking, I can leave at any time. The stakes have been raised. I have long desired to be rid of this wretched place." After receiving harsh words from others, Anna's manager's expression darkened even further. On the stage of the singer competition, Park Ji-sin had just concluded her performance, the lively accompaniment fading into silence, enveloping the venue in tranquility. Pleased, she returned to the lounge, where Anna warmly greeted her. "Senior, your performance was truly outstanding. I have admired you since my time in Korea, yet never had the opportunity to meet you." Observing Anna's respectful demeanor and deep bow, Park Ji-sin felt flattered and replied with a nod and a smile, "Ah, it's you, Anna. I have heard about you as well. You are a very diligent person." The two exchanged pleasantries, engaging in formal conversation. Meanwhile, Chen Yan took advantage of the moment to finish 2 sandwiches and a bottle of water, letting out a loud belch that disrupted the respectful atmosphere. Anna's expression instantly turned cold as she glared at Chen Yan. perhaps considering Park Ji-sin's presence. Anna refrained from directly confronting him. However, everyone else noticed, including Chen Yan. He pulled out his phone and began messaging Wang Feixian. Feixian, what do you think of the new woman named Anna at the singer competition? Who does she resemble? Having personally attended the event, Wang Feixian promptly received the message and looked up at the small screen on the right, which displayed the singer's lounge. I see a resemblance to someone, he replied, chuckling at Chen Yan's words, finding them rather amusing. Resembling a multitude of others. Could it be that they have amalgamated templates of various celebrities? After sharing a hearty laugh, Chen Yan graciously offered his phone to Do Ying for a glimpse. Initially, Do Ying was unaware of the context, but upon her gaze meeting the screen, she erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh my, you must be kidding. I must say, you truly must." Do Ying's naturally boisterous voice startled those around her when her laughter rang out. "Sister Ying, please, maintain your composure," Chen Yan swiftly interjected, reclaiming his phone. While the two managed to regain their calm, the netizens were far from tranquil. What clandestine exchanges were Sister Ying and Chen Yan engaging in? Was that an instant message that briefly flashed across the screen? Chapter 86. Conquest. What clandestine conversations are Chen Yan and Ying Jie engaged in? Could it be that they are speaking ill of Anna? To suggest so would be a gross insult to both Chen Yan and Ying Jie. They have never resorted to backhanded remarks, always confronting adversaries directly. It suddenly dawned on me why these two are such close companions. They are both forthright individuals. Unbeknownst to Chen Yan, their secret chatter had been uncovered by netizens, and while holding his phone, he sent a message to Wang Feixian, stating that he wouldn't comment on her appearance, but rather felt she bore a striking resemblance to Yu Jejia. Upon receiving the message, Wang Feixian raised an inquisitive eyebrow and inquired, "Why do you say that?" The reply came swiftly. They're both the kind of cunning fools who cannot conceal their true intentions. This time, the laughter belonged to Wang Feixian, who was utterly taken aback by Chen Yan's unexpected retort, leaving her in stitches. We extend our gratitude to our dear Park Ji-sin for bringing us Bing Bang. Next, we welcome the illustrious Do Ying to perform the song Conquest. As the title resonated through the air, the audience buzzed with curiosity, well aware of Do Ying's formidable presence. Over the years, she has established herself as a powerful figure in the industry, her vocal prowess beyond reproach, even serving as a mentor on several singing competitions. However, this time she presented an unfamiliar song, igniting anticipation among the crowd. Emerging from the dressing room clad in an elegant black gown, Do Ying exuded a regal aura as she confidently ascended the stage. The gentle prelude began to unfold. At last you have found a way to discern victory from defeat. The price of winning and losing is the utter destruction of one another. Her rich, husky voice resonated, the melody flowing gracefully, only to rise dramatically in the next moment. And thus, you have conquered me, severing all avenues of retreat. And thus, you have conquered me, swallowing the poison you had concealed. As she delivered the lines, her high notes rang clear, a subtle tremor detectable only to those keen enough to listen. In the background, Chen Yan discerned the tension in Do Ying's performance. If not for her nerves, she could have unleashed an even greater rendition. While Chen Yan saw potential for improvement in Do Ying, the audience perceived a monumental breakthrough. Oh my, is this a new song from Do Ying? It's incredibly fresh, and the melody is simply enchanting. I've never heard this song before, and her high notes are so smooth and fluid. This is truly captivating. Such an earworm. This undoubtedly marks Do Ying's pinnacle moment. No previous song could ever surpass this. Rumor has it that this song was penned by Chen Yan for Do Ying. Originally, the stage was intended for Do Ying's acclaim, but Chen Yan's name emerged, prompting a flurry of comments from the audience. No way. Chen Yan can write love songs too? Please, let us not blindly defend Chen Yan here. Indeed, Do Ying has never been lacking in talent. She has consistently produced remarkable songs over the years. I believe I overheard a staff member mention that this song was indeed written by Chen Yan. Thus, before Do Ying could finish her song, it had already ascended to trending status. As the final notes of Conquest echoed on stage, the lights dimmed, marking the end of a captivating performance. Initially, there was a hint of nervousness, but as Do Ying continued to sing, her confidence blossomed, and her mastery of the song flourished. The audience erupted into applause as the last note faded. "Thank you, everyone," she said, setting the microphone down with satisfaction as she made her way to the green room. This performance may not have been flawless, but it undeniably surpassed her previous one. Upon entering the green room, Do-ing exclaimed, "Brother, I owe you for this song." Singing it was an absolute delight. Since her debut, Do-ing had performed on numerous stages and in various music rooms, yet she had never experienced such exhilaration. Her words effectively dispelled the swirling rumors circulating online. Chen Yan, unfazed, chuckled, "Sister-ing, it's merely a trivial matter. If you enjoyed it, I can compose another for you." His repertoire was vast, especially when it came to songs suited for her. A treasure trove of hits awaited her. Upon hearing this, Do-ing beamed like a child, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. The two settled down to chat, oblivious to the presence of others nearby. Wadanyu, Sanyong Kai-tai, and 3 international singers had grown accustomed to their camaraderie. However, Anna, a recent addition to the group, found it perplexing. While Do-ying's previous song had indeed showcased her talent, she questioned whether Do-ing was intentionally attributing the song to Chen Yan to vindicate him, especially in such a public setting. This thought only fueled Anna's resentment. Solidifying her resolve, she must uncover evidence of Chen Yan's alleged misconduct. There was no way she would let this insidious fish taint their waters. Next to take the stage was my Dang Dang, a soprano renowned for her high notes and the champion of the inaugural singing competition. Let's extend a warm welcome to my Dang Dang. As the champion of the first season, my Dang Dang showed no signs of complacency, presenting her most popular song, showcasing her formidable talent. Even Chen Yan felt the pressure. Her voice was magnetic and remarkably steady, with a seamless transition between notes that flowed effortlessly. Were it not for his own exceptional abilities, Do-ing would have struggled to keep pace with such artistry. As her song concluded, the applause for my Dang Dang surpassed that of earlier performances. "Brother, I feel she sings even better than you, but her popularity is on an entirely different level," Do-ing whispered to Chen Yan, acknowledging the undeniable gap in their star power. Chen Yan understood her words, nodding thoughtfully. "You're right. She has navigated the entertainment industry for years and has held countless concerts. Her popularity is something I cannot compare to, even if my singing is commendable. The audience votes in this competition, not the professional judges." Chen Yan was aware of this reality, though he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Once again, the champion slipped from his grasp. As the performance concluded, what took everyone by surprise was that the next artist was none other than Hua Tianyu. He was the very same performer from the first episode, and now he reappeared once more. While the order of appearances for other contestants had shifted, these two remained unchanged. Chen Yan's body stiffened as he suddenly realized something was amiss. It didn't add up. If the lineup was altered each time, why were these two exempt from change in both episodes? Furthermore, it was already peculiar that Gao Linlin had been eliminated last time, particularly since the performance had been subpar, and even a fool would not cast a vote in his favor. Yet, the steady and competitive Gao Linlin was ousted instead. Contemplating this, Chen Yan narrowed his eyes and, with a grave tone, turned to Do-ing. "Sister-ing, it appears there are indeed hidden machinations at play in this program, and it seems that I am not the one involved." Chapter 87. Who will be eliminated? Previously, Chen Yan found it peculiar that the opening act featured a foreign top-tier singer, followed by the domestic talent Hua Tianyu, with an alternating arrangement of domestic and international performers, culminating with him, a figure with a rather controversial reputation, taking the stage last. It was evident that this sequence was designed to highlight the foreign artists, intentionally placing them in such an order. Without Chen Yan, domestic singers would have been overshadowed from the very beginning, trampled underfoot. After all, the previous act was a pinnacle performance by my Dang Dang, and the next was a magician's trick. The contrast was glaringly apparent. This time, Chen Yan was deliberately assigned to open the show, undoubtedly linked to the trending topics preceding the recording. In the first episode, he had nearly pulled off a coup, securing second place. Now, placing him first, any misstep would render him a laughingstock. With such a setup, everything would be rationalized. As the chief director, Yuan Zhong's integrity precluded him from orchestrating such a scheme. Clearly, there were traitors within the singing competition, aimed at undermining domestic talents while elevating their international counterparts. Truly a malicious intent. Realizing this, Chen Yan sent a message to Nyoma. "Brother Nyo, the arrangement for your show seems rather off. Shall we discuss it tonight?" Meanwhile, The production team was focused on the stepmother, and Nyoma had not noticed his phone buzzing with messages. On stage, Hua Tianyu appeared clad in a flamboyant red feather outfit. Chen Yan found himself curious about why he favored such feathery attire. It resembled a turkey. The feathered ensemble was utterly amusing. Apparently, Hua Tianyu possessed remarkable composure, completely unfazed by these trivialities, reveling in his performance as he spread his arms wide. If Hua Tianyu's previous performance had stunned the world, this time it was destined to astonish the globe. A howl erupted, reminiscent of a dog's bark, filled with a primal essence. Chen Yan was taken aback and quickly glanced at the program schedule. Mars language? Is this the song he is to perform? Did he not reflect on the reasons for his penultimate placement last time? Do-ing was also startled, leaning toward Chen Yan. Do you think he is foolish? He boasts about his rank, claiming to be impressive, yet performs like this. Chen Yan leaned closer to Do-ing, whispering, it seems his mind has been bewitched. Yes, not quite right. From now on, stay away from him. Ing Jia. I think you're right. Do-ing agreed, settling back in her seat. On stage, the feathered ensemble flailed about, and bizarre melodies emanated, each note taking an unpredictable turn, perhaps due to their previous encounters. The audience had developed a certain threshold for the absurdity and were not as startled this time. They remained silent, faces frozen, gazing at the enraptured performer on stage. Only Hua Tianyu exuded joy, while the others appeared stiff with discomfort. Thank you, everyone. With Hua Tianyu's performance concluding, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience. At last, the performance was over. It had not previously dawned on them that Hua Tianyu was a veritable enigma. When was he eliminated? He should have been ousted after the last performance. His singing was utterly embarrassing. I recall he was once hailed as a deity of song, having held numerous concerts and even served as a mentor. Indeed, during the last performance, the eliminated Gao Linlin sang far better than he did. The singing scene in our dragon country is in disarray. How could someone like him be regarded as a musical god? The audience murmured in discontent, their voices hardly subdued. Hua Tianyu, coming down the corridor, heard their whispers distinctly. His expression turned ashen as he silently returned to the dressing room. Chen Yan observed Hua Tianyu entering the room, slumping into a corner, looking as if he had suffered some great indignity. This only reinforced her suspicions that something was amiss. Reflecting on the first day when Hua Tianyu exuded confidence and defiance, the contrast to his current demeanor, resembling a quail with its neck withdrawn, suggested that something had transpired in between, as others took the stage one after another. This iteration of Sanyang Kaitai opted for an upbeat performance rather than a melancholic tune. With Chen Yan's incidental guidance, they showcased a rock band complemented by a national-level swana, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Although it didn't involve vocal acrobatics, it was akin to Park Ji-sun's performance, masterfully commanding the atmosphere, reaching a state of fervent musical celebration. The audience responded with equal enthusiasm, waving their flashlights in rhythm. Following this, the performance by the Ben's Mao Xiong female singer featured an impressive foreign song, displaying both melody and skill. Soon, the recording reached its climactic moment as Hua Chaotian stepped onto the stage. Now, we arrive at a pivotal moment in our program. The singer competition has an elimination mechanism, and this episode introduces a new twist, the arrival of flying contestants. As flying contestants, they will perform their prepared songs, participating in public voting for the overall ranking, with the last one facing elimination. Upon hearing Hua Chaotian announce this new mechanism, the other singers in the dressing room showed expressions of surprise and astonishment. Only Chen Yan and Do-ing remained composed in their seats. After a moment, Chen Yan noticed the expressions of others and glanced at Do-ing, quietly asking, "Sistering, should I also feign surprise?" "No need. So many people are already astonished. The cameras won't focus specifically on you," Do-ing replied nonchalantly. To everyone's surprise, the camera operator indeed captured the impassive Chen Yan on film. The others wore expressions of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief, while Chen Yan maintained a blank expression, seemingly scratching at an itch caused by a fallen eyelash. Was it true that there was a script for the recording? Did even their live broadcast have script? Clearly, Chen Yan's script did not include any performance. His honesty was almost comically sincere. Comparing him to the others, their expressions appeared almost theatrical. I now declare that Chen Yan is the only genuinely authentic person among us. Up above, the only other person, my sister Ing, is equally fierce. The live broadcast buzzed with chatter about the scripted nature of the singer competition. Meanwhile, on stage, Anna, adorned in angelic garb, ascended with a stoic demeanor, truly embodying the presence of an angelic arrival. Soon after, a melodious foreign song resonated, with a climax featuring ethereal dolphin-like vocalizations. It was evident that Anna was intent on showcasing her vocal prowess. However, it was rather unfortunate. Chen Yan pondered. This girl appeared quite beautiful, possessed a commendable figure, and exhibited talent. Why did she choose to align herself with the likes of the Korean idols? Could it be that there exists a specialized art of seduction in Korea? While he was deep in thought, Anna had already concluded her performance, and Hua Chao-tian took the stage to announce the voting details for this episode. In this round, not only would the votes of the live audience be counted, but an additional online voting channel had also been established, allowing all viewers who watched the live stream for a cumulative half hour to exercise their voting rights. Chapter 88. The rankings are revealed with Hua Chao-tian's announcement. A profound silence enveloped the venue during the voting period. Even the live broadcast fell into an eerie stillness. Those who cast their votes hurriedly began to communicate in the live chat. Hey, who did you vote for? This time, our entire network is voting. Surely there can be no underhanded dealings, right? It seems quite fair and interesting. We all have a say in this. Vote for Chen Yan. Everyone, cast your votes for Chen Yan. Only someone unhinged would vote for Chen Yan. He represents the greatest conspiracy. He dares to appear on a variety show to clear his name before the lawsuit is even resolved. His connections are vast. The messages in the live chat flowed rapidly. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the final comments were repeated verbatim multiple times. Eventually, some began to follow suit, flooding the comment section. In the backstage lounge, Chen Yan, who had no voting rights and nothing to occupy his time, was scrolling through messages as usual. He unexpectedly stumbled upon a live stream of a singing competition and decided to take a look. Upon witnessing the uniformity of the comments, he nearly burst into laughter. Do-ing, noticing his unusual reaction, approached with curiosity. What is up? Did you already know the voting results? Chen Yan shook his head, a smile gracing his face as he replied. No, the netizens are all saying I have connections. Unable to contain his laughter, he continued. How did they know about my connections? I do have a background, after all. A soul from another realm, reborn here. Isn't having connections the same as having vast influence? The heavens themselves are my greatest ally. His laughter resonated, drawing the attention of other singers in the lounge, who were all able to hear him quite clearly. Among them, Anna had the most pronounced reaction, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. So, it is true. Just as she spoke, Hua Chao-tian's voice echoed from the stage. All right, the voting for our entire network has concluded. I now hold the rankings for the second episode of the singing competition, and I believe everyone is eager to know. Hua Chao-tian feigned suspense, adopting his usual tantalizing demeanor, which prompted all the viewers in the live stream to urge him to reveal the results promptly, without delay. These comments were projected onto the large screen on stage. Originally intended to showcase the audience's anticipated remarks, the unexpected content led to Hua Chao-tian's smile faltering momentarily. Fortunately, his years of hosting experience allowed him to quickly regain composure as he opened the rankings. I know everyone is keen to learn the standings of this competition, so let us adhere to our usual procedure. First, let us announce the 7th place. Let us congratulate Hua Tianyu. As his words resonated, gasps erupted from the audience. What? Hua Tianyu hasn't been eliminated? I can't believe it. It feels like he has the real inside scoop. He performs worse than the White Affair group. How did he survive? Who will be the one to be eliminated? Genuinely curious. It wasn't just the audience who were taken aback. The singers in the backstage lounge shared in their astonishment. The only one unfazed was Chen Yan. It was as he had surmised. His thoughts had proven correct. In the ensuing moments, Chen Yan found himself ensnared in contemplation, oblivious to the subsequent rankings. When he finally regained his senses, Hua Chao-tian was announcing, "Let us extend our congratulations to my Dang for once again securing the championship. We also commend Anna for her remarkable ascent on the charts." Chen Yan, momentarily taken aback, inquired Sister Ing. What is my ranking? Beside him, Do Ing wore a displeased expression and retorted, Did you not hear? Or do you still struggle to believe this reality? I truly did not hear, Chen Yan reiterated. Sixth place. You are in sixth. Do Ying's tone grew increasingly somber as she delivered the news, even slamming her palm against the table. His song carries both melody and technique, and he ranks sixth? After all these years in the industry, she is aware of certain matters. Yet this time, it feels blatantly unjust. Do Ing boldly pointed out the situation, igniting a firestorm across the internet. Sister Ing is right. I too find it perplexing. That singer named Dilisai, a bear of a woman, delivered a mediocre performance, yet somehow clinched second place? It's utterly absurd. Anna, who came in third, sang no better than Sister Ing, yet ranks above her. Let alone the Korean singer, who stumbled about on stage. One would think he was at a nightclub rather than performing. How did he end up in fourth place? While my dang possesses talent, it was evident that both Chen Yan and Sister Ing delivered superior performances. How did she still emerge as the first? The strength of the online community was formidable as they rallied against the show. Trending topics surged. Vote rigging in singing competition, insider deals in singing competition in the backstage director's room. Neoma slammed his hand on the table in frustration, questioning Yuan Zhong. What does this mean? Why can't we make the voting process transparent? It's all under real name registration anyway. Why not lay it bare for all to see? Upon learning the results, Neoma was incensed. Anyone within the industry could discern who sang well, yet the results were starkly contrary, indicating foul play. Yuan Zhong's expression was enigmatic, his tone layered with complexity as he replied, I am the director, but this program does not rest solely on my shoulders. Do you understand what I mean? He continued, the previous results were achieved through my utmost efforts to ensure fairness, yet the final eliminations are beyond my control. At this point, the implications were clear. Niumaese countenance darkened. He understood Yuan Zhong. He was not a calculative person. However, if pressures were exerted from above, even he could not withstand it. Can you divulge any further details? Is the pressure from above concerning the program itself, or aimed at Chen Yan? Neoma could not resist posing the question. He recognized that this inquiry placed Yuan Zhong in a difficult position, yet for the sake of camaraderie, he felt compelled to press on. Yuan Zhong, with a profound expression, slowly replied, Initially, it was for the sake of the program, but now I am uncertain. The results of this episode had not even been filtered through him as the director. The compiled list emerged directly after the public voting concluded, handed straight to the hosts. In the backstage lounge, Chen Yan gently pressed Do Ing back in her seat, softly advising, Sister Ing, even if you're not afraid of offending others within this circle, it would be wise to exercise some caution. You would want to give anyone reason to make things difficult for you. Mind your own business, Do Ing exclaimed, shaking off Chen Yan's hand, her anger intensifying. If this situation had befallen anyone else, she would not have felt such a profound sense of injustice. Yet now, the one ensnared in this web is Chen Yan, a rare talent. To be tarnished so early in his career, deprived of opportunities to shine, could spell the end of his prospects for success. Having witnessed Sister Ying's genuine nature, Chen Yan could not help but reiterate, Sister Ing, I understand that you have my best interests at heart. I assure you, I am capable of resolving this issue on my own. Chapter 89. Suppression by Investors. The second episode of the singing competition has concluded, with the rankings swiftly ascending to the top of trending searches. The first place remains occupied by my Dang, followed by the female singer from the Bear Country, Dilisai, in second, the rising star Anna in third, Park Jishin in fourth, Do Ing in fifth, Chen Yan in sixth, and finally, the eliminated group Sanyang Kai Tai. The netizens appear to have little objection regarding these rankings, with most comments reflecting a sense of normalcy. In fact, this ranking seems quite justified, as Chen Yan's second place in the first episode was utterly incomprehensible. Indeed, my Dang is a well-known international artist, undoubtedly possessing substantial talent. Additionally, I find that Dilisai's high notes are impressive, evoking a sensation of soaring through the clouds. The elimination of Sanyang Kai Tai is also quite reasonable. Their band perpetually performs melancholic tunes, and that Suona is rather outdated. A cello would serve them better. Within the company's conference room, Gao Chung reclined on the sofa, flanked by the smugly, smiling Li Lu. Mr. Gao, you must have seen the recording of this episode of the singing competition, correct? Gao Chung, savoring his tea, wore a satisfied smile, pouring a cup for Li Lu as well. Ah, Li Lu, you have finally accomplished something worthwhile. After having suppressed Chen Yan on multiple occasions, Gao Chung relished the victory. Though his words were intended as praise, Li Lu found them rather disconcerting. What does he mean? To suppress Chen Yan? She had expended considerable effort, navigating numerous connections to secure funding for the competition. She had endured countless drinking sessions and allocated numerous resources to facilitate this collaboration. Yet, in Gao Cheng's eyes, it was merely a matter of finally doing something worthwhile. The ever-obsequious and respectful Li Lu felt a surge of anger within. Unperturbed, Gao Cheng, with his legs crossed, continued to pontificate. This is merely the beginning. The current public opinion is also advantageous for us. As long as we discreetly suppress Chen Yan, your rewards, Li Lu, shall be plentiful. Upon hearing this, Li Lu finally felt a sense of equilibrium. Having worked in the company for many years, she possessed the qualifications and capabilities deserving of a promotion to vice president. However, her ascent had been thwarted by the meddling of the well-connected Gao Cheng. Nonetheless, Li Lu had not given up. She had long since adapted to the presence of such connections and had learned how to leverage them effectively. In a villa on the outskirts of town, Chen Yan reclined on the sofa, while Wang Feishuan nestled in his embrace, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly sitting upright, she expressed her displeasure. What is this? The internet is flooded with praise for foreign singers while disparaging our dragon country. Surely they cannot be doing this intentionally? Moreover, what do they mean by the Swana being outdated? That is our national treasure. Growing increasingly agitated, Wang Feishuan's cheeks flushed with frustration as she turned to the tranquil Chen Yan. Why are you so silent? Don't you find the actions of the production team and the netizens problematic? Chen Yan shifted his gaze from the phone screen to Wang Feishuan and smiled gently. They are indeed problematic. Such mindless rhetoric is clearly orchestrated by someone stirring the pot, with others merely following suit. Hearing this, Wang Feishuan was even more perplexed. Then why are you so calm? I sense that your ranking this time is rather peculiar. Someone must be manipulating things behind the scenes. Wang Feishuan's analysis is astute. Chen Yan leaned in and planted a kiss, affirming her insights with a reward. The sudden accolade made Wang Feishuan's cheeks flush, prompting her to retreat hastily. Be serious. I'm discussing important matters with you. All right, let's engage in serious discourse. Chen Yan assumed a posture of earnest attentiveness, gazing at teacher Wang as she continued her analysis. If I am not mistaken, this must be intricately tied to your previous company. You are absolutely correct, Chen Yan nodded. Noticing his lack of response, Wang Feishuan narrowed her eyes and inquired, have you done something without informing me? Surprised by how well the girl before him had come to understand him in just a few months, he realized she could discern that he had indeed taken action. After all, to the eyes of others, he, Chen Yan, appeared to be passively accepting this outcome. Contemplating this, Chen Yan felt an inexplicable satisfaction as he pulled Wang Feishuan into his embrace, gently stating, of course, your man cannot be easily taken advantage of. Those scoundrels who dare to act behind our backs must be prepared to face the consequences. Each word resonated with strength and conviction. In his arms, Wang Feishuan felt a sense of determination reminiscent of Chen Yan rescuing everyone from peril during a dire situation on a deserted island. I believe in you. You can absolutely do it. The following morning, a message unexpectedly surged to the top of the trending charts. Chen Yan withdraws from singing competition. This announcement ignited a frenzy across the internet. What is happening with Chen Yan? Has he thrown in the towel? Is he unable to accept his drop from second to sixth place? Absurd. Does he truly think the world cannot turn without him? It is indeed quite humorous. He takes himself far too seriously. He is hardly noteworthy, merely having borrowed a couple of songs from somewhere, thinking himself a musical deity. A new wave of scorn erupted. Director Yuan Zhong was abruptly awakened by a barrage of calls from the assistant director. What did you say? Chen Yan has withdrawn from the singing competition? How was I not informed? Yuan Zhong was dumbfounded. Following the assistant director's words, he quickly opened his phone to check the news. Sure enough, on Chen Yan's official account, he saw the announcement of his withdrawal due to illness. The reasoning was legitimate, leaving no grounds for coercing him to continue. Yet, Yuan Zhong was left in disbelief. Without Chen Yan, Will the competition be reduced to just doing? That temperamental Anna, sometimes stable, sometimes not, would surely allow foreign artists to dominate the stage. What would happen to the so-called Dragon Country singing competition? It might as well be renamed the American Idol competition. Yuan Zhong hung up the assistant director's call and hastily dialed Chen Yan. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Chen Yan, remained soundly asleep. Naturally, the morning announcement had been scheduled for release. He could not rise so early. However, he wished to surprise everyone, hence the timing. Oh, and prior to sleeping, Chen Yan had muted his phone. On the other side, Yuan Zhong, frantic and drenched in sweat, ultimately reached out to Nyoma for assistance. The cattle and horses were slumbering, yet alas, the phone remained unmuted. Under the relentless barrage of calls from Yuan Zhong, the cattle and horses stifled a breath and answered the phone. Is this a joke, my brother? Are you issuing a death warrant? Bombarding me with calls so early in the morning? Before he could utter any further protests, he inquired, what on earth is happening with Chen Yan? Why has he not uttered a word and abruptly declared his withdrawal from the singing competition? Upon hearing Yuan Zhong's agitated words, the cattle and horses adjusted their demeanor and curiously searched for the latest news. Indeed, Yuan Zhong had not spoken falsely. The trending topic, Chen Yan withdraws from singing competition, still held the top position on the charts. Chapter 90. Chen Yan's illness and withdrawal goodness. This lad is quite formidable, Nyoma exclaimed upon seeing the news. Yuan Zhong, on the other side, was fuming. Are you still praising him, Nyoma? What are you thinking? He is currently roasting both of us over a blazing fire. After hearing the content of the call, Nyoma wiped the smile from his face and adopted a much more subdued tone. Yuan Zhong, I ask you sincerely, who was truly immoral in this situation? Who lacked loyalty? Who engaged in such shameless acts first? The string of questions left Yuan Zhong speechless. Yet, Nyoma was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. One must possess a conscience. You claim Chen Yan is roasting us. But aren't you the one pushing him into the flames? You know full well that the singer competition has its underhanded dealings. For the sake of your worthless show, you show no regard for Chen Yan's current predicament, all while pretending to be the injured party. I stand with Chen Yan. That boy has done nothing wrong. With that, Nyoma abruptly hung up the phone, indifferent to whether Yuan Zhong would be enraged. Everyone has their selfish tendencies, but one must not treat their comrades as pawns for personal gain. When you toy with others, it is only a matter of time before you become someone else's plaything. On the other end of the line, Yuan Zhong stared at the disconnected call, his body collapsing to the floor in a daze. In truth, he had lied to Nyoma the day before. The final voting results had ultimately been transmitted to his server, while the rankings in Hua Chaoyan's possession had been predetermined long ago. No one knew better than he did about Chen Yan's capabilities and influence. The voting results indicated that Chen Yan had a significant lead, and despite the restrictions in place, only viewers who watched for over half an hour could vote. His votes had still soared into the millions, nearly reaching 1 billion. If these results were made public, Chen Yan's popularity would undoubtedly double, making him a nationwide sensation. Yet, he had chosen to comply with the investors. Initially, when he sought funding and found none, it was the investors who provided him with hope, granting this program its chance for existence. Now, at his age, Yuan Zhong painfully closed his eyes. Awakened by the commotion, Nyoma found sleep elusive. He scoured the news online and sent a message to Chen Yan. Brother, I support you. I will take care of matters following your withdrawal. This was all Nyoma could think of to assist Chen Yan. When Chen Yan finally awoke and picked up his phone, he was greeted with a shocking sight. Dozens of missed calls, 20 of which were from Yuan Zhong. The rest were from myriad of others. Wang Feishuan, Do Ying, Li Mi, Di La, Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, and Nyoma. As Chen Yan scrolled through the messages, his gaze landed on Nyoma's note, and a smile instinctively graced his lips. Only the old employer can provide such assurance. He handle everything. With the recording of the singer competition behind him, Chen Yan felt a newfound sense of ease. He lay in bed and updated a few chapters of his novel. In response to the comments from readers regarding his withdrawal, he simply replied, "The innocent shall remain untainted." These 4 words sparked a wave of analysis among his readers. They were all delving into the true meaning of the author's words, particularly in relation to Chen Yan. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. Chen Yan initially thought it was Wang Feishuan, but upon descending to open the door, he was surprised at finding Jia standing there. Jia, What brings you here? Do Ing hurriedly entered the room, her face etched with concern. What is going on with you? I just saw your message. Have you been upset by your ranking? The straightforward Do Ing only noticed Chen Yan's announcement of his withdrawal due to illness, failing to grasp the deeper implications. Chen Yan chuckled and shook his head, replying, Ing Jia, can't you see I'm perfectly fine? Fine? Then why did you say you were withdrawing due to illness? Do Ing poured herself a glass of water and turned to ask. Chen Yan sat beside her and said earnestly, of course, it's for my own sake. This singing competition treats me like a fool. I won't let them play me for free. Upon hearing this, Do Ing suddenly understood, connecting Chen Yan's actions. She was so astonished that she raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, you truly are remarkable. This strategy is nothing short of brilliant. Do Ing was taken aback by Chen Yan. Initially thinking he was merely musically gifted, she was surprised to discover his strategic acumen as well. Thank you for your kind words, Ing Jia. Chen Yan stretched and suddenly recalled something, saying, by the way, Ing Jia, I'm afraid I won't be able to write that song for you. I wouldn't want my composition to be utilized by such a program. Once you finish the competition, I want you to release a single or an album directly. Speaking of this matter, Do Ing was filled with frustration. Don't even mention it. I regret it so much. The song you wrote, Conquer, in both lyrics and composition, is absolutely exquisite. It pales in comparison to that show-off, Anna. Regardless of the program's quality, these viewers do not deserve to hear your work. Watching Ing Jia passionately defend him, Chen Yan found joy in her indignation. In his previous life, he wished for an older sister like Ing Jia, and now, that wish had come true. Well, with your words, Ing Jia, I feel reassured. Just as Chen Yan was about to rise and prepare something to eat, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the entrance. Before he could react, Wang Feishuan entered, carrying groceries. Upon noticing Do Ing in the living room, she froze in place, stuttering Ing Jia. This time, Do Ing was quick to respond, exclaiming, oh my, have you two started dating? Wang Feishuan and Do Ing were in the kitchen, eager to showcase their culinary skills. Chen Yan, however, decided to return a call to Yuan Zhou. This call was an essential part of the process. The moment the call connected, a flurry of anxious inquiries came through. Chen Yan, is there any way you can stay in the competition? Throughout the morning, Yuan Zhou had distilled his thoughts to their essence, fearful that Chen Yan might grow impatient or uninterested. Unfortunately, Chen Yan replied with a calm smile, Brother Yuan, do you really think that is possible? After sending out the news, I alone have borne the brunt of the online backlash. If I suddenly announced that this morning was just a joke, and that I, Chen Yan, do not intend to withdraw, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhou felt utterly disheartened, his tone tinged with bitterness. You have truly caused me great misfortune, my brother Yuan. Please, do not speak so, Chen Yan replied, his voice devoid of emotion, for it was Yuan who had first struck him from behind. He laid the matter bare. Yuan Zhou was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by the audacity of the young man. Exhausted by his own indignation, after a lengthy pause, Yuan Zhou exhaled a heavy sigh. Indeed, you are inherently this forthright. It was I who wronged you first. With that, their conversation came to an abrupt end. Chen Yan gazed at his phone, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. Brother Yuan, this is merely the beginning. There will come a time when you will seek my favor. Chapter 91. Retreat to the mountains. After Chen Yan attended to his affairs, he descended the stairs and discovered Wang Feishuan and Sister Ing already seated at the dining table, engaged in lively conversation. The two appeared to be discussing something amusing, with Sister Ing laughing heartily while Wang Feishuan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. As Chen Yan approached, he could hear their exchange more clearly. Oh dear, Sister Ing, we haven't even begun to date. Wang Feishuan shyly averted her eyes, wishing to steer the conversation away from that topic. Yet, Sister Ing persisted, saying, what is the matter? In our youth, we were quite straightforward about relationships. If you like someone, why not marry and have children? As long as the couple is compatible, the rest can be worked out over time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan understood the source of Wang Feishuan's embarrassment, while Sister Ing appeared youthful. Her mental age aligned with her actual years, and she seemed to delight in urging young couples towards matrimony. Chen Yan stepped closer to Wang Feishuan and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Sister Ing, we've only just begun dating. Please don't scare my girlfriend away. Even if you're curious, There's no need to be in such a hurry to inquire. Noting Chen Yan's protective demeanor, Sister Ing chuckled dismissively. Oh, look at you, so eager to defend her. I'm merely curious about what Fei Xuan thinks. It's quite rare for such a beautiful and talented young lady to take an interest in you. Feeling somewhat deflated, Chen Yan replied, Sister Ing, what shortcomings do I possess? Among our generation, I am certainly one of the finest. All right, you're the most impressive. Sister Ing feigned agreement before urging him, now sit down and eat. If we wait any longer, the food will get cold. The table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, all beautifully presented and fragrant. This meal offered Chen Yan a rare sense of comfort, evoking a warmth reminiscent of familial love from a past life, a sentiment he cherished yet could never return to. However, in this world, he had found a suitable substitute. Sister Ing bore a striking resemblance to an older sister, and coupled with the delightful presence of Fei Xuan, life felt wonderfully enriching. After the meal, Chen Yan took his plate to the kitchen. Fei Xuan noticed and attempted to intervene, insisting, let me handle this. Oh, please, Fei Xuan, just sit back. These are trivial tasks. What can a man do? Sister Ing firmly kept Fei Xuan at her side, clearly protective of her. One might easily mistake Sister Ing for Fei Xuan's elder sister, coming to her aid. This thought triggered a realization in Chen Yan. He seemed to have overlooked something significant. During his previous interactions with Li Mi, Sister Ing had been present on 2 occasions. Could it be that Sister Ing had misconstrued his relationship with Li Mi? As this notion dawned on him, he recalled Sister Ying's peculiar behavior, further solidifying his suspicion. No wonder Sister Ing had acted strangely in Fei Xuan's presence. After placing the dish in the kitchen sink, Chen Yan pondered anew as Fei Xuan approached the refrigerator for some fruit. Noticing his expression, she inquired, is something the matter? Chen Yan looked up, a smile forming on his lips as he replied, nothing much, just thinking that we need to stock up on some supplies. Stock up on supplies? Fei Xuan surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing amiss in her home, and continued to inquire, what do we need to procure? Chen Yan did not respond directly. Instead, he stepped before her, pressing her against the refrigerator and leaning in slowly, whispering, I want to tell you. His voice grew softer, and the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Fei Xuan tilted her head to gaze at him, pouting slightly. What is there to conceal from me? Indeed, there is nothing, but this matter would reveal itself to you tomorrow. Chen Yan wrapped his arms around Fei Xuan, playfully tapping her delicate nose and affectionately kissing her soft cheeks a couple of times. Oh, my wife is truly beautiful. Fei Xuan's face flushed a deep crimson, her hands weakly pushing against him. What nonsense! Let go of me. Ingjie is still at home. I want to let go unless you stay with me tonight. Chen Yan boldly asserted his demands. Fei Xuan was both startled and embarrassed, didn't you say? She hesitated to finish her thought, aware of their guest's presence. Her upbringing in a scholarly family made it difficult for her to voice such sentiments. Seeing her adorably flustered, Chen Yan's smile widened. Silly, I only want you to stay with me. I never said I intended to do anything. With that, Chen Yan held Fei Xuan tightly, tilting his head to draw near to her pearl-like earrings, whispering, I will certainly fulfill the promise I made to you. Later that evening, after bidding farewell to Do Ing, Fei Xuan sat on her bed, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Was I possessed at that moment? How did I agree to him? It truly is. The last time they were in that small apartment, and the first time in the hot springs on the deserted island. Though Chen Yan insisted he would do nothing, he still took advantage of her in countless ways, leaving Fei Xuan so bashful she could hardly lift her head, which only made Chen Yan beam with pride. The mere recollection made her feel utterly shy. Fei Xuan, are you there? I forgot to bring my bath towel. Could you bring it to me? Lost in her thoughts, Fei Xuan was taken aback by the sudden request. What does this mean? Forgetting a bath towel while showering? He must be doing this on purpose. Fei Xuan felt a surge of frustration. Did you not hear? Without a towel, I can only come out in the nude. Her irritation quickly transformed into urgency, and she seized a clean towel, racing towards the bathroom. Upon reaching the door, she cautiously opened a small crack, extending the towel inside. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Fei Xuan could not contain herself and blurted out. In the next moment, her wrist was seized, and Chen Yan pulled her into the steam-filled bathroom. Knowing this, you still dare to come? With those words, Fei Xuan's protests were silenced. After a brief commotion, They emerged from the bathroom well past 11 o'clock at night. Wang Feishuan donned a bathrobe, turning on her heel towards the guest room. Before she could exit, Chen Yan, who had followed closely behind, blocked the door. Due to their positions, Wang Feishuan felt as though Chen Yan was embracing her from behind. "All right, darling, don't be angry. I merely wish to tease you. But I didn't truly do anything, did I?" Chen Yan softened his tone and lowered his stance, expressing a yearning to hold you close while sleeping, confessing that he could not find rest without you in his embrace. A somewhat aggrieved voice echoed from behind. Wang Feishuan felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Indeed, he had not fulfilled his role entirely. He recalled his friend's words, advising that a man should not always suppress his feelings, for such restraint could lead to illness. After pondering for a considerable time, Wang Feishuan finally managed to convince himself, turning around to feign a fierce glare at Chen Yan. He then leapt onto the bed, pulling back the covers to nestle in. Observing her every movement exuding an endearing charm, Chen Yan smiled as he approached, gathering her into his arms for a slumber. "Fortunately, you are by my side." Chapter 92. The recording begins, but no one dares to come. During the 2 days of self-imposed leave, Chen Yan found himself in a state of profound relaxation. Were it not for the burdensome lawsuit and the lofty ambitions yet to be realized, he might have genuinely considered an early retirement to relish a life of seclusion amidst the mountains. "Fei, the home appliances I ordered a couple of days ago will be delivered shortly. Please remember to sign for them," he informed Wang Feishuan, who was presently perched on the sofa, managing work. He feared that amidst the impending busyness, he might forget this matter. In the living room, Wang Feishuan, having just completed her exercise routine, was preparing to take a shower before practicing the piano. Upon hearing his words, she turned her head and acknowledged, "All right." Just before stepping into the bathroom, she suddenly recalled something and glanced back at Chen Yan. "By the way, isn't the 3rd episode of the singer competition about to be recorded?" she inquired. "If all goes as planned, it should still be on the same day." Chen Yan paused momentarily, removed his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose, responding, "Yes, the date cannot be altered. However, I am uncertain if the participants will remain the same. Indeed, I am quite curious about how the upcoming recording will unfold." She mused, then added, "I will be participating in the competition this Saturday, so I must return home tonight and cannot stay with you any longer." This was also the reason she had agreed to remain with him for the past 2 days. She needed to travel abroad for at least a week for the competition. The thought of not seeing each other for an entire week filled Wang Feishuan with an anxious sentiment, prompting her decision to stay with Chen Yan for a brief respite. Upon hearing her words once more, Chen Yan felt a familiar wave of melancholy wash over him. Naturally, he allowed his disheartened demeanor to surface. He reclined against the sofa's backrest and sighed deeply. "This vast house will soon be left with just me, feeling lonely, desolate, and profoundly saddened." Observing his feigned sorrow, Wang Feishuan chuckled, choosing to disregard him as she entered the bathroom. Left alone in the living room, Chen Yan abandoned his earlier facade and retrieved his phone, intending to explore the news online. He had recently discovered that while many aspects of this world lagged behind others, one domain stood out as remarkably advanced: the Internet. The Internet here resembled a secret organization, no matter the news. They could uncover traces faster than even the most expensive detectives. As he casually opened an app to scroll through the news, he was greeted with updates regarding the singer competition. It was then that he realized a significant event had transpired the previous day. However, caught up in playful antics with Wang Feishuan at home, he had missed all the developments. Anna kneels publicly before Park Ji-shin. "What on earth is this?" Chen Yan exclaimed, curiosity piqued as he clicked on the link, discovering a video to corroborate the event. "Park Appa, Anna has been captivated by you since before her debut. Your voice and stage presence leave me in awe. For you, I am willing to do anything." Such an impassioned declaration followed. The voice of a South Korean host echoed next, remarking on Anna's audacity. He mentioned that in Longwa, one expresses submission through kneeling. Would Anna be willing to publicly declare her submission to Park Appa? Upon the utterance of these words, a tumultuous discussion erupted among the audience. In the land of the Korean peninsula, kneeling is not an arduous task. They possess a specific etiquette for bowing to seniors and elders. However, in the traditions of the Dragon Kingdom, kneeling before heaven and earth as well as before one's parents and blood relatives, is esteemed, while kneeling to others is deemed a profound insult. In the video, Anna exhibited no hesitation, directly dropping to her knees with a sincere expression, proclaiming, "Appa Park, you are my deity." There was a complete lack of dignity, resembling an obsequious display. Is this truly the esteemed prodigy who returned from studying abroad? She pales in comparison to even a single strand of my dear Fei Xuan's hair. After witnessing this, Chen Yan felt not satisfaction, but rather a sense of suffocation. What nonsense is this? Is she even worthy of being called a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Wang Fei Xuan emerged from her shower, initially treading lightly, intending to surprise Chen Yan from behind. As she approached, she noticed Chen Yan muttering angrily about something. Glancing down, she spotted the vitriolic comments on his phone screen. It seemed Anna had become so accustomed to kneeling in the land of corn that she could no longer stand. How could someone like her not be blacklisted and still perform on stage? It is a disgrace to our nation. She ought to be silenced immediately. It is outrageous that artists with tarnished reputations appear in public. If children were to witness this, they might mistakenly idolize her as a deity. Indeed, our nation's youth should not be subjected to such influences. Observing the comments above, Wang Fei Xuan inquired, "What has transpired?" Chen Yan turned his head, presenting his phone to her, stating, "This doesn't concern us. The singer competition will likely be affected." The recording of the singer competition was taking place in a suburban studio. Since the inception of the program, Yuan Zhong had been living on site. Upon the revelation of Anna's scandal yesterday, Yuan Zhong was left utterly astounded. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. He was still grappling with how to handle Chen Yan's withdrawal due to illness. Now, with Anna causing yet another sensational uproar. If she were allowed to continue recording, the reputation of the singer competition would undoubtedly suffer. Yet, if she were to be sidelined, who could possibly fill her shoes? Given the current composition of the program, he would need to find 2 additional guest performers. Yuan Zhong gazed at the phone on the table, silently reflecting on the past 2 hours. "This won't do, old Yuan. Your program is currently too popular for me to participate. Alas, I truly apologize. My schedule is far too packed. Director Yuan, your show is live. My capabilities are limited, and I truly cannot manage it. My sincerest apologies." For 2 whole hours, Yuan Zhong scoured his contact list, but found not a single candidate willing to participate. This predicament reminded him of the time before the program commenced when he struggled to find participants. How did he resolve that situation? He lowered his standards, reaching out to Hua Tianyu and Gao Linlin to come to the rescue, and enlisted Niu Ma to join the recording, who in turn brought in Chen Yan. Only then did the program proceed smoothly. But what was the outcome? Hua Tianyu has now become a mere instrument wielded by capital, devoid of any autonomy in his choices and obliged to perform according to the demands of his financiers. As for Gao Linlin, she initially came to the rescue out of a moment of compassion, only to find herself eliminated in the first round, treated as mere cannon fodder. While the initial episodes of the singing competition garnered significant attention and provided a platform for talented individuals to ascend, the bewildering maneuvers in the second episode left the audience perplexed. How could those within the industry remain oblivious? It is evident that capital manipulation is at play, rendering the competition far from equitable. Who would wish to serve as a stepping stone for foreign artists, allowing them to ascend at their expense? Consequently, Yuan Zhong struggles to find anyone capable of filling the void left behind. Chapter 93. Poor Yingjie. As the day of the recording approached, Yuan Zhong, having failed to locate anyone, reluctantly allowed Anna to take the stage. Before Hua Chaoyan's performance, Yuan Zhong earnestly instructed him to salvage the situation. Hua Chaoyan, with a disdainful glance, impatiently replied, "I understand. This is a trivial matter I have encountered hundreds of times." Yuan Zhong, taken aback, thought, "You claim to know yet look down upon me?" In the blink of an eye, Hua Chaoyan transformed his irritation into a smile as he stepped onto the stage. After a week apart, he reflected on his return with a sense of nostalgia. "Firstly, I must share some news, whether it is good or bad. I shall leave that to you to decide." With a chuckle, he continued, "Due to health issues, Chen Yan will no longer participate in this round of the singing competition, and we will continue with 6 contestants." Having announced this, Hua Chaoyan swiftly shifted the topic to commence the next round of competition. In the backstage lounge, the absence of Chen Yan left Do Ying feeling somewhat isolated, unsure of whom to engage in conversation. To her left, Hua Tianyu sat rigidly, lost in thought since his arrival. To her right, Anna maintained an aloof demeanor, as if the world owed her something. Dou Ying's posture, once straight, began to sag, her mind racing with doubts. I never realized the lounge could be so unbearable. What has changed today? This sentiment was shared not only by Dou Ying, but also by numerous online observers. Our Ying Jia appears to be on pins and needles. Much like a lost soul after her partner's departure, they remarked. Lacking Chen Yan's company, she seemed at a loss for what to do. Was the upper floor reserved for Chen Yan's redemption? He had retreated like a turtle, hiding in his shell as his ranking plummeted. Who could blame him? With such fragile emotional resilience, he ought to consider retiring from the spotlight. The competition soon commenced, with the first performer being the female singer Dillies, whose choice of a Dragon Country song was a rare departure from her usual repertoire, dominated by high notes. Her command of the Dragon Country language was hesitant at best, and while her high notes were commendable, the audience's reaction was tepid, as they realized that vocal prowess was not solely defined by soaring melodies. Following Dillies, Anna took the stage, selecting a popular song from the land of the morning calm, famously sung by Park Ji-sin. Her choice seemed intentionally provocative, as if challenging her critics with her very presence. With a defiant gaze, she seemed to declare, "What if you criticize me? I relish in my defiance." The song, predominantly melodic, was marred by her attempts at vocal acrobatics, resulting in a disjointed performance. Despite the inherent beauty of the melody, her insistence on showcasing high notes detracted from the overall effect. Once she concluded her performance, Park Ji-sin and the lounge wore a visibly displeased expression. Upon Anna's entrance into the lounge, Park Ji-sin bluntly chastised her, stating, "I believe your rendition of this song lacks finesse. The high notes are not the key to success. You should pay attention to the cohesiveness of your adaptation." Faced with reprimand from her idol, Anna, who had always prided herself like a peacock, displayed a flustered demeanor. "I apologize, Appa. I was merely eager for quick success. I wanted to prove to them that my admiration for you and my feelings are sincere." Despite Anna's response, Park Ji-sin's expression remained grim. He was next to perform, so he chose not to waste any more time with her and ascended the stage directly. Clearly, his admonishment stemmed from genuine concern. This time, he presented a song that focused on melody, invigorating the atmosphere of the stage, which prompted considerable applause from the audience. It is undeniable that Park Ji-sin's role as a mentor is well-deserved. His songs are catchy, with truly admirable melodies. I too concur, and I find Park Ji-sin to be a sincere individual. Although he insulted domestic singers in the first episode, I believe he had a point. Those lackluster performances displayed a profound disrespect for the stage. Indeed, opportunities to perform are rare. Genuine talent often goes unnoticed while those lacking substance take the stage. And I would be infuriated as well. But does that justify public insults? Such behavior touches upon issues of character and upbringing. Numerous comments defending Park Ji-sin were met with a sudden rational voice online, which was promptly attacked by others. What do you understand? Art does not come with so many constraints. Everyone is quite direct and sincere. Yes, our country may have shortcomings, but should we not be allowed to voice our opinions? I understand. You are a fool, the kind without any sense. By what right do you insult others? Is this what you call upbringing? What you deem character? A delusional fan. I am merely expressing my honest thoughts. Why is it permissible for your appa to be sincere while others are not? Learn a word or two and be mindful in the future, or I shall be sincere in return. The online uproar continued to escalate, as it was now Dou Ying's turn to perform on stage. This time, without a song written by Chen Yan, Dou Ying opted for a song with a resilient connotation titled Unyielding. Yet, she struggled to maintain her composure. Due to nerves, her voice trembled upon beginning. The more one strives for perfection, the more prone they are to errors. Nevertheless, Dou Ying is an experienced singer. After a few lines, she gradually regained her rhythm, delivering a nearly flawless performance thereafter. Following her, it was my Dongdong's turn. The grand finale was entrusted to Hua Tianyu. Although the closing act changes each episode, Hua Tianyu consistently follows my Dang Dang, seemingly unnoticed by the audience except for Chen Yan. Once again, he dazzled with an array of foreign songs, while my Dang Dang selected a piece that was immensely popular and familiar to domestic fans. As anticipated, this choice incited cheers and enthusiasm from the audience. As the performance concluded, the crowd erupted with joy, akin to attending a concert. It was simply extraordinary. Indeed, it is often said that the sound system of the singing competition is unparalleled globally. And only now do I truly appreciate this assertion. Are your words sincere? I find it perplexing that I do not perceive the same allure in Chen Yan's two songs. What do you understand? This is art. Chen Yan is already withdrawn from the competition. Comparisons to inconsequential individuals are unwarranted. Finally, the grand finale featured Hua Tianyu, who ascended the stage with resolute steps, adorned in a vibrant green ensemble reminiscent of lush grass. Upon his arrival, an enveloping silence fell upon the audience. Silence became the tranquil bridge of the evening. Chapter 94. The finale of the mage. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew tense and uncomfortable. The audience turned their gaze toward the stage where Hua Tianyu stood, perhaps filled with anticipation. However, reality did not unfold as beautifully as imagined. The moment Hua Tianyu opened his mouth to sing, everyone recognized the inevitable. A piercing shriek reverberated through the entire venue, overpowering even the dynamic band accompanying him. Hua Tianyu, immersed in his performance, became increasingly fervent, kneeling on the ground. In the waiting room, the other singers wore expressions of indifference, seemingly acknowledging such a performance. Only Doing displayed a grimace of disdain. What on earth was he singing? It was nowhere near the level of even the most casual passerby. If Hua Tianyu were not eliminated this time, then surely it would be my turn, Doing pondered. As a finale performer, Hua Tianyu once again stunned the audience, albeit in a manner distinct from the other contestants. While others sang with emotion, evoking tears and sentiment, he resorted to sheer fright, showing no mercy to the audience, disregarding their auditory and visual experience. His primary concern was his own enjoyment of the performance, while the others sang with despondency. This scene, witnessed by Chen Yan, who was enjoying a holiday at home, elicited a sense of melancholy. Although he found Hua Tianyu quite detestable for his lack of decorum and understanding of basic courtesy, he acknowledged that Hua Tianyu's musical prowess extended beyond mere antics. After all, he was a champion emerging from a legitimate singing competition. Chen Yan speculated that Hua Tianyu's choice of a new song in the first round had been overwhelmingly shocking, leading to him being selected by the capital interests as a stepping stone within their realm of fame and fortune. As a mere starlet, Hua Tianyu possessed no real agency in his choices, making this battle a challenging one. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Yan contemplated thoughtfully. On the singer competition stage, upon concluding his performance, Hua Tianyu bowed solemnly to the audience, wearing a beaming smile as he expressed his gratitude for their support. As he descended from the stage, he maintained that smile. Whether it was genuinely heartfelt or forced, it appeared somewhat unnatural. The host, Hua Tian, brushed past him on stage, offering a quiet reassurance. "Don't worry, I've got your back." With his uncle's assurance, the previously disheartened Hua Tianyu instantly regained his spirits. No one understood the intricacies of the competition better than him. Initially, Hua Tianyu had agreed to participate for the sake of gaining popularity and recognition, especially after receiving insider information from his uncle about Chen Yan's impending entry into the competition, which would facilitate his own participation. Having been cast aside by the ever-evolving entertainment industry, Hua Tianyu promptly accepted the opportunity. However, after the first round, he found himself overwhelmed and utterly transformed by the experience. Without the need for the capital's direct intervention, his manager had taken charge of all arrangements, leaving him with no choices to make. Now, as they approached the second and current third rounds, he had completely become a puppet. With the ascendance of Hua Tian, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Everyone is eagerly anticipating, aren't they? Due to various unforeseen circumstances, only 6 contestants remain in the competition. Thus, we shall adopt a new mechanism for this round. Before the voting results are revealed, this new mechanism will remain a confidential surprise to be disclosed alongside the ranking results. As these words resonated, the audience gradually responded. The singer competition truly knows how to create excitement. Each episode presents a different mechanism. I discern that this is undoubtedly fair and just, devoid of any deceitful elements. Indeed, it is my first encounter with such a program, yet it is quite delightful, filled with suspense and intrigue. I find it puzzling if the program is so equitable. Why has Hua Tianyu managed to stay until now? Who exactly constitutes his audience? For Hua Chaotian on stage, the voices of the audience were quite audible, despite hearing clearly. He feigned ignorance, continuing to smile. I can already feel your enthusiasm, so let us commence the voting. Quickly moving to the next segment, Hua Chaotian raised his hand, and the large screen behind him transformed into a display of the contestants' rising votes. The entire internet was participating in the voting, and the audience member Chen Yan even cast a vote for Sister Ing. Yet, Chen Yan still felt it was insufficient. Sister Ing was his only connection in the singer competition, so he posted another message beneath the Dupo novel. My idol has withdrawn. I must support my idol's idol. After sending it, Chen Yan messaged Sister Ing. How is the situation on site? I've rallied a legion to rally votes for you. The legion lived up to its name. In just 5 minutes, the likes and comments had surged into the thousands. Currently, they were escalating rapidly at a rate of thousands per minute. Upon realizing this, Chen Yan was certain that Sister Ing would be just fine this time. Do Ing responded swiftly. It's excruciating, my brother. You cannot fathom how difficult it is for me. The people in the lounge are like mutes, not uttering a single unnecessary word, either silence or madness. I am utterly stifled. Once this is over, I will bring my assistant to find you. Curse program. Hurry up and eliminate me. Chen Yan's speculation was evidently correct. It was the foreigners who were silent. And the only madness aside from Hua Tianyu was Anna. Indeed, Sister Ing had been wronged. Had it not been for the capital encroaching upon Chen Yan's interests, he would have preferred to continue earning alongside Sister Ing while engaging in casual banter. No problem, Sister Ing. I await you with fine food and drink after your shift. After sending the message, Chen Yan closed his computer and walked towards the door. As the door opened, DLA's cheerful and adorable face appeared, looking surprised. Right? She said, lifting the basket in her hand and shaking it gently. These strawberries are homegrown. I brought them specially for you. Seeing this, Chen Yan stepped aside to let DLA in, pausing his gaze on her basket for a few seconds. She grew these? If Chen Yan's memory serves him right, Dila's little courtyard is adorned entirely with flowers and plants. Moreover, the strawberries in this basket are notably large and crimson, clearly of exceptional quality. Contemplating these thoughts, a cryptic expression flickered across Chen Yan's face. Does Dila not usually have a busy schedule? Lately, it seems you have an abundance of time. What does this imply? I have only visited once, and already you find me bothersome? Dila turned her head, glaring at him with displeasure, and retorted with indignation. Chen Yan shrugged, neither affirming nor denying her statement. I am merely curious. After all, you appear to be quite popular. Generally, artists of your caliber are inundated with work. Chapter 95. The rankings are out. Dila withdrew her gaze with a huff, boldly entering Chen Yan's home while carrying a small basket. She made herself at home, heading straight for the kitchen. As she washed the strawberries in the basket, she munched on one and asked, Did you watch today's show? I feel like they sang nowhere near as well as you. Chen Yan followed Dila into the kitchen, a moonstone table separating them. In a soft voice, he replied, I did watch it. Their singing was quite decent. I must say, the finale performer, Hua Tianyu, has also shown considerable improvement. This remark immediately brought laughter to Dila. You certainly know how to flatter. He is a mid-level figure, and you say his singing has improved? Ha ha! Seeing her laugh so heartily, Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired with intrigue. Do you truly think his singing is subpar? This question successfully halted Dila's mirth. Hearing you say that makes it feel as if you have some recording or footage. Are you trying to set me up? Dila feigned suspicion, glancing around. Dila, clad in a light pink fitted top and a super short skirt, appeared lively and adorable. Chen Yan maintained his composure, his gaze fixed on the vibrant strawberries, which indeed looked appetizing. Perhaps they could be enjoyed while watching the amusing singing competition. Thank you, Dila, Chen Yan said with a smile as he took a plate of strawberries she had just washed and returned to the sofa. Wait, Dila was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated Chen Yan would simply take them. After a brief pause, she comprehended the situation and, feeling indignant, rushed to sit beside him. Can't we share? These are the strawberries I washed. As she spoke, she picked one from a plate and popped it into her mouth. Feel free. I can't finish them all by myself anyway. Chen Yan placed the plate from the table into a central position and resumed his computer activities. The singing competition had progressed to the announcement of results. Let us congratulate my Dang Dang for winning the championship once again. The announcement echoed as he clicked in. Chen Yan scrolled through the comments, curious about the overall rankings, only to find that netizens were quite divided on the results. My Dang Dang is first again, coming to our country to compete, without even singing a single Dragon Country song? Not even a phrase in our language? Indeed, Dilly's at least sang a Dragon Country song in the last round. Second place is well-deserved. It seemed the rankings had already been determined. First was undoubtedly my Dang Dang, followed by Dilly's, then Park Shashin, Anna, and Ingjia. This order had been established since the previous episode, leaving no suspense whatsoever. Is this competition truly fair? I feel as though my Dong Dong's singing isn't even as good as Chen Yan's, who will show some sympathy for our Ingjia. These foreign contestants have come knocking at our door, and Ingjia is the first to stand guard. Upon hearing the comment about foreign invaders at the door and Ingjia standing alone in defense, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle aloud. What on earth is this? What's wrong? Beside her, Dyla leaned in with curiosity, peering at the content on the screen. She stifled a giggle, exclaiming, "Can you believe it? These netizens are incredibly creative, crafting memes for Sister Ing. However, Ing's outfit resembles that of a historical concubine. How amusing." The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter once more. The show continued, and after announcing Mei Dang Dang as the first-place winner, Hua Chao Tian revealed the last-place contestant, Wadianyu. "Oh dear, he has been eliminated," Chen Yan remarked with a hint of lament. Dyla, chewing on a strawberry, retorted, "That can't be right. Wadianyu is Hua Chao Tian's nephew, and he surely wouldn't allow him to be eliminated so easily." Chen Yan, taken aback, responded, "You mean Wadianyu is Hua Chao Tian's nephew? I never realized they had such a connection." Dyla finished her strawberry, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. "Indeed, don't they bear a resemblance? I've heard that many of Wadianyu's resources have been facilitated by Hua Chao Tian, which is why he has thrived in such a short period." Just then, Hua Chao Tian's voice echoed from the computer. "The rankings have been announced, and now I will unveil the new competition mechanism for the singing contest. Based on the results of the 4th episode, the champion will have the privilege to grant one eliminated contestant a chance of revival or to invite new participants to the contest." Upon hearing this, a unique smile crept onto Chen Yan's lips. The production team certainly knows how to create a buzz. Regardless of their influence or tactics, the financiers are equally astute. One could surmise that a dedicated team is meticulously strategizing behind the scenes. Aware that no one wishes to participate in the show, they have devised 2 methods, either reviving an eliminated contestant, thus deflecting any backlash onto the contestants themselves, or allowing the champion to recruit others to join, saving them the trouble of searching for participants. A masterstroke, indeed. Chen Yan genuinely praised their ingenuity. At this moment, he realized the formidable nature of his adversaries. They possess an intelligent think tank with absolute strategy, coupled with the power and financial influence to back it. Engaging them head-on would yield no advantage. Thus, Chen Yan recognized that only one path lay before him. He must not oppose capital, but instead compel it to choose him. Ignoring Dyla beside him, he opened his computer and began to operate. Within a mere half hour, he secured a sum of money from a website and subsequently sought out several influential online personalities. As the 3rd episode of the singing contest concluded, various controversial topics surfaced on the internet. Singing contest dominated by foreigners' moral twist or humanity decline, invasion of the Dragon Nation by foreigners, cultural invasion. It was perplexing. While the show aired, the internet was filled with admiration for Mei Dang Dang and Dilly C, with even fans praising Park Shashin. Yet, just after the 3rd episode concluded, the online sentiment underwent a drastic transformation. Cultural invasion touches upon severe issues. Chen Yan gazed at his own writing, taking a moment to inscribe a passage beneath his novel to articulate his thoughts. The subtle influence of cultural soft power manifests imperceptibly around us, distorting our worldview, all in an effort to dismantle the formidable Dragon Nation. I firmly believe in the strength of our national culture and advocate for contestants in the singing competition to be paired with singers who possess commensurate abilities, rather than mismatched ones. Upon sharing these sentiments, a growing number of individuals were inspired, flocking to the official blog of the singing competition to voice their opinions. This exemplifies what is commonly referred to as setting an example. Chapter 96. Poor Ying Jie in the suburban recording venue of the singer competition. Yuan Zhong finally concluded the third episode's filming, feeling relieved that the fourth episode would surely proceed smoothly without the need for further brainstorming. However, his sense of triumph lasted but an hour before a call from the assistant director interrupted him. Director Yuan, you must check the news online. The entire internet is criticizing our program selection process. If this accusation sticks, not only will we be unable to continue airing, we might even face a total ban. The gravity of the situation struck Yuan Zhong, prompting him to quickly open his mobile application to check the latest reports. The singer competition dominated by foreigners' cultural influence as he read the initial lines. His hands trembled uncontrollably. By the time he finished the entire article, fury engulfed him, and he hurled his phone to the ground. All I wanted was to produce a show. Why must it be this difficult? Meanwhile, after handling the news, Chen Yan turned to find Dila peacefully asleep beside him, completely unguarded. He couldn't help but smile helplessly at the sight. This girl truly did not perceive him as a man. After all, she was a stunning beauty, a star with an attractive figure. Even his friends won't expect a bit more decorum, wouldn't one? Had he not known Dila's carefree nature from their previous interactions, he might have suspected she was intentionally trying to seduce him. Closing his laptop, Chen Yan picked up a small blanket and draped it over Dila. He then ventured into the kitchen to see if there was anything edible. He wanted to prepare in advance for Ying Jie's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yan emerged from the kitchen with a stoic expression. The refrigerator yielded nothing but vegetables and meats. He wasn't particularly skilled at cooking, but he could manage a steak. After all, searing it to perfection and adding a touch of greens for garnish was quite simple. Thus, he confidently opted for that dish. Before long, as Chen Yan was frying the steak, Dila, still asleep on the sofa, awoke to the enticing aroma and sleepily wandered over. Chen Yan immediately noticed her bare, delicate feet padding across the floor and couldn't help but remind her, you should put on some shoes. Dila looked down in confusion, wiggled her toes, and then flashed him a playful smile before obediently returning to fetch her shoes. Chen Yan turned his gaze away, pondering, why does this feel like raising a daughter? As the two pans worked their magic, the delightful fragrance wafted through the air. The doorbell rang, and Dila hopped excitedly to answer it. Upon seeing Do Ying's troubled expression, she rushed forward to envelop her in a warm embrace. Ying, it's been so long. Initially, Do Ying was brimming with grievances, but Dila's embrace nearly left her speechless. Looking around to confirm she was indeed in Chen Yan's home, she turned her attention back to Dila. What are you doing at Chen Yan's place? Dila paused for a moment before cheerfully explaining, I live next door to Chen Yan, and since the singer competition is recording today, I decided to come over and watch it with him. Gomein, Ingujie. I still want to ask you about the competition. When it comes to singing competitions, Do Ying's unpleasant memories resurface, her expression falling. Don't mention it, girl. It's nothing to celebrate. Do Ying changed her shoes and made her way to the kitchen, where she found Chen Yan. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, I knew you would be cooking in here. The smell of steak tells me you're taking the easy route. Don't eat that foreign junk. It makes me nauseous. Listening to Ying Jie's complaints, Chen Yan chuckled. Is that so, Ying Jie? Perhaps today's battle against the foreigners has left you physically and mentally exhausted? Do Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. If looks could kill, Chen Yan would have undoubtedly been struck down twice by now. Still laughing, Chen Yan plated a steak, garnishing it with prepped broccoli and cherry tomatoes, an artistically drizzled sauce over it. His movements were remarkably deft, creating a visually appealing dish. Don't be upset, Ying Jie. Let us share some joy, he said, pressing a button on his phone to cast entertainment news onto the white wall. Look, everyone is addressing you with respect now, calling you Yi He Na La Shering. Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh again. During today's program, Ying Jie had donned a black robe and tied her hair back. Coupled with the crown that netizens had edited onto her image, it was quite an impressive resemblance. Do Ying exclaimed, on my way here, I've already encountered too many insults. If you value your life, make these things vanish from my sight. Recognizing that Do Ying was genuinely furious, Chen Yan ceased his jesting and swiftly turned off the projection. He then carried 2 plates of steak to the dining table and placed them down. Ying Ye, have something to eat. You must be exhausted today. Do Ying sat down at the table with displeasure, while Dila cautiously took a seat behind her, tentatively asking, Ying Jie, will you participate in the next episode? What kind of question is that? I haven't been eliminated. Doing rolled her eyes at her phone. Dyla nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I thought you might be like Chen Yan and withdraw from the program. At this, Doing became even more irate. Do you think everyone possesses Chen Yan's courage? He is currently surrounded on all sides. While others may be unaware, she was fully cognizant. This episode's popularity soared, surpassing even the first, indirectly proving that Chen Yan's departure had little impact. Confirming this did nothing beneficial for Chen Yan. This was precisely why Do-ing rushed to find him after leaving the program. Chen Yan, having heard Do-ing clearly, approached with the last plate of steak and placed it in front of Dyla. Jia, this is merely the beginning. I want to be away from you for long. Do-ing looked up in surprise. Are you implying that you will return to the singing competition? Could it be that the production team's new mechanism is to revive you? Contemplating, Do-ing once again dismissed this possibility. No, you are merely ill and thus withdrawing, which does not fall within the realm of the elimination mechanism. They are utterly incapable of resurrecting you. Chen Yan did not afford Do-ing much time for reflection, promptly revealing the answer. I shall not return of my own volition. Rather, they will invite me back. Do-ing furrowed her brow. On what grounds? Chen Yan smiled. On the grounds that I am Chen Yan. Do-ing. The confidence radiating from Chen Yan's smile was overwhelming, exuding a sense of assured victory, as if events were unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. Do-ing was further perplexed, on the verge of inquiring about the matter when she noticed Chen Yan placing his phone before her. The screen displayed only trending topics, with the top one being none other than Do-ing herself. The last guardian of Yi, Hina La's sister-ing, is so pitiful. The final guardian, chapter 97. The resurrection mechanism. Do-ing was acutely aware that her situation had stirred considerable public attention. However, she never anticipated that the fervor would not only persist but escalate, clearly indicating that someone was deliberately manipulating the narrative. The stake before her had lost its appeal as she pondered the unfolding events, hesitantly glancing at Chen Yan. You wouldn't be behind this, would you? She inquired. Apart from Chen Yan, she could conceive of no one else harboring grievances against the singing competition. The two parties at the table locked eyes. In an instant, Do-ing slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, Is it really you? Calm down, Jia. Don't be too hasty, Chen Yan replied with a beaming smile, urging her to regain her composure. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. It's unacceptable for someone to manipulate you, only for you to turn and do the same to me. Do-ing had always been forthright, a trait that endeared her to Chen Yan. Meanwhile, Dyla, savoring her steak, observed the commotion, internally musing that it was fortunate she had come to find Chen Yan that day. Otherwise, such matters would have remained unknown to her. After some deliberation, Chen Yan succinctly elucidated the situation, focusing on the key points. Jia, I refrained from informing you to ensure you could present yourself naturally on the show. After all, knowing such things in advance offers no real advantage. Currently, the entire online discourse is in favor of your positive image. If I am not mistaken, hasn't your assistant already received invitations for other opportunities on your way here? His words struck a chord. Do-ing, who had been on the verge of explosion moments ago, fell silent. Indeed, it was true. Following the episode, her phone buzzed with numerous messages, all offering her comfort. Additionally, her assistant had received updates regarding various advertisements and variety shows eager to invite Do-ing to participate. This was undeniably beneficial for her, apart from the public scrutiny she faced. Hey, look at the trending topics. The resurrection mechanism for the singing competition has begun, Dyla exclaimed, gleefully waving her phone at them. The resurrection mechanism would operate on two fronts, one being the champion selection and the other through public voting. If both parties selected the same contestant, that individual would be revived. Conversely, if their choices differed, the two contestants would engage in a PK, with the victor entering the resurrection pathway. Dyla read aloud the information displayed on her screen. Clearly, the production team had already identified candidates for revival, implementing this mechanism to streamline the process. Chen Yan pondered thoughtfully. In the next moment, all three simultaneously raised their heads and spoke in unison, Hua Tianyu. This resurrection mechanism had evidently been devised specifically to reinstate Hua Tianyu. While the initial intent may not have centered around him, he was now the only viable option. Who could have imagined that Hua Chaoyan's influence extended so far? given that he was merely a host who had navigated the entertainment industry for many years? Uncharacteristically, Chen Yan found himself contemplating the nuances of power. Alicht yingia dila. You two continue your meal. I need to step out for a moment. With that, he picked up the laptop from the sofa and exited the room. Inside a private CAF, Chen Yan was guided by a server into a secluded booth. In the private room, Neoma sat comfortably, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him enter, he smiled slightly and remarked, "You must have been eager to discuss something with me." Since their withdrawal from the competition, their conversations have been limited to a few brief exchanges over the phone, succinct and to the point. Chen Yan nodded and pulled out a chair across from Neoma. Taking a seat, "Brother Nyo, I refrained from discussing certain matters earlier, fearing it might affect your relationship with Brother Yuan. Are you no longer concerned about that?" Neoma's smile radiated with warmth, as if he were about to share a humorous anecdote. This unusual demeanor caught Chen Yan's attention. "Brother Nyo, what is going on? You seem particularly cheerful today." Neoma paused momentarily, seemingly unperturbed by the need for concealment, and replied candidly, "How could I not be happy? Your personal visit surely indicates something significant. If I am not mistaken, this matter regarding foreign culture is something you orchestrated, correct?" He hit the nail on the head. Chen Yan maintained his smile and affirmed, "Indeed. However, I have yet to achieve my goals." Neoma observed Chen Yan, whose youthful appearance contrasted with the maturity of his words, and curiously inquired, "Your goals?" "To reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me, including the championship title of the singing competition." The first part of his statement felt somewhat vague, but the latter was undeniably heartfelt. Chen Yan had devoted considerable effort to prepare for the singing contest and compete, and he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction with the outcome. Neoma's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yan. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "How would you like me to assist you?" "Thank you, Brother Nyo, for being willing to get involved. I genuinely require your help," Chen Yan confessed. "It is exceedingly difficult for me to present myself in front of capital, as I am now. I must leverage my circumstances and learn to ascend step by step." Upon concluding his conversation with Director Nyo, Chen Yan stepped outside to find that night had fallen. He hailed a taxi, initially intending to return home, but halfway there, he instructed the driver to turn around and head straight for the airport. Tomorrow marked the day of Wang Feishuan's competition, and he could not afford to miss it. After securing a last-minute flight, Chen Yan arrived in S-City. S-City, renowned for its picturesque scenery, featured stately sycamore trees lining the streets. With a few passers-by, strolling or cycling, cars were a rarity. It seemed that everyone cherished this leisurely pace of life, seeking their own tranquility. Following the address Wang Feishuan had previously sent him, Chen Yan arrived at her hotel without informing her of his visit. Just as he entered, an unexpected voice called out to him, "Chen Yan, what are you doing here?" Following the sound, he spotted an unexpected figure, Wang Lei. Since the island program, they had not crossed paths. Wang Lei, upon seeing Chen Yan, appeared genuinely delighted, wearing a friendly smile reminiscent of a long-lost mentor. "Teacher Wang, it has indeed been a while. What have you been busy with lately?" Chen Yan caught a glimpse of several staff members nearby, seemingly including some filming crew. Wang Lei clapped Chen Yan on the shoulder, enthusiastically engaging him in conversation. "I've been working on Midnight Diner, a show centered around a restaurant. What do you think? Interested in participating in an episode?" Upon his arrival, he is immediately invited to join the program. Wang Lei truly does not regard himself as an outsider. In truth, Chen Yan has underestimated his own current influence. Presently, Chen Yan is akin to a delicacy that everyone desires to taste. Any association with him guarantees a place on the trending topics list. This is unequivocally certain. Take, for instance, the present situation. Chen Yan appears in S-City. Wang Lei Chen Yan netizens are still engaged in discussions about the elimination and revival mechanisms of the singer competition. With new points of contention arising, everyone is eager to express their opinions. Wasn't Chen Yan supposed to withdraw from the competition due to illness? How has he ended up in S-City seeking out Wang Lei? Chapter 98. Voting fraud. Such excuses are merely figments of imagination. It seems you're the only one who believes that Chen Yan withdrew due to illness. What does that imply? Is it possible that Chen Yan withdrew for Wang Lei? The musings from above are indeed thought-provoking. But could it not simply be that Chen Yan was unwilling to participate and chose to withdraw? The comments abound, and gradually, the focus of attention has shifted from the singer competition to Chen Yan himself. Naturally, news about Chen Yan swiftly dominated the trending charts, causing the singer competition to plummet in mere minutes. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Chen Yan had accompanied Wang Lei to the lounge area. Teacher Wang, I believe I won't have time to participate in this episode. I came here to see an important friend, Chen Yan stated earnestly. Having experienced isolation on an island, he was particularly sensitive to the presence of those filming him. Since the content might potentially be broadcast, he decided to maintain a fodder. Since you have pressing matters, we can arrange for another time. I'm a regular guest at the Midnight Restaurant. Feel free to come by whenever you wish. Wing Lei, Chakod, Eartidi. Once he finished laughing, he leaned closer to Chen Yan. I heard about your withdrawal from the singer competition. If you're interested, you're always welcome on my show, even if it's merely to promote something else. Wang Lei smiled at Chen Yan with a knowing glint, his expression revealing a shrewdness. All right, I understand, Chen Yan replied, glancing at the time. He estimated that, at this hour, Wang Feishuan had already contacted the hotel. Teacher Wang, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, go ahead. Wang Lei waved him off, and as the elevator doors closed, Chen Yan could still see Wang Lei's smiling face. It was evident that this old fox was genuinely concerned for him, or perhaps more accurately, for the attention he garnered. From what Chen Yan had heard from Luo Yong and Li Mi since the island program, aside from Yu Jia suffering a significant drop in popularity, everyone else's visibility had been on the rise. Following the final episode, Wang Lei seamlessly transitioned into the Midnight Restaurant as production team. Teacher Wang, since you have come to me, do not blame me for being impolite. A thought flickered in Chen Yan's mind, and his smile broadened. Just then, the phone rang. Chen Yan fished his mobile phone from his pocket. Good day, sir. The flowers you ordered have arrived at the hotel entrance. Where would you like them placed? What an uncanny coincidence, he thought. Just as he reached his floor, the flowers had arrived. Please deliver them directly to room 1502. Thank you. Chen Yan had no intention of going downstairs to retrieve them. He might run into Wang Lei again and be drawn into a lengthy conversation. After hanging up, the elevator doors slowly opened, and he stepped onto the 15th floor. To his surprise, standing before him was Wang Feishuan, carrying a cello. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Wang Feishuan looked down at her phone, clearly oblivious to Chen Yan's presence. Even after his reminder, she remained motionless. Wang Feishuan's naturally cold demeanor exuded an undeniable sense of distance when devoid of expression. As she lifted her gaze, Wang Feishuan found herself momentarily frozen in place. The next instant, she exclaimed, Chen Yan, you. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she had already leapt into Chen Yan's embrace, her voice unconsciously softening. What brings you here? Wang Feishuan had been away for the competition for 3 days, which meant they had not seen each other during that time. This marked the first occasion since they began their relationship that they had been separated. Of course I missed you, my darling. I wonder if you miss me too? Chen Yan murmured, gently guiding Wang Feishuan out of the elevator. It's not convenient to talk here. Let us return to the room. All right. Wang Feishuan nodded obediently, allowing herself to be led by Chen Yan. Upon entering the room, as the door clicked shut, Wang Feishuan found herself pressed against it by Chen Yan, their faces mere inches apart. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her neck, her voice trembled slightly. Please don't tease me. Hearing the soft, playful tone of the girl in his arms, Chen Yan tightened his embrace, drawing her closer. I'm not teasing you. I merely missed you. Let me hold you for a while, if you please. After a long day and a night spent on a plane, Chen Yan had arrived at the hotel early in the morning, scarcely affording himself a moment of rest. Having finally managed to wrap up his tasks, he was then pulled aside by Wang Lei for a nostalgic chat. Despite his robust constitution, he too required moments of respite. Wang Feishuan ceased to resist and wrapped her arms around the man before her. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to comfort him. He appeared utterly exhausted. The two shared a peaceful embrace until a knock on the door interrupted their quietude, accompanied by the delivery man's voice. Hello, I have your flower order. Wang Feishuan's calm eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up and smiled. There are flowers? Chen Yan affectionately stroked her fluffy hair and planted a couple of tender kisses on her head. Do you like them, my dear? Ido, Wang Feishuan nodded enthusiastically. She opened the door to reveal a bouquet of lily-of-the-valley and white roses. Just as Chen Yan was about to speak, his phone rang. You should attend to your matters, Wang Feishuan said thoughtfully. She stepped outside to sign for the flowers, holding them close and admiring them. Chen Yan noticed it was a call from Nyoma, prompting him to step further inside before answering. Nyogo, what is the matter? I've nearly handled the matters you requested. Take a look, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan switched pages, and indeed, the trending topics were refreshed. Hua Tianyu resurrected, my dang chooses to revive Hua Tianyu. Upon seeing this news, Chen Yan felt no surprise. It merely reaffirmed the correctness of his earlier thoughts. He intended to inform the investors behind this decision that they had erred in their judgment. Amidst public anticipation, the magician Hua Tianyu had been eliminated, only to be resurrected due to the new round's mechanism, igniting widespread discussion. What on earth? Hua Tianyu has been revived? What given the right? Well, it's because he has powerful backing. I've heard that Hua Tianyu is connected to HCT, which is a close uncle-nephew relationship. HCT? Who are they? Enlighten me. The latest round of revelations has not yet been fully digested, and another wave of news has surged forth. Singer competition elimination revival mechanism, fraud, voting data falsification. These two headlines have ascended to the live broadcast page. Chen Yan clicked to explore the contents. Under the manipulation of professional technicians, the newly introduced elimination revival voting mechanism of the singer competition has displayed signs of vote tampering. After several rounds of verification, all the data proved to be fabricated. According to the original voting data, Chen Yan, a person who had been forced to retire due to illness, astonishingly secured the position of first in revival votes, while Hua Tianyu received absolutely no votes. Once this issue was exposed, netizens swiftly directed their outrage towards the singer competition. The revival voting mechanism is merely the beginning. Are there any instances of fraud present in the voting data of the official competition? Chapter 99. A call for Chen Yan's return. This is Chen Yan's intention. Since you have chosen to confront me head-on, I shall retreat to the sidelines to engage in guerrilla tactics. The realm of the internet has always been one of transparency. We are no longer in the antiquated era where matters can be concealed. Chen Yan, have you seen the news? The voting machines for the singer competition are rigged, inquired Wang Feishuan, her voice breaking the silence. Chen Yan turned to see her holding a bouquet, her serious expression tinged with a faint blush. Yes, they brought this upon themselves, he replied. You have a competition tomorrow. Do you still plan to practice today? Recalling the paramount reason for his visit, Chen Yan pulled Wang Feishuan closer to him. Wang Feishuan hesitated. She had initially set out to practice, but had encountered Chen Yan, leaving her torn between him and her preparation. Sensing her inner conflict, Chen Yan spoke earnestly. Feishuan, I came here today to watch you compete. I do not wish to hinder your progress. I have matters to attend to as well. You should go practice, and I will wait for you at the hotel. Upon hearing this, Wang Feishuan's resolve solidified. After parting ways, Chen Yan seized his computer and commenced his work. In truth, he had tasked the hackers not only with investigating the elimination and revival mechanisms of the singer competition, but also the voting system of the official matches. As expected, his suspicions were confirmed. In the first and second phases, Chen Yan was undoubtedly the rightful champion. The voting results were not summarized for the host. The list in Hua Chaoyan's hands had been predetermined. However, due to Chen Yan's overwhelming popularity in the first phase, adjustments were made behind the scenes to swap his name with my dong-dongs, while others remained unchanged. Yet in the second phase, it was not merely a matter of swapping names. The gap created by the first phase rendered Chen Yan's popularity insurmountable, prompting the competition to adopt an online voting method to artificially inflate my dong-dong's votes. From the outset, this program had been fundamentally unfair. Upon realizing this, Chen Yan's first reaction was one of relief. He had feared that his past musical masterpieces might not stand against foreign competition, only to discover that a traitor had emerged from within his own ranks. Thus, the battle was about to commence. In a private communication, Chen Yan contacted the technicians, his slender fingers dancing across the keyboard. Continue to steer the trending topics as per our original plan. Be vigilant. Should any formidable control emerge, act decisively as long as it does not involve the state. His words met with fervent enthusiasm on the other end. Chen Yan was generous with his offers, presenting double the usual rate. Naturally, the rewards were exceptional. As time passed, the room gradually dimmed. Only Chen Yan remained on the sofa, the glow of his computer screen illuminating the space. After a day of diligent effort, the results exceeded his wildest expectations. The fervor and discontent of the online community were far more potent than he had anticipated, having merely scratched the surface. And before Chen Yan could arrange for the technical personnel to compile the pertinent evidence, the astute netizens had already volunteered to unearth the underlying issues of the singer competition. Marvelous indeed. Chen Yan's smile brimmed with arrogance, for success was tantalizingly close. The official Weibo account of the singer competition had been overwhelmed by the netizens' onslaught, rendering their statements feeble and ineffective. Yet, this tumultuous state of affairs lasted only half a day, perhaps realizing the futility of salvaging the situation. The competition's public relations team deleted their posts, purged the account, and issued an apology. They expressed regret over internal mechanism issues that arose due to the unauthorized actions of certain staff members, thanking the vast number of netizens for their enthusiastic responses, which facilitated the smoother progression of the program. The statement was impeccably crafted, allowing them to conveniently attribute the fault to an individual, thereby allowing the singer competition to vanish into the shadows. Originally, the public relations team indeed contemplated this approach, seeking to suppress the scandal by uncovering dirt on other artists. However, before they could launch their second wave of attack, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The author of Dupakanking soared to new heights, once again releasing relevant content. On behalf of Chen Yan's fans, I implore the singer competition to reevaluate the true voting data. The rightful king of song should not be obscured, and we must restore justice for contestant Chen Yan. Following the dissemination of this message, tens of thousands of readers responded below. Thank you, esteemed author, for representing me. Let us restore justice for contestant Chen Yan. This message ignited the voting mechanism, propelling it back into trending discussions. Among the comments, a netizen proclaimed, "Wait for me. I shall uncover the authentic voting data from the first 2 episodes." The section was inundated with likes and comments in support of his statement. However, Chen Yan did not grant him the opportunity to showcase his prowess, as he had already invested in having the truth uncovered. Switching to another page, he dispatched the message, now revealing the voting data. Upon receipt, the software refreshed twice, unveiling new content. Singer competition first voting data, singer competition second voting data. The ever-vigilant netizens, engrossed in their online pursuits, promptly took note of the newly released trending topics and flocked to engage. Wait, did I just see correctly? Chen Yan won twice? The emphasis was not merely on this fact, but rather that both victories were claimed by foreign contestants. Upon reflection, Chen Yan's first song, Borrow 500 More Years from the Heavens, along with his second, Drowning Sorrows, were undeniably magnificent. Indeed, they surpassed the 2 foreign songs sung by My Dawn. I had even cast my vote for Chen Yan. As the news spread, Chen Yan once again ascended to the trending lists, with the elderly guarding the nation's gates. The encroachment of foreign soft culture into the Dragon Kingdom, and the malpractice of the voting mechanism, a spy emerged among the masses. After numerous twists and turns, the concerned netizens began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They finally recognized the severity of the matter. Within the singer competition, there should have been legitimate competition among contestants from various countries. Yet now, it had devolved into a realm dominated by foreign entities. Chen Yan, unwilling to wait for their enlightenment, promptly logged into a secondary account and issued an announcement. Only Chen Yan can protect our borders, he declared. Let us return to the singing competition. This proclamation caught the attention of many, prompting a ripple of interest. At that moment, an elderly gentleman known as the professor commented, stating that upon my analysis and study, Chen Yan's overall capabilities surpass those of a certain foreign singer, whether in terms of style, melody, or lyrical meaning. As a distinguished professor, I maintain a skeptical stance regarding the outcomes of the 2 recent votes. If possible, I would advocate for inviting renowned scholars from both domestic and international spheres to serve as judges, and to arrange a public showdown between the 2 contestants. As this news spread, other netizens eagerly seized the opportunity to join the discussion. Chapter 100. A warm invitation. Netizens flocked to Chen Yan's account, inundating it with comments urging him to participate in the competition. The pretense of illness was merely an fade. It seemed that Chen Yan had uncovered the dark underbelly of the singing contest, did he not? I concur, for despite being the frontrunner in popularity and votes, He found himself relegated to the back. Given this, it was imperative for Chen Yan to assert himself and join the vocal showdown. The messages were incessant, all aimed at rallying Chen Yan. Upon seeing these messages, Chen Yan was reclining on the couch, idly scrolling through his phone, exuding an aura of longing as he awaited his beloved's return. When Wang Feishuan entered, she was greeted by this very scene, stirring a myriad of emotions within her. Setting down her cello, she dashed over and nestled into Chen Yan's embrace. "I'm back," she declared. Chen Yan, filled with delight, tightened his hold around the woman in his arms and pressed gentle kisses upon her, whispering, "I truly missed you. I felt so lonely in my room." A soft, plaintive murmur escaped from above him. Had this been in the early days of their relationship, Wang Feishuan might have taken his words at face value. However, during her afternoon and evening practice, she had kept herself updated on Chen Yan's activities. Raising her head, she playfully blinked at him. "Are you certain you're lonely? You appeared quite busy this afternoon with all the commotion online." Striking a chord within him, Chen Yan chuckled, leaning down to capture her lips in a tender kiss. They embraced passionately for a while, eventually tumbling to the floor. As they fell, Chen Yan used himself as a cushion, wrapping his arms around Wang Feishuan. "Thank goodness my darling is unscathed. I would have been heartbroken otherwise," he uttered sweetly, prompting a deep blush to spread across Wang Feishuan's cheeks. Propping herself atop Chen Yan, she playfully punched his chest, feigning annoyance. "Can you act a bit more normally?" "Oh, that hurts," Chen Yan exclaimed. But as soon as the words left his lips, Wang Feishuan had already climbed off him. After some playful banter, she could no longer resist inquiring about the day's events. "I see the online buzz is deafening, all urging you to join the competition. Are you going to participate?" Closing his laptop, Chen Yan took Wang Feishuan's hand and returned to the couch, effortlessly pulling her onto his lap before he replied slowly, "Of course not. I will participate when I choose and withdraw when I wish. When did it become their place to dictate my actions?" Seeing Chen Yan's defiant demeanor, Wang Feishuan couldn't help but chuckle. "All right. We shall heed only our own voices and disregard those of others." Chen Yan leaned in once more, enveloping Wang Feishuan in his embrace, softly murmuring, "You have your competition tomorrow. Make sure to rest well today." With that, before she could react, he lifted her into the air and dashed towards the bedroom. The following morning, Wang Feishuan was brimming with energy, her instrument in tow, as she set off to the competition accompanied by Chen Yan. Fortunately, before leaving, Wang Feishuan had insisted that Chen Yan disguise himself with a hat and sunglasses. Initially reluctant, he soon found that the moment they stepped outside, every passerby seemed to be discussing him. Chen Yan finally realized the extraordinary influence he wielded. As he stepped outside and casually hailed a taxi, he was greeted by the familiar strains of Xiao Cho playing within, a toast to the morning sun and another to the moonlight. As he listened, the driver began to sing along. Chen Yan maintained a serene expression and turned to wink at Wang Feishuan. Observing his reaction, Wang Feishuan could not help but smile wryly. At that moment, the driver finished his song, raised a bottle beside him, took a sip, and resumed his melodic reverie. Unable to contain himself, Chen Yan inquired, "Brother, isn't that drink you're having alcohol? It's one cup after another." The driver paused, seemingly taken aback, as if questioning Chen Yan's faith in his skills and professional integrity. Just as he was about to respond, the driver's expression shifted suddenly. "Why does your voice sound so familiar? Have I been recognized?" Chen Yan felt a flicker of anticipation. Concealed beneath the guise, he had yet to be identified. "Are you the host of that singing competition?" The driver asserted confidently, his gaze fixed intently on the rearview mirror, evidently convinced he had recognized Chen Yan. Chen Yan felt a flush of embarrassment, uncertain of the source of the driver's unwavering confidence. The remainder of the journey was silent, with Chen Yan refraining from further conversation until they arrived at the stadium. After settling the fare and stepping out of the vehicle, he was met with an exclamation from within. "Hey, wait a moment. Your figure resembles Chen Yan." Chen Yan paused for a brief moment, but did not stop, continuing on his way. He had intended to prepare for autographs and photographs, but the driver's mention of being a host had dissipated all those thoughts. Why must it be compared to that old man, Hua Chaotian? "Feishuan, don't be nervous during the competition. I've already devised a strategy for you. Their abilities are no match for yours." Observing Wang Feishuan's composed demeanor, Chen Yan believed he was being considerate. Wang Feishuan glanced at him and solemnly replied, "I'm not worried. It is they who should be concerned." She held absolute confidence in her capabilities. While her musical talent may not match Chen Yan's innate gifts, in comparison to others, Wang Feishuan stood unwaveringly strong. Her natural talent, combined with diligent effort, had forged her identity as a musical prodigy. Truly, Wang Feishuan was deserving of admiration. She was indeed his goddess. As Chen Yan gazed at her, his eyes brimmed with approval and appreciation. Reflecting on it earnestly, this competition marked Chen Yan's first genuine engagement with Wang Feishuan, an opportunity to understand the essence of her character. Once the cello competition commenced, Chen Yan, having secured a front-row seat, chose not to occupy the space reserved for Wang Feishuan, instead purchasing a ticket for himself. He understood that she wished to see him, and that would provide her with motivation. Yet he also recognized that he served as her inspiration and drive. Perhaps seeing him would propel Wang Feishuan to strive even harder. There exists another possibility. She may feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety upon seeing herself, to the extent that she cannot showcase her perfect state. It must be said that Chen Yan possesses an uncanny foresight. When Wang Feishuan took the stage and did not see Chen Yan, her heart raced with trepidation. However, as she ascended the stage and settled into her seat, her entire mindset underwent a transformation. She is not only Chen Yan's girlfriend, but also her own individual. On stage, the cello resonated with heartfelt melodies. Below, Chen Yan's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. "Little brother, if you see this message, please return my call." As Chen Yan gazed at the incessant stream of messages on his phone, a cold smile crept across his face. Now they wished to reach out? Were they contemplating all this time? Did they not desire for him to withdraw from the limelight? Fine, if he so wishes, he can exit at any moment. Chapter 101. The Secret of Hua Chaotian. However, I do not wish to comply. No one can coerce me. Chen Yan set aside his phone, refraining from replying to the messages, and lifted his gaze to continue watching Wang Feishuan's match. To his surprise, the messages he had chosen not to respond to were articulated by Wang Feishuan herself. As the match concluded, Chen Yan approached with a bouquet of flowers in hand. After accepting the flowers with a smile, Wang Feishuan immediately mentioned, "After coming off stage, I noticed I had missed calls and several messages from Director Yuan. He asked you to return his call when you have a moment." Chen Yan maintained an outward calm, mindful that his relationship with Wang Feishuan had yet to be made public. Moreover, only a few individuals on the deserted island were privy to their connection. Who had divulged this to Yuan Zhong? "Chen Yan, what are you pondering?" Wang Feishuan observed his distracted demeanor as she approached. Realizing his expression, Chen Yan smiled back. "I was just contemplating how, after all this time together, you still address me by my full name." He drew her closer, whispering, "I have already called you Feishuan, Feifei, darling." He placed emphasis on the word darling, a tone that made Wang Feishuan's heart race, prompting her to shyly push him away and quickly step back. Chen Yan noticed her bashfulness and retracted his smile, following her. As for Yuan Zhong, he paid him no mind. Upon returning to the hotel with Wang Feishuan, Chen Yan seized her cello and gently took her hand, leading her inside. Unexpectedly, they collided with Wang Lei, whom they had encountered the previous day. Chen Yan had almost forgotten about him, and his earlier suspicions were suddenly clarified. Although Wang Lei was unaware of Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan's true relationship, he knew she was staying here due to the competition, and upon seeing Chen Yan, their connection became evident. The individual who had leaked his whereabouts was now clear. Xiao Fei, we meet again." Wang Lei approached Wang Feishuan directly, ignoring Chen Yan entirely. Despite Chen Yan's attempts at disguise, those familiar with him could easily see through it. This old fellow truly knew how to feign ignorance. Chen Yan glanced around, noting the absence of any followers this time. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he passed by Wang Lei and headed straight for the elevator. Wang Feishuan noticed his movements, and with a brief reflection, could surmise the nature of their interaction. Her expression growing cold as she turned to Wang Lei. "Once again, Teacher Wang, I have heard that your late-night restaurant program has been seeking guests recently. I wonder if I might have the honor to participate." Wang Feishuan's unexpected mention caught Wang Lei off guard for a moment. He had been prepared to discuss Chen Yan. Once he regained his composure, he responded, "Of course. My program is currently quite popular. Since Xiao Fei has just finished her competition, It will be perfect for her to join. Very well. I shall await your invitation, Teacher Wang. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wang Feishuan replied with a gentle smile, denying Wang Lei the opportunity to speak further. Acknowledging her intent, Wang Lei had no grounds to detain her, and he could only smile as he watched her depart. The journey was smooth, and he encountered no familiar faces. However, upon reaching the stairs, Chen Yan suddenly remembered that he lacked a room card. How embarrassing! After all, he was currently a darling of the trending topics. Standing at the entrance, he was highly likely to be recognized. Faced with this predicament, Chen Yan opted for the safety passage. As soon as he stepped inside, he faintly heard murmurs from above. Chen Yan's body stiffened, halting in place. What was this? He was utterly stunned. How could such a bizarre situation befall him? Who would indulge in such antics in a safety passage at night? Confused, he found himself at a crossroads, neither able to walk away nor to remain still. Eventually, the commotion ceased, and he overheard a conversation from above. You're not too shabby. You've got something on you. By the way, what about my nephew's matter? Is that trivial issue of your nephew really worth mentioning? News spreads quickly online and fades just as swiftly. A little public relations work will sort it out. Chen Yan realized, almost inadvertently, that he had stumbled upon something significant. Yet again, it was someone he knew. Without further consideration, he turned and opened the safety passage door, stepping out and shutting it with a decisive bang. Indeed, it was intentional. Ah, I forgot you didn't have a room card, exclaimed Wang Feishuan, who hurriedly arrived with the card in hand. As the door opened, Chen Yan pushed Wang Feishuan inside, saying, I have something to attend to. You go in first. After closing the door, he returned to wait by the safety passage. A moment later, the elevator doors opened nearby, revealing an unremarkable individual who appeared to casually glance around, ultimately locking eyes with Chen Yan at the entrance of the safety passage. Just as Chen Yan noticed the person discreetly raising a phone, pretending to be nonchalant about capturing his photo, he smiled slightly. Planning to take my picture? The individual jumped in surprise, quickly retracting the phone and attempting to flee. But Chen Yan was not about to let him escape so easily. He had waited long enough for this opportunity. With a swift motion, he grasped the back of the individual's collar, maintaining a friendly demeanor. I want to make this difficult for you. Take me to find Hua Xiao. Before today's incident, he had believed that Hua Xiao had established himself through sheer talent. Chen Yan never anticipated that someone like Hua Xiaotian would need to cling to the coattails of a woman to ascend in status. The trembling individual remained silent, trudging toward the safety passage. After ascending a couple of steps, before he could pull the door open, it was pushed from the outside, accompanied by an urgent inquiry. Who is it? An artist or a civilian? Have you found him? The anxiety in Hua Xiaotian's voice was palpable. The man broke into a cold sweat, refraining from speaking. Chen Yan peeked out from behind him, offering a polite smile. I found Hua Xiao. You. Hua Xiaotian was taken aback, utterly shocked to find himself confronted by Chen Yan. At this moment, Chen Yan released the man, dusting off his hands as he approached Hua Xiaotian. What a coincidence, Hua Xiao. I didn't expect to run into you here. Ultimately, Chen Yan's ascent to this point was inextricably linked to Hua Xiaotian. At that moment, Hua Xiaotian's expression was quite grim as he turned and strode towards one of the rooms, his back rigid. Come with me, he commanded. Chen Yan did not refuse and followed him inside. To his surprise, as soon as they entered, Hua Xiaotian seized him by the neck and pressed him against the door. Reacting swiftly, Chen Yan delivered a kick that sent Hua Xiaotian staggering back. What a joke. You work out every day, yet you can't handle a scrawny monkey? Chen Yan taunted, deliberately referencing today's earlier incident, which only darkened Hua Xiaotian's countenance further. What do you want? What do I want? Chen Yan feigned ignorance, and after observing the changes in Hua Xiaotian's expression, he slowly smiled and added, It is you, Hua Xiao, who should be asking what you can do. Chapter 102. A rejection of the invitation. Hua Xiaotian stepped back a few paces, his gaze sharp and piercing as he glared at Chen Yan. Do you wish for me to assist you in returning to the singer competition? After much contemplation, it became evident that their only point of contention lay within the realm of the singing contest. During their time on the deserted island, they were not truly adversaries. Rather, they simply held a mutual disdain for one another. Observing the indecisive expression on Hua's face, Chen Yan leaned against the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such words from you, Hua. I harbor no particular aspirations for the singer competition at present. Whether it exists or not, I shall thrive regardless. Hua Chaotian was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he recognized the truth in Chen Yan's assertion. No one could have anticipated that a peculiar program set on a deserted island would elevate Chen Yan, a figure steeped in controversy, to such heights. His name continuously trended, and his fan base experienced an exponential surge. Those who opposed him were destined for misfortune, while those who aligned with him saw their popularity soar. This was precisely why Hua Chaotian, despite sharing the same program with Chen Yan, chose to remain indifferent and adopt a neutral stance. He feared it might jeopardize his own standing. However, he had not foreseen the mechanisms employed by the production team and investors that ensnared Chen Yan, ultimately trapping himself instead. What is it that you truly desire? Hua Chaotian's patience had waned, and he suppressed his anger with difficulty. You must understand that the woman involved today is no ordinary individual. If you provoke her, do not expect to navigate the waters of the entertainment industry unscathed. When reasoning failed, he resorted to threats. Had it been anyone else, they would have long capitulated. Yet, the man before him was Chen Yan. After hearing those words, Chen Yan merely cast a sidelong glance and leisurely settled onto the sofa, exuding an air of authority. Hua, if you possessed such formidable capabilities, you would not have brought me here alone. Chen Yan was acutely aware of Hua Chaotian's intentions. Nevertheless, he had no intention of prolonging the encounter. He articulated his thoughts with clarity. I do not intend to participate in the singer competition, but this program has now embroiled me. As a means of resolution, I demand the singer competition to be permanently halted and no longer conducted. Upon hearing this, Hua Chaotian shot forward, his eyes wide with disbelief as he questioned, Are you out of your mind? Do you realize what you are proposing? To have the singer competition banned? That is utterly impossible. The investors behind it wield immense power and will not cease their endeavors at this juncture. At that moment, Hua Chaotian regarded Chen Yan as if he were a fool, unable to comprehend the gravity of his words. Yet, Chen Yan remained composed in the face of Hua's outburst. Since you disagree, there is little I can do. I shall merely take it one step at a time. With that, he rose and made his way toward the door. As he passed Hua Chaotian, his arm was suddenly seized. Chen Yan turned to meet Hua's restrained gaze, and through clenched teeth, Hua managed to utter, You know this matter is unattainable. If I were to acquiesce, it would be nothing but a ruse. However, as long as you can maintain confidentiality, I shall not refuse any other requests that lie within my power. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, Do I have any other matters that require your assistance? Hua Chaotian was taken aback. Indeed, Chen Yan was now a figure of considerable prominence. What would he possibly need help with? As he pondered, a thought flashed through Hua Chaotian's mind, and he immediately exclaimed, I've got it. The legal issues concerning your company have yet to be resolved, correct? Chen Yan's expression grew serious as he pushed Hua Chaotian away slightly. Gaining clarity, Hua Chaotian continued, If my memory serves me right, your former company is keeping a close watch on you, and they've had a hand in this singer competition as well. They surely won't let you off easily, and at present, I am your only ally in this predicament. Observing Hua Chaotian's unwavering demeanor, Chen Yan remained hesitant. Though he said nothing, his thoughts were evident. You? Can you truly assist? Hua Chaotian narrowed his eyes, resembling a venomous serpent, and gritted his teeth, as you've seen. My connections are beyond your imagination. Chen Yan scrutinized him, his gaze eventually settling lower, conveying a myriad of meanings. Hua Chaotian's expression darkened further. So, do you intend to accept my offer or not? After a moment's deliberation, Chen Yan readily acquiesced, seemingly having anticipated this. Hua Chaotian's expression turned subtly complex. It felt as though he had been duped. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Since Hua Xiao was so insistent, he felt compelled to oblige. Chen Yan smiled slightly, entrusting this matter to Hua Xiao. Having concluded their discussion, he began to depart with a light-hearted stride. However, before he could reach the door, Hua Chaotian called out, Wait, I will have my assistant bring up a contract. Chen Yan paused, raising an eyebrow. This fellow was rather meticulous in his dealings. No wonder the wealthy women were fond of him. Shortly thereafter, under Hua Chaotian's watchful gaze, Chen Yan signed a confidentiality agreement and subsequently exited the room, still under Hua Chaotian's scrutiny. Throughout the entire process, Hua Chaoyan's expression remained sour. Initially, he had been relaxed before the contract was presented, but upon its arrival, it included a supplementary clause stipulating that Chen Yan would also be responsible for any subsequent issues arising from the company's affairs. It was essentially a commitment to after-sales service, leaving Hua Chaoyan in a foul mood. Thus, while one was elated, another was dismayed. With Hua Chaoyan's glowering gaze upon him, Chen Yan pushed the door open and, before leaving, turned back to smile politely at Hua Chaoyan. Upon descending from the upper floors and returning to the hotel room, Wang Feishuan had just emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Hearing the knock, she quickly changed into her sleepwear and hurried to answer the door. "Is something the matter?" Wang Feishuan asked, a hint of concern lacing her voice, noting Chen Yan's apparent urgency earlier. Seeing the worried expression on her face, Chen Yan embraced her, inhaling the faint, woody fragrance that brought him a sense of tranquility. "It's nothing. The weight on my heart has finally lifted," he sighed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, Chen Yan intentionally devised a scheme against Hua Chaoyan. Although the revelation of that incident was serendipitous, upon discovering that the protagonist was Hua Chaoyan, Chen Yan's mind had already begun to formulate a plan during the waiting period. It was one of lurking in the shadows, like a stealthy rodent, nibbling away at the remnants of the original company. They were akin to wretched toads, irritatingly clinging to others. However, Chen Yan's current capabilities are insufficient to balance both aspects. The company has progressed to its current state, a feat not easily shaken by a single artist. Thus, Chen Yan orchestrated a scheme against Hua Chaoyan. In the land of the dragon, there is an old adage: if one wishes to open a window, one must first break the roof. According to the prevailing principle of moderation in the land of the dragon, should you desire to directly lift the roof, those in opposition will inevitably find a way to open a window. Chapter 103. Winning the Lawsuit in Truth. Chen Yan could not guarantee the success of his plan. After all, the matter was challenging to leverage, and one could never be certain of Hua Chaoyan's boundaries. Fortunately, he emerged victorious in his gamble. On his way, he further wagered on Hua Chaoyan's ambition, betting that his ascent would inevitably lead to higher branches. Given Hua Chaoyan's current standing, only those with even more formidable backgrounds could surpass him. As the door to the room closed, the unlit space was engulfed in darkness. Hua Chaoyan retrieved a cigarette and lit it. The flickering match briefly illuminated the agreement before him. Damn Chen Yan, always stirring up trouble. After cursing, Hua Chaoyan regained his composure. What a coincidence that Chen Yan stumbled into this affair. Reflecting on the day's events, he recalled having secured the premises, ensuring that no one could enter or exit. How did Chen Yan manage to appear in the downstairs emergency exit? Contemplating this, Hua Chaoyan resolved to have someone investigate. He clenched the agreement tightly and dialed a number, adopting a sycophantic tone and a submissive demeanor. "Sister Yu, the matter has been handled without issue." The response from the other end was evidently unfavorable, causing Hua Chaoyan, who had been ingratiating himself, to darken in countenance. Ultimately, he softened his posture to apologize. After hanging up, his frustration led him to smash his phone against the ground, stamping on it several times. That wretched woman. If it weren't for her international endorsement, I wouldn't have bothered to meet her. Does she truly consider herself something special? Useless. Even reflecting on their past interactions, Hua Chaoyan could hardly muster the energy. In his pursuit of international connections, he had swallowed considerable indignation. The following day, after accompanying Wang Feishuan to the competition, Chen Yan disguised himself to attend the award ceremony. As he watched the champion's trophy being handed to the aloof and elegantly composed Wang Feishuan, a swell of pride filled his heart. Since his previous life, Chen Yan had harbored the desire to openly claim a championship trophy of his own. Yet, he had not been afforded that opportunity in his past life. And this one was fraught with challenges as well. Buzzing. Since yesterday, his phone had been incessantly ringing. It scarcely ceased. Occasionally, he would check it, finding calls from Yuan Zhong or unfamiliar numbers. It was evident that these were idle netizens who had somehow obtained his number. "Chen Yan, please agree to participate in the PK showdown with my Dang Dang. You are the hope of our dragon nation. Idol, we adore you. Please return to the singing competition. The elderly guardian at the border is truly pitiful. Only you can shoulder this responsibility." A barrage of such messages elevated Chen Yan's spirits. Others might be unaware, but did Chen Yan himself not realize? His two most impressive songs, Waves and Sky and Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven, were now embroiled in copyright disputes instigated by his former company, rendering him incapable of performing them. As for his other songs, they were simply inadequate to confront my dang dang. Moreover, in terms of vocal prowess, Chen Yan believes he is competent, yet he possesses self-awareness regarding his high notes. My dong-dong's voice, akin to a dolphin's, poses no challenge for him. Undoubtedly, in a live competition, my dang-dang would have the upper hand. Chen Yan is a singer of the creative ilk, lacking advantages on stage. It remains unclear who suggested he compete against my dang-dang, whether it was a gesture of support or a deliberate attempt to undermine him. Meanwhile, at the Wong household, the elderly Mr. Wong is engrossed in a video on his phone, attentively enjoying Chen Yan's rendition of the vast sea and sky while adjusting his reading glasses. Occasionally, he turns to inquire of his wife and father. Have you received any news? Is Chen Yan definitely participating in a competition? Has this matter been confirmed? Each time, the busy Mr. and Mrs. Wong respond with resigned sighs. Father, these matters on the internet are too nebulous. You might as well play chess or practice your arts. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wong furrows his brow and retorts, do not try to fool me. I shall await Xiao Fei's return. I will have her inform me. After concluding their recent travels, Chen Yan and Wang Fei Xian return from afar, their couple's sunglasses attracting considerable attention. Their successful disguise ensures that no one recognizes their identities. Upon landing, Chen Yan receives a call from Li Lu. On the other end, Li Lu, gritting her teeth, barely suppresses her anger. Well, Chen Yan, I thought you had integrity, but it seems you have succumbed to the influence of others. She continues, had I known you would compromise your principles to serve others, it would have been better to comply with our company's request from the outset. Listening to her indignant tone, Chen Yan responds with a calm demeanor. Sister Lu, I'm not a fool. Why labor unnecessarily when a favorable wind is at my back? By the way, I wonder how much this matter affects you. I have always held great respect for you. Your abilities are undoubtedly among the best in the industry. If your company cannot retain such talent as you, my company's doors are always open to you. As Chen Yan's words resonate, silence envelopes the line. He glances at his phone, confirming the call is still active, and continues. Sister Lu, there is no need for concern. I never intended to be adversarial. The trouble began when your company approached me. My principle has always been, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. At this, there is a shift in Li Lu's tone, her anger dissipating. If you truly mean it, let's arrange a meeting. Receiving her affirmative response, Chen Yan promptly suggests, there is no time like the present. Let's meet tonight. I have just landed and need to settle in. Very well. I will find a suitable location and send you the details, Li Lu replies earnestly. Before ending the call, recalling past experiences, she warns, do not play tricks on me. Remembering the previous incident, Chen Yan smiles, confident that this time will be different. Wang Fei Xian, walking alongside, has naturally overheard their conversation. After Chen Yan hangs up, he inquires, do you trust Li Lu that much? Are you not concerned that she might agree to your terms only to betray you by communicating with her former company? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Loyalty is a rare virtue in the world of business. In response, Chen Yan retracted his smile and gently pinched Wang Feishuan's cheek, saying, having chosen to employ her, I possess the skills to manage her. Do you trust me, dear Princess Fei Fei? Upon hearing the affectionate nickname, Wang Feishuan's eyes widened in surprise as she retreated 2 steps, escaping Chen Yan's playful grasp. Do not bestow nicknames so carelessly. Seeing her evade him, Chen Yan leaned in closer. Amidst the amusement, new trending topics emerged online. Chen Yan wins a suit against former company. Chen Yan victorious. Chen Yan clears his name. Chapter 104. Li Lu's choice was happening? Has Chen Yan won his lawsuit? I can't believe it. Chen Yan has truly been vindicated. Could it be that he has someone backing him? Those envious of Chen Yan's talent upstairs will never be able to erase the existence of a genuine individual. After a 2-day lull, Chen Yan once again surged to the forefront of trending topics. Over at the company, Gao Cheng, the person responsible for managing this matter, was fuming. He had just unleashed a tirade upon Li Lu and was now panting heavily in the office. Damn Chen Yan, how could such a worthless person have connections? No wonder he dared to stand against us for so long. During this time, Gao Cheng had expended immense effort and dedication to deal with Chen Yan, only to end up with such results. Ultimately, it was Li Lu's incompetence that led to this debacle. She couldn't even handle something so simple. In his fury, Gao Cheng began to contemplate how to recover the losses incurred due to Chen Yan from other avenues. Otherwise, not only would Li Lu be in jeopardy, but he too could not remain in his position. In the coffee shop, Li Lu had reserved a table and sent a message to Chen Yan in advance. At that moment, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Having been outmaneuvered by Chen Yan so many times, she instinctively braced herself upon encountering him. After all, she was a veteran who had braved many storms, yet time and again, she found herself bested by a young upstart. As time passed, the appointed hour approached. The beaded curtain beside her was lifted, revealing Chen Yan's smiling face. "Sister Lu, you arrived quite early. It seems the company is no longer busy." Sensing the underlying implication in his words, Li Lu forced a chuckle. "You should know best whether the company is busy or not. After all, the current issues are all caused by you." "Hey, it's still most enjoyable talking with Sister Lu after all this time." Chen Yan waved to a nearby waiter and smiled. "Please bring me a serving of osmanthus cheese." Li Lu glanced down at her black coffee, then back at Chen Yan, who appeared nonchalant. "All right then, a grown man indulging in osmanthus cheese. Let us get down to business. I need to return this afternoon to handle my resignation procedures," Li Lu stated, implying that she had no time to waste. Chen Yan's gaze returned to Li Lu as he spoke plainly. "I have a small workshop and would like to offer you the position of my manager. However, I believe that with time, this workshop will surely thrive. When that happens, aside from my position, you may choose any other role you desire." Upon hearing this, Li Lu was genuinely taken aback. Had it not been for the arrival of the osmanthus cheese, she might have struggled to comprehend his words at first. She anticipated Chen Yan to be so sincere. The prospect of choosing her position in the company? Yet, upon reflection, Li Lu understood that aside from the CEO position, her options were limited to the early role of director or the later position of general manager. With her capabilities, she could easily attain such a role at any other company as well. As Li Lu pondered, she suddenly lifted her gaze and discovered Chen Yan earnestly savoring the osmanthus cheese with a fork, seemingly indifferent to her response. His previous remarks appeared to be nothing more than casual expressions. This left Li Lu feeling a peculiar discomfort within. "Why do you want me to stay?" She could not help but inquire. Chen Yan paused his actions, looked up at her, and candidly replied, "Because you possess the capability that merits my investment." "Is this reason satisfactory for you, Sister Lu?" Anticipating her question, Chen Yan responded without hesitation. Li Lu was momentarily taken aback, a myriad of emotions surging within her. After years of navigating this industry, facing denigration, ridicule, and betrayal from various individuals, she never expected to earn the admiration of someone she held in disdain during her most challenging times. Although Li Lu felt a twinge of discomfort from that moment onward, she harbored a newfound respect for Chen Yan. "Very well, I accept your proposal. When will the company be established, and what direction will it take? Are there specific plans in place?" Li Lu, addressing the crux of the matter, exhibited her professional acumen. Chen Yan, duly impressed, responded, "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll delegate the necessary procedures to you. The company should be established as swiftly as possible. We can deliberate on the subsequent developments tomorrow at a suitable time." Upon hearing this, Li Lu adjusted her glasses and inquired, "Do you have other commitments today?" "Indeed, love is also a task I must attend to." Chen Yan winked at her. Li Lu fell into silence. The two parted ways at the CAF, with Chen Yan heading straight home, not seeking out Wang Feishuan. Although he had mentioned love to Li Lu, it was merely a pretext. With the company's matters settled, the next pressing issue was securing the initial funding. He preferred his company to remain solely his, without external investments. Thus, he needed to prepare the startup capital in advance. Chen Yan contemplated approaching the situation from two angles. First, through the profits generated by the Dopa novel, which exceeded his expectations. Second, he considered participating in a television program, as few ventures could yield income as swiftly as entertainment shows. Upon returning home, Chen Yan made his first phone call to Nioma. "Nyogo, are you free?" "Well, it's quite a surprise to receive a call from you," Nioma remarked, astonished, as he had been unable to reach Chen Yan the previous day. Ignoring this comment, Chen Yan directly stated his purpose. "Nyogo, I intend to create a variety show, but I lack experience. So, you wish for me to be the producer while you handle the show?" Nioma interjected. Chen Yan could not suppress his laughter. You're sharp, Nyoga. This variety show will adopt a live format. Its content will differ from all other shows in the industry. I plan to organize a rural leisure program, featuring a few celebrities engaging in farming and experiencing everyday life akin to a retirement lifestyle. I have decided on a name, Retired Life. Listening to Chen Yan speak passionately on the other end of the phone, Nyoma initially harbored some skepticism. After all, Chen Yan possesses both skill and intellect. However, mastery is often specific to a particular field. Being able to sing does not necessarily equate to excelling in variety shows. Yet, as the conversation progressed, Nyoma began to take it more seriously. Retired life? He mused, finding it quite intriguing. It perfectly aligns with the current national policy, promoting diligent work while encouraging anticipation for the days of retirement. Such a tranquil existence is surely appealing to many. Chen Yan articulated his thoughts with great clarity, and the more Nyoma listened, the more excited he became, ultimately declaring, "All right, it's settled then." Just as he had recently exited Yuan Zhong's singing competition, he found himself with ample time on his hands. Chapter 105, Establishing a Company After Settling into Retirement. Chen Yan worked through the night to draft a proposal. The essence of the document was to instruct Nyoma to find a picturesque location within the country, one adorned with mountains, rivers, forests, and fields. There was no need for the guests to be sourced specifically. Chen Yan had already confirmed the attendance of himself, Wang Feishuan, Li Mi, Daila, Luo Yong, and Zhang Xiqin. This arrangement of 3 men and 3 women ensured a balanced composition, leaving the organization of contacts to Nyoma. However, Chen Yan felt that there was no particular need for rehearsals. He was already familiar with the individuals involved. Luo Yong was frequently engaged in fitness activities. Zhang Xiqin had recently accepted several endorsements, but was still seeking a path to join the group. Daila was currently on vacation, and Li Mi was quite busy, contemplating her own independent venture. Overall, their schedules appeared to be accommodating. Having completed these arrangements, Chen Yan sent the proposal he had hastily prepared to Nyoma. The following morning, while still enveloped in slumber, Chen Yan was awakened by Li Lu's call. "What is it, Lu Jia? Are you looking to invite me for a morning workout?" On the other end of the line, Li Lu rolled her eyes, bemused by his early morning musings. "I'm calling about company matters. The paperwork you entrusted to me yesterday is nearly complete. Once we finalize the company's main business and developmental directions, I can proceed with the registration." Chen Yan, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, yawned and sat up, marveling at Li Lu's efficiency. "You truly embody the speed of the Dragon Kingdom. What was discussed just yesterday is nearly finalized today." He responded, "All right, come over to my house to discuss. I have no other plans for the day." After sending her his address, he received a simple confirmation. Just as he intended to set his phone down, he recalled another matter and quickly sent another message. "Don't forget to bring some breakfast. You woke me up before I had a chance to eat." Upon checking his messages, he noticed not only Li Lu's reply, but also messages from the other individuals on the deserted island. Clearly, Nyoma was eager, as he had already begun contacting the others immediately after receiving the proposal, even scheduling meetings before everything was officially confirmed. After responding, Chen Yan lost any lingering sleepiness and rose to head to the bathroom. By the time he emerged, Li Lu had arrived at his doorstep, arms laden with various bags brimming with breakfast items. Once inside, she arranged the assortment on the dining table. "Wow, this is enough for 7 or 8 people," Chen Yan exclaimed, genuinely appreciative of her thoughtfulness. Li Lu glanced at him, but chose not to pursue that topic further. Instead, she began to observe Chen Yan's home, her expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue. Mid-chew on a dumpling, Chen Yan noticed her curious demeanor and asked, "Lu Jia, what is with that expression? Is there something in my house that has caught your eye?" Ignoring his idle chatter, Li Lu pondered aloud. "If I recall correctly, this house once belonged to a certain female celebrity. Her romantic history is quite colorful. She moved abroad a few years ago." Chen Yan took a sip of soy milk and inquired, "Who was she?" "Guan Yulin," came a reply. With a sudden burst of words, Chen Yan couldn't restrain himself, exclaiming in astonishment. The individual in question was indeed a goddess-like figure. He had purchased her former residence. It was unknown which affluent benefactor had gifted the property to the goddess, only for it to eventually come into his possession. However, discussing such matters proved futile, as she had long since withdrawn from the public eye. Li Lu waved her hand dismissively, opening her bag to retrieve a series of documents she had meticulously prepared. These are the necessary papers. Once we finalize everything, we can proceed with the formalities, she stated. In a remarkably short span of time, we can establish a company named after you. Chen Yan. Chen Yan, munching on a fried dough stick, frowned slightly at the name. That sounds rather pedestrian. What would you prefer? Li Lu inquired. With utmost seriousness, Chen Yan pronounced, let it be called the Chen Corporation. Li Lu fell silent once more. A mere small workshop. Dubbed a corporation? After a brief moment to collect herself, she spoke in a gentle tone. Your company is still quite small. It cannot be officially referred to as a corporation, as per regulations. Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed. I understand, but I have no intention of changing it. The name shall remain as Chen Corporation. At last, Li Lu comprehended his intent, leading her to another moment of silence. Thus, the name Chen Corporation was established. What followed was a series of astonishing revelations that left Li Lu utterly bewildered. After listening to Chen Yan's lengthy discourse, she could no longer contain herself and interrupted him. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that the company should embark on multiple projects right from the outset? Releasing songs, filming dramas, and arranging variety shows all at once? Chen Yan nodded earnestly. Is there a problem with that? Indeed, there is a significant issue, Li Lu replied internally, feeling exasperated. After all, he was still her employer, and she had to patiently elucidate. First of all, your company is too small. Its scale is insufficient to support such a multitude of projects simultaneously. In response to Li Lu's skepticism, Chen Yan pondered her words seriously before expressing a more profound confusion. If the funds are available, can it not be accomplished? Li Lu raised an eyebrow. How much are we discussing? Chen Yan held up 5 fingers. Li Lu furrowed her brow slightly. Only 5 million? Chen Yan shook his head. Her expression softened a bit as she tentatively asked, 50 million? If it's 50 million, that might be feasible. She contemplated how to manage such an amount for these ventures. Yet, she noticed Chen Yan shaking his head once again, this time genuinely taken aback. No way. Without a breach penalty. How on earth can you come up with 500 million? Li Lu exclaimed instinctively, as if confronted by a ghost. Such an overreaction. Chen Yan remarked with a smile, his demeanor serious. Originally, I had modest aspirations, but due to someone's lawsuit resulting in a compensation that amounts to a small goal, along with other minor objectives, it suffices. 5 small goals should be adequate for these undertakings, don't you think? Li Lu nodded vigorously. Yes. That would certainly be sufficient. Thus, the establishment of Chen Corporation was solidified. Li Lu's speed is comparable to that of light. Matters settled in the morning were directly established by the afternoon. A studio was even secured. With a modest target of 500 million, they successfully rented an entire floor in a high-end building located in the city center. However, they currently could only utilize one studio. In the evening, Chen Yan, at Li Lu's invitation, arrived at the Shirhua building. Upon witnessing the vast, empty studio floor designated for him, with only one area furnished with office supplies, Chen Yan turned to Li Lu with an expressionless face and said, I say, Xiao Lu, could you elucidate the situation regarding the studio? The sudden shift in address caught Li Lu slightly off guard. Nevertheless, being quite seasoned in such matters, she adjusted to her new role within moments. Chapter 106. Return to the competition, Mr. Chen. This entire floor belongs to our Chen group and is all within your planning, Li Lu Yan asserted confidently. It has undoubtedly been developed according to the initial standards of the group. However, Chen Yan's expression grew increasingly peculiar, ultimately settling into a stiff smile as he replied, the 5 small goals I set for you are intended to help you construct a relatively complete company to support the several projects I am concurrently managing. It is not an invitation for extravagance. Are we some sort of wealthy tycoons? Chen Yan felt a tear welling up in his heart. The 5 small goals have been boasted about by Li Lu with such bravado, yet in reality, the total remuneration barely amounted to 1 small goal. Coupled with other programs, the total cash out from the software only added up to slightly more than 2 small goals. The remainder would have to be borrowed by Chen Yan or sourced from angel investors. To his astonishment, Li Lu had begun with a lavish expenditure before even assembling the team. Li Lu was taken aback, her tone slow and measured as she inquired, Didn't we start with 5 small goals? Chen Yan maintained a blank expression and smiled as he asked, Has the money arrived? Li Lu checked her phone for the incoming funds. 2 small goals had been deposited. She then turned back to Chen Yan, asking Mr. Chen, what about the remaining 3 small goals? Chen Yan was perplexed. He wondered how Li Lu, who had appeared quite astute at her previous company, seemed inexplicably foolish in this setting. Sensing his expression, Li Lu felt a sense of foreboding. Mr. Chen, are you deceiving me again? The word deceive made Chen Yan feel somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed misled Li Lu a few times previously, albeit unintentionally. Of course, he had also slightly misled her this time. However, Chen Yan looked at Li Lu earnestly and said gently, Li Lu, you are aware of the current state of the company. We are merely in the initial stages, starting as a small workshop. Therefore, we must be frugal where we can and allocate funds wisely. Do you understand? Though he did not explicitly instruct her to cut back on expenditures, the implication was clear to Li Lu. The once exuberant Li Lu, who had envisioned grand plans, was suddenly brought back to reality. Prior to this, she genuinely believed that Chen Yan had achieved significant success, but it turned out to be merely a modest advancement. Understanding dawned upon them both as they exchanged glances, each grasping the other's thoughts. Sitting in the spacious office, Chen Yan pondered deeply and arrived at a new decision. Ahem, Li Lu, regarding the singing competition. Yuan Zhong and the current online audience have been in contact with me. Initially, I had no intention of participating, but circumstances have changed. If you can negotiate successfully, attending is an option. The previously discarded plan had been resurrected by Chen Yan. There was no ulterior motive. It was simply a matter of financial necessity. Upon hearing this, Li Lu understood all too well. There is no work that one does not wish to undertake. There is only insufficient funding. Li Lu cupped her chin in contemplation and suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, will my salary still be issued as usual? Chen Yan, seated across from her, had initially thought she was contemplating something significant, only to realize she was concerned about her wages. Chen Yan raised a smile and placed his hand on the table, affirming, Of course, you are now the pillar of the Chen group. His words carried the weight of an important announcement. At this moment, Li Lu chose to remain silent, turning to prepare for discussions regarding the singer competition. With her boss enjoying such popularity, orchestrating the event would be relatively straightforward. She continued to ponder when, suddenly, she heard Chen Yan speaking on the phone behind her. Brother Yuan, why are you calling at this hour? Following this inquiry, the speakerphone was activated. Yuan Zhong spoke earnestly. Chen, my dear brother, you finally answer my call. I've been unable to reach you for days, and it's been quite distressing. Hearing the urgency in Yuan's voice, Chen Yan cast a glance at Li Lu, conveying a clear message. There was no need to seek alternative solutions. The answer was already presenting itself. Li Lu nodded in understanding and took a seat nearby. I sincerely apologize, Brother Yuan. I've been overwhelmed with numerous tasks lately, and all messages have been buried under the weight of it all. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yan inquired, What is it that you require of me, Brother Yuan? There was a brief pause on the other end, as if Yuan was contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. After a considerable moment, just as Chen Yan was about to probe further, Yuan Zhong spoke again. Chen, it's about the singer competition. The demand for your participation has surged across the entire internet. No, the entire world. I recognize that I mishandled matters last time, and I apologize once more. Since you had withdrawn from the recording due to illness, why not return this time and lend your brother a hand? Yuan's tone was so earnest it bordered on pleading. In this exchange, the speaker sought and the listener delighted. Brother Yuan, your words imply that if I were to decline, it would be a slight against you. Chen Yan jested, teasing Yuan. Yuan Zhong chuckled awkwardly, attempting to clarify. Of course not. That's not what I meant. I understand that you didn't mean it that way. Given my recent busy schedule with contract terminations, why don't you discuss the competition with my manager instead? Chen Yan suggested, relaying Li Lu's contact information. For all work-related matters, Brother Yuan can reach out to my manager directly. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. Without allowing Yuan a chance to respond, Chen Yan swiftly ended the call as Yuan hesitated mid-sentence. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Yuan. Their conversation was purely transactional. Leave this matter to me. For the sake of our company, I must also reap some benefits from him. Li Lu approached, shaking her phone seriously. In her heart, she was thinking it was for her salary. Chen Yan chose not to expose her intentions and simply acknowledged her before heading outside. That evening, He had arranged a dinner with a few individuals from the desert island, as the upcoming program required their collective participation. He had not informed anyone in advance, preferring instead to have Nyo Ma make the arrangements, as that was not his style. Hence, Chen Yan had sent messages to several people the previous day. According to the passage of time, it is still quite early for Chen Yan. However, what he did not anticipate was that someone had arrived even earlier than him. Upon entering a well-known local restaurant, Chen Yan unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, instinctively grasping her arm. Dyla, adorned with sunglasses and a hat, was in a hurry to leave and did not initially notice Chen Yan. Only after being pulled back did she recognize him. "Oh, Yinge, you're here so early." Chen Yan chuckled. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? There's still over 2 hours until our scheduled meeting. What brings you here so soon?" Dyla adjusted her sunglasses and, with a wink, replied, "I have some matters to attend to. It just so happens that both of my appointments are at the same place. How fortuitous." Chapter 107. Variety Show Preparation. Do you not feel the heat? Wrapped up like a zongzi? Chen Yan glanced around, noting that what was once a lovely young girl now appeared indistinguishable from the common crowd. Upon hearing this, Dyla pulled Chen Yan aside and earnestly stated, "Brother Yin, you must understand the struggles we artists face. If we do not adorn ourselves before stepping out, we are easily recognized by fans. Autographs and photographs are trivial matters, but if the crowd becomes overwhelming, we are bound to face criticism." Dyla spoke cautiously, her small head darting around as if fearful of causing a commotion. Her little gestures were rather endearing. Chen Yan smiled helplessly. "I understand. You are always so meticulous." Dyla chuckled softly and then tugged Chen Yan along as they jogged toward their designated private room. "It's not suitable for conversation out here. Let us head to the room." As the two made their way to the private room, they were oblivious to the flashes of light not far behind them. While they conversed within the room, others en route had already spotted the trending topics on their mobile devices. Chen Yan dating mysterious woman and mysterious woman suspected to be female artist. These two headlines quickly dominated the list, with individuals beginning to compare the photographs of the mysterious woman with those of other female artists. Among the most discussed were the 4 female artists from the island: Li Mi, Wang Feishuan, Dyla, and Yu Jiejia. Inside the private room, Chen Yan was taken aback when he received a message from Li Lu. "How did Yu Jiejia get entangled in this? I truly have become popular," he mused. It seemed that one's rise to fame could elevate those around them as well. Without a second thought, Chen Yan created a group chat titled Life Group. Group Owner Chen Yan. Welcome everyone to the retired life. Shall we discuss the trending topics? Luo Yong. Whose honor will the title of mysterious woman ultimately fall to? Li Mi. Let me take a guess at who this mysterious woman might be. It wouldn't be little Dyla, would it? Upon seeing the message, Dyla gleefully snapped a photo with Chen Yan and shared it in the group. Dyla, delighted to present a snapshot with a superstar. Wang Feishuan. Little Dyla is still as adorable as ever. Zhang Xiqin sends a dazed emoji. Messages continued to buzz in the group. Chen Yan estimated that the others would soon arrive and turned to Dyla, asking, "Does the news outside affect you?" Although the photos are quite blurry, Dyla, munching on a piece of watermelon, thoughtfully replied, "It does not affect me. I am not in the limelight. Rather, it is you, Brother Yin. Could you perhaps consider dressing up a bit more when you go out? Are you even aware of your current popularity?" The thought of Chen Yan frequently trending on social media left her feeling exhausted. Chen Yan shrugged helplessly. "There is little I can do." Such is the plight of a top celebrity. He had indeed lacked experience in the past, but now he had gained it. Chen Yan was not particularly keen on fussing over such matters. He preferred a more straightforward approach. As long as it did not cross his boundaries, he had no issues. After all, being a star meant being seen by the public. After a brief wait, a few individuals gradually gathered. Chen Yan approached with a beaming smile, expressing his warm welcome. "I'm truly honored to have some big stars at my dinner gathering." Luo Yong playfully punched him on the shoulder, chuckling. "It's good that you recognize the honor. I left behind my fitness beauties just to make time for this. Isn't our group filled with enough beauties? Do you really need to pursue fitness goddesses separately?" Chen Yan teased deliberately. Luo Yong laughed and pulled out a chair for Li Mi, saying, "Our group is composed of goddess-level figures. How could I dare to mingle carelessly?" Despite his rough exterior, Luo Yong was attentive to details. Li Mi couldn't help but compliment him. "Thank you, Luo Yong. Laughter erupted in the private room as the last guest, Wang Feishuan, entered. Chen Yan's gaze softened as he guided Wang Feishuan to sit beside him. Their actions were overt and unmistakable. Luo Yong was the first to notice, exclaiming in surprise, "No way, the mysterious woman is the aloof goddess?" He then muttered to himself, "Wait, I saw Feishuan's car when I arrived. She came right behind me." Acknowledging their relationship, Chen Yan solemnly announced, "I forgot to mention that Feishuan and I are dating." As for today's trending news, it was merely a moment captured as we entered with Dila. The sudden revelation took everyone by surprise. Wang Feishuan hadn't anticipated this announcement, though she appeared calm. Her heart raced. Why didn't he inform me beforehand? But upon reflection, she felt a surge of happiness, glad that Chen Yan was so open about their relationship with friends. Once he spoke, all activities in the room paused. Li Mi was the first to react, having been the first to notice their relationship. "Oh my, you two really startled everyone with that surprise." With Li Mi's easing of tension, others began to regain their composure. Luo Yong took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yan, finally managing to say, "You're quite something." Zhang Xiqin's eyes glimmered with envy. Even a usually aloof Wang Feishuan had a faint blush on her cheeks. "All right, everyone must be hungry now. Let us order some dishes and chat while we eat." "Since the sister-in-law has spoken, I must obey," Luo Yong joked. Chen Yan playfully punched him. "You've got quite the mouth. I didn't realize you were so annoying on the deserted island." Luo Yong shot him a glance. Unfazed, "I had no idea you, the king of low emotional intelligence, were actually a normal person." While the two exchanged banter, Li Mi had already passed the menu to the others. She and Wang Feishuan sat together, while Dila was next to Li Mi and Zhang Xiqin. The remaining duo, Luo Yong and Chen Yan, stood chatting. Seizing the opportunity while they ordered, Luo Yong slyly draped an arm around Chen Yan's shoulder and whispered, "You really did it, huh? You managed to win over this high and mighty flower." Chen Yan fixed his gaze upon him, chuckling softly. "Indeed, I have been thoroughly subdued. They have me firmly in their grasp. Truly, she is a rare blossom upon a lofty peak, quite impressive." Luo Yong turned to gaze at Wang Feishuan with an expression of reverence. Before long, their public relationship became a light-hearted interlude before dinner. Once they had ordered their dishes and settled in, the group had mostly taken their seats. "Hey, Yan Yi, what is this about the variety show you mentioned in your message? Are you planning to gather us all together?" Dila inquired with curiosity. In truth, she had wanted to ask Chen Yan this since the moment she laid eyes on him. However, a succession of events had caused her to forget. "Yes, that is my intention, but first I need to check your availability." Chapter 108, Bringing Capital into the Group. As Chen Yan spoke, he placed the meticulously organized proposal on the table, distributing it among them. This document contained my concept for a variety show where we would adopt a live streaming format, akin to that of a deserted island, focused on pastoral life. However, he had observed that contemporary audiences were less enamored with idyllic rural existence and more captivated by the lives of celebrities. The immense popularity of the Deserted Island program stemmed not merely from its innovative live format, but rather from the allure of seeing exalted stars reveal their authentic and diverse selves, capturing public attention. Having grasped this insight, Chen Yan realized that organizing a similar show would be quite feasible. When Li Mi received the proposal, she was taken aback. She was aware of Chen Yan's considerable talent and creativity, yet she had not anticipated that he would personally undertake the production of a variety show, and the proposal he crafted was impressively sophisticated. After carefully perusing its contents, Li Mi's anticipation for Chen Yan reached unprecedented heights. At that moment, she was genuinely curious about what else this enigmatic man had yet to reveal. "My goodness, all of these ideas for the show originated from Brother Yan?" Dila exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Yan nodded affirmatively, though he felt that such a statement was somewhat exaggerated and lacked humility. To temper the grandiosity of his assertion, he added, "In truth, many aspects follow established templates. The entire process isn't particularly challenging." Upon hearing this, DLA's astonishment deepened. "Stop downplaying it, Brother Yin. You underestimate yourself. Setting aside your talent for singing and songwriting, you are also incredibly handsome, and now you can even direct and produce a variety show yourself. Wow, I can hardly believe someone as perfect as you exists." Though DLA's praise bordered on hyperbole, The reality was indeed as she stated. After expressing her admiration, Dila suddenly realized she might have overstepped and turned to Wang Feishuan. Sister Fei Fei, I mean no offense. I simply hold Brother Yin in high regard. Wang Feishuan, who had been listening intently, was taken aback that the conversation had shifted to her. With a wry smile, she replied, Am I really that kind of person? Dila, feeling a bit bashful, quickly reassured her, No, that's not it. The atmosphere grew slightly tense, but fortunately, the arrival of the waiter with the dishes lightened the mood. As everyone dined, they continued discussing the variety show. Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin had no objections. Both had flexible schedules. One was focused on fitness while the other enjoyed playing basketball. Dila also expressed her willingness to make time. Ultimately, the uncertainty hung over Li Mi and Wang Feishuan, who had remained non-committal. Realizing they might have prior commitments, Chen Yan chose to address the matter directly. Feixian's schedule is still uncertain. She may compete abroad. What about Yumijia? Can you participate? At that moment, Li Mi was savoring a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs. Upon hearing the question, she set down her chopsticks and sighed gently. As you all know, I am currently negotiating a contract termination with my company, and the situation has become somewhat tense. Therefore, Chen Yan, I've been contemplating your program. Chen Yan understood half of what was said. The other half he chose to disregard. Yet, Li Mi seemed unwilling to grant him the luxury of contemplation. Thus, let's leave the final outcome shrouded in suspense. In the end, Li Mi exhibited her usual diplomacy, neither outright rejecting nor readily acquiescing. At the very least, she preserved Chen Yan's dignity. The ensuing meal was relatively pleasant, filled with laughter and discussions about the events on the deserted island, as well as Chen Yan's remarkable achievements during the peak of his popularity. As evening approached and the meal concluded, the group prepared to disperse. Seeking, Dila has had a bit too much to drink. Could you and Luo Yong see who lives closer to Dila's home and take her back? Chen Yan promptly halted Zhang Xiqin, who was on her way to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiqin nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Yong, having just belched, leaned in and remarked, If anyone is close to Dila's place, it would be you, as you both reside in the same villa complex. Chen Yan shot him a glare and subtly gestured towards Wang Feishuan, making his intentions clear. The primary subject remained present. He could not possibly escort another woman home, even if only as a sister. Luo Yong understood and swiftly fell silent. After arranging for Dila's return, Chen Yan approached Wang Feishuan and inquired, Darling, where has Sister Mi gone? I wish to discuss the program with her. Wang Feishuan pondered for a moment before responding. She must have gone to the corridor. I just saw her take an important phone call. Upon realizing that she was occupied with a significant call, Chen Yan refrained from following her. At this juncture, the only means of reaching Li Mi would be through a company call. After a brief wait, Li Mi re-entered the room, only to discover that it was just Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan remaining. She inquired, Have they all left? Wang Feishuan nodded in affirmation. Yes. I was just about to settle the bill. Before she could rise, Chen Yan pressed a card in her hand, saying, Use this. Wang Feishuan paused for a moment. Then, upon comprehension, exchanged a knowing smile with him. Chen Yan understood that Wang Feishuan's departure was intended to afford them time to discuss matters. While Wang Feishuan recognized that Chen Yan's gesture aimed to ease her concerns, he was aware of her worries regarding Sister Mi. A twinge of complexity stirred within him. Once Wang Feishuan departed, Li Mi took a seat beside Chen Yan and let out a long sigh. You are astute enough to grasp my meaning, are you not? The moment those words were spoken, the matter was settled. Regardless of how Li Mi might strive for a different outcome, the result would remain unchanged. I understand, Chen Yan replied quietly, observing the weary expression on the woman's face. Only a few days prior, she had exuded brilliance and grace. Now, her countenance bore the weight of worry. Engaging with a large corporation was a challenging endeavor, a truth that Chen Yan fully appreciated, unlike others. What conditions is your company offering? Chen Yan inquired. Li Mi fixed her gaze upon him and articulated each word carefully. To bring in newcomers and feature them on your program. Your popularity is at a peak, and many are closely monitoring you. At this juncture, there will be numerous conditions you cannot refuse. Upon hearing the mention of bringing in newcomers, Chen Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. After Li Mi finished speaking, Chen Yan envisioned the situation in his mind. Perhaps it was due to the changing of personnel that he felt less resistant upon hearing that only newcomers would be brought in. Nevertheless, Chen Yan maintained a teasing expression and slowly inquired, "Are they bringing in funds? How many individuals?" This time, Limi chuckled, replying, "Yes, they're bringing in funds. One girl who returned from studying in South Korea, and one boy who emerged from a talent show." The mention of a girl studying in South Korea struck Chen Yan, leaving him momentarily stunned by the two keywords. Once he regained his composure, he furrowed his brows and retorted, "It wouldn't be." Limi merely smiled in silence, fully aware that Chen Yan could deduce the identity of that person. In any case, she had no intention of uttering a single word about it. Chapter 109. Rapid broadcast. All right, I am aware of Anna's presence. What about the other boy? The thought of encountering that ostentatiously foreign-loving stubborn type from the singing competition filled Chen Yan with an unsettling sensation, akin to swallowing something distasteful. The other boy from the talent show, Song Xian, possessed a pleasant demeanor, being both obedient and amiable. Limi retrieved information from her phone and placed it before him. Chen Yan picked up the device and briefly scanned its contents, which outlined the experiences of both individuals. Indeed, Anna's background was quite substantial. After studying abroad in South Korea, she directly joined the agency and debuted. However, her subsequent resources were insufficient as the South Korean girl groups underwent rapid changes, leaving little room for Anna to showcase her talents. In the last 2 years, she opted to return home to develop her career. Song Xian's journey was more straightforward. He was sent to the agency for a talent show debut in his teens due to his looks, with his youth being a defining characteristic. As he pondered, Chen Yan expressed his inner confusion. "I cannot fathom why these investors would dare to insert individuals into a program without understanding its nature. If I were to cultivate land and tend to livestock, would Anna and Song Xian be capable of handling that?" Limi understood his bewilderment, but could only respond with a wry smile. "There is nothing to be done. You are the living advertisement now, regardless of the show's format. As long as you are present, the program will attract attention. In today's entertainment industry, popularity reigns supreme, and even negative fame is still fame." After this moment of reflection, which encapsulated the current situation, Chen Yan shrugged in acceptance. Observing his demeanor, Limi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just as she was about to speak further, the door to the private room swung open, and Wang Feishuan entered. Limi's intended words were abruptly halted. "Is everything sorted?" Chen Yan turned to inquire. Wang Feishuan nodded and approached him. Chen Yan smiled, his actions becoming instinctive as he gently held her small hand, rubbing it back and forth. Their interaction caught Limi's attention, and a flicker of melancholy passed through her eyes, quickly replaced by her usual smile. "All right, I shall not intrude upon your time together any longer. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, she gracefully exited, her silhouette swaying elegantly. "Have you both reached an agreement?" Wang Feishuan asked. Chen Yan nodded in response. "Yes, we merely added 2 new young participants." Wang Feishuan hesitated, her lips slightly pursed. "I cannot participate in this variety show alongside you. It's quite disappointing." After all, the opportunity for regular interaction had finally presented itself, only for her competition abroad to be scheduled. Missing this program would mean Chen Yan would become increasingly occupied, resulting in diminished time together. Noticing Wang Feishuan's slight discontent, Chen Yan pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to sit on his lap, and softly reassured her, "Why the long face? Even if you cannot be a permanent guest, you may still join as a flying guest. This way, whenever you have time, you can participate. When you're busy, you can attend to your own affairs." Upon hearing the proposal, Wang Feishuan's desolate eyes sparkled with renewed light as she leaned into Chen Yan's embrace, softly murmuring, "Your idea is truly wonderful. It brings me great joy to know you think of me." Chen Yan tightened his hold on the girl in his arms, chuckling lightly, "You are my girlfriend. If I don't think of you, whom shall I think of?" Wang Feishuan remained silent, yet the smile gracing her lips never faded. Since that dinner gathering, Chen Yan had been diligently organizing the variety show. After much deliberation between Chen Yan and Yo Ma, the show's title was ultimately decided as Tranquil Life. The discussion surrounding the name had sparked quite a debate. Chen Yan advocated for retired life, while Yo Ma preferred silent days. Both had their justifications, and in the end, they reached a compromise with Tranquil Life. At Chen Yan's behest, no prior preparations were necessary for the program. They only needed to select a location, allowing everything else to unfold naturally as the show commenced, akin to a fresh beginning. A fresh beginning. What a splendid phrase. Nyoma suddenly had a stroke of inspiration, seizing the essence of the moment, proclaiming that it would serve as their promotional slogan. Chen Yan glance, disregarding his enthusiasm, and continued to focus on selecting the recording locations. In his mind, only rural mountainous areas could meet his criteria. Moreover, Chen Yan aspired to film in a relatively impoverished region, believing this could stimulate the local economy and contribute positively to the nation. Upon hearing this, Nyoma immediately composed himself, his gaze resolute, as though he were pledging allegiance. He bowed respectfully to Chen Yan, stating, "From now on, I shall no longer call you brother. Your cultural acumen far surpasses mine." Chen Yan rolled his eyes at him, casually replying, "No need for that. Let us each maintain our titles. You call me teacher, and I shall call you brother Nyo. I wouldn't dare to assume the role of your elder brother." Nyoma retreated repeatedly in jest. During these few days of close proximity, Chen Yan had come to realize that Nyoma was quite the jester, appearing rather unassuming while harboring a playful spirit. Another day dawned, and Chen Yan finalized the location for the variety show as well as the program software, while Nyoma secured the filming equipment and all necessary hardware. Within a week, they swiftly progressed toward the day of the premiere. On July 15th, at 7 in the morning, Chen Yan drove a medium-sized delivery truck to the first stop, DLA's home, with live streaming equipment in hand. "Hello everyone, long time no see. I am your old friend Chen Yan, and from this moment on, we shall commence recording Tranquil Life. First and foremost, our inaugural task is to welcome our members. I suppose many of you are still unaware of who will be part of Tranquil Life, so come along as we reveal the details." Steady in his hands, Chen Yan knocked on DLA's door with the live streaming device. Instantly, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live room, eager to participate in the unfolding drama. Is this how it begins? Starting 3 hours early? Such a lack of punctuality. How delightful it is to embrace such unpredictability. Allow me to uncover who has arrived. They previously announced themselves with an enigmatic presence. I venture to guess it is Li Mi, for I have observed a commendable rapport between Chen Yan and her, even having been captured together in photographs. Just as curiosity enveloped the crowd, the door before them swung open. Dyla, with her disheveled hair, groggily inquired, "So early? Do we not agree to commence at 10? In an instant, realization dawned upon her as she noticed the live streaming equipment in Chen Yan's hands. Dyla hastily covered her face and dashed inside in a flurry. To commence a live broadcast so boldly. Witnessing her sprint away, Chen Yan was taken aback. This young lady possesses quite the flair for theatrics. Did we not agree yesterday that she would rise in her natural state, ready to surprise? Chapter 110. The variety show premiere. As soon as Dyla dashed out, the comment section erupted with excitement. "My goddess looks stunning even without makeup. What a delightful surprise." However, some remarked that Chen Yan's sudden intrusion was rather inconsiderate, questioning his respect for a major celebrity. Before long, he found himself facing criticism once more. Chen Yan felt perplexed. He had done nothing wrong, merely adhering to their agreed-upon plan. At this moment, he could only think of one thing. This young lady would pay for this once the recording concluded. "All right, now that we've arrived at the residence of our first member, let us announce the task details," Chen Yan proclaimed, holding up his equipment and calling upstairs. "Dyla, time is of the essence. We cannot allow you to continue preparing. Grab your luggage and let us depart." A response soon echoed from above. "Okay, I'll change out of my pajamas and be right down. My luggage is already packed in the living room." As she mentioned, Chen Yan spotted 2 suitcases and sighed lightly. He would have to load her bags into the car first. "Well, little princess," he mused, dutifully undertaking the physical labor. Fortunately, Dyla emerged swiftly, having merely changed her outfit, donned a hat, and slipped on a pair of transparent glasses, beaming with a cheerful smile. "Good morning, everyone. It's quite early indeed. As a night owl, it is always a struggle to rise from my slumber," she remarked, while taking a seat beside Chen Yan in the back of the van. Holding the equipment, Chen Yan addressed the driver. "You'll have to bear the brunt of the journey ahead. It's cumbersome for me to handle both the equipment and drive." The driver nodded in agreement, signaling his readiness to comply. Chen Yan and Dila exchanged smiles as they settled in. Ah, it has been ages since I've witnessed the world at 7 in the morning, Dila observed, gazing out the window at the misty landscape. It seems as though the sky is cloaked in a veil of fog. Chen Yan followed her gaze and remarked, that indicates rain today. It's an overcast sky. Dila paused, visibly surprised, and asked, is that true? Indeed, Chen Yan confirmed, gesturing outside. I've heard that the soil is most pliable after a light rain, making it ideal for cultivation. Thus, we intentionally scheduled our program for this rare rainy day. Dila listened attentively, her expression thoughtful. I see. I actually enjoy rainy days. The air is filled with the scent of grass and earth during a gentle drizzle. As they bantered, they soon arrived at their next destination. Chen Yan was the first to exit the vehicle and address the equipment. Now, can anyone guess who our next member is? We have arrived at a hotel, rather upscale establishment, where security is quite stringent at the entrance. Chen Yan had scouted the location the previous day, navigating through a labyrinth of procedures, and felt fortunate to have done so in advance. Otherwise, the official broadcast would have faced significant delays due to the necessary checks. Following the prearranged route, Chen Yan and Dila ascended to the 15th floor and casually knocked on the door. It swung open promptly, yet no one was immediately visible. A woman opened the door, turned, and walked away while stating, Anna's makeup isn't finished yet. It will take about half an hour. Is that all right? Upon hearing the name Anna, Chen Yan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Participating in the singing competition with her was one matter. Now, even daily life seemed inextricably linked to Anna. Good heavens! These capitalists wield immense power. Chen Yan, though troubled, maintained a facade of composure. All right, we'll wait here. He exchanged a glance with Dila, and they settled onto a nearby sofa. Time passed, and they waited for over an hour. Was Anna being excessively unreasonable? Did she possess no sense of time? Was she unaware that everyone was waiting for her? Her leisurely makeup routine suggested she fancied herself quite the celebrity. Heavens, I might abandon this variety show because of Anna, Chen Yan thought, holding the live streaming equipment, oblivious to the commotion in the comments section. However, his patience was waning. Sensing his agitation, Dila promptly inquired, Sister Anna, are you ready? It's almost 9 o'clock. From inside came a sluggish reply, what's the rush? Doesn't tea start at 10? Half an hour is sufficient for us to reach the recording venue. Anna's tone was self-assured, as if she had her own timeline meticulously planned. At this point, Chen Yan could no longer contain himself. Please note that the first segment of our program involves picking up members. You still have several members left to collect. We can't just leave with you alone. This prompted some movement from within. Anna approached, her heels clicking sharply on the floor, her exquisite features adorned with an air of indifference. Why didn't you say so earlier? And with time so tight, you should have gone to collect the others first instead of wasting time here with me. Her gaze fell on Chen Yan, her tone sharp. You're not deliberately trying to make it seem like I'm the one causing the delay, are you? Observing Anna's unyielding demeanor, Chen Yan shook the equipment in his hand, his expression impassive. If you were to look closely, you might realize that I am holding a live streaming device. His words were few, yet their implication was clear. They were currently broadcasting live, and she needed to consider what could and could not be said. Anna's expression darkened predictably, and she fell silent. Are we done? If so, let us depart. Chen Yan, having lost his patience, stood to leave. Anna had finished her preparations, leaving the remaining luggage to her assistants. Under Chen Yan's urging, she hurriedly boarded the vehicle. Aside from this minor interlude, the subsequent pickups proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Even Song Xian, the young boy from the talent show, behaved obediently. The group set off in a van towards the mountainous location for the variety recording. As they neared their destination, Chen Yan raised the microphone, addressing the audience. Shall I inquire about everyone's mood? Luo Yong sat upright, a serious demeanor adorning his face as he remarked, I believe it should be anticipation, a sense of excitement. Before he could finish his thought, Chen Yan burst into laughter, promptly exposing him. All right, let's dispense with the grandiloquent rhetoric. We all know what sort of person you are. Can we have a bit of honesty? Upon hearing this, Luo Yong couldn't help but chuckle, responding, look at you. Besides the fans, the other newcomers aren't familiar with me yet. I still wish to make a good impression. Dila, standing nearby, joined in the laughter, saying, oh, stop it, Luo Yong. Even if they don't know anyone else, they must know you. You just trended yesterday. Chapter 111. Anna's displeasure stopped. Stop. That's rather impolite. Luo Yong interjected, not allowing Dyla to finish her sentence. Dyla, unable to contain her laughter, reminisced about the previous evening when, despite their meal, Luo Yong insisted on going to the gym. While lifting weights, he couldn't help but steal glances at a beautiful woman, causing the dumbbell to slip from his grip and crash to the floor, leaving a dent in the ground. That night, he had to compensate the gym, and it was captured and shared online. It could be said that Luo Yong had sacrificed quite a bit for the sake of the show. Discussions surrounding calm life on the internet were not solely focused on Chen Yan, but also on Luo Yong. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their remarks, he chuckled awkwardly, deciding to relinquish the spotlight to the younger participants, especially since Xian was making his debut on a variety show. Upon being mentioned, the somewhat timid Song Xian, seated nearby, greeted everyone, "Good morning, I am Song Xian." He appeared delicate and lacked vigor, seemingly fatigued. Chen Yan felt a twinge of concern. Would he be able to handle any strenuous tasks without collapsing under the pressure? Amidst the banter, the van arrived at the recording location. After disembarking, there was a distance to traverse, as the van could not proceed further, necessitating that they carry their luggage. Chen Yan reminded everyone before stepping out. The others responded affirmatively. But one individual furrowed her brow, Anna. Since they were currently live streaming, she could not overtly express her discontent. What was this? Pulling her luggage over such a long stretch? Was this some kind of joke? Did they take her for an assistant? Thus, with great restraint, Anna alighted from the vehicle, albeit with a displeased expression. The others retrieved their bags, and apart from Dyla, everyone had a large suitcase. Eventually, they gazed at the 3 remaining large suitcases in the trunk. The conclusion was evident. All of them belonged solely to Anna. Unable to suppress his amusement, Luo Yong teased, "Anna, did you think we were going on vacation? In truth, we are here to live our lives." Zhang Xiqin beside him chuckled as well. However, as their laughter subsided, they sensed something amiss. Dyla was serious, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Song Xian appeared anxious and bewildered, standing awkwardly to the side. Only Chen Yan maintained a stoic expression, observing Anna's displeased demeanor. He had long anticipated that the livestream format would unveil some genuine realities. Yet, Chen Yan was taken aback by Anna's unwillingness to even feign a smile. As the show's creator, while others might indulge in chaos, he could not afford to do the same. Consequently, when Anna remained silent, Chen Yan took the initiative to say, "It's Anna's first time participating in a reality show since returning home. It is quite normal not to be familiar with these things. How about this? I have only one suitcase. I will help Anna with one of hers." With Chen Yan's suggestion, Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin quickly understood and chimed in. "I can help too." "Me as well," Song Xian added, visibly relieved. Before long, the suitcases were distributed among them, leaving Anna with just one. Despite this, Anna reluctantly followed behind. Chen Yan noticed her demeanor but chose to disregard it, as he was aware that someone else was managing the situation. I wondered for whom Anna was putting on such a fade. Was she not being compensated for her participation in the show, earning money while displaying such an attitude? What nonsense! Perhaps she found standing to earn a living too laborious and preferred to lounge instead. The truth was revealed upstairs. She had always been pretentious during the singing competition, acting as if no one was worthy of her regard, idolizing stars from South Korea. Was she the one who knelt before those South Korean men? The internet erupted in chaos, and Anna's past indiscretions resurfaced. The trending topics surged: Anna sycophant, Anna disrespectful, Anna kneeling. Each link revealed images and undeniable truths, illustrating the benefits of the new century. Every piece of information is preserved. No matter how long ago it occurred or how it was suppressed, it can always be unearthed. It is a superficial remedy rather than a lasting solution. Upon arriving at the recording location, Anna was greeted by a wooden fence and a door leading into a courtyard-style house. To the left lay an expansive area, and beyond the open ground there stood a pavilion. Once inside, Anna walked straight into the house, complaining about the sweltering summer heat. Where could the air conditioning remote be? Despite searching, she could not find it, and her entire presence exuded a gloomy aura. Dyla kindly explained, "Anna, the air conditioning may not yet be operational. Perhaps we need to settle in before improvements can be made." What? Anna seemed to have heard something utterly unbelievable. What century is this? No air conditioning in the countryside? Chen Yan, just at the door, overheard her remark, and his suspicions were confirmed. It appeared the show had its own share of controversy and buzz. This girl seemed to lack any sense of discretion, speaking freely without a thought. Her antics were broadcast live to the vast audience via the surveillance camera positioned in the upper right corner of the wooden living room. Anyone watching the show would have witnessed everything clearly. Chen Yan could already foresee the consequences of Anna's behavior. Aside from Anna, the others began to arrange their living quarters according to the house's layout. The entire house comprised a living room flanked by 2 rooms. One for Chen Yan and Song Xian, and the other for Dila and Anna. The 2 side rooms were allocated, one for Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin, and the other designated for visiting guests. After organizing these arrangements, Chen Yan instructed Luo Yong and the others to tidy the yard while he prepared the meal. Once everything was set, they gathered in the pavilion to dine. Anna stared at the bowl of noodles and 2 dishes on the table, falling into silence. Due to the hurried arrival today, they could not prepare a gourmet meal and had to settle for simple noodles. Chen Yan first served a bowl to the younger Song Xian using public chopsticks, then did the same for Dila. As for Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin, they managed to serve themselves without any assistance from Chen Yan. In the end, only Anna was left with an empty bowl. Chen Yan merely glanced at her and remarked coolly, "Is Anna controlling her weight and diet? Carbohydrates can indeed lead to weight gain." He proactively offered an excuse, ensuring that Anna was not placed in an awkward position. However, to his surprise, Anna shot him a glare and, clearly displeased, dropped her chopsticks. It wasn't a matter of control. Rather, how could one possibly consume such insipid noodles? As her words echoed, everyone's movements came to an abrupt halt. In unison, they glanced at Anna, whose expression was far from pleasant. Luo Yong was taken aback. Was this woman serious? Broadcasting live and openly making such remarks? Did she not wish to blend in? Conversely, Chen Yan seemed somewhat accustomed to it. Perhaps he had witnessed Anna's thoughtless comments too often. If she were to accept the situation meekly, it would raise suspicions. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Anna crossed her arms defiantly. Chapter 112. Seizing the opportunity to compete leaning casually against the chair, she exuded an air of indifference. "Eat if you wish. I cannot swallow a single bite." Her disdainful expression required no analysis. It was glaringly evident. The online community erupted in outrage. Is the government not concerned? Here she is, brazenly dismissing food, while countless children in remote areas cannot even afford a bowl of noodles. Who is this woman? She should be banned immediately. Can't they just keep her out of sight? I don't want to see her at all. Within the pavilion, the atmosphere was as quiet as death. Ultimately, it was Chen Yan who broke the silence. "Let us continue our meal. Afterward, we should retire early, for we have tasks awaiting us tomorrow." He did not address the issue directly, but deftly shifted the conversation. The others followed suit, grateful for the reprieve. The premiere of the show was a resounding success, its popularity soaring ever higher. However, the discussions among netizens were not centered around the program itself, but rather on Anna's lackluster performance. That night, as Chen Yan turned off the live streaming equipment before bed, he could still hear Anna arguing with her manager outside. It seemed that her lack of performance had not only displeased the viewers, but had also drawn the ire of her management team. To Chen Yan's surprise, Anna's capabilities extended far beyond his expectations. The following morning, as he prepared to consult the crew about the broadcast, his phone rang. "What did you say? The singer competition is starting earlier? Tomorrow? How could this be such a sudden change? Isn't it always scheduled for Saturdays?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's confusion, the individual on the other end sighed heavily. "I specifically inquired about this matter. It is not a deliberate attempt to undermine our show. Rather, certain individuals feel the need to shift the focus elsewhere." In a single statement, the truth was laid bare. How could Chen Yan remain oblivious to this? On the first day of their tranquil lives, so many embarrassing incidents had occurred. If public relations were not urgently addressed or the topic redirected, and the scandals would only multiply. Yet, he had not anticipated the strength of Anna's backing. She could even influence the major singer competition to record ahead of schedule. With the situation as it was, there was no point in further discussion. Chen Yan could only inform the others. Once the show commenced, he candidly stated, "Dear viewers, due to the early recording of the singer competition, Anna and I must leave our tranquil lives today to participate in the competition tomorrow. Since we are short 2 members, we plan to arrange a vote. You may choose to continue the show as normal or pause it for 2 days. If we proceed, I will seek 2 guest stars to join us, and we will follow the majority's wishes. Having conveyed this, Chen Yan instructed the staff, "Let us initiate the voting in the live stream." With his command, the internal voting commenced, and the numbers soared dramatically, climbing at a rate of over 1,000 votes per second. Ultimately, when the voting concluded, the choice to pause the show was clearly favored. Very well. According to the majority's decision, the tranquil life will be on hold for 2 days. We shall reconvene thereafter. Chen Yan, with a smile, lifted his portable device and directed it towards the other members, bidding farewell to everyone. Luo Yong, Di La, Zhang Xiqin, and Song Xian all waved in unison. Even Anna managed to put on a cheerful expression. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Once the live broadcast concluded, Chen Yan's demeanor shifted, his face clouding as he discreetly glanced at Anna. The concept of commencing and concluding a broadcast has been unheard of throughout history. Anna perceived the underlying meaning, but, surprisingly, refrained from retorting. Luo Yong sprawled on the recliner, stretching lazily, exclaiming, "Ah, who would have thought the first day of work would end in a holiday? This is delightful." Chen Yan approached and gave him a kick, admonishing, "You should be grateful for the comfort, but don't just lounge around here. Tidy up what needs tidying." The force of his kick nearly toppled the recliner. Luo Yong shot him a glare, extending his hand. "You want to tussle with me? Do you even understand Wing Chun?" Chen Yan ignored him, intending to leave without packing up. "Hurry up and catch up. Time waits for no one." His impatient urging made Anna's expression somewhat awkward. "Why the rush? Aren't we starting the broadcast tomorrow?" Chen Yan scoffed. "Your song is a cover. I, however, require time for original creation." The atmosphere between the two grew tense, ultimately leading them to the car in silence. In the afternoon, they arrived at the hotel near the recording venue for the singing competition. Chen Yan bypassed his own room and headed directly to Do Ying's. When he opened the door, Do Ying looked bewildered. "You, my friend, are quite brazen to just waltz into my room." "Ying Jia, I truly don't know how anyone could accept this situation." Chen Yan's face was grim as he sprawled across the sofa. Upon hearing this, Do Ying understood his distress and chuckled. Such occurrences may seem absurd elsewhere, but they are rather commonplace in our industry. Now, enough with the gloomy talk. The competition is tomorrow. Have you prepared your song? With that, Do Ying took her sheet music and resumed her study. Last time, Chen Yan had composed a song for her titled Conquer, which she felt suited her style perfectly, and she wished to create something in a similar vein. However, no matter how she pondered, she felt like a headless fly. Hearing her, Chen Yan, without hesitation, pulled out 2 pieces of paper that had been folded multiple times into squares, handing one to Do Ying. "Ying Jia, ever since I learned we would continue competing, I've written 2 songs. One for you and one for myself." Do Ying's eyes lit up. "You are quite impressive. You haven't forgotten about your Ying Jia." Chen Yan winked at her, smiling. "Of course not. No one can compare my Ying Jia." The song he presented was titled M.O., characterized by a high melody and significant difficulty. He lamented, "I almost didn't team manage the ending properly. I intended to finalize it by tomorrow." Little did he expect that the production team would schedule the recording 3 days in advance, leaving him unprepared. Do Ying dismissed such concerns, unfurling the sheet music to examine it. Her expression transformed from serious to astonished, and then to shocked delight. "You truly are remarkable to have composed so many songs with such inspiration and vitality. Not only can one compose songs for oneself, but they can also craft melodies in the styles of others. This is truly the mark of a prodigy in the realm of music." Do Ying gazed at the man before her with a look of profound respect, nearly moved to tears. "I must implore you to take me as your disciple. If you could impart even a fraction of your abilities to me, I would surely ascend to new heights." In response to Do Ying's fervent admiration, Chen Yan remained calm, exuding an air of enigmatic depth. "Sister Ying, such matters are best understood intuitively rather than articulated." After this profound statement, he presented his own work. "I intend to complete this tonight, Sister Ying. You should focus on your practice. That song of yours is quite challenging to sing." Chapter 113. The competition begins. Is this song truly so difficult to sing? Do Ying mused anxiously as she scrutinized the score. It was one thing to glance at it, but upon closer inspection, Her heart raced uncontrollably. The melody was not merely challenging. The high notes in the middle section were marked with an intricate fusion of techniques. Singing it was already a formidable task, and now the complexity had been further escalated. If she managed to deliver a flawless rendition, it would undoubtedly be a breathtaking performance. Yet, Do-ing was left with merely a day and a night to prepare. "Brother, I am uncertain whether to thank you." Do-ing hesitated. Should she sing? If so, would she perform it well? If she opted not to sing, the song she had prepared was simply inadequate. Noticing Do-ying's demeanor, Chen Yan candidly reassured her, "Sister Ing, there is no need for such concern. I have yet to begin practicing my song. If you start now, you will undoubtedly catch up, and you will certainly have more time than I do." As he spoke, Chen Yan picked up his well-folded score and, wielding a pen he had miraculously unearthed, began to scribble notes upon it. It was evident that he approached this song with utmost seriousness. However, Do-ing could not discern any sense of urgency in Chen Yan due to time constraints. Realizing this, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. With determination, she took the score and departed, not wishing to impede Chen Yan's progress. As she exited, she carefully closed the door behind her. In the next moment, she found herself frozen in place. "Why am I leaving? Is this not my room?" Do-ing stood bewildered, grappling with the reality of the situation. After a while, she accepted the truth. Regardless of where she resided, her stay at the hotel was fleeting. Just as she intended to depart, she noticed a card that had fallen to the ground while she was tucking away the score. Upon picking it up, she discovered it to be a room key. How cheeky! Not only did he give me the score, but he also brazenly provided me with a hotel room key. One might think we are about to embark on some escapade. Do-ing chuckled to herself at the doorway before setting out to locate Chen Yan's room. At just past 11 o'clock at night, Chen Yan had organized the scores and planned to practice them a couple of times. However, an alarm blared from the corridor, echoing throughout the hotel. What could have happened? Chen Yan, clutching his score, approached the door with vigilance. Before opening it, he peered through the peephole for several moments, but noticed nothing amiss. Even upon opening the door, all seemed normal, yet the alarm continued to wail. Just then, his phone rang. It was Li Lu. "Hurry down to the hotel lobby. Something has happened to Do-ing in your room." Upon hearing this alarming news, Chen Yan dashed downstairs without a moment's hesitation. To avoid the possibility of the elevator malfunctioning, he opted for the stairwell. 15 flights down, he sprinted for just over 10 minutes. When Li Lu saw the hurried Chen Yan, she was taken aback. "How did you get down so quickly?" Ignoring her question, Chen Yan urgently inquired, "What has happened to Sister Ing?" Li Lu set aside other matters and solemnly stated, "Someone intruded and injured Do-ing. Just as I finished my tasks and went to find you, I saw a shadow dart out of your room as I exited the elevator. To apprehend the intruder, I immediately activated the fire alarm, and the hotel is now under lockdown." In just a few concise sentences, she encapsulated the entire incident. An intruder had entered with intentions unknown, inadvertently injuring Ing Jie, who was in her own room. "How is Ing Jie now?" Chen Yan asked, his face pale and tense. Li Lu, aware of his anxiety, gently reassured him, "Ing Jie has been taken to the hospital. Her condition is not serious." She refrained from divulging specific details, merely offering the general statement that it was not severe. Chen Yan could hardly believe her. The situation was undoubtedly far graver than Li Lu suggested. Her reticence stemmed from concern about affecting him. Chen Yan remained silent, his demeanor unusually calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Due to the fire alarm, the lobby was bustling with people, including other contestants from the singing competition. "Hey, what else with that look? Do you suspect that I sent someone to deal with you?" Anna, the first to meet Chen Yan's gaze, retorted like a firecracker. Chen Yan regarded her coolly, his patience waning, and replied with a sneer, "Who knows? Your jealousy might run deeper than the ocean." "What do you mean by that?" Anna feigned to charge forward, but her manager, a short, stout man with glasses and a shrewd smile, intervened. "Chen Yan, I understand that today's events have greatly affected you and Ing Jie, but this matter does not concern us or anyone else. I hope you refrain from projecting your emotions onto us. After all, the competition is tomorrow, and it would be unfortunate if it disrupted everyone." His words flowed smoothly, leaving no room for criticism. Chen Yan scoffed derisively, but before he could respond, Li Lu stepped in front of him. "Pudgy, your words are far too negative for my artist. With your experience, such remarks are unwarranted." With a pointed gaze, she glanced at Anna, adding, "You know my temperament. I have a particular fondness for young girls like your Anna." The stout man's expression stiffened as he turned to support Anna and walked away, unwilling to continue the encounter. Despite their departure, Chen Yan called out impolitely, "By the way, the competition is tomorrow, so be sure to prepare well. Don't let me wipe the floor with you without a chance to retaliate. Otherwise, you might have to resort to disgraceful means to return to the stage." His words were sharply aimed, provoking Hua Tianyu, who had remained silent and aloof until now. He glared fiercely at Chen Yan. "Damn Chen Yan! It was Anna who provoked him. Why does he have to drag me into it during his taunts? A few words would suffice. Yet he continues to chase after and insult me." Aside from the two of them, the other foreign friends exhibited little reaction, as this matter held no significance for them. Li Lu approached Chen Yan, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear. The following day, the fifth installment of the singing competition commenced. At 5 o'clock, Chen Yan appeared punctually at the competition venue. Li Lu, who was originally supposed to attend to matters elsewhere, had postponed her obligations to personally assist on site. Since the previous day, Chen Yan had been inundated with messages, all expressing concern for his well-being. Meanwhile, seated in the lounge, Chen Yan's gaze was intently fixed on his phone screen. Doing injured late at night, Ing temporarily withdraws from competition. Ing shields Chen Yan from misfortune. Any news regarding was intrinsically linked to Chen Yan. He was acutely aware that Sister Ing had indeed shielded him from calamity this time. Chapter 114. The accompaniment is lost? In light of this unfortunate turn of events, I cannot allow Sister Ing to suffer in vain. Chen Yan's heart hardened, and the anger in his eyes was unabashed. Since you have initiated this, do not expect a swift resolution. The lounge was increasingly crowded, with only my Dang Dang, Di Lizzy, and Park Ji Xin remaining, alongside Anna and Hua Tianyu. No one approached Chen Yan to engage in conversation, and there was a palpable lack of enthusiasm regarding his return. As the time for the recording of the program approached, all contestants entered the designated waiting room. Chen Yan was slated to be the first to perform. The order of appearances had been determined by drawing lots, effectively dispelling any preconceived notions among the audience regarding the fairness of the lineup. The order was as follows: Chen Yan first, Di Lizzy second, Park Ji Xin third, my Dang Dang fourth, Anna fifth, and Hua Tianyu sixth. Good evening, dear audience. It has been quite some time since we last met. Due to circumstances beyond our control last week, the show could not proceed as planned. Thus, we are broadcasting 3 days early today to surprise you all. I trust you have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Hua Chaoyan's opening remarks were steady, succinctly recounting the prior events. The audience remained silent, save for the sound of enthusiastic applause. Hua Chaoyan continued, due to Sister Ying's injury last night, she is unable to participate in today's recording. However, she has prepared a video message for us. Let's watch together. The production team's handling of the situation had improved significantly compared to previous instances. After Ing exited the emergency room, they promptly contacted her to record an encouraging video. Although the contents were filled with formal niceties, Ing solemnly concluded, "I am here to cheer for my dear brother, Chen Yan. This time, you must seize the championship." As her words resonated, the audience seemed to be swept up in the fervor, with nearly half rising to cheer. Chen Yan, however, was somewhat perplexed by their reaction. He surmised that perhaps the recent dominance of foreign contestants had been too harsh on the local participants, leading them to place their hopes on him as their savior. A staff member knocked and entered, quietly informing him, "Teacher Chen, you are about to be the first on stage. Please follow me to prepare." Chen Yan nodded, rising to accompany the staff member. He traversed the familiar corridor to the back of the stage, noticing that this setup differed somewhat from previous ones. As if it had been newly constructed, seated on a chair, Chen Yan awaited his turn while Hua Chaoyan continued his introductions. Just as he was about to conclude, an urgent notification reached his ears, prompting him to extend his speech. It has been 2 weeks since we last met, so this singing competition will include a fun little game. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan felt a twinge of confusion. However, his bewilderment was short-lived, as the staff member rushed back, exclaiming, "Teacher Chen, there has been a mishap. Your accompaniment has been damaged. Do you have a backup?" "The accompaniment is damaged?" Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, questioning how a program of such maturity could still encounter such an immature mishap. The staff wore expressions of embarrassment, as they too recognized the validity of his concerns. However, the situation had unfolded before them, and there was no denying its presence. Teacher Chun, the situation is urgent. Discussing this is futile. Without your accompaniment, how will you take the stage? Observing Chen Yan's nonchalant demeanor, the staff felt a growing sense of anxiety for him. Indeed, it seemed the emperor was calm while his ministers were in a flurry. In response, Chen Yan merely stretched languidly and remarked, "What is there to worry about? It's merely the accompaniment. Since it's damaged, let us just perform live." His words left the staff in a state of confusion. He had entirely baffled them. What did he mean by perform live? Teacher, we are already live. There is no way to edit this. What do you mean? Suddenly, a realization struck the staff, and he gasped in disbelief. No way. You intend to sing without accompaniment? The phrase singing without accompaniment traveled through the staff's walkie-talkie to the director's team. Recently, a series of events had led Director Yuan to harbor some reservations about Chen Yan, yet he remained resolute when it came to serious matters. Upon hearing this revelation, Director Yuan abruptly set aside his tasks and rushed toward the stage. Goodness, is Chen Yan out of his mind? In such a grand setting, within a well-known live broadcast, he wishes to sing without accompaniment. Regardless of the state of the accompaniment, singing without it was absolutely unacceptable. As his mind raced, Director Yuan reached Chen Yan, visibly anxious. Brother, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Under no circumstances should you sing without accompaniment on stage. Do you wish to jeopardize your singing career? If necessary, I can arrange for someone else to perform first while we swiftly resolve your accompaniment issue. Upon hearing Director Yuan's proposed solution, Chen Yan merely smiled faintly. And then, when a vast audience witnesses the fair and just commencement, they will discover that I unilaterally altered the order of performance and place a dubious label upon me. One must admit that tactic was indeed well executed by those individuals. As he prepared to take the stage, the critical moment had arisen with the failure of the accompaniment. This predicament extended beyond Chen Yan alone. It implicated all the essential staff backstage. For the singer's accompaniment and all related equipment, thorough checks were mandatory, ensuring that everything was confirmed at least 5 hours before the broadcast. Should any issue arise, there would be time to rectify it. The environment had been designed to force Chen Yan's hand, either withdraw from the performance or be relegated to a later time slot. After a moment of contemplation, Director Yuan solemnly stated, "Brother, perhaps you should withdraw from this episode." "Director, you cannot be serious?" Chen Yan chuckled lightly. Director Yuan sighed heavily. "I am not jesting. Just yesterday, Do Ying encountered an unfortunate incident. If you withdraw today due to this mishap, it certainly will not reflect poorly on you, and I will ensure a thorough investigation afterward." Listening to his proposed solution, Chen Yan's smile broadened. If my memory serves me right, everyone had prepared thoroughly for this episode, which coincides with the peak popularity of the broadcast. If I were to withdraw at this juncture, the repercussions would undoubtedly be significant. No, it would be more than just a temporary setback. I might find myself unable to participate in the singing competition in the future. Each statement he made was imbued with sincerity. Moments ago, the staff cast sympathetic glances towards Director Yuan from behind, and he had noticed. It was evident that someone was deliberately undermining Chen Yan, intent on preventing him from taking the stage. Director Yuan understood this all too well. Chapter 115, a solo performance? Yet, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Director Yuan found himself engulfed in despair, tugging at his hair in search of a solution. Just as anxiety gripped him, Chen Yan quietly retrieved his phone and sent a message. "I see everyone is quite excited and thoroughly enjoying this delightful little game. Now, let us anticipate the songs that our contestants will present. Who do you think will be the first to take the stage?" Watch out, Yan's words struck like a clarion call, jolting the dazed Director Yuan, as despair washed over him. His lips trembled as he murmured, "What now?" Chen Yan waved his phone in front of him. "Brother Yuan, there's no need for concern. The band, Sanyang Kai Tai, is also present. I'd already sent them the score to familiarize themselves with, so they will perform seamlessly." Director Yuan was left speechless. Chen Yan's demeanor was strikingly calm, as if he had effortlessly resolved a matter that had left Yuan Zhong in a state of dread. Yuan Zhong stared at Chen Yan with wide eyes, astonished. "So, you mean a solo performance includes a band?" Furrowing his brow, Chen Yan replied, "When did I say it would be a solo performance? I have consistently referred to a live performance. Yuan Zhong was bewildered. He turned to the equally jubilant staff. Under his gaze, gradually withdrew their cheerful expressions and muttered to themselves, how was I to know that when he mentioned a live performance, it meant with a band? A misunderstanding, a beautiful misunderstanding. All right. Yuan Zhong's spirits soared as he excitedly patted Chen Yan's shoulder. Make sure to sing well when you take the stage. We are all wholeheartedly supporting you. You are the hope of Longhua. Being one of the few privy to the truth, Yuan Zhong was acutely aware of Chen Yan's worth. Otherwise, those individuals would not have schemed and plotted, seeking to undermine him. The inability of their legitimate methods to match Chen Yan's prowess compelled them to resort to underhanded tactics. The thought of this only heightened Yuan Zhong's excitement. On stage, Sanyang Kai-Tai was already setting up their equipment, while Chen Yan remained below, still clutching his phone, a fierce glint in his eyes. He was no benign figure. His mother had always told him that passivity invites suffering. Others do not concern themselves with your feelings. If you remain weak, the humiliation will never cease. Thus, one must ensure that their retaliation is visible. Soon, the stage resonated with Hua Chaoyan's exuberant announcement. Let us welcome Chen Yan as he presents his song, Huang Hungren. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, clearly audible backstage. After pressing the send button on his phone, Chen Yan tucked it away and strode onto the stage. The expansive platform was ready, with Sanyang Kai-Tai prepared in the background, while the central position awaited Chen Yan as the lead vocalist. He approached the center, grasped the microphone, and turned to greet the Sanyang Kai-Tai band as the prelude began. However, even at the outset, gasps of surprise emanated from the audience. What was happening? This was not the sound of a backing track, was it? What tricks is Chen Yan up to this time? It sounds like the music of a live band to me. Could it be that Chen Yan is taking a unique approach right from the start? Nevertheless, I find it delightful. Chen Yan, make us proud for the Dragon Nation. The comments in the live stream are overwhelmingly in support of Chen Yan, with only a few scattered remarks of mockery. The initial notes of the flute transport everyone into a realm of national elegance. Soon, the resonating drums join in harmony with the flute, effortlessly capturing the attention of the audience on stage. From the waves that have traversed 5,000 miles to the walls, yet to be rebuilt, all the faded yellows of history converge into the sunset, casting its glow upon me, a deep and resonant voice rich with narrative flows continuously, rising and falling in an emotive cadence. The yellow race has come to this world. Standing tall, with renewed pride, each word is imbued with the weight of history, expressing the essence of the yellow race. Before Chen Yan even reaches the climax, the fervent support from the crowd is palpable. Whether among the live audience or those watching online, everyone collectively holds their breath. The more tumultuous it gets, the braver we become. The world has changed, and it's time for me to make my mark. With a heart open and bold, I stand for all. After 5 millennia, it's finally my turn to shine on stage. The soaring high notes rise with fervor, exuding an air of disdain and unmatched confidence. With the enthusiastic accompaniment of the band, the entire venue comes alive. Where in the world can one not see a yellow face, a vibrant red, 13 billion souls? This is my fury. This is my stance. Only we, the people of the Dragon Nation, charge fearlessly ahead. A sudden burst of rap seamlessly integrates into the song, serving as a brilliant highlight. It astonishes everyone once again, especially with the closing line, only we, the people of the Dragon Nation, charge fearlessly ahead. The moment the lyrics conclude, the audience almost synchronously rises to cheer. Setting aside the songs Chen Yan performed on the deserted island, his 3 songs in the singing competition alone are enough to propel him to the throne of a singing king. The first song, Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven, surges with overwhelming momentum, showcasing his attitude to all. The second song, Dissipating Sorrow, flows gracefully like a gentle stream, each lyric singing of his freedom and aspirations. The third song, Yellow Race, strides onto the international stage, representing the yellow race and the people of the Dragon Nation. As Chen Yan concludes, the stage dims. The cheers from the audience have yet to subside. They chant his name with fervor, unable to contain their excitement. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Chen Yan assists Sanyang Kai-Tai in carrying the equipment offstage. How was that, my friends? Chen Yan smiles and inquires. The lead singer of San Yang Kai Tai beams with unrestrained joy. Wow, this is the first time I've been met with such enthusiastic applause. It used to be just noise urging us to leave the stage. Ha ha ha, if you stick with me, there will be wine and meat aplenty. Chen Yan bursts into laughter. The group descends the stage, equipment in tow. Hua Chaotian ascended briskly, equally enthusiastic. Oh, Chen Yan's recent performance of a yellow race was simply exhilarating. It warmed my heart, as if I were on a battlefield at this very moment. Hua Chaotian spoke with uncontainable fervor, his excitement palpable. Below, San Yang Kai Tai was puzzled and inquired. Has he always been this verbose? If he doesn't announce the next contestant soon, surely the proceedings will be delayed. Indeed, one would think that a professional host would not commit such an oversight. Listening to the brothers' discussions, Chen Yan smiled slightly. Could it be that an unforeseen circumstance has arisen, preventing the next contestant from taking the stage, thus necessitating the hosts need to stall for time? Chen Yan spoke with remarkable composure, leaving San Yang Kai Tai and his companions astonished. Is that really the case? Chapter 116. What should we do about the competition? Before they could speculate, the hurried staff passing by had indirectly informed them of the unforeseen incident. What exactly had transpired? When the first accompaniment was damaged, weren't the other accompaniments intact? How could all the accompaniments be compromised? Listening to their panicked inquiries, Chen Yan smiled with satisfaction. This was how it should be. How could he be the only one to endure such a situation? Such an unjust occurrence should certainly be experienced by everyone fairly. Chen Yan retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to one of the individuals. Well done. The payment will be credited to the previous account. Indeed, it was Chen Yan who orchestrated this affair. He owed this opportunity to the stringent management imposed upon him during the previous singer competition, which introduced him to the realm of hackers. His generous approach had garnered the support of numerous technicians, adhering to the principle that money can move mountains. Chen Yan successfully repaid the wrongs done unto him. The audience below was thrown into chaos, while on stage, Hua Chaotian struggled to find his words. The audience began to murmur among themselves. What had transpired? Wasn't Hua Chaotian merely the host? Why was he wasting time on stage? After all, they had paid for tickets to see a live performance, not to watch him deliver a monologue. Surely, the singer competition hadn't encountered another mishap. Had it? It couldn't be. One incident was enough. Could there be a second or even a third? The audience was filled with confusion, as were the netizens in the live stream. The other contestants in the waiting room were even more perplexed. Dilisai, who was second to perform, had yet to receive a call from the staff to prepare backstage. The calmness she initially felt dissipated with every passing second, leading to a growing sense of unease. What had happened? Was the show still recording? Dilisai furrowed her brow and inquired of her assistant and translator. The assistant appeared equally troubled, leaving once more to seek out the staff. Upon returning, their expression remained grave. Yet they still ushered Dilisai out of the waiting room. If they lingered any longer, the peculiar atmosphere of the waiting room would surely attract the attention of the viewers online. As time ticked by, Dilisai had yet to take the stage, and the other contestants in the waiting room began to sense that something was amiss. Hua Tianyu leaned closer to Anna and whispered, "Do you know what is going on?" Anna, feeling his proximity, frowned in displeasure. She held no fondness for Hua Tianyu, a person with inadequate singing skills and an abundance of issues. Ideally, he should keep his distance. Initially reluctant to speak, she was interrupted when Chen Yan entered the room. Under the gaze of the crowd, he took his seat. Mei Dangdang, sitting closest, approached with curiosity and said, "Hello," in a somewhat awkward manner, attempting to converse in Dragon Country dialect. Chen Yan politely replied, "Hello." However, Mei Dangdang soon faltered in Dragon Country language and resorted to speaking in a foreign tongue. After a barrage of questions, Chen Yan maintained his smile. Once she finished, he gently responded, "I apologize, my foreign language skills are not proficient, so I did not understand what you said." As soon as these words were spoken, the other individuals in the waiting room turned their gazes towards him, who was unaware of Chen Yan's proficiency in foreign languages. Communication would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Such a statement was clearly intended to place Mei Dangdang in a difficult position. Unable to comprehend, Mei Dangdang sought the assistance of a translator. The translator, though slightly perturbed, dutifully conveyed, "Teacher Chun, Mei Dangdang is inquiring if you are aware of what transpired just now, as everyone is currently uninformed and their emotions are rather unsettled." Listening to the translator's elucidation, Chen Yan assumed a demeanor of elderliness and gently remarked, "Has the production team not yet arranged for someone to provide an explanation?" He did not respond directly, but rather subtly referenced the production team. The implication was clear. This matter was not within my purview, and you ought to inquire directly with the production team. Anyone with a semblance of understanding could discern the underlying message in Chen Yan's words. Yet again, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. After hearing the translator's words, Dang turned to Chen Yan once more, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Chen Yan comprehended, but chose to disregard them. The inquiries revolved around, did something happen to you on stage? Are you aware of it? Was there an issue with the equipment? Chen Yan began to doubt whether this person could grasp the conversation. Consequently, he actively gestured towards the translator and her assistant, asking what she had just said. If it pertains to the production team, you should approach them directly. I am not informed. Thus, he effectively curtailed any further attempts by the assistant and translator to engage him. The assistant and translator's expressions fell, their faces paling as they watched Chen Yan. With utmost seriousness, returned to his seat, maintaining his composure. To an outsider, one might think a grandmaster was seated there. As time ticked by, just as the audience's restlessness began to escalate, Hua Chaotian on stage pressed his ear, his expression growing more solemn. Dear audience, there is something I must convey. Prior to the commencement of the singer competition, an issue arose with the backing track. To afford the technicians some time, Chen Yan, under pressure, performed the opening number without accompaniment, showcasing a commendable start to our singer competition. However, due to the ongoing issues with the accompaniment, the subsequent contestants are unable to proceed, and we must pause the recording. We sincerely apologize. Following Hua Chaotian's apology, the staff, led by director Yuan, ascended the stage, bowing collectively to the audience in apology, leaving them bewildered. Viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Another incident? Can this singer competition continue to be recorded normally? Mishaps occur every few days. The implication was that Chen Yan had already encountered issues with the accompaniment, yet he bravely persisted. Wow, the truth has surfaced. Chen Yan's ability to respond on the spot is truly remarkable, just as it was on the deserted island. Can everyone pay attention to Chen Yan's new song? It is truly delightful. As messages flooded in from netizens, the trending searches skyrocketed. Singer competition paused recording, however. The news regarding the singer competition lingered on the trending list for less than 5 minutes before being replaced by Chen Yan's name. As the trending news continued to rise, Chen Yan emerged from the waiting room, intending to return a call to Wang Feishuan when a call from Li Lu interrupted him. Someone is out to get you. After seeing the trending topics, you should be cautious with your words, she warned. Taken aback by her statement, Chen Yan recalled that during his time in the waiting room, he had specifically noticed that the comments were overwhelmingly complimentary. How had the tide turned so swiftly? Curiously, he opened the trending topics, and, as expected, Li Lu's words rang true. Chen Yan destroys singing competition, Chen Yan stands alone, deliberately damaging equipment. Was this truly being attributed to me? Chapter 117. The Yellow Race. It is indeed perplexing. Chen Yan found himself both amused and exasperated by the antics of the online community. These netizens are truly fascinating. One moment they are champions for their country, the pillars of strength, and the next, they engage in petty and scrupulous behavior. As Chen Yan scrolled through the messages, he barely had time to absorb them before the trending topic was swiftly overshadowed. The hashtag Yellow Race had exploded due to a performance earlier today, igniting a flurry of mixed reviews. After reading just a few comments, he found it too overwhelming. Humanity is a remarkably intricate species, and he felt somewhat at a loss. Other news continued to surge and replace the trending topics, making for a particularly lively evening. It was not solely the singing competition that was generating buzz. Various scandals had also emerged. Famous actress caught cheating, night glow script, male star publicly reveals girlfriend. The sensational nature of these revelations sent shockwaves across the internet, causing the heat to escalate. Just as Chen Yan prepared to leave, his phone buzzed. I'm waiting for you in the parking lot. Come down. Li Lu's voice was calm. Chen Yan promptly replied, all right. Upon their meeting, Li Lu succinctly outlined the situation, stating that the issues surrounding the singing competition had been resolved, and there were indications from higher-ups that they wished for him to take the blame. Fortunately, given his substantial public support, a little public relations guidance could easily quell the matter. Li Lu's expression was serious as she navigated the car while detailing the plan. Meanwhile, Chen Yan reclined in the passenger seat, engrossed in a conversation on his phone. As they halted at a red light, Li Lu cast a glance at him, inadvertently noticing the small red heart on his screen. It dawned on her. You must keep your relationship with Wang Fei Xian under wraps for now. Exercise some caution. Upon hearing Li Lu's cautionary note, Chen Yan furrowed his brow and queried, why must it remain a secret? He was reluctant to keep his relationship with Fei Xian hidden indefinitely. Li Lu sighed, responding candidly, of course. Both you and Wang Fei Xian are at pivotal points in your careers. Moreover, considering your current fanbase, which is predominantly composed of female admirers, coupled with your appealing looks and talent, you naturally attract the attention of many young women. Chen Yan smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. So when may I publicly announce our relationship? Li Lu pondered seriously for a moment, perhaps when your company is fully stabilized. At that point, transitioning to a behind-the-scenes role will grant you the freedom to do as you please, as long as you're no longer in the public eye. With Li Lu's reassurance, Chen Yan felt a sense of confidence. He recognized that her insight into the industry far surpassed his own. First, take me to the hospital to visit Sister Ing, and then to a tranquil life. For those are my priorities, Chen Yan instructed. Li Lu paused. Who says you have nothing to do at the moment? Confounded, Chen Yan replied. Aside from these two matters, what else is there for me? In response, Li Lu handed him a contract from the back seat, stating, this is an advertisement opportunity one secured for you, backed by a highly reputable company. Given that your current show lacks sponsorship, signing this could bring in additional funds to bolster our company. When it comes to the construction company, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Lu's eyes. At her age, working alongside Chen Yan felt akin to starting anew. It was not unlike nurturing one's own child, growing step by step. After hearing the situation, Chen Yan yawned, well, since Sister Lu has already made arrangements, you may proceed. Just ensure you allocate some time for me to visiting Jia and catch up on the variety shows. The rest is up to you. Li Lu nodded in agreement. As they drove, Chen Yan dozed off in the passenger seat. Noticing this, Li Lu unconsciously eased her speed. Indeed, Chen Yan turned out to be quite a remarkable individual. Previously, during their time at the company, she had perceived him as somewhat dull and lacking in spirit. The events he organized failed to shine, relying instead on scandalous tactics to gain attention. The ordeal on the deserted island had nearly been a disaster, yet unexpectedly, he managed to turn the tables. The vehicle cruised along the open road as twilight descended, eventually halting before Villa. Wake up, we've arrived, Li Lu gently called, unbuckling her seatbelt. Chen Yan blinked awake, groggy, rubbing his eyes before sluggishly exiting the car. Upon taking in his surroundings, he expressed confusion. Aren't we supposed to meet with the advertisers? Why are we in a villa and not a restaurant? Li Lu, having circled around to his side, patiently clarified. The ones you met earlier were minor partners. A meal sufficed. Turning her gaze towards the elegant standalone villa, she continued. This is a major investor. They won't be in the country for long and happen to have half an hour to spare for us today. I only managed to arrange this after learning about the suspension of the singer competition. Otherwise, you wouldn't have secured this opportunity at all. Chen Yan, who did not possess Li Lu's depth of understanding regarding investors, inquired with curiosity, how much is this deal worth? Li Lu raised a single finger. Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. 100 million? His incredulous tone earned him a roll of Li Lu's eyes. Do you think they just hand out money? It's less than 10 million. Regaining his composure, Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. Oh, less than 10 million, huh? 100,000 is still less than 10 million. In just a few exchanged words, Li Lu found herself irritated. When I said less than 10 million, I meant over 9 million. So please refrain from being so literal. She cautioned him just before entering. Chen Yan, with a hint of exasperation, responded, Understood, understood. I'll keep it in check. Yet, despite his words, his expression betrayed a sense of indifference. Upon entering, they were guided by a young woman in a qipao through a corridor adorned with traditional decor, where a small pond and a gentle mist seemed to linger. In the main hall, Chen Yan spotted a man seated on the sofa, accompanied by tall, curvaceous beauty in a qipao standing behind him. Good gracious, Chen Yan mused inwardly. This prominent figure certainly has a penchant for such company. Perhaps I should don a tang suit for our next meeting. Greetings, Director Zhao. I am Li Lu, the manager of Chen Yan. I have long been aware of your illustrious achievements, Yet I have never had the opportunity to meet you until today, which has finally fulfilled my dream. As I listened to Li Lu express her compliments with a beaming smile, I noticed that she was adorned in a long black dress, reminiscent of a qipao, yet distinctly different in style. The esteemed director Zhao acknowledged Li Lu with a nod, his gaze subsequently shifting to Chen Yan, who stood behind her. Li Lu promptly turned to look at Chen Yan. Understanding her cue, he politely smiled and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Director Zhao. I am Chen Yan." Upon hearing his words, Director Zhao revealed a smile, albeit one that was enigmatic. "Chen Yan, is it? The one known for his candidness?" Chen Yan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied with poise, "Director Zhao, I am the one who values honesty." Chapter 118. A turbulent calm. Li Lu was taken aback by Chen Yan's unexpected words. Having grown accustomed to Chen Yan's cunning and manipulative ways, she had overlooked the depth possessed by someone capable of singing such profound songs. Following Chen Yan's statement, Director Zhao could not conceal his admiration, exclaiming, "Well said. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a remarkable young talent." Chen Yan smiled faintly, refraining from further conversation. Director Zhao waved his hand, his demeanor becoming considerably more amiable. "Li Lu, Chen Yan, please take a seat. If anyone ought to express admiration, it should be me. I have been fond of Xiao Chen songs for quite some time." Upon hearing the patron's courteous remarks, Chen Yan was tempted to retort, "How long exactly? I have only been in the public eye for less than half a year." However, for the sake of financial gain, such thoughts remained unspoken. Throughout the encounter, Chen Yan maintained the demeanor of a mere puppet, entertaining the benefactor and eliciting laughter that colored Director Zhao's cheeks with delight. Eventually, Director Zhao beckoned two elegantly dressed women in kipeos to join them and turned to Chen Yan, saying, "Xiao Chen, my children are particularly fond of your music. Would you be so kind as to sing a couple of songs for us? I was truly looking forward to hearing you perform live, as I missed the singer competition." At this remark, Li Lu's smile faltered momentarily. It was evident that since entering, Chen Yan had been highly cooperative, but Director Zhao's request seemed somewhat presumptuous. Whether he was merely caught up in excitement or indifferent to the two lesser figures was unclear. Gazing at the flushed face of Director Zhao, Chen Yan maintained a polite smile and replied, "Director Zhao, I just completed the competition today, and my voice is quite strained. If I were to continue singing, I might jeopardize my singing career altogether. How about this? I will take a few days to rest and then personally deliver an invitation to the singer competition to you. What do you think?" Having made the suggestion, Chen Yan had shown ample respect to Director Zhao, causing even Li Lu to breathe a sigh of relief. She had anticipated that Chen Yan might directly challenge Zhao's authority. To Li Lu's surprise, however, Director Zhao's expression darkened in response to Chen Yan's politeness. "I presume the two of you came here to discuss a collaboration. It seems our potential partnership is not of great significance. Otherwise, Chen Yan would not decline to sing even a single song." This statement placed Chen Yan in a precarious position. Should he comply and sing? It would be akin to allowing Director Zhao to trample over his dignity. Conversely, if he refused, it would confirm Zhao's insinuation that their collaboration was indeed at risk. Chen Yan regarded Director Zhao intently, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as their gazes locked, and the two women in kipeos stood behind them, refraining from uttering a word, seemingly accustomed to such abrupt shifts in mood. Recognizing this, Chen Yan came to a realization. Perhaps he had been influenced by Li Lu from the very beginning. Lowering his stance had only invited oppression. With this newfound clarity, Chen Yan withdrew his smile and spoke deliberately. "Director Zhao, we are here today for collaboration and to forge connections. I trust that you share the same intention in welcoming us. If Chairman Zhao is interested, he may purchase a ticket to attend, or alternatively, he could arrange a private concert for me. Both options are acceptable. I have expressed all that I needed to convey, and I must attend to a matter today as a dear friend is currently awaiting me at the hospital. I shall take my leave now." Upon uttering these words, Chen Yan rose with the intention to depart. This declaration was both anticipated and somewhat surprising. Li Lu found it rather normal. Perhaps such statements would seem out of place coming from others, but in the context of Chen Yan, it felt entirely appropriate. At this moment, Li Lu was fully prepared for public relations. After all, their company was currently in dire straits, and even if they faced a blockade, there was always the power of the masses. Simply put, Those who are barefoot fear, not those who wear shoes. If one is dissatisfied, let us take action. After Chen Yan's departure, Li Lu turned to the still solemn Chairman Zhao and smiled, saying, Chairman Zhao, I shall conclude today's visit here, and I look forward to our next meeting. With that, both individuals took their leave. When the elegant lady in a chi pao returned, she adeptly seated herself beside Chairman Zhao. Her slender waist relaxed against him, and softly remarked, Chairman Zhao, they have already left. Upon hearing this, the previously stoic Chairman Zhao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. After exiting, Chen Yan went straight to the passenger seat, not even contemplating calling for a car, for he was certain that Li Lu would join him. Indeed, within 5 minutes, Li Lu approached briskly but bypassed him to take the driver's seat. Hurry up and get in, or I fear the bodyguards might come and escort us away, she joked. Chen Yan picked up on the humor and playfully tensed up as he climbed into the car. Let us go, Lu Jia, I'm all set. As they both fastened their seatbelts, they exchanged a knowing smile. Setting aside their lack of synergy during serious matters, they undoubtedly shared a certain camaraderie when engaged in mischief. Li Lu drove directly to the hospital, having left the standalone building shortly after 8 o'clock. They arrived at the hospital just before 9. After a brief preparation, Chen Yan and Li Lu found themselves at Do Ying's hospital room. To Chen Yan's surprise, the lights in the room had already been turned off. Have you arrived too late? He inquired. Surely not. Everyone is a night owl these days. I've heard that Jia loves to stay up late playing mahjong, Li Lu replied. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called out from nearby. What are you two doing loitering at my hospital door, sneaking around? Chen Yan turned to see it was indeed Jia, clad in a hospital gown. She was accompanied by an assistant holding an drip. Jia, you just emerged from the emergency room today. Are you really allowed to get out of bed now? Chen Yan asked, removing his sunglasses with a hint of exasperation. Upon recognizing Chen Yan, Do Ying joyfully approached, with her assistant stumbling behind her. Why are you back in the hospital? I'm fine, see. I'm doing well, she exclaimed, attempting to twirl, only to be gently restrained by her assistant. Yeah. Do be careful. You are still a patient, he cautioned. Do Ying was dissatisfied with Lulu's sleeves, pondering whether it was merely a case of concussion. A bit of blood had appeared on her back and at the nape of her neck. Such occurrences were not uncommon during my childhood brawls. Do Ying gestured animatedly, thoroughly demonstrating that she was otherwise fine. Observing this, Chen Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the evening, while engaging in casual conversation with Do Ying, Chen Yan did not linger for long, mindful that Sister Ying was still recovering and needed to rest adequately. After spending less than an hour together, they left the hospital. Chen Yan proceeded to his final destination, the recording site for Peaceful Life. It was just past 9 when they exited, and Li Lu estimated the time, remarking, It's quite a distance to the mountainous area. We might not arrive until after 10. You should take a nap. As soon as she spoke, Li Lu noticed Chen Yan circumventing her to take the driver's seat. It seemed all was calm now. Chapter 119. Anna's mischief. Li Lu intended to admonish him, urging him to descend from the vehicle. However, Chen Yan promptly locked the car doors, sending her a message with a green bubble. Are you getting in or not? If you choose not to, I shall leave you at the hospital. Though his intentions were benevolent, his words were devoid of compassion. With no other option, Li Lu reluctantly entered the car. The journey lasted over an hour, and initially, Li Lu hoped to endure a bit longer, waiting for Chen Yan to tire so she could take the wheel. Yet after a day filled with fatigue, she soon succumbed to slumber shortly after settling in. Hearing the soft sounds of her slumber beside him, a smile flickered in Chen Yan's eyes as he yawned. After all, one is not made of iron. Exhaustion is an inevitable companion. By the time they reached their destination, Chen Yan was utterly spent. He collapsed onto the soft couch as soon as he entered, drifting into sleep almost instantaneously, his head barely grazing the pillow. Li Lu parked the car and began unloading their belongings. It was still not yet 11 o'clock, and those accustomed to late nights soon heard the commotion at the entrance. One by one, they donned their clothes and emerged to investigate the situation. Dilo was the first to appear, rushing out in her pajamas. Upon spotting Li Lu, she beamed. Long time no see, Lu Jia. Li Lu stretched her arms and replied, Little Dila, you are becoming more beautiful and charming by the day. Just as she finished speaking, the voice of Luo Yong echoed from behind. Ah, Lu Jia, I've missed you too. Don't forget to compliment me as well. As he rambled on, Li Lu felt an overwhelming urge to punch him playfully. Truly, he was the master of banter. At that moment, she noticed Zhang Xiqin behind Luo Yong and nodded in his direction. In terms of experience, Li Lu was indeed seasoned compared to these youngsters. By the time they entered the industry, she had already managed a sensational artist. Had it not been for the company's subsequent resource limitations, she would not have had to cast her net so wide. Thus, her capabilities were widely recognized, earning her the reputation of a premier agent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone returned to their slumber. The following morning, a rooster emerged from somewhere in the yard, crowing incessantly, even at 8 o'clock. This cacophony roused everyone from their sleep. Among them, Chen Yan exhibited the most irritation. Rolling up his sleeves, he stormed outside, exclaiming, "Look at that rooster, so inconsiderate, waking people up." The recording studio next door stirred as well. Almost instinctively, the videographer grabbed his equipment and stepped out to capture the scene. It was not solely for work, but rather to document this crowing rooster. He soon recorded a pivotal moment. Chen Yan, with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, was locked in a staring contest with the imposing rooster in the yard. The visual was too vivid, causing the videographer to chuckle in his dazed state. Daila opened the window and leaned out, laughing. "Yingu, are you engaging in a cockfight?" Luo Yong, emerging from the adjacent room in his slippers, ruffled his hair and inquired, "Where did this chicken come from? Did you bring it back with you yesterday, Yingu?" From behind Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin's head popped up, silently asking, "Why did Yingu bring chicken back?" The scene unfolded with Chen Yan and the rooster exchanging glances, while the others continued to jest. Chen Yan let out a heavy sigh and called out, "You all come here. Catch that rooster. We shall dine on it at noon." The mere mention of chickens spurred excitement among the group, who eagerly rushed out of the house, filled with enthusiasm, as several adults chased the large rooster. "Hey, don't run, chicken. Stay still," they shouted, while the rooster flapped its wings and darted about, eluding their grasp. At last, an opportunity presented itself when the rooster lost its balance and fell from the fence at the door. Chen Yan, brandishing a net, charged forward. "I've got it." Huh. Why is this chicken making noise?" Chen Yan was puzzled. Suddenly, he discovered that the net contained 10 people. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed it was indeed human. "Chen Yan, are you out of your mind?" Anna almost screamed in frustration. Just moments ago, she had been pecked on the head by the rooster, and now she found herself ensnared by Chen Yan's mysterious contraption. After an early morning filled with annoyance, she was on the brink of exploding. "Oh, my apologies. I thought I had caught the chicken." Chen Yan quickly released his hold, helping Anna extricate herself from the net. Upon hearing this, Anna's ire flared further. "Can't you tell the difference between a person and a chicken? Are you blind?" The remark struck a nerve, prompting Chen Yan to retort seriously. "If I wasn't trying to catch a chicken, why would I cover you? I had no idea you would show up." Their exchange escalated into a heated argument, drawing others in to mediate. However, their attempts only stoked the flames of their quarrel. Daila and Luo Yong focused solely on separating Anna and Chen Yan, neglecting the net that ensnared Anna, resulting in her being jostled around unceremoniously. "I'm going to lose my mind. Can you all just back off?" she exclaimed, startling Daila. Typically, no other woman, save for his mother, could unleash such a powerful voice. Realizing this, Daila understood, given that Anna was a soprano. Li Lu, who had arrived later and was more perceptive, sighed and assisted Anna in her escape from the net, offering comfort. "Anna, Chen Yan didn't mean any harm. They were genuinely trying to catch the chicken. Look over there, the cameraman is still recording." Mentioning the presence of the filming crew successfully quelled Anna's rising temper. Recently, due to her volatile nature, she had faced relentless criticism from netizens. Although Anna was indifferent to their opinions, she could not tolerate the barrage of insults flooding her social media accounts, even from overseas. It was enough to drive her to distraction. Suppressing her anger, she shot Chen Yan a furious glare before retreating to her room, internally cursing, "I will never coexist peacefully with Chen Yan. Either he is insane or I am." As she stormed into her room, Chen Yan remained rooted in place. The others exchanged glances, and the moment concluded with Chen Yan clearing his throat. Since everyone was already awake, they might as well commence their broadcast early. Luo Yong shrugged. "I have no objections, as long as there is enough food." With a playful smile, De Lahaye remarked, "I need to cleanse myself." Zhang Xiqin simply smiled innocently, remaining silent. Chen Yan turned to Li Lu and said, "We will begin to broadcast shortly. Lu Jia, what about you?" Li Lu decisively replied, "No need for your arrangements. I will leave in my car before you start the broadcast, as I have other matters to attend to." She recalled how, on the first day of the program, they had busied themselves for an entire morning, only to end up eating a mere bowl of noodles. Now, in this place, there was hardly anything edible. She preferred to drive back to the city for a decent meal and treat herself. Observing this, Chen Yan then addressed the cameraman, "Brother, hold off on broadcasting the footage from earlier. Let's edit it as a bonus feature for this episode." The cameraman's eyes lit up. "That makes sense." Chapter 120. Has the house exploded? As everyone prepared for their morning ablutions, Chen Yan took it upon himself to make breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by Anna, who had changed into casual attire. Her tone was tinged with unmistakable displeasure. "Are you cooking?" "Well, that should be quite apparent," Chen Yan replied without even glancing at her. Seeing his demeanor, Anna felt a sense of disdain. Yet, for the sake of her own agenda, she decided to persist. "I will assist you." This declaration took Chen Yan by surprise. Finally focusing on Anna, he inquired, "What is your intention?" "What do you mean?" Anna could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe I possess no goodwill? Appearing on this show is not akin to ruling as a monarch. Cooking a meal is quite simple." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan understood. The young lady harbored no ill intentions. She merely wished to prepare a meal, enhance her visibility, and improve the audience's perception of her. "In that case, I entrust it to you," he said, setting down the knife. He kindly reminded her, "There are no dietary restrictions among us, so you may cook whatever you like." Anna, visibly impatient, retorted, I know. If you're so worried, why don't you do it yourself?" She resembled a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. Preferring to avoid conflict, Chen Yan exited the kitchen, only to bump into Luo Yong, who had just emerged for washing up. "Oh, breakfast is already prepared?" Without a second thought, Chen Yan kicked him lightly, saying, "Get lost. Am I your maid? Here to cook for you? Why are you angry?" Luo Yong looked at Chen Yan, bewildered, then glanced into the kitchen, astonished. "Did I just see someone in there?" Chen Yan smirked, "Indeed. The young lady is currently in a foul mood. I advise you not to provoke her now." Luo Yong's expression turned to one of fright as he covered his mouth. "No way. Can she actually cook? I'm feeling a bit anxious." It must be said, Luo Yong had a knack for predicting calamities accurately. Just moments after his remark, a loud bang erupted from the kitchen. "Oh no, the kitchen has exploded." Luo Yong stumbled back in shock. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yan stepped into the kitchen. Coincidentally, Anna, frightened, fled in a panic and collided into Chen Yan's arms, trembling. What happened in there? Anna was genuinely terrified, clinging to Chen Yan as if seeking refuge. Had this been any other time, such an action would have been unthinkable. Chen Yan exerted considerable effort to disentangle her from his embrace. "Can you compose yourself? Describe what just transpired. What did you do?" His voice was steady and calm, providing a source of reassurance for the flustered Anna. "I merely wanted to boil some noodles and added a bit of oil for the scallion oil noodles, but thus ended up like this." Chen Yan interjected, summarizing her account. Seeing Anna and nodding repeatedly, Chen Yan felt utterly speechless. Did she truly not comprehend that one should never add oil while the water in the pot has not yet boiled away? It was evident that Anna lacked this fundamental knowledge. Furthermore, judging by the explosive sound from earlier, it was clear that Anna had done more than just this. In moments of panic, people often overlook crucial details. After ensuring Anna was settled outside, Chen Yan ventured into the smoke-filled kitchen to address the chaos within. Outside, voices continued to murmur. "What has happened?" Dila inquired. "Nothing, just a minor explosion in the kitchen," Luo Yong replied with remarkable composure. "What? The kitchen exploded?" Dila could hardly believe her ears. As the unwitting protagonist of the kitchen disaster, Anna sat in the pavilion, still shaken. It was not until Chen Yan restored some semblance of order in the kitchen that he addressed the group. "Well, it seems everyone is now aware that our kitchen has indeed exploded. During the days the staff are repairing it, we shall have to procure our food through alternative means." Chen Yan endeavored to maintain his calm demeanor while articulating his thoughts to the others. He had anticipated complaints, yet, to his surprise, several individuals appeared to be in a state of bewilderment. Among them, The newcomer Song Xian, for the first time, took the initiative to speak up. Brother Yan, how shall we acquire food? As he spoke, Song Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Will it be like when you, Sister Dila, Brother Yong, and Brother Chen were on the deserted island, hunting and feasting on roasted chicken? Chen Yan was taken aback by the boy's unexpected recollection. A smile crept on his face. You've actually watched our deserted island show? Song Xian, slightly bashful, chuckled. Yes, I've loved adventures since childhood, so I watched each episode live. Then you are quite fortunate. Brother Yin excels in deserted island exploration. Luo Yong chimed in. Before long, Song Xian seamlessly integrated into the ongoing conversation. Among the group, only Anna remained awkwardly seated in the pavilion. After a moment's thought, Chen Yan spoke earnestly. Here's the plan. Since we are no longer on the deserted island, we shall adopt two methods to procure food. First, a few of us will venture up the mountain to hunt. Second, we shall visit the nearby villagers to see if they might graciously share some provisions with us. I choose the second option. I love interacting with the villagers. Luo Yong exclaimed without hesitation. Buoyed by their earlier exchange, Song Xian beamed as he positioned himself behind Chen Yan. Zhang Xiqing glanced between Chen Yan and Luo Yong, arriving at his own conclusion. I will practice conversing with the villagers. This left Dila and Anna, as the only two girls, clearly meant to split up the tasks. Just as Dila was about to speak, she noticed Luo Yong winking at her furiously from the corner of her eye, a hint so blatant it bordered on the ridiculous. The others caught on as well. Chen Yan felt exasperated. Couldn't they be a tad more discreet? Did they not fear the wrath of a lady? Of course, Anna, seated in the pavilion, had regained her composure. Observing Luo Yong's expression, she rolled her eyes and declared, I will go hunting with Chen Yan. It was as if she was deliberately trying to provoke Luo Yong, sardonic in her tone, choosing the easiest task and attempting to form cliques. What a joke. Luo Yong, possessing a fiery temperament, retaliated immediately when subjected to a few jabs. And so what? I am a person of unparalleled dignity, unwilling to bow before anyone lightly. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Chen Yan rushed to cover his mouth, exclaiming, Oh my heavens, what audacity you possess. A glance at the expression of the recording brother revealed his evident discomfort. It was clear that the live broadcast had commenced, capturing every moment. Upon entering the live stream, the viewers were initially bewildered, as Chen Yan was still in the kitchen dealing with an explosive situation. Just as they began to grasp the unfolding events, they stumbled upon the fiery exchange between Luo Yong and Anna. Goodness, Luo Yong truly speaks without restraint. He shows no fear in opposing Anna. Is it not exceedingly rude of him to so brazenly intimidate a girl? Chapter 121. A heroic rescue. The statement was rather exaggerated. Everyone knew that Yong was a steadfast, iron-willed man. When it came to choosing between the ethereal Dila and the spoiled, impudent Anna, who would one select? When such a remark surfaced in the comment section, a profound silence enveloped the following messages for several seconds, as if everyone was contemplating this conundrum. Curiously, the responses were strikingly uniform. Thus, the group collectively decided to bypass the inquiry. Where would they venture to hunt? Would it be up the mountain? Surely, there must be fierce beasts lurking there. If I am not mistaken, this mountain remains uncharted and poses considerable risks. Indeed, I concur that seeking provisions from the villagers might prove to be a simpler task. Upstairs, someone retorted, simple, but it lacks intrigue. Just asking for food lacks any challenge or excitement. Chen Yan shared this sentiment. He could easily have everyone approach the villagers for a meal, perhaps even offer them some money to dine together at their homes. Yet, that seemed too simplistic and devoid of any captivating elements. Although their show was titled Tranquil Life, the content must be anything but tranquil. If it were to become monotonous, who would want to watch them? They might as well tune into the evening news. Thus, Chen Yan aspired to venture into the mountains for hunting, providing a juxtaposition of tasks that would captivate the audience's attention. The production team, led by Nyoma, opted for a split-screen format, allowing viewers to adjust the screen sizes as per their preferences. After all, the viewers should dictate what they wish to see. This was a collaborative decision made between Chen Yan and Nyoma prior to the broadcast. Chen Yan firmly believed that catering to the audience's desires would ensure the show's success. All right, since we have all made our choices, let us commence our endeavors. What we are able to procure today hinges entirely on our collective efforts. Chen Yan declared with a smile. The thought of exploring the back mountain filled him with anticipation. If they could capture some rabbits or wild chickens, it would be delightful, whether stewed or roasted. Without hesitation, Luo Yong raised the production team's flag and exclaimed, "All right. Now the villagers' team, follow me. I shall lead you to a hearty feast." Witnessing Luo Yong's infectious enthusiasm, Chen Yan too felt exhilarated and grabbed a stick, proclaiming, "Great. Now the hunting team, follow me as we embark on an adventure." Song Xian clapped with excitement and turned to call out to Anna. Although Anna had just recovered from the earlier shock, her demeanor remained cool and aloof, yet she managed to muster a faint smile. Due to Chen Yan's need to bring along some equipment for the mountain trip, a slight delay ensued. Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, and Dila set off first. Before departing, Dila playfully shook her fist at Chen Yan, saying, "Cheer up, Yinge. Though I'm part of the villagers' team, my heart belongs to the hunting team." Observing Dila's mischievous grin, Chen Yan playfully poked her forehead, teasing, "You just want to taste some game, don't you?" Caught in her own scheme, Dila chuckled sheepishly and scampered away. Noticing the actions of the two, Anna awkwardly followed Chen Yan, inquiring, "Are you skilled at hunting?" Hearing the commotion, Chen Yan nonchalantly replied, "It's all right." While Chen Yan remained at ease, Song Xian was anything but. The mere mention of Chen Yan's hunting prowess excited him, as if he'd been given a boost of adrenaline. "Sister Anna, you haven't seen that survival show on the deserted island, have you? Brother Yin is truly remarkable. He faced such a massive wild boar all on his own, effortlessly." Song Xian animatedly gestured, his admiration unabashed. Listening to Chen Yan's illustrious feats, Anna recalled the earlier incident. After she had inadvertently caused an explosion in the kitchen, Luo Yong, who was nearest, had retreated several paces, while Chen Yan, from a considerable distance, had rushed in, colliding with her. Despite their deep-seated animosity and numerous confrontations, Chen Yan had consistently proven himself. Reflecting on these occurrences stirred something inexplicable within Anna. "What are you pondering?" Chen Yan asked, furrowing his brow. He had called her several times, yet she appeared lost in thought, a stark contrast to her usual boisterous demeanor. Was it possible that the explosion had left her somewhat dazed? Lost in contemplation, Anna seized the dagger from his hand. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Chen Yan almost missed it. Upon turning, he noticed Anna's head bowed, revealing only her fair, slightly flushed cheeks. "Did you just speak? I didn't catch that," he inquired playfully. Anna, awkwardly turning away, retorted, "I said nothing." She huffed and stormed off. Chen Yan casually handed a knife to Song Xian and followed her, his curiosity piqued by her expression, oblivious to the peculiar look on Song Xian's face behind him. Navigating the uneven mountain path, Chen Yan eventually led the two to the ascent. To his surprise, Anna, who typically exhibited the temperament of a spoiled heiress, remained silent amidst the troubles and mud. This change prompted Chen Yan to observe her more closely. With only a few individuals around, including those filming, Anna naturally noticed Chen Yan's gaze. Suppressing her irritation, she shot him a glare. "What are you staring at? Is there something worth looking at?" Witnessing Anna's outburst, Chen Yan felt a sense of relief. He understood that some individuals either explode in silence or perish quietly. Not knowing what secrets Anna might be concealing, it was best to provoke her. Regarding Anna's anger, Chen Yan shrugged dismissively. "Of course, I'm curious to see how long our little lady can endure, especially since you usually have such a fiery temper." This time, Anna was taken aback. "We're still live streaming," she thought, bewildered that he had spoken so openly. Caught off guard, she stammered, unable to articulate a response. Finding her flustered demeanor amusing, Chen Yan teased, "What's the matter? Are you at a loss for words?" Anna was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yan, unrestrained, leaned closer and asked, "Miss, why the silence?" "Don't go too far," Anna retorted through gritted teeth. "All right, understood." Chen Yan agreed with remarkable enthusiasm, fully aware of the importance of discretion. He continued to ascend the mountain alongside Anna and Song Xian. After a short while, the ringtone of a mobile phone echoed through the air. Everyone paused, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. "Oh, my apologies, it's my phone," Chen Yan said as he retrieved it from his pocket. Upon seeing the name Sister Me on the screen, curiosity piqued within him. What could Sister Me possibly want from him? Chapter 122. Do not eat the bunnies. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan chose not to respond. He sent a message to Sister Me and continued onward. The uncharted mountains were densely forested, almost to the point where finding a path uphill seemed impossible. Fortunately, Chen Yan possessed considerable experience. He discerned a relatively safe and level direction based on the softness and dampness of the ground. Accompanied by two curious companions, he pressed ahead. Anna and Song Xian were utterly unfamiliar with the terrain of the mountains. Several times, they narrowly avoided being ensnared by traps set by villagers. Had it not been for Chen Yan's vigilant watch over them, one of the two would surely have sustained an injury by now. "Thank you, Brother Yan." Song Xian stammered once more as Chen Yan grasped his arm. Chen Yan sighed. "It's all right, just be more careful." It was already taxing enough to keep an eye on one girl. Now he had to monitor a young man as well. Chen Yan genuinely felt the need to assign more tasks to Song Xian in the future to help him build some resilience. Otherwise, the young man would remain too delicate, even less robust than Luo Yong. After a leisurely exploration of the mountains, Chen Yan found himself in charge of the children. At one moment, Anna would pick a flower, and the next, she would gather mushrooms, humming cheerfully, the little girl picking mushrooms, carrying a small bamboo basket. One could easily mistake her for someone on a picnic. Song Xian was no better off. "Look, a snake. I wonder if it's poisonous," he exclaimed at one point. Shortly thereafter, he nearly stumbled into a large pit. Throughout this escapade, Chen Yan remained in a state of exasperation. If his gaze could convey thoughts, it would surely reflect a deep-seated annoyance. "Isn't it amusing how Chen Yan seems to be babysitting?" Someone remarked. "You only just noticed the two grown children are dragging behind." Another echoed. Chen Yan didn't even need to hunt for food. Managing the pampered young lady and gentleman was an accomplishment in itself. "You all are being too extreme. Xian Xian and Na Na are simply inexperienced. Isn't it delightful for them to play and explore? Must everything be a relentless pursuit like you men advocate?" I concur with the sentiments expressed above. If this were truly an adventurous endeavor, I doubt I would find it entertaining, came another voice from above. The comment section of the live stream erupted into a playful male-female debate, elevating the show's popularity. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Chen Yan scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate some wild game to bring back. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent. After 2 rounds of exploration, Chen Yan stumbled upon a rabbit's burrow. "There are at least 3 rabbits nearby. Please keep your distance. If I attempt to catch one, your presence may frighten them away," Chen Yan advised them beforehand. Upon hearing his words, Song Xian's expression faltered momentarily. He appeared as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated, suppressing his thoughts. Chen Yan had little patience for those who withheld their words. "Song Xian, do you have something to say?" he directly inquired. Upon being called out, Song Xian's shoulders trembled slightly as he struggled to articulate a response. His instinctive display of fear might have led one to believe that Chen Yan was being overly harsh. Though Chen Yan was not fond of such reticence, he could still feign composure for the sake of the show. "If you have something to say, please do. There is no need for secrecy between us." Upon hearing these words, Song Xian exhaled deeply and said, "Yingu, could we perhaps refrain from eating rabbits? I am born in the year of the rabbit, and I have a particular fondness for them." The moment these words left his lips, Chen Yan felt a sudden ringing in his ears. What was the difference between "rabbits are too adorable" and "please do not eat the rabbits"? The primary distinction lay in the subtlety of his phrasing, referencing both the zodiac and personal preferences. Chen Yan found himself momentarily speechless, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. After all, this boy had been sent by the capital, and while it was uncertain whether he could afford to offend him, the prospect of this young lad bursting into tears at a harsh response was not something Chen Yan wished to face. Thus, after some contemplation, he slowly replied, "Since you have come up the mountain, have you encountered any other game?" As Chen Yan paused, he added, "If you wish to eat snake, that could be arranged." The moment these words were uttered, Song Xian remained momentarily stunned, while Anna, who was busy with mushrooms, turned pale and rushed over, exclaiming, "What? You want to eat snake? Can that even be consumed by humans? It is far better to eat rabbits. At least rabbit stew is a dish. I have never dined on snake stew in my life." Anna's expression of sheer terror was so evident that Song Xian felt somewhat embarrassed. "I merely expressed a desire not to eat rabbits. I did not say I wanted to eat snake meat." Upon hearing this, Anna sighed in relief. Oh, I see. Then you may continue your discussion. I shall return to foraging mushrooms to serve as side dishes for tonight's grand feast. She had found her purpose and left Chen Yan to confront the dilemma posed by the boy who did not wish to eat rabbits. With no pot available, what would they prepare? Was it possible they would dine on stewed mushrooms instead? Contemplating this, Chen Yan mused that perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. Though they lacked a pot, they could certainly make roasted mushrooms. Here is the plan, Xiao Song. You express a reluctance to eat rabbits, but currently, I have only found rabbits. Why don't you venture nearby to search for other game? Chen Yan felt that he had reached the limits of tactfulness. To his astonishment, Song Xian's subsequent response was even more extreme. With tears welling in his eyes, Song Xian struggled to maintain his composure. A mixture of laughter and tears on his face as he said, Yengu, there are woods and jungles everywhere. Where do you expect me to find game? You know I have never done such things. Chen Yan's heart sank. This was a clear case of moral coercion. As a veteran of such moral dilemmas, having navigated countless instances of it and still emerged unscathed, Chen Yan decided to rise to the occasion. Very well, if you do not wish to eat rabbits, you are free to abstain. In that case, the mushrooms Anna forages can be roasted and consumed. When the time comes for us to eat meat, you may dine on vegetables instead. Regardless of what you choose to eat, the tasks at hand remain unchanged. Upon hearing this, Song Xian's expression was a perplexing mix of sorrow and amusement. With no other recourse, he retreated to the side to watch Chen Yan catch the rabbits, while Anna busily sought out her own tasks, wandering off to gather mushrooms and flowers. Song Xian stood beside the cameraman, serving as nothing more than a background figure, akin to being punished with a prolonged standstill. Were it not for the encroaching darkness, Chen Yan would not have been so eager to catch rabbits. Fortunately, with Chen Yan's adeptness, he managed to capture 2 rabbits before nightfall, although roasting them may not suffice. Creating a hearty stew in a large pot outdoors would surely be delightful, he mused thoughtfully. Anna nodded in agreement, recalling Luo Yong, and scoffed, expressing her irritation. I wonder if that brash fellow has managed to procure any food from the villagers. The mere thought of Luo Yong incited her anger. No one had ever dared to belittle her in her lifetime. Thus, a rivalry had formed between them. Chen Yan, undeterred by such matters, carried the 2 plump rabbits down the mountain. Upon his return, Luo Yong and the others were already waiting in the yard. Chapter 123. Is it your turn? Ah, the latecomers have arrived, but it seems they have reaped a bountiful harvest. Luo Yong hurriedly approached, his banter incessant. Chen Yan unceremoniously tossed 2 dead rabbits at his feet, suggesting, since you're here, you might as well take care of these. After circling the mountain for ages, I am utterly exhausted. Chen Yan spoke the truth. Ascending the mountain was a formidable task, and descending proved to be even more arduous. The markers he had made were utterly untraceable, and in his estimation, the vastness of the forest had led them astray, making it impossible to find their original path. Ultimately, they could only proceed step by step until they reached the foot of the mountain. Luo Yong nodded repeatedly, his gaze flitting among the group. It was evident that their expedition had been fraught with hardship. They were all disheveled and in quite a state. You need not critique us so harshly. Instead, focus on preparing the rabbits so we can enjoy our meal sooner, Chen Yan retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. Just as he intended to head to the restroom, Chen Yan suddenly recalled and inquired, How was your day? Surely, the villagers had a much easier time than we did up in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Dila, who had been languishing in the pavilion, let out a long sigh. Perhaps, but only the journey was smoother for them. Intrigued by Dila's insinuation, Chen Yan pressed. What do you mean? Was the route to the villagers so challenging? Even Zhang Xiqin, typically composed and earnest, wore a face of despair. Not just Dila. Even I found it somewhat unbearable, he confessed. As a retired athlete, his training regimen was rigorous, and one would assume that seeking out the villagers should have been a straightforward endeavor. Even Luo Yong, who is usually dedicated to fitness, should not have reacted this way. Anna, standing nearby, expressed her skepticism. Could it be that you took a wrong turn? She observed the expressions of the 3, which did not suggest deceit. It's rare for a young lady to show concern, Luo Yong commented, unable to restrain himself, which earned him a frosty glance from Anna. It's not that we took a wrong turn. We simply had no idea which path led to the villagers. After following the smooth road for over 2 hours without sighting a single house, we returned to the winding paths, only to find fields and nothing else. As Luo Yong lamented his misfortunes, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. By your account, you must not have eaten anything all day. Dila's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded sorrowfully. Indeed, we've walked all day without a morsel, save for some water. Chen Yan laughed again. Isn't that a coincidence? We've also toiled all day without a bite to eat. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed, a shared camaraderie in their collective misfortune. They had not encountered anyone more unfortunate than themselves. The absurdity of their situation in this venture was truly remarkable. Though they had not shared in the joys, they certainly shared in the hardships. This rare experience has bridged the gap between a few individuals, and the atmosphere has markedly improved from its initial state. Chen Yan, Anna, and Song Xian have gone to take a shower, while Luo Yong, Zhang Xiqin, and Dila begin to sort through the spoils they have brought back. The two men are handling the large fat rabbits, and Dila takes up Anna's small bamboo basket, meticulously cleaning the mushrooms. Upon noticing the wildflowers in the basket, he cheerfully finds a bottle and places it on the stone table in the pavilion. After finishing his shower, Chen Yan emerges and picks up his phone, ready to check for messages. If his memory serves him correctly, tomorrow marks the day of Fei-Fei's competition. Upon opening his phone, several messages greet him. Limi writes, Chen Yan, I truly feel a bit guilty towards you. Keep an eye on that boy Song Xian. It seems he has made an agreement with the company to follow the path you once tread, which led to both acclaim and notoriety. Oh, someone wishes to tread the path I once took with great fervor? Chen Yan is taken aback. Are these capitalists genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be? His previous route was evidently one designed for attention, disregarding reputation, and ultimately leading to a near exit from the entertainment industry, were it not for his own emergence. The original self would have long since been expelled from the limelight. Yet, upon reflection, he finds himself curious. When he first arrived, he passively accepted these stereotypical impressions. As for how events transpired and how the original self cultivated such a universally disparaged reputation, he remains entirely in the dark. If Song Xian wishes to replicate this, then let him indeed attempt to do so. Mijia, I truly feel guilty, he muses, and with a slight smile, he sends this message. The response indicates that the other party is typing. Clearly, she has been awaiting his message. What kind of compensation do you seek? Limi inquiris. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan replies, I have no particular thoughts at present. Just grant me one request, Mijia. There is a pause in her response. She alternates between typing and stopping, which raises Chen Yan's suspicions. Suddenly, he realizes, what on earth did I just send? Surely Li Mi cannot have misunderstood. In a flurry, he quickly follows up with another message. Mijia, I absolutely do not mean to imply any romantic entanglement. It certainly does not exceed my boundaries. After sending this, there is yet another lengthy silence. Just as Chen Yan believes their conversation has reached a standstill, Li Mi unexpectedly replies, that is not entirely off the table. This remark instantaneously shatters the fog that had long shrouded their interactions during their time on the deserted island. Chen Yan's heart begins to calm. Goodness, he merely sought a small favor. Li Mi now possesses the capability to be of assistance, but he never intended to cultivate a romantic relationship with her. It is essential to remember that Fei-Fei will forever hold his heart. However, if he clarifies and explains now, their relationship could spiral into an awkward predicament. At this moment, Chen Yan finds himself entangled in a dilemma of his own making, unable to proceed or retreat. He wrestles with indecision, ultimately surrendering to the situation. So be it. Regardless, one must be mindful of the nuances of distance and decorum when meeting. After all, we are all intelligent individuals who can grasp subtleties with ease. With this thought in mind, Chen Yan opened other chat windows. His conversation with Fei-Fei remained centered around her earlier message about going hiking. Fei-Fei mentioned she had gone for practice. Fei-Fei, best of luck in tomorrow's competition. You are an exceptional young talent. After sending the message, Chen Yan felt a sense of relief. Turning his attention to other contacts, he noticed the messages from Yo Ma and Yuan Zhong. Sometimes, he found himself quite curious. Did they truly have nothing better to do? How was it that their affairs always seemed to intersect with his? Upon opening the message, Chen Yan couldn't help but smirk. Hey, brother, do you have time to grab a meal? Yuan Zhong inquired. Chapter 124. Has the guest arrived? Be cautious. Yuan Zhong now suspects that the accompaniment for the singer competition is your doing. Be mindful in your speech and actions. Niu Ma, upon receiving the message, responded to Niu Ma with delight, saying, "Sure thing, it's still my big brother Niu." Indeed, Niu Ma is quite the affable individual, albeit in a rather bewildering manner. Before the island program, they had never crossed paths, yet post-show, he took the initiative to reach out. After replying, Chen Yan chose to ignore Yuan Zhong. His behavior fluctuated erratically, almost as if he were unwell. Initially, Yuan Zhong seemed like a decent elder brother, but it soon became apparent that he was cunning and manipulative. As for meals, who cares about that? It was merely an excuse to discuss the trivial matters surrounding the singer competition. When the accompaniment malfunctioned before my performance, it seemed he was anxious, yet it was merely a ploy to buy time and propose stale ideas. There was no genuine intention to investigate. He merely left me to choose. Now, everyone as accompaniment has encountered issues. Did you have any foresight? Chen Yan held Yuan Zhong in disdain. Were it not for Li Lu securing the singer competition with generous remuneration, he might not have participated at all. Hey, why hasn't Chen Yan come out yet? Wasn't he the first to enter the shower? Anna inquired, puzzled as she dried her hair. Luo Yong was preparing a large pot, as per Chen Yan's request, and casually replied, "He has quite the delicate one. Bathing involves not only bubbles, but also fragrances. So he has bound to take longer than you all." That remark left Chen Yan both amused and infuriated. This insolent fellow only knows how to spout nonsense without regard for the present company. As Chen Yan stepped out, he overheard Song Xian remarking, "So, Brother Yan enjoys that too? I thought I was the only one who liked bubble baths and body lotion." Such a feeble comment plunged everyone into silence. And Chen Yan's expression was akin to one who had tasted something foul. Could this truly be a topic for discussion? I'm not one to adhere to stereotypes. It's just that I'm surrounded by straight-talking men like Luo Yong and Si Qin, which makes me curious. Does Song Xian really indulge in bubble baths and fragrant lotions? Dila's small voice broke the silence. It must be said that after spending considerable time with Li Mi, Dila's conversational finesse had greatly improved. He did not make Song Xian feel mocked. Rather, it felt playful. Consequently, Song Xian's face flushed as he lowered his head and explained, "Because my skin is quite sensitive. I pay special attention to it." Upon hearing this, Luo Yong swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. The viewers in the live stream began to bombard him with comments. Remarkable. A man, clearly less delicate than girls like Dila and Anna, boasts about his softness. Let us be clear, he is not a man, but rather a delicate lady. Don't you think your remarks are excessive? This is personal attack. It's an insult to Brother Song Xian. The delicate fans of Brother Jiao are here. Come and besiege me, for this is not the first nor the second time. I have grown accustomed to it. In the courtyard, Song Xian remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar glances from others. A smile lingered on his face, as if this were a matter of great pride. Chen Yan could no longer contain himself. Had it not been for the grumbling of his stomach, he would have preferred not to venture out at this moment. "Yana, have you finished your wash?" Song Xian was the first to notice Chen Yan emerging from the restroom and called out. With Chen Yan's appearance, the others seemed to find their anchor. Yana has finally made his entrance. The stage is set for you. Just dive right in." Luo Yong could barely contain his eagerness as he beckoned Chen Yan closer, his desire to divert the topic away from Song Xian reaching its zenith. Chen Yan successfully picked up on his friend's cues and confidently approached. "You've worked hard, Yongzi. I didn't expect you to accomplish something today," he teased, recalling Luo Yong's earlier jest. Had he not mentioned the bubble bath and the fragrant wash, that lad would not have latched onto it. Luo Yong replied, "What are you saying? Everything I do is top-notch." Chen Yan shot him a knowing glance. Meanwhile, Anna observed their interaction with a softened expression. Though Chen Yan possessed few notable qualities, upon closer inspection, he demonstrated considerable leadership skills. Just moments ago, while he had yet to appear, the atmosphere had been awkward due to Song Xian. His arrival had effortlessly alleviated the tension. At this moment, Anna was yet to recognize the shift in her own emotions. Chen Yan was remarkably adept, skillfully chopping the prepared rabbits with an old cleaver. In no time, he had reduced them to several pieces. "Heat the oil," he murmured. Suddenly turning to Anna, he offered a significant reminder. "Everyone must pay heed. Do not add oil while there is still water in the pan, or it will explode." This unexpected reference to kitchen explosions caught Anna off guard, prompting uncontrollable laughter from the others. Dyla was the first to recover, worried that Anna might lose her temper in front of the audience. He subtly suggested that it was enough. Everyone makes mistakes at first, but the incident of the explosive kitchen might linger in memory for a while. Dyla chuckled as he sought to ease the situation for Anna. Chen Yan also noticed that his earlier jest might have grazed Anna's boundaries. Just as he was about to explain, Anna lightly quirked her lips. It was merely a joke. Am I someone who cannot take a jest? Indeed, Chen Yan responded instinctively. Without a moment's thought, Anna's previously composed demeanor faltered in an instant. All right, please don't be angry, miss. Chen Yan quickly backtracked. This time, laughter erupted openly among everyone. Luo Yong hid behind Zhang Xiqin, chuckling stealthily. The atmosphere remained harmonious until the grand dish, the stewed rabbit, was ready to serve. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, igniting a craving in everyone. Wow, it smells divine. Dyla clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Yan basked in the eager gazes directed at him. The dish was ready, and in our home, we possessed only a single large spoon. Would everyone mind if I served the food with it? In truth, Chen Yan primarily sought to gauge Anna, who was often the most particular. The others, however, showed no objections. Once everyone had expressed their indifference, each person received a bowlful. At that moment, Luo Yong, curious as ever, inquired Song Xian, "Why do you only eat mushrooms?" As soon as the words left his lips, an alarm bell rang in Chen Yan's mind. How could he have overlooked this? Damn Luo Yong. Truly, he has a knack for bringing up the most inconvenient topics. Chapter 125. The little man's tears. Chen Yan gazed at Song Xian across from him, feeling a sense of trepidation in his heart. As anticipated, upon hearing Luo Yong's inquiry, Song Xian's entire body tensed, his expression becoming decidedly unnatural. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Yong, please go ahead and eat. I do not consume rabbit meat." At this juncture, the atmosphere remained relatively unaffected. Luo Yong, somewhat bewildered, chuckled. "Oh, I see. I was wondering why everyone is enjoying rabbit meat, while you only have soup and mushrooms." The mere mention of rabbit meat caused Anna to lift her gaze. It was then that Song Xian could no longer contain himself. He bowed his head and began to weep profusely. "Brother Yong, could you please refrain from bringing it up? Hasn't Yen Gu mentioned it to you? I am born in the year of the rabbit and have never consumed rabbit meat. I cannot bear to witness the brutal images of you slaughtering them. I have endured all of this in silence, but could you please stop rubbing salt in my wounds?" His sudden breakdown left everyone in stunned silence. Chen Yan had anticipated some theatrics, yet he had not expected such an extreme display of emotion. To burst into tears without regard for his status, and to address them in a tone of grievance as if they had committed some grave injustice against him, was utterly astonishing. Luo Yong, equally taken aback, had never encountered someone crying so openly. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Dyla, regaining her composure, gently advised, "Song Xian, please do not cry. You never mentioned this upon your return, so Brother Yong and I were unaware." In response to Dyla's counsel, Song Xian continued to bury his face in his knees. His voice hoarse as he replied, "But I have told Yen Gu and Sister Anna numerous times. I have truly expressed this on many occasions. I'm not looking for trouble." It seemed he was attempting to reassure himself, caught in a loop of self-justification. Dyla, feeling somewhat helpless, continued, "You did mention it to Yen Gu and Anna, but since you returned quite late and went straight to the restroom, you did not inform us." This exchange remained within the bounds of normal discourse. Chen Yan found himself increasingly impressed by Dyla's resilience and depth of character. Then, something utterly nonsensical transpired. Song Xian raised his head, wiped away his tears, and lamented, "It is my fault. I should have informed Sister Dyla and Brother Yong in advance. I failed to consider your feelings." This nearly moralistic declaration effectively silenced Dyla. How had the conversation shifted so drastically? Meanwhile, within the otherwise tranquil live-streaming room, intense criticism erupted. "I'm utterly speechless. Why are these veterans in the entertainment industry bullying a newcomer?" Indeed, I am now turning against Dyla. She appeared to be speaking fairly, but in reality, she is favoring Chen Yan and Luo Yong. Our darling came onto their show not to be mistreated. Comments flooded the section, igniting a firestorm of outrage. Had it not been for Chen Yan and Niu Ma's prior preparation for the Deserted Island program, Coupled with the server's substantial capacity, a catastrophic failure would have been inevitable. Waves of fervent fans surged not only into the Tranquil Life live streaming room, but also towards the official accounts, sparing neither Chen Yan, Dila, nor Luo Yang's official profiles from the onslaught. In the conference room of the Chun group, Li Lu wore a polite smile as she stood to extend her hand to the elite woman across from her, exchanging pleasantries about their successful collaboration. After bidding farewell to this partner, a sense of relief washed over her. She had not anticipated that Chairman Zhao would opt for collaboration. The old man's motives were a mystery to her. Just as she contemplated purchasing a cup of coffee to soothe her nerves, her phone buzzed incessantly. Lu Jia, the public relations team, is unable to contain the rising fervor surrounding Tranquil Life. What shall we do? Li Lu furrowed her brows. What is the fuss about Tranquil Life? ISNT today, the second day of broadcasting? The first day had its share of disturbances due to Anna, and it took considerable effort to quell the chaos. Now, on the second day, another incident has occurred. Even she found herself pondering whether this was a scheme orchestrated by Chen Yan to generate buzz. Upon reading the content, Li Lu was rendered speechless. Such self-destructive publicity stunts were certainly not within Chen Yan's character. Just keep it under control. If it spirals out of hand, let it be. For Chen Yan, there are only advantages to be gained. Since meeting Chen Yan, Li Lu had realized that the double-edged sword of publicity could yield both benefits and drawbacks when wielded by others, often leading to harm. However, in Chen Yan's case, it was purely advantageous. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was still related to Guangxi. With a deep sigh, Li Lu acknowledged the necessity of traversing the mountainous terrain. The drive from the city to the recording location took over 2 hours, a considerable effort for a single visit. Each journey left her reflecting on the vastness of Longwa's landscape, boundless and expansive. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the turmoil had yet to subside. Chen Yan observed the emotionally shattered Song Xian and instinctively halted Dila, who was about to approach him in comfort. Luo Yong noticed the gesture and quelled his own impulse to intervene. Zhang Xiqin stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. Anna, on the other hand, showed no inclination to offer solace. Were it not for the cameras fixed upon them, she would have expressed her disdain with a mere 2 words: pretentious. Despite being a man, Song Xian's display of vulnerability was overly dramatic. Fortunately, snacks had been brought by everyone, and even if they had nothing to munch on at the moment, they could always prepare a small feast after the recording concluded. Who among them was oblivious to the underlying dynamics? They were all well acquainted with the intricacies of their environment. After weeping for a while without receiving any attention, Song Xian lifted his head to find 4 pairs of eyes fixated on him. His spirit shattered in an instant, and he turned to flee into the house. The distance from the courtyard to the room was a mere 50 meters, yet he ran with a slowness that was almost languorous. Chen Yan could only think of the word gentle to describe the graceful departure of Song Xian. The troublemaker had left. Chen Yan glanced at the others and, in a leisurely manner, remarked, "I have heard that nowadays, young men also have husbands. Little Xian must be feeling emotional. Let us check on him after our meal." He continued, "For now, let us dine. Otherwise, the food will cool and lose its appeal." With just a few words, he deftly navigated past the earlier chaos. When Chen Yan uttered the phrase "aunt's husband," everyone was taken aback. The cameraman was astonished. Almost instinctively, he turned the camera toward the sky, where a hazy moon hung amidst the overcast clouds. Chapter 126. Anna's reaction without Song Xian's presence. The atmosphere at the table remained relatively harmonious, with casual banter filling the air. "Oh, is it this vase on the table?" Anna inquired, her gaze drifting as she held the bowl of meat. Her attention was drawn to a nearby stand, where Dila, noticing her interest, smiled and explained, "This vase? I came across these beautiful flowers while washing the mushrooms and decided to place them in a vase on their own." As she glanced at the vase, a smile graced Dila's features, her exotic beauty becoming even more pronounced. Anna found herself momentarily entranced. Sitting beside Anna, Luo Yong noticed her captivated expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "No way, miss. Are you smitten by Dila?" His coarse voice jolted Anna back to reality. She shot him a disdainful glare, retorting coldly, as if, "Am I to be enchanted by someone as average in looks and character as you?" "You." Luo Yong nearly choked on his words. Observing their playful exchange, Chen Yan and Zhang Xiqin shared a laugh. In terms of verbal sparring, Luo Yong could hardly match Anna's wit. She appeared slender, yet her tongue was remarkably sharp, though her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. She harbored an inexplicable infatuation with those male idols from Korea, as if under a spell. Nevertheless, Chen Yan understood. Who hasn't he been impetuous in youth? Enamored with fleeting whims? After their meal, adhering to the principle that the victor takes all and the vanquished must serve. The three who had not fared well during the day willingly took on the task of cleaning up. Chen Yan and Anna retreated to their rooms, showing no intention of acknowledging Song Xian. Moments later, as Song Xian emerged, he found Dila and Zhang Xiqin diligently wiping down the long table in the courtyard. Staring at the quiet scene before him, Song Xian stood in stunned silence for a while before awkwardly uttering, "Have you all finished eating?" At the sound of his sudden voice, Dila and Zhang Xiqin turned in unison. Zhang Xiqin responded, puzzled. Immediately, Song Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his lips trembling as he lamented, "Why didn't anyone call me? I haven't had dinner yet." This statement plunged Dila and Zhang Xiqin into an awkward silence, exchanging glances, both bewildered by Song Xian's sentiments. Fortunately, Chen Yan emerged from the bath, towel in hand, and inquired, "Aren't you the one who doesn't eat rabbit?" Turning to Chen Yan, Song Xian's tone grew even more aggrieved. "Brother Yan, I don't eat rabbit, but can I even have a soup? We've trekked from the mountain all day, and I haven't had a single sip of water." With each word, his emotions swelled, making it seem as if he were performing. Chen Yan regarded him patiently, waiting for him to fully express himself before responding. "The reason is that when you suddenly cried during dinner, by the time we went to comfort you, the rabbit stew had already cooled. We all ended up eating the cold meat, and the broth was too foul to drink. We were concerned it might upset your stomach. So we bore the unpleasantness and finished the leftover cold meat." Chen Yan spoke with utmost seriousness, applying the strategy of using one's own strengths against oneself entirely upon Song Xian. Taken aback, Song Xian stood frozen. He was not alone. Dila and Zhang Xiqin also found themselves equally bewildered. Was that truly the situation moments ago? The drink was still warm, after all. Certainly, both of them comprehended the current state of affairs quite well. Dila, with a pained expression, clutched his stomach and said, "Apologies, Yengu, Song Xian. I've been feeling unwell since I finished eating. I just managed to tidy up the table. Please continue your conversation. I will visit the restroom." This was yet another invisible jab, causing Song Xian's complexion to pale further. Chen Yan showed no mercy, continuing, "By the way, when we arrived the day before yesterday, I noticed your suitcase was filled with numerous snacks and bread, and there seemed to be instant meals as well. If you get hungry later, feel free to help yourself. We're all adults here, so I want to specifically cater to you." The deliberate mention of this matter carried a subtle insinuation. At that moment, Song Xian's heart sank completely. Everyone's suitcase contained some food. He was not the only one. However, for the sake of entertainment and excitement, opting to undertake tasks for food was far preferable. After all, who would wish to eat their own provisions in a different setting? Yet, Song Xian never anticipated that Chen Yan would so candidly address this issue, especially in front of the camera. The viewers in the live stream quickly caught wind of this revelation, expressing their confusion. So, he had brought an abundance of food. He could have simply consumed his own snacks instead of causing a scene. Couldn't they see? As a newcomer lacking popularity, stirring up attention was necessary. Moments ago, a wave of fans had been lamenting, feeling wronged and bullied. Now, with Chen Yan's words resonating, they questioned why he required special care. The viewers turned their backs swiftly. Were they mere weathercocks? Just a moment before, they had been criticizing Chen Yan and his companions. Yet now, they rebuked Xian, leaving one speechless. Soon, fans and viewers ignited another fierce debate. Unperturbed by the commotion, Chen Yan finished speaking, dried his hair, and retreated to his room. The second episode of Life in Peace concluded successfully. The cameraman, following Chen Yan's request, edited the morning's kitchen explosion into a standalone segment, releasing it as an Easter egg. It didn't take long for the kitchen explosion video to surpass 1 million views. In another room, Anna received a call from her manager. "Xiaona, I told you that if you just temper your temper, the rumors would resolve themselves effortlessly." "Hey, I noticed on the show that you seem less resistant toward Chen Yan. You two appear to be getting along quite harmoniously. Not bad. This time, she offered 2 more words than before. Nevertheless, Anna's manager seemed accustomed to her aloofness and did not take it to heart. By the way, your program will be featuring an advertisement tomorrow. I've arranged everything. Make sure to wear a smile. Understood. Anna casually tossed her phone onto the bed. Undressing as she remarked, perhaps there are those who prefer someone who doesn't smile. Upon hearing these words, the agent chuckled, acknowledging that there may indeed be individuals who prefer those who do not smile, albeit such individuals have yet to reveal themselves. Internally, the agent felt a profound sense of helplessness and sighed deeply. During our time in the land of the morning calm, you were perpetually discontent, leading to an inability to foster harmonious relations with any of the conglomerates. Now that we have returned home, our foremost concern is establishing a solid fan base. If you continue to disregard this, our only recourse will be to exit the industry. The mention of exiting the industry struck a chord with Anna. I understand. How bothersome. The room lacked soundproofing, and the neighboring room's Chen Yan could hear their exchange quite clearly. In truth, he yearned to advise Anna to close the window next time. Chapter 127. Compromise for money? Had it not been for the fact that Luo Yong and his companions in the adjacent room could overhear this conversation, Chen Yan would have refrained from speaking up. It was not out of malicious intent. Rather, he believed that voicing it would only heighten the awkwardness, as if he had been eavesdropping. Having learned from past experiences, Chen Yan shut the window and secured the door before dialing Wang Feishuan's number. Earlier that afternoon, Wang Feishuan had already replied to his message, but Chen Yan had been unable to find a moment to return the call. Hello, have you finished your program for today? On the other end, Wang Feishuan lay on the bed, a smile gracing her features as she brought the phone to her ear, as if this simple action could bridge the distance between them. Yes, it's all wrapped up, Chen Yan sighed deeply. Hearing this, Wang Feishuan chuckled lightly. I just watched your live stream. That little boy was quite entertaining. Entertaining? He faced a hurdle akin to Tang Sung's journey for scriptures. There's trouble everywhere. The mere mention of Song Xian ignited Chen Yan's frustration. Initially, I thought that Anna, the young lady, had a tempestuous temperament. I never expected that the seemingly docile Song Xian would be the one causing chaos. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, nor should the depths of the sea be measured by a mere bucket. In the brief span of just 2 days, Chen Yan's grievances could fill 2 years' worth of conversation. The pair engaged in a phone call that lasted half an hour, with Chen Yan dominating the dialogue while Wang Feishuan listened quietly. This was the first time Wang Feishuan had noticed Chen Yan's fervent desire for expression. It seemed that Song Xian was truly a source of distress for him. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Chen Yan, Wang Feishuan gently suggested, if it becomes unbearable, perhaps you should find a reason to get him out. If this continues, how can you possibly record a good program? I've considered that as well. But the timing isn't right. Chen Yan replied with another sigh, speaking candidly. He had not wished for anyone else to become involved. But the reality was that the program required funding. Relying solely on his meager resources, establishing the company was merely the beginning. Everything else felt tenuous. When someone was willing to invest significantly, he naturally welcomed the opportunity. After all, dealing with a troublesome child was manageable. Having vented to Wang Feishuan, Chen Yan felt considerably lighter. By the way, I just checked out your opponent for tomorrow's competition. Their strength pales in comparison to yours. If you perform normally, you will undoubtedly succeed. Before ending the call, Chen Yan spoke softly about this matter. Surprised, Wang Feishuan inquired, "Guarantee you recording your program all day? When did you find time to look?" Chen Yan chuckled softly, a hint of mischief in his laughter, just as Wang Feishuan was about to probe further. The answer came through the phone. Time is like water in a sponge. With a little squeeze, it can be found. Intrigued by his words, Wang Feishuan pressed for clarification. When exactly did you watch it? Just tell me. Is your curiosity so insatiable? Chen Yan replied, somewhat exasperated. After receiving her eager response, he continued with a smile. I watched it while I was in the shower. Otherwise, how could a grown man take over an hour to emerge? In the afternoon, the source of the live broadcast controversy surfaced, striking a chord deep within Wang Feishuan. He was so convinced of Chen Yan's innocent charm that he never suspected it was due to his own presence. To catch a glimpse of his rival's match, he had lingered in the shower longer than usual. Yet, he offered no explanation, Had Wang Feishuan not inquired, he would have remained silent. In an instant, the waters of his heart surged uncontrollably, and his pulse quickened. Wang Feishuan's voice trembled with a delicate softness as he uttered, "All right, I need to rest now. Good night." He hastily ended the call and buried himself under the covers, aware that the young one on the other end had grown shy. Chen Yan, feeling quite pleased, set his phone down. Just as he lay down, a knock resounded at the door. The sudden sound jolted him upright. Upon descending to answer the door, he found Anna glaring at him with an unfriendly expression, coldly remarking, "Next time, speak more quietly on the phone. I can hear everything." Chen Yan was taken aback. "I closed the windows and the door. How could you hear so clearly?" Upon hearing this, Anna paused. Closed windows, closed door? Realizing that her recent call had been made with both windows and door wide open, she felt her heart tighten, irritation bubbling within her. "Well, fortunately, it wasn't too clear. I could hear every single word you said." Chen Yan pressed his lips together. "Was it not clear?" Anna shot him a glare. "Didn't you hear the other side of the conversation?" Chen Yan chuckled inexplicably. Anna, at a loss for words, felt defeated. Each encounter with Chen Yan left her feeling at a disadvantage. Frustrated, she turned on her heel and retreated to her room. Watching her storm off, Chen Yan shrugged with a smile playing on his lips. Honestly, the girl was rather amusing, perpetually brimming with indignation. The night passed rather smoothly, with no disturbances to their slumber. The following morning, when Chen Yan awoke, he noticed a car waiting at the door. "Lu Ye, has she arrived?" "Yes, I'm here." Li Lu emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 hefty bags filled with breakfast. "I saw your show yesterday. The kitchen was in shambles and still hasn't been repaired?" Chen Yan stepped forward to take the breakfast, popping a fried dough stick into his mouth as he replied, "Yes. The production team is contacting someone to come and fix it today." Sigh. Li Lu sighed. "I told you back then that the site selection was questionable. Now it takes a full day to get repairs." Chen Yan refrained from retorting, simply stating, "If our advanced team requires a day to address issues here, imagine how much more troublesome it must be for the local residents." I previously mentioned that the reason for choosing this location is not merely for the program. Before I could finish my thoughts, I was interrupted by Li Lu, who continued, stating that it is to stimulate the local economy, allowing impoverished areas to alleviate some of their struggles and enabling the populace to enjoy a more prosperous life. A glimmer of hope flickered in Li Lu's eyes as she wistfully remarked, "I hope your noble aspirations come to fruition." In truth, Li Lu harbored a deeper desire for Chen Yan's intentions to be recognized by others. Presently, there remains an abundance of criticisms and scandals surrounding Chen Yan. As the old adage goes, water can both support and overturn a boat. The mounting fervor surrounding Chen Yan, which elevates him to great heights, could just as easily lead to his downfall. Establishing a firm foundation is of utmost importance. By the way, the advertisement has been finalized. I will distribute my script to you shortly, so please prepare before we commence filming. As Li Lu uttered these words, Song Xian emerged, yawning, with a look of astonishment on his face. Chapter 128. Kneeling is acceptable. Have our programs begun to accept advertisements? Perhaps it was the astonishment evident on Song Xian's face that caught Li Lu's attention. Indeed, did Xiao Xian have any thoughts on this matter? If it pertains to your other endorsements, you need not speak during the reading of the advertisements. As a seasoned agent, I understand such nuances. Every artist has their endorsements, which may lead to conflicts. However, these situations are not severe. They merely require some avoidance. Yet, the expression on Song Xian's face suggested otherwise. Just as Li Lu was about to offer a reminder, the crew was already adjusting their equipment, possibly preparing for a test shoot. To everyone's surprise, Song Xian uttered a shocking statement. Previously, Yengu had always served as my warning and goal, as I regarded him as a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry. Taken aback, Song Xian stumbled back a step, exclaiming, "I never expected Yengu to become like this." Hearing his astonishing remarks, Luo Yong, who was brushing his teeth, stood frozen. He turned to discreetly inquire of Daila. "What is he up to now? Has our program begun recording?" Daila, engaged in her skincare routine, gently patted her face and whispered, "I don't know. Since yesterday, he has been acting strangely, as if possessed." "Humph, can't you tell? This is a deliberate act. I've seen such theatrics during my trainee days," Anna remarked, emerging with a black lace headband and a facial mask, her tone unkind. Casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered Daila and Luo Yong, she added, "You may not have encountered this in your country, but it is quite common in Korea." The trio's conversation did not reach the inner courtyard. Chen Yan continued to observe the theatrics of Song Xian, and after his dramatic outburst, he slowly responded, "Indeed, you are correct. I am no longer your benchmark. You have become your own standard. As for me, I have sufficient wealth to do as I please. If you were to toss 200 million at me right now, I would gladly kneel." Though his words appeared insulting, a glint of amusement flickered in Li Lu's eyes upon hearing the mention of 200 million. This lad, even in jest, had high demands. 200 million. Selling Song Xian to a wealthy woman could secure a lifetime of fortune. As expected, Song Xian stood frozen in place, rendered speechless by Chen Yan's candid admission. He had anticipated Chen Yan's urgency and defense, yet never foresaw such an open embrace of avarice. What kind of tactic was this? Was this the behavior of a normal person? Song Xian was bewildered. Anna laughed heartily. "I have never encountered such honesty in my life. If I were to throw 100 million at you, would you then kneel on one knee?" Unable to restrain her teasing, Anna realized her jest had taken an unexpected turn. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yan replied with a smirk, "Based on your logic, I might need to prepare a diamond ring." Anna, what began as a playful jab at Chen Yan, had inadvertently ensnared her instead. Anna wore a stern expression as she turned and entered the house. Following this, Chen Yan paid no further attention to Song Xian, continuing to memorize the lines provided by Li Lu. This particular advertisement excluded Daila, Luo Yong, and Zhang Xiqin from participation, as they represented other beverage brands that conflicted with Chen Yan's endorsement. Thus, only Chen Yan and Anna were left to rehearse the script. As the program commenced, everyone gathered in a quaint pavilion, where a long table was laden with the sumptuous breakfast brought by Li Lu. It must be said that Li Lu truly excels. Presenting such an abundant spread, one wonders how long it took to procure all this. Daila's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her hands together, seemingly ready to feast. Luo Yong also eagerly rubbed his fists together, chuckling, who wouldn't want Li Lu as their manager? The duo's high praise for Li Lu prompted a flurry of comments in the live stream, extolling her virtues. Indeed, the entertainment industry harbors no eternal enemies, only shared interests. Just a few days prior, I had witnessed Li Lu embroiled in a dispute with Chen Yan over the company. Being an insider, I can attest that Li Lu is quite formidable. During her tenure at the company, she was undoubtedly in charge. It seems her interest in Chen Yan stems from his rising popularity, a rather contemptible perspective. Before long, the live stream became a platform for criticism directed at Li Lu, accusing her of betraying her former employer. Li Lu, who had not been in the limelight for a while, nearly laughed out loud upon reading the comments. She had thought that Gao Cheng had long since given up, only to discover he was still fixated on Chen Yan. It appears that many matters are interconnected. Li Lu chose not to disclose this situation to Chen Yan. Once he and the others finished reciting the advertisement lines and confirmed all was well, she departed in her car. Inside the pavilion, as Anna and Chen Yan rehearsed the advertisement, the others wore faint smiles, even pausing their eating momentarily. Only Song Xian sat stiffly in the center, his expression peculiarly frozen, as if he were immobilized. The cameraman, unable to bear the awkwardness, stood up and gestured towards Song Xian, encouraging him to appear more natural. Unfortunately, Song Xian remained oblivious, maintaining his rigid demeanor. When Chen Yan finished reciting the advertisement, he glanced at Song Xian and remarked, "Xian, did you not sleep well last night? You seem rather devoid of energy." Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Song Xian, taken by surprise, could only stammer, "Perhaps I didn't sleep well. The noise outside was quite loud." This remark sparked another topic of conversation, causing everyone to pause once more. Chen Yan, with a teasing smile, inquired, "The noise outside was loud? I didn't notice anything while I was sleeping. What exactly did you hear?" As the question delved into specifics, Song Xian began to stutter. Perhaps it was the loud sounds of cicadas and frogs. "I haven't encountered such noises before." Upon hearing this, Luo Yong awkwardly interjected, "It seems our Song Xian has been quite sheltered. I grew up in the countryside, and such sounds were commonplace. How can you compare, my friend? Our Xian is a talented scholar returning from overseas." Chen Yan scolded him sharply, yet did not forget to praise Song Xian. The events of yesterday lingered in Song Xian's mind, compounded by the conflict that had arisen between them that morning. Thus, when Chen Yan offered him a compliment, Song Xian was taken aback, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The vividness of his reaction was so pronounced that Chen Yan could not help but notice, prompting him to jest. Given Xian's response, one might think I habitually mistreat children. At a loss for words, Song Xian could only muster a forced smile, entirely led by Chen Yan's banter. Inwardly, Chen Yan sneered. What else do you wish to play at? Is it not akin to toying with a dog? Chapter 129. Releasing a song after breakfast. Everyone gathered to tidy up. Daira recalled something Lu Jia had reminded her of that morning. Thus, she said to Chen Yan, "Hey, Brother Yan, it's the third day of our Tranquil Life broadcast, and we still don't have a theme song, unlike the other shows that have their own songs." "Indeed," Chen Yan replied. "We should create a theme song as it would be a distinctive feature of our program." Luo Yong eagerly chimed in. Although he lacked musical talent, he enjoyed being part of the excitement. As long as there was fun, he was willing to participate in anything. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan understood who had prompted Daira to speak. Since the beginning of the program, Li Lu had consistently mentioned the need for a song, urging him not only to perform in the singing competition, but also to write several songs for future concerts. One must admit that Chen Yan admired Li Lu's foresight. The company had yet to officially launch, and he had not yet established himself in the entertainment industry, yet she had already begun to think about the future. That should be no problem. It's just a theme song. After all, simple enough. Chen Yan agreed readily, intending merely to placate the situation. The singing competition was still ongoing, and preparing songs during that time was cumbersome, not to mention the additional task of releasing a song. Did they truly expect him to be some kind of deity? Brother Yan is so talented, consistently focusing on original works. I genuinely wish to learn from him, came a cautious inquiry from Song Xian, seemingly probing for something. Chen Yan glanced at him, a smile flickering across his face. This was a matter of innate talent, not something easily taught. Song Xian fell silent, his eyes slightly reddening. Daira noticed in time and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Yin truly enjoys joking, but with so many beautiful original songs, he is indeed the best among us." "Indeed, it is a groundbreaking achievement," Luo Yong added, flattering him generously. However, this earned him a light smack from Chen Yan, who scolded, "If you can compliment, do so. If not, refrain from forcing out words, all right?" Having been reprimanded, Luo Yong became more subdued and sheepishly asked, "Is there anything wrong with my compliment? I elevated him to a king-level status." "Blow harder," Anna remarked, finishing the last of her soy milk and rolling her eyes. As the two seemed ready to engage in a verbal spar again, Daira quickly intervened. With Limi absent, Daira had become their de facto leader, either urging them to cease their quarrels or reminding them to focus on recording the program. Such youthful blossoms were being worn down. Once everyone finished tidying up the gazebo, Chen Yan suggested, "Let us begin cleaning the courtyard. We have received several task cards that we can choose to complete." As he spoke, Chen Yan distributed the task cards provided by the production team to everyone. Just as he finished distributing the cards, an assistant hurriedly waved at him. "What's the matter?" Chen Yan inquired. The assistant, appearing anxious, replied, "Teacher Chen, the task cards are for daily assignments, not for selection." Chen Yan heard this, but pretended not to have understood. Asking, "What did you say?" The assistant grew increasingly anxious. The task card was not meant for selection, but was intended for daily assignments. In his agitation, he momentarily forgot that they were still live. Realizing this, he hurriedly retreated behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the deliberately disruptive Chen Yan smiled faintly, addressing the camera with utmost seriousness. "Let us engage in a delightful little game. Soon, all task cards will be placed on the table, and the audience can vote to decide which one we shall undertake today." This statement elicited enthusiastic responses from the audience. "Hooray! How delightful!" Dila exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Luo Yong and Zhang Xiqin applauded in admiration. "I'm truly curious about the distinction between your mind and mine. What sets us apart?" Luo Yong pondered aloud, baffled by Chen Yan's abundance of creativity despite their shared humanity. In response to Luo Yong's bewilderment, Chen Yan earnestly replied, "Perhaps this is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person." Pointing at Chen Yan, Luo Yong retorted, "You have offended me." Laughter erupted among the others, creating a rare harmonious atmosphere, even bringing a smile to Song Xian, who had caused mischief for 2 days. Following the new rules set by Chen Yan, the technical team from Yoma promptly arranged a voting channel. Since meeting Chen Yan, Neoma had grown increasingly accustomed to these unexpected developments, even feeling that without them, something vital would be missing. As a man in his 50s, he had honed his resilience anew. During the voting process, Chen Yan took out a guitar and serenaded everyone with a soothing song. This tune, known for indirectly propelling Chen Yan to the brink of elimination in the second season of the singing competition, still astonished the audience upon its reemergence. The first time they heard it, they found it delightful, particularly impressed by the stunning high notes during the climax. Little did they expect that the melody could be so tender when sung softly, not merely gentle. Chen Yan's lyrics were absolutely exquisite. Goodness, Chen Yan's songs are simply marvelous. I must listen to all of them right now. Don't you recall? I remember those songs were all plagiarized. A wave of accusations regarding plagiarism began to sway many opinions. Yet, this was merely a break, a waiting period for the voting results. Following his performance, Chen Yan trended on social media. Chen Yan plagiarism, Chen Yan songs, Chen Yan, 3 consecutive trending topics, left Li Lu, back at the city center, utterly bemused. Upon receiving a public relations call, she answered directly while in the car. Sister Lu, shall we proceed with the previous PR strategy? Yes, no need for pushing or pressure. Understood, Sister Lu. I have received an endorsement for a daily necessities brand. I will send you the details. All right. This PR team was one that Li Lu had trained, and naturally, they would leave together upon her departure. This familiarity made processes smoother, as many matters were easily resolved with just a little guidance. In recent days, Chen Yan has garnered significant attention. Rather than facing backlash, he has attracted endorsements, indirectly affirming the correctness of their shared vision. Nowadays, companies and enterprises are not solely focused on artists, but rather on their popularity, as it is this very fervor that can yield greater profit. Contemplating this, Li Lu let out a soft sigh, realizing that rest would once again elude her, necessitating the careful arrangement of a schedule. The recording of another day of tranquil life coincides with the previously scheduled time for the singing competition. Following the previous mishap with the accompaniment, Yuan Zhong has made adjustments, leading to a more refined mechanism for the competition. Meanwhile, at the recording site for the Tranquil Life segment, the voting results have just been announced. Chapter 130, Tilling the Fields, everyone opted for the first card. Let us unveil the contents of the initial task card. Chen Yan picked up the card and presented it to the group. We are to till the fields. The announcement of the agricultural task elicited a mix of joy and dismay among the participants. Zhang Xiqin and Luo Yong were undoubtedly robust for them. The prospect of farming was merely akin to their regular training intensity. However, there was concern for the 2 young ladies involved. Dila's smile had somewhat faded, as she harbored a touch of cleanliness obsession. Nevertheless, after enduring the trials of the deserted island, she had developed a certain resilience. The true challenge, however, lay with Anna and Song Xian. After the task was disclosed, Chen Yan paid particular attention to their reactions. Anna's expression remained impassive, while Song Xian wore an awkward smile, indicating their discomfort. Yet, Chen Yan felt elated. During a brief interlude to the restroom, he had received a message from Li Lu. On the first day of broadcasting, due to Anna, the program had surged in popularity. On the second day, thanks to Song Xian, it soared once more. In just 2 days, the show had catapulted to the pinnacle of success. The profits were flowing in abundantly. Merely 2 days post-launch, sponsors were approaching, whereas prior to airing, securing support had been a struggle. To continue, he needed to seek funds, rather than pleading for them. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He felt as if he could soar to the heavens. What are you thinking about, Yingge? Let us gather our things and set off, Luo Yong exclaimed, having previously arranged with Dila and the others. Upon turning to find Chen Yan unresponsive, he approached to inquire. Startled by the sudden, close proximity, Chen Yan took a step back. Even though we are both men, could you please maintain a respectful distance? Luo Yong paused momentarily before breaking into an enigmatic grin. Oh, Yingge, we've fought and quarreled on the deserted island. Surely that fosters a bond. We've even shared a sleeping space. What's this nonsense about distance? His tone grew increasingly effeminate and exaggerated, becoming rather nauseating. Unable to contain himself, Chen Yan kicked him away and turned to leave. This place was untenable. What with Luo Yong's peculiar behavior, it seemed that matters of division could be put aside for now. As Chen Yan walked a distance of 2 miles, Luo Yong finally rose from the ground, calling out anxiously, "Hey, I was merely joking." Zhang Xiqin followed closely behind, kindly assisting Daila and Anna with their tools, while Song Xian silently trailed behind, resembling a beleaguered soul. According to the map on the task card, they soon arrived at a rice paddy. Indeed, it was a rice field, with rice plants flourishing on both sides, leaving the center conspicuously barren. "Look, there's a task card on the ground," Luo Yong exclaimed with delight as he bent down to read. "I was once a field belonging to another, but alas, the owner has departed to the heavens, leaving me solitary in this expanse." Chen Yan felt a peculiar unease upon hearing these words. It was no wonder that other areas were lush with rice, while this one was overrun with weeds. The implication was troubling. Could it be that the dwelling we currently inhabit also belonged to a departed owner? Just as Anna arrived, she happened to overhear Luo Yong reading the background card. With an ambiguous tone, she uttered a remark that left her indifferent. However, Song Xian reacted quite dramatically, exclaiming, "We are staying in a house where someone has died." The sudden scream startled everyone. Luo Yong, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, said, "Xian, could you please be a bit more mindful in the future and refrain from shouting? At my age, my heart isn't what it used to be." "Oomph. Even a young heart can't withstand such shocks," Chen Yan interjected. Facing the reproach from both individuals, Song Xian's expression gradually turned fragile. Chen Yan maintained his previous demeanor, observing the scene with a detached interest. Alas, this time, Song Xian did not cooperate. He sniffled a couple of times but managed to hold back his tears. Yet, the upcoming tasks would prove to be an even greater torment for him. Since their tranquil life had begun, Chen Yan discerned that Song Xian's temper was no less volatile than Anna's, perhaps even more so, as Anna would express her anger outright, while Song Xian preferred to deflect it onto others. After a couple of days of familiarity, Chen Yan had finally grasped his temperament. If this continued, it was certain that Song Xian would be the first to crack. And indeed, it was not long before. As everyone donned their boots and stepped into the rice paddies, Chen Yan followed the director's instructions to plant rice seedlings, while Luo Yong and Daila were diligently learning alongside him. To everyone's surprise, Anna's movements proved to be even more adept than Chen Yan's. With each seedling she planted, she demonstrated remarkable precision and agility. "Anna, do you have prior experience in this area? Your technique is impressively skilled." Daila unabashedly praised her, smiling widely. Anna glanced at her and replied, "After my grandfather retired to the mountains, he often engaged in farming, planting flowers and herbs, so I have had some exposure." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan interjected with a differing opinion. "Then why did you seem so impatient when we went hunting yesterday?" Without a moment's hesitation, Anna retorted, "What is your problem? Why must you speak so pointedly towards me?" Chen Yan felt quite innocent, responding, "I didn't mean it that way. I was simply curious." "You were acting just like that yesterday." They locked eyes for a few seconds, and Anna rolled her eyes at him, huffing, "I may have been exposed to it, but that doesn't mean I enjoy it. Why would I willingly engage in something I find repulsive?" When mentioning repulsive things, Anna deliberately glanced at Chen Yan and Luo Yong, her implication unmistakable. This elicited laughter from both Chen Yan and Luo Yong. Everyone's attention was now focused on Anna. Even the cameraman was directed towards her. At that moment, Chen Yan suddenly spoke up, "Xian, while everyone is in the rice paddies, why are you on the shore?" Upon hearing this, the cameraman swiftly pointed the lens towards Song Xian, who had just stepped onto the concrete path from the water's edge, still processing the situation as all eyes turned towards him. With no other option, Song Xian could only respond with an awkward smile, "Brother Yan, I need to use the restroom." "I see. Then go ahead, but watch your step and be careful not to slip," Chen Yan replied with feigned concern. This scene amused the viewers in the live stream immensely. Has Chen Yan truly become so dependent? Even going to the restroom requires coaxing? How amusing. Indeed, every villain has their match. Is there truly someone capable of managing Chen Yan? I used to think he was fearless, unafraid of anything. If we follow your reasoning, it is not merely a script. It seems Chen Yan has had a late-night conversation with someone. Ha ha ha. Within the live stream, there was palpable excitement, particularly regarding Chen Yan being summoned for a talk. Everyone eagerly began to speculate about the formidable background of Song Xian, pondering how he could possibly hold sway over Chen Yan. Chapter 131. Scaling up from the blazing sun at its zenith to the gradual descent into twilight. The horizon bore witness to the evening's arrival. A few individuals lay exhausted on the concrete path. My goodness, this is far more exhausting than an entire day at the gym, Luo Yong sighed deeply. Zhang Xiqin remained silent, gazing at the sky. Dila, Anna, and Song Xian were too fatigued to utter a word. Only Chen Yan let out a profound sigh, remarking, "It is indeed challenging for us young people. One can only imagine the difficulties faced by the elderly who rely on the land for their livelihood." The conversation deepened, and Dila glanced at Chen Yan, choosing not to speak. The topic was profound, and those unfamiliar with it might find their opinions harshly criticized. Anna and the others were evidently aware of this. Thus, it was only Luo Yong who engaged in dialogue with Chen Yan. Indeed, the farmers toil extensively. If only we could assist them in some way. Luo Yong unexpectedly resonated with Chen Yan's thoughts. Chen Yan turned his gaze to Luo Yong, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "You are right, Yongzi. We can indeed make a difference within our means." Curiosity piqued, Anna inquired, "How exactly can you help?" The agricultural landscape of Longwo was vast, and farmers living off the land were countless. Chen Yan's gaze shifted from Luo Yong to Anna's weary face as he gently replied, "As public figures, we possess significant influence. Do not underestimate your own worth." The impact of their status as artists resonated deeply with everyone, though their personal experiences with this influence had often been fraught with challenges, stemming from the effects of their fanbase. "Well, let us hold off on discussing this matter further until it is more certain," Chen Yan said as he rose from the ground, dusting himself off. "After a long day, let us return home for dinner." With his movement, the others followed suit. As the sun set, Chen Yan walked ahead, embodying a beacon of light. What does he mean? How can he assist the local farmers? My curiosity is piqued. Does anyone know the situation? Come on, don't keep me in suspense. Share the news quickly. The online buzz shifts rapidly with the emergence of new trends, pushing the old ones aside. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Lu smiled upon receiving the public relations message. "Let us release that matter directly. We must elevate the hype." Under Li Lu's direction, the news of Chen Yan's agricultural support initiative spread. At the top of the trending searches was a segment from an interview with the local village chief. "Yes, Mr. Chen specifically reached out to us, expressing his desire to film a program to promote our village. This Mr. Chen is exceptionally kind. Just a few months ago, he repaired the roads in our village, claiming it was for tourism and economic development. We may not fully understand, but we trust Mr. Chen." This 10-minute interview unveiled aspects of Chen Yan's previously concealed endeavors, igniting a flurry of discussion across the internet. A multitude of individuals has been expressing their opinions, deliberately inflating the hype for the sake of the program's viewership, intentionally casting farmers in a theatrical light. In response to their skepticism, Li Lu promptly showcased the newly repaired road, which has revitalized the dilapidated village. Some have accused Chen Yan of hypocrisy, arguing that if he were truly benevolent, he would have acted sooner rather than at this critical juncture. In light of this, Li Lu released a statement on the company's official account addressing the numerous critiques aimed at Chen Yan. Firstly, Chen Yan has only been in the industry for 5 years, and his financial situation began to improve following his participation in the program Desolate Island of Taoyuan. Previously, he was constrained by his limited resources, but as his abilities have flourished, he is gradually realizing his youthful aspirations to benefit the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yan is not a deity, but rather an ordinary individual who, lacking the means to serve his country through technology, seeks to assist grassroots communities with his own capabilities. Ultimately, as Chen Yan himself stated, "For those who call me hypocritical, what if I were to be hypocritical for a lifetime?" Li Lu's statement swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics. Within a mere minute, it became sensational news, amassing millions of clicks, igniting a nationwide discussion. Anyone possessing a smartphone received a notification of this declaration. While the public was abuzz with chatter, the protagonists remained blissfully unaware. Upon returning to their quarters, their first order of business was to bathe. By the time they emerged, night had fallen. They lit lamps and enjoyed a meal of instant noodles. Next time, we should descend the mountain earlier to purchase some vegetables. We can't subsist on instant noodles every day, Luo Yong remarked, slurping the noodle broth. Chen Yan, satisfied after his meal, set down his bowl and burped. "I think you're right. The program's premise of self-sufficiency may not be entirely feasible. We've just arrived, and we have nothing. Even if we were to plant now, we wouldn't be able to eat. How about we decide what to eat each night, every morning, and assign someone to buy the groceries? Dila proposed. Struck by inspiration, Anna, barely paying attention to the others, nibbled her noodles in silence, stating, "Feel free to let me know what you need me to do beforehand. I'm flexible with whatever." After much deliberation, they finally established that the most crucial daily task would be their meals. As this episode concluded, Chen Yan lay in his room, discussing work matters with Li Lu. "Are you saying our company's scale is already established? So soon?" In the chat box, Li Lu responded with remarkable speed, "Absolutely. That's astonishingly fast. It seems I ought to reward you with a bonus." Li Jia. Chen Yan replied with a playful emoji. Li Lu responded, "Perhaps you should consider a double bonus." "What do you mean?" Chen Yan inquired. "I've signed you on for 2 more advertisements, one of which is a partnership with a highly renowned electronic product," Li Lu explained. "Wow, that is fantastic, Li Jia. At this pace, will I be able to venture into the film industry next month?" On the other end of the conversation, Li Lu reclined on her bed, her legs crossed in a display of confidence and pride. In the next moment, her composure faltered. She dialed the phone directly, only to have it abruptly disconnected by Chen Yan. Chen Yan remarked, "There's no soundproofing. It's company confidential. Better send a message." Li Lu replied, "Oh, Mr. Chen, we have only just begun our journey. We are still learning to walk. Could you refrain from thinking about running off so soon?" She continued, "Moreover, you haven't even navigated the music industry yet, and now you wish to delve into the film industry. Do you have any idea how treacherous the waters of the film industry can be?" Li Lu added, "Not to mention, your current troubles are nothing compared to the myriad of challenges you will face in the film industry." Chapter 132. Entering the film industry upon receiving a barrage of lengthy messages from Li Lu, Chen Yan simply replied, "So what?" The moment she read that response, Li Lu felt as if she might lose her mind. She contemplated calling him to unleash her frustration, but he refused to pick up. In her agitation, she struggled to compose her thoughts. Thus, Li Lu opted to set her phone aside and retreat to the bathroom for some solitude. She found Chen Yan's arrogance insufferable. His delusion of being invincible was astounding. Just because he excelled in singing, did he truly believe he could conquer all? Numerous singers have attempted to transition into acting, only to be met with derision and retreat from the industry. He possessed no innate talent for acting and had never even stepped onto a stage, yet he aspired to leap into the film industry. Who had bestowed upon him such audacity? Li Lu genuinely longed to inquire. On the other hand, Chen Yan seemed oblivious to Li Lu's ire. It was perplexing. He was the one venturing into the film realm, not her. Why was she so incensed? Chen Yan could not fathom her perspective. After all, his ultimate ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of power within the entertainment industry, and to achieve that expeditiously, he required not only the title of a singing king, but also cinematic works. He intended to direct himself. His mind was inundated with the exhilarating cinematic masterpieces that had captivated audiences. Any one of them could eclipse other films and dramas. This was a golden opportunity, and to let it slip away would be folly. That night, as he prepared for bed, Li Lu still had not replied to his message. Chen Yan, undeterred by her silence, indulged in a flirtatious exchange with Wang Feishuan before drifting into slumber. The following morning, he awoke to 2 lengthy messages on his phone, clearly imbued with Li Lu's earnest concern. Without needing to read them in detail, Chen Yan grasped the essence of her words. She was imploring him to reconsider, to accumulate experience first, secure the title of singing king, and once stable, seek cinematic opportunities to explore. What a farcical notion. By then, his fervor would have long since waned. Who would still be interested in him? He needed to seize the moment, to forge ahead while the iron was hot. After considerable reflection, Chen Yan responded to Li Lu with a resolute message. "I intend not only to act, but also to direct myself." This declaration left Li Lu utterly dismayed. Meanwhile, adhering to the schedule of the Calm Lifestyle program, recording would take place 3 days a week, culminating in 3 episodes. Starting today, everyone could return to their respective homes. Before their departure, Chen Yan gathered the group together. "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you all." Noting the gravity in his tone, the others encouraged him to proceed, confident that he would not propose anything outlandish. Luo Yong smiled brightly, affirming this sentiment. "Indeed, what absurd demands could Chen Yan possibly make? I plan to reduce the recordings of the Calm Lifestyle program to just 1 episode per week. which entails 2 days of recording, barring inclement weather. Upon hearing this, Dylan nodded thoughtfully. I have no objections. We were originally set to record 3 episodes. So this merely means we will have 2 fewer. From now on, it will be 1 episode over 2 days. Precisely, Chen Yan confirmed. Dila and Luo Yong both expressed their thoughts. Chen Yan glanced at the 3 of them, stating, I have no objections. Zhang Xiqin, somewhat slow to react, hurriedly added his agreement once he grasped the situation. Anna shrugged, indicating her willingness as well. Ultimately, it was Song Xian, who had remained silent, that found himself in an inevitable position. He was left with only 2 options, to withdraw or to accept. Just moments ago, he had attempted to assert himself, but now his plans had been dashed as he had not anticipated the swift decisions of the others. Song Xian, what is your stance? Chen Yan directly inquired upon noticing his continued silence. With no alternative left, Song Xian begrudgingly consented. All right, since we have all come to a decision, I kindly ask everyone to inform your respective companies and agents. Chen Yan stood up with a beaming smile, clapping his hands. Our first broadcast of Peaceful Life has been a resounding success, and I thank each of you for your participation. Once the arrangements for Peaceful Life were settled, Chen Yan boarded the car homeward. During the journey, he began to ponder the intricacies of producing a film. In Chen Yan's perspective, creating a drama could be both simple and complex. However, as a novice, he needed to learn the art of simplification. The screenplay was a straightforward matter. It merely required time to organize. The essence of filmmaking lay in shooting and editing. Upon reflection, the myriad elements involved in film production indeed appeared daunting. He realized he required guidance from a professional. Thus, Chen Yan sought out Nioma, who was then preoccupied with the subsequent matters of Peaceful Life, along with editing and promotional tasks. Despite being busy, Nioma took a moment to meet with Chen Yan. Yet, when he heard that Chen Yan intended to venture into the film industry, his reaction mirrored that of Li Lu: shock, disbelief, and incredulity. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? A singer? Furrowing his brow, Chen Yan responded earnestly, I'm fully aware, and I have made up my mind. As long as the funding and technical aspects are in place, I will provide the script, and then we shall commence. Nioma listened as Chen Yan spoke of filmmaking as if it were childish play. He found himself wanting to interject multiple times, but ultimately held his tongue. Speak your mind. Why hold back? Chen Yan remarked, unable to tolerate Nioma's reticence. Nioma exhaled sharply. Brother, it's not my intention to discourage you, but this simply isn't feasible, you know? You're a singer, and you lack any experience in acting. Moreover, how can you direct if you have no knowledge of it? Directing is not an easy task. Chen Yan regarded him with a stoic expression. If you can do it, why can't I? Do you think I'm trifling? Nioma blurted out, failing to recognize that he was inadvertently criticizing himself. Once he realized, he sheepishly retreated. There are certain things you might not know. There are unspoken rules in this industry. Only unsuccessful directors resort to directing variety shows, as they are the simplest tasks available. Understanding his implication, Chen Yan recognized that Nioma had likely dabbled in film before, albeit without notable success, and ultimately turned to variety shows for financial gain. All right, I see now. Understanding the situation, Chen Yan rose and departed with such swift and decisive movements that Nioma was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly obstructed him, exclaiming, Hey, where do you think you're going? Chen Yan glanced back at him and replied, I'm off to seek a proficient expert in this field to learn from. At this point, Nioma understood Chen Yan's determination. He was resolute, unwilling to concede defeat until he had faced every obstacle. After a few moments of mutual gaze, Nioma sighed once more and said, All right, I won't claim that I am not your brother in this endeavor. I know a renowned director and can facilitate an introduction for you to learn from him. However, the extent of your growth will ultimately depend on your own efforts. Chapter 133, Meeting the Renowned Director. All right, thank you, Brother Niu. Chen Yan, having arranged the meeting time with the esteemed director through the contact information provided by Nioma, finally found himself with some free time to return home. Out of the 7 days in a week, he had spent 6 of them away from his residence. At times, Chen Yan pondered the true purpose of purchasing a home. It seemed more practical to reside in a hotel, saving time and effort without the burden of upkeep. This notion flitted through his mind, reminding him of previous news reports about celebrities who seldom returned home, choosing instead to stay in hotels. Initially, he found such behavior perplexing. But now, experiencing it himself, he began to comprehend the sentiment. Hailing a rideshare, Chen Yan found that the vehicle could only stop at the entrance, forcing him to disembark and walk the remaining distance home. As he strolled, a car pulled up beside him. "Brother Yan, are you competing in a race?" A playful and charming voice broke the silence, eliciting a smile from Chen Yan. He turned to respond. "Have you ever seen someone so exhausted, yet still racing home?" Dila pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I haven't. But you, Brother Yin, are always unlike anyone else. So unique." Her light-hearted banter failed to engage him. He was not in the mood for repartee. Instead, he opened the passenger door and slid into the seat. "Have you eaten yet, Brother Yin?" Dila inquired as she started the car. Stretching his arms and exhaling deeply, Chen Yin replied, "Not yet. I've been busy all day and haven't eaten a single grain." "Then let me take you my place and whip up one of my signature dishes." Dila beamed with enthusiasm. Chen Yin casually remarked, "Your signature dish? You can cook?" Dila raised her chin with pride. "Of course. Don't underestimate me." Chen Yin nodded in agreement. "I must admit, I really underestimated you." Noticing Chen Yan's change in demeanor, Dila's laughter grew even more pronounced. "Something feels amiss," she teased. As they arrived at Dila's home, it became evident. Her signature dish turned out to be a simple bowl of instant noodles laid out on the table. Chen Yan remained silent, his expression reflecting his disbelief. "Had I known your specialty was instant noodles, I would have chosen to eat at home," he said, holding chopsticks in hand, caught in a dilemma between eating and abstaining. He preferred the taste of noodles soaked in water over boiled ones. Dila, seated across from him, rested her chin on her palm, grinning mischievously. "Eating noodles at home means you don't get to see this beautiful face." "All right, enough of that," Chen Yin thought, realizing her relentless teasing. He begrudgingly finished the bowl of noodles, hastily making his way home, all because Dila promised him a delightful dessert afterward. Having learned from experience, he harbored doubts about her claims. The following morning, Chen Yan arrived early at the agreed-upon tea house. The antique decor reminded him of the old trinkets belonging to Director Zhao. These older gentlemen truly enjoyed their peculiarities. As he marveled at the surroundings, he followed the waiter to the private room he had reserved. After a while, the waiter ushered in two guests. One was tall and slender, while the other was an elderly gentleman with snowy white hair. At that moment, Chen Yan felt a twinge of regret for not having asked Nioma for a photograph of the esteemed director. The current situation was rather awkward. He had not anticipated such a scenario upon their arrival. Speaking up could easily lead to addressing someone incorrectly, while remaining silent might come across as impolite. As Chen Yan was lost in thought, the elderly gentleman approached him with palpable excitement. "You must be Chen Yan. I am thrilled to finally meet you in person." The old gentleman grasped his hand, his enthusiasm reminiscent of a youthful child. "Xiao Mao said he would bring me to dine with you, and I was skeptical. But looking back at Director Mao, I must admit he truly has the ability." The tall, slender director merely smiled, accepting the elder's address without any protest. Observing this, Chen Yan realized that this seemingly adoring fan held a significant position within the film industry. Even the esteemed director appeared almost like an inexperienced youth in his presence. After shaking hands with the elderly gentleman, Chen Yan respectfully bowed to Director Mao and introduced himself. "Greetings, Director Mao. I am Chen Yan." This display of respect left a favorable impression on Director Mao. Sitting across from him, the director waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Ah, no wonder Xiao Niu had the audacity to bring you to meet me. You are quite the well-mannered individual. However, your words sound as though you are bullying a younger generation." The elderly gentleman suddenly interjected, pointing at Director Mao. "Could you not show some respect to my idol?" Director Mao, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Mr. Wang, could you not be so unreasonable? No matter how I look at it, I'm still older than him. If I were to treat him with utmost reverence, would that not be rather odd?" The elders seemed to take this argument to heart, acknowledging, "You do make a fair point." The two exchanged banter, and Chen Yan seized upon a crucial detail. "Mr. Wang?" This elderly gentleman shared the surname Wang? Could there possibly be a connection to Fei Xian? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yan ventured, "Mr. Wang, I just heard Director Mao refer to you by your surname. Upon reflection, I noticed a striking resemblance between you and a musician friend of mine who also shares the surname Wang." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang erupted into hearty laughter. You must be referring to my granddaughter, Fei Xian. I became acquainted with you through the program we both participated in. Granddaughter? The revelation sent a wave of nervousness through Chen Yan. How had he so unexpectedly met a family member? Had no one informed him of Mr. Wang's esteemed status in the film industry? As his mind raced, Director Mao interjected, Mr. Wang, you are scaring the boy. After all, you are now a senior yourself. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yan. Stunned, Chen Yan pondered how well-informed Director Mao was. Did he possess knowledge of the relationship between Chen Yan and Fei Xian that was common knowledge in the entertainment circle? Time was of the essence. So Chen Yan decided not to dwell on these thoughts any longer and shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. As this meal was primarily intended to familiarize himself with Director Mao, thereby facilitating future learning opportunities. The entire dining experience unfolded far more smoothly than Chen Yan had anticipated. Lao Maozi proved to be considerably more agreeable than Chen Yan had imagined. This can largely be attributed to the intervention of Mr. Wang. Whenever Lao Maozi contemplated challenging Chen Yan, Mr. Wang would promptly interject, providing Chen Yan with a timely reprieve. His protective instinct was remarkably steadfast, akin to that of a grandfather safeguarding his own grandson. Chen Yan found himself perplexed. Had his influence truly permeated into the elder demographic? It was astonishing to realize the profound impact of his music. As the dinner concluded, Chen Yan accompanied the two men as they departed. Director Mao, as per your suggestion, I shall visit the film studio tomorrow, he remarked. Lao Maozi did not turn around but simply responded, yes, come by in the afternoon. Chapter 134. Grandfather Wang. As his subordinate drove up, Chen Yan respectfully assisted the two individuals into the vehicle. Just before their departure, Mr. Wang patted Chen Yan's shoulder, stating, Chen Yan, your future is exceedingly bright. As long as you remain true to yourself and are not swayed by the chaotic entertainment industry, I assure you that you will achieve great success, without a doubt. It was evident that Mr. Wang had indulged a bit too much today. Throughout the latter part of the evening, Chen Yan poured drink after drink for him, and he genuinely admired the old gentleman. Mr. Wang's constitution was remarkable. He drank with such composure that one could scarcely tell how much he had consumed. Watching the two vehicles depart, Chen Yan let out a sigh of relief. He, too, had indulged in a share of drinks, toasting alongside everyone else. Although he usually had a good tolerance for alcohol, he now felt somewhat overwhelmed, which was a testament to the quantity consumed during the meal. Upon returning to the private room, he collapsed into a chair, reluctant to rise. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he landed on Wang Fei Xian's name. Dialing her number, his voice unexpectedly carried a hint of grievance, especially as the call connected. My dear, the exclamation burst forth with an intensity that almost startled him. There was a moment of silence on the other end, only to be broken by a muffled laugh. Surprise, your dear is calling you. This unfamiliar tone managed to rouse half of Chen Yan's inebriation. He glanced at his phone, confirming he had dialed correctly. Was the line crossed? Who are you? He inquired. After a brief pause, Wang Fei Xian's voice finally came through. Is something the matter? You sound a bit off. Upon hearing her familiar inquiry, Chen Yan dismissed the earlier interlude and recounted the evening's events, particularly detailing how much he had drunk. Speaking with clarity, it was evident to anyone that he was seeking some consolation. Wang Fei Xian, of course, picked up on this and responded with a hint of exasperation. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. For the first time in their relationship, she sensed Chen Yan's need for her. Previously, it had always been her expressing her needs to him. In that moment, Wang Fei Xian felt a warmth in her heart. The love between adults lacks the dramatic thrill often portrayed. Each has their own social circles, responsibilities, and tasks to manage. Love occupies but a third of their lives. It provides an endless source of strength to support their endeavors. After Chen Yan provided her with the address, he closed his eyes with a smile, intoxicated and blissfully unaware of anything else. For instance, he should have been curious as to why Wang Fei Xian, who was supposed to be abroad for a competition, was coming to pick him up. Half an hour later, Wang Fei Xian appeared in the private room, clad in a beige trench coat, while Chen Yan had already leaned against the sofa and drifted off to sleep. She gently raised his head, her movements cautious as she softly called out, "Wake up. It's time for us to go home." The man in her embrace opened his eyes, and upon seeing Wang Fei Xian, he drew her closer, tightening his hold. Their bodies pressed against each other seemed to convey the longing accumulated during their time apart. As thoughts coalesced, Chen Yan nestled deeper into Wang Feishuan's arms, nuzzling gently. When we returned, after a brief slumber, his hazy mind began to clear. It dawned on Chen Yan. Weren't you abroad for a competition? Wang Feishuan tilted her head and replied with a smile. Competitions must eventually conclude, don't they? Her gaze swept over the remnants of their meal and several open bottles of wine. Her tone softened, considering the exhaustion you've endured in the early stages of your venture. I shall overlook your forgetting the date of my competition's conclusion. In truth, Wang Feishuan had returned to the country the previous day, while Chen Yan had been preoccupied with his affairs, leaving no time for respite. Feeling somewhat discontent, Wang Feishuan invited a childhood friend over to keep her company. They had indulged in a bit of wine the night before and were still in a state of drowsiness. The friend had been attempting to console Wang Feishuan when, unexpectedly, she received a call from Chen Yan while fetching some fruit. Only Wang Feishuan was privy to the embarrassment of being teased by a close friend. She had previously described her boyfriend as aloof, mature, and exceptionally capable, a true intellectual with his own thoughts and ideas. Yet, he had greeted her friend with an affectionate, "My treasure." The laughter from her friend had been uncontrollable, nearly causing her to collapse in mirth. "Come on, let us head home," Wang Feishuan said, assisting Chen Yan into the car. On the way back, Chen Yan, still feeling the effects of the alcohol, rambled about the events of their meal. Initially, Wang Feishuan listened passively, responding occasionally, until Chen Yan uttered a particular phrase, "I had a drink with your grandfather." In that instant, Wang Feishuan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden halt. Thankfully, Chen Yan had fastened his seatbelt, or he might have been thrown from his seat. "What is happening?" Chen Yan asked, startled as he surveyed their surroundings. On the desolate suburban road, with the hour growing late, only their vehicle remained. He had feared they had been in an accident. Previously calm, Wang Feishuan asked in astonishment, "Why were you drinking with my grandfather today?" This was the crux of her concern. Chen Yan, realizing her misunderstanding, chuckled as he clarified, "You seem worried. I had arranged to meet Director Mao, and it turned out he was with your grandfather. When they learned I was dining, they decided to join." His explanation was clear and straightforward. Only then did Wang Feishuan breathe a sigh of relief and continue driving. She felt reassured. However, Chen Yan furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" "Wang Feishuan, am I something to be hidden away? Unpresentable?" This time, it was Chen Yan who misinterpreted her words. Wang Feishuan, feeling a sense of helplessness, pulled the car over to the side and earnestly explained, "Of course not. It's just that my grandfather is quite traditional and cares deeply about my relationships. If I had informed him myself, it would have been different. I was worried he might confront you about our relationship." Upon hearing her explanation, Chen Yan slowly replied, "I find your grandfather to be quite an amiable gentleman indeed. He even mentioned that I am his idol, which starkly contrasts with your description." "Really? Did he truly say that?" Wang Feishuan responded with surprise. She found it hard to fathom how an elderly individual could regard someone as youthful as Chen Yan in a fan-idol relationship. It was not entirely impossible, but it certainly seemed rather incongruous. Chen Yan nodded. "Yes, when we first met, I was unaware of his identity. It was the old gentleman who expressed a desire to become acquainted with me, and only later did I discover he was your grandfather." Through their conversation, Wang Feishuan gained an entirely new perspective of her grandfather. "Well, I hope my grandfather is not merely jesting with you." "Jesting? Is he playing tricks on you?" Chapter 135. Anna's identity. Is this also a possible scenario? Chen Yan was quite taken aback. That evening, he became acquainted with Wang Feishuan's grandfather, which only deepened his curiosity about how this seemingly aloof girl could have such a whimsical old man as her grandfather. He wondered what kind of personalities Wang Feishuan's parents possessed. Early the next morning, Chen Yan embraced the woman in his arms, awakening to the call of the alarm clock. The sleep had been so profoundly comfortable that he momentarily lost track of whether he was in reality or still dreaming. As he felt the silky fabric of the blanket, his hands instinctively began to explore. It was only when a subconscious murmur escaped her lips that Chen Yan jolted awake. Goodness! He had nearly succumbed to the temptation and taken advantage of her in his dream. In a state of panic, he rushed to the bathroom, struggling to suppress the chaotic thoughts that accompanied his morning awakening. Before leaving, he noticed that Wang Feishuan was still lost in her slumber. It was evident that the pressures of the recent competitions had taken a toll on her, leaving her utterly exhausted. Chen Yan understood that preparing for such events, coupled with the immense pressure during competitions, made it exceedingly difficult to feel at ease. He casually took a car, completely forgetting to wear sunglasses or a mask, details that he could never seem to remember. Following the directions provided by director Mao the previous day, Chen Yan arrived at the film base that had been specially constructed for the production. Upon reaching the entrance, he found only bustling staff members. Without a work pass, he was stopped at the gate. "Are you Chen Yan?" A staff member, hurrying past with breakfast in hand, exclaimed in surprise upon noticing him. Chen Yan observed the items she was carrying and kindly reminded her, "Yes, but you should clock in first. You're about to be late in 1 minute." Taken aback by his attention to such detail, the staff member quickly made her way to clock in. Turning back to him, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Chen. I never expected you to be so attentive." "Oh, there are plenty of things you might not expect," Chen Yan replied with a smile, his playful tone eliciting laughter from the staff member. Thus, it was only natural that he followed her into the film base. Upon learning that Chen Yan was invited by Director Mao, the staff member was astonished. "How is that possible? Director Mao has a shoot scheduled for this morning and shouldn't have allowed you in." Understanding the arrangements made by Director Mao, Chen Yan explained, "Originally, he asked me to come in the afternoon, but I wanted to arrive early to observe and learn." "Oh, now I understand. I didn't realize Teacher Chen was so proactive," the staff member said with a cheerful demeanor. Once inside the film base, Chen Yan soon discovered that the staff member who had brought him in was not an ordinary employee, but rather the assistant director, Zhao Zicheng, who had been closely working with Director Mao. It was clear that he had a significant background. Chen Yan felt fortunate to have inadvertently made a connection with someone of such caliber. As they filmed, Chen Yan observed attentively, particularly when Director Mao was guiding Zhao Zicheng. Chen Yan listened with keen interest. Throughout the morning, Director Mao noticed Chen Yan's presence, but refrained from initiating a conversation. Nevertheless, Chen Yan remained engaged, absorbing every word from Director Mao and considering Zhao Zicheng's ideas. He learned alongside the actors, embodying the essence of a diligent student. By the end of the morning, the staff at the film base were well aware of the eager learner in their midst, Chen Yan. His reputation had already gained considerable traction, and as word spread, it traveled swiftly. However, as soon as the news broke, it was promptly suppressed by Li Lu, who simultaneously sought to manage public relations while reaching out to Chen Yan. Consequently, Chen Yan's phone began to buzz incessantly. Li Lu inquired, "What is going on? Are you truly considering acting?" She continued, "You can't be serious about this. Have you really connected with Director Mao?" And again, Chen Yan, "I'm not joking. We need to discuss this matter thoroughly. There are many things you are yet to understand." Following this, she sent numerous messages, all pertaining to the film industry, with earnest and heartfelt pleas. Unfortunately, Chen Yan paid little heed, engrossed in his studies. At noon, as the film base took a break for meals and rest, Chen Yan was summoned to Director Mao's lounge. Upon entering, he found Zhao Zicheng already present, and they exchanged greetings. Director Mao seemed surprised. "You two know each other?" Zhao Zicheng chuckled. "We met at the entrance this morning. Chen Yan is quite an interesting person." He added, "In fact, I've known about Chen Yan for a while. My sister often mentions him. It's just a coincidence that we ran into each other today." When Zhao Zicheng mentioned his sister, a hint of exasperation crossed his features. Chen Yan curiously inquired, "Zhao Ge, who is your sister?" He hesitated, contemplating whether to ask if she was in the industry, ultimately deciding to tread lightly to avoid any offense. What Chen Yan did not anticipate was Zhao Zicheng's complete transparency as he replied, "My sister is Anna. You've likely interacted with her quite a bit recently. I recall she not only participated in the singer competition with you, but also appeared on your variety show." Chen Yan was taken aback. He had been racking his brain, trying to match a sister of the surname, Zhao, to no avail, only to have Zhao Zicheng reveal the name Anna. Anna? It dawned on him that this was her stage name. Chen Yan suppressed his astonishment, feeling somewhat unsettled. Those familiar, endowed with significant connections, and being Anna's brother, the dynamics had shifted. As Chen Yan's thoughts swirled, Zhao Zicheng's smile widened as he clarified, "It's not quite like that. Her full name is Zhao Anna. When she went to study in Korea, she insisted that Zhao Anna sounded unappealing, so her management changed it to Anna." The truth was finally revealed. Chen Yan cast a glance at Zhao Zicheng and discerned no hostility or resistance in his demeanor. By the way, did I not ask you to come in the afternoon? Why have you arrived so early in the morning? Director Mao interjected into their conversation. Although he placed considerable importance on the punctuality of artists, in his mind, arriving early was commendable while tardiness was not. Chen Yan smiled politely. Director Mao, it is better to arrive early than late. I thought it would be advantageous to come ahead of time to learn. Given his words and the fact that Chen Yan had been busier than the stagehands and other miscellaneous staff throughout the morning, Director Mao chuckled. Having ventured into this chaotic industry, he had encountered all sorts of individuals. Discerning sincerity from pretense was an effortless task for him. Chapter 136. Announcing the march into film and television, let us dine first. After our meal, you may follow Director Mao in the afternoon. Zicheng instructed before arranging for a meal to be brought in. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yan understood that there was indeed some certainty to the matter. In the grand scheme of things, he would merely become a minor player. This was a promising sign. Through their interactions, Chen Yan realized that Anna had only mentioned him a few times to her brother and had not spoken ill of him. Zhao Zicheng accompanied Chen Yan closely, serving as Director Mao's right-hand man, and was particularly considerate towards him, especially since Chen Yan was a novice in the realm of filming. The techniques articulated by Director Mao were not easily comprehensible. Fortunately, Zicheng took the time to explain them to Chen Yan after grasping their essence. It could be said that Chen Yan's first day of learning under Director Mao was immensely fruitful. While he could not directly assume the role of a director, he had begun to develop new insights into acting. With a director's perspective, he gained a clearer understanding of the emotions he needed to convey. Realizing this, Chen Yan's progress was almost exponential. Even Director Mao praised him as being exceptionally talented. Thank you, Director Mao. Chen Yan responded with a beaming smile. For several consecutive days, he was the earliest to arrive and the last to leave. The crew at the base became increasingly familiar with him, exchanging pleasantries whether in casual conversation or discussions related to acting. For Chen Yan, every interaction was a valuable learning experience, as he understood the importance of being immersed in the environment. As a beginner, he was acutely aware that he lacked the depth of knowledge possessed by those who had long been by Director Mao's side. After half a month, Chen Yan had essentially mastered the various elements of filming, whether it was capturing the nuances of the set or the details of character portrayal. He had begun to form his own thoughts and ideas. On this particular day, after filming concluded, Director Mao, Zhao Zicheng, and Chen Yan proceeded to a restaurant as usual. While waiting for their meal, Director Mao suddenly remarked, I find young Chen's aptitude for learning somewhat astonishing. At this rate, he could be ready to embark on his own journey. Sensing the underlying meaning in Director Mao's words, Chen Yan contemplated briefly before responding earnestly, Director, my current level does not even reach a fraction of yours. However, my circumstances do necessitate that I take a step forward. Insufficient skill is unfortunate, yet one must make the effort. Chen Yan had gathered a fair understanding of the film industry. As long as funding, technical expertise, and a solid script were in place, everything could be arranged. Of course, the most crucial aspect was indeed the funding. Technical skills could be purchased, and professional personnel could be hired for filming. As the chief director, as long as he managed the script and the timeline effectively, handling the details one by one would not pose a problem. Upon hearing Chen Yan's remarks, Director Mao's expression grew more serious, as if he were contemplating something of great significance. At that moment, Zhao Zicheng interjected, Chen, you must understand that I have been at Director Mao's side for nearly a year, and I have yet to dare take this step. You must be aware of the risks involved. Chen Yan recognized that Zicheng meant well and understood that Director Mao was indeed pressing him. Perhaps it was not only Director Mao who was urging him forward, but also unseen forces at play behind the scenes. The entertainment industry is indeed a challenging realm to navigate. If Chen Yan were merely an obscure figure, he would likely go unnoticed. However, given the current circumstances, his popularity has surged, and now he seeks to direct and star in his own film, aiming for a release during the festive season. Even if the film he produces turns out to be subpar, the vast fanbase and general public will inevitably pay attention due to his notoriety. The subsequent ramifications will undoubtedly impact other films slated for release. This is a significant reason for Li Lu's disapproval. There are even individuals who have approached Director Mao to pressure Chen Yan, which underscores the immense stakes involved. Zhao Ge, You are aware of my situation. I am akin to a young horse crossing a river, faced with the choice to either plunge in or retreat. Chen Yan maintains a smile, though it carries a hint of unease. But should I withdraw, I would find myself at the edge of a precipice. If I do not seize this wave of popularity, retreating further would result in a perilous fall, akin to plummeting from great heights without a parachute. Who could withstand such a fate? Perhaps only those who relish chaos would wish to witness Chen Yan's downfall. At this point, it is abundantly clear that Chen Yan has not concealed his thoughts from Zhao Zicheng and Director Mao. After a brief silence in the room, Chen Yan met Director Mao's scrutinizing gaze. This was a rare moment of seriousness for Director Mao since their initial meeting. As Chen Yan felt a twinge of anxiety, Director Mao chuckled, "You remind me of my younger self." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan exhaled in relief, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Zicheng, who nodded with an air of resignation. A smile finally graced Chen Yan's face. From the second day of knowing Zhao Zicheng, Chen Yan had instructed Li Lu to investigate him. It turned out that Zhao Zicheng's background was tied to Zhao Dong, and Anna was indeed Zhao Dong's biological daughter. This explained why the drinking water advertisement ultimately landed in the hands of a tranquil lifestyle. According to Chen Yan's conjecture, his earlier behavior had indeed offended Zhao Dong. But ultimately, due to Anna's influence, the deal was secured. Thus, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Director Mao and Zhao Ge for their assistance. I am a person who values gratitude and will repay even the smallest kindness with great generosity. Chen Yan raised his glass and downed a shot of white liquor on an empty stomach, a gesture to convey his sentiments. Zhao Zicheng and Director Mao exchanged glances, choosing not to elaborate further. After exiting the room, Chen Yan promptly accessed his official account and posted a message. "Thank you all for your support. I indeed plan to venture into filmmaking, directing, and starring in my own project, which has been titled Kung Fu. I hope you will continue to follow my journey." This succinct message conveyed everything clearly, even signaling to those behind the scenes that there was no need to seek connections on his behalf. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yi is destined to enter the film industry. The moment the news was released, it ignited a frenzy online. The rumors proved true. Chen Yan is truly audacious. I had previously watched a television series he starred in, and it was, frankly, atrocious. Yesterday, I stumbled upon the discussion surrounding this matter, and it can be said that there was a glaring absence of genuine acting prowess and coherence in the dialogue. I am genuinely curious about the substantial profits within the film industry that even a mediocre talent like Chen Yan is drawn to it. Chen Yan, I implore you to return to your songwriting. This realm is not suited for you, lest you find yourself prematurely exiting the limelight. A wave of criticism has surged across the internet, with virtually no one supporting Chen Yan's foray into filmmaking. His participation in a supporting role in a television series and a movie has been mercilessly dissected by various influencers, who treat it as a source of amusement. Moreover, it has been subjected to parodic interpretations. Within a mere half-day, any mention of Chen Yan has been devoid of references to his singing, instead focusing solely on the ridicule of his overestimation of his abilities and the lamentable quality of his acting. Chapter 137. Facing widespread boycotts one evening. As Chen Yan was returning home, he noticed a familiar car parked outside his residence. Li Lu, seated in the driver's seat, expressionless, alighted from the vehicle and glared at him with a brooding intensity reminiscent of their former adversarial encounters. After a prolonged gaze, Chen Yan smirked slightly. "What is this? Are we playing a game of cross-eyed stares?" Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within Li Lu. "I am not jesting with you. What exactly do you mean?" Chen Yan regarded her with a calm demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I am not jesting either. Moreover, what brings you here in such a rage? Is it because of my acting? My ambitions in the film industry? Or perhaps someone has approached you?" As he uttered the last phrase, Chen Yan's tone grew grave, imbued with an undeniable scrutiny. Since their collaboration had been established, such confrontational exchanges had never transpired. With his words hanging in the air, Li Lu's expression shifted to one of confusion, her brows knitting together. "You are aware of that matter?" "I am not privy to the details. I merely inferred it," Chen Yan replied, his gaze unwavering. "You know, it is not difficult to deduce. If I am not mistaken, that individual approached you before I sought out Director Mao, and your choice was not in my favor." The crux of the situation lay in Chen Yan's decision to approach Director Mao which nearly confirmed Chen Yan's suspicions. Li Lu's tone grew, strained yet earnest. It is not that I did not choose you. It was for your own good. I recognize your grand aspirations, but starting now, you will face unprecedented pressures. Have you considered that the entire film industry might oppose you? As she spoke, Li Lu's urgency became palpable. In contrast, Chen Yan remained composed, stepping closer to clasp her shoulders. Sister Lu, you have never believed in me, yet time and again, you have been bested by me on the deserted island in the company. In their previous confrontations, Li Lu had suffered complete defeats. Hearing this, Li Lu felt an inexplicable weight lift from her heart, rendered speechless by Chen Yan's words. You are indeed correct. When news of your intention to direct a film first surfaced, 2 directors approached me. Li Lu retrieved a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and exhaled deeply. They were certainly wary, even taking precautions before your intentions were confirmed. Moreover, they were rather blunt, outlining 2 conditions. First, you shall not enter the film industry within 2 years. Second, should you disagree with the first, they would not hesitate to target you. At this point, the implications were unmistakable. You, your company, those around you, anyone who could be affected would become their target. The ease with which these matters could turn dark was alarming. With sufficient funds, a multitude of detractors and damaging information could be procured, tarnishing even the innocent and swaying the impressionable public to believe the worst. As Li Lu articulated these threats, Chen Yan's expression darkened gradually. He remained silent, immersed in contemplation of the looming dangers. It is likely that they initially threatened and warned Li Lu, but upon discovering that Chen Yan had approached Director Mao, they realized their previous tactic was futile and sought connections to reach out to him. It appears my influence over them is indeed significant, prompting such elaborate efforts. Chen Yan murmured. During his silence, the last remnants of Li Lu's cigarette were extinguished beneath his foot. Only now do you comprehend? The threat you face now is far greater than you had imagined. Li Lu sighed, speaking with grave sincerity. Let us set aside the music industry, which is already scarce. Since you ventured into variety shows, you have achieved an unprecedented first place in just 2 episodes, a feat unmatched by any domestic variety program to date. Even Desert Island did not attain such success, and now you have become a thorn in the side of the entertainment industry. The entry barriers in variety shows are low, allowing you to step in effortlessly. But what about the film industry? Directors there spend years in preparation, at least 1 year, often 2, to seize opportunities during the National Day or Spring Festival. If you were to enter, it would be no contest. The hype would overshadow any potential. As she articulated these concerns, Li Lu's brows remained furrowed. She laid everything bare before Chen Yan, voicing her thoughts without any ulterior motive, merely wishing to present all the pros and cons for him to discern clearly. After sharing her insights, she lit another cigarette and leaned against the car to smoke. Watching her light one after the other, Chen Yan felt a sense of helplessness, moving closer to her side. I am aware of everything you mentioned, yet I am curious about the current situation of the company, which relies heavily on my presence. My peaceful life, sustained by the singing competition and my music releases, is not easily threatened. The company has only been established for a few months, all the paperwork is in order, and there are no illegal activities. Even if they wish to intervene, it would require significant effort, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Li Lu was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yan continued, moreover, what power do they possess to undermine me? With my current top ranking, regardless of any negative or sensational press, any attempt to tarnish my reputation would only serve to enhance my popularity. There is no reason for them not to promote me. Li Lu was utterly bewildered. Furthermore, the people around me are few. They are backed by their respective companies, which would undoubtedly support them in times of trouble. What relevance does that have to me? If they intend to target them, they must be prepared to face off against multiple corporations. At this point, Li Lu was completely astonished. She found herself agreeing with Chen Yan's assertions. But what of her previous concerns? How had all these issues been so effortlessly resolved in his perspective? As she pondered this, Chen Yan leaned in and offered her a cigarette, saying, "Think it over. There are too many mosquitoes outside. I shall return home." Without waiting for her response, he entered his house. Upon returning, Chen Yan's first act was to take a shower. By the time he emerged and stood on the balcony, Li Lu and her car had vanished, leaving no trace. He wondered when she had departed. She must have come to a realization and decided to leave, successfully persuading her away. Chen Yan leaned against the balcony, lighting a cigarette. It was time to offer himself some counsel. With a deep sigh, he released the comforting words he had once spoken to Li Lu. Those words had flowed easily from his lips, yet now, when faced with reality, he bore the weight alone. Others were free from concern. Ultimately, it was his own burden to carry. At this moment, Chen Yan's worries were indeed justified. From the following day onward, he found himself openly ostracized by directors and companies within the domestic film industry. This was not merely a covert sabotage. It was a blatant repudiation, leaving Chen Yan in a position where no one dared to associate with him. Chapter 138. The Collapse of the Film Industry. Star Dreams Film Resist Chen Yan, Star Creation Post Resist Chen Yan, Jiming Resist Chen Yan. From the break of dawn, numerous film companies have taken to various platforms to express their opposition to Chen Yan's entry into the film industry. The discourse has delved deeply into an analysis of Chen Yan's character, personality, capabilities, and public perception, culminating in a consensus that his foray into the cinematic realm would be a disgrace for Longwu's film industry. The weight of this disgrace looms large, casting a significant shadow over the entire industry. The internet is inundated with articles advocating for the resistance against Chen Yan's involvement in film, with some even calling for his complete withdrawal from the scene. On major platforms, not a single comment in support of Chen Yan can be found. Any that do emerge are swiftly deleted or buried beneath a tide of opposing messages. This has sparked an intense wave of backlash against him across the online sphere. Meanwhile, Chen Yan remains blissfully unaware, still lost in slumber when his phone rings incessantly, waking him. Messages from Li Lu, Wang Feishuan, Daila, Luo Yong, Li Mi, and even Anna and the long-absent Wang Lei flood in, inquiring about the unfolding situation. However, Chen Yan, still half asleep, fails to answer any calls. Once the ringing subsides, he drifts back into sleep. On the other end, both Li Lu and Wang Feishuan grow increasingly anxious. Shortly thereafter, they drive straight to Chen Yan's residence. Upon arrival, they exchange a glance, devoid of any unnecessary words. Wang Feishuan retrieves a key and opens the door, while Li Lu heads directly to the second-floor bedroom. Without hesitation, Li Lu yanks the covers off, revealing a bare Chen Yan clad only in his underwear. "Wake up! What time is it?" Still sleeping, her voice pierces the air, surpassing even the most raucous alarm clock. Chen Yan jolts awake and turns his head in confusion. Wang Feishuan, witnessing the scene, grabs some clothes from a wardrobe and brings them to Chen Yan, attempting to spare his boyfriend some dignity. Yet, Li Lu has no such intentions. She places a tablet before Chen Yan, stating, "My boss, their tactics have been unleashed. It is time for you to retaliate." An array of alarming messages fills the screen, with explosive headlines indicating that the post count has surged into the hundreds of millions. Remarkably, these messages have amassed such staggering engagement in less than an hour. The implications of this phenomenon are unmistakable. "Oh, so they have begun to oppose me," Chen Yan remarks languidly, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding crisis. Li Lu, feeling a surge of frustration, struggles to contain her anger and demands. "So what now? Just yesterday, you insisted it was nothing to worry about. Now, they're openly resisting you, completely against you." Observing her anxious and furious demeanor, Chen Yan reclines slightly, supporting himself with his hands, and queries, "So, what difference does their opposition make? What does it matter?" Upon hearing his dismissive question, Li Lu is nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. How could her boss, faced with open opposition from all these companies, question the significance of such resistance? It matters immensely. Why do you think they are openly resisting you? Of course, it is significant, extremely significant. Li Lu extended her hand, beginning to enumerate the challenges. First and foremost, you will encounter considerable difficulties during the pre-production review stage. Secondly, and most importantly, is the casting. All film companies are united in their resistance against you. Anyone who dares to collaborate with you risks severing ties with the entire industry. At this juncture, you will find it impossible to proceed. Lastly, let us consider the matter of the film S release. It presents the same dilemma. Cinemas across various regions have long-standing partnerships with film companies, and scheduling is a matter of negotiation. Following this ordeal, no cinema would dare to screen your film. This is the crux of the issue. Do you understand? What does a film rely upon? Primarily on the script. Secondly, on the filming. Thirdly, on casting. And lastly, on the cinemas. They have effectively blocked your path entirely. How can you continue? Li Lu felt a surge of frustration. After a lengthy discourse yesterday, it seemed that this gentleman had absorbed none of it and had only further entangled himself in confusion. It appeared he was entirely ignorant of these matters. Just as Li Lu was on the verge of exploding, Wang Feishuan stepped forward to calm her. Sister Lu, please remain composed. Listen to Chen Yan's thoughts. He will surely devise a solution. Time and again, whenever faced with dire straits, Chen Yan always found a way out. Li Lu turned to Wang Feishuan. Her expression one of despair. This is nothing but blind faith in him. It stems from a muddled affection. You are utterly oblivious to the cruelties of the real world. At that moment, Li Lu was on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Chen Yan rubbed his eyes and spoke softly. The incident occurred unexpectedly. I truly have not yet devised a solution. Please afford me a moment. With that, Chen Yan rose from the bed, ushered the two of them outside, and as he supported Wang Feishuan, he affectionately kissed her cheek. Wait for me outside. If you have time, please prepare some breakfast. Without allowing them a moment to respond, he closed the door. Left alone in the room, Chen Yan returned to the bed. Engrossed in thought, his phone buzzed incessantly with numerous contacts attempting to reach him, yet he lacked the inclination to attend to them. Throughout the morning, the internet erupted in a wave of vehement resistance and condemnation directed at Chen Yan, yet he paid it no mind. It was not until Wang Feishuan prepared lunch and approached the door to knock that she was halted by Li Lu. You called him for breakfast this morning, and he didn't respond. I truly don't understand why you are still preparing lunch. Detecting the underlying emotion in Li Lu's voice, Wang Feishuan smiled gently. He needs time, and the passage of time translates to the depletion of his strength. I hope that once he reaches a decision, he can promptly replenish his energy. Her words left Li Lu momentarily speechless, prompting her to seek solace in another thought. Women in love are often blind. Nonetheless, Wang Feishuan ascended the stairs, lightly tapping on the door. Chen Yan, lunch is ready. Upon her call, silence ensued from within. Just as she was about to repeat her request, the bedroom door swung open, and Chen Yan emerged, enveloping Wang Feishuan in an embrace, planting several kisses on her cheek. My dear, you are truly a blessing. The moment you appeared, solutions began to materialize. Come, let's go downstairs to eat. Upon hearing those words, Wang Feishuan felt a weight lift from his heart. He had devised a solution. I always knew you would find a way. Wang Feishuan's clear eyes sparkled with brilliance as he leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Chen Yan's mouth. Coincidentally, this moment was witnessed by Li Lu, who had rushed over upon hearing the good news. Li Lu was rendered speechless once again, since a solution had been found. Could they not first address the matter at hand? Perhaps set aside romantic concerns for the moment? In response, Chen Yan not only did not release his hold, but tightened it even further, asserting that both matters could indeed be harmoniously balanced. Chapter 139. Outdoor shooting enough is enough. If you two continue like this, I shall summon my boyfriend. Li Lu could no longer endure the antics of the two before her. Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly. No problem. If worst comes to worst, we can embark on a 4-person outing tomorrow. After all, we need to finalize the filming locations. Upon hearing this, Li Lu's spirits soared, and she eagerly inquired, So, have we officially decided to shoot the film? Absolutely. Chen Yan replied with unwavering confidence. Li Lu became even more anxious and asked, What about the resistance from the film companies? How will you handle that? It's a complete blockade from all domestic firms, and there's no chance for international release. She emphasized this to deter Chen Yan from considering the less favorable option of releasing abroad. Chen Yan rolled her eyes. Only you would think of such a terrible idea. All right, let me be straightforward. The collective resistance from those film companies boils down to two main issues, casting and release. I am already prepared. I will select from a few friends for the roles, and for the other characters, we can cast ordinary people or third-tier actors. Those celebrities ought not to overestimate themselves. Among the masses, there are countless talented performers who, due to family circumstances, financial constraints, or lack of resources, have been unable to step into the spotlight. As long as the compensation is sufficient, we will undoubtedly find exceptional talent. As her words settled, Li Lu's expression transformed from doubt to unwavering determination. You are absolutely right. Many artists in the industry possess skills that are merely a product of financial backing, and they often pale in comparison to several amateur actors. Moreover, A spark of realization illuminated Li Lu's eyes. Their costs are minimal, allowing us to exchange low expenditure for substantial returns. Additionally, we can utilize public resources to announce casting calls, inviting more internet celebrities to audition. They bring their own following with them. Wang Feishuan proposed. Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction. You're all correct. Therefore, the casting issue is easily resolvable, and the second matter is simply about theatrical release. Since they are concerned that my release will affect their scheduling, we shall avoid cinemas altogether and pursue online revenue sharing instead. Is this not an uncharted path? We shall pave the way, and when the immense popularity and profits materialize, they will know to whom it belongs. As theaters across the regions realize they have forfeited a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed, how will their financial backers negotiate with the major film companies? That is their concern. According to Chen Yan's vision, what the theaters truly require is blockbuster films to sell tickets. However, with the entire film industry resisting, they too must comply. But what happens when substantial profits begin to dwindle? Will they continue to obey these companies? This dilemma was planted the moment Chen Yan proposed online revenue sharing. Upon hearing these decisions from Chen Yan, Li Lu was utterly convinced. You are remarkable. You truly are. Only Chen Yan could leave Li Lu in such awe. With the higher-ups having reached a consensus, Li Lu promptly arranged for public relations to generate buzz. Kung Fu scheduled Kung Fu open casting. These two announcements directly countered the overwhelming resistance. The efforts and resources spent to suppress the news appeared futile in an instant. Their desired outcome was for Chen Yan to cease his public statements or withdraw from the film industry altogether, thus preserving his status within the music realm. However, Chen Yan remained steadfast, even publicly announcing the casting call. Meanwhile, several heads of film companies convened and initiated a group chat. I am keen to observe how long he can sustain this performance. Certainly, no artist would dare to audition. Indeed, I have already contacted local theater companies, and not a single one will agree to schedule screenings for Chen Yan's film. Even if he manages to find a cast and complete the project, it will surely languish in obscurity. I support you all and will arrange for collaboration with your endeavors. A grand production aimed at restraining Chen Yan is being secretly orchestrated. Meanwhile, Chen Yan leisurely helps Wang Feishuan load items into the car at home. I have yet to meet Sister Lu's boyfriend. Have you seen him? Chen Yan inquires as he secures the belongings and closes the trunk. Leaning against the car, Wang Feishuan tilts her head and smiles. If you haven't seen him, how would I have? Chen Yan playfully pulls her by the back of her head, leaning in for a kiss. How can you be so adorable? Your every move seems to entice me to kiss you. With her lips sealed and unable to retort, Wang Feishuan can only nibble at him. After a moment of tenderness, they both enter the car. Faced with the tumult outside, they choose to join Li Lu and her boyfriend for an outing to scout locations. Without hesitation, they finalize the plan and prepare to depart. Chen Yan specifically borrowed Luo Yang's off-road vehicle to pick up Li Lu and the others. Reflecting on the scene of retrieving the car from Luo Yang, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. What is you so joyful? The curious Wang Feishuan inquires from the passenger seat. Chen Yan candidly replies, I recalled Luo Yang, that silly fellow. When I went to see him earlier, he was utterly astonished to hear I was picking up the car. He thought the call about the car was some sort of secret code and insisted on discussing trending topics instead. With that, Chen Yan burst into laughter again. This time, Wang Feishuan joined in, seemingly able to envision the scene. To this day, Luo Yang remains puzzled, wondering if Chen Yan, spurred by some provocation, intend to drive my new off-road vehicle into the river. Upon this thought, Luo Yang stands up, brushes off the dust from his pants, and decides, never mind. That kid doesn't seem the type to take such drastic measures. Faced with these circumstances, he still manages to take his girlfriend out for fun. If I were to contemplate suicide, he wouldn't even consider it. Chen Yan arrives at Li Lu's doorstep and sees her emerging with a young man, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. No way, Sister Lu. Is this a case of an old bull chasing after tender grass? Li Lu rolls her eyes. Can you not speak? Furthermore, I'm only 32 this year. How did I become an old cow? The more she speaks, the more agitated she becomes, pulling her boyfriend closer and planting a kiss on his cheek, deliberately recalling the moment when Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan were before her. After their kiss, he gazed at Chen Yan with an air of pride. Chen Yan curled his lips, casting a sympathetic glance at the young man. My friend, With such striking handsomeness, how could you possibly be enamored with this fierce tigress? The young man, feeling bashful, scratched the back of his head and said, "Actually, Lulu is quite gentle with me." With each mention of Lulu and gentle, Chen Yan was so startled that he promptly rolled up the car window, unwilling to even glance at the young man. He turned to Wang Feishuan and remarked, "He must have lost his mind." Chapter 140. The protagonist? As Li Lu entered the car, she playfully delivered 2 light punches to Chen Yan, then nestled comfortably in her boyfriend's embrace. The atmosphere within the vehicle soon became so captivating that Chen Yan found it difficult to concentrate on driving. Under the pretense of an outing, they had embarked on a quest for picturesque locations. Their first stop was a school where Wang Feishuan, gazing at the tablet in her hands, remarked gently, "The environment of this school is quite splendid, and the visuals captured here are exceptional. Many films and television dramas have utilized this setting." As she spoke, Wang Feishuan showcased a series of images on the tablet, revealing the cinematic resources that had previously been filmed here. After viewing the photographs, Chen Yan nodded in approval. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable." From the back seat, Li Lu interjected, "I recall that someone is filming here today. If I'm not mistaken, it's your old acquaintance, Li Mi." Upon hearing Li Mi's name, Chen Yan's eyes brightened. "Wonderful. I was hoping to discuss a collaboration with her." It was a serendipitous opportunity. They decided to take a leisurely stroll around the school. Li Lu entrusted all subsequent plans to Chen Yan, opting to reminisce about her school days with a young boyfriend. Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan made their way to the set where Li Mi was filming. In this scene, she portrayed a stern schoolteacher. Upon finding her amidst the shoot, Chen Yan noted how the teacher's attire lent her an unexpected allure, particularly with her usually charming smile transformed into a serious expression. After a brief wait, once Li Mi completed her scene, she approached them. "What brings you two here? A joint visit to the set?" It seemed that in her focus on filming, Mi Jie was unaware of the day's unfolding events. Chen Yan sighed dramatically, adopting a playful stance. Li Mi set down her water bottle, glancing curiously at Wang Feishuan. "Has something happened today?" Observing Chen Yan's reaction, Wang Feishuan sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Mi Jie, perhaps you should check the trending topics yourself. It's hard to summarize in just a few words." Their teasing only piqued Li Mi's curiosity further, prompting her to retrieve her phone. After reading the trending news, Li Mi stared at Chen Yan in disbelief. "I thought you had done something earth-shattering, and it turns out it's just about filming a movie. So, did you come here to seek my advice?" Upon hearing this, Wang Feishuan and Chen Yan exchanged glances, knowing that Mi Jie had only seen the first 3 trending topics and had missed the more significant developments. Chen Yan kindly suggested, "Mi Jie, why not take a look at the other trending topics as well?" Following his suggestion, Li Mi's gaze shifted to the news, her expression shifting from calm to astonished. After thoroughly reading the updates, she gasped, nearly breathless, "Well, you truly are remarkable. Your influence is astonishing. Film companies across the nation are uniting to issue statements of resistance." Li Mi chuckled. "What kind of charm do you possess that can shake such a colossal tree?" Realizing something, she added, "You're not here today to ask me to participate in your project, are you?" Truly, Mi Jie was perceptive, eliciting a sheepish grin from Chen Yan, who remained unfazed by the scandal of being resisted by film companies nationwide. Taking a moment to breathe deeply, Li Mi turned to adjust her breathing before fixing her gaze upon him. "You are not jesting, are you?" After regaining her composure, she inquired if this matter was indeed true. It was an indirect indication to Chen Yan that if it were true, she would be able to proceed. Chen Yan nodded earnestly, affirming, "Of course it is true." Meanwhile, Wang Feishuan found herself embroiled in a web of complex emotions. Li Jie was renowned in the industry for her astuteness, and to assist Chen Yan, she was willing to risk the entire film company's opposition. This clearly illustrated the depth of her feelings for Chen Yan, which, without a doubt, matched her own. Although this was ostensibly a positive development for Chen Yan, Wang Feishuan could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. As the two continued discussing matters related to the film, Wang Feishuan endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness. To prevent her emotions from spiraling, she diverted her gaze elsewhere in an effort to distract herself. Soon after concluding their discussion on collaboration, Chen Yan noticed her demeanor and suddenly remarked, "Oh, right, there's one more thing, Li Jie." As she grappled with the weight of this unexpected burden, Li Mi, feeling somewhat exasperated, inquired, "What else is there?" It's a trivial matter, Chen Yan explained. I would like you to assist me by providing the contact details of the person in charge of this school, as I have a scene I wish to shoot here. Upon hearing this, Li Mi exhaled in relief. That is truly not a difficult task, and you needn't contact them. I can handle it directly. Just let me know the timing when you come to shoot. Chen Yan beamed with gratitude. Li Jie, you are truly wonderful. Despite Li Mi's eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation, she urged, all right, you two should go enjoy yourselves elsewhere. I must return to filming. After an entire morning of shooting, she finally had a brief respite, but the impact of the earlier conversation lingered. Li Mi felt that if she did not take a moment to rest and properly digest the situation, she might not perform well in the afternoon scenes. It was essential to recognize the immense courage it took for her to agree to assist Chen Yan. Once she parted ways with Chen Yan and his companion, an inkling of regret began to creep in. Her earlier agreement felt impulsive, as she had not fully contemplated the consequences. However, with Fei Xuan standing by, both of them appeared to be aligned in their stance, and Li Mi felt as though not acquiescing would mean conceding to Fei Xuan. Thus, she acted on impulse. After regaining her composure, Li Mi took out her phone and sent Chen Yan a message. I didn't ask earlier, what role do you want me to play? The leading lady? As Chen Yan descended the stairs, he noticed the commotion in his pocket. Upon reading her message, a smile crept onto his face. Li, aspiring to be my leading lady is no simple feat, as this is my debut film. The role of the leading lady requires competition. Initially, this was intended as a jest to tease Li Mi, considering that aside from her, there seemed to be no other viable candidates for the role. However, Li Mi misconstrued his words. Unbeknownst to her, she was the only contender in Chen Yan's eyes, yet she perceived the presence of Wang Fei Xuan as a rival. The prospect of competition ignited her dormant ambition, and she realized she had already fallen behind in the race for the role. As this was Chen Yan's inaugural cinematic endeavor, she was determined to secure a significant position. Upon receiving this notion, Li Mi promptly responded, competition? Certainly, I shall claim the top position. Chen Yan, upon reading her message, felt a smile grace his face. It seemed that Sister Mi had taken his jest to heart. As he descended the stairs, he fortuitously encountered Li Lu and her boyfriend, who had just finished strolling through the campus, blissfully holding hands. Ah, here I am, engrossed in work, while you are here hand in hand with a youthful companion. Chen Yan teased with a sarcastic tone. Li Lu, who had been beaming just moments ago, cast him a sidelong glance upon hearing this remark, retorting, I'll be busy when the time comes. What are you so anxious about? Have you settled both the people and the scenery? Chapter 141. Establishing roles, of course. With my involvement, success is guaranteed. Chen Yan tilted his chin dismissively. Li Lu, rendered speechless, leaned towards Wang Fei Xuan and remarked, could you not manage this person? He has truly reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. Alas, I am powerless in this situation. Wang Fei Xuan chuckled softly. After exchanging light-hearted banter for a while, the group boarded the vehicle. As soon as Wang Fei Xuan settled in, she began to search for navigation. Their next destination was the outskirts for camping. Seated in the back, Li Lu continued to ponder the film project. Now that the female lead had been decided, with Chen Yan taking on the role of the male lead, the remaining characters could essentially be finalized within a month. At this point, Li Lu emphasized, the script is of utmost importance. If the screenplay is excellent, the actors' performances can be molded with a deft hand. When the topic of the female lead arose, Chen Yan turned to Wang Fei Xuan with a hint of nostalgia, stating, in fact, Fei Xuan is the most suitable candidate for the female lead. This statement piqued the interest of the other three. Wang Fei Xuan looked surprised me. Indeed, Chen Yan affirmed earnestly, my conception of the female lead is of a person who is serene, pure, and unblemished. She may possess some physical flaws, but her character is genuinely innocent. Beyond Fei Xuan, no one else fits this role. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei Xuan was genuinely touched. She had not anticipated that the female lead in Chen Yan's debut film was modeled after her. Realizing this, all her previous awkwardness vanished completely. Meanwhile, Li Lu's expression grew increasingly complicated. This guy, he was not wrong, but only someone as naive as Fei Xuan would be taken in by his words. If it were Daila, she would never believe him. Everyone could sense there was something amiss with his relationship with Li Mi surely. Wang Fei Xuan must have picked up on some hints. But without any blatant impropriety, there was little that could be done. Unfortunately, I have never acted in a film, so I cannot star in yours, Wang Feishuan lamented. If given the chance, she would love to feature in Chen Yan's movie. That's all right. While you may not play the female lead, you can certainly perform the theme song, right? Chen Yan asserted confidently, as if he had already made up his mind. In response, Wang Feishuan smiled, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I can. The two exchanged glances filled with unspoken affection. Li Lu nestled into her boyfriend's embrace, feeling somewhat emotional. If those two were to marry in the future, Wang Feishuan would undoubtedly be under Chen Yan's complete control. Upon leaving the school, they enjoyed a rare and leisurely evening in the countryside. Together, they prepared barbecue, and the atmosphere was light and joyous. It would have been even better if there were no further incidents online the next day. Early the following morning, the trending topic regarding Chen Yan's film was overshadowed by another news item. Chen Yan visits Li Mi, mysterious woman emerges, Chen Yan Li Mi. Their relationship was once again thrust into the spotlight, reminiscent of the last time they were photographed together at a meal. Just like before, there were images of the two captured in a corridor. However, this time the photograph contains a significant error. The individual who posted it deliberately cropped out Wang Feishuan from the frame. Consequently, the image of the two appearing together seems rather awkward and tightly composed, almost as if it were edited. Upon learning of this, Li Lu promptly sought out Chen Yan in another tent, exclaiming, "Did you see the news? This photo is peculiar. We could easily claim it has been altered." Chen Yan, roused from slumber by Wang Feishuan's gentle nudge, drowsily replied, "What is there to clarify? They are currently investing in creating hype for us, allowing this matter to remain trending. If the buzz diminishes, the official account can simply confirm the authenticity of this story and announce Li Mi as the leading lady." This unexpected approach left Li Lu momentarily speechless. After a brief reflection, she slowly returned to her tent, murmuring to herself, "This fellow does possess a point. How did I not consider this? What is there to clarify? Li Mi has already agreed to be the leading lady. This is merely a means to amplify their publicity." With clarity in her mind, Li Lu promptly issued orders to the Public Relations Department, instructing them to keep a close watch. She then turned and plunged into the embrace of her boyfriend. The two company executives, having completed their tasks, became hands-off managers. The director of the Public Relations Department gazed at the messages on her phone, lost in contemplation. "Why does it feel like I have been perpetually busy since joining?" Her assistant sighed beside her. Who could argue otherwise? Our Public Relations Department is indeed the busiest in the company. Given Chen Yan's existing popularity, the addition of Li Mi only heightened the situation. The trending topic remained at the forefront for an entire day, thriving particularly due to the absence of any official clarifications or explanations. Many influential figures began to speculate that Chen Yan and Li Mi had tacitly acknowledged the situation. Rumors spread like wildfire, intensifying the buzz. By the afternoon, Chen Yan and Li Lu had parted ways, each returning home. Chen Yan intended to return to the company to finalize the casting arrangements for the film, fortuitously encountering the public relations director, Vivian, standing at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought while holding a cup of coffee. Since the establishment of the company, Chen Yan, as the executive, had seldom visited, resulting in his unfamiliarity with the staff. Noticing Chen Yan's gaze, the director realized something and began to explain, "Mr. Chen, I am Vivian, the director of the Public Relations Department." Her tone conveyed a hint of helplessness. After all, she was now an essential member of the company. Yet he seemed completely unaware of her. Chen Yan suddenly understood. "Ah, Vivian, the Public Relations Director. No wonder you exude an air of professionalism. You certainly appear quite capable." Vivian, one should graciously accept the compliments from the executive. Yet, why do these words sound so peculiar? "All right, please continue with your work. I have matters to attend to," Chen Yan stated before heading directly to his office. Before he could enter, Vivian hurried after him. "Say, Mr. Chen, I have been unable to reach Vice President Li regarding the current popularity surrounding you and Li Mi. I need to inquire about something." Listening to her official tone, Chen Yan felt somewhat unaccustomed. "Ah, if you have something to discuss, please proceed. The fervor surrounding you and Li Mi is undeniably immense. The butterfly effect has manifested repeatedly, seemingly confirming that you are engaged in a clandestine romance. The intensity remains unrelenting, hindering our subsequent measures. So, this is the matter at hand." Chen Yan initially thought it was a significant issue. He spoke slowly, since the fervor shows no signs of waning, we might as well release the information directly. After all, the intensity will inevitably decline, and an early announcement could mitigate some of the butterfly effects. Moreover, releasing it during a peak in fervor could generate an additional surge. With that, Chen Yan departed, muttering to himself, "From now on, just call me the king of fervor. Can we not establish a special award for this?" Behind him, Vivian clearly overheard her boss's musings. Chapter 142. Zhao Ziqing's persuasion. Yet Vivian felt nothing but helplessness. In the eyes of their public relations personnel, popularity was hardly a virtue. What was it about this General Chen that he so relished? Setting aside such thoughts, Vivian addressed everyone in the public relations department, instructing them to issue an announcement. As she entered the conference room, the atmosphere buzzed with activity outside, while Chen Yan leisurely contemplated the best channels through which to recruit talent. In this Blue Star realm, aside from a certain microblog platform boasting a considerable user base, other social media outlets were still in their infancy. The microblog only permitted text transmission, allowing for little more than a few images, and it was incapable of handling videos in a comprehensive manner. Although other video platforms existed, their limited user engagement rendered them impractical. After much deliberation, Chen Yan decided to publish the interview requirements on the official account of the microblog, simultaneously disseminating identical announcements across two other video platforms. Essentially, he intended to cast a wide net. Shortly after the messages were sent, the first person to reach out to Chen Yan was not a staff member, but rather Zhao Ziqing, whom he had recently met while learning from Director Mao. "Brother, would you care to join me for a drink?" Chen Yan held a memorable impression of him. Setting aside Anna, it was clear that this brother was no ordinary individual. He bore a striking resemblance to his father, the formidable Zhao Dong, embodying the archetype of a smiling tiger. Generally, Chen Yan preferred to avoid such charming but potentially duplicitous characters, for one could never be certain when they might be ensnared in a trap. However, with Zhao Ziqing, Chen Yan was willing to engage. After all, his sister had frequently interacted with him. Should Zhao Ziqing dare to make a move against him, Chen Yan would not hesitate to retaliate against Anna. "Name the place. I am available any time tonight." Not long after sending the message, Zhao Ziqing replied, "Nightshade, there will be someone to escort you upstairs." After reading the message, Chen Yan returned to his work before setting off to meet Zhao Ziqing. Upon arriving at the designated location, Chen Yan understood why a private room had not been reserved. It turned out to be a high-end establishment known as Nightshade, operating on a membership basis. This meant that without a membership, no one else could gain entry. Even the first floor's casual seating and the main hall were off-limits. As Chen Yan approached the entrance and removed his mask, the doorman recognized him immediately and respectfully gestured. "Mr. Chen, this way, please." Following the doorman, Chen Yan navigated past the lively seating area, spotting several familiar faces that appeared to belong to either celebrities or actors. Although he could not see them clearly, he felt a sense of recognition, as if encountering an unexpected yet entirely reasonable occurrence. The entertainment industry, when compared to other professions, hardly afforded a sense of glory or honor. Even top-tier stars found themselves bowing and scraping before the executives of large corporations. This reality often prompted many leading stars to consider career transitions. Ascending to the second floor, Chen Yan noted that Zhao Ziqing had not chosen a private room, but rather a space in the viewing area. Today, Zhao Ziqing's attire was markedly different from that of their previous encounters, or rather, distinct from how he presented himself before Director Mao. Observing Chen Yan's gaze, Zhao Ziqing smiled and inquired, "What? Is it not to your liking? One must maintain a proper demeanor in front of Director Mao." His traditional Tang suit had given way to a black shirt, the collar open, revealing what seemed to be a red mark. "All right, Zhao, you're quite the player," Chen Yan remarked, taking a seat beside Zhao Ziqing with a smirk that danced between amusement and intrigue. Zhao Ziqing cast a knowing glance in his direction and replied with layered meaning, "I hardly match your level of indulgence." Cradling a rare beauty while simultaneously holding a captivating allure in my grasp. Such treasures are coveted yet unattainable for many. Chen Yan chuckled, a wild and carefree laughter that echoed his audacity. The absence of explanation spoke volumes. There was a critical point to consider. From Zhao Ziqing's opening remarks, Chen Yan grasped the underlying message. It seemed today as focal point was Anna. "I've heard about your recent endeavors. Are you truly venturing into the film industry?" Zhao Ziqing raised a glass of wine and offered it to Chen Yan. Gratefully, Chen Yan accepted and took a sip. Of course, I'm not one to merely speak without action. Are you aware of how many individuals you've ruffled? Zhao Zicheng inquired with a light-hearted laugh. Not a clue. Since my debut, I've accumulated countless grievances. There's no need to keep track. Chen Yan exhaled deeply. Strangely enough, that's quite accurate, Zhao Zicheng mused, contemplating the appropriateness of the phrase countless grievances. As they shared a laugh, cheers erupted from the crowd. A stunning woman took to the stage and performed a captivating pole dance, setting the scene ablaze with excitement. This woman was indeed the minor celebrity Chen Yan had recognized. Categorically, she was an obscure figure in the entertainment industry, yet her presence here indicated she had found alternative avenues for success. You really needn't hold a grudge against those individuals. It merely requires a bow of the head, Zhao Zicheng interjected suddenly. The conversation returned to cinema. Chen Yan feigned ignorance, fixing his gaze on Zhao, encouraging him to elaborate. Aren't you planning to bypass theatrical releases and pursue online distribution instead? Zhao Zicheng lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. This notion feels rather insubstantial. After investing considerable resources into a film, generating sufficient buzz, to then be relegated to that nebulous realm of online release, what a loss. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan questioned, "Bow my head? I am not Zhao Dasha. A mere opening of my mouth and lowering of my gaze will not suffice for them. Their intent is to expel me from the film industry entirely." Zhao Zicheng paused momentarily before continuing. "It's understandable. If my film were to clash with yours, I would harbor similar thoughts. Yet, didn't they impose a deadline on you? A few years, if I recall correctly." At these words, Chen Yan scrutinized him intently, contemplating how Zhao had become so naively simplistic. Deadline? This year I can suppress them. In the years to come, I will continue to do so. Talk of deadlines is merely a stalling tactic. In their eyes, should they succeed in pressuring me this time, controlling me thereafter will be as effortless as childish play. Expelling me would be equally simple. With this declaration, Zhao Zicheng extinguished his cigarette, acknowledging Chen Yan's insight. He looked at him earnestly. "It has been quite some time since I encountered someone so young, yet so perceptive. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Zhao. I hold you in high regard as well," Chen Yan reciprocated. Yet, Zhao Zicheng pressed further, "You admire me? What is it that inspires such admiration?" Chen Yan candidly remarked, "To stand at a great height without being blinded, to wield power yet remain unperturbed." In a single phrase, he elucidated Zhao Zicheng's current predicament. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Zicheng paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "You see, with my status and authority, no one dares to speak such words in my presence." Chen Yan's eyes brightened as he replied, No, there are indeed those who dare. Not just him, but another as well who has the audacity to speak." Zhao Zicheng's expression shifted slightly, clearly indicating that he too had contemplated that individual. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chapter 143. The singer and life gazing at Chen Yan before him. Zhao Zicheng spoke with unusual seriousness. "You must not lay a finger on Anna." "Ha ha." Chen Yan laughed heartily. Having consumed only a few drinks, Zhao Zicheng was soon called away. A new group, evidently the offspring of affluent families, swaggered in, their arrogance palpable, their disdain cultivated by years of looking down upon others. Upon recognizing Chen Yan, they had no intention of acknowledging him, despite Zhao Zicheng's intervention, urging Chen Yan to stay. He declined, until he reached a certain status. Chen Yan refused to immerse himself in circles that did not belong to him. Forcing his way in would only invite unnecessary hardship. If they looked down upon you, you could not lower yourself to flatter them. The only outcome would be neglect. He would not make that mistake. As he emerged into the night, Chen Yan watched helplessly as an obscure starlet was embraced by a man of awkward appearance and ushered into a luxury vehicle adorned with a prestigious brand. His wrist graced by a luxury watch. Chen Yan hailed a taxi and departed. After a few busy days, it was finally time for the singer competition recording. Your schedule is currently packed to the brim, leaving no gaps. After the competition, we will proceed directly to a tranquil life. These 3 days are perfect for consolidating the contestants' registrations. Once you emerge from the calm, we can proceed with selections, Li Lu remarked, handing Chen Yan the itinerary as she started the car. Looking at the schedule in his hands, He reclined the passenger seat and fell into contemplation. Indeed, it was a relentless whirlwind of activity. Just last night, he had finalized the competition songs, and this morning he was to practice in preparation for that evening's contest. Chen Yan had become a spinning top, tirelessly whirling. Yet, he was indifferent to it all. After all, his philosophy was to exchange the least amount of time for the greatest profit, and then retire. Who would wish to toil endlessly? As the clock ticked away, Li Lu transported Chen Yan from the rehearsal hall to a mall for a tailored outfit, and then to the competition venue. After the contest, without even acknowledging Yuan Zhong's call, he was whisked away by Li Lu. It was only upon entering the car that he received a message from Yuan Zhong. Truly a big shot now. Ignoring your brother's call, the message read. Chen Yan tossed his phone to Li Lu. You handle it. This is not my affair. Li Lu adeptly took the phone and typed at an impressive speed. In the blink of an eye, she had responded. Curiously, Chen Yan glanced over, falling silent. The chat box clearly displayed 5 words. From now on, call me Director Chen. You truly lack any humility, Chen Yan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Lu. Unfazed, she retorted, what is there to be humble about? This is all due to capability. Is it your capacity or mine? Chen Yan inquired. Your capability is my capability, boss. Li Lu replied, winking. This left Chen Yan feeling somewhat nauseated. No one had ever suggested that subordinates flatter their superiors in such an off-putting manner. With a sense of frustration, Chen Yan was sent off to a tranquil life to alleviate his discontent. With the foundation laid in the previous episode, Chen Yan not only retained the original cast, but also invited a surprise guest. When Li Mi made her appearance in the live broadcast, the Serene Life show surged to the pinnacle of the variety rankings once again. No one anticipated that Chen Yan would directly invite Li Mi to the program. Could it be that Chen Yan is going to publicly acknowledge my goddess? Oh dear, how can my idol be subjected to Chen Yan's whims? Do you all think Li Mi is merely a trifle? Chen Yan is the true gem here. The comment section divided into 2 factions, fervently hurling accusations at one another. To everyone's astonishment, during the program, Chen Yan openly remarked, Are you all curious about my relationship with Sister Mi? Let us bring it to light. In due time, Sister Mi and I will stand together again in our roles as the male lead and female lead. Cueing the film, Li Mi astutely added, Indeed. I hope everyone looks forward to Director Chen's film Kung Fu. For those curious, you can make reservations online, and there will be special gifts for those who do. Upon hearing about the reservation gifts, the comment section erupted with excitement, eagerly inquiring about how to claim them. The topic was effortlessly shifted, thanks in no small part to the public relations team, led by Li Lu. Otherwise, how could Chen Yan and Li Mi's brief exchange have redirected such a vast audience? The Serene Life had cleansed Chen Yan's spirit for 2 days. After this episode concluded, Li Lu swiftly transported Chen Yan to the audition site. Due to the demands of the Serene Life, they recorded a fun video, which consumed some time. Consequently, Chen Yan had to sacrifice his sleep to make it to the audition site the next day. At 2 in the morning, Chen Yan lay in the car, unable to find slumber. I am truly vexed. Could we perhaps have a bed in the car next time? He may have no other flaws, but he is quite particular about his sleep. Li Lu, reclining in the seat beside him, opened her eyes and glanced at him. All right, we can arrange that for tomorrow. With that, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, the two appeared at the audition site, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. Chen Yan sat in the main seat, observing each contestant who took the stage, his expression growing increasingly grave. Finally, when the midday break arrived, he turned to Li Lu. These are the contestants you filtered through twice before they reached us? A trace of helplessness flickered in Li Lu's eyes as she earnestly replied, You must understand. The qualifications of the 18-line internet celebrities and amateurs are just like this. Established stars and actors have gone through layers of selection to reach the screen. So, if you intend to choose from these 3 categories, you must be mentally prepared for this. Prepared, Chen Yan muttered. I am certainly mentally prepared. After an entire day of selection, the group performers who would make an appearance were finally chosen. After all, the group performers in Kung Fu are diverse and unique in their own right. Among them, the most crucial were the Axe Gang and the Iconic Couple, who were the hardest to select. Working overtime, it was already past 8 in the evening when Li Lu picked Chen Yan up and drove him to the hotel. Upon completing this circuit, Li Lu kindly reminded, Learn to adapt. but daily life will be like this from now on. So, what about carving out time for romance? Chen Yan gazed blankly at the car's ceiling, her heart heavy with despair. Li Lu sighed in response. I haven't even found time for my own love life. Stealing a glance at Chen Yan, she couldn't help but add, do not worry. Time is like water in a sponge, if one is willing to squeeze. There is always some to be found. And with that, a month slipped away. The Tranquil Life smoothly concluded the first season of filming. And with the fervent anticipation of the online audience, the production team eagerly contacted Chen Yan to initiate the second season. Ultimately, all she received was a simple reassurance. Do not rush. Chapter 144. Joining the film crew Nyoma. Consumed by inner fury, there is no need to rush. You shall soon enter the crew. Once you're in, you will have the time to discuss the variety show with me. Hence, Nyoma continued to reach out to Chen Yan, maintaining a routine of 3 meals a day. Whenever it was mealtime, he would text Chen Yan, do you have a script? A variety show script? Let us finalize one. Once it's settled, you can focus on acting, and I will take full responsibility for everything else. The profit distribution remains as before. You can simply enjoy the benefits. What do you say? Reply to me, brother. Chen Yan. This time, it was Chen Yan who fell silent. He had planned to produce a season of a leisurely lifestyle program. As he anticipated that other companies would soon take an interest in such shows, leading to a plethora of them emerging. There would be nothing novel about it, and it might even pale in comparison to those produced by more powerful entities, with their myriad of innovative ideas. Furthermore, he was currently so busy that he had no time to devote to creating a new variety show. Brother Nyo, I have genuinely contemplated this matter. It is not the right time to produce a variety show, and I do not intend to create a second season of the leisurely lifestyle program. If you wish to proceed, you may do so independently, and it wouldn't bother me at all. Once I finish filming, should I decide to create a new variety show, I will reach out to you then. Engaging in the fading popularity of variety shows is something I am truly reluctant to do, for the sake of a little profit. Tarnishing the reputation of a well-regarded program seems unnecessary. Of course, such sentiments are not pleasant to express, and Chen Yan did not directly convey them to Nyoma. After sending that message, Nyoma ceased to respond. They were both astute individuals, and Chen Yan had tactfully conveyed his point. Different paths lead to different pursuits. What are you looking at? So serious? Li Lu, who was nearby planning, caught a glimpse of Chen Yan's unusual expression. Chen Yan set down his phone, letting out a long sigh. Throughout life, one is always partaking in farewell banquets. Sensing something amiss, Li Lu put down her computer and solemnly remarked, Isn't this quite normal? Everyone has their own trajectory of development. You cannot compel others to follow your path. Can you? Chen Yan turned to look at Li Lu, gradually coming to a realization. Sometimes, one must admit that Li Lu's maturity surpassed his own, especially in interpersonal relationships. Sister Lu, it may be a tad premature to say this, but I must bring it to your attention. The abrupt shift in topic inexplicably instilled Li Lu with an uneasy feeling. Wait, will this matter bring me a shock? Chen Yan tilted his head in thought, perhaps. Given your nature, it should indeed be a shock, but it could also be seen as a surprise. Li Lu's expression grew serious. Enough already. I can probably guess the nature of the matter. Let us not discuss it further, lest it disrupt my current work. Very well, Chen Yan shrugged. Since Sister Lu does not wish to know, I shall refrain from mentioning it. Li Lu reached for her computer, but Chen Yan's earlier hesitation left her feeling unsettled. After a while, Li Lu, feeling deflated, reclined in her seat. All right, go ahead and speak, she urged, exasperated by the abrupt halt in his narrative. Chen Yan, unable to contain his amusement at her surrendering demeanor, burst into laughter. Look at you. It's merely a matter to discuss. Yet you make it seem as if it's the end of the world. Li Lu, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixed her gaze upon him. Your words are no less dramatic than the apocalypse. Now please just tell me. Without further ado, Chen Yan stated directly, I plan to finish filming and then venture into the renewable energy sector. Upon hearing this, a silence enveloped the car for a moment. Li Lu, taken aback, inquired, the renewable energy industry? You mean the one that has recently garnered some attention? No way. You're not merely crossing over. You're leaping into an entirely different field. Li Lu found Chen Yan's whimsical ideas utterly astonishing. Whenever he achieved success in one endeavor, he promptly considered another. Important matters await, and the task at hand is far from complete. As Li Lu appeared ready to launch into a lengthy discourse, Chen Yan quickly interjected, "I understand, Lu Jia. It's just an idea I wanted to share with you in advance, to spare you from berating me later for being delusional. Li Lu raturta. Right now, I want to tell you that you are delusional." The two engaged in conversation until they reached Chen Yan's home. He exited the car with a palpable excitement. Just as Li Lu prepared to question him, she caught sight of a figure within. Wang Feishuan was in the garden, tending to the branches of a flowering plant. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned to look at them. "Lu Jia is here as well. Just in time. Annie has prepared dinner at home. Let us eat together." "All right, let us go," with Feishuan's suggestion. Li Lu, not wishing to be impolite, acquiesced. Having just been irritated by Chen Yan, she indeed felt the need to replenish her energy. As they entered, Li Lu began to vent to Wang Feishuan. "You wouldn't believe what this guy said when he returned. He wants to delve into renewable energy. Does he think he is some kind of extraordinary figure, hopping from one industry to another? He is merely riding the wave of current trends. Once he enters a new domain, what heat will be left for him to exploit?" Listening to Li Lu, Wang Feishuan was unsurprised and simply responded with a faint smile, "That is just how he is." Li Lu paused. "He hasn't mentioned this to you before, has he?" The smile on Wang Feishuan's face was unmistakable. "I've lost count of how many times I've mentioned it. From the moment Chen Yan began watching videos about cars, I sensed his intentions. A person who typically shows no interest in driving, let alone automobiles, suddenly becomes intrigued. It's all for the sake of profit. Oh dear. As long as you're aware, just don't add to our Feishuan's burdens." Chen Yan playfully pulled Wang Feishuan into his embrace, and together they made their way home. Aunt Lu greeted them with a warm smile, saying, "If you have guests, please wait a moment. I'll prepare a couple of quick dishes." "All right, go ahead, Aunt Lu," Wang Feishuan replied. Recently, with Wang Feishuan's busy schedule and fearing for her absence, Chen Yan had arranged for a capable housekeeper to assist. Li Lu gazed enviously at Chen Yan and said, "How wonderful it would be to have a wife like Fei Xian." Chen Yan shot her a glance and retorted, "You already have a good husband. Aren't you constantly boasting about him? Young, fit, and tender-hearted like a little puppy." The very words she had previously flaunted were thrown back at her unchanged. Li Lu feigned a sigh, saying, "Indeed, youth is a blessing. If Fei Xian ever tires of Chen Yan, she can always come to me. Sister Lu will introduce you to someone even better and more obedient." "Oh, spare me." Chen Yan could no longer contain her composure and began to shove Li Lu, attempting to drive her away. "A gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated." Li Lu laughed as she evaded and darted towards Wang Feishuan, exclaiming, "Look at him. He's getting anxious." The two chased each other like children. Chapter 145. Shooting delayed? The commencement ceremony for Kung Fu was meticulously arranged, with all actors present on that day. After the ceremony concluded, Chen Yan organized a script reading. As everyone gathered around the long table, engrossed in their scripts, Chen Yan observed them intently. He scrutinized the actors with substantial roles before him, feeling an unsettling dissonance. What was amiss? Noticing his furrowed brow, Li Mi approached him with concern. Chen Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "The numbers seem off. Did everyone who was supposed to sign-in do so?" He felt a palpable discrepancy in the attendance. "Isn't the sign-in the responsibility of the stage crew? Do you need to verify it now?" "I can ask Xiaoying to check," Li Mi suggested, following Chen Yan's gaze. Chen Yan nodded, instructing his assistant to find the relevant personnel. Upon reviewing the sign-in sheet, it became evident that less than half of the cast had signed in. Gazing at the group engrossed in their scripts, Chen Yan lightly tapped the table and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? It seems that this morning, due to the hurried nature of your arrivals, many of you may not have completed the sign-in process. I will have the stage crew verify the list once more. When your name is called, please come forward. I have individual highlight scenes to distribute to you." As he spoke, the cast's eyes shifted to the stack of scripts in his hand. Lu Yang, Zhong Pengfei, Dong Shui. One by one, those called approached to collect their cards. However, upon glancing at the new page of the sign-in sheet, Chen Yan noted that the names accounted for barely a third of the total. The reason for the discrepancy soon became clear. Initially suspected to be mere oversight, it turned out some individuals had signed in for others. "Assistant, please contact the absent actors and inquire about their reasons for not attending the shoot," Chen Yan instructed, his expression darkening. Regardless of their reasons, The situation was now laid bare before them. After some time, a few individuals gradually trickled in, entering at a leisurely pace. I heard the esteemed director went to great lengths to gather us extras for the shoot. What does a script reading have to do with us? There are only 2 lines in the entire script. The spokesperson of this group, a tall and lanky man clad in a worn-out shirt, voiced his disdain. Chen Yan raised his hand, signaling his assistants to step back and fix his gaze on the man. Are extras not actors? In the script provided to you before the shoot, I explicitly stated that regardless of your roles, each of you would receive individual highlight scenes. However, I require you to fully engage with the script. So, do you truly believe there is an issue with the script reading for the shoot? Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, the man knitted his brows tightly, retorting, "You say highlight scenes as if they are guaranteed? We can't even afford well-known artists. And yet we are burdened with the inconvenience of dealing with small actors and extras. Why must we have a separate discussion for a couple of lines?" At that moment, Chen Yan recognized the man's demeanor as one of misplaced justification, revealing an unreasonable obstinacy. Chen Yan suddenly rose to his feet. The reasons why background actors or those with minimal screen time participate in a film are twofold. First, for fame, their recognition amplifies once the movie is released. Second, for monetary gain, certainly, once you attain fame, the financial rewards will follow relentlessly. Even if these are your motivations, you ought to approach the task with seriousness rather than treating it with disdain, especially since the director is likely to grant you individual shots and moments in the spotlight. This is yet another opportunity bestowed upon you. Yet, instead of cherishing it, you choose to place blame upon me? Standing tall, Chen Yan exuded an air of authority as he slammed his hand upon the table. From this moment onward, anyone who does not share this mindset should leave. I have no need for individuals like you. Those who wish to continue filming with me, please come forward to sign and collect your scripts. A profound silence enveloped the room until someone finally stirred, approaching with deliberate yet resolute steps. Chen Yan cast a glance at this individual, whose physique was akin to that of the man from earlier, particularly noting the stubbornness reflected in his brows and eyes. However, there was a significant distinction between the two. One was obstinate towards others, while the other was resolute towards himself. Hold on, you will no longer play the role of a background actor. The sauce explosion character previously assigned to him will now belong to you. The individual paused momentarily and then bowed repeatedly. Thank you, director, for your support. It is important to note that his previous role was merely as a background actor, yet the script demanded a high level of expressive skill. He yearned to challenge himself, which is why he accepted the role. Unexpectedly, he had now secured a character with dialogue, not just in one scene, but at least 3. Although the total screen time amounted to less than 10 minutes, he remained unable to contain his excitement. Nearby, a man seeking trouble sneered derisively. Just a few more lines for a background actor. Do you really think you've struck gold? Remember, this role is one I discarded. You're nothing more than a dog scavenging for scraps. In response to the man's insult, he remained calm, merely casting a glance in his direction and stating, "Your behavior is quite unbecoming." Prior to this, the man had maintained a respectable reputation among the background actors, lending weight to his words. Today, many had not shown up, influenced by his presence. "Get out of here. You're just a nuisance." His restraint, however, did not imply that Chen Yan would also endure such disrespect. "You, with your tarnished reputation, dare to insult me? Do you truly believe that having a bit of money makes you a formidable director? Do not deceive yourself. Just wait until I achieve success." Chen Yan's principle was simple. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. However, should anyone dare to cross his line, regardless of their future potential, be it becoming the President of the United States or otherwise, they shall receive their due reprimand. Will you leave or not? Chen Yan queried with an arched brow. Before the man could respond, the crew along with security had already escorted him out. Very well. Now that the matter has been resolved, let us proceed with signing in and collecting our cards. Chen Yan picked up the next card. Once everyone has received theirs, we shall continue with the script reading. This time, the process unfolded smoothly, progressing according to the script as Chen Yan meticulously shared performance techniques with each individual, particularly emphasizing the nuances of their respective characters. Everyone must remember that the essence of Kung Fu does not solely rely on the leading characters. As you have seen in the script, the male lead initially portrays a ne'er-do-well, while the female lead is mute. Thus, this production is upheld by the collective effort of the entire cast. Today, we have discussed extensively, and it is imperative that each of you thoroughly scrutinizes your respective roles. Tomorrow, we shall organize specialized sessions for acting and martial arts, ensuring we are well prepared before the premiere. In anticipation of a flawless launch, Chen Yan has undertaken meticulous preparations. On the following day, all actors arrived punctually at the set, with many arriving well in advance. Those who arrived early were astonished to find Director Chen had arrived even earlier, often being the first to arrive and the last to depart, a situation they had never encountered before. Chapter 146. Unwavering amidst wind and rain with the script, martial arts, and acting all meticulously prepared, the entire cast officially gathered to commence filming. As per Chen Yan's request, actors without scenes on that day were also welcome to observe, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the narrative trajectory and the distinctive nuances of performance, which would undoubtedly benefit their subsequent portrayals. This insightful approach was inspired by Chen Yan's learning from director Mao. When observing from an outsider's perspective, it becomes easier to fully immerse oneself into the unfolding atmosphere. On the inaugural day of filming, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by fierce winds. It was a rare sight to see the actors present at the set. Everyone followed Chen Yan, their gaze fixed on the relentless downpour outside. Li Mi, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, inched closer to Chen Yan and inquired, "Will we still be able to shoot today, given this rain?" Such a volume of rainfall is indeed a rarity in my years of filming. In response to the inquiries from others, Chen Yan offered a calm smile. "Truly, the heavens are aiding us. We need not rely on a shower device today. We shall film the rain scenes as planned. If I recall correctly, we have 2 rain sequences. Are all the participating actors prepared? Let us familiarize ourselves. We will begin in 2 hours. How's that sound?" The response was a chorus of eager affirmations. In that moment, everyone felt a wave of relief, grateful that they had participated in the script reading prior to joining the production. With their preparatory work in place, they felt undaunted by any challenges that might arise. A mere drizzle was nothing to fear. The first rain scene made it abundantly clear what Chen Yan's modus operandi entailed. He would never engage in a battle unprepared. Every detail was arranged in advance, ensuring that, regardless of the circumstances, they possessed the adaptability to respond effectively. In the month leading up to the shoot, everyone had been working under a tightly scheduled agenda. By the time filming concluded that day, it was already past 10 in the evening. One of the extras, exhausted, began to voice complaints. Director Chen's standards are indeed stringent. Just for Fong's one glance, we had to film several takes, and even the nighttime shots required multiple selections. Don't even mention a Fong. When you played a minor role in the Axe Gang, Director Chen had you repeat your one line 3 times, solely to capture your expression. That's the level of dedication he demands from us, another actor retorted. True enough, let us hope that our efforts yield some rewards. The first actor sighed, and the 2 exchanged a few more words before gathering their belongings to head home. Behind them, Chen Yan and Li Mi sat on the steps, sharing a meal from their boxes. "Mijia, I appreciate your staying behind. Later tonight, I still need to capture a few shots of you. I'm not entirely satisfied with today's filming," Chen Yan remarked. Li Mi glanced at him, her eyes flickering with emotion, and softly replied, "Perhaps the burden is not solely on this matter." Hearing this, Chen Yan reiterated, "Having me, Jie, join me for a meal is also a form of labor. I will treat you to something nice tonight after work. Let us not. Eating late can lead to weight gain, and I must be mindful of my figure," Li Mi said, a hint of disappointment flashing across her gaze as she declined his offer. Chen Yan paused, puzzled by the sudden shift in her mood. She had seemed quite cheerful moments ago. Just as he pondered this, Li Lu approached, exclaiming, "I've finally found you. I've been trying to reach you since this afternoon. Where have you been?" Chen Yan rummaged through his pockets, but found nothing. Perhaps he lost it while filming. "What happened? Is there something important?" he inquired. Li Lu furrowed her brow, placing the lunchbox in his hand onto the ground. He's still eating, but Fei Xian was chased by fans and got into an accident. He's at the hospital now. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan sprang to his feet, anxiously heading for the exit. "Why didn't anyone tell me? Who could inform you? Your crew is perpetually busy, tirelessly shooting, barely able to touch their phones." Li Lu's tone was a mix of resentment and anger. However, upon reflection, she understood. Chen Yan, was an individual who took his work and career with utmost seriousness. He possessed no other significant flaws. After walking a few meters, he suddenly remembered Li Mi behind him and quickly said, "Sister Mi, I apologize for taking up your time today. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, I will find you to reshoot the scenes." "All right, you should go see Fei Xian," Li Mi urged him to depart. "Thank you for understanding, Sister Mi." Watching his figure recede until it vanished, Li Mi discarded the 2 lunchboxes into the trash, her fingers gradually tightening into a fist. Why is it so hard to accept? In truth, she could have taken advantage of this filming period to develop a relationship with Chen Yan. She was not young and had experienced such matters before. The forthcoming career developments, however, would not permit her to continue pursuing a relationship with him. Thus, she and Chen Yan were destined to remain as nothing more than friends. If she did not make a move now, they might never be anything more. This thought surged within her, becoming increasingly restless. Chen Yan, who typically disliked driving, sped to the hospital. "Don't worry, Fei Xian is fine now." Li Lu noticed Chen Yan's serious expression and attempted to alleviate his anxiety, as the situation wasn't as grave as it seemed. Yet, to Chen Yan's ears, fine implied that there had been trouble before. A significant issue had occurred, yet he was not by Fei Xian's side. He had no idea what Fei Xian's current condition was. Li Lu realized that after her attempts at consolation, Chen Yan's demeanor had worsened. She intended to say more, but swallowed her words. It was better left unsaid. There was no point in speaking further. Upon exiting the car, Chen Yan even left Li Lu in the passenger seat, rushing towards the nurse's station. "Hello, I need to ask about 302. Before he could finish, Li Lu, who had hurried after him, called out. Chen Yan then realized that Li Lu knew the room number, feeling a pang of regret for being overly hasty. He cast a grateful glance at her and dashed towards the elevator, just as the doors were closing. Meanwhile, Li Lu, having rushed too quickly, leaned against the nurse's station to catch her breath. In his eagerness to see Fei Xian, Chen Yan lost track of time and burst into room 302. "Fei Xian," he exclaimed, startling the 3 people inside the room. On the sickbed lay Fei Xian, while beside her, her mother held a book, engrossed in reading. Wang's father stood by the window. A sudden noise drew all 3 of their gazes toward the entrance. Coming from a scholarly family, they were well aware of the family teachings that emphasize the importance of decorum. Chen Yan, upon entering, unwittingly breached a significant taboo. Another grave misstep was his inexplicable encounter with the elders. The moment he laid eyes on Wang's father and mother, Chen Yan's anxious heart sank. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he clasped his hands behind his back and, with utmost seriousness, bowed slightly, saying, "Good evening, Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. Perhaps Fei Xian has yet to introduce me. I am her boyfriend, Chen Yan." Chapter 147. Meeting the Parents. Uncle Wang adjusted his glasses, swiftly suppressing his astonishment. Aunt Wang exhibited a similar response. The couple quickly regained their composure, seemingly accepting the situation with ease. "Hello." Their response was calm, yet rather aloof. It was evident that they recognized me, perhaps from some video or news segment. After all, my influence has become quite well known, albeit not necessarily for the best reasons. Nonetheless, Chen Yan is a person of considerable renown. Realizing that my impression on these elders was less than favorable, I turned my gaze to Fei Xian. Noticing her in good spirits, with a hint of curiosity about the unfolding situation, I felt a sense of relief. Her ability to maintain an inquisitive demeanor indicated that there was no grave matter at hand. The one facing a significant issue should be me. After a moment's reflection, I spoke earnestly. "I apologize, Uncle and Aunt, for not being able to accompany Fei Xian recently due to my work commitments. It was my oversight not to be present for such an important occasion today. I do not expect my brief words to alter your impression of me, but I am determined to demonstrate my sincere feelings for Fei Xian through my actions. I hope you can grant me this opportunity." From the moment I laid eyes on the elder couple, I understood that Fei Xian's parents were not as easygoing as his grandfather, perhaps due to upbringing and temperament. They preferred a well-mannered gentleman. At my words, Aunt Wang's eyes glimmered with amusement as she glanced at her husband. Uncle Wang then spoke. "You are indeed correct. Pursuing a relationship with my daughter is no simple task, and I believe my daughter has mentioned this to you. As for your decision to embark on a romantic relationship without informing us beforehand, both Fei Xian's mother and I will reserve judgment on this matter. depending on your future conduct. As his words settled, I maintained an outward calm while my heart raced. Upon first encountering Wang Feishuan, I found her to be rather aloof, exuding an air of coolness. I was surprised to discover her father shared this demeanor. Genetics is indeed a fascinating subject. Just as I was about to respond, Aunt Wang's gentle voice interrupted. Why so serious? We live in a modern age where young people enjoy the freedom to pursue love. There's no need for your antiquated notions. If anything, I find Xiao Chen quite admirable. In response to Aunt Wang's supportive words, I felt little warmth. My first instinct was to perceive a dynamic of one being the bad cop while the other played the good cop. They still harbored reservations about me, albeit in Feishuan's presence. Hearing her mother speak, Wang Feishuan's cheeks flushed as she grasped her mother's hand. Mother is so gentle. Father is always so cold, like an iceberg. With a playful glance at me, Wang Feishuan teased. Aren't you coming over? Afraid your legs might give way? She intentionally joked about my current predicament. I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, but did not approach immediately. Seeing that you were fine puts me at ease. I rushed over from the set in haste and am not particularly presentable. Allow me a moment to tidy myself up, and I shall return shortly. He had been contemplating just moments ago that it was quite normal for Feishuan's mother to be present, while her father, dressed in a sharp suit, evidently rushed from the office straight to the hospital, presumably eager to see his daughter. Chen Yan decided not to linger and intrude upon their time, opting instead to tidy himself up. After all, how could he present himself before his mother-in-law and father-in-law in a disheveled state? As Chen Yan emerged, he coincidentally encountered Li Lu just as she stepped out of the elevator. She inquired, "Why are you out here? Has Feishuan fallen asleep?" "No." Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words, pondering for a moment before swallowing his thoughts. What could have transpired? Was Feishuan upset? Noticing his expression, Li Lu hastened to ask what happened. With a deep sigh, Chen Yan replied, Feishuan isn't angry, but her parents certainly seem to be. What? Li Lu gasped instinctively. Chen Yan quickly pulled her into the elevator, anxious that the noise might attract the attention of the elder couple. You mean Feishuan's parents are in a hospital room? My goodness, I didn't mean to cause this collision, Li Lu hurriedly clarified. Chen Yan released her and turned to face his reflection in the elevator. I am well aware. I cannot place the blame on you. He shot her a sidelong glance, leaning against the elevator with a sigh. The damage has been done. I have inadvertently constructed a rather unfavorable impression of myself as a son-in-law. It seemed that the path to marriage would be a long and arduous one. Listening to his self-pitying lament, Li Lu nodded in agreement. You vanished for days on end. Who would wish to marry their daughter to you? You. Chen Yan shot her a glare. Li Lu quickly apologized. My fault, my fault. Upon leaving the hospital, Chen Yan devoted himself to a thorough revamp, while Li Lu, wishing to express her contrition, made a phone call to a friend who, despite the late hour, arranged for a set of clean, well-fitted clothes. After all, at such an hour, most shops had already closed. With a simple makeover, Chen Yan appeared almost unrecognizable. It seemed that Director Chen and Chen Yan were indeed two entirely different individuals, Li Lu mused. Chen Yan, unsure whether to chastise himself, decided to hold back, reasoning that he would soon be returning and it was best to keep his composure. The demeanor one adopts must be cultivated in advance to become second nature. Thus, on his second visit, Chen Yan carried a finely crafted fruit basket and a bag, once more entering the hospital room. He knocked and was greeted by Wang's mother, who opened the door. Auntie, you need only say the word. I can let myself in, he offered. Wang's mother smiled gently. It's quite all right. I've been sitting there for quite some time. A little movement is beneficial. She reached out to take the items from Chen Yan's hands. However, Chen Yan could not relinquish his hold. Auntie, I can manage these. You may take a stroll by the window. I noticed a girl outside admiring the moon. The moonlight seems quite lovely. Though he usually despised flattery, he found himself adept at it when the occasion called for it. Wang's mother remained silent, her face adorned with a polite smile. Chen Yan stepped into Feishuan's room, placing the fruit basket on the coffee table and setting the bag on the bedside table. Then, he reached under the covers. This action startled Wang's mother, who had not expected it. Chen Yan remarked, Your feet are still so cold. Now that we've passed the beginning of autumn, it's the time when one is most susceptible to chilly winds. As he spoke, he retrieved a soft, warm object from his bag and placed it at Wang Feishuan's feet, skillfully wrapping a blanket around her twice. Wang's mother's expression softened considerably. It seemed that Chen Yan was quite familiar with their daughter, even knowing such an intimate detail as her cold feet. As the words left her lips, Chen Yan momentarily hesitated, but quickly regained his composure. Indeed, Auntie, it's not just her feet that are cold. Her hands are quite chilly as well. Chapter 148. Storming out, it was during the sweltering summer when we first met. I had learned a few techniques from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I understood that such a cold constitution often stems from chilly feet. Thus, I consistently reminded Fei Xuan to keep her feet warm. Chen Yan responded promptly, though the narrative was likely embellished with some fabrication. He was indeed aware of Wang Feishuan's cold feet and chilly body, but how did he come to know? It was when the two of them shared a bed that he realized it. Could he openly admit it? To say, "Your daughter has awakened me with her coldness while resting in my embrace," would be unthinkable. The conservative old couple would find it hard to accept that their daughter shared a quilt with another man. Even if Chen Yan swore on his life that nothing untoward occurred, would they believe him? No one would. The notion that a man and a woman could share a bed without engaging in anything beyond sleep is hard to fathom. Yet, Chen Yan staunchly held to this conviction. Reflecting on this now, he felt quite proud of himself. Out of respect for his girlfriend's sentiments, he endured several cold morning showers. Beside him, Wang Feishuan listened to Chen Yan's earnest ramblings, chuckling softly. "Mother, do you remember when you asked me why I was wearing those thick socks? I told you they were warming socks gifted by a friend for health benefits." Wang's mother recalled the incident and nodded. Wang Feishuan continued, "In truth, they were custom-made by Chen Yan, designed to keep me warm without causing moisture, with herbal inserts that are replaced daily." Upon hearing this, Wang's mother seemed enlightened, murmuring, "No wonder I've noticed a herbal scent on you lately, so that's the reason." Perhaps taken aback by Chen Yan's thoughtfulness, Wang's mother's expression softened considerably. It appeared that young Chen was indeed a commendable boy, capable of considering such meticulous details. However, her praise subtly served as a reminder to Chen Yan regarding another matter. While attentiveness is commendable, a man's most crucial attribute is his career accomplishments. Indeed, he found it difficult to express his pursuits in acting and singing openly, for historically, entertainers have not garnered admiration or respect. "Auntie, Fei Xuan should be fasting tonight. On my way here, I brought you some bird's nest and snow pear." Chen Yan deftly shifted the conversation, producing a small porcelain jar from his bag. That night proved to be an agonizing trial for Chen Yan. Wang Feishuan's mother scrutinized him, her assessments woven into every word spoken. Unable to withstand the tension, he discreetly inquired on his phone, "Feishuan, what profession does your mother hold? Is she a teacher or a lawyer?" Wang Feishuan, engrossed in her reading, glanced up at the sound and replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement, "Professor." These two simple words sent Chen Yan's emotions spiraling. For several consecutive days, he remained by Wang Feishuan's side, though his mind lingered on the matters of the film crew. He understood the weight of priorities. Filming could be postponed, but one cannot neglect a partner. After caring for Wang Feishuan for over a week, she was finally discharged from the hospital. Upon returning, after completing the necessary procedures, Chen Yan remained unconvinced. "Your injuries have yet to fully heal. Why the urgency to discharge?" "Oh, they say it's an accident, but really, it was just a minor rear-end collision, merely some superficial abrasions," Wang Feishuan remarked dismissively. If it were truly serious, she wouldn't have insisted on leaving the hospital. On the day of his discharge, the entire Wang family came to greet him. Wang's father, mother, and grandfather. Chen Yan felt overwhelmed as he stepped out, realizing that their concern extended beyond their own child to scrutinize him, the outsider. He greeted them in order, beginning with the elder. "Who would have thought you had such a connection with our Feishuan?" the grandfather remarked, his words laden with significance as he squeezed Chen Yan's shoulder with a hint of pressure. Maintaining his composure, Chen Yan replied politely, "Sir, I have not had the opportunity until now. I will certainly pay a visit tomorrow." "Enough of that. Save your visit for another time. We are returning home tomorrow to honor our ancestors," the elder retorted, unabashedly patting Chen Yan's shoulder. This mention of ancestral rites reminded Chen Yan of the recent festivities. Engrossed in filming, he had lost track of time. After bidding farewell to the Wang family, his thoughts drifted to his own lineage. No, rather, the family of the original Chen Yan. In his memories, Chen Yan had always been solitary, having recklessly ventured into the entertainment industry in hopes of making a name for himself. Upon reflection, it seemed he did have family. Yet, curiously during his quiet days. No one reached out to him. Even now, with his rising fame nationwide, there was still no contact. One would expect relatives to seek him out given his success. Driven by curiosity, Chen Yan, who typically acted on impulse, promptly commissioned an investigation. The findings were startling. His identity was succinctly labeled as illegitimate child. Chen Yan never imagined he would bear such an extraordinary moniker. Oh well, I suppose I shall continue with my filming. Family matters little to me, he mused, setting aside the pile of documents and hailing a cab to the set, with Chen Yan and the entire crew dedicatedly immersed in the production. The filming of Kung Fu progressed far more swiftly than anticipated. Each actor's performance and uniqueness surpassed Chen Yan's expectations. Initially, he had planned to refine his craft further, exploring additional avenues for the upcoming May Day release. However, it now seemed they would aim for the Spring Festival release instead. No wonder the seasoned veterans had been so reluctant to film. They had anticipated this outcome. In the company's conference room, Chen Yan occupied the primary seat, flanked by Li Lu, Public Relations Officer Vivian, and the promotions director. Everyone is aware of the focus of today's meeting. I intend to revise the strategy for the film's release, he began. At this, Li Lu's heart raced. She had anticipated that this sudden meeting would not concern trivial matters. They had previously agreed on a digital distribution model. President Chen, you're not considering a theatrical release, are you? She inquired, her patience tested. The other two exchanged anxious glances. Chen Yan shook his head, his finger tapping the table. I require each of you to reach out to the heads of all major film streaming platforms within the next 2 months. In the 3 days leading up to the Spring Festival, I want the electronic poster for Kung Fu prominently displayed on the homepage of these platforms. Furthermore, Kung Fu will be available for a fee, set at half the price of a movie ticket, and should support screen mirroring. The mere mention of pay-per-view left the 3 individuals present in stunned silence. Mr. Chen, are you aware that streaming services now charge separate membership fees? They offer a series of membership options, the publicity director stressed. Chen Yan replied with certainty, I am aware. I simply require Kung Fu to be a pay-per-view. With a 50-50 revenue split. Chapter 149. Discussing the Spring Festival release. Mr. Chen, you have raised an unprecedented point. I have analyzed the current situation, and if film and television memberships require additional fees, the impact could be unprecedented. At the very least, the public perception would suffer, leading to a potential loss of users. Thus, the likelihood of agreement from the film companies stands at merely 30. Listening to the analysis from the public relations director, Vivian, Chen Yan nodded thoughtfully. Once she finished speaking, he inquired, where does the remaining 30 of possibility lie? 10 is attributed to loyal users. Another 10 is driven by financial incentives. And the final 10 is due to your influence, Vivian answered earnestly. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Yan's mouth. Are you suggesting that I alone embody the fixed users of the film companies and the value that motivates them? It seems I'm rather valuable. Vivian instinctively sensed something amiss, yet she candidly replied, given the current situation, that is indeed the case. The value of their CEO had far surpassed the ultra-elite level. His popularity was something others could not purchase, and he had rapidly gained widespread recognition. Although this publicity included a fair share of controversies and negative aspects, the public would only acknowledge one thing. They recognized this individual. When one person knows him, they may dismiss him as insignificant, but when everyone knows him, he becomes a sensation. This notoriety serves as a symbol of status. At least for now, this holds true. Vivian's reasoning was sound. In light of a potential 70 loss in consumption, I believe the film companies would not consent to such terms. Li Lu added her thoughts. Chen Yan observed the two, his gaze landing on the publicity director. What is your perspective? In the conference room, there were 4 individuals, and while the other 3 were engaged in discussion, he sat quietly, akin to a student in class. The publicity director paused momentarily before contemplating his response. Through my promotional strategies, the consumption loss can be reduced by 20. At this proclamation, the 3 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison, their reactions surprisingly synchronized. The publicity director felt scrutinized. There is no need to regard me with such astonishment. This is standard procedure. Mr. Chen's film already boasts high popularity, and with his own acclaim. Many online are quite intrigued by the movie. Well then, According to this calculation, we already possess a 50 chance of success. The remaining 50 hinges on whether they dare to take a gamble. Those willing to take the risk shall join us, while those hesitant can partake in the online revenue-sharing post-spring festival. Chen Yan decisively finalized the matter, assigning Li Lu to liaise with the two major film companies, while Vivian would handle the remaining smaller film platforms. The publicity team then began to devise promotional content and materials. With these arrangements concluded, the meeting adjourned. As Li Lu was about to exit with her notebook, she suddenly noticed Chen Yan seated still, not moving from his position, and curiously turned back to ask, "Aren't you leaving?" He was not the type to linger after a meeting, as he typically acted with decisiveness, often leaving without a moment's hesitation. Chen Yan cast her a glance and smiled faintly. "Your meeting has concluded, but mine has yet to commence. What other meeting do you have?" Li Lu inquired, perplexa. His schedule was entirely self-managed. What could she possibly be unaware of? Just as she pondered this, an assistant knocked at the door, announcing, "President Chen, there is someone waiting outside who has an appointment with you at 1 o'clock this afternoon." "Let him in," Chen Yan replied. Driven by curiosity, Li Lu asked, "May I sit in?" Chen Yan nodded slightly, responding coolly, "You may, but it is unnecessary. You should promptly finalize the project we discussed earlier." Upon hearing this, a thought surged within Li Lu. After a moment's contemplation, she solemnly asked, "You wouldn't be considering that idea right now, would you?" Their unspoken understanding was palpable. Chen Yan winked at her, but did not answer directly. As the guest entered, Li Lu let out a barely audible sigh and stepped out of the conference room. Some matters were beyond her control. "Honored to meet you, President Chen," the newcomer said, approaching to place a gift box on the table. Chen Yan stood and shook his hand. "Mr. Sheng, you are too kind. It is merely a meeting, no need for gifts." "Not at all. It is indeed an honor for me, Sheng Hui, to meet you," Sheng Hui replied, grasping Chen Yan's hand firmly. Just before closing the door, Li Lu caught the name and began searching online upon returning to her office. The internet quickly provided her with answers. Sheng Hui was among the pioneers in the renewable energy sector, having published widely praised papers on the subject during his academic tenure. After studying abroad to further his research, he resolutely returned to his homeland to contribute to its development, with the domestic photovoltaic and wind energy industries stabilizing. He chose to delve into the burgeoning market of renewable energy batteries and electric vehicles. With this information, Li Lu fell into deep contemplation. In the conference room, Chen Yan and Sheng Hui had moved past pleasantries and were addressing serious matters. Indeed, renewable energy possesses significant potential for growth, as evidenced by solar and wind power. However, the current societal climate is not entirely conducive to such advancements. Sheng Hui placed the company documents on the table. Chen Yan picked them up and perused a couple of pages, remarking thoughtfully, "This is certainly true. Renewable energy is a promising direction, yet, at present, electric vehicles are not." At this remark, Sheng Hui's expression shifted subtly, and he remained silent. Chen Yan continued, "If my deductions are correct, Mr. Sheng, your challenges stem from the resistance encountered in the nascent stages from several fuel vehicle companies. Although these automotive firms are competitors among themselves, they regard electric vehicles as outliers. And such exclusion is not uncommon." His reasoning was sound and his eloquence remarkable. As he listened, Sheng Hui began to reassess his perception of the individual before him. Consequently, he adjusted his demeanor, adopting a more serious tone. "To be candid, my initial intention in coming here was simply to secure an investment. However, I surmise that President Chen may have other ideas regarding a potential transition. However, after hearing your recent remarks, I have reconsidered my stance. Perhaps a collaboration could be feasible." In response to Sheng Hui's transformation, Chen Yan merely chuckled softly and pressed the intercom, requesting some tea. "Understood," replied the assistant, who swiftly prepared to bring it in. Upon hearing this, Sheng Hui felt a sense of assurance. This statement already conveyed Chen Yan's intent. The initiation of tea signifies that this matter is open for discussion. Regardless of the eventual outcome, they were now willing to invest their time in the process. "Very well then, Mr. Sheng, let us convene in my office." Chapter 150. Advancing into new energy upon exiting the meeting room, Chen Yan coincidentally encountered Li Lu, who had just emerged from her office. "President Chen, may I trouble you for 2 minutes regarding an urgent matter?" Li Lu inquired. Chen Yan glanced at her, But before he could respond, Shang Hui interjected. President Chen can attend to his matters. I can wait in the reception room. That won't do. Assistant, please escort Mr. Sheng to my office, Chen Yan replied. His demeanor warm as he turned back to Shang Hui. I appreciate your patience, Mr. Sheng. Once Shang Hui departed, Chen Yan returned directly to the meeting room. Li Lu followed closely behind, her tone serious. Do you comprehend what you are doing? The prospects of new energy are indeed promising. Yet Shang Hui operates within the automotive industry, which stands no chance against fuel-powered vehicles and is merely destined for suppression. This is not the entertainment industry. It requires the right timing, location, and collaboration to forge a path forward. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yan realized that Li Lu had swiftly researched both Shang Hui and new energy vehicles. Li Lu, my ambitions extend beyond trifling matters, Chen Yan said, leaning against the table, his tone earnest. Trifling matters? Trifling matters. Li Lu emphasized each word, incredulity evident in her voice. What you consider trifling amounts to hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions. Do you understand how effortlessly money flows in the entertainment industry? Do you know how many people strive to earn such sums, but fail? Chen Yan, entering the new energy sector is akin to gambling. You are wagering on a colossal business venture that could easily lead to financial ruin. The meeting room lacked soundproofing, and Li Lu's voice rose slightly, causing heads to turn in the nearby public relations workspace. As the company's top executives, they were the backbone of the organization, and any misstep could lead to serious repercussions. Vivian, the public relations director, dialed into the meeting room, urging them to remain calm. Simultaneously, she contacted the property management team to arrange for soundproofing in the vital office areas. Inside the meeting room, Li Lu was momentarily distracted by her phone ringing, grasping the table's edge to regain her composure. Are you calm now? Chen Yan asked. Li Lu furrowed her brow and turned her head away, refusing to answer. It seemed she had indeed calmed down somewhat. Chen Yan then slowly articulated some of his thoughts. What I mean is not to reject, but rather to embrace everything. What you describe is effortless for me and merely insufficient. To characterize it as trifling is not an exaggeration. My objective is to expand and strengthen the company. The entertainment sector will merely be one facet, while the automotive industry will be another, and there may well be a third, a fourth, and so forth. Having expressed these thoughts, Chen Yan allowed her space to absorb the information before stepping out. At that moment, various concepts began to fracture and recombine in Li Lu's mind. She seemed to grasp Chen Yan's intent. From her perspective, seizing immediate benefits and not allowing them to slip away was paramount, as those advantages sufficed to meet her needs. Yet, Chen Yan's appetite extended far beyond these aspirations. He sought to establish a commercial empire. The entertainment industry is merely a facet of his endeavors, a point of departure. In the later stages, it merely serves as a branch of this commercial empire. Li Lu pondered deeply, contemplating that if she continued her journey with Chen Yan, she might secure a pivotal position within this empire, perhaps even a role of considerable influence within its inner circle. Yet could this truly be realized? Was it genuinely feasible? No one had ever accomplished such a feat. What basis did she have to believe that Chen Yan could succeed where others had failed? A multitude of questions plagued Li Lu, leaving her in a state of agitation. A knock at the conference room door interrupted her thoughts, and then Vivian entered, promptly closing the door behind her. What brings you here? Has the payment issue been resolved? Li Lu was striving to regain her composure. Vivian smiled, her demeanor calm. Not at all. I'm currently arranging the itinerary. This matter cannot be resolved over the phone, but requires face-to-face discussions. However, before I proceed, I believe it's essential to have a thorough conversation with my longtime client. It was evident that the esteemed client Vivian referred to was none other than Li Lu. With me? What could we possibly discuss? There is no conflict of interest between us, is there? Li Lu remarked with a self-deprecating smile, tinged with bitterness. Vivian approached Li Lu, gazing into her eyes as if to peer into her very soul. Do not confine yourself by past experiences, Sister Lu. While he may have once seemed an unremarkable figure beneath your influence, his vision surpasses both yours and mine. If we wish to board this vessel, we must embark on a singular, unwavering path. This profound statement gradually began to unravel the tightly shut doors of Li Lu's heart, a truth she had long acknowledged. She had always believed that Chen Yan's ascent was a matter of luck. Perhaps a stroke of genius or innovative ideas that fortuitously aligned with the prevailing tide. Yet in reality, every step he took was forged by his own efforts. Upon returning to his office, Chen Yan found Sheng Hui engrossed in messages on his phone, coincidentally about Chen Yan's film Kung Fu. Noticing the commotion at the door, Sheng Hui rose and smiled. "I hope you don't mind, President Chen. I intend to distribute this film as a company benefit to our employees." Chen Yan replied with a gentle smile. "Perhaps it isn't necessary for you to go to such lengths. We are about to adopt a pay-per-view format online. Thus it won't be released in theaters." Sheng Hui nodded, continuing, "That works as well. I'll have my team compile the accounts so everyone can watch it together during the new year." Chen Yan's words did not surprise Sheng Hui. He was evidently aware of Chen Yan's previous confrontations with national film companies. This situation was not dissimilar to Sheng Hui's own experience with resistance from the gasoline automotive industry. Chen Yan chuckled softly. "Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Sheng, for your support of Kung Fu. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. I am indeed interested in your new energy vehicles. From what I understand, the prospects for new energy are promising, yet the limitations are considerable, particularly with respect to temperature sensitivity and load capacity. In this regard, the core technologies of batteries and new energy are paramount." When discussing the relevant field, Sheng Hui exhibited a notable confidence, articulating, "Mr. Chen, rest assured, I can guarantee our core technology. The predicament I currently face is entirely a consequence of the circumstances and the prevailing environment. Were it not for the overwhelming resistance and the lack of domestic support, I would not have arrived at this juncture." In response to his confidence, Chen Yan did not express agreement. Rather, his tone was one of reproach. "Mr. Sheng, this is precisely what you ought to have considered. The situation you find yourself in is fundamentally a result of your own actions, is it not?" Chapter 151. The acquisition of the company seemingly taken aback by Chen Yan's sudden declaration, Sheng Hui found himself momentarily speechless. However, Chen Yan did not afford him the luxury of time to digest this revelation and promptly addressed the crux of the matter. "Mr. Sheng, I shall not beat around the bush. I do not intend to collaborate with you. Rather, my ambition is to annex your company, or, to put it more plainly, to acquire it." Sheng Hui. From the outset of their meeting, Chen Yan had presented himself as amiable and cordial. But this was merely a fade to mislead Sheng Hui. Of course, Sheng Hui was also putting on an act. Despite his company's dire circumstances, which were concealed beneath a veneer of normalcy, it was clear that they were on the brink of collapse, hindered by financial constraints and ostracized by competitors. Chen Yan deliberately cultivated an impression of being an outsider, all to lure Sheng Hui into a trap, gradually dismantling his mental defenses. After a prolonged moment of silence, Sheng Hui finally spoke. "Mr. Chen, there are many who wish to acquire my company. You are not the first, but I shall be the last," replied Chen Yan with unwavering confidence, as if he had contemplated this assertion long before their meeting. "You ought to realize that I am not merely interested in your company. I value your capabilities even more. My intention is not to dismantle and reorganize your company, but rather to eliminate external influences that hinder its growth. To clarify, I mean to say my company." With this declaration, Sheng Hui found himself frozen in place once again. Chen Yan's words flowed effortlessly, betraying no hesitation, suggesting that he had meticulously crafted this narrative. At that moment, Sheng Hui was profoundly affected by Chen Yan's subsequent remarks, not for the purpose of disassembly, but to clear external obstacles and foster continued development, which was precisely what he yearned to achieve, albeit without the means to do so. After a lengthy contemplation, Sheng Hui ventured, "Mr. Chen, do you possess the assurance to accomplish this?" He refrained from voicing any skepticism. He merely inquired about Chen Yan's confidence. Since their initial encounter, Chen Yan had delivered a series of unexpected revelations, each one appending Sheng Hui's preconceived notions, prompting him to regard the young man with newfound respect. To claim absolute certainty would likely evoke disbelief in you, Mr. Sheng, Chen Yan replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of assuredness. "However, I am confident to the extent of 90%. By allowing myself a mere 10% margin for error, I effectively secure a 100% success rate. Mr. Chen, grant me some time." Sheng Hui adjusted his glasses, his face a mask of contemplation, devoid of any other emotions. He lacked the energy to maintain a facade of composure. as this matter pertained to his lifelong aspirations. Rest assured, I have ample time, perhaps until the new year, Chen Yan responded with a smile. This statement left Sheng Hui feeling somewhat exasperated. Mr. Chen certainly possesses a remarkable outlook. There are still 2 months until the new year. Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. His demeanor relaxed. Time is but a fleeting phenomenon, Mr. Sheng. There is no need for haste. Ponder it well and feel free to reach out at any moment. As he spoke, he pressed the intercom and quietly instructed, "Escort Mr. Sheng downstairs." After exchanging handshakes, Sheng Hui departed the company, briefcase in hand. Before stepping outside, he glanced back at the newly renovated sign at the entrance, Chen Group Limited. What an intriguing name, and what a fascinating individual. During the investigation, I discovered that he was merely in his 20s, yet possessed such lofty ambitions and foresight. Indeed, the younger generation is always pushing the older one forward. The assistant escorted Sheng Hui downstairs, while Li Lu emerged from the public relations department, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. "Finished?" she inquired. Chen Yan glanced at her and resumed, wiping the table, responding with a nonchalant "Are you done as well?" Li Lu merely pouted and turned away. Though neither offered a direct answer, it was the most eloquent response possible. Chen Yan had ascended to a position far above Li Lu's, rendering it unnecessary to grovel for her return. A partnership remains a partnership, and even if it evolves into friendship, the foundation must always be mutual benefit. Chen Yan hoped Li Lu would soon grasp this principle. They were bound to remain in a hierarchical relationship as long as they worked within the same company. This was a notion she needed to comprehend and remember. Having polished the table to a pristine shine, Chen Yan poured himself another cup of tea and took a sip. Ugh, he still could not acclimatize to this old tea. Next time, he would ask his assistant to prepare some beverages. He picked up his phone from the table and dialed. "Fei Xian, what are you up to?" Wang Fei Xian replied. "I'm about to accompany my mother to the beauty salon. Then I'll head to the bookstore to pick out a few books for grandfather." "Oh, after the competition, you've completely relaxed? The company hasn't assigned you any work?" Wang Fei Xian chuckled lightly. "What's this? You're busy with work and still wish for me to be busy too?" "Not all. I was merely inquiring. Your company is rather peculiar. They previously arranged for you to join me on that deserted island variety show, but since returning, they haven't assigned you anything else." Recalling this, Chen Yan felt a tinge of curiosity. He would meticulously prepare for work-related matters, yet he never proactively investigated his girlfriend's affairs, perhaps to maintain an air of mystery. Wang Fei Xian's laughter grew more abundant. "That's likely a twist of fate bestowed upon us by the heavens, considering my aunt runs the company. And my little aunt insisted that I participate in that show upon my return." Chen Yan was astonished, exclaiming, "It seems we are indeed fated by destiny. All right, I must let you go. My mother is arriving." The call ended abruptly. Chen Yan gazed at his phone, letting out a heartfelt sigh. The revolution is yet to succeed. The warriors must strive harder. His impression of the Wang family deepened, noting that Fei Xian's aunt was also in the entertainment industry. It appeared that Wang's father was involved in business, while his aunt was engaged in entertainment, likely helping to connect him with Mr. Wang. Thus, she was certainly a figure of considerable influence. Lost in thought, his phone vibrated. It was Li Lu. "The celebration banquet will be at 8 o'clock tonight. I've sent you the location." Chen Yan read the message and replied, "Aren't you attending?" 2 words left Chen Yan silenced. That evening, at the private kitchen of Weiss, Chen Yan alighted from the car and instructed the driver to return. When the driver attempted to voice a concern, Chen Yan firmly declined, stating that he could be out late, so the driver should simply head home. He would call for a ride when the time came. "Understood, Mr. Chen." The driver acquiesced reluctantly. Chen Yan proceeded directly inside, guided by the welcoming staff, and arrived at the reserved private room. Upon entering, he was met with a lively scene of a large gathering, with 2 grand tables filled with guests. The assistant director approached with a beaming smile, rallying the crowd to chant in unison, "Welcome, Mr. Chen. Welcome, Mr. Chen." Chapter 152. An early holiday. "Please, everyone, take a seat," Chen Yan said with a gentle smile. Greeting the gathering, he surveyed the room and inquired, "Is everyone here?" "We only have 2 tables set up." The assistant director chuckled. 2 tables are certainly insufficient. "My esteemed Director Chen, there are 2 more tables upstairs. As per your wishes, all the extras who wanted to come have indeed arrived." Just then, A cheerful voice chimed in from behind. Director Chen, we're all here. I hope we're not causing you any trouble. This is our first time attending a special celebration for the crew as extras. Indeed, only the principal actors are usually invited to such feasts. We extras only get to eat boxed meals. It's truly delightful to have met Director Chen. Praises for Chen Yan poured forth from everyone. With a resigned smile, he raised his hand to signal for quiet. All right, my kindness is merely a reflection of my recognition of you all, your dedication, and your talent. So, let us consider this mutual. Please, everyone sit down. That's our Director Chen for you. Always articulate. The crew member chimed in flatteringly. Seeing others about to join in with their compliments, Chen Yan quickly interrupted. Enough. I'm not one who revels in flattery. Let us put an end to this now. We will have opportunities to collaborate again in the future. With the new year just a month away, I have prepared red envelopes for each of you. The amount varies. So later, you can randomly select one from the spinning wheel. Saying this, Chen Yan instructed the assistant director to place the 2 boxes he had brought on the round table. Everyone eagerly approached to receive their envelopes. I wish you all a happy new year and a prosperous career. Thank you, director. Thank you. You're the best director. I've never met someone as wonderful as you. As they expressed their gratitude, they collected their envelopes, each filled with at least 1,000 yuan, much to their delight. Amidst the laughter and joy, Chen Yan found himself momentarily jostled in the crowd when suddenly a soft hand grasped his, pulling him away from the throng and into the corridor. Upon exiting, he realized it was Li Mi, though he remained silent, merely observing her, curious about her intentions. After turning a corner, they arrived at a lovely balcony where Li Mi paused, leaning against the railing, catching her breath. This is quite a charming spot you've chosen, Chen Yan remarked. Li Mi turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling. Can you find a place as beautiful and with such delectable food when you're surrounded by unromantic people? Honestly, I doubt it, Chen Yan replied, following her gaze outside. He thought to himself, next time, I should bring Fei Xian here. She would surely appreciate it. Before his musings could drift too far, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and he felt a soft touch on his lips. Chen Yan stood frozen, his eyes wide as he beheld Li Mi's trembling eyelashes. Before he could comprehend the situation, Li Mi attempted to part his lips and deepen the kiss. With a sudden clarity, Chen Yan snapped back to reality and pushed her away. Yet Li Mi, disregarding all else, lunged forward, tightly embracing Chen Yan's waist and pinning him against the wall in the corner of the balcony. It was a secluded spot, hidden from prying eyes. Please don't reject me. I'm begging you. The typically aloof and commanding woman suddenly softened her demeanor, uttering words of supplication. Chen Yan found himself momentarily disoriented. Why? Why was she doing this? As he pondered, a hand crept towards his chest, attempting to tug at his shirt. Unable to endure any longer, Chen Yan seized the mischievous hand, pivoted, and pressed her against the wall. Mijia, be mindful of your status. They were indeed very good friends. If this continued, their relationship would surely become unstable. Li Mi attempted to draw closer, but Chen Yan covered her mouth. That's enough. Mijia, you've had too much to drink. With that, he lifted his foot to leave. In an instant, Li Mi lunged again, pressing herself tightly against his back, wrapping her arms around his waist. Is it so wrong? Why can't I simply ask for your tenderness? Hearing this, Chen Yan felt a profound shock within. At that moment, reason once more quelled the wild impulses. Mijia, I do not deserve your affections. What if I say you do? The two found themselves in a stalemate. The scent of alcohol on Li Mi was faint, yet the lingering essence on her lips lingered around Chen Yan. He chose silence, prying her hand away and striding straight toward the private room. As he opened the door, he engaged in light-hearted banter with the others inside. Shortly thereafter, Li Mi's assistant approached to apologize. I'm sorry, Director Chen and everyone. Mimi isn't feeling well today, so I'll take her home. She booked the room for everyone, and you can head upstairs for karaoke later. Upon hearing this, the deputy director and others expressed their concern. Once the assistant departed, the chatter about Li Mi dwindled, and the group resumed their merriment. Amidst the lively crowd, Chen Yan felt a tumult within. The earlier incident had left an indelible impact on him. Although he had harbored doubts about Li Mi during their time on the deserted island, he remained uncertain. Sometimes, men can indeed sense a woman's intentions to draw near. He never anticipated Li Mi would act so impulsively, especially in public. Should they be photographed? It would leave him utterly speechless. That evening, Chen Yan had hardly consumed any alcohol. Initially, he had entertained the idea of being inebriated by the others, but instead, he maintained a serious demeanor throughout, so much so that others hesitated to approach him. After all, their impression of Chen Yan was one of absolute strictness regarding the film's quality during their time on set. After leaving the private kitchen, the deputy director arranged for a car to take Chen Yan home. However, he did not return to his own residence, but rather headed to Luo Yong's house. At that moment, Yong Zi was at home enjoying a candlelit dinner with a beautiful woman, basking in romance and happiness. The doorbell rang. The woman, with a dreamy gaze and holding a wine glass, asked, "Did you order something?" Luo Yong, somewhat perplexed, replied, "No, I thought you had ordered something." As the two were engulfed in confusion, Luo Yong approached the door and peered through the peephole. Upon recognizing Chen Yan, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. The act of opening and closing the door flowed seamlessly. "Brother, what brings you to my home at this hour?" he exclaimed, observing Luo Yong's reaction. Chen Yan sensed something amiss and smirked. "What? Are there guests concealed within your abode? How fortuitous! Allow me to make their acquaintance." Luo Yong, visibly agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. "What on earth are you up to? Don't create a ruckus." Chen Yan feigned disappointment, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Behind him, Luo Yong watched Chen Yan's unsteady gait, clearly indicating he had indulged in alcohol. Ahead lay a brother, while behind trailed a woman. Chapter 153. Chen Yan's dilemma in the living room. The candlelit dinner remained largely untouched. Two individuals sat on the floor, consuming a bottle of wine with fervor. "Chen Yan, you have truly caused me great distress. Do you even realize how difficult it is to date? After pursuing her for half a month, she finally agreed to share a meal, only for you to ruin it." Luo Yong lamented endlessly. The memory of the goddess's frosty demeanor and her abrupt departure ignited a surge of frustration within him. Chen Yan remained silent, merely sipping his drink. After a while, Luo Yong noticed he seemed to be talking to himself, as Chen Yan showed no interest in engaging. "Brother, if you wish to drink alone, why seek me out?" Suddenly, Chen Yan, visibly agitated, pulled Luo Yong down, smoothing his ruffled hair. "Brother, something has happened, and I have no one else to confide in. Bottling it up could lead to trouble, and I fear I might inadvertently let it slip one day." Since their acquaintance began, Luo Yong had rarely seen Chen Yan so serious, prompting him to regain his composure. "What's going on? You were unfazed when so many tried to shut you down. What has changed?" "It's a matter of the heart," Chen Yan replied, downing another substantial gulp. Luo Yong quickly seized the bottle, concern etched on his face. "Did Fei Xian break up with you?" I was puzzled. With her elegance and her background straddling both business and politics, how could she ever be interested in you? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's previously restless heart calmed. Indeed, Fei Xian was an extraordinary girl. What was he hesitating for? He understood, well, that this was merely a fleeting infatuation, yet the individuals involved made it impossible for him to think clearly. At that moment, Luo Yong sensed something amiss. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, "This doesn't add up. Given Fei Xian's character, if she has taken a liking to you, she would not easily cast you aside. From my experience, if she has you in her heart and mind, how could she possibly want to let you go? Have you done something to betray her trust?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yong abruptly seized Chen Yan by the collar. "You'd better confess. I'm the impartial judge here." The remnants of his intoxication faded under Luo Yong's relentless questioning. Chen Yan pushed him away, chuckling helplessly. "What are you talking about? There was no infidelity. I simply received a confession." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yong yanked his collar again, exclaiming, "You claim there's no infidelity. Yet there's a lipstick mark on your collar. You were fortunate to come here, for if Fei Xian saw you, your relationship would surely be doomed." Chen Yan, following suit, removed his shirt and looked down. Indeed, there was a lipstick mark, likely from an unexpected encounter on the balcony. Meeting Luo Yong's accusing gaze, Chen Yan explained, "I was ambushed by a confession. Nothing else transpired." Upon hearing this, Luo Yong was skeptical, yet willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. "You don't strike me as a habitual liar, so I will trust you this once. But who had the audacity to confess to you and get so close? Recently, your mind has been preoccupied with the film crew, hasn't it? Have you caught the attention of the cast?" Are you contemplating a romantic development with a fellow actor? As Luo Yong shook his head, he remarked, but that doesn't seem right. The filming is already completed. The more they spoke, the clearer the thoughts became, as if something significant was about to surface. Chen Yan observed Luo Yong, witnessing his transition from confusion to clarity, ultimately furrowing his brow in realization. Could it be? Chen Yan nodded affirmatively. It appeared that this matter was not solely within his perception. Luo Yong had sensed it too. What did you first notice? Chen Yan inquired. Previously uncertain himself, he was taken aback that Luo Yong could arrive at such a conclusion so swiftly. It surely wasn't a fleeting thought. Luo Yong's expression was somewhat perplexed as he hesitantly replied, I can't quite pinpoint it. It just seems that Sister Me treats you a bit differently. She engages with us in laughter and playful banter. Yet when you're around, there's an unmistakable sense of distance, as if something might transpire if the gap were to close. Indeed, that was the very sensation. Chen Yan was astonished that Luo Yong could articulate his thoughts so eloquently, and he praised him profusely. I always believed you to be a thoughtless brute. Who would have imagined you possessed such insight? Damn it, Luo Yong retorted, shaking off Chen Yan's hand. The two exchanged glances before synchronously raising their glasses, clinking them together and downing their drinks in one go. Truth be told, if I were in your position, I wouldn't know how to handle it either, Luo Yong confessed earnestly. Sister Me's dedication to you is commendable. For your film, no leading star would dare accept it, yet she has bravely taken it on despite the pressure from a studio. If you were to sever ties now, it would be a grave disservice to her. Listening to Luo Yong's words, Chen Yan sighed. He was acutely aware of this dilemma. It was precisely this aspect that troubled him. Had it been anyone else, he would have been forthright in dismissing them. But Sister Me was different. She had offered him considerable support while on the island, and her unwavering assistance continued through their collaborations in variety shows and films. To cut her off would be utterly heartless. As the conversation grew increasingly complex, Chen Yan and Luo Yong decided to indulge in their drinks heartily, continuing until the late hours of the night, ultimately collapsing onto the floor, inebriated. Meanwhile, Wang Feishuan attempted to reach Chen Yan by phone repeatedly, yet he was nowhere to be found. She eventually learned from an assistant that Chen Yan had previously asked her to locate Luo Yong's home address. Goodness, how could a grown man simply go missing? You're quite anxious, her friend remarked, glancing at comic. Wang Feishuan merely pouted, offering no response. No one truly understood her concerns. She knew well that Chen Yan would not come to harm. Her primary worry stemmed from the celebratory banquet for their film crew that evening, which Sister Me would also attend. If she could make contact, all would be well. Chen Yan would surely respond honestly to her inquiries. However, Wang Feishuan dreaded the possibility that he might not reply, which would imply that something had transpired between them, prompting his silence. Since childhood, Wang Feishuan had always been able to obtain whatever she desired within her home. Rarely did she encounter situations or individuals beyond her control. Chen Yan was the sole exception, the one person she acknowledged she could not dominate. She did not wish to lose him. Hey, Wang Feishuan, where are you going? The friend lying on the bed suddenly sat up, watching as Wang Feishuan dashed out and hurriedly followed her. Once in the car, the friend expressed her exasperation. Really? Haven't you always claimed that Chen Yan is a trustworthy person? How can you lack such basic trust? Wang Feishuan pressed her lips together, her tone imbued with complexity. I don't even know what is happening to me. Half an hour later, Wang Feishuan sped to Luo Yong's residence. When ringing the doorbell, she deliberately instructed her friend to do it, while she took a moment in the adjacent safety corridor to calm herself, striving to regain her composure. Chapter 154. Negotiating the Spring Festival release originally. Both Luo Yong and Chen Yan were intoxicated, sprawled on the floor, drifting into slumber. However, they were situated in the living room, in close proximity to the entrance, and the incessant ringing of the doorbell roused Chen Yan from his dreams. Unable to ignore the disturbance, he reluctantly rose to his feet. As he passed by Luo Yong, he kicked him in annoyance, exclaiming, like a dead pig, I wonder who would come to your house at this hour. Ruffling his hair, Chen Yan glided toward the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. A girl clad in pajamas stood there, strikingly beautiful yet somewhat impatient, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Chen Yan, momentarily stunned, croaked, Are you looking for Luo Yong? It was then that he noticed the girl's teasing gaze and glanced down. only to realize he was clad in nothing but a pair of briefs. Instant clarity washed over him as he stammered an apology and swiftly closed the door. The encounter had been abrupt and entirely unanticipated. There he stood, half naked before a young girl. Outside, his friend leaned against Wang Feishuan's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. I must say, your Chen Yan is quite amusing. So earnest yet so ridiculous. Two grown men at home, without a stitch on, the smell of alcohol wafting about. With a character like his, do you think he could ever attract a woman? Wang Feishuan, supporting her friend, felt a mix of emotions. While she was pleased with Chen Yan's antics, she couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation, realizing that in her flustered state, the situation had unfolded in such a manner. Suddenly, her friend leaned in closer, whispering, by the way, your man is quite an impressive physique. Among all the men I've encountered, he ranks high. Caught off guard by the teasing, Wang Feishuan flushed with embarrassment. Will you please be quiet? Outside, the atmosphere was filled with embarrassment, while inside, chaos reigned. Returning to the living room, Chen Yan roused Luo Yong, urging, hurry up and find me some clothes. I just remembered, my clothes are drenched in your vomit. How am I supposed to wear that? Luo Yong, still groggy, sat up and asked at this late hour, what clothes do you need? Are you leaving? He was oblivious to the situation at hand. There's a girl at the door looking for you, waiting right outside. Chen Yan retorted irritably, rummaging through the clothes himself. At this revelation, Luo Yong was equally bewildered, instinctively following Chen Yan to find something to wear. 10 minutes later, as Luo Yong opened the door, he was even more perplexed. Feishuan, why are you here? At that moment, Chen Yan was busy fastening his buttons, not hearing the conversation clearly. What on earth, Chen Yan? You can't even recognize Feishuan at the door? I am utterly speechless. Luo Yong exclaimed in frustration, advancing toward Chen Yan with the intention of playfully punching him. Now it was Chen Yan's turn to be baffled. What is happening? Did I drink too much and misinterpret things? How could I possibly not recognize Feishuan standing right in front of me? The more he pondered, the more irate he became, striding toward the door. Upon looking up, he indeed found Wang Feishuan standing there, her laughter at the antics of Chen Yan and Luo Yong filling the air. Her eyes shimmered with mirth, akin to the warm sun and gentle spring breeze of a winter's day. Feishuan, why have you come to Luo Yong's house in the dead of night? Chen Yan, still dazed, grasped the crux of the matter. A twinge of embarrassment washed over Wang Feishuan as she recalled her reason for coming. I couldn't reach you and was unaware of your circumstances. I learned from my assistant that you were here, so I came to check on you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan felt a surge of warmth in his heart and pulled her into his embrace. Whose wife is so wonderful that she comes looking for him in the middle of the night? Really? Why are you so cold? Did you not dress warmly enough before leaving home? Wang Feishuan, pinned in his embrace, felt an even deeper discomfort. How could she have doubted him? I say, could you two be a bit more mindful of your surroundings? Engaging in such intimate displays in public is rather inappropriate, remarked her friend, leaning against the door with her arms crossed, exuding exasperation. Opposite them stood Luo Yong, a drunken fool, utterly befuddled. Wang Feishuan blushed further at the remark and wriggled free from Chen Yan's grasp. All right, now that I see you are well, I shall feel at ease. You and Luo Yong should rest. Jing and I must head home. With that, she stepped outside, her friend Jing linking arms with her. I told you there was no need to come. You insisted. Huh? You're leaving just like that? Chen Yan, still in a daze, did not quite comprehend. Jing laughed directly. What? Do you want us to stay here with you, two big men? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan hurriedly clarified. That's not what I meant. It's late, and it's dangerous for you two to go out alone. I'll escort you home. He began to put on his shoes. In the next moment, he was halted by Luo Yong. Listen, brother, can you be a bit more sober? We've consumed several bottles of liquor, red, white, and yellow. We're not escorting them home. We're heading straight to our own destination. Chen Yan, oh, I had forgotten about that. Observing Chen Yan's befuddled state, Wang Feishuan smiled softly. Oh, we'll be just fine. Jing is a professional race car driver. After all, very well. But do take care on your way back, Luo Yong replied, while Chen Yan insisted on accompanying them to the entrance of the neighborhood. Before they drove off, Jing suddenly rolled down the window and smiled knowingly. Brother, you got quite the physique. With that, the car sped away, leaving Chen Yan and Luo Yong standing in the cold breeze, feeling perplexed. Why Why do I feel like something is amiss? Luo Yong scratched the back of his head. Chen Yan, having regained clarity, realized the truth. Of course something is amiss. Fei Xian didn't come out of concern alone. She came to check up on me. Fei Xian is astute, and I am not foolish. This matter laid bare holds little significance. The next morning, after a bout of drunkenness, Chen Yan was picked up by a car arranged by Li Lu. During the journey, the phone remained engaged in conversation. We have removed other video apps, but the two major domestic platforms, one Kiwi and one Penguin, have been rather ambiguous in their public relations, neither accepting nor rejecting. It is necessary for you to take the initiative to discuss. Chen Yan closed his eyes, his hand pressed against his temple, seeking relief from the aftereffects of a hangover. All right, I understand. Where shall we go first? Let us visit Kiwi. It appears their public relations department has left an opening. Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, very well. Let us first address the matter with Kiwi. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the Kiwi headquarters. The assistant followed closely behind Chen Yan, handing over the required documents one by one. Hello, we are from Chun Group and have a scheduled appointment with your company. Certainly, please hold on. Shortly after the receptionist's inquiry, the head of public relations from Kiwi descended to meet them. Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Chapter 155. Refusal to cooperate? Mr. Chen, this way please. Mr. Xiao has been waiting for quite some time. The head of public relations, polite and respectful, guided Chen Yan directly to the 20th floor. However, just before reaching the office door, an assistant suddenly approached, apologizing, Mr. Xiao is currently hosting an important guest and requires a brief moment. What does it mean to make one wait after the scheduled time and arrival? The head of public relations responded swiftly, turning back to apologize, Mr. Chen, I truly did not anticipate this unexpected circumstance. Allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. Shall we move to a waiting area for a moment? A knowing smile flickered in Chen Yan's eyes. Of course, waiting is fine. This was merely a display of authority, not the first time he had encountered such a situation. And so, they waited for nearly 2 hours. By the time Chen Yan met the so-called Mr. Xiao, his mood had settled into tranquility. The earlier rush of the morning had left him feeling dizzy and anxious about performing poorly. But now he was confident in delivering a flawless presentation. Having only heard of Mr. Xiao's reputation through media acquaintances, today marked their first meeting. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you in person. I wonder if it would be possible for you to sign something for me later? Mr. Xiao sat comfortably in his chair, showing no inclination to rise as Chen Yan entered. Unfazed, Chen Yan pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. Mr. Xiao, let us dispense with idle chatter and get straight to the point, as I have an appointment with the CEO of Penguin this afternoon, and time is of the essence. The 2-hour wait was not in vain. Mr. Xiao's expression shifted slightly before he chuckled. Mr. Chen, you truly are quite spirited. I must admit, it is my fault for not managing my team effectively, allowing the schedule to become disorganized. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand then. Regarding the payment methods you proposed, I believe they are somewhat ahead of their time. Listening to him deliberately raise his status and adopt a mentor-like demeanor, Chen Yan replied with a casual air, and once Mr. Xiao finished speaking, he calmly remarked, indeed, Mr. Xiao entered the business arena earlier. So it is understandable that you perceive my suggestions as avant-garde. However, one must consider the current landscape. We are in the digital age, and the utilization of online channels is an essential aspect of the future. This is a path you will inevitably need to traverse. It merely requires the right opportunity. I happen to present that opportunity now. It may appear precarious, yet crossing this threshold leads to brilliance. Seated opposite Mr. Xiao, Chen Yan clasped his hands upon his lap, thoughtfully observing the man across from him. Their gazes held for a moment before Mr. Xiao slowly replied, Mr. Chen, your eloquence is truly remarkable. However, every situation has its dualities. While the advantages that favor you may sound enticing, this precarious wave, will it truly be surmountable? That remains uncertain, Mr. Chen. Watching the old fox meander without addressing the topic, Chen Yan mused about Li Lu's words. What gap had she left open? He was ready to seize the opportunity. Having recognized Mr. Xiao's sincerity, it was evident that his inclination leaned towards online revenue sharing, correct? Mr. Xiao shrugged and gestured affirmatively. Thus, we shall adhere to the previous contract, resuming our online profit sharing following the Spring Festival. At this juncture, there is no necessity for further discussions. Our public relations department will continue to coordinate with you. With that, Chen Yan rose and departed. Mr. Xiao, wearing a smile, waved goodbye, saying, "Until we meet again, Mr. Chen." Upon exiting the Kiwi building, Chen Yan licked his molars, feeling a surge of frustration. This young man undoubtedly had connections with that film company and intended to undermine him. It was plausible that the situation at Penguin mirrored this notion. As two major film enterprises, their audience base far surpasses that of smaller film software, and the connections among film companies are inherently more intimate. Hence, the mutually beneficial scenario proposed by Chen Yan initially was swiftly disregarded once risks were involved, as everyone scrambled to evade potential pitfalls. Even though I choose not to pursue theatrical releases, it seems they are intent on causing me trouble. Do not push me if I am cornered. I cannot guarantee what actions I might take. Once in the car, Chen Yan instructed the driver to head to Penguin. The appointment had been made, and he did not intend to cancel. Regardless of whether he was entering a den of dragons or a lair of tigers, he had to assess the situation personally. After a brief lunch with the driver, Chen Yan made his way to the Penguin building. This time, the visit was considerably smoother than the morning's endeavors. Guided by his assistant, he arrived at Mr. Wong's office, where Mr. Wong had been waiting on the sofa for some time, with tea already prepared. This was a display of genuine sincerity. Chen Yan set aside his turbulent emotions, seated himself steadily, and was pleased to see Mr. Wong. "Mr. Chen, you are too modest. I heard you visited the Kiwi earlier today. How was it?" Mr. Wong inquired with an air of nonchalance, seemingly making casual conversation. He then placed a cup of tea before Chen Yan. Accepting the cup, Chen Yan smiled gently. It was rather unfruitful. Mr. Xiao dismissed my progressive ideas, showing little inclination to navigate the waves with me. Taken aback by Chen Yan's candidness, Mr. Wong finally met his gaze, pondering for a moment before replying. Perhaps his perspective is indeed the prevailing one. "Mr. Wong, what constitutes the mainstream? Survival of the fittest dictates that each generation's mainstream is defined by its victors, while the defeated are deemed inferior. The trends for the future are gradually taking shape, and choice is a profound art," Chen Yan articulated. "Perhaps I am being somewhat ostentatious. I find myself at the forefront now, and anyone else would struggle to fill this role. Only I hold the key to this opportunity." With this declaration, Chen Yan had laid bare his thoughts. Yet, he recognized this was not entirely novel, as he had conveyed similar sentiments to the old Xiao. It was a rather formal discourse, and he had no desire to squander words on anything further. After listening to him, Mr. Wong calmly sipped his tea, appearing contemplative as he inquired, "Mr. Chen, how confident are you?" Chen Yan replied straightforwardly, 50%. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wong's gaze deepened slightly. Yet was it the truth? To comprehend the inherent risks of this lucrative opportunity, which may soar to a staggering 100%, is the 5% assurance posited by Mr. Chen, a product of meticulous contemplation. As his gaze met the earnest eyes of Mr. Wong, Mr. Chen realized that this endeavor might indeed bear fruit. Mr. Wong's vision surpasses that of the seasoned veteran, Mr. Xiao, by a considerable margin. Naturally, this 5% represents the absolute benefits within my grasp. As for the remaining 5%, it is presumed that Mr. Wong is well aware of the accompanying risks. I do not impose my will, should Mr. Wong prefer a more stable path akin to that of Mr. Xiao. A network profit-sharing arrangement is certainly viable. Ultimately, it rests upon Mr. Wong's choice. Chapter 156. Is Sheng Hui encountering a crisis again? This matter is not merely a mutual benefit for Chen Yan alone. He envisions a partnership that transcends a one-time transaction, aiming for a collaboration that can endure. To effortlessly attain such trust, it is imperative to weather storms together. In this tempest, mutual benefit is paramount, followed closely by an astute grasp of the market. There is a sentiment Chen Yan refrained from expressing. After all, to articulate it directly would reveal that the level of trust between them has yet to reach such heights. Chen Yan's strategy could propel Penguin to the pinnacle of domestic video software. However, the intricacies of this endeavor necessitate contemplation by both major video companies. Should they overlook this facet, it would indicate their vision has not ascended to that altitude. If they are aware yet hesitant, it may seal their fate. It is evident that Mr. Wong possesses this opportunity. The two engage in extensive discussions within the office, nearly depleting a pot of tea. When Mr. Wang sought to pour another cup. He discovered it was empty. He had not anticipated such an engaging conversation with Mr. Chen. Had he known their rapport would be so harmonious, he would have arranged to meet sooner. Chen Yan chuckled heartily. Mr. Wang, let's cultivate a long-lasting relationship. By the end of the afternoon, the collaboration between Chen Group and Penguin was firmly established. Just before the day concluded, Chen Yan hurried back to the company for a brief meeting. Please present the documents you've organized and summarize the locations for our upcoming paid screenings this spring. Li Lu nodded and instructed Vivian to prepare the materials. Mr. Chen, the Penguin deal you secured is the largest video software, occupying a leading position. Once launched, it will become the premier mainstream playback platform, while smaller applications will need to be promoted through advertising strategies to capture a share of the audience, Vivian reported. Currently, we have confirmed smaller applications like Yuyu, Fengxing, and Baoyin. Although their traffic is not substantial, they possess a solid base of classic film and television resources that can sustain their operations, she continued. Listening to the reports from Vivian and Li Lu, Chen Yan pondered. You must emphasize that the payment amount cannot be altered. It must adhere to our unified pricing, without any adjustments. The inclusion of Penguin will undoubtedly amplify our traffic. However, the unpredictability of my popularity and the film's viewership poses a risk. If Penguin becomes overwhelmed, we will activate Plan B, collaborating with other online media to redistribute traffic among the 3 smaller applications. I fear that if Penguin cannot handle this surge, it could lead to a collapse, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. As he finished speaking, all 3 nodded in agreement. In truth, Vivian harbored some skepticism regarding Chen Yan's final point. Penguin is a major enterprise, having operated for over a decade. How could it possibly experience a breakdown, even if their CEO's popularity is high? Such a scenario seems implausible. However, the meeting offered her no opportunity to voice her concerns. Just as Chen Yan concluded, his assistant knocked and entered. Mr. Chen, Mr. Sheng from Shenghui Technology has been unable to reach you by phone and wishes to schedule a time to discuss a potential collaboration. What would be convenient for you? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan pulled out his phone to check. The phone had inexplicably been silenced, and indeed, Shenghui had sent messages and made calls that went unnoticed. There is no need for you to arrange anything. Attend to your own matters. Chen Yan replied from his phone, apologizing for being preoccupied and explaining that he had not received the notifications due to the phone being muted, inquiring if it was convenient today. Shenghui responded swiftly, affirming that it was convenient and asking if he should go directly to the office to see General Manager Chen. Chen Yan felt a flicker of curiosity. What could have prompted such urgency in their exchange? All right, you 3 may leave for the day. By the way, please bring up 2 cups of beverages. After a night of drinking, the tea consumed throughout the day left him feeling unsatisfied. Li Lu hesitated momentarily, but nodded. Beverages? She turned and instructed her assistant to take care of it. Half an hour later, Chen Yan and Shenghui sat in the office, gazing at the 2 bottles of sports drinks on the table, ensnared in a fleeting silence. Juice would have sufficed. What was this girl thinking? Bringing in 2 bottles of sports drinks, hoping to stir excitement? Mr. Sheng, let us get to the main topic. It is getting rather late. Winter evenings darken early, and it was already pitch black by just past 6 o'clock. Shenghui, with a serious demeanor, stated, General Manager Chen, I have given it considerable thought and have decided to accept your proposal. However, his expression was less than favorable. Chen Yan, intrigued, directly inquired, Mr. Sheng, may I ask what transpired? If it was related to the company, he felt it imperative to be informed. Is it that obvious? Sheng lui responded. To which Chen Yan nodded. It was more than obvious. Had it been possible for words to be inscribed on his face, they would have been plainly visible. Shang Hui's demeanor darkened as he seemed to be choosing his words carefully. Chen Yan tentatively asked, could it be that a competitor has taken some underhanded action? Upon hearing this, a flash of resentment flickered in Shang Hui's eyes. The outcome was evident. It was precisely as Chen Yan had surmised. Please, Mr. Sheng, share the specifics with me. Chen Yan urged, straightforward in his intent to ascertain whether acquiring the company would entail facing a greater disaster. Indeed, the current situation, facing boycotts from all fuel companies, was already a considerable mess. If there were additional complications, Chen Yan would need to ponder how to address them. Shenghui recognized the implication in his words and appeared somewhat conflicted. General Manager Chen, I understand that withholding information is not ethical, so I shall clarify everything for you. You may consider whether to accept it or not. After our last meeting, I felt we connected well. If it weren't for reaching this juncture, I would not have chosen to sell my company. Chen Yan, aware of Sheng Hui's integrity, recognized him as someone who would not present one face in person and another behind one's back. He nodded in encouragement. Please continue. I have my own plans. Since both parties were contemplating acquisition, appropriate measures must surely follow. Hearing this, Sheng Hui proceeded to detail the situation at hand. Not long ago, Sheng Hui Technology faced significant resistance from several fuel companies, resulting in considerable media impact. While Sheng Hui has withstood some of the pressure, recent internal issues have arisen. Multiple senior executives have departed, taking portions of their teams with them, plunging the company into a state of dilemma. Continuing operations has become exceedingly challenging. Upon learning of these developments, Chen Yan fell into deep contemplation. It was evident that internal betrayal had occurred, with crucial elements being purchased away, aimed at widening the rift and leading to Sheng Hui's disintegration from within. The adversary's tactics were not particularly sophisticated. The odds still decidedly favored Sheng Hui. However, Sheng Hui's indecisiveness, in the face of external pressures, inadvertently led to the neglect of internal matters, resulting in the company teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 157. To acquire or not to acquire. This represents the essence of Sheng Hui's missteps, a cascade of errors leading to his current predicament. Upon reflection, Chen Yan assessed the situation and turned to Sheng Hui, stating earnestly, Mr. Sheng, I am willing to take over Sheng Hui Technology, but the price will not reach what it was previously. Do you comprehend this? Sheng Hui paused momentarily, then let out a profound sigh. Mr. Chen, will my position still be retained? He was fully aware of the implications. All parties involved were business people, and none would engage in charity in such matters. Of course, I will acquire Sheng Hui Technology, and your role as general manager will remain intact. However, I will hold the largest share of the equity and assume the position of chairman. Is that clear? Chen Yan offered Sheng Hui the respect he deserved, which was his utmost sincerity. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, and Sheng Hui, appearing deflated, slumped into his chair. Mr. Chen, I agree to your terms. Ultimately, he found himself relinquishing the company he had nurtured from its inception. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sorrow. Yet, at that moment, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Since the onset of resistance from competing firms, Sheng Hui's existence had felt precarious, each day fraught with difficulty, to the point where continuing his livelihood seemed untenable. With no other recourse, he had to make this concession. Mr. Chen, could you expedite the investment? If the company's issues remain unresolved, it may truly disintegrate. His tone was almost pleading. Having reached the point of acquisition, Sheng Hui no longer concealed the truth. Chen Yan candidly agreed. No problem. The funds will be transferred to Sheng Hui Technology by tomorrow. You must elucidate the current state of the company to me. With the new year approaching in a month and a half, if we do not address the internal issues, the company will continue its downward spiral. Upon hearing this, Sheng Hui did not withhold information, revealing everything, especially the internal circumstances. Aside from the technical department, multiple sectors such as administration, finance, and sales had witnessed supervisors leaving with their subordinates. This led to chaotic accounts and incomplete documentation. Fortunately, the company had not engaged in tax evasion. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated to a far more dire consequence. It was evident that the opposition showed no mercy, intent on dismantling Sheng Hui without leaving any ambiguity. I understand. Chen Yan contemplated deeply. After a moment, he inquired, Are you certain you have not offended anyone? The severity of these tactics seemed excessively ruthless, not characteristic of a competing firm. Regardless of rivalry, there is typically a mutual respect, a willingness to leave a path for future encounters. This series of maneuvers appeared designed to incapacitate Sheng Hui entirely, an unforgiving strategy. Sheng Hui, distressed, ran his fingers through his hair. I truly do not know. I believe I have not. I may not be particularly remarkable, yet I have always acted with fairness. Mr. Chen, you have observed my conduct during this time, have you not? Indeed, it was evident. A quintessential nice guy, a fool who, even when betrayed, continued to offer kindness. Chen Yan felt a surge of frustration inside, yet maintained a cheerful facade. Mr. Sheng, you possess commendable qualities. You are well suited as an employee, but perhaps not as a leader. After listening to Sheng Hui's account before departing, Chen Yan offered a piece of advice. In the coming days, I will be preoccupied with numerous matters and thus unable to directly oversee the handover at the company. I shall delegate these tasks to others. Regarding your current situation, first, liquidate the remaining personnel in your department. Aside from the core technical team, it suffices to retain just one individual from the other departments. This will help streamline the company and stabilize the situation as much as possible. We will first adjust internal structures before addressing the business lines, and I will handle the financial aspects. Once they had arranged matters with Sheng Hui and stepped out of the office, the night had completely enveloped the surroundings. At 11 o'clock, the streets were still ablaze with lights. Mr. Chen, Vice President Li asked me to wait for you, the driver said, approaching briskly. Chen Yan frowned slightly. In the future, if it's past 8 and I haven't summoned you, feel free to head home. What does it matter what Vice President Li thinks? She should return home herself instead of leaving you here to wait. The mere thought of Li Lu ignited Chen Yan's irritation. He had yet to confront her for the grievances he had bottled up since this morning at the Kiwi Old Xiao's place. And now it seemed another issue had arisen. Meanwhile, Sheng Hui was oblivious to the exchange, his mind consumed with company affairs. Hey, be careful. Chen Yan suddenly turned around to find Sheng Hui walking straight into the middle of the road, oblivious to the two speeding cars approaching. In that instant, Chen Yan was surprised by his own strength as he dashed forward and yanked Sheng Hui back. They both tumbled to the ground, leaving Sheng Hui dazed. Mr. Sheng, didn't we resolve everything? Why are you still so troubled? Chen Yan opened his mouth to scold him, but upon seeing Sheng Hui's expression of relief, he held back his words. Sheng Hui, regaining his composure, exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Chen, I owe you my life. Otherwise, I surely would have met my end. He could scarcely fathom that had Chen Yan not intervened, he would have been a ghost beneath the wheels. As Sheng Hui appeared on the verge of kneeling in gratitude, Chen Yan's earlier anger began to dissipate. All right, let us hurry home. Your wife and children must be waiting for you, he remarked casually. Sheng Hui's earlier excitement faded, replaced by a look of despondency. Could it be that something has gone awry at home as well? Yes, ever since the company faced difficulties, my wife has been threatening divorce. Sheng Hui murmure sorrowfully. I don't know why I'm sharing this with you, Mr. Chen. Perhaps I can no longer contain it. I've never disclosed such matters to anyone before. Frankly speaking, if you had chosen not to intervene today upon learning of the company's plight, I would have seen no way out. The tone of their text message conversation now made sense to Chen Yan. The struggles of a man caught between the demands of career and family were all too apparent. What once could have been a balance between the two had been disrupted by external threats and internal betrayal, leaving his family poised to abandon him amidst the chaos. Whoever faced such matters would find it challenging to handle them adeptly. Chen Yan retracted his previous disparaging remarks regarding Sheng Hui. It is evident that Sheng Hui has exerted every effort to sustain the company to this point. As he spoke, Sheng Hui retrieved his phone from his pocket, revealing a wallpaper adorned with a photograph of his family. The little girl was enchanting, and his wife retained a captivating grace. It was apparent that she was accustomed to a life of privilege. Otherwise, she would not have fled in the face of adversity. Brother, it's time to rise anew. There are matters for women to attend to. Such women possess their own destiny, and it is not worth your continued distress. Let us rally and revive the company together, Sheng Hui said, suppressing his tears as he acquiesced. Chapter 158. A brief respite for Fei Xian after sending Fei Xian off to Sheng Hui. Chen Yan instructed the driver to take him home. Before disembarking, he could not resist offering a few words of caution. Remember, I am your boss. You will do as I say, understood? The driver nodded earnestly, aware that their employer treated them well. That's all I need to hear. Drive safely. Chen Yan waved his hand and turned back toward his home. He had little patience for formalities. When it was time to indulge, one should indulge. And when it was time to spend, one should spend. There was no need to complicate matters unnecessarily. Everyone had risen from their lows, and it was senseless to burden those who were diligent and hardworking. As he entered, Chen Yan's gaze fell upon the shoe rack, where a pair of exquisite high heels caught his eye. A flicker of delight crossed his face as he changed his shoes and ascended the stairs. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a curled figure on the sofa in the living room. He tiptoed closer, his eyes landing on the sleeping Wang Fei Xian. Her slightly parted red lips breathed softly, and her closed eyes rested peacefully, her lashes undisturbed. He wondered how long she had been waiting there and when she had succumbed to slumber. A warm sensation enveloped his heart. Leaning down, he intended to lift her and carry her upstairs. Just as his hand grazed her neck, the woman stirred slightly and awoke. "You're back," she murmured. Chen Yan smiled gently in response. "Yes, I'm back." He lifted her into his arms and made his way to the bedroom upstairs. Wang Fei Xian instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, resting against his chest as she gradually became alert. "Today was so busy. When I asked Sister Lu, you were still in a business meeting," she remarked. "Indeed, I had some matters to attend to. I acquired a technology company specializing in renewable energy," Chen Yan disclosed candidly, without a hint of reservation. Wang Fei Xian nodded thoughtfully, her small hand tracing circles on his chest. "I believe I've heard of it. My father mentioned it. It seems that his renewable energy venture has encountered significant interests, making it difficult to sustain." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's body stiffened, and he halted in his tracks. Wang Fei Xian's previous words echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He leaned down to inquire, "Isn't your father's company involved in real estate and mid-tier apparel? Has the renewable energy sector conflicted with his interests?" Initially, Chen Yan aimed to assert his own standing by expanding his endeavors, thereby demonstrating his capabilities to Wang Fei Xian's parents. But now, it appeared he had unwittingly aligned himself against Wang Fei Xian's father, which could lead to dire consequences. Sensing the apprehension in Chen Yan's tone, Wang Fei Xian smiled reassuringly. "What are you worried about? My father hasn't ventured into that industry. He is merely aware of the situation because it has garnered significant attention recently." "Ah, I see." Chen Yan exhaled in relief. If he were to cross paths with Wang Fei Xian's father, he could not guarantee he would hold his ground. Offending his future father-in-law would complicate matters considerably. Upon returning to the bedroom, Chen Yan had just placed Wang Fei Xuan on the bed when, intending to rise, he was suddenly embraced by her, pulling him back. The two were in close proximity, and before Chen Yan could comprehend the situation, Wang Fei Xuan kissed him. Having suppressed his desires for so long, especially with his genuine girlfriend before him, he found himself utterly unable to resist. The flames of passion ignited, leading to an uncontrollable fervor. When he finally regained his senses, he realized that the woman in his arms had been divested of her long dress, revealing her delicate shoulders adorned with crimson marks. "Damn, I lost control," Chen Yan thought with a tinge of regret. He failed to notice that Wang Fei Xuan, her eyes hazy, was already limp and unable to move. "I am sorry, Fei Xuan. I promised you I would wait until our wedding day. I will go to the bathroom now." He began, but before he could rise, Wang Fei Xuan interrupted. "If you go to the bathroom, what about me?" Her unfinished words hinted at an intriguing meaning. Chen Yan was taken aback, his mind clouded with confusion, and he immediately questioned, "Who taught you to say such things?" After knowing her for so long, he was well aware of his girlfriend's character. Given Fei Xuan's temperament, it was inconceivable that she would utter such words. Wang Fei Xuan froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. Yet, Chen Yan grasped her chin, turning her face towards him. "Be honest. Have you encountered someone these past few days?" Under his scrutiny, Wang Fei Xuan, blushing, recounted the events that had transpired. "It was a Jing who told me." She said men like it when women say that, with a reason behind her words. Chen Yan felt a wave of relief. "If she tells you such things again, just ignore it. I appreciate you for who you truly are." After mustering the courage to learn about such matters, only to be chastised, Wang Fei Xuan, despite the veiled confession, felt shy in Chen Yan's presence and swiftly retreated to the guest room, leaving him alone on the bed. After a long day, Chen Yan, feeling fatigued, took out his phone to send a message of comfort. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Mi below. Since the incident 2 days prior, they had not been in contact. However, with merely half a month until the premiere and the upcoming spring festival promotions, a meeting was inevitable. Their relationship required resolution. For the time being, he pushed those thoughts aside, but Wang Fei Xuan's mention of her father's matter resurfaced in his mind. Fei Xuan's father would not have brought up such a topic without reason. There were underlying interests he was unaware of, which Chen Yan needed to uncover. One issue after another weighed heavily on him, leaving him restless throughout the night. When he awoke the next day in the guest room, he he found that Wang Feishuan was nowhere to be seen. She left just like that? Reflecting on their interactions from the previous night, he sighed, realizing that his words might have been too harsh. Descending the stairs in search of something to eat, he was greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air as he entered the living room. As Chen Yan turned around, he caught sight of Wang Feishuan approaching with breakfast in hand. "I will be here for the next few days, so let Aunt Lu return home first," she said with a composed expression, not wishing to stir yesterday's events and risk irritating the young lady. Chen Yan refrained from mentioning it. Instead, he walked over and embraced her gently. "What has brought about such kindness in keeping me company these days?" he inquired. Wang Feishuan pouted slightly and replied, "In a few days, our entire family will be heading back to the ancestral home to prepare for the New Year festivities. We will not return until after the celebrations." Chen Yan pondered aloud. "Didn't you just return for ancestor worship? Now you must go back again for the New Year?" He had not anticipated that the Wang family adhered to more traditions than he had initially imagined. Perhaps it was a legacy of customs cultivated over generations in a scholarly household. Wang Feishuan offered a comforting pat on his back. Chapter 159, touching upon Wang father's interests. "It's good to know, but if you wish to marry me, it may bring you considerable trouble in the future," Wang Feishuan jested. However, Chen Yan took her words quite seriously. He genuinely realized that numerous troubles awaited him down the line. Nevertheless, he felt reassured, believing that everything remained within his control. There was nothing that Chen Yan could not resolve. "Let's have breakfast," Wang Feishuan declared earnestly. "Since I've been home these past few days, I gave Aunt Lu a break, and I intend to spend quality time with you." The breakfast she prepared was indeed delightful. After savoring a bite, Chen Yan sighed softly. "Unfortunately, I cannot take leave to stay at home with you. I just acquired Shenghui technology yesterday, and there is an overwhelming amount of work to be done. Additionally, I need to arrange matters regarding the film. It is impossible to carve out time." He had genuinely contemplated remaining at home to accompany her. Wang Feishuan chuckled dismissively. "It's all right. You come home every night anyway. How about I serve as your driver and assistant for these few days? That way, I could be with you at all times." Observing her whimsical suggestion, Chen Yan leaned closer and gently caressed her cheek. "Wouldn't that be too exhausting for you? I manage just fine every day. I don't feel fatigued. As your girlfriend, how could I possibly tire of it?" Wang Feishuan blinked playfully, smiling brightly. "Very well then." Chen Yan chuckled and continued his breakfast. One must admit, Wang Feishuan exhibited great potential as an assistant. Within the time it took to eat breakfast, she had already acquired Chen Yan's entire itinerary for the day from Li Lu. After perusing the schedule, she affectionately threw herself into Chen Yan's embrace. "I had no idea your daily agenda was so packed. No wonder whenever I ask you, you're either in a meeting or en route to one." Hearing her warm words, Chen Yan leaned down and kissed her forehead. "It's all right. This is how it is before the New Year. By completing everything in advance, we allow everyone to take their leave sooner and return home for the festivities." Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yan's thoughts were still with his employees, prompting Wang Feishuan to contemplate deeply. "Perhaps I should sign on with your company. The benefits of being your employee must be extraordinary." Chen Yan chuckled, ruffling her hair. "You need not sign on. What is mine is yours. You are already the matriarch of the company." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they departed from home. The driver, who had been granted a day off, happily returned to slumber. The morning was dedicated to signing contracts with Shenghui Technology and finalizing film projects, while the afternoon, there was a gala in the evening. It seemed familiar to Wang Feishuan. As she read through Chen Yan's itinerary, she found herself puzzled by the gala's mention. "I feel as though I've encountered this investment gala somewhere before." Chen Yan, engrossed in the electronic contract sent by Li Lu, casually replied, "You'll accompany me this evening. That way, I won't have to plead with Li Lu to attend." "Plead? Do you not have the authority as a boss to command the vice president?" Wang Feishuan inquired with a smile. Chen Yan sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Nowadays, workers wield tremendous rights. It seems the employer must simply comply." "Haha, it seems I should truly consider joining your company," remarked Wang Feishuan. Chen Yan looked up at her. "What? Am I not obedient enough?" Just then, the traffic light turned red and the car came to a halt. Wang Feishuan suddenly leaned over and planted a kiss on him before sitting back. "Not too bad. You need to keep striving." Unexpectedly delighting, Chen Yan touched his lips, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Why does it seem that this girl has been so proactive lately? Is it merely an illusion? Upon arriving at the company, Shenghui had already been there, reviewing contracts with Li Lu to confirm specific terms. Upon seeing Wang Feishuan enter, he was momentarily taken aback. Miss Wang? Wang Feishuan, somewhat puzzled, replied, "You know me?" Recalling Chen Yan's schedule from the morning, she confirmed his identity. "You are the general manager of Shenghui Technology?" Indeed, Sheng Hui's expression was complex, words caught in his throat. Noticing this, Chen Yan interjected, "If there is something to say, just say it. Feishuan is my girlfriend. There is no need for discretion." Girlfriend? Sheng Hui was genuinely astonished. This reaction was decidedly peculiar. Even Li Lu noticed. "Have you had any conflicts with Miss Wang?" she inquired. At that moment, Sheng Hui's face turned pale, his expression contorted in distress. Chen Yan felt a sense of unease. The suspicions from yesterday came rushing back, increasingly aligning with reality. "Feishuan, could you assist me in preparing some tea? I stayed up too late yesterday and could use a wake-up." After some contemplation, Chen Yan decided to send Wang Feishuan away. Given the current situation, laying everything bare could potentially impact both Feishuan and the company. After all, advancing into the new energy sector was Chen Yan's long-held ambition, and acquiring Shenghui technology was a pivotal step. There was no retreat for Chen Yan. He could only press forward. Wang Feishuan gradually calmed down and nodded before departing. Once the conference room door closed, Chen Yan's expression darkened. "Let us clarify this matter. I am unaware of the relationship between General Chen and Miss Wang." Sheng Hui was visibly troubled. Chen Yan spoke plainly, "You need not hold back. What is the situation? Be clear." As he spoke, the career path Chen Yan had meticulously charted began to show signs of fracture. It turned out that when Sheng Hui returned to the country, the emerging new energy project garnered significant attention, particularly due to the specialized technology that continuously elevated his value. Many industries sought to court Sheng Hui, including Wang Feishuan's father. Had Sheng Hui chosen any path at that time, matters would not have escalated to this degree. Unfortunately, in his youthful arrogance, he intended to carve out his own path, leveraging the core technology of new energy vehicles, particularly in the realm of batteries, which indeed occupied a vast market. Moreover, the government imposed no restrictions in this area, allowing Sheng Hui to develop progressively from a studio to an established company. Along this journey, he had offended many, including Wang Feishuan's father and her cousin. Wang Feishuan's father has set his sights on new energy batteries, while Wang Feishuan's cousin is focused on new energy vehicles, seeing them as rivals to his own fuel-powered car, and plans to acquire them for personal use. Unexpectedly, Sheng Hui remains obstinate, rejecting any consensus. This is precisely the reason why Sheng Hui finds himself in such a dire situation. The unfortunate plight that has befallen Sheng Hui can also be attributed to the machinations of the Wang family. Upon learning this, Chen Yan's heart sank profoundly. To take over would imply a confrontation with the Wang family, while refusal would render all preparations futile. Both Chen Yan and Li Lu fell into a heavy silence. After finally glimpsing hope, it had now been abruptly extinguished. The door to the conference room was pushed open. Chapter 160. The launch conference of Infernal Affairs. Unexpectedly, Wang Feishuan suddenly entered and uttered those words. In truth, she had never left, standing at the door, listening intently to the conversation within. From Sheng Hui's earlier reaction, she had discerned that something was amiss. Although she had never been involved in the family's enterprises, she was well aware. Every year during the new year, her cousin would engage in lengthy discussions with her father in the study, and although they seldom met, they would hold small meetings during festive occasions. Naturally, Wang Feishuan was curious and gleaned insights into their company's affairs through these exchanges. Now, her boyfriend was at a pivotal juncture in his career. Feishuan, Li Lu hesitated to articulate her thoughts. Chen Yan remained silent. Wang Feishuan's gaze was steadfastly fixed on Chen Yan's face as she resolutely declared, "Chen Yan, I want you to persevere, even if it means opposing the Wang family. So be it. If you falter, I believe you will have the opportunity to rise again, and I am willing to accompany you in that resurgence. If you triumph, then you shall prove to my father and my cousin that the man I have chosen surpasses them. He is the one I desire to share my future with." Her words, spoken in a calm tone, stirred Li Lu's emotions profoundly. Although Wang Feishuan appeared composed, internally, her strength surpassed that of everyone present. Perhaps it was the abundance of her upbringing that fortified her spirit. Chen Yan remained silent, still not uttering a word. Wang Feishuan strode directly before him. Taking his hand in hers, "Did you hear what I said?" Their eyes locked, and Chen Yan noticed an undercurrent of anxiety in her gaze. He pulled her into his embrace, tenderly stroking her long hair. "Since my beloved has expressed such sentiments, I must prove myself," he thought. Although concern lingered in his heart, he felt compelled to support her. "Feishuan, I have not erred in my choice, yet I wonder if yours is as sound." At that moment, when the atmosphere was harmonious and warm, a muffled sob broke the tranquility. Everyone turned to see Sheng Hui covering his face, weeping profusely. "I am so moved." "You need not mind me. Please continue. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Sheng Hui continued, "Forgive a middle-aged man for feeling betrayed by both career and family. It is hard to witness such a heartwarming scene." As events unfolded in this peculiar manner, Chen Yan finalized the acquisition contract with Sheng Hui Technology, delegating the remaining matters to Li Lu. "By the way, Lu Jia, you need not continue overseeing Sheng Hui Technology. I have other plans for you." Upon hearing this, Li Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to their previous arrangement, she was not required to manage the new energy sector, only the entertainment company. Did this imply that Chen Yan intended to re-enter the entertainment industry? With Li Lu's anticipation mounting, Chen Yan revealed his new plans. "I intend to commence filming a new movie, Infernal Affairs, after the new year. I will provide you with the materials post-festival so we can strategize." Another film? Li Lu was taken aback for a few seconds, having expected a variety show instead. Why was he returning to filmmaking, especially when the previous endeavor had yet to yield results? The payment structure has just been established, and they're still uncertain about the effects of the revenue sharing. Should they proceed directly to the next film? Chen Yan, while organizing his materials, casually remarked, "What's wrong? Don't you trust me?" "It's not that I distrust you, but let us take it step by step. There is no need to rush," Li Lu replied, somewhat at a loss for words on how to articulate her thoughts. Chen Yan chuckled at her conflicted expression, reassuring her, "Rest assured, Kung Fu will not disappoint you." Later, have the publicity department promote the upcoming filming of Infernal Affairs after the new year. It's the perfect opportunity to generate some buzz before the premiere of Kung Fu. Unbeknownst to them, this was Chen Yan's ulterior motive. Announcing the second film's production would rekindle interest in Kung Fu, and rival companies would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to criticize. After all, Li Lu had pondered the same notion moments ago. Others would certainly follow suit. Coupled with the public's curiosity about Chen Yan's film, the hype would surge once again. With this understanding, Li Lu proceeded to take action. Once the official account released the news, the excitement surged online. Chen Yan begins filming second movie. First film was a bust. Chen Yan lacks common sense. Netizens erupted in mockery. Seriously, has Chen Yan lost his mind? He hasn't even secured a release date for his current film, and he is already planning the next one? I have insider information that Kung Fu 1T even be released. Major film studios have reportedly blocked it from theaters. I'm dying to see what this film looks like. If it were a flop, would they be so eager to suppress it? Does anyone have resources? I truly want to see it. Before long, a wave of curiosity about the film surged to the trending topics. At this point, the official account announced the premiere date for Kung Fu. The premiere is set for the day after tomorrow, and the marketing and public relations teams must coordinate with Penguin and 3 other video companies. As soon as the premiere concludes, promotional materials for the Spring Festival must be released, ensuring they appear prominently on the homepage with the ability for viewers to make reservations. Li Lu is outside coordinating these arrangements. Chen Yan exited the conference room, a smile gracing his features. "I just thought of another intriguing idea. Contact Penguin and inform them that for reservations made 3 days after the premiere, there will be a 10 yuan discount. Remember, we will raise the original price by 10 yuan to ensure our profit margin remains unchanged." Upon hearing this, Li Lu was left speechless. "Where do you come up with so many quirky ideas?" Chen Yan grinned even more. "Isn't it just to bring some joy for the new year? Everyone loves a good deal, myself included. Offering a little discount in advance will surely make everyone happier. Besides, our prices are already half of what movie tickets cost." Though Li Lu grumbled, she continued to work diligently, organizing this idea to discuss with their partners later. After arranging matters related to the film, Chen Yan hardly had a moment of respite before heading to the company with Sheng Hui to address various issues. Under Chen Yan's direction, Sheng Hui has nearly completed the internal cleansing. The remaining personnel are all loyal to the company. Those with ulterior motives have either been taken away by the directors and supervisors or have resigned themselves, along with a few seeking compensation from the company. Sheng Hui does not evade responsibility and is compensated as necessary. The entire company has undergone a thorough restructuring, resulting in a workforce that is now reduced by half compared to before. However, this has also led to a much clearer environment. Once he finished his tasks, Chen Yan abruptly stated, "Fei Xian, I shall attend the evening's cocktail party with Sheng Hui. Are you concerned about encountering your father and cousin?" Wang Fei Xian inquired. Chapter 161. Encounter with Father Wang at the banquet. Indeed, it is no surprise that Fei Xuan is always spot on with her guesses. Chen Yan maintained a smile. Yet as he observed Wang Fei Xuan's earnest demeanor, he gradually stowed away his mirth. She was genuinely intent on discussing this matter. Chen Yan gestured for Li Lu and the others to step out. Approaching Wang Fei Xuan, he spoke softly. "Fei Xuan, the business arena is akin to a battlefield. I comprehend your intentions and hope you can grasp mine as well." He understood that this young woman wished to assist him. However, accepting her help would be a disservice to Sheng Hui Technology, which had steadfastly persevered to ensure that their hard work would not merely serve as stepping stones for others. Now that they had chosen to align themselves with him, it signified their trust in Chen Yan. To betray the trust would not be something that money could rectify. It represented his foundation in the business world. The two locked eyes for a considerable time before Wang Fei Xuan finally averted her gaze. "Well, your reasoning is undoubtedly more sound than mine. Nonetheless, despite the situation having progressed to this juncture, I still hope that when you are in need of assistance, you will think of me first." Listening to Wang Fei Xuan's thoughtful words, Chen Yan nodded repeatedly, pulling her into an embrace. Of course, if there are benefits to be had, would that not be quintessentially Chen Yan? If it were possible, I would simply lie at home and wait for Fei Fei to take care of me. All right. Upon mentioning this, Wang Fei Xuan's spirits soared as she playfully tousled his ear, saying, "I can give you whatever you desire. Perhaps my current capabilities may not afford you much, but please wait for me. I shall begin striving forthwith." Initially, Chen Yan merely brushed off her words. However, he could not have anticipated that Wang Fei Xuan was earnest in her declaration. As dusk fell, Chen Yan and Sheng Hui made their appearance at the soiree. "I have heard that this event was specifically arranged by the boss to facilitate networking and market expansion?" Chen Yan inquired while adjusting his buttons after exiting the vehicle. Sheng Hui, walking beside him, responded gravely, "Indeed, I have yet to explicitly mention that this gathering is organized by a prominent figure in the real estate sector for his daughter, who has returned from studying abroad to establish her own company." He added, "Furthermore, it is worth noting that his daughter is in a romantic relationship with Wang Fei Xuan's cousin." Chen Yan remarked, "Ah, I see. The Wang family truly embodies a formidable alliance." It now became clear why Wang's father had expressed dissatisfaction during their initial meeting. His cousin was involved with the daughter of a business magnate, whereas he himself was merely a figure in the entertainment industry, barely measuring up. This realization stirred a sense of uncertainty within Chen Yan. Upon entering the banquet hall, he was met with a sea of tailored suits and clinking glasses. Chen Yan and Sheng Hui casually procured 2 glasses of wine from a passing waiter and found a spot to await the commencement of the event. Their objective for the evening was simple: to wait for opportunities to present themselves. This sentiment rang true. Chen Yan had no obligation to attend such gatherings. Yet following the acquisition of Sheng Hui Technology, which was now undisclosed and lacking a press conference, it was imperative to participate in some industry events to maintain appearances. In Chen Yan's perspective, this occasion merely resembled the cliquishness often observed in commercial settings, where attendees were either seeking collaboration or attempting to forge connections. In the past, he would have eagerly engaged, but now he deemed such actions unnecessary. After all, Sheng Hui Technology had already alienated everyone within the industry. Given their current state of decline, who would be inclined to associate with them? Chen Yan's understanding of this was remarkably astute, yet Sheng Hui remained oblivious. "Mr. Chen, the director Liu over there and I have maintained a cordial relationship, devoid of any entanglements of interest. He is involved in e-commerce. Perhaps you might converse with him?" Sheng Hui enthusiastically suggested, pointing out the man in a white suit next to Liu, who had also dined with them on several occasions. As Sheng Hui urged Chen Yan to approach, Chen Yan halted him, his expression impassive as he spoke. Shenghui, do you recognize your most pressing issue? What is it? Shenghui inquired. Chen Yan replied. You fail to perceive the current situation in your own identity and status. This is not an insult. They have observed this since our arrival. However, despite conversing at a close distance, they have refrained from approaching you. Can you fathom the reason? This retort rendered Shenghui speechless. The adage of transient friendships was evidently lost on him, despite being in his 30s. After receiving this admonition, Shenghui stood silently beside him, thoroughly chastened. At that moment, some commotion emerged at the entrance, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. They beheld Wang's father and a somewhat portly gentleman entering, laughing amiably. A throng of people quickly surrounded them, clearly indicating that this gentleman was the focal point of the gathering and, indeed, its host. While Chen Yan observed this spectacle, he inadvertently locked eyes with Wang's father. After a brief glance, Wang's father resumed his conversation with those nearby. What surprised Chen Yan even more was when he turned his head and recognized that the stout man beside Wang's father was none other than Director Zhao, who had solicited investments for the Peaceful Life Variety show last year. This meant that the daughter who Shenghui had mentioned, returning from overseas studies, was Anna. Realizing this connection, Chen Yan was astounded. A web of relationships he had unwittingly stumbled upon was unfurling before him. If this were to continue, given their ties, he might even find himself referring to Anna as sister-in-law due to her connection with Wang Feishuan's cousin. It was truly a thunderbolt from the blue. Chen Yan felt an overwhelming desire to exit the banquet hall. Mr. Chen, you appear unwell. Are you feeling fatigued? Shenghui, lacking discernment, inquired beside him. Chen Yan was tempted to deliver a sharp retort. The intricacies of social connections were indeed labyrinthine, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Meanwhile, amidst their conversation, Director Zhao had reached the central podium, his laughter resonating. I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone for their support today. His opening remarks were characteristically formal, laden with references to the affairs of the business world. At that moment, a figure approached from behind and stood precisely beside Chen Yan. Mr. Chen, I trust you are well. The familiar voice brought a knowing smile to Chen Yan's face. Brother Zhao, our connection is indeed profound. Zhao Zicheng and Chen Yan exchanged smiles. In that instant, Chen Yan gained a rough understanding of the Zhao family's extensive influence. Chairman Zhao's enterprises spanned numerous industries, and he had a son and daughter, one in the entertainment realm and the other in business. Could there possibly be one in politics as well? You must be Chairman Zhao's son, Mr. Zhao Zicheng, Shenghui exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, Zhao's voice resonated loudly ahead, capturing the attention of others, thus avoiding any notice. Zhao Zicheng cast a meaningful glance at him, as if to suggest that Mr. Chen's interests were becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 162. Who is the CEO's daughter? Chen Yan discerned the underlying meaning in his words and discreetly sighed. Shenghui, I have some matters to discuss with Brother Zhao. Why don't you take a stroll? Shenghui, initially intending to continue the conversation, hesitated for a moment, displaying a hint of inner conflict, yet ultimately acquiesced to Chen Yan's request. The two clinked their glasses, and Chen Yan remarked with a smile, Brother Zhao, are you not concerned about the repercussions of coming here? Repercussions? Is it that you, Chen Yan, have become a virus? Are you so toxic that one cannot even approach you? Zhao Zicheng chuckled, clearly mocking him. Brother Zhao, perhaps it's best if you refrain from teasing me at this moment. Chen Yan replied, sipping his drink with resignation. Zhao Zicheng, ceasing his jesting, scanned the surroundings and said, to be honest, you are quite impressive, brimming with courage. Willing to venture into the lion's den. I once thought your audacity in entering the film industry was remarkable, but it seems I underestimated you. An insignificant artist, propelled by his popularity, had ventured into the film realm to direct, and even before his debut film had premiered, he had already stepped into the business sector. Such a tale, if spoken of, might not be readily believed, yet Chen Yan had indeed accomplished it. Do you know what the crowd was saying about you just now? Zhao Zicheng glanced at the group huddled nearby. Chen Yan maintained a serene smile and replied calmly, of course, to put it kindly, I'm a young bull charging forth. To put it less kindly, I'm merely unaware of the depths. Ha ha! Zhao Zicheng laughed at his candor, then added, it's even harsher than that. At this point, no matter which circle you enter, you seem to be the one people love to dislike. Achieving this level of notoriety is quite commendable. Not only Zhao Zicheng, but Chen Yan himself felt a sense of admiration for his own transformation. Previously, he would meticulously deliberate over every endeavor. Now, he found himself fearless, daring to confront any challenge. As Zhao Zicheng and Chen Yan exchanged light-hearted banter, the grand entrance of the banquet hall slowly opened, revealing the two main characters arriving fashionably late. Wang Feishuan's cousin, Wang Zhendong, wrapped his arm around Anna's waist as they approached the center where Director Zhao stood. Anna surveyed the surroundings and immediately spotted her brother and Chen Yan. Her gaze lingered on Chen Yan for a noticeable moment. Had it not been for Wang Zhendong's prompt, Anna nearly stumbled over her own gown. "Your sister looks stunning this evening," Chen Yan generously praised. Clad in a red dress that bloomed like a rose, she exuded a captivating allure, her eyes reflecting a hint of coldness, her demeanor as haughty as ever. Zhao Zicheng's smile faltered, and he turned to emphasize, "Her beauty has little to do with you. Be mindful of your boundaries." "I am aware. Look at how flustered you are." Chen Yan chuckled in explanation. "We are no longer merely friends. By our connection, I should even refer to your sister as my sister-in-law." Surprised by this unexpected relationship, Zhao Zicheng shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. You think you can win over Wang Feishuan? That girl is even colder than Anna." The Wang and Zhao families had maintained a long-standing friendship, often gathering together. Previously, there had even been attempts to matchmake Wang Feishuan and Zhao Zicheng, as Zhao Zicheng had long since determined his path in the entertainment industry, while Wang Feishuan had nurtured a passion for music since childhood. However, when Zhao Zicheng and Wang Feishuan learned of this matter, both simultaneously declined. Wang Feishuan found Zhao Zicheng to be unstable and immature, flitting about with others. Zhao Zicheng, in turn, deemed Wang Feishuan's demeanor excessively cold, noting their lack of shared interest during their encounters. The sole activity that allowed them to coexist was playing chess. Yet, when they engaged in a match, it resembled two armies clashing, with neither conceding an inch. Their competition was fervent, their expressions as grave as if their lives depended on the outcome. From that moment onward, neither family harbored any desire to unite Wang Feishuan and Zhao Zicheng. Chen Yan, unaware of these past events, merely remarked, "The girl who appears aloof before you is quite fervent in my presence." Zhao Zicheng was left speechless. What was he boasting about? "Enough reminiscing with Zhao. I must speak with my future father-in-law," Chen Yan declared, striding toward Wang's father, who was seated in a corner. The hall bustled with guests. Some gathered around Director Zhao, others encircling Wang Zhendong and Anna, while the younger generation of wealthy heirs flocked around Zhao Zicheng. Since Wang's father arrived, Chen Yan had been attentive to the unfolding dynamics. "Mr. Chen, are you seeking Mr. Wang?" queried Sheng Hui, who had stealthily returned after being forced to leave moments earlier. Chen Yan glanced at him, noting his swift return. Sheng Hui chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't wander far. I realized I might have been a bit rash. I barely know Director Zhao and yet attempted to engage him. It was surprising that he could reflect upon his actions so quickly. That's good to hear. Just be more mindful next time. Find something to occupy yourself with. I must approach him. After all, he is Feishuan's father." Initially hesitant to approach, Chen Yan had wished to avoid mingling with others in flattery. Now, however, he could not ignore his future father-in-law. With a light step, he approached Wang's father. "Uncle Wang, it has been a while. I am Chen Yan, your junior. Why didn't you come over earlier? Didn't you see me resting?" Wang's father replied, his expression unchanged, speaking in a measured tone. Recalling the earlier moment, Chen Yan maintained his smile. "Uncle, the occasion was not suitable, and given my current status, I feared it might inconvenience you." Wang's father remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips, fully aware of Chen Yan's subtle intentions. "Please have a seat." Chen Yan complied and took a seat, catching sight of Wang Zhendong and Anna at the center of the crowd, currying favor. "I hear you acquired Sheng Hui technology? Quite an accomplishment. So many have attempted negotiations without success," Wang's father remarked, his expression revealing little emotion. Though his words sounded like praise, the underlying sentiment was starkly different. Setting aside other matters, he was well aware of Sheng Hui's reputation in the industry. Consequently, Chen Yan adjusted his posture, speaking gently. "I merely seized an opportunity. The acquisition of Sheng Hui was fortuitous, and I will require your guidance moving forward. I can't offer you any insight. I myself struggle against the rising star that is Sheng Hui technology, Wang's father replied curtly, withholding any hint of encouragement. This left Chen Yan feeling somewhat uneasy. This old man was clearly targeting him. Even though our relationship has deepened somewhat, there is no need for such behavior. You have already suffered losses at the hands of Sheng Hui. Why continue to bear a grudge against me? After pondering for a few moments, Chen Yan smiled and replied, "That is all in the past, uncle. As the head of Sheng Hui technology, I shall surely fulfill your every request." This statement struck a chord with Wang's father, whose expression softened slightly as he turned to face Chen Yan directly. "Are you proposing a collaboration with me?" he inquired. "Indeed, our ventures share numerous opportunities for mutual benefit. If you are willing, I assure you that I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly," Chen Yan responded eloquently, skillfully assuring him of his unwavering support. Chapter 163. Enduring Mockery, Mr. Wang? I have been searching for you without success. I never anticipated you would be hiding here. The man approaching, Chen Yan, had a vague impression of him. Sheng Hui had specifically mentioned that the only formidable adversaries of Sheng Hui technology, aside from the Wang family, were the leading figures from the rival automotive industry. Wei Jun, Mr. Wang's father, smiled as he extended his hand. "Ah, Mr. Wei, the outside is bustling with youth discussing their interests. As an old man, I find it difficult to stand amidst such vigor, so I sought a refuge." "How fortuitous. I had the same thought, Mr. Wang. Please take a seat." After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Jun joined Mr. Wang's father on the sofa. One was a shrewd strategist, clearly uninterested in engaging with Chen Yan, while the other maintained an air of elegance, showing no inclination to make introductions. Shortly after Wei Jun's arrival, others began to gather around. The two sofas offered scant space. Opposite sat Wei Jun and Mr. Wang's father, leaving only an empty spot beside Chen Yan. The others clustered around Wei Jun and Mr. Wang's father, effectively rendering Chen Yan a target of neglect. "I heard that Mr. Wei has recently introduced a new batch, intending to innovate upon old designs. You are perpetually ahead of us. Indeed, Mr. Wei has always been our pioneer. Let us not forget Mr. Wang." The speaker had barely finished when Wang Zhendong, who had just arrived, interrupted. "What do you mean by mentioning me? We just had a conversation, did we not?" Wang Zhendong's entrance captured everyone's attention, and he brazenly took the seat beside Chen Yan. "Who is this?" Wang Zhendong inquired, staring intently at Chen Yan. This was quite a turn of events. Previously overlooked, Chen Yan now felt akin to an ant on a hot pan. Neither of the Wangs seemed inclined to ease his discomfort. "Zhendong, you are unaware that this gentleman is quite a prominent figure, having recently acquired Sheng Hui technology." Chen Yan. What a scathing introduction it was. Chen Yan regarded the man, with his thick brows and expressive eyes, and found an inexplicable amusement in the situation. "Thank you for the compliment. I am but a humble individual fortunate enough to have acquired Sheng Hui technology, thus joining you all as a peer. I anticipate numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future, especially as I intend to research hybrid energy solutions. Perhaps we might work together, haha." The mere mention of hybrid energy elicited subtle shifts in the expressions of those present. It was well known that Sheng Hui had tightly controlled the new energy sector, leaving no opportunities for others to benefit, intent on devouring the entire pie for themselves. This had incited collective opposition from others. Now, the newly acquired leader spoke of collaboration. The dynamics had become rather intricate. However, Wei Jun maintained his disdainful demeanor, eloquently speaking while harboring fears that this acquisition might merely transform Sheng Hui technology into Chen Yan technology. With a single remark, he elevated Chen Yan's status once more. Chen Yan was aware of Wei Jun's contempt for new energy vehicles, yet he remained puzzled by Wei Jun's intense animosity towards him. Mr. Wei is indeed correct. The sudden agreement drew Wei Jun's attention. Chen Yan spoke slowly. "Sheng Hui technology is named after Sheng Hui, and now that it has been entrusted to me, it cannot continue under this name." His ambiguous remarks serve as a retort to those eager to criticize. He refrained from discussing how Sheng Hui had previously conducted its affairs. Regardless of the change in leadership, everything would begin anew. Chen Yan's words brought a palpable silence to the atmosphere. Wei Jun, who had previously held a position of superiority, cast a few more glances in his direction, eventually straightening his attire with a dismissive snort, remarking that theatrical speech is indeed pleasing to the ear. His comment underscored the disdain of this automotive industry magnate toward Chen Yan. The latter understood all too well. It was not merely a matter of contempt, but rather a simple prejudice against his origins. Apart from the two individuals surnamed Wang, nearly everyone present shared Wei Jun's sentiments. What Wei said makes sense. One should focus on actions rather than mere words. If the actor's performance is enjoyable, we might as well take it lightly. Ha ha ha. Several individuals laughed as they approached Wei Jun. Meanwhile, the subject of their ridicule, Chen Yan, remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the jibes directed at him. In that moment, Wang's father truly scrutinized the young man who dared to be with his daughter. Undeterred, he faced the arrows of criticism head-on, demonstrating a depth of strategy far surpassing what was visible on the surface. "So, you are Fei Xian's boyfriend?" Wang Zhendong suddenly inquired. Chen Yan turned his attention to him. Smiling, "Hello, cousin." Wang Zhendong replied, "Who is your cousin?" Chen Yan maintained his smile, earlier feigning ignorance. Now he sought to establish a familial connection. Such matters are not so easily arranged. You and Fei Xian are not yet at the marriage stage, so do not expect to invoke my cousin's name. Wang Zhendong leaned back, creating some distance from Chen Yan. This time, Chen Yan did not look at him, but instead turned to Wang's father, uncle. "I must admit that my earlier mention of hybrid technology was merely a diversion for them. However, I have no secrets from you. The future of Shenghui technology will not only focus on new energy electric vehicles, but will also venture into fuel vehicles. I hope for opportunities to collaborate with you." Having shared both truths and fabrications, it was now up to him whether Wang's father wished to listen. With that, Chen Yan had no intention of lingering any longer. He had seen those he needed to see and conveyed what he needed to convey. Following this encounter, Chen Yan gained a clearer direction for his future endeavors. Upon exiting the banquet, Shenghui trailed behind Chen Yan, not daring to utter a sound, constantly stealing glances at his expression, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. Indeed, as soon as they entered the vehicle, Chen Yan stated directly, "My time is quite limited going forward. Besides filming, I need you to develop the company's affairs from two fronts. 1, continue with new energy electric vehicles, and 2, develop fuel vehicles for me, targeting the mid-range market, specifically aimed at Wei Jun's brand and 2 other mid to high-end fuel vehicles. Do you understand?" Shenghui was bewildered. "Mr. Chen, I do not comprehend. Have you been provoked by them? It is truly unnecessary. We merely need to excel in electric vehicles." "You do not understand." Chen Yan interrupted him, his expression grave. "Your current endeavor in electric vehicles presents an alternative window to the market, one they cannot tolerate, hence their hostility towards you. The only way forward is to remove the roof, allowing them to overlook the threat posed by electric vehicles. I intend to demonstrate to them the consequences of years spent monopolizing the market, reaping exorbitant profits while flaunting their power." This time, Shenghui grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet he still found it challenging to accept the task assigned by his superior. "Mr. Chen, is it truly so?" Chen Yan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Chapter 164. A special arrangement. Initially, Chen Yan harbored no particular aspirations regarding the automotive sector. As long as he could continue to advance in the realm of renewable energy, he was content. However, the incessant challenges posed by others stirred a sense of determination within him. If there was to be a conflict, it would be a thorough one. Since the banquet, Wang Feishuan noticed that Chen Yan's workload had intensified considerably. As the date for her return to the ancestral home approached, she found herself increasingly anxious. During this period, she had indeed become what she had referred to as an assistant. At one point, Wang Feishuan had miscalculated. She presumed that as the head of the company, Chen Yan would be less occupied than her father. Little did she know that Chen Yan was overwhelmed with responsibilities, sleeping only 4 to 5 hours each night. By the time he finished work and was in the car, exhaustion was evident. Gradually, her own thoughts dissipated as she devoted herself to supporting Chen Yan in his endeavors. One morning, Wang Feishuan received a message from her mother. "Feishuan, we are returning to the ancestral home next Monday. Have you packed everything?" Since returning to the country, she had been living independently, so her family was unaware of her recent companionship with Chen Yan. After some contemplation, she replied, "Yes, I will bring my things home the day after tomorrow." No sooner had she sent the message than Chen Yan, from the other side of the bed, enveloped her in his arms. "What time is it, darling?" he murmured. Wang Feishuan glanced at her phone and gently replied, "It's only 6 o'clock." You should sleep a little longer. I have a special arrangement today that cannot be delayed. With that, Chen Yan, somewhat dazed, rose from the bed and made his way directly to the bathroom. Wang Feishuan was taken aback. She had never seen him get up so readily. Before they could even have breakfast, they hurriedly departed. Are you driving today? Wang Feishuan inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he typically disliked driving. Chen Yan paused momentarily and explained, It's been a while since I drove. I suddenly wanted to experience the feel of the road. Come on, let us go. With that, Wang Feishuan set aside her concerns. On the road, she continued her usual line of questioning. What's on your agenda today? Why didn't Lu Jie send me anything yesterday? Lu Jie is off today. I heard her boyfriend is breaking up with her. So she is off to the school to reconcile. Chen Yan replied casually, steering the car in a different direction. Upon hearing the words break up and reconcile, Wang Feishuan's curiosity was piqued, and she immediately asked, break up? Why? Weren't they getting along well? They seemed so sweet together. Did Lu Jie throw another tantrum and scare him off? After pondering, she concluded that this was indeed the most plausible explanation. Chen Yan chuckled, You're right. The other day, they had a major argument over dinner or something, and it escalated until the wee hours. When Lu Jie arrived at the office yesterday, she looked utterly drained. What initially seemed like a serious matter, when recounted by Chen Yan, took on an unexpectedly humorous tone. Wang Feishuan stifled a laugh and remarked, I did not mean a laugh, but what kind of adjective is that? Is there truly such a description for a person? Honestly, you should have seen it yesterday. Li Lu was wandering around the office like a ghost. Chen Yan, with utmost seriousness, described the scene. I simply could not endure it any longer. So I promptly gave her a day off. Following Chen Yan's account, Wang Feishuan could vividly envision the scenario. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone to message Li Lu, inquiring about the situation. As she was engrossed in typing, Chen Yan's voice broke through her thoughts. My dear, we have arrived. His tone unmistakably conveyed excitement. Chen Yan had never come to the office in such a cheerful mood. Hearing this, Wang Feishuan curiously looked up, only to find that they were not at the office, but rather in an unfamiliar place. While she pondered this, Chen Yan had already exited the vehicle, moving to open the door for her. My princess, please disembark, he said. Realizing this was a surprise prepared by Chen Yan, Wang Feishuan's expression shifted from calm to delight. She took his outstretched hand and stepped out. Before her stood a restaurant adorned with roses, a sight of breathtaking beauty. As they walked down the corridor, the interior was devoid of people, yet the ambience was enchanting, captivating Wang Feishuan's gaze. Do you like it? Chen Yan inquired with a smile. Wang Feishuan tightened her grip on his hand and nodded. I do. That's splendid. It makes all my preparations over the past few days worthwhile. Chen Yan sighed with relief, embracing her from behind. Preparations? Did you personally arrange all of this? Wang Feishuan asked in astonishment, having presumed the decorations were part of the restaurant's original design. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow and kissed her cheek. Of course, I put in considerable effort to avoid you discovering my plans. However, as long as you love it, that is all that matters. As he spoke, Chen Yan leaned down to steal a kiss, but Wang Feishuan, flustered, turned away, stammering, but we are still outside. Today, it is just the two of us. Chen Yan whispered softly in her ear. Wang Feishuan momentarily lost herself in the moment, allowing him to take advantage. The gentle intimacy enveloped them, mingling with the faint fragrance of flowers. Chen Yan led Wang Feishuan further inside, where melodious music began to play, enhancing the romantic atmosphere. In between the notes, Wang Feishuan breathed softly. This is the piece I performed at my last competition. Indeed, I had someone record it specifically for you, Chen Yan replied, resting his forehead against hers, swaying gently to the rhythm. Wang Feishuan giggled. You like it this much? The master is right here, available to play just for you. They exchanged smiles, and the air around them thickened with sweetness. Chen Yan guided Wang Feishuan step by step, savoring the fruits of his careful planning. Observing her genuine smile, he felt the weight of his worries lighten. He yearned to see more such smiles from Feishuan, hoping to witness them for the rest of his life. Yet, he understood that achieving this dream required overcoming the towering obstacles of family expectations, a daunting challenge indeed. Setting aside these thoughts, Chen Yan continued to enjoy their meal. Do we have any other arrangements later? Wang Feishuan inquired with a smile, taking a sip of red wine. Chen Yan responded affirmatively. Of course, it seems my darling can hardly wait. Indeed, I am quite eager, Wang Feishuan replied enthusiastically, her eyes twinkling with joy. Chen Yan, with a tender smile, took her hand as they stepped outside. This time, seated in the passenger's seat, Wang Feishuan's demeanor was noticeably perplexed. Little did they anticipate an unexpected turn of events along the way. As they exited the restaurant located halfway up the mountain, a car suddenly rounded the corner, appearing far too abruptly. Chen Yan swiftly maneuvered to avoid it, narrowly escaping a collision. "Are you all right?" Chen Yan asked with concern as he glanced back. Wang Feishuan shook her head. Chapter 165. A disquieting gaze from cousin after Chen Yan inquired about Wang Feishuan. He exited the vehicle, eager to ascertain which reckless driver dared to race along the mountain roads. Was this madness not evident? Upon alighting, the owner of the opposing vehicle also emerged. As their eyes met, both parties were momentarily taken aback. Cousin, Wang Feishuan, who had followed closely behind, expressed astonishment. "What brings you here?" A flicker of panic crossed Wang Zhendong's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. His passenger, Anna, also stepped out, her demeanor darkening as she scrutinized Wang Feishuan and Chen Yan. "Why are you two here?" The surprise at each other's presence was palpable, especially following the recent collision, which left them all pondering the whims of fate. After exchanging pleasantries and learning of each other's intended destinations, Chen Yan could only remark, "What a remarkable coincidence. I heard the new coastal area has been developed here, filled with intriguing activities, so I brought Feishuan along for some fun." Wang Zhendong regarded Chen Yan with a disapproving glare, softening slightly when his gaze shifted to Wang Feishuan. "I had the same thought. Cousin, what was that about earlier? I witnessed your car recklessly barreling towards us. Had I not dodged in time, we would have surely been in peril." Chen Yan pressed, unwilling to divert the topic. Both Wang Zhendong and Anna wore grim expressions, clearly indicating that an unspoken conflict had transpired between them in the car. "Since we have crossed paths, let us proceed together," Anna suggested. Chen Yan was decidedly unenthused. "What business do you have intruding upon our intimate moment?" He contemplated addressing the matter, but his hand was seized by Wang Feishuan. She turned to them and calmly responded, "Since we have met, we might as well continue together. It is a pleasure to finally meet my cousin's girlfriend. I am Wang Feishuan." In truth, Wang Feishuan and Anna were already somewhat acquainted, as Chen Yan and Anna had participated in 2 variety shows together. Regardless of their relationship's nuances, this knowledge was inevitable, especially since Anna was Wang Zhendong's girlfriend, and she was well aware of Wang Feishuan as the sole daughter of the Wang family. However, they had never crossed paths until now, nor had they ever conversed in a formal setting. Hearing her words prompted Wang Zhendong to relent. "Very well, since Feishuan has said it. We shall drive ahead while you follow behind." With that, he flashed a smile at Wang Feishuan before returning to his vehicle. Anna crossed her arms, her gaze shifting ambiguously between Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan, filled with curiosity about their intentions. Chen Yan, feeling equally bewildered, was ultimately pulled into the car by Wang Feishuan. "Why agree to accompany them? I was not prepared for their company," he grumbled, still discontent. Wang Feishuan, attuned to his sentiments, gently urged. You saw how his temper seemed rather volatile. Cousin is not one to lose his composure easily. The extremity of their situation surely indicates that something has transpired. I harbor no concern for the two of them. However, the collaboration between the Zhao and Wang families is of paramount importance and must proceed without error. Despite her lack of involvement in the Wang family's business affairs, she remains privy to significant arrangements made by the company from time to time, either through casual remarks from her mother or mentions by her cousin during his frequent phone calls. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan suppressed his discontent. "Very well then. My only treasure has spoken. How could I possibly disagree?" Yet, a lingering dissatisfaction brewed within him. He feigned regret, clearly seeking attention. Observing this, Wang Feishuan leaned in and placed a kiss upon his lips. Chen Yan smiled as he gently held her small head, deepening their embrace with a passionate kiss. Suddenly, an ear-piercing honk erupted from the car beside them. Chen Yan rolled his eyes and broke away from Wang Feishuan, turning to meet Anna's gaze. Anna shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, "This has nothing to do with me. He*s the one driving, and he*s the one honking." The ensuing explanation was met with a peculiar reception. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger creeping into his gaze. He exchanged a brief look with Wang Zhendong, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment. Anna, undeterred, interjected, "Tell me, Do you men find each other appealing? Otherwise, why would you both be in the same car? She exhibited no tolerance for their antics. Wang Feishuan maintained a cool demeanor, merely casting a fleeting glance at Wang Zhendong, her hand resting gently on Chen Yan's. Chen Yan, let us leave now. It must be said, Wang Feishuan possessed a certain charm. Whenever Chen Yan felt the urge to erupt in anger, she could effortlessly quell his fury with just a few words, much like a small ice cube that brings a sense of calm. Without further ado, Chen Yan pressed the accelerator and drove off, though a troubling thought nagged at him. Something felt awry. Wang Zhendong seemed off, exhibiting an odd demeanor since they had exited the vehicle. What was with the way he looked at Feishuan? Did he not see his proper girlfriend standing right there? Was he gazing at his cousin with such tenderness? Did he think himself a romantic hero, dashing and unparalleled? All men know each other's intentions. Chen Yan, what are you thinking? Wang Feishuan inquired curiously, having noticed his peculiar expression. Chen Yan, regaining his composure, blinked and replied with a smile. It's nothing. Your cousin is akin to a guardian figure, and one tends to feel a bit constrained in the presence of family. Finding this reason amusing, Wang Feishuan chuckled. Oh dear. The fearless Chen Yan is actually intimidated by my family? Indeed, winning over someone like Feishuan is no easy feat, Chen Yan continued, eliciting laughter from her and brightening his own spirits. Upon arriving at their destination, both cars nearly synchronized in their arrival. As Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan exited, they leaned affectionately against each other, gazing at the azure sea. Behind them, Wang Zhendong wore an impassive expression, his eyes unable to refrain from glancing at the pair. Perhaps those embroiled in the situation are often oblivious, while the observer sees clearly. Anna, as a bystander, watched all of this unfold and couldn't help but scoff. Really, Mr. Wang, did you bring me here just to witness others display their affection? The nuances of his thoughts were not directly addressed. Anna was not foolish. The collaboration between the two families was not something that could be elucidated in mere words. Who does not feign understanding while remaining perplexed? It sufficed to touch upon the matter. Wang Zhendong averted his gaze, now looking at Anna with an inexplicable intensity. The restaurant I have chosen offers a splendid view of the sea. I trust you will find it to your liking. Anna nodded in a perfunctory manner. Yes, it should be agreeable. Casting a glance at the couple beside them, Anna inquired, shall we invite them to join us this time? We have all come together. Wang Zhendong furrowed his brow. Anna, why are you so eager this time? Are you particularly keen on dining with Chen Yan and Feishuan? Anna paused for a moment, quickly realizing, I sent this to accommodate you? It seems you are quite keen on it, Mr. Wang. Chapter 166. Farewell to a girlfriend this time. The situation was rather clear. Anna had shown a modicum of regard for Wang Zhendong. However, he was taken aback by her perceptiveness, causing a momentary panic within him. As he attempted to offer an explanation, Anna had already lost interest in engaging further. They were not on the same wavelength, unable to even converse on the same level. If it weren't for the fact that the Wang family lacked a legitimate son, it would not have been Wang Zhendong, her cousin, vying for her affections. Watching Anna stride towards the seaside restaurant without a care, Wang Zhendong glanced back at Wang Feishuan and the others, conflicted, before ultimately deciding to follow her. Not far away, Chen Yan, though facing away from them, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of their presence. As soon as they departed, he wrapped his arms around Wang Feishuan and, with a discontented huff, remarked finally, those two distractions are gone. My darling, let us proceed to our next destination. Wang Feishuan beamed with delight, nestling into Chen Yan's embrace. Coincidentally, their next stop was in close proximity to the restaurant, with the cruise ship anchored less than 100 meters away. As Wang Zhendong and Anna observed Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan board the vessel, their expressions bore an intriguing subtlety. Anna candidly remarked, Mr. Wang, your cousin's boyfriend has the foresight to charter a cruise for leisure. Yet as the esteemed so, you only brought me here for a meal? Wang Zhendong's countenance darkened. At that moment, Anna waved her hand and called out, Hey there, may I join you? I've never been on a cruise and would love to experience it. Chen Yan, who was about to step aboard, immediately soured. Hey, Zhao Anna, do you have any sense of the occasion? Do you think any context permits your inclusion? Unable to restrain himself, Chen Yan retorted. Surprisingly, Anna showed no signs of irritation. Instead, she responded with a bright smile, Sure, I'm open to any way you suggest I join. Chen Yan shot back. I'll wait for your wedding night to join. Wang Feishuan tugged at his hand. Just when Chen Yan thought Wang Feishuan might acquiesce, she coldly interjected, "It would be better for my sister-in-law and brother-in-law not to come. We have arranged a special activity that isn't suitable for outsiders." This time, Anna fell silent as well. She truly did not wish to continue her association with Wang Zhendong. Earlier, she had observed Wang Feishuan's willingness to compromise and assumed she would yield somewhat for the sake of their families. She was taken aback by the directness of the refusal. No wonder her elder brother had shown some interest in her. Wang Feishuan's personality was indeed quite entertaining. Well, since the refusal was clear, Anna felt she had no choice but to accept the outcome. Seemingly resigned, she walked into the restaurant. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Feishuan mention a special activity, Wang Zhendong's demeanor grew increasingly difficult to conceal. The Wang family's traditions were quite conventional in the past. Feishuan would never have dared to utter such words. Watching Feishuan and Chen Yan affectionately board the cruise ship, Wang Zhendong's expression morphed into a palette of emotions. Completely devoid of the domineering and superior demeanor he had exhibited at the banquet just days prior. Upon Chen Yan's arrival, he naturally observed the expression on Wang Zhendong's face. A smile involuntarily graced his lips as he embraced Wang Feishuan, showering her with affectionate kisses. "My dear, in just a few days, you will be leaving, and I truly find it hard to part with you." Chen Yan swayed Wang Feishuan gently in his arms. She reciprocated the embrace, her tone instinctively playful. "I too will miss you dearly. However, this is unavoidable. It has always been our family custom that after the new year, I shall return as swiftly as possible." Chen Yan nodded in resignation. Time flew by in bliss, and after Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan had explored the depths and wandered around the cruise ship, nightfall had already descended. Before they could contemplate heading back, Wang Zhendong's call came through directly. "Feishuan, the darkness makes the sea unsafe. You should hurry back." Seated in Chen Yan's embrace, Wang Feishuan cleared her throat. "Understood, cousin." "Yes." A light bite on her wrist elicited an involuntary gasp from her. The voice on the other end abruptly ceased, followed by an immediate disconnection. Wang Feishuan playfully pinched Chen Yan's ear, feigning anger as she inquired, "Was that intentional?" "Indeed. It was deliberate," Chen Yan unabashedly confessed. "Oh, you have the audacity to admit it. Just wait and see how I shall punish you." A glimmer of mischief flickered in Wang Feishuan's eyes, and before Chen Yan could comprehend, she launched a surprise attack. At that moment, Chen Yan was utterly taken aback, realizing that his little darling had unwittingly embraced mischief. Tormented, Chen Yan dashed into the bathroom, recalling his earlier promise to Wang Feishuan regarding certain requests. As evening approached, the cruise ship returned. Upon disembarking, Chen Yan and Wang Feishuan lifted their gazes to find Wang Zhendong waiting at the dock. "Darling, you aren't planning to go back with him, are you?" Chen Yan inquired. Understanding his thoughts, Wang Feishuan did not answer directly, but instead smiled and asked, "Do you have any other plans?" Chen Yan immediately grasped her meaning. "Of course, I have prepared more surprises." They exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of each other's intentions. However, Wang Zhendong, oblivious to their exchange, approached and asked, "Feishuan, your home and Chen Yan's place are in opposite directions. Driving at night is unsafe. So you should come with me." With his arrival, Chen Yan realized the implications and retorted, "Why would we leave at this hour? Driving at night is the most perilous." Wang Zhendong, taken aback by Chen Yan's bluntness, responded with displeasure, "So, you intend not to return?" "Well, I have booked a sea view room. I shall leave after a good night's sleep," Chen Yan replied nonchalantly. At this, Wang Zhendong's expression darkened further. "No." Chen Yan's smile faded as he queried, "What does that mean, cousin? You say no as if it were a command? You recklessly drive without regard for safety and plan to take Feishuan along?" By directly referencing the events of the day, Chen Yan put Wang Zhendong in a difficult position. That was an isolated incident. Such occurrences have never happened before. Wang Zhendong insisted. Chen Yan could hardly believe it, asserting, "What coincidence? Where there is one, there is another. It is unsafe at night, and I will not allow Fei Xian to accompany you." "Fei Xian will come with me," he declared, taking Wang Fei Xian's hand and heading towards the hotel. As they passed Wang Zhendong, he reached out to grasp Fei Xian's other hand. However, in an unexpected moment, Wang Fei Xian forcefully shook him off. This sudden action left Wang Zhendong frozen in place. Cousin, I believe Chen Yan is right. Driving at night is too perilous. Please do not recklessly gamble with everyone's lives based on your impulses. All right? The dim lights flickered around them as the sea breeze carried chill. Wang Zhendong stood motionless, rooted to the spot. Chapter 167. Just departed, yet another arrival? The four individuals ultimately chose to spend the night by the seaside. However, the circumstances deviated somewhat from Chen Yan's arrangements. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Wang Zhendong returned, reiterating a singular demand to book 4 rooms. The hotel receptionist, visibly perplexed, replied, "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room available." Chen Yan languidly leaned against Wang Feishuan's shoulder, disregarding Wang Zhendong's inquisitive gaze. Naturally, he had no intention of engaging. Clinging to Wang Feishuan, he intended to ascend directly to their room, anxious to avoid being detained by Wang Zhendong. Yet, Chen Yan underestimated Wang Zhendong's audacity. Both had already entered the elevator when Wang Zhendong forcefully pressed the button to keep them from ascending. 2 rooms, the ladies shall share, while you and I shall share one, he insisted. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, his peripheral vision catching sight of Anna, who was eagerly observing. He readily acquiesced, very well. Since cousin prefers not to share with cousin-in-law, I shall begrudgingly share a room with you. Turning back, he sighed at Wang Feishuan. What a pity. My darling departs tomorrow, and I cannot spend this last night in your company. Before Wang Feishuan could respond, Anna interjected without hesitation. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. I shall relish this affection on your behalf. Come along, Miss Wang. As he watched the two head towards the elevator, Chen Yan cast a scornful glance at Wang Zhendong, his expression darkening as he disregarded him entirely. What cordiality could he muster for someone who harbored feelings for his own cousin? Disturbing. That night, Chen Yan enjoyed the plush solitude of a grand suite. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, ultimately deciding to shut Wang Zhendong out. Meanwhile, Wang Zhendong achieved his goal, unconcerned with the minor grievances between them. Throughout the night, the quartet maintained a low profile, save for Anna. The following morning, Chen Yan bid farewell to Wang Feishuan, their parting laden with reluctance. He nearly turned back thrice, and as he approached his vehicle, he leaned out of the window. Wang Zhendong, unimpressed, disdainfully remarked, "What a performance," before driving away. Once the car had vanished from sight, Chen Yan retracted his earlier demeanor, reflecting, "It seems one must possess certain connections. Just a cousin-esque status grants him the Wang family-esque trust to escort Wang Feishuan home. If I wished to take Feishuan home, I would have to traverse countless mountains and rivers." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan refrained from wasting further time. The days ahead promised to be quite busy, with matters at the headquarters, Shenhui Technology, and of course Wang Feishuan. Having had Wang Feishuan by his side for nearly half a month, tirelessly attending to various tasks, the thought of her impending departure stirred a sense of guilt within him. Thus, he dedicated several days to orchestrate a surprise. As it stood, it could only be deemed a partial surprise, as 2 unforeseen occurrences had interrupted his plans. Upon returning to the office, he found Li Lu and the others still immersed in their tasks. An assistant hurried towards him, announcing, "President Chen, the actress Li Mi from the film crew is waiting for you in the conference room." When mentioning Li Mi, the assistant deliberately added the title of goddess, clearly indicating deep admiration. Chen Yan felt a sense of surprise. What was her purpose for being here? Following the assistant into the conference room, Li Mi appeared in a dark red gown, her cascading waves of hair exuding an alluring sensuality. "Mr. President, it's not easy to meet you," she teased, prompting Chen Yan to smile as he approached her. "Sister Mi, if you wish to see me, a simple phone call would suffice." Once seated, Li Mi beckoned to her assistant to leave. Chen Yan's assistant, perceptive as always, followed suit. "I have a project I wish to collaborate on," she stated plainly, devoid of any pleasantries or explanations. Chen Yan was taken aback. She was compelling him to continue. The last time, her unconditional involvement in the action film had been a favor to him, one he felt compelled to repay. Now, with her direct mention of collaboration, it seemed like an inquiry but was, in fact, a push towards him. Should Chen Yan refuse, their interaction would cease. However, if he agreed, it would imply a step further into their relationship, albeit under the weight of gratitude. After a prolonged contemplation, he slowly inquired, "Sister Mi, Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? I cannot guarantee anything. Without hesitation, Li Mi smiled. I seek no assurances from you, Chen Yan. I simply wish to partake in your new drama, Infernal Affairs. Her response, though evasive, was an answer nonetheless. Both were astute individuals, and Li Mi had positioned herself in such a manner that left Chen Yan with no options. Very well, I agree, he conceded. Upon hearing his words, Li Mi's gaze faltered momentarily, and rather than feeling relieved, a peculiar heaviness settled in her heart. Despite events unfolding as she had envisioned, and despite gradually acquiring what she desired, discontent lingered. Perhaps it was the absence of willingness that bred a sense of regret. Sister Me, I have other matters to attend to, Chen Yan announced, standing. Once Infernal Affairs is arranged, I will have my assistant notify you. He wasted no time lingering. Swiftly exiting the conference room, Li Mi remained seated, contemplating, having devoted over a week to this matter and arriving 2 hours early, only to have their exchange last less than 10 minutes. Was this truly what she desired? A hint of confusion arose within her as she whispered to herself. They could have easily developed a strong sibling bond, transcending mere friendship while stopping short of romance. Yet, she found herself compelled to take this step. From the conference room to the office, their journey was clear to observers. Vivian leaned closer to Li Lu, inquiring with curiosity, Sister Lu, has something transpired between them? Are Li Mi and our President Chun at odds over the film's profits? What gossip is this? Do you have nothing better to do? Li Lu shot her a disdainful glance, reprimanding her without reservation. Accustomed to Li Lu's stubbornness, Vivian merely retreated, unperturbed. In his heart, he pondered, both bosses have recently exhibited unusual behavior, possibly indicative of turmoil in either their professional or personal lives. As an employee, it is prudent to maintain a certain distance, lest one inadvertently attracts trouble. Within the confines of the office, Chen Yan returned, burdened by a heavy heart. For some time, he had been uncertain about how to navigate his feelings for Li Mi. To be candid, since their time on the deserted island, he had not harbored any other thoughts about her, which would be a falsehood. A woman has done so much for you, even in the absence of love. There exists a sense of gratitude. Yet, Chen Yan despised the sensation of being cornered. That sense of passivity left him quite unsettled. Despite Li Mi not attending this occasion, he had already intended to cast her as the female lead in Infernal Affairs. This was his way of making amends to her. However, Li Mi's decision to come in person, driven by ulterior motives, altered the significance entirely. She sought to leverage this situation for her own ends. Chapter 168. Mysterious news. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, Chen Yan redirected his attention to work. With the new year approaching, numerous tasks required early attention, particularly with the addition of Shanghui technology, which meant an influx of documents arriving at his desk. After processing the messages sent by Shanghui, it was already afternoon. His assistant knocked on the door and inquired, Mr. Chun, would you prefer to dine out with the vice president or have food delivered to the office? Let's go out. After a long day confined to the office, Chen Yan felt fatigued. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was past 5. He picked up his phone and saw the messages from Wang Feishuan still lingering for midday. She had just returned home and was busy tidying up. This year, her father insisted on going to the ancestral home early, leaving her in a rush to prepare. Chen Yan pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it's because of me. Since the recent banquet, his communication with Wang's father had dwindled significantly, and judging by Wang Jindong's attitude towards him, things seemed strained. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yan pinched the bridge of his nose. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Thinking it was Wang Feishuan, he picked it up to call her, only to find it was an unfamiliar number. Just wait. I shall watch you plummet from grace, and I will see you pave your own path to destruction. Such a passionately intense message. Blinking in surprise, Chen Yan scoffed. Did that melodramatic person manage to get my number? How amusing. I've long since outgrown such theatrics. Now, seeing these messages only invoked laughter in him. During dinner, Chen Yan deliberately shared the text with Li Lu, who was doubled over with laughter. Did you see this? Ha ha ha. My status has truly escalated. Now I have people threatening me. Huh. A death sentence. How utterly ridiculous. Watching Chen Yan's unrestrained amusement, Li Lu was left speechless and pushed the phone back towards him. It seems that when one becomes successful, all sorts of nonsense come knocking. After sharing a few laughs, Li Lu broached a different matter. By the way, I heard you asked Sheng Wei to adjust the company's development strategy, intending to pursue both sides? Ah, didn't we agree not to discuss work during meals? Chen Yan's smile faded as he tucked his phone away. Li Lu offered a sheepish grin. We really don't have many other topics to converse about. And since we're nearly done eating, why not? Her words struck a chord with Chen Yan. His laughter resumed as he teased. What do you mean we have nothing to talk about? How are things with your boyfriend? I heard you didn't manage to win him back this time. Don't even mention it. It infuriates me. Li Lu's irritation flared, causing her to lose her appetite for dessert. Noticing her change in demeanor, Chen Yan quickly asked, "What's going on? Please clarify." Seeing his persistent inquiry, Li Lu sighed and recounted the details. I thought he was dissatisfied with my temper, but it turns out he is displeased with me as a person. I have exhausted my kindness towards him, no matter how much I invested in him. I ended up supporting him while he, in turn, pursued a young model. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. No way, Lu. How could you possibly attract such an improbable situation? Your previous young boyfriend seemed decent, yet he managed to betray you. Li Lu shot him a glare, retorting, "Are all men like this? Eating from one bowl while eyeing what's in the pot?" Chen Yan quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Hey, don't include me in that. Although the world is full of temptations, I remain steadfastly loyal to Fei Xian." Li Lu snorted and sighed. To be honest, he is inconsequential, just trash. But you? Her gaze shifted to Chen Yan, laden with meaning. To claim you won't stray in the future is rather implausible. That's quite a statement, Chen Yan replied, taking a bite of watermelon, choosing not to engage further. Li Lu continued, "Initially, I intended to comment on your looks and talents, but I've come to realize these are the most insignificant of your attributes. Your unwavering optimism and composed demeanor are truly rare qualities. You are the only one like this in my life. If we weren't so familiar, I might have even considered flirting with you." "All right, we're straying further off topic," Chen Yan hastily interrupted, anxious to prevent her from making any more audacious remarks. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Li Lu chuckled. "Oh, I see. You think you're too good for me. With so many stunning women out there willingly approaching you, why would you settle for someone like me, who lacks both looks and figure?" At this, Chen Yan understood. Is this all about you being betrayed? Is it really worth sulking so much? Li Lu pauja. Retrieving a cigarette from her pocket. "You truly are perceptive, Chun. If I hadn't noticed, I would have been a fool." Chen Yan rolled his eyes at her. Since their acquaintance, Li Lu had always been proud, even arrogant. Of course, it was commendable to have risen from nothing to her current status at 37 or 38, a rarity in the entertainment industry. Chen Yan's ability to bring her close was a matter of fortune and timing. Enough. In this vast world, there are countless small celebrities, college students, and young boyfriends. With your credentials, what could you possibly desire? Don't make a scene in front of me. He had enough of his own troubles without needing to manage hers. Li Lu smiled, genuinely taking his words to heart, and opted for a drink instead. By the time Chen Yan stepped outside for a phone call, Li Lu was already intoxicated. "Ah, Li Lu, you truly know how to create trouble for me." Though he scolded her, Chen Yan still managed to escort her home. To his surprise, a forlorn dog was waiting at her doorstep. As he helped Li Lu inside, he spotted her young boyfriend looking pitifully at the entrance. "Chingge, we have a misunderstanding," he lamented as he approached. "Stop right there. I have no interest in hearing your grievances," Chen Yan exclaimed, giving him a firm shove away. Chen Yan dragged Li Lu into the room and tossed her onto the bed before leaving. Naturally, she also expelled the young boyfriend who had taken the opportunity to enter. "Did I allow you in? You just walked in?" After being reprimanded, the young man obediently stood outside, not daring to step inside again. Chen Yan cast a glance at him. She hadn't taken a close look before. Now, it was evident that he was quite handsome with a sturdy physique. Such young men would certainly be suitable candidates for introducing to Li Lu in the future. For tonight, she would not disturb her, and tomorrow, once she was sober, they could sort out their affairs themselves. Chen Yan was genuinely exhausted, having worked all day and now tasked with escorting a drunken individual home. Chapter 169. The holiday on the following morning, the diligent old Huang Niu was among the first to arrive at the company, although not the very first. Chen Yan had barely settled in when his assistant arrived. "Good morning, President Chen," she greeted, as Chen Yan stepped out. Intending to procure a cup of coffee to invigorate himself, he fortuitously collided with his assistant at the entrance. How serendipitous. Could you fetch me a cup of coffee and perhaps some breakfast? He requested, producing a bank card from his pocket and extending it towards her. The assistant quickly declined. President Chen, I have a designated reimbursement process. Your card is unnecessary. Ah, is that so? Chen Yan, oblivious to the company's internal procedures, silently withdrew the card. Just remember to keep track of it. The young lady displayed a commendable understanding of protocol, maintaining the appropriate boundaries. Well done. I shall ensure your year-end bonus is more generous this year, he thought as he returned to his office with a light step. The assistant moved with remarkable speed, almost jogging down and back, fearful of keeping their president waiting. When Chen Yan finally sat down to eat, he was deeply touched. You have truly moved me, little assistant. These buns are still piping hot. I will surely grant you a raise and a promotion next year. Upon hearing this, the assistant smiled bashfully, feeling undeserving of such accolades. During the bustling morning, most employees opted to eat at their desks during lunch. The film Kung Fu was set to release during the holiday, placing high demands on the public relations team. They needed to finalize and handle all matters before the holiday break, a task they had already begun to address. Following the film's completion, Chen Yan had delegated these responsibilities. In the afternoon, he summoned everyone to the conference room. Yes, President Chen, the assistant promptly relayed the message. And soon, everyone gathered in anticipation of their leader. It wasn't long before Chen Yan entered with a thick stack of documents. President Chen, echoed throughout the room as he made his way to the head of the table. With a nod of acknowledgement, he prepared to announce an important matter. The mere mention of significance caused a palpable tension among the staff. As the holiday approached, what good news could there possibly be? Surely, it would involve overtime or more demanding schedules. Consequently, a peculiar atmosphere emerged. Before Chen Yan could utter a word, he was met with a chorus of glum expressions. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckled. Why do you all stare at me like that? Resembling little specters? The others fell silent, unsure how to respond. With Li Lu absent, only Vivian held the highest position. She politely smiled at him, President Chen, in the realm of workplace jargon. When a leader calls for an important meeting close to a long holiday, it typically pertains to overtime or scheduling matters. Thus, it is understandable that everyone feels somewhat disheartened by this news. In light of Vivian's explanation, Chen Yan experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder their gazes were so mournful, resembling little apparitions. In his previous life, Chen Yan had little opportunity to work, thus he was oblivious to such jargon. Reflecting on this, he retracted his smile and earnestly addressed the assembly. What I wish to convey is not about overtime, but rather about a holiday. Starting tomorrow, you shall embrace your well-deserved New Year break, lasting until 2 weeks post-festival. Upon the conclusion of his words, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. No one had anticipated such an announcement, and all gazed at him in disbelief. Vivian, equally astonished, inquired, Mr. Chen, are you jesting with us? Chen Yan shrugged. There is nothing humorous about this. However, it brings me joy to see you all smile. Observing his earnest demeanor, Vivian repeated her question. Are we truly receiving a month-long holiday? Indeed, Chen Yan replied with a smile. That is the case. Nonetheless, he promptly added, however, should any urgent matters arise during the holiday, requiring immediate attention, would you be amenable? Overtime will be compensated at triple the rate, in an effort to avoid appearing inhumane. He made this clarification. The next moment, the conference room erupted with exuberant cheers. Long live Mr. Chen. This is splendid. In my lifetime, I have never experienced such treatment. A month off. Mr. Chen, will we be safe from dismissal upon our return? The crowd rejoiced, bombarding him with queries. Chen Yan observed his diligent employees, now exuding childlike exuberance. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, moreover, the previous hustle was a result of the company's nascent stage. However, after the new year, we shall embark on a path of steady progress. Thus, we will adhere to labor laws, implementing a 5-day workweek with 2 days off. Before the first surprise had fully settled, another emerged. While a 5-day workweek is mandated domestically, many companies fail to comply. Not to mention, even a 6-day workweek with 1 day off is often unattainable. Consequently, when Chen Yan unveiled these 2 announcements, several employees were moved to tears. Oh, I am not crying. These are tears of joy. Indeed, I feel the same. I wish to work alongside Mr. Chen until retirement. Their enthusiasm suggested they might lift Chen Yan in celebration. A knock echoed at the conference room door, followed by inquiries from the workers outside. "Sir, is the delivery you ordered awaiting us at the door?" The assistant opened the door to reveal boxes upon boxes being transported in. Chen Yan promptly elucidated, "These are the New Year's supplies I prepared for everyone. The assistant will tally them up, with each person receiving 4 items. No one expected that, in addition to an extended holiday, they would also receive festive goods." The crowd eagerly awaited the assistant's inventory. Once these arrangements were made, Chen Yan shook his head in mild exasperation, offered some instructions to Vivian, and returned to his office. After days of relentless toil, he finally felt a sense of accomplishment regarding his employees' affairs, yet his head spun with fatigue. After a while, Vivian knocked at the door. "Come in," Chen Yan replied, still engrossed in matters concerning Shenghui technology. "What is it? Does anyone have further questions?" Typically, Vivian seldom appeared before Chen Yan, opting instead to report to Li Lu, the direct supervisor of the public relations department. Vivian shook her head and smiled. "I merely wish to have a conversation with you. Chen, I hope you have a moment to spare." Chen Yan glanced at the time and paused his work. "You have 10 minutes. That will suffice, Chen," Vivian replied, her smile warm and her tone gentle. "You are unlike anyone else." Chapter 170. Alone in creating a myth? What is different? Where lies the distinction? Chen Yan was perplexed by her insinuation and attempted to interpret it, saying, "Am I more handsome than others?" Vivian adjusted herself and earnestly replied, "You are indeed more handsome than any man I have ever encountered, and you possess a remarkable charm." If Vivian had come solely to extol him, he felt such formalities were unnecessary. Chen Yan chuckled softly, instinctively glancing at the time. His schedule was indeed quite pressing, leaving no room for idle chatter. Moreover, engaging in light conversation was not on his agenda. Vivian, perceptively noting Chen Yan's demeanor, promptly stated, "I apologize, Mr. Chen, if I have interrupted your work. I merely wish to express my thoughts. You are a remarkable individual, and perhaps you will become a benchmark for the industry." After delivering her remarks, Vivian rose and exited the office. As the door closed behind her, Chen Yan stood momentarily astonished. A benchmark for the industry? What standard could he possibly set? Would he one day be awarded a medal for being an industry leader? Shaking his head, he cast aside such distractions and immersed himself in his work. He recognized that his earlier decisions had been somewhat impulsive. Entering a new industry was no simple feat, not to mention the automotive sector, which required involvement in various industries. The core technologies needed to be developed independently. These considerations had kept Chen Yan exceptionally busy. The notion of independent research and development was far from easy or effortless. He felt an immense sense of relief for having devoted himself wholeheartedly to his tasks in recent weeks. Otherwise, with the mounting responsibilities, he might not have managed. Fortunately, he had declined a variety show proposal from Yoga. There simply wasn't time for such distractions. Chen Yan smiled, still mentally scheduling the variety show. Perhaps after the completion of the project, he could arrange a show for some leisure. For several consecutive days, Chen Yan busied himself alone in the company, as did Shenghui. However, the employees at Shenghui Technology were not as fortunate as those at Chen S Group. Due to the project timelines set by the company, their holiday breaks had been repeatedly shortened. If Chen Yan did not intervene, Shenghui might have considered granting only 7 days off. "I say, old Sheng, these are your loyal subordinates. Can't you show a bit of humanity and leave them some breathing room?" Chen Yan shided Shenghui, pointing en accusatory finger. Shenghui awkwardly chuckled. "The company is still in crisis. I'm not planning to take a break, thinking it best to complete everything at once." Hearing this, Chen Yan felt an urge to slap him across the face. What you want is one thing. What they desire is another. They are your employees, not your slaves. This month's overtime will be compensated at triple the wage, with a 13th month salary at year's end and a half-month holiday. I have decided, notify them accordingly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenghui grew anxious. "Mr. Chen, how much will this cost?" We just managed to. Before he could finish, a swift blow to the back of his head silenced him. "The money comes from my pocket. If I choose to give, it is none of your concern." Soon after, the heads of various departments and project directors were summoned for a meeting to announce this news. Upon learning of the sudden introduction of this benefit within the company, even the high-ranking executives found themselves unexpectedly exhilarated. As the news was relayed to the employees in various departments, it spread with remarkable rapidity. Word of mouth transformed into an avalanche, and thus the name of General Chen resonated throughout the company. As the new year approached, both companies became nearly deserted. Only Sheng Hui remained diligently engrossed in the research and development room. During moments of respite, Chen Yan would inquire, "Old Sheng, even if your wife has left you, you should at least make an effort to see your child." Sheng Hui's response was stark. "Child? I can't even catch a glimpse of them. Their mother is guarding them as if I were a virus, preventing any contact." At first, Chen Yan found this absurd, but as he became better acquainted with Sheng Hui, he began to comprehend the rationale behind his ex-sister-in-law's actions. Sheng Hui was, in truth, a workaholic, wholly devoted to his craft. He could spend an entire month in the research room, oblivious to day and night, hardly engaging with others. Merely existing was a feat for him. This led Chen Yan to ponder how Sheng Hui had managed to marry and father a child in the first place. Perhaps it was entirely due to his ex-sister-in-law's initiative. With the absence of others in the company, only the old workhorse remained. Chen Yan, unwilling to linger in the office, took his laptop and work files home. That day, resembling a vagabond, he rose and switched on his computer, commencing project planning. When he received a video call from Wang Feishuan, he was nearly taken aback by his own disheveled appearance. "Goodness, how have I come to look this way?" Without Wang Feishuan needing to comment, Chen Yan was already mortified. His hair stood on end, wild and unkempt, and his stubble was unshaven for days. During this period, his morning routine consisted of a brief wash and a quick brush of his teeth, followed by hastily grabbing a piece of bread to work at his desk. He had been utterly devoted to his responsibilities, neglecting his own well-being. Wang Feishuan gazed at him, resembling a scruffy dog, and felt a twinge of discomfort. "Is this how you take care of yourself in my absence?" Chen Yan chuckled sheepishly. "Not at all. I've just been a bit busy these past few days and overlooked the finer details." Wang Feishuan's eyes betrayed her concern. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. How do you plan to celebrate?" She refrained from mentioning Chen Yan's family background. In fact, prior to contemplating a relationship with him, she had already conducted some research. Chen Yan's background was rather unremarkable. A boy from a small town, orphaned at a young age, who had persevered to forge his own path. The thought of his hardships deepened her sympathy for him. With a smile, Chen Yan expressed with pride, "It's just the new year. I'll book a table at a restaurant for the reunion dinner and take a drive to soak in the festive atmosphere. You know how vibrant the nightlife is in a big city. There is no shortage of celebratory spirit." As she considered the nightlife of the metropolis, Wang Feishuan instinctively thought of other implications. Her mind conflicted, and the words lingered unspoken on her lips. How would she even broach the subject? Chen Yan found himself alone in the desolate city, unable to provide companionship for himself. Was it fair to expect him to maintain his integrity under such circumstances? Was this not a rather cruel demand of him? Wang Feishuan pondered deeply. Ultimately, all her concerns coalesced into a single phrase. "Please take good care of yourself, all right? I will return as soon as the new year is over." "Feishuan, come and help with the window decorations," came a call from Wang's mother. The words Chen Yan had intended to express swiftly transformed. "Oh dear, I'm quite busy at the company. I have company with Sheng Hui, my darling." This annual reunion with family was precious, as relatives were met only once a year. Once the call ended, Chen Yan began to prepare for his broadcast. Chapter 171. New Year's Eve, all the data had been meticulously arranged, and the platform was functioning flawlessly. After a final confirmation that everything was in order, Chen Yan rose and made his way to the bathroom. He had been busy all day, without even pausing for a meal. Once he emerged from his shower, unshaven and with disheveled hair, he stepped outside. As a new year approached, many restaurants in the vicinity of the villa complex had closed their doors to celebrate the holiday with their families. Chen Yan, disinclined to drive, decided to take a stroll and perhaps catch a taxi to explore the area for something to eat. As he wandered, he passed by Dila's home. Surely she had returned home for the new year as well. People cannot help but ponder. Just as he thought this, a fluffy head peeked out from the small garden. "Astoni Sid, Yan Yi, why aren't you home for the new year?" That's a question I should be asking you. Why aren't you home for the new year? Chen Yan approached with curiosity. Dila shook her small basket, filled with earthy vegetables. "This is my home. Where else would I go for the new year?" As they spoke, the gate to the yard swung open. Out stepped a quintessential beauty from Xinjiang. Though not as breathtaking as Dila, she was still quite charming. "Is this your sister?" Chen Yan inquired. Dila beamed and nodded. Yes, doesn't she look just like me? This year, our family agreed to celebrate here together. As they chatted, Dyla glanced around and asked, Yingu, are you out to buy something at this hour? At this moment, she had accepted that Chen Yan would also be celebrating the new year here, unaware of his solitary situation. Chen Yan nodded, opting not to elaborate further. After a brief exchange, he left in search of a taxi. It must be said, taxis were nowhere to be found on the streets before the new year, and ultimately, he resorted to a ride-hailing service. Chen Yan was not particularly fond of crowds, nor did he possess a sense of festivity. He found a seemingly decent restaurant and intended to have a meal before departing. However, upon entering, he collided with an exuberant girl. Excuse me, are you Chen Yan? I'm your fan. The mere mention of Chen Yan drew the attention of others, heads turning to gaze in his direction. It was undeniable that Chen Yan's fame had reached a level akin to that of a panda escaping captivity. In the blink of an eye, a throng of admirers surrounded him. Chen Yan was taken aback by their enthusiasm, striving to maintain his composure. Please, everyone, don't crowd. One at a time for autographs and photos, all right? Wow, you're all so enthusiastic. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce that my debut film, Kung Fu, will premiere on Penguin tomorrow. I hope everyone will show their support. I see many of you have already made reservations, right? As his words echoed, responses quickly followed. Yes, but what is Penguin doing? We have a video membership, yet we still have to pay extra to watch your movie. Exactly. Though it's not expensive, half the price of a movie ticket, such a practice is rather disheartening. In an instant, everyone recalled the news released by the company some time ago. Initially, the public relations team of the Penguin was remarkably robust, swiftly suppressing the matter shortly after its announcement. Until now, it has scarcely been the subject of discussion. However, unexpectedly, Chen Yan himself brought the issue to light. Upon hearing the remarks from the crowd, Chen Yan cleared his throat and proclaimed, I apologize, everyone. This matter was brought to my attention. Due to the numerous resistances I faced from various film industries recently, Kung Fu could not be released in theaters. Fortunately, the head of Penguin, after understanding my circumstances, expressed appreciation for both me and Kung Fu, which is why we chose this method to broadcast the film. If there are any grievances to be voiced, direct them solely at me. Penguin and its leadership are commendable. With this explanation, he took full responsibility for the situation. All present listened intently to Chen Yan's words, and soon a wave of requests for autographs ensued. Chen Yan did not decline. He signed for one, and then for two, embracing the moment as a fan benefit. For over half an hour, he stood in the restaurant, surrounded by requests for signatures and photographs, hardly managing to eat a bite. Nevertheless, Chen Yan's actions were akin to a public relations coup bought at a hefty price. In the early afternoon of the previous year, he also rode the wave of trending topics. Chen Yan spotted in restaurant, Chen Yan alone, Chen Yan an orphan, Chen is pitiful, Kung Fu, Chen is at fault in no time. All attention was focused solely on Chen Yan, and netizens began uncovering details about his family background. Comments flooded in under various posts. Chen Yan is a person of great responsibility. Why would he face resistance from film companies? How could a film not even make it to theaters? Has he offended someone? Isn't that how things go in the entertainment industry? Little did they know, Chen Yan bore a sorrowful history, having lost his parents at a young age. How tragic. It's clear that someone capable of crafting heartfelt melodies must have a complex past. Indeed, his songs are rich with narrative. Oh, how I admire Chen Yan even more now. Aware of his own influence, Chen Yan, upon entering the private room, immediately checked the trending topics online. To his surprise, a simple outing for a meal had catapulted him into the top 10 of the trending list. The fervor surrounding him surged dramatically, unexpectedly garnering him another kind of fan, heartbroken fans. Although Chen Yan did not fully grasp the meaning behind it, he could infer that these were fans filled with sympathy. Following this wave of publicity, Penguin's reservation numbers soared past 500 million. Merely for reservations, the count had already exceeded 500 million. Under normal circumstances, this would signify a peak box office for an art film. Clearly, Chen Yan's aspirations extended far beyond this. As the new year approached, the reservation numbers continued to climb. Especially after Chen Yan issued a particular message, the reservations surged by an astonishing 20 billion. Dear netizens, Penguin's reservation coupons are refundable, so feel free to secure one. Should you decide not to watch upon the official release, you can easily get refund. A message once again promoted Kung Fu. Among them, Chen Yan served as the most significant endorsement. After dining, Chen Yan hailed a taxi to return home. In the bustling city, scattered figures meandered along the streets, with even the setting off of fireworks a rare sight. Upon arriving home, as Chen Yan was retrieving his keys, a cheerful voice resonated from behind him. "Oh dear, the homeless me today wonders if anyone might offer a shelter." Chen Yan turned around to see Li Mi at the doorway, holding several bags. Adorned in a deep red coat and fitted black trousers, her lips slightly parted beneath her sunglasses, she inquired, "What is the matter? Are you so astonished to see me?" Chen Yan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Sister me, you shouldn't be here at this hour." Chapter 172. A sincere confession, why can't you come? Li Mi approached with measured steps, her delicate high heels clicking softly against the floor. The bag she carried exuded a delightful aroma, hinting at a thoughtful preparation. In truth, Li Mi had arrived 2 hours prior, waiting patiently in her car for Chen Yan's return. Their original plan had been to spend the New Year's Eve with friends. But upon glimpsing Chen Yan's presence in a friend's social media post, her curiosity was piqued. It was then that she stumbled upon the news that revealed Chen Yan was an orphan. An impulsive desire surged within her, prompting her to excuse herself from her companions and bravely venture here. Their eyes met, and after a long moment of contemplation, Chen Yan turned away to speak. On such an auspicious day, it would be ill-mannered to turn a guest away. "Please come in." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mi stepped inside, acutely aware of the significance of her actions. In that instant, she recognized her complete surrender to Chen Yan, a surrender she embraced willingly. From the moment she crossed the threshold, she was undeniably at a disadvantage in matters of the heart. "Would you like something to eat?" "Although I have nothing here," Chen Yan remarked, heading towards the refrigerator, only to discover that it was entirely bare. During this period, his life had revolved solely around work and meals, and the refrigerator had long lost its previous bounty, which had been abundant before Wang Feishuan's departure. "I knew you would be like this," Li Mi replied gently, a soft smile gracing her lips as she approached and began to arrange the items from her bag into the empty fridge. Their sudden closeness drew them near, and Chen Yan instinctively recoiled, only to be stopped by Li Mi's gentle grasp. Lowering his gaze, he found himself caught in the depths of her tender gaze, momentarily frozen in place. "On such a festive day, you and I find ourselves so lonely. Happiness must be sought after. Let us create some joy," she suggested, leaning against Chen Yan's embrace, her slender arms encircling his waist in a tender hold. Her soft tone was almost enchanting. Chen Yan felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. "Mi Jia, you now resemble a siren enticing an unsuspecting scholar." The playful recollection of Nie Shaoqian seducing Ning Kaichen from a Chinese ghost story flashed through his mind. Li Mi laughed, her form trembling with mirth. "I brought a variety of wines. Which one would you prefer?" Chen Yan's hand moved behind him, freeing Li Mi from her constraints as he turned to rummage through the bag of wines. Indeed, there was an extensive selection, suggesting she had a penchant for fine beverages, as such a comprehensive assortment would not be acquired without reason. "What does Mi Jia enjoy drinking? Perhaps red?" Li Mi selected a bottle, skillfully uncorking it and pouring the contents into a decanter. Each movement was executed with elegance and allure. If Wang Feishuan embodied an aloof beauty, then Li Mi was the epitome of mature seduction. She understood his needs, aware of boundaries and the nuances of gain and loss. It dawned upon Chen Yan, fleetingly, that if marriage were not a consideration, Li Mi could indeed be a splendid girlfriend. That thought weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to maintain a measure of distance. He sifted through a few packets of snacks before settling onto the living room couch. "The Spring Festival Gala is about to begin. Shall we watch it together?" Chen Yan suggested, taking a seat at the back while Li Mi followed closely behind, clutching the wine glass and decanter. As she reached the couch, she sat down beside him, leaning in closely. Traditionally, one would celebrate the Spring Festival by watching the gala and making dumplings, yet you seem content with mere snacks? Chen Yan chuckled and replied, "What else is there? I have no other thoughts. In truth, I am rather a dull individual." This was no exaggeration. Aside from matters concerning men, Chen Yan possessed few hobbies, with merely existing once serving as his greatest passion. Now, his focus lies in living well. Li Mi suddenly tilted her head, resting against Chen Yan's shoulder. "Do not speak like that. You are a man of great ideas. unique in your own right. Isn't your interest in me merely due to my singing? Chen Yan candidly remarked. Before he had sung those few songs, the others had regarded the original owner with disdain. Now, with something commendable, they flocked to him. This was also the reason Chen Yan held affection for Wang Feishuan. Initially, he believed she harbored a disdain for him, yet he gradually came to realize that her contempt was not personal, but rather a disdain for all inappropriate behavior and lack of character. Her sense of fairness, coupled with her gradual attraction to him and her courageous pursuit of love, ultimately led to Chen Yan choosing her. Innocence, candor, and bravery. Lost in thought, Chen Yan found himself reminiscing about Wang Feishuan. Li Mi, who had been leaning on his shoulder, unconsciously edged closer until she nestled against him. No, I believe you have always misunderstood me. On the deserted island, I indeed had strong reservations about you, considering your previous actions made it impossible for me to harbor any fondness. However, our time together on that island gradually altered my perspective. In the face of unforeseen challenges, your bravery and your willingness to set aside past grievances to lead us through adversity, not to mention that time you saved me from the wild boar. As Li Mi spoke, her emotions swelled, and she grasped Chen Yan's hand tightly. Every action of yours captivates me. I always thought my experience surpassed yours. Yet your deeds reveal that you possess a maturity far beyond mine. I'm not drawn to your talent. Rather, it is you as a person that I cherish, a reliable man who provides me with a sense of security. The confession slipped from her lips without forethought. Blushing, she covered her mouth and retreated slightly. Chen Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the depth of Li Mi's feelings, nor her capacity to express them so directly given her nature. This revelation astonished him. Do you not believe me? Li Mi asked, her voice tinged with urgency. She felt as though they were precariously balanced on a narrow bridge, with Chen Yan retreating. If she did not take the initiative, he would withdraw from her world entirely. The thought of a future without any resolution with Chen Yan sent her into a flurry, and she grasped his hand, pressing it against her chest. My heartbeat is the truest testament to my feelings. It will convey the seriousness of my affection for you. Chen Yan was taken aback by her fervent gestures. Feeling the rhythm beneath his palm, his previously tranquil heart began to stir. The long-suppressed brook seemed to revive. Yet, reason prevailed, and he withdrew his hand, his voice hoarse. I have a girlfriend. As her words lingered in the air, Li Mi remained silent. Instead, she poured 2 glasses of red wine from the decanter, offering one to Chen Yan. He accepted the glass, his emotions a tumultuous sea within him. The crisp sound of the clinking glasses reverberated around them. The television flickered to life, and the Spring Festival Gala host announced, "The next program is a skit." Li Mi's eyes sparkled with alluring affection as she tilted her head back and downed half a glass of red wine in one swift motion. A drop of wine trickled down the corner of her mouth, gliding over her fair neck. Chen Yan observed this scene vividly, his senses heightened. "Yan," she said, "I don't care. In our circle, it matters not whether you have a girlfriend or even if you're married. So what?" Chapter 173. Sister me, this is not right in the circles we inhabit. Love is a rare gem, surpassing all else. At this moment, Li Mi appeared to be under the influence of alcohol, her hand gliding over Chen Yan's thigh. Chen Yan inhaled deeply, seizing Li Mi's hand with urgency. "Sister me, this is not right." His left hand clutched a wine glass while his right was firmly grasped by Li Mi. At present, Chen Yan found himself in a rather passive predicament. Li Mi leaned in slowly, their breaths mingling, and with a nearly seductive smile, she murmured, "It's all right, Yan. I am willing to do anything for you." As she spoke, Li Mi began to unfasten her clothing. Chen Yan's gaze deepened, and he tilted his head back, draining the wine from his glass. Time trickled by, and this long-suppressed chaos persisted until the stroke of midnight. The sofa lay in disarray, clothing scattered from the living room to the second floor. In the bedroom, Chen Yan leaned against the headboard, craving a cigarette but realizing he had left them downstairs. Beside him, the woman nestled under the covers, her delicate shoulders marked with swollen imprints. Her exquisite face etched with fatigue had succumbed to a deep slumber. The sound of his phone rang out, stirring a soft murmur from the woman at his side. He picked up the device and stepped onto the balcony. Upon connecting, a jubilant voice greeted him. "Chen Yan, Happy New Year. You're not asleep, are you? I sent you a message last night, And you didn't reply. A wave of guilt washed over Chen Yan as he replied softly, "Happy New Year, my dear. I was exhausted after returning from the restaurant and fell asleep as soon as I got home." Listening to the gentle tones on the other end, Wang Feishuan expressed her concern. "It's New Year's. You shouldn't be working. But the issue lies with you. I've reminded you numerous times to dress appropriately when going out. The online community can be quite wild, and while I understand you don't care for such matters, it still affects our outings, so you must be cautious." As Wang Feishuan continued to offer her reminders, Chen Yan responded with a smile. After a brief conversation, Wang's mother called her away. "Make sure to sleep early tonight. I'll call you tomorrow." "All right." After hanging up, Chen Yan turned, feeling the familiar urge for a cigarette gnawing at him. At that moment, Li Mi sat up from the bed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Under Chen Yan's gaze, she drew back the covers and stepped down from the bed. Her curvaceous figure was fully visible, adorned with marks, particularly the unmistakable bruises encircling her slender waist. Chen Yan's thoughts deepened, his arm resting on the balcony railing as he observed Li Mi entering the dressing room. When she emerged, she wore only a white shirt of his, her hips swaying as she approached, leaning into Chen Yan's embrace. "I didn't expect you to be so impressive," she said, her voice low and laden with meaning. Chen Yan pressed his lips together, refraining from responding. As memories of the night flooded back, a tremor coursed through him. It seemed he had not released such pent-up emotions in a long time. Once the floodgates opened, the madness was uncontainable. Lost in thought, a cigarette was suddenly placed between his lips. Li Mi, appearing from nowhere, deftly struck a match, igniting the cigarette for him. The bright flame illuminated their expressions. Li Mi chuckled softly, her arms encircling Chen Yan's neck, her body winding around him like a serpent. The phone call moments ago seemed to have sounded an alarm in Chen Yan's heart. He gazed at the woman before him, flaunting her allure, and despite furrowing his brow, he pushed her away. He wished to halt the impulsiveness of the night. Yet, how could someone as astute as Li Mi be unaware of his intentions? She held a singular thought. Once a beginning is made, ending it is not so simple. After one push, she entwined herself around him once more, their entanglement dragging them from the balcony into the room. Li Mi directly maneuvered Chen Yan onto the large bed, then straddled him. When she noticed him attempting to speak, she swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. "No words, just actions," she insisted. "Chen Yan." If the night had seen Chen Yan unable to contain his desires, now the entire affair was orchestrated by Li Mi, ensnaring him in her web. In the bedroom, their undulating forms did not cease until the early hours of the morning. The following day, they slept until noon, leaving Chen Yan oblivious to the premiere of Kung Fu the previous night. He was awakened by a barrage of notifications. The internal company group chat and inquiries from Li Lu and others were all asking about the premiere's reception. Casting a glance at the still slumbering Li Mi, he slid out of bed and approached his desk to check the film's performance. To his surprise, before he could see the ratings and revenue, he was bombarded with reviews. Raising an eyebrow, he curiously clicked on the comment section. Almost every entry was a negative review. "Terrible, simply atrocious. I couldn't even get through it. It was boring. Not worth watching. Can I get a refund?" The comments were uniformly harsh and devoid of justification. It was evident they were purchased reviews. Yet, as Chen Yan pondered, he couldn't help but chuckle. According to his parameters, only those who had paid to watch could leave feedback. Thus, those leaving negative comments had not only spent their money, but had also viewed his film in its entirety. The thought alone was amusing. He picked up his phone and sequentially opened their chat windows. "Li Lu, how did it fare? I'm rather anxious." "Chen Yan, not bad. It's only been a day, and the backhand is still compiling the viewership statistics. However, I've seen the reviews, and they're quite intriguing." Li Lu replied promptly, "Please tell me they aren't all negative. This group loves to stir trouble." "Chen Yan, you guessed correctly. These negative reviews are amusing to read. Up so early for work? You truly are a workaholic." A languid voice drifted from behind him, its tone laced with seduction. Chen Yan acknowledged her and continued typing. On the bed, Li Mi pulled a thin blanket over herself and approached him. Clad only in his underwear, Chen Yan's muscular back was exposed to the air. At the sight of his robust physique, Li Mi's cheeks flushed, her mind uncontrollably recalling the fervor of the previous night. It had been long since she had indulged so recklessly, and none had ever evoked such profound sensations in her as Chen Yan did. Upon this realization, Li Mi extended her hand and rested it upon Chen Yan's shoulder, inadvertently collapsing into his embrace and settling upon his lap. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Apologies. Yin, my leg suddenly gave way and I lost my balance." The delicate woman nestled in his arms was not one to remain still, fidgeting as she attempted to rise. Her desire to get up was sincere, yet there lingered an element of playful mischief. Could Chen Yan be oblivious to her intentions? He perceived her thoughts with clarity, grasping her petite chin with a gentle yet firm hold, and spoke with a tone of resignation. "Sister me, have you truly lost all restraint now that you've indulged?" If such matters were left unspoken, Li Mi might have retained some semblance of modesty. Yet, Chen Yan's directness rendered her momentarily speechless, caught in an unexpected shyness. Chapter 174. An overwhelming wave of negative reviews. Chen Yan could not bring himself to meet Li Mi's gaze, awkwardly diverting his eyes. "Do you not like it?" he inquired. At that moment, Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words. How could not like it? The events of the previous night lingered in his mind. Silence thus became the most eloquent response. A smile returned to Li Mi's face. "Yin, I do not wish for you to feel responsible for me. There need not be any bindings between us. I only hope that when you need me, I shall be by your side, or when I require your company, you will be there for me. That is all I desire." Listening to the tender words of the woman in his embrace, Chen Yan's mind remained clear, albeit overly rational. "Are you suggesting that we share merely a relationship of needs?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's summation, Li Mi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, as you have articulated, it is a relationship of needs. If ever you find yourself not needing me, I am free to leave at any time." Once the nature of their relationship was clearly articulated, matters became significantly simpler. Upon reflection, Chen Yan realized that he had at times suppressed his emotions excessively and acted impulsively. This instance served as a cautionary tale, warning him against forcibly restraining himself, as the next eruption might involve another emotional connection. It would be wiser to consolidate his feelings towards a single individual, thereby avoiding future complications. After this contemplation, Chen Yan nodded in affirmation. Li Mi's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she tightly embraced him. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Chen Yan sighed inwardly, uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. In the afternoon, inspiration struck Chen Yan, and he resolved to organize his thoughts on infernal affairs. Li Mi, having decided not to linger in bed with him, changed into his loungewear and descended to prepare dinner. After all, it was a spring festival, and a certain elegance was warranted. With this thought in mind, Li Mi drove to a nearby supermarket for supplies. By the time Chen Yan emerged from his contemplative state regarding infernal affairs, Li Mi had prepared dinner. Upon descending the stairs, he was taken aback at the sight of the 4 dishes and soup adorning the table. "Mi Jie, you can cook?" he exclaimed. Li Mi wrapped her arms around him from behind, pouting in dissatisfaction. "I have called you a Yin, so could you refrain from calling me Mi Jie? It sounds as though I am much older." Chen Yan had not given much thought to the form of address. He referred to others, including Fei Xian, by their names. However, since Li Mi brought it up, he did not ignore it and directly asked, "What should I call you then?" Li Mi pondered for a moment before responding with a charming smile, "Call me Mimi. Although I quite enjoyed you calling me Mier last night in bed. That name is better suited for our intimate moments." Chen Yan felt a sense of helplessness as he grasped her waist, pushing her against the wall. "Do you know how to spell the word shame?" Until now, he had perceived Li Mi as a mature and alluring woman. But this newfound dynamic unveiled a side of her that was irresistibly captivating, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. "I do not know. I only know that you like it," Li Mi replied, tilting her head slightly to kiss the prominent Adam's apple of Chen Yan. Chen Yan's gaze darkened, and he gradually exerted more force with his hand. "I see you don't wish to partake in this dinner." Li Mi tivistit herbodi. Her intentions unapologetically transparent. "How about you indulge in me first?" Chen Yan, having gone an entire day without food, coupled with Li Mi's incessant demands. It was past 8 in the evening when hunger overwhelmed him. Reluctantly, he extricated himself from the bathtub, leaving the dazed Li Mi behind to attend to his own meal. If this continued, he would feel increasingly akin to a mere beast. As he savored his food, a satisfied smile graced Chen Yan's lips. How delightful! Upon opening his phone, he discovered he had unwittingly ascended the trending topics again. Kung Fu Reviews Kung Fu Critique Top 1. It appeared the unfavorable reviews regarding Kung Fu had swiftly made their rounds. He truly owed a debt of gratitude to those competing companies. After waking up at noon, Chen Yan had responded to several contacts about the script for Infernal Affairs. So aside from a message from Wang Feishuan, his phone had remained silent. Upon opening the chat, a heart emoji met his gaze. Wang Feishuan, I send you a piece of my heart to accompany you through today. Chen Yan smiled, taking a bite of his food, replying, I return a kiss to accompany you through these days without me. Ding. Wang Feishuan's response was prompt, suggesting she had been holding her phone closely. Wang Feishuan, is the script for Infernal Affairs completed? Chen Yan, almost. I've managed to finish about a third. The content of this film is more profound than Kung Fu. Wang Feishuan, what genre is this one? The title Infernal Affairs sounds quite impressive. Chen Yan, it's a crime underworld theme. Indeed, quite cool. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been chatting for half an hour, perhaps due to the scant communication in recent days. Wang Feishuan felt that Chen Yan had been perpetually busy, so much so that even the new year had not afforded them time for conversation. Yet, she understood this all too well, as she had witnessed Chen Yan's relentless dedication firsthand. All right, you should eat. I need to prepare with my mother for the ancestral rites in a few days. This segment of their conversation came to a temporary halt. Chen Yan lifted his head, only to find that Li Mi had emerged from the bathroom, draped in a pure white towel, and was staring intently at him from across the table. Is there something on my face? Chen Yan inquired, puzzled. Li Mi responded with a playful smile. Indeed, your handsomeness has me utterly captivated. Her flirtation was unabashed, her gaze unapologetically bold. Chen Yan sighed softly, setting down his chopsticks. Do not provoke me. Hearing this, Li Mi blinked curiously. What would happen if I did? That evening, Chen Yan made Li Mi acutely aware of the consequences of provocation. The following day, she found herself utterly fatigued, unable to rise from bed, her eyes casting a resentful glare at the still-working Chen Yan. To prevent Li Mi from causing further disruptions to his work, Chen Yan relentlessly engaged with her until the first light of dawn. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Li Mi could not resist voicing her inquiry. Even the slightest movement of her hand now causes her entire body to ache. Chen Yan remained expressionless, his hands continuing their task. Is this not what you desired? Li Mi. Over the course of 2 days, Chen Yan meticulously organized the script for Infernal Affairs. Although certain details remain undecided, the fundamental content has been established. It appears that upon returning from the new year, preparations for Infernal Affairs can commence. Chen Yan sighed softly. From the large bed behind him, Li Mi, who was watching television, looked up in surprise. So soon? The production has only just concluded, and you're already set to begin the next one? A smile graced Chen Yan's face. Infernal Affairs is not limited to just one installment.